said an exhausted Zhou Zhen, kneeling in front of Zhou Zhen, one hand on the ground to keep from falling to the ground from exhaustion. Proudly lifting his head up and with a smug smile, Zhou Zhen asked everyone around him if there was anyone else who wanted to compete with him. He did not receive an answer to his call, as all the men were only imagining what would happen to them if they dared to challenge him, as his level was almost twice as high as all the women present, and the women only admired his strength. Meanwhile, the winner of the duel, sitting in front of his computer, was only happy about it, muttering to himself that if only they knew how much money Zhou Zhen had spent to lord it over all the players on the server, how many different tests he had to go through, fighting a gorilla, confronting a pack of wolves, and facing a hellish battle with the fire dragon himself. 5 years. He had to spend 5 long years in this game, and finally, he reached his goal. The day came when he became the strongest, to see everyone's jaw drop when they saw his strength. Finally, when the opportunity presented itself, he gave out in a high-pitched, smug tone, "Remember my name." "My name is," the boy said, already imagining the standing ovation and how his name would be heard in all corners of the server. But suddenly something strange happened. The computer started to work in a strange way. Strange lines appeared on the screen which did not symbolize anything good. Instantly, his expression changed. Instead of a smug smile, horror flashed in his eyes, and the notes of despair could no longer be contained. "It's impossible! It tripled at such an important moment!" he shouted. But the worst was yet to come. In the middle of the game's trotting, a system window appeared on the screen, warning him that his account was blocked due to the use of illegal software. He could not contain his emotions. His anger knew no bounds. "What the hell, really? All 5 years of my efforts to become the strongest? I was told that I lost," he shouted, punching the monitor with his hand. At that very moment, when his hand was in the monitor, he was strangely struck by an electric shock that sent a pulse through his entire body. The device malfunctioned and stopped functioning, and the poor player's body fell onto the chair, showing no signs of life. Suddenly, something happened in his mind. Something strange was happening to him, and he could feel it, but a thought just managed to slip through his mind. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, his body lifted up, as if some unknown force was controlling him and carried him in an unknown direction. In parallel, his appearance changed. Suddenly, he felt something solid behind him. Something strange had happened. A weapon? Why would there be a gun rack in his room? Falling to the ground because of the bruises he had received, the player began to cough, trying to recover from such a strange journey. But then the sight of 2 warriors discussing him caught his eye. "And this wretch is the commander's son?" one said. "Lucky you, he can be reborn," the other replied. "Get up," one of the men who had been discussing him suddenly said in a menacing tone. But Zhou Zhen continued to lie on the ground. "I said get up, are you deaf?" the man repeated again in a menacing tone with a look of displeasure on his face. It was easy to see the displeasure in his eyes. Raising his head slightly, the boy said whether he was dreaming or in a dream, trying to understand what was happening around him. At that moment, many people had already gathered around him, expressing their dissatisfaction, condemning Zheng for his weakness, and repeating that he was not worthy of respect. Standing up, the exhausted man said that it would not be difficult for him to slaughter everyone here without breaking local laws, even though he was in a dream. A sinister smirk appeared on the face of the burly man who ordered him to stand up, and he said, "Have you decided to turn on the man mode?" as he prepared for a possible fight. But their argument was suddenly interrupted by a blue-haired boy who called him master and asked Zhen to follow him home. Grabbing his master by the collar, he dragged him toward the exit, and the latter only managed to shout out in an embarrassed tone, "Wait!" trying to understand what was happening. The memories of the master's body gradually began to return. "He's so strong," he said, realizing what had happened and what could have happened. Indeed, it was not a dream, it was reality, the protagonist finally realized, being dragged home by the collar. As he disappeared from the sight of the men who were discussing him and remembered more and more, he covered his face with his hands so that it would not be seen that he was really ashamed of his words and actions. I'm in another world," Zhen finally fully realized when all the memories came back to him and he analyzed everything that had happened to him recently. He had been hesitant at first, but now he was absolutely sure that he had indeed entered another world, having received the final memories of this body. This world was very similar to the one he had lived in before he was reborn. But a few decades ago, a large-scale catastrophe called the space storm happened in this world, and it had a great impact on this world, greatly changing the genotype of all living things that were here, and it changed life here. Many people turned into bloodthirsty and cruel zombies as a result of the storm. But thanks to this catastrophe, many people awoke to extraordinary abilities, which were eventually nicknamed in this world as star power. People with star power have explosive potential and abilities that are 100 times greater than the fighting power of ordinary people. Luckily, Zheng's father is a 5th-level Starforce master in this world, and he is also the leader of the city he is currently in. A father who is a leader is a good start, the boy said, but his voice didn't sound like a bit of joy, just heavy sighs. But despite his father's outstanding abilities, his son was still considered by everyone to be a junk who was incapable of progressing and improving. Suddenly, the door to the room began to move. It opened and the father stood on the threshold and said, "Little Zheng, I'm back." Zheng's eyes showed surprise and incomprehension, wondering if this man was the incredible master, but in his memories he seemed like a very ordinary man. "I heard everything," said the father, patting his son on the head. "Don't blame your uncle." Zheng's face showed dissatisfaction. Of course, if it weren't for his uncle, he might not have come to this world. The father suggested that he repeat the technique again, hoping that maybe this time his son would have star power, and he should definitely try, because there is always hope. The father instructed his son to follow the breathing exercises he had taught him to direct his star power in the right direction, as this should help his training. "It seems that even if I don't succeed in training, this dad of mine is helping me a lot, which is really very touching," Zheng thought as he performed the breathing techniques during his training and tried to awaken that power within himself. But then hope suddenly appeared on his face, because just because the previous Zheng couldn't awaken this power, it didn't mean that the current Zheng couldn't do it either, and he had to make every effort to achieve the goal. The training continued. Time passed, but the training continued, and now 2 hours have passed since it started. 2 hours of training had passed, but no changes had occurred. The guy was very confused and no less disappointed, because so much time had passed and he had not felt that star power. At the end of the training process, Zheng was already lying on the floor, disappointed that he hadn't succeeded, and apologizing to his dad. "I'm sorry, I didn't reach star power, I'm a jerk." With his nose down, he could do nothing but stare at the floor, but his dad did not lose hope, and tried to encourage him with words of support that it was not so bad. It was nothing to be afraid of, and there was no need to be humiliated. Even if you don't succeed in your training, there's nothing wrong with that. No one will dare to tell you off with me, his father continued. When he was finished, his father left his room and added that the training was over for the day, and now it was time to get some rest and recuperate. As soon as the door closed, a system window appeared in front of Zheng, asking him to log into the game, which surprised him because how could this be? "Am I the same level 200 thief from the game?" he wondered, looking at his reflection, trying to understand if this was real. Without hesitation, he decided to log in by selecting the Yes button in the context menu of the system window. After pressing the button and confirming the action, a strange sound was heard, confirming the character's authorization. Seeing such a beautiful girl in front of him, Zheng was very confused and did not know where to look so as not to give away his confusion. Meanwhile, the girl was looking at him, not realizing what was going on. Finally, Zheng stood up abruptly and turned to her. "Guess what I'm going to do?" he said, reaching his hand to the girl's cleavage. After training, Zheng stood up, taking his weapon with him, and let it out to guess what he was going to say now. But his friend was only glad that the master was in a good mood. Also, his physical skills table looked like this. Level 1, class, robber, strength -29, physique 10, resistance 10, agility 35, experience 0.05. If these are indeed the characteristics of a robber, then Zheng is only at the first level. After selecting this item, a menu with skills, a weapon shop, horseback riding. Where does horseback riding come from? That button to quit the game. Zheng was very interested in the section labeled skills, so he prioritized looking at that section first. He could only bring up the skill tree with his level and ability. After bringing up this menu, he began to look through it. One of his skills sounded like he could see a target's weaknesses, but this skill only worked on creatures below level 10. He thought about it. It seems that this system only has his skills and the characteristics of his previous game character, but only the first level. Well, am I not a nobody? And this isn't a game at all. How can I raise my characteristics and level? Said Zheng with an aura of frustration covering his entire body. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a woman's voice said, "Sir, dinner is ready," to which he replied that he was not in the mood and would not be going to the table. The door opened, and a girl entered his room, insisting that this would not do, as he knew that most people outside did not even have the opportunity to feed themselves. Zheng repeated himself in an angry voice. "I already said, raising the back of his head up towards the girl. I'm not in... Before he could finish, he saw the beautiful girl in front of him and his tone changed, and he could see her characteristic window. A blush immediately appeared on his face, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is it true that I have such a beautiful woman living in my house? She abruptly waved him away, ashamed, and asked him in confusion what he was doing, what his motives were, and what he wanted to achieve. But Zhang answered her with a childish smile and curiosity, saying that he wanted to check if they were real, pointing at her with his finger. The girl angrily replied that it was none of his business, turned around, and left the room. Zhang only wanted to know if her parameters matched the written ones, but he was misunderstood. When he arrived in the kitchen, he saw the window with his dad's characteristics. He could see his characteristics, but the level was too high for him to recognize them. If everything was as he thought it was, it meant only one thing. There were monsters outside the city, but his characteristics were only slightly higher than those of all other ordinary people, so he couldn't face them on his own, so he needed to raise his level. It seems that to raise his level, Zheng would need something that could protect him, so he went to the city to find armor and analyze the characteristics of other people. While walking, he met Lan Ji, the blue-haired guy who had saved him on the first day. He told him that the master had told the young master not to participate in the training, but he had come here anyway. Zhen, ignoring everything Lan Ji said, only asked him if there were any weapons here. Weapons? He asked in surprise. Arriving at a certain location, Lan said that they were now at a shooting range and, "You, young sir." But he was not allowed to finish. He was immediately interrupted by someone who was already present at the shooting range. It was a somewhat exaggerated tone, mocking. Wow, what a rare guest. It was Yan Bai-sun who was training here. He continued, "Does young Mr. Zhou have some free time?" he said mockingly. Behind Yan, his friend began to mock him. "Don't you understand what's going on here at all? Are you refusing to be a soldier so you can practice shooting?" But Yan waved his words away, denying it. "Mr. Zhou, don't pay attention, he's just joking," as if he didn't really feel the same way. But Zhen didn't take his words seriously, and in a joyful tone he said, "He's right, I really came here to shoot," which surprised the bully. He took a prone position and began to practice, while behind him people began to discuss that no matter how good a weapon is, it is no match for a warrior's skill, and that he should have fun while he can. "Mr. Yan, I really enjoyed shooting. I think I'll take this weapon and play with it later." And his friend thought, "The owner liked it, that's good." "Captain, this guy took not only the gun but also a lot of ammunition," said one of the bullies. "So what, he's just a jerk, let him have a few days of fun?" came the reply. Walking along the broken road surrounded by an endless field, Lan Shi told his host that the exit from the city was ahead, and he was told that he knew about it. But then his friend stopped Zhen, explaining that it was very dangerous to leave the city with only a rifle, so maybe he shouldn't do it. "Don't worry, I just want to kill a few zombies to see if my level goes up," said the owner. "Level up?" said Lan, surprised. "This wall protects us from various beasts and zombies. The other side is hell," said Ji. Zhen was so impressed by its size that he only expressed surprise at how tall it was. Suddenly someone jumped from the top of the wall. It was a burly man holding a machine gun. Landing in front of the boys, the man kicked up a spectacular wall of dust around him, through which he was barely visible. It was Shu Li. He asked the boys what they were doing here, and who allowed them to come here because it was dangerous. In response, he heard from his nephew that they had come here to help their uncle kill various monsters and zombies. With a big smile on his face, his uncle began to pat him on the head, laughing and saying, "Did you come to kill zombies, little one? Don't make me laugh, get out of here." But suddenly, someone interrupted their dialogue, and a cry of alarm came from the wall, saying that the zombies had broken through the defense. The uncle was about to run to defend the wall when his nephew stopped him. He was serious, and his eyes showed confidence and a desire to achieve more. "Uncle Shu, I know that you all are looking down on me, but could you please let me demonstrate my shooting skills just once?" Zheng said in a pleading tone, trying to persuade his uncle. His uncle's face showed interest, but also a premonition that something incomprehensible was about to happen, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is this guy really? As he watched his nephew's actions, Zhen took a comfortable shooting position, adjusted his sights to make it easier to hit the targets, and held his breath, and began to aim at the targets, squinting one eye. Meanwhile, my uncle did not take his eyes off him for a second. Looking through the sights, the boy began to search for the best place to hit the target, the most appropriate place to neutralize it. The sights were in many places on the victim's body, and it seemed as if the place of the shot had already been chosen. Yes, are these the zombies? I can see their standard of living, but will I get experience points for killing them? This question bothered the boy the most because that's why he decided to do this. After aiming for a long time, Zhang finally fired, but his first shot hit the zombie in the arm, and this hit took very few health points off the monster, proving that this location was ineffective for destroying the target. "I believe in you, Master Zombie Killer," the uncle shouted, encouraging his nephew. The arm shot takes too few health points," the nephew said, embarrassed as he fired his first shot. Zhen started to aim for the second time. Exhaling and holding his breath, he decided to use the skill of scanning the opponent's vulnerabilities to find a really effective place to hit the target. And instantly, red rings appeared on the monsters, indicating the monster's weaknesses. They were located on the joints of the arms and legs, and accordingly, on the most important part of the body, without which it could not function. The head. After hitting and neutralizing the enemy, the guy was pleasantly surprised to see a notification flashing above him that he had been awarded 100 experience points for destroying the monster. Opening the window of his characteristics, he saw that his data had changed. He was not mistaken. He could indeed gain experience to level up his level by destroying monsters. Knowing that the level is raised for a kill, he immediately decided not to stop there and continue to follow his goal. And so, the next zombie was already destroyed by a direct hit to the head. After entering the effect state, he destroyed enemies non-stop, one by one, and now the next target was brought down by a shot to the torso, tearing the target in half, for which he received another 100 experience points. Eventually, after a series of destructions, a level-up icon appeared above the boy, and a flaming aura appeared around him. "So this is what it feels like to level up," the boy said, once again experiencing what he had been trying to get for so long, and what he had been working hard to achieve for so long. "This is even cooler than a spa," he said, feeling with every cell of his body these incredible impressions, and the feelings that permeated and enveloped his entire body, which he enjoyed with joy and pride, because he really deserved it. Seeing his nephew's skills, his uncle praised him, saying that he saw potential in him, although he still needed to practice, and he received a thank you from his nephew for the compliment. "It seems that when I get to the next level, I start glowing with a blue flame, but others don't notice. My stats have also gone up," Zhen said as he looked at his stats window. "As you level up, not only do your skills increase evenly, but you also have free points to upgrade what you need most. So he decided to take advantage of that. I'll add 3 points to my agility and 2 points to my strength." Suddenly, one of Shuli's squad called out to his commander to report a find. It was a star crystal that was found in one of the destroyed zombies during the examination of the monster's bodies. Zheng immediately rushed to the body. When he arrived, he asked if he could get this crystal out of the poisoned zombie body, and was told that he was very lucky, because finding a crystal in monsters is very rare. Star crystals are divided into white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red. If we take white crystals, for example, they are divided into 3 ranks: low, medium, and high. These crystals are the currency among warriors. They are much more valuable than ordinary money. 1 crystal of the lowest rank is enough to feed 1 person for a whole week, said the uncle. The crystals are also classified according to a hierarchy. 10 lowest equals sign 1 medium, 10 medium equals sign 1 highest, 10 highest white equals sign 1 colored lower crystal. "Uncle Shu, exchange this crystal for a few packs of cigarettes for your team," Zheng said, throwing the crystal into his uncle's hands, surprising him greatly. On the way back, Zhen decided to postpone the shooting practice for a while, and his uncle's teammates were only surprised because they did not expect that his nephew, whom everyone considered to be worthless, would actually turn out to be such a good person. Half a month has passed since Zhen first came to the wall. The story begins again in the same place where it ended last time. After this period of time, the boy has improved his level quite a bit. It has doubled, and his stats are as follows. Level 4, Strength 45, Physique 26, Resistance 81, Agility 55. After spending half a month at the wall, the uncle asked his nephew if he had really given up on his self-improvement and decided to spend his time here, and he received the answer that no matter what the fighting skills, everyone is still full of bullets. "That's all nonsense. We're just lower-level warriors. They say that 6th-level warriors aren't even afraid of bullets," said my uncle, looking thoughtfully at the sky and exhaling cigarette smoke. "Well, that's something to think about," Zhen said, and was told not to take it personally. Watching what was happening outside the wall, Zhen suddenly stood up when he saw the patrol car his father had taken to scout the area outside the city that morning. Captain, it's the chief's patrol car and it's being chased by zombies, one of the group members said, watching what was happening outside with binoculars. Leave it to me, Zhen shouted, grabbing his weapon and taking up a fighting position, preparing to help the car by clearing a path to get through and away from the pursuers. Zhen's father got out of the car that had pulled into the defensive position, saying, "Not bad. You've made progress in marksmanship," the father praised his son. "Boss, did you?" Chuli asked in a confused tone, lowering his head, watching the boss's dejected look and realizing that something bad might happen next. "We ran into a little trouble. The zombies outside have been a little more active lately, and we need to beef up security," the boss said, standing in front of the car, looking down at the ground. "That's not true. My father is definitely hiding something," Zhen thought, looking at him with a worried look. "I remember well that the car body wasn't that badly damaged this morning when I left home," Zhen said as he inspected the car. "Besides, is it possible that a second-degree warrior was suddenly scratched like that by an ordinary zombie?" Zhen said in a worried voice, trying to find out what really happened. "Dad, in the end?" The boy continued to bombard his father with questions without stopping, and finally, his father had to tell him everything that had happened to them outside the wall, what they had experienced, and what decisions he had to make as he ordered the car to stop. "Chen-Chi, you know what happens after a zombie attacks," as he tried to explain all his actions and decisions to his injured comrade. "Boss, as the victim tried to accept his fate when the virus had not yet reached its peak. "I'm sorry," the boss said, shooting his wounded comrade who was already infected to ease his suffering and not put the rest of the team at risk. "It was only then that I realized how low the price of human life is in this world." A thought suddenly flashed through Zheng's mind, standing out among all the others. As he sat at the table moving the food around on his plate, Zhen reflected, trying to understand how low the value of human life is in the world he had come to. "Why aren't you eating again?" asked Su Junwen in a sad voice, lowering her head. "Huh? I'm not hungry," Zhen suddenly replied, coming to his senses after being in thought. "You should get used to the things that are happening today. Otherwise you won't be able to inherit my place in the future," his father said at dinner. "But wasn't that man your friend?" the son shouted anxiously, trying to find a reasonable solution to everything that had happened without killing. "In order for as many people as possible to survive, sometimes you have to sacrifice someone or something to achieve the goal," the father said, looking at his son with a stern look. "Also, starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to leave the house. Housekeeper Sue, keep an eye on him," the father said in an angry tone as he headed out of the room. Day gave way to evening, and then night. The next morning came. Su Junwen noticed a note on the table that the young master had left behind, which said that no one should know what had happened. Catching up with the master, Lan Shi said that he had agreed to run away with the master and disobey the order, but the forest was too dangerous and they would be better off going zombie hunting. "I'm tired of killing them, but the level of the monsters in the forest is too high. I get too few experience points from zombies. I need to level up as soon as possible." After blocking the way, Lan Shi said that it was his duty to protect the young master. He could not let him get into trouble, and he kept answering, "So I should always live under your protection and be a second-rate nobody?" "I can defend myself," Zhen said, pulling out his weapon and putting it into combat mode. He fired a sharp shot, causing his defender to scramble, but the shot was fired at the monster behind him. "A gray shadow snake? It's very toxic. I didn't even realize it was hovering over me." The defender, who hadn't noticed the threat, scrambled to protect his master. "But he's not even a warrior. How could he track the snake?" Lan Shi thought in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. After performing an autopsy on the monster and examining it for crystals, Zheng found out that the snake didn't seem to have any. "Yes!" Zheng shouted joyfully, which was followed by a bewildered reaction from Lan Su, who could not understand what was going on here and what caused such a strange behavior of the master. "Here," Zheng Zhou said, holding his weapon in his hand and looking into the forest, imagining what he would be doing in the near future. Lan Su scolded him in an angry tone. "Sir, stop joking. There are gray shadow snakes hiding here. Even a third-degree warrior has trouble dealing with them." "No, this is just a paradise for me," Zhen shouted, seeing how many lifelines hang from every tree in front of him, because there is a chance that each of these monsters can contain crystals. On his way back home while climbing the wall, the watchman noticed Zhou, greeted him and said that the master was returning early today, approaching him. "Early? It's almost dark," replied the boy who was returning from hunting, with his broy on his shoulders climbing the ladder followed by Lan Shi. "Also, how many times have I told you to call me Brother Zhou, not Master?" said Zhou, patting the guard on the head. "Okay, Brother Zhou," the guard replied. Brother Joe, this is, the guard said in a confused tone, catching the crystal that had just been thrown to him, not understanding what he had done to deserve it. I don't need it. Spend it on healing your sister, Jen said, moving further and further away from the guard who was patrolling the wall. Thank you. Thank you, brother, he replied, sobbing, barely holding back his tears, wiping his teary eyes with one hand and holding the crystal in the other. Moving on, La Su asked if today we would also go to take the meat to them, carrying a sack of loot on his shoulder. And without waiting long, he received a specific answer. Yes. During these 6 months, most of the meat of the caught snakes was simply given away. You could have earned a lot of money on this, his friend told the gentleman. A little girl grabbed Zheng's leg and shouted joyfully that today she had touched her brother Zhou Zhen for the first time. She was very happy to see him. Picking up the girl in his arms, Zheng said to her, "You little monkey, where are you going? You might fall down." To which she replied, "Did you bring snake meat again today?" And Lan Su, who was standing behind her, just sighed with relief that he could finally take off the sack. As he watched all the children surround him, his mind raced. I was carrying him on my own shoulders, and you didn't even think of me. Little ungrateful assholes. Sir, I heard that these gray shadow snakes are very difficult to defeat, and you took such a risk, the young woman said as she walked toward him. Auntie Liu, these snakes don't scare me at all, Zheng said, trying to reassure her. Hey, old lady, how about this? Our young master Zhou is a natural sniper. He hits the head on the first try. Even if the king of snakes comes, he will finish him off, said my uncle, holding the snake carcass in his hand. In the evening, when everyone gathered at the family table for dinner, there was a very tense atmosphere in the air. Zheng tried to avoid talking to his dad, but he failed. I forbade you to go out, but over the past 6 months, you've only made things worse, his father said to his son in a calm tone. Master, it was me who did not keep an eye on your son, the housekeeper said anxiously, bowing and trying to apologize. I don't blame you, Zhou Hongqiang replied calmly. Those rumors that are spreading fast that you are an exceptional marksman, are they true? The father asked his son, wiping himself with a napkin. Flustered by the excitement of being spotted, Jen replied, When all doors close in front of you, there is always a window. And yes, I have some success in shooting. Okay, but I want to remind you that you should not get too close to the lower class, the father said to his son in a menacing tone, as if to warn him. But why? The son asked his father in a drooping voice with the disappointment of wasps, not understanding what the problem was. Because one day they may become a burden to you, his father answered him, leaving the room and returning to his room. As he walked through the city, Commander Yan heard everyone discussing Zhou Zhen and comparing him to him, deciding who was the more skilled marksman. Mr. Zhou doesn't miss, I choose him, said one of them. I also choose Mr. Zhou. He's a very good person too, said another man in the group discussing the candidate's skills. What kind of a jerk is being compared to me? I'll show you who the real sniper is, said Commander Yan, furious in his head. Mr. Zhou? One of Yan's teammates who was walking alongside him in the city shouted in surprise. If you say his name again, you won't be left with a wet spot. The squad leader aggressively reacted to his comrade. But Commander, it's really him, he said in his defense. Good morning, Commander Yan. Zhen Zhou greeted the commander with a smile on his face. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just on my way to see you, Mr. Zhou. Yan replied, barely able to contain his anger and forcing a smile. It's a great day for hunting, said Zhen Zhou, ignoring Yan's words as if they were not there and walking past him. Zhen Zhou, I'm actually talking to you. Commander Yan aggressively drew his attention to him. Oh, you're talking to me? Said Zhen, yawning. Mr. Zhou, according to the latest rumors, you are an excellent marksman, Yan said. Don't exaggerate, it's just because of the leader, Zhen said. I wonder if I can compete with you in accuracy, said Yan in a provocative tone. Nothing. You will soon see who is the best marksman in the world. I don't have time for this, Zhen replied, continuing to walk about his business. What? Yan replied angrily. How about a bet on a piece of green crystal? You are the son of a chief, won't you accept my challenge? Said Commander Yan, trying to provoke. And what is the competition? Said Zhen with a pronounced seriousness. Well, how about shooting at moving targets? Suggested Yan. That might be too boring, Zhen replied, shrugging his shoulders. Then what do you suggest? Asked Yan. Zhen confidently suggested that they go hunting outside the city, and the one who brings in the most precious prey will be cut. Yan's voice was disturbed, and he said in a worried voice, What? Outside the city? Fear flashed in his eyes, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Very well then, we will start in exactly 1 week. Mr. Zhou, prepare well, he said with self-confidence, hiding his fear. Sitting on a tree in the forest, Lan Shi called out to the master, "This Yan Baikun is a hypocrite and a very treacherous person. Don't let his appearance fool you." "I've given many such people. He's no actor," Zhen replied confidently. "But then why did you agree to do it? Who knows what to expect from him?" said Z, confused, turning to his master. "People need to know the vicissitudes of this world," Zhen said, puzzling his friend who did not understand what he meant. "Especially for arrogant upstarts like Yan Baisun," Zhen shouted, jumping on the monster and driving his sword into its skull. After killing one monster, another one immediately appeared in front of him. But this one was no longer on a lemla, it could fly and was in the air. But in a few seconds, he immediately defeated it, saying that it was getting used to close combat. At home, the leader was in his room, going through business papers, when a soldier came into his office and told him that his son and Yan Baishun had decided to compete in a hunting contest, to which he calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about. "On the other hand, we need to get ready," the leader said, looking at the papers and thinking about the next plan of action, because something big might happen soon. Scenery like this is rare," said an elderly man, smoking a cigarette as he watched the scene around him. "The fun is about to begin," he continued, watching a huge number of zombies move toward the wall. In the morning when he went to practice, everyone in town already knew about the competition and supported Zheng in every way possible. "Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Do well in tomorrow's competition. We believe you will win. Mr. Zhou, it seems to me that over the past month you have been able to change the way people think about you. You have become a famous person," Lan Shi said, and received a joyful short answer. "Yes. If you are too worried about what might happen, we can cancel the competition," one of the soldiers said to the leader. But in response, in a calm tone, he heard from him confidently, "No, we don't need to." "He knows what he's doing," the leader said confidently, smoking a cigarette and exhaling the smoke as he watched into the distance. "Let's go and take care of some business," he suggested to the soldier to prevent unnecessary worries and to get on with what was really necessary. Standing in front of the gun shop, Jing shouted out, "I hope this is where I need to be," imagining what might be there. "Mr. Zhou, what do you want?" the shopkeeper said, looking at the gentleman in alarm. "Do you have a very powerful bow?" he asked happily. Taking a thoughtful pose, the shopkeeper began to recall the entire range of his weapons. A powerful bow? I do have one, but," he said thoughtfully. "But this bow cannot be pulled without 300 jin," he said, digging through a chest of various weapons to find the powerful bow. "Nowadays, few people use such a thing. If you like it, I'll give it to you," the shopkeeper said, holding out his hands with the bow to the young man. Looking inside the shop, Lan Shi argued that if the young man wanted a weapon with his aunt's name on it, wouldn't he be better off with a crossbow? "Don't you think a bow looks much more beautiful?" said Zhen, pulling the bowstring on his bow and aiming at a tree. "If you want to train your arm strength and accuracy, there is nothing more suitable than a bow," Zhen thought as he took a comfortable shooting position. "But he's not even a warrior. Will he be able to pull the string?" thought Lan Shi, watching his young master's actions in confusion. "Grandma, you have a thing over your head," the boy cried out in confusion, seeing that an arrow was stuck in his grandmother's hair. "What?" she cried out in confusion. "Not bad. That's what I wanted," Zhen said happily. "Mister, should we still train outside the city?" said Shu, worried, imagining what might happen if they continued to train here. Approaching the grandmother he had hit, Zhen apologized for scaring the old woman, but her grandson said that there was no need to worry, nothing was wrong. Taking the arrow out of his grandmother's hair, the boy started circling around, shouting, "Grandma has arrows growing out of her hair? Arrows grow out of my grandmother's head." Suddenly, the owner of the armory grabbed the boy by the skin of his teeth, taking the arrow from his hands, saying, "Kid, don't run around with that dangerous thing in your hands." After getting out of town, Zhen continued his training. His next hit really hurt Shi because he hit a fly. Are you kidding me?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Sir, you did hit it," Lan Shi said, marveling at his master's abilities, and the latter just sighed in relief. Opening the ability window, Zhen said happily, "Finally the 15th level. Now I guess I can unlock 2 new skills." "Oh, these abilities were very effective in the game, but I don't know how effective they will be now," Zhen thought, wondering which one he should choose. "Lan Shi, are there any monsters that are older than flies?" asked Zhen, tossing the knife in his hand. "Sir, what are you trying to do?" he said anxiously. "I didn't realize there was a bamboo forest here. What a beautiful view," Zhen said, walking straight into the forest. "Sir, the 2nd level sword boars here. Even 4th and 5th ranked warriors don't mess with them. You've had your fun, and it's time to go home." Lan Shi was embarrassed to dissuade his master from his plans. Suddenly, Zhen stopped abruptly. Somewhere in the distance, he saw one of the sword-bearing boars running furiously toward them. To prevent the boar's attack, Zhen jumped back sharply from the boar, and it simply slammed into the ground with its tusks. "Sir, run away!" Lan shouted bravely, defending his master. But in response, he heard in an angry tone, "Don't stand in my way, get out of my way!" Barely able to keep up with the young master's movements, Lan wondered how fast his friend was moving, having seen his movements. Using his new ability and surrounding the boar on two sides, Zhen shouted, "Double attack!" Stab in the back followed immediately after, and the aggressive monster's life level immediately began to rapidly decrease to the minimum level and then dropped to 0. Having lost all of its health, the monster's carcass fell to the ground with a loud crash. After defeating the enemy, Zhen proudly walked toward his trophy. "Well, that's it," said Zhen, thinking. "It seems that these two skills are very useful here," he rejoiced, having defeated such a formidable opponent. He's definitely not a warrior," Lan Shi thought with a surprised look after seeing everything that had happened. "And you're the one dragging the carcass?" said Zhen carelessly, rubbing his knife. After hauling the carcass home, the housekeeper cooked the sword boar for dinner, and the family gathered around the table to enjoy it. "First it was shadow snakes, and now it's sword boar. I don't even know whether to praise you or punish you," said my father in confusion. "Better tell me if you can lend me some star crystals or gold," said the son, chewing happily on the boar's meat. "There's a competition tomorrow, I can bet on myself, right?" he said to his father, smiling and not looking up from his meal. Standing at the gate, the two boys were discussing their captain, Yan. "The captain has been training like crazy lately," one said. "Captain Yang is taking this too seriously, it's just a bet," the other replied. "I'll win and not just the argument," said Captain Yang, sweating from his training and breathing heavily. "A third-ranked warrior." The captain looked at the results of his hard training with his mouth open in surprise. "You'll see, this lowlife Zhou Zhen is no genius," Yan said, happy to have reached such a high rank, and his body was enveloped in a fiery aura of leveling up. And so, the day of the competition arrived. A lot of people gathered around with different posters with cheers and words of support for the participants of the competition. "Oh, Commander Yang is so beautiful," the girls from Yang's cheerleading squad shouted. "Commander Yang, we are rooting for you," shouted a teammate from his team. On the other side, there were locals supporting Zheng. "Little Joe, cheers, 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 go!" his grandmother shouted. "Little brother, you will definitely win," children in the crowd shouted. "Mr. Zhou, you have good support," Commander Yan said smugly to Zhou Zhen, already imagining how he would win. Approaching his fans, he put his hand on the head of one of the children and asked, "Kid, did you bet on your brother?" "No, I don't have any money," the child replied anxiously. "Here, bet on me," Zhen replied, placing a medium-sized white crystal in the boy's hands. "Okay," the boy replied. "Hey, how can you force a child to be tied up in a pobina?" said Commander Yang to Zhen in surprise. "Calm down. He's only going to place a bet. How can that get him into anything?" asked Zhen. "You have a lot of confidence," Yan Baishun replied. "Commander Yang, I wish you good luck," Zhen Zhou said, extending his hand to him. "You need it more," he replied insultingly. Both sides have agreed that the level of weapons does not matter. Only the value of the loot will determine the winner, the judge said into the microphone. "If no one has any objections, let the hunt begin," the judge said, signaling the start of the competition between the participants. "Zhou Zhen, you're finished," said Commander Yan smugly, with a sinister smile on his face, 100% sure of his victory. "A rookie against a third-ranked fighter. This will be a valuable lesson for you if you can come back alive," the judge thought as he evaluated the participants. "Leader, should we send someone to protect the young master?" asked one of the guards standing on the wall and watching the competition. "No need, I can handle it myself, but in the future he will have to rely on himself," Zhou Hongchang said in a confident tone. Picking up the phone, he spoke. "Objective, kill target number 2, reward is a green crystal." Looking through the notebook with his personal files, he opened a page that told him everything about the target the mercenary was supposed to hunt. "It all depends on the level of the green crystal," the mercenary said smugly in response to what he had heard. "First, I'll relax my muscles a bit," said Tang Lai, the 5th-ranked warrior who had been ordered to kill Zhen. Suddenly, the sound of stomping feet came down the stairs. A girl ran into the basement to report something. Standing in front of the door to the room, she said, "6. Master, it has already begun. 1 crystal for such a pittance. Not a very good deal. I'll take it for the last time," the secret identity said, sipping wine from her glass. "Once our plan is completed, I will get much more," said someone who was also involved in the case smugly. Zheng unfolded the map of the area and began to examine it. "The map the Su family gave me is really very detailed. The map marked the area and it read, "There are third-level shadow wolves here. They are dangerous. Be careful." "Then I'll catch the shadow wolf first," Zhen decided as he drove to the area by car and then walked to the exact spot. When he got there, he saw a clearing with many wolves, all eating their prey. Pulling out his sword, Zhen abruptly stood in front of one of them, preparing for a duel to begin his hunt. After defeating the 5 monsters, the exhausted Zheng knelt down from fatigue, recuperating, and 5 carcasses of the defeated wolves lay around him. "It seems that 5 is my maximum at the moment," Zhen thought, breathing heavily and dripping with sweat after a hard fight. Opening the window of his characteristics, he spoke. "Level 16. My abilities should be slightly worse than a 3rd-ranked warrior. Oh, it hurts so much," he thought as he pressed his hand to his body, feeling the excruciating pain of his battle wound. "I don't know if the medicine I got will help me," Zhen said, taking out a vial of medicine. Its description read, "Minor healing potion. Restores 120 health units in a period of 6 seconds, 20 units per second." As he lifted the vial to his mouth, a strange smell made him think, "Why does this stuff smell a bit like disinfectant?" Sniffing it, he saw that his wound had not healed. "Didn't it work? Should I drink some of it or something?" Zhang wondered. Confused, Zhang could not bring himself to drink the potion, giving in to his strongest convictions. "This is a game, right? Should I try to drink it?" It took him a long time to overcome himself, but he finally decided to drink the potion. He took small sips but overcame himself and swallowed everything he had put in his mouth, to the last drop. After drinking the potion, it immediately began to work. The wounds began to heal at the same moment. Zheng could not believe it. It really worked. His body was enveloped in a jade aura, and he felt relief all over his body, and all his wounds instantly began to heal. What? Is it really that fast? Zheng could not believe that in such a short time, all his wounds were healed by the magic potion. "It's just an incredible effect," he said, still surprised at how effectively the potion worked in this world because he had never experienced it before. The hunt went off without a hitch. Everyone was doing their best. Meanwhile, somewhere on the edge of the forest, "Brother, did you bet on someone?" Yang Yu asked his friend. "Nothing like that. I worked hard to earn my money. I'm not going to waste it like that," Zhou Lambo replied. Suddenly, Guo Yue, a 3rd-ranked warrior, interrupted their dialogue. "Quiet, someone's coming," she said to create silence. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared from the forest thicket. It was Tang Lai. He let out a surprised cry. "Ah, humans?" Not expecting to meet anyone on his mission. "Stop right there, not a step forward," Guo Yue said, waving her sword. "Don't worry, I just got lost," Tang Lai replied. "By the way, have you seen this guy by any chance?" he asked the guards, taking a photo out of his pocket and holding out Zheng's picture. "This is Zhou Zhen, right? We saw him this morning," said Yang Yu. "You shut up right now," snapped Zhou Lambo. Great." The old man smiled mysteriously when he heard the answer to his question. "If I had killed the wrong people," shouted Tang Lai, rushing forward, thus quickly passing by the guards. "You, run away!" Zhou Lanbao shouted, rushing forward at Tang Lai, protecting his comrade and leaving him behind. Jumping up on the move, he tried to hit Tang Lai in flight, but his punch missed its intended target. "My conscience would have tormented me," the old man said, easily dodging the attack and heading toward Yang Yue. "But why?" he asked in a frightened tone. "Because I don't like to leave any witnesses or traces behind," said Tan Lai, about to slap Yang Yue, who was already trembling with fear. "When did I catch a cold?" Jing wondered as he sat on a branch of a tall tree, tracking down his next target. "I think it's the boss," he said happily when he saw a large predatory animal come into view. "But my equipment is broken. I can't take on the boss," he said in disappointment, looking at the weapon he had recently used to fight the shadow wolves. "It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If I don't find some valuable prey, I'll really be considered a nobody," he thought, deciding to look at his watch to see how much time he had left. As he looked around, he suddenly saw someone moving in his direction. "What is it? A man?" he wondered. "His life scale is red. Has he come to kill me?" Zheng wondered, watching him from a safe distance. "He's not here. Did I imagine it?" Tang Lai reacted in confusion, not seeing his target where he had recently noticed him, slowly walking on. "This person is obviously very strong," thought Jen in a frightened voice, hiding behind a tree from the minds that were thinking behind the heads. Cold sweat broke out on his body. "Obviously this person came for me. Someone wished for my death." Zhao Zhen began to think in his hiding place, holding a knife in his hand. "But the one who attacks first wins," he thought with a burst of courage, coming up with a plan to neutralize the most dangerous opponent. By throwing a coin into the air to a considerable height, He tried to distract Tan Lai's attention. He succeeded. The bounty hunter was confused when he saw something hovering in the air above him. The hunter reacted sharply to the unexpected attack, deflecting a sword strike right next to his head. But even though he was able to defend himself from critical damage, Zheng still managed to wound him slightly, leaving a small cut on his left cheek. And Tai Lai could only wonder at his speed. I can't hold out much longer, it's time for my trump card, Zhen thought through gritted teeth as he faced off against the 5th-ranked opponent. Double attack! Zhen used his special secret skill to defeat his opponent, drawing his blade. Damn it, thought Tang Lai, as he repelled Zhen's attack, which he had barely been able to stop because he had not anticipated such resistance from such a seemingly simple opponent. Zhen threw the bounty hunter a considerable distance with his punch, confusing him and causing him damage. It can't be. How did he break through my defense? It's impossible, Tan Lai said in a surprised, anxious voice, not understanding how it could be possible because his block was perfect. Hey, he only lost a drop of blood? Zhang asked in surprise because this was his best punch, which no one knew about, and no one could resist it. How is this possible? Tang Lai frantically began to think about his plan of action because he could no longer use the previous plan because the enemy was much stronger than expected. A rookie? A lowlife? Bastards from the intelligence department. Are they sure they were talking about him? I almost died just now, Tang Lai thought, boiling with anger after the repelled attack. Did Yang Baishun send you to kill me? Asked Zhen, trying to get in touch with his opponent to find out who ordered him. You're much stronger than I expected, but a man who is about to die doesn't need to know that much, Tang Lai said as he applied a martial skill to his sword. With a single swing of his sword, the bounty hunter only cut through a thick tree, which would require considerable strength to repeat, but he was unable to reach Zhen, who managed to dodge the attack. Having dodged the blow, the boy jumped back, thinking that he could not win this fight, so he needed to at least hide from it now. You hide well, but you can't escape, said Tan Lai, tracking his opponent's whereabouts, looking around him. Peeking out from his hiding place, Zheng decided to scan his opponent's weaknesses to see where he could attack most effectively. After scanning, the results showed that the most effective places to target were the knees, hands, heart, and directly to the head. Without hesitation, Zhen decided to try his luck and hit the head from the enemy's blind spot, but it was in vain. The enemy repelled this attack from the back. With a slight swing of his sword, the bounty hunter easily deflected the attack, thus pinpointing the direction of the gunfire and locating Zheng. Obviously, you have no idea how high the physical fitness level of a 6th-ranked martial artist is. I can dodge this bullet with my eyes closed, said Tang Lai. Seeing how different his opponent was, Zhen didn't want to take any chances and decided it was time to call in the helper. Jumping out of his hiding place, he started shooting in Tan Lai's direction to distract him and prevent him from getting close to him quickly. When he noticed Zheng, the hunter immediately decided to go for the kill. Because he is a swordsman, and fighting at a distance makes no sense for him, so he needs to get as close to his opponent as possible. When Zheng finished shooting, he immediately decided to run away, but Tang rushed after him, shouting, "You can't run from me!" Running away from the Avenger, Zheng reached the edge of the cliff and immediately jumped off it without even thinking for a minute. It seems he had a plan. As he reached the cliff, Tang Lai shouted after him, "Goodbye!" and rushed off the cliff right after him. Again, he used his deadly technique. He took up the sword with both hands to make the force of the blow even stronger. When Zheng landed, he was surrounded by 3rd-level shadow wolves, but he didn't seem to be bothered by this. Everything was going according to his plan. Double attack! Zheng used his strongest technique, slashing the monsters one after the other. Stab in the back. He continued to slash his enemies, sparing no effort to break through the crowd of angry monsters to the exit of this hellish circle. Are you crazy? We're both going to die here, Tang Lai shouted at him, marveling at his crazy actions as he stood in front of the crowd of angry shadow wolves and looked death in the eye. Let's see who dies first, the bounty hunter shouted in a calm tone, swinging his devastating sword in different directions, crushing his enemies. Suddenly, all this noise reached the leader of the pack, who was lying quietly away from everyone else. Their actions disturbed his majestic sleep, and he could not accept it. Rising up and bristling with anger at being awakened, the majestic pack leader walked toward Zheng and Tan Lai. As he approached the murderers, they immediately cleared the way, so that he could get closer to the impudent strangers to teach them a deadly lesson about not waking him. Noticing that the leader of the pack was getting closer and closer to them, Zheng noticed a small gap between the wolves through which he could try to break through. You've cut off your own escape route, but it won't be difficult for me to get out of here, said Tang Lai, realizing what Zhen was trying to do. "Is that so?" said Zheng with a crazy smile on his face, holding a grenade in each hand to open the way for him to retreat. "Shall I make it harder for you?" the boy said, detonating the grenades. They were not live ammunition, but smoke grenades that would allow him to retreat. "Zhou Zhen, you," the bounty hunter said, waving his arms and coughing, trying to get rid of the smoke that was blocking his entire view. When the smoke cleared a little, Tan was surprised to see that Zheng was gone. He was gone. He had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, from behind the smoke, Tan felt a threat, and he jumped back. At the same second, in his place was a huge paw of the wolf leader, which left a small crater. The smoke dissipated a little, and only Tang Lai remained on the battlefield, along with the gray wolves and their leader, whom he had to deal with or escape from. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhou was sitting in a tree nearby, drinking a healing potion to restore his strength after a hard battle, watching what was happening below. "Here, have fun," Zhen whispered as he watched the wolves and Tan fight each other while drinking the potion. "Get out of here," the hunter shouted, swinging his sword in different directions, killing the wolves one by one for a long time. "Finally silence. It seems he's already dead," Zheng said when the sounds of the brutal slaughter between Tan and the pack of gray wolves finally subsided. The scene on the battlefield looked something like this. The corpses of wolves lay everywhere around the bounty hunter, his sword sticking out of the neck of the leader, who had his teeth in Tan's shoulder. As Zheng approached the leader and Lai, he let out a surprised gasp. Really, how could one person slaughter the entire pack? Such skills of a 5th-ranked warrior? "I'm not to be trifled with," the boy said as he approached Tan's dead body to search it. "He's rich," Zheng shouted, opening a pouch attached to his belt and looking at how many crystals Tan had in his wallet. While sorting through the crystals, the boy came across a strange cylindrical object. "What is this?" he said. "Hey, what? Is he still alive?" Zheng thought, hearing the leader's breathing as he looked at everything in Tan's bag. "Now I'll put an end to your suffering," the boy said, picking up the blade and slowly approaching the pack leader to finish him off. Meanwhile, everyone in the square was waiting for the competition to end. "Why aren't they coming back?" one asked. "Who did you bet on?" another answered. "Of course on Commander Jan. The winnings may not be big, but they are guaranteed," one of the guys who were talking calmly replied. "Mr. Yan, your son's chances of winning are almost 90%, right? Congratulations in advance," someone from the crowd addressed Bai Yun's father. "Don't rush. They haven't come back yet. Don't rush. Don't rush." "Sir, what if something went wrong?" said Su Junwen. "Don't worry, he'll be fine," Lan Shi reassured her. "Commander Yang has returned victorious. Just look at the amount of game he has in his car," the crowd shouted joyfully, already convinced of Bai Yun's victory. "Are you injured?" Yan asked his son. "The main thing is to defeat a nobody. The rest doesn't really matter," Bai Yun replied smugly. "Take him out, let him rest," Yan the elder said to the girl standing next to him. "Yes," she replied. "The results will be announced when Zhou Zhen returns," Yang Sr. said, looking at Zhou Hongchang. Suddenly the crowd shouted again. "Mr. Zhou Zhen has returned!" They all greeted him with loud shouts and rejoiced that they would finally know the results of the fight soon. An enraged Zhou Zhen was driving the car and muttering angrily under his breath, "What a bastard to choose my car," without holding back his emotions. "You came back pretty fast. I thought I'd have time to rest," Yang Bai-chun said to Zheng in a cheeky tone. "You'll have plenty of time to rest," Zheng replied. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a suggestion. Let's not count the booty of both participants together, but do it separately, don't you think?" suggested Bai Yun. "Does this kid want to embarrass little Zheng?" sighed Zhou Hongchang sadly, watching from the crowd. "I don't care. We'll do it if you want," Zheng replied smugly, shrugging his shoulders and smiling at Bai Yun. "Okay then. Let's count my booty and then Mr. Zhou Zheng's booty," suggested Yang. "Let's see how this trash reacts," he thought arrogantly. The host approached Mr. Yang's car with a microphone and said, "And now, we will estimate the value of Captain Yan's game." At once, Nalop held his breath, and at the same moment he was stunned by what he saw. The people watching opened their mouths in amazement. Walking over to Zheng and putting his hand on his shoulder, Yang said, "Mr. Zhou Zheng, what do you think? Who will win this competition?" Meanwhile, as they were evaluating the spoils, everyone came closer to look at the trophy on Mr. Yang's car. "Isn't it just me?" said one of Mr. Yang's teammates. "Commander Yang caught it himself," exclaimed his comrade next to him in amazement. "A level 2 sword bore worth," the judge announced into the microphone, getting as close to the prey as he could to get a better look at it. "I think we need to check if there are any star crystals inside it, and then calculate the final value. After all, this is almost level 3 game, not some ordinary prey," Bai Yun said. "This is previously." The judges were confused. because it would take a long time to find out if there were crystals inside, as if it was a mandatory point in the rules. Nachadi, count as fast as you can. I still need to go home and take a bath, Jen said in an indifferent voice, waiting for his earring. Yes, there is indeed something. It's a medium white crystal. Together with this crystal, the value of the sword bore is equal to the highest grade white crystal, the judges said. Commander Yang is the best, came a cheer from the audience. Not bad, you have the luck on your side, Zheng said. Fortune? Only weaklings believe in such things, Baiyun replied sarcastically. I can win without it. Perhaps I should share half of the crystal's value with you. Yang continued to be sarcastic to Zheng. Wow, thank you very much, Commander Yang, Zhen shouted happily with a smile that stretched across his face. You miserable little shit, you only got up because of your gang, Baiyun shouted at him angrily, boiling with rage. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry. The sword bore is just an appetizer. We haven't even gotten to the main course yet, Yang shouted with his hands raised proudly. This is a third-level forest spider, the judge shouted in horror as he went to examine the prey still in the trunk of the car. Ah! The audience screamed in fright. Don't worry, he's dead, someone shouted back, reassuring the frightened crowd. Even fourth-ranked warriors don't dare to approach forest spiders, said Yang Sr. It's just that Commander Yang is all about you, one of Baiyun's comrades said. A level 3 forest spider cost 3 top-grade white crystals, the appraiser said. Wah! Shouted the cheering crowd. Commander Yang, I want to have a baby with you, one of the cheerleaders said from the crowd. Commander Yang! Commander Yang! The cheering crowd was in full swing. He won? He definitely won. The crowd was getting louder and louder. Zhou Zhen, there is a huge gap between us. A nobody can't compare to a genius. Yang Baixiang shouted at Zheng, savoring the triumph of victory. So you consider yourself a nobody? Zheng replied in a calm tone, with a completely indifferent voice as he was already taking a warm bath at home. Nobodies do nothing but talk, Zheng continued to say, getting to his feet and answering indifferently. Okay, then let's see who's a nobody, Baiyun exclaimed, grabbing the cloak that had covered Zheng's booty. I didn't have much time and didn't catch anything valuable, Zheng said in disappointment. But everyone suddenly fell silent when they saw what Zheng had caught. Taking off the cloak, they saw that the dead leader of the Shadow Wolves was lying on Zheng's car, and Zheng was standing in front of him, the one who had killed him. With his mouth gaping at the top of his lungs, Yang let out a surprised gasp. Only one Shadow Wolf? Realizing that he could not win. A 4th-level Shadow Wolf King? Said Dad in amazement. Young Master was able to kill a 4th-level beast? Replied Su Junwen in awe. It's a level 4 Shadow Wolf King, worth 1 lowest grade blue crystal, the judge said, estimating the value of the prey. And how many high-class white crystals can you exchange for such a blue crystal? Came Yang's teammate. You idiot, it's equivalent to 100 top-grade white crystals, he was told. It's crazy, isn't it? Yay! Brother Zhou Zhen won! He won! Shouted a boy in the crowd who was sitting on his grandfather's shoulders to get a better view. Mr. Zhou Zhen! The crowd shouted. Defeat! Absolute defeat! Shouted a grandmother in the middle of the crowd, rejoicing in Zheng's victory. It can't be. He was definitely cheating. Even 5th-ranked warriors don't dare to challenge the Shadow Wolf King. How could he kill him? Bai Shun was accusing Zheng. For being able to kill that wolf, I need to thank you. Zheng pointed at young Bai Shun with a smile. Me? Said Commander Yang in surprise. He was very confused, not understanding what the other man meant. To deal with a lowlife like me, you, Commander Yang, called for a 5th-ranked warrior, didn't you? Zheng said, approaching him and flexing his fists to punch him. What are you talking about? It's obvious that you cheated yourself, and now you want to set me up, Baiyun replied in a confused and frightened tone, not understanding what he meant. Son, shut your mouth, Yang Sr. snapped at him. The young master is truly incomparable. When we get back, I will teach this naughty son a lesson who is unable to admit defeat, Baiyun's father continued. That fat man with the squinty eyes doesn't look like a good person, thought Yang when he saw him. Principal Yang says that with full responsibility. It's just an argument between two boys. You shouldn't be so harsh on them, Zhou Hongchang said as he approached them. Zheng is just lucky he's no match for your son, said Hongchang. Haha, luck is also important, Principal Yang replied. When he returned home, he angrily pushed the maid against the wall and began to hurl accusations at her. Why is Zhou Zhen still alive? What happened to the Shadow Wolf King? He began to ask her, approaching her in a fit of rage. It seems that those assassins are just a bunch of lowlifes. I don't want to wait any longer. I'll use the other way, said Director Yang, burning with anger at his failure. At dinner, Zheng's dad and his friends sat around the festive table drinking alcohol. Bottoms up, one of them exclaimed. Ha ha, it's bitter. Zheng coughed as he tasted the beer, but his father, smiling, just tapped him on the shoulder. I'd rather have some meat, Zheng said, taking a shin in each hand and holding it over both cheeks. Obviously, it doesn't matter what world I'm in, but alcohol is not my thing, he thought as he chewed on the meat. Congratulations on your victory, his father exclaimed, raising his glass of drink, congratulating his son on the end of the competition and his victory. Dad, young Bai-kun and that young Chuan. Zhen was about to say something when he wiped his mouth with his food but suddenly stopped. Dad, Yang Bai-shun and that Yang Chuan. Zhen was about to say but suddenly stopped. Wait, I don't know who was behind that killer yet. Any rash word on this topic could cause a lot of problems, he thought, deciding not to continue. Don't take what Yang Bai-shun said to heart as if you were being sly. This boy has talent, but he has a terrible temper, and your harsh uncle is raising him, his father said to him. Okay, I'll deal with this on my own for now, Zheng decided. This thing, is it a bomb? The boy wondered, looking at the strange thing he had found in Tang Lai's room when he examined his bag of crystals. I think I've been thinking of all sorts of things, Zheng said, dropping the thing and hiding when it began to smoke. Maybe it's some kind of communication device. Zheng walked over and picked it up and began to examine it again. Suddenly, the door to his room opened, and Su Junwen walked in, dragging a sack behind her. Huh, you were sent crystals for your bet in the competition, she said. I have to help you. Where do I put it? She asked her master, holding the sack in her hands in a shy tone. No, just put it down. Zheng Zhao answered her in an embarrassed tone as he watched her. Abruptly approaching her, he tried to grab the heavy bag from her hands, but only touched his hands on top of hers, creating an awkward situation. After snatching the bag from her hands, Zheng said, I will carry this heavy sack by myself. But as a domestic worker, I should... She hesitantly objected to Zheng. To me, you're just a girl. You shouldn't limit yourself to your position as a housemaid, Zheng said, smiling at her, trying to ease the tension. But suddenly their pleasantries were interrupted by his father, who appeared out of nowhere in his room. He asked, Xiao Zheng, are you busy? No, not busy, he replied with some disappointment in his voice. Su Kunwen had already left the room as soon as she saw Zheng's father in the room. Today you won the competition, and many people stopped doubting you. So it's time to teach you how to run the administrative affairs of our campus, Zhou Hongqiang said in a serious tone. I don't want to become a leader, but I would like to ask you for something, Zheng said in a disappointed lowered voice. What is it? His father asked. Can you help me upgrade my equipment with these crystals? Zheng Zhou said with a sly smile on his face. That lowlife Zheng Zhou really cheated? Yang Baixiao shouted in anger while inside his home. Judging from the wounds on the Shadow Wolf King, someone else killed him, said one of the Yang family's close associates. Father, did you hear that? That bastard! Yang Baishun shouted angrily to his father after hearing that his suspicions were correct. I know, forget about it, Yang's father said in a calm tone to his son, holding his cigarette. Father, it's my reputation, that bastard! Bai Yun started up again, slamming his hands on the table and standing in front of his father. I said I know, the father said, raising his voice to his son. Go away. He continued, looking at his son with a stern look, who could not calm down. Angry Bai Shun turned and headed for the exit of the room, furiously repeating only one name, Zhou Zhen. Do not think that because your father is the head, you are allowed to do whatever you want. Bai Yun continued to mutter under his breath as he walked down the hall. After upgrading his weapon, Zhen went hunting again, but this time for level 20 zombies. Finally, the 20th level. Zhou Zhen rejoiced as he killed the last monster to reach the new level. With the cool gear, my upgrade speed is really different, he said, feeling a huge change after upgrading his equipment. After reaching the new level, Zhen Yu unlocked a new unique skill called Attack Jump, jumping directly at the target, launching a triple attack, each strike dealing 200 points of damage. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by someone's loud growl. Zheng Zhou saw a giant zombie not far from him, heading towards the city. Wow, that's a giant, Zhen thought as he watched it from afar with binoculars, studying its movements and behavior. This will be a good test, Zhen said with fervor in his eyes, planning to attack and kill this giant. The zombie was heading for a building with a man standing on it and a radio receiver next to it, which most likely attracted the giant. Continuing to scream loudly, the huge zombie continued to walk toward that building. Its eyes glowed red and its scream became even louder. The last item of the mission, regeneration. A man on the roof of the building with the wave receiver radioed, scanning for weaknesses. Applying this skill, Zheng Zhou shot at the giant, hoping to inflict critical damage on him. But, after being hit in the head with an arrow, it seemed that the monster was not harmed at all. because it simply took it out of its head as if nothing had happened, just shrunk even more. He took out the arrow and broke it in half in his hand, becoming even more enraged. His eyes glowed the color of blood, and his body was enveloped in a sinister aura of the same color as if signaling danger. Huh? This is truly an elite creature. Even a shot to the head couldn't kill it, Jane thought, surprised that his attack didn't work. As Zhen stood on the roof of the building thinking about his next move, the giant he had shot at noticed him. It looks like I've annoyed the big guy, Zhen said in disappointment when he saw him looking in his direction and approaching him. So without wasting any time, Zhen decided to attack it with a new technique called jump attack, jumping off the building in the direction of the monster. After landing on it and slightly injuring the giant's neck, he jumped up again to use his other skill. Zhen used backstab after jumping attack, and with this combo, he took off half of the giant's available health points. Huh? What a strange obstacle. What's going on? The man at the receiver tried to determine the cause. The louder the noise gets, the more interesting it is to find out, he said, looking for the source of the noise somewhere in the distance. After dealing with the giant zombie, Zheng started searching for treasures in its body. Wow, a blue crystal, he exclaimed happily when he found such a valuable item. Who's here? Stop. A guy at the checkpoint suddenly stopped Zheng, raising his hand in the air to signal where to stop. Mr. Zhou Zhen, is that you? The guy asked, embarrassed, realizing what he had done. Did something happen? There were no guards here in the morning, Zheng asked, trying to find out information. Well, I don't know, but according to rumors, the zombies near the city have become very active, the guard told Zheng. Zombies? Interesting. No wonder I thought there were a lot of them today. It looks like it, Zheng said thoughtfully, standing in a pensive pose and holding his chin with his hand. When he arrived home, he immediately went to his father's office to find out some details about what was happening. When he entered his father's office, he immediately called out to his father. When he entered the office, he saw his father waiting for his son to return home. Xiao Zheng, you're just in time. Come in and listen. When Zheng looked around, it turned out that his father was not alone in the office. Hello, everyone, he greeted. Hey, go ahead, Zhou Hongqiang told the speaker. Chairman, we have already established that there is a huge zombie in the old part of the city. Right now, it is heading towards our settlement. We estimate that it will reach the city tomorrow at noon, and it is obvious that he will not come alone, the speaker said. Of course, we can try to hold the line, but I think, said the burly man, sipping on his cigar and making possible plans in his head. We have to take the initiative and destroy him, he said, finishing his cigarette and putting it out in the ashtray. I agree with you after all. There's only 6 months left before the harvest. As the head of the department, I don't want to see hunger in our place in the second half of the year, said Director Yang. Shu, has the news of today's mobilization already leaked out to the people? Asked Zhou Hongqiang. Don't worry. Even if someone guessed, they wouldn't dare tell anyone, Shu Li replied. Tomorrow morning. He will gather the troops and we will go outside the city. Yang and Shu will defend the rear, Chairman Hongqiang told everyone present in a commanding tone. In my absence, all power will be in the hands of Zhou Zhen, he added, tapping his son's shoulder. Surprised, Zheng pointed at himself and asked again, Me? Hoping that his father was joking. Xiao Zhen, I will be gone for a while and you need to gain experience in such matters, his father told his son. Dad, but this crowd of zombies, it's very dangerous. Think it over again, his son objected. Silly boy, I am a 5th-ranked warrior. Besides, we're just distracting them. The father reassured his son, assuring him that the mission was not as dangerous as it seemed. Anyway, you have to promise me that you will come back home safe and sound, the son said to his father, agreeing to his proposal and receiving a positive response to his request. Our Xiao Jing has grown up, the father said to the framed photo of his wife that he was holding in his hand. After this conversation, the night fell, and in the morning Zheng Hongqiang and his squad set off on their planned mission. It had been several days since the leader had left his home. Standing on the wall with his uncle Shu Li, he was patrolling the area. Suddenly, one of the soldiers came running to them, saying that the patrol had returned. Mr. Zhou, leader, we've got trouble, said one of the wounded who had returned. Lanqi, do you think my father is really in trouble? Asked Zhen. Yeah, I don't know either, Lanqi replied. But I know the man who was led away wounded and he is actually from the patrol, Zhen said quietly, sensing something was wrong. Why are there no signs of a zombie battle here? The interim leader wondered as he drove to his father's location. Hey, where are we going? Zhen asked the driver menacingly, trying to figure out what was going on. Be patient, Mr. Zhou. We'll be there soon, the driver replied. His life bar has turned red. Shit, it's a trap, Zhen realized, telling Lan Shi. There you are. We've been waiting for you, said one of the mercenaries. throwing his cigarette on the ground. "Well, let's get started," said another, holding a sword in his hands. "Mr. Zhou, this is your stop," the driver said, turning back with a sarcastic smile. "What do you mean?" Lan Shi asked the driver menacingly, rising to his feet and piercing the traitor with a stern look. "You know what I mean," came the reply from the other side. It was Yang Bai-shun, who had planned the whole situation, approaching the car. "Tusk!" Yang Bai-shun, the commander, who was about to take revenge, gestured with his hand to silence everyone. "Yang Bai-shun, you dare to betray the chairman?" Lan Shi shouted, standing in front of Jiang to protect him. "Dog!" Yang Bai-shun kicked Lan Shi's body and threw him back. "Who gave you the right to open your mouth?" "Is the crowd of zombies you're doing?" Jiang asked, looking at Yang with a grudging glance. "I don't have to answer you. You're going to die soon anyway," Bai-yun said, smiling slyly and lighting a cigar. "Your father is a very clever man, and we had to work hard to lure him out of the city," he continued, snapping the lighter shut. "Lure him out? What are you up to?" asked Jen with a stern look, drilling into the traitors. "What do you think? He's been in office for too long. Can't we replace him with someone else?" Yang answered, feeling superior, blowing smoke into Jen's face. "The weakest of all these people is a second-ranked warrior." Lan Shi told his commander to warn him of the possible threat. "Sir, I'll hold them off and you run away," Lan Shi said selflessly, trying to save his master. "Hey, do you think we're deaf?" one of the mercenaries behind them shouted. "You're absolutely right," said Jen, who had already decided how he would act in this situation and had assessed all his strength and that of his opponents. "Everyone will stay here," he continued, abruptly moving to the back of one of the mercenaries who had just threatened them and putting a dagger to his throat. "No one will escape," he finished, slitting the throat of one of the traitors and moving abruptly to the rest of the mercenaries. "How dare you!" one of the mercenaries shouted as he saw his comrade's dead body fall to the ground. "Destroy him!" shouted another from the crowd. Standing aside, the bewildered Yang Bai-shun could only watch the scene in front of him. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and that there would be resistance. "You're not an intern? But how?" one of the mercenaries shouted, and thoughtlessly attacked Zheng, hoping to finish him off. "Who says a trainee can't kill a man?" Zheng said without hesitation, slitting the throat of another attacker. "Nonsense! He must have injected himself with some kind of drug. Detain him. As soon as the elixir wears off, he will become weak," Yang bellowed, firing at Zheng with the guns he held in both hands. Abruptly closing in on Yang, Jing threw him to the ground. "No way! I'm a third-ranked warrior," Bai-yun said in fright. "Is rank all that matters? You're in a terrible position, Commander Yang," Jing said with a sinister smile on his face. When Zheng put the knife to Yang's throat, he immediately screamed that he could not finish him off now. The whole city is now under his father's control. If he kills him now, Zheng's father will not escape death either. "We'll see about that," Zhen answered him aggressively. "Where did you take my father?" he asked, holding the knife in front of him so that his hand wouldn't accidentally jerk. He's in the eastern part," Yang said, frightened, pointing toward the eastern horizon. "In the eastern part, you mean?" Zheng said, standing up and looking toward the east. At that moment, Yang was already standing up and took a knife out of his inner pocket to kill Zheng. Noticing that Zheng had dropped his guard, Yang Bai-shun tried to attack him, but his attempt was in vain. As soon as he tried to attack, Zheng had already used his jump attack ability. The defeated Yang Bai-shun, lying on the ground unconscious, could only mutter softly, "I'm downstairs. I'll wait for you." When Lan Shi regained consciousness, he asked, "Sir, what are we going to do with all of them?" as he looked at all the defeated soldiers lying on the ground. "Of course we'll kill these traitors and save my father," Lan Zhen replied sharply as he headed east. There were a lot of zombies, but they all moved in a strange way. Rather, even strangely, their behavior was not like what it usually was. Zhou Hongqiang decided to report it to the others. "Lao Yu, the movements of these zombies seem to be..." He turned to his friend and wanted to say, but he was not allowed to finish, because something unexpected was waiting for him. As he spoke the information he had just learned, the leader felt a strange sense of bloodlust behind him. Sensing the danger behind him, Hongqiang jumped out of the way, thus avoiding the brunt of the impact, but still, Lao Yu's attack managed to wound him. "He's tougher than I imagined. You attack with one of these and the victim won't even realize it," the traitor said as he wiped his sword clean of blood. "You betrayed me?" Hongqiang asked him. "Oh, it doesn't sound like it," he said, holding his sword at the ready. "But I'm not the only one who betrayed you," he said, smiling ominously and holding up a hand. "Enough talk," came a voice from the forest, and the rest of the traitors came out, also about to finish him off. "So it's all you two hypocrites?" Zhou Hongqiang asked them. Not understanding why this happened, and why they decided to betray him. "What about me?" came a voice behind him. It was Director Yang, who was most likely the root cause of this plot against the leader. "Goodbye, Joe," Director Yang shouted as he threw his shuriken at the leader, trying to finish him off on the spot. Joe tried to dodge the weapons thrown at him, but in midair he was immediately shot at with rifles. While in the air, he was an easy target for the shooters. But thanks to his skills, he was able to deflect all the bullets in the air by quickly rotating the sword in his hand, as if to make it a shield. As he repelled the attack in front of him, his defense behind him weakened, and at the same moment Director Yang was already behind him. "You can't hide from us," he said, stabbing Zhou Hongqiang in the back, thereby attaching the bomb's detonator to him. When it exploded, the blast wave threw the opponents in different directions, causing considerable damage to the leader. Immediately afterwards, before the chairman could recover, Yang fired several shurikens at him, one of which hit Hongqiang's left shoulder. "Why? I trusted you more than anyone else," the leader said furiously, ready to kill each of the traitors with his own hands without hesitation. "Trusted? In our world, trust is worthless," Director Yang replied sarcastically, standing in front of him along with all those who had decided to betray the leader with him. "People who have no power will be losers all their lives," Yang said with a sinister smile and arrogance. Huh, and you think I'm going to die like this?" the leader replied, smiling hysterically with no intention of giving up, but only of fighting to the end. "Try to kill me," Zhou Hongqiang said with determination and pride, using his devastating technique. "Yuhi, come over here quickly," Director Yang called out to his accomplices, knowing what was about to happen, and to protect him. Zheng Hongqiang's eyes turned blue, and a devilishly powerful aura appeared around him, which could be heard by everyone in the vicinity and sent shivers down his spine. "Even though he's my worthless dad, I won't let him die," Zheng Zhou thought as he hurried to help. "Master, the leader's defense headquarters is probably right down the road," Lan Shi told his friend, noticing the fortifications. "Empty health bars, the whole patrol must have died," Zheng thought, drawing conclusions from what he saw with his own eyes. Just before the defense point, he was stopped by one of the patrolmen armed with a rifle. He stretched out his hand in front of him, gesturing for him to stop in front of him. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, the chairman is trying to drive away the zombies right now. Shall I take you to him?" the guard asked, trying not to give himself away. "No need. I'll take you somewhere else first," said the fierce Zheng, who had already realized that he was a traitor, along the red line of the patrolman's health indicator. "A traitor can only go so far," said the Zhen, quickly rushing past him behind the guard. "Go to hell," he continued, slitting the throat of another of the traitors, who decided to get rid of him. "If I die, I'll definitely take you all with me," Zheng Hongqiang said as he stood on the defensive, waiting for the enemy's next attack to try to counterattack. "You're almost out of breath, and you're still so stubborn," Lao Yu told him, smiling ominously, expecting the fight to end soon. "What are you talking about?" shouted the wounded Director Yang, wanting the fight to end as soon as possible to heal his wounds. "It's time to finish," he shouted, throwing his shuriken in Zhou Hongyan's direction, with the intention of finally ending the fight. The leader defended himself with his last strength, defending himself with his sword and jumping back a bit to avoid another attack. But nevertheless, the meerkat's attack reached him, hitting his right hand, namely, hitting his palm, thus making it impossible to hold the sword. When the traitors saw this, they realized that this was their chance. It had finally come, so they could not delay. They had to act here and now. "Die!" the fat man shouted loudly and ran toward them, picking up a dagger that was hidden in his coat for such occasions. Seeing Director Yang running to the attack, Lao Yu also did not sit still and joined him, forming a joint attack. But suddenly the fat man, screaming in pain, abruptly jumped away from his opponent. Noticing a hole in his stomach, he realized what had happened. "Yu Jianzhui, I know what you just thought. If I die, all the grain storages in the city will be burned and you will get nothing," he shouted aggressively to his accomplice. Then try not to die," Lao Yu said with a sinister smile on his face and a rough voice. "Your time is up, Zhou." Lao Yu tried to deliver the final blow with his sword, swinging it with all his might. When his sword had almost reached the target, the attack was suddenly repelled by someone's shot, which greatly surprised the traitor. Looking in the direction from which the shot was fired, everyone immediately realized what had happened, but their surprise was beyond belief, because no one had expected it. "Whose time is up there?" Zheng said in a low voice to the traitors preparing for battle, drilling his gaze menacingly into the memory. "This power! You lowlife, how could you deflect my sword?" Lao Yu shouted in concern, looking at the boy in confusion. "My son is a lowlife? I don't see any more lowlifes here except you," the leader said in a joyful voice, seeing reinforcements on the horizon. Zheng, help me grab Yang Chuan. I'll deal with these two lowlifes and help you, said the father to his son who was standing next to him. Don't worry, Zheng said, smiling happily, looking forward to the exciting battle that was about to take place. Drink this, Zhen said, handing his father a vial of the healing potion he was also using frequently. I've just played with your son and now it's your turn, said Zheng angrily, slowly advancing and closing the distance between him and Director Yang. What did you do to Baisun? He asked in confusion, holding his shuriken in his hand, as if preparing to run away at any second. What do you think? You two have done so much wrong, and you still have the nerve to ask? The boy replied, continuing to close the distance. Realizing that his shurikens were only effective at a distance, Director Yang decided to take advantage of his distance advantage while he still had the chance, throwing them at Zheng and yelling, Die! You hit from a distance? What a weakling you are, Zheng said, deftly dodging all the knives that were fired at him. When he got close enough, Zheng used one of his skills to finish off the traitor. It was the double attack. It was impossible to block, especially in Yang's position, because he had lost his arm in the battle with Hong Chang. He was able to block the attack from above, but the attack on the body was clear, causing a lot of damage. After Zheng completed the attack, Director Yang was able to close the distance between himself and his opponent a bit, and he had a free second to call for help from one of his accomplices, He Yanking. He Yanking immediately joined the fight after the call for help, and immediately drew his sword and stabbed Zhen. But it seemed so only to him. His attack missed its target. His speed was too slow, and Zhen was able to dodge it easily. Immediately after Zheng dodged, he launched a serious counterattack that took half of his opponent's health points. When He Yanking regained his senses, he swung his sword to try to wound the boy, but only raised a column of dust around him, and he was confused because he had lost sight of his opponent. Farewell, traitor, came from behind He Yanking. Zheng had already swung his blade, holding it with both hands, and was ready to deliver a crushing, decisive blow to the enemy. Brother, what's really going on? Why are you forcing us to go inside? Asked the old man, who was being evacuated to a safer area. They say a large crowd of Zomi is coming. It will be safer if you stay in the city for these 2 days. Don't worry, everything will be fine, the soldier told him. Gather around while the chairman is sacrificing his own life outside. We have to protect our homeland, said Xu Li's uncle, commanding the whole evacuation process. I hope old man Zhou is okay, Xu Li thought as he continued to do his job. Meanwhile, in the Jing's house was their domestic worker, Su Junwen, who was as worried about her owners as anyone else and was waiting for them to return, looking out of the window. Clutching something tightly in her hand, she kept hoping that Mr. Zheng Zhou and Mr. Zhou Hongqiang would definitely return, and that it could happen at any moment. In her mouth was the key to the helicopter that the leader had once given her. In case something dangerous happened, it was an emergency retreat plan. Junwen, you've been taking care of little Zheng for so many years like a little brother. I've long considered you my own daughter, Hongqiang said as he looked at the photo. Su reminisced. If our city doesn't survive this time, I'll pour baby Jing on you, the leader said, handing her the helicopter key. But don't worry, this is not my dying wish, he said, reassuring Junwen that he was not going to die on this mission. In the end, he said quietly, smiling gently, a fatherly smile that was reassuring. In the end, he repeated again, sighing heavily on the battlefield, remembering his words and the promise he had made to Su. I'm not ready to die yet, he shouted loudly to give himself the courage to continue fighting and keep his promise to Su. Seeing that his comrades in arms were being defeated, Lai Yu was distracted for a second to check on He Yanking. But at the same moment, as soon as he let his guard down, Zhou Hongqiang was already in front of him, and he was determined. No, 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 he shouted, realizing what was about to happen because of his little mistake and slight lapse in vigilance. Jumping up, the leader grabbed his sword with both hands and was ready to deliver the decisive blow to his opponent. He drove the sword into his chest and cut his opponent almost in half. The results of the battle were obvious. Lao Yu was defeated. His dead body was thrown back several meters by the force of the last attack, and the leader only watched the demise of the traitor whom he had long considered his loyal comrade. Zhou, he finally said, reaching out to his former comrade, taking his last breaths. Do you want revenge? Then go to hell and wait for me there, Hongqiang replied to him in a rude tone, sending him off with a stern look on his last journey. Lao Yu's body fell dead on the cold ground. This was the end of him, and the end of his atrocities. Noticing that his father was done with his rival, Zheng said, 6, the appetizers are over, time for the main course. You can't kill me. If I die, all the other residents of the captured city will be buried with me, Yang exclaimed, writhing in pain, trying to prevent death. I had heard rumors about Yu Jianzhui's treachery, but I didn't think you were involved in it too, the leader said menacingly, approaching the last traitor. What's the point of what you're saying here? I haven't done anything significant for the city, but I've worked hard. Why should I let your son step over me? Said Yang enviously. As soon as I press this button, all the city's grain stores will turn to dust. Zhou Zhen, tell me where Yang Baishun is now. Director Yang began to dictate the rules, threatening with the detonator. I'll tell you. Right now, he is in the safest place. But if you press this thing, Zhang answered him, trying to dissuade the crazy fat man from his plans. I'll make you both pray for a quick death, he said, drilling the director with his eyes in an angry tone, hinting that he would regret it more than once. Hearing this, the fat man fidgeted, and cold sweat broke out on his face. But suddenly, he heard someone speaking to him. Official Yang, this kind of indecision is not characteristic of you. I'll give you a gift. I'll tell you some news, came a voice from the tree. It was the man who was on the roof near the radio receiver. I swear on my honor that, the man from the tree said, startling Director Yang with his remark. Your son, Yang Baichun, has already cooled down, he continued. After hearing this, Yang Sr. was preparing to push the button with furious anger. But suddenly the detonator was knocked out of his hands with a precise blow and flew away from the director at a certain distance. At the same moment, Zhang grabbed him by the collar and was ready to kill him, putting a knife to his throat and saying, Go to Yang Baichun. But he felt a threat that was approaching him very quickly from the left. This prevented him from completing his plan. He was thrown back by a blow right up against his father. As he defended himself, he found himself back in the same position from which he had recently started the attack. He was able to deflect the attack, and it passed him by without causing him any harm. Killing my employer in front of me? That's not the rules, said Lu Yongshan, a 6th-ranked warrior. This is my prey, he continued, protecting Director Yang from certain death, because someone has to pay him for his work. Today, I will have to inconvenience some people, he said, stepping back with the director. But I'll get what I deserve, he continued, watching Jan's behavior, and with a glance he cut a leaf from a passing tree. Kill them for me. The money? I'll triple the amount, no, quadruple it, Yan said to him in a trembling voice, trying to make a deal. Master, don't you realize the situation yet? Your son is already dead, everything you own is destroyed, and now only I can save you, Lu Yongshan said to him. All your possessions, everything you have. I think that will be enough, he said, telling the customer his price. Young master, the chairman, I've dealt with all his assistants here, Lan Shi said, coming out from behind the ruins. Stay back, there's a 6th-ranked warrior here, Zheng warned him. What, a 6th rank? Lan Shi asked him in a surprised tone. Yes, the 6th rank, Zheng repeated. Zheng, I'll detain him. And you run away, said the father, blocking the path in front of him with his sword so that his son would not dare to attack such a dangerous enemy. Don't be silly, Dad. How long can you hold out in your current position? Zheng shouted at him. Turning toward Lan Shi, the leader saw that he had already realized that he had nothing to do here, and he abruptly rushed back trying to escape. But at the same moment, Lu Yongshan abruptly rushed past Zheng and Hong Chang after the fugitive, ignoring the two. Did I allow you to run away? Lu Yongshan shouted after Lan Shi, swinging his sword to kill him. Some 6th-ranked warrior? Does he really think he's omnipotent? Mumbled Zheng, deflecting his attack and protecting his comrade from injury and possibly death. After deflecting the attack, he threw the mercenary back to break the distance with him and have more time to react to his next attack. You think that if those lowlifes couldn't kill you, you can match me? Lu Yongshan said with a smug, sneering tone, but suddenly he felt pain, and while he was losing his guard, Hong Chang was behind him, and he managed to injure him a little. Looking at his hand, he noticed that his finger was slightly cut and said, strange. I couldn't have foreseen this. Behind him, the leader was preparing to strike him again. This blow could have been devastating for Yunshan, but he easily dodged it, quickly adjusting to the situation that had just happened to him. After he dodged the blow, he tried to counterattack, but Zhou was able to deflect it. Oh, those pesky gnats really managed to hurt me, Lu said. Young master, get in the car! Lan Su shouted at them, who was ready to leave and had prepared the car for them. Hearing the signal, Zheng immediately grabbed his father and ran to the car to escape from the enemy, who they could not defeat at the moment. Jumping into the trunk, he signaled for retreat. Let's go! And Lan Shi took off running, along with his comrades. As he retreated, Zheng threw 2 grenades behind him to prevent the pursuer from catching up with them, and thus break away from the pursuit. The mercenary who was running right behind them, seeing the grenades coming at him, slowed down dramatically to dodge the bombs. Having stopped to avoid being hit by the grenades, he could only look after the kidnappers, arms down, and realize that he had missed his target. Sitting under a tree, the wounded John muttered to himself, "Ha ha ha, what kind of a hired killer is he? In the end, he's just a bunch of useless people. If I can't get something, then don't even dream about it," he said with a devilish laugh, holding a grain storage detonator in his hand. Hearing what the director was saying, Yunshan realized what he was about to do and took action. Rushing over to him, he nailed his hand with the detonator to a tree with his sword to prevent him from pressing the button. "Ungrateful bastard! I don't mind sending you to your son either," Lu's mercenary thundered in an angry voice at Yan, but he just kept laughing hysterically, shedding tears and looking into the mercenary's eyes. Even though his hand was nailed to a tree, he still managed to keep the detonator in place and press the button. Meanwhile, all the granaries in the place exploded and started to burn. Everyone who was defending them was confused, not understanding what had happened. All they could do was watch everything that was happening, shedding tears and wondering how they would survive without food. Standing at the entrance to the city, Shu Li heard strange sounds. "What is it? Are those explosions?" "Commander, there's a problem." A soldier who was running to him with a message shouted, "The granaries! The granaries have been blown up! The granaries have been blown up! Is it really the chairman, that official Yang?" He thought in confusion when he heard what had happened. "Commander, zombies!" Before he could recover from the previous bad news, he was told another equally bad news. "The zombies are coming," he heard, seeing a large crowd of zombies of various sizes nearby. From giants to man-sized, they were heading straight for the gate. "Until the people are completely evacuated. Even if you have to sacrifice your lives, you must hold on to the last," the commander shouted as he unloaded a clip of ammunition at the advancing zombies from his minigun. Hearing the screams, Shu Li saw that the zombies were very close, and one of them had already attacked his subordinate, knocking him to the ground. But he shouldn't relax, as one of the zombies also attacked him, trying to grab him with its teeth. But the commander managed to react by shoving his sword into its mouth. After the commander was knocked to the ground, he was surrounded by zombies on all sides, hungry for their blood and flesh. Having defended himself against one with his sword, he could do nothing to the other zombie, which was about to bite him on the hand he was using to cover his head to reduce the damage the monster could do. But suddenly the monster fell to the ground from a surprise attack in the back of the head, which was inflicted by someone to save the commander. It was Zhou Zhen who arrived just in time, having returned with the leader from a difficult patrol. "It's the chairman!" Shu Li shouted joyfully, unable to contain his emotions. "The chairman is back!" "Commander, all the citizens have already entered the city," said one of the soldiers who was guarding the gate. "Hey, attention everyone," Shu Li said in a commanding tone when he heard this information. "Everyone hold the line, we're closing the city." He ordered everyone to retreat a little bit and hold back the monsters. "I never thought it was all because of young Chuan," said Zhou Hongqiang, standing on the wall near the monster resistance point. "The granaries have been blown up, and the casualties among the soldiers are too heavy," Shu Li told the leader. "This many zombies. Even if we have a few fifth-rank soldiers, it will still be very difficult to hold them off," the leader said. "That's why we shouldn't fight back fiercely at the moment, but rather evacuate the people and then come back after this wave of zombies," Zheng suggested. "Just look, this kid still has a knack for running a city. He's got the right idea," Hongqiang said, addressing the troop commander. Suddenly Su Junwen approached them, brought a tray with 2 glasses of drinks and offered them to the leader, saying, "Chairman, here, take this. Drink it." Zheng took the drink in his hands and immediately began to drink, while the leader spoke to him. "Zheng, you said it right," holding the glass in his hand. "Okay, then I'll go and help with the evacuation," he said, drinking every last drop from the glass in a joyful voice. But suddenly he got an unbearable headache and started to feel dizzy. Holding his head with one hand, he said, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" "But unfortunately, without granaries we cannot evacuate so many people," Hongqiang said sadly. "Chairman, are you sure?" Su Junwen said to him, holding Zheng's body, who had fallen asleep due to the sleeping pills mixed into the drink. "This is my first and last drink as a leader," he said, laughing loudly to lighten the sad atmosphere. After dragging the sleeping Zheng to the helicopter, Su Junwen loaded him inside, and they took off. "Lanshi, Su Junwen, why am I in a helicopter?" Zhen asked his comrades when he woke up, not realizing what was happening. "Sir, the chairman insisted on staying," Lan Shi answered him, telling him what had happened. Realizing what had happened, Zheng abruptly got up from his seat to go back to the battlefield, but when he opened the door, he realized that he was at too high an altitude to jump. As he watched his father and Master Shu Li move further and further away from him, Tears welled up in his eyes that he could not hold back. "Shu, try to survive," Zhao Hongqiang said to his friend, watching the zombie invasion coming at them. "It's not funny," Shu Li replied, realizing what awaited them and knowing that the probability of survival in this situation was almost zero. "From the moment I became the garrison commander, my life no longer belongs to me alone," Shu Li continued with a smile on his face. "Pass on my order. Let the soldiers who want to leave protect the people who do not have fighting skills while the evacuation continues," the leader said. "And the brothers who want to stay here with me," he continued, beginning to repel the zombie invasion. "Let's make some noise in this purgatory," he said, as if he were giving a battle cry that raised the morale of all his comrades to repel the invasion. "Zheng, even when all the people doubted you, Dad always believed in you," Hongqiang said under his breath, trying to justify his actions in leaving his son and staying on the front line, knowing that he might not see him again. "And I believe that one day, in this apocalypse, you will be," he continued as he faced the monster invasion. Rushing into the battle, he immediately chose the monster that was the largest, because he was most likely to be able to deal with it. A fierce battle against the zombie invasion began. Meanwhile, the helicopter with Zheng Lanxi and Su Junwen was moving further and further away from the contact line. While in the plane holding his head, Zhen regretted that he could not stay with his father to help him in the battle. "Sir, I understand your feelings, but the leader did what he did to protect you." Lanxi tried to calm him down. "Lanxi," Zhen said to him, holding his head, regretting everything he had done and everything he hadn't said to his father in the end. "You know, we're just deserters," Zhen said, holding his head and shedding tears. "My dad," he said, remembering everything he had done for him, his support, and the faith he had always had in Zhen. "And all those people, it shouldn't have ended like this for them." He continued, thinking of everyone he knew who would soon die. "If I had known about Yang Chuan's intentions earlier, none of this would have happened," he continued, blaming and punishing himself for what was happening now. "Sir, the chairman once said," Su Junwen interrupted him, "in our troubled times, every day we live is a priceless gift. No one can predict their fate. What happened is not your fault," Su said, trying to calm Zheng down. "A life lived happily is the greatest consolation for those who have died," Junwen continued. "Madame Su is absolutely right," Lanxi supported her. "We must go on living," he said to Zheng, trying to encourage him. But suddenly the helicopter began to shake. Their vehicle was being attacked in midair. They had to do something about it. At the same second, one of the doors was pierced by huge claws that got inside. The monster that attacked them was big. "Sir, we are under attack by monsters," said Su Junwen, who was flying the helicopter in alarm. 3 monster birds were circling above them, waiting for the right opportunity to attack again, to get a chance to eat fresh meat. "I'll chase them away," Lanxi said selflessly, attaching a rope to himself so that he could return when he was done with them. But suddenly, Zheng intercepted the rope and ordered Lanxi to stay. The order read, "Stay and protect Su better." "Sir, but I—" Lan tried to argue with him, but no one was listening. "Not an order," Zheng Yu repeated to him again, jumping out of the helicopter and preparing for battle. "Jump attack!" Zheng immediately used his unique skill to inflict critical damage on the enemy. Landing on the enemy's back, he continued to pummel him until he was able to throw him off. You guys are really stubborn," Zheng thought as he wounded one of the monsters, and noticed that the rest of them were not afraid and did not run away, but continued to try to attack him. Suddenly, he heard a very loud sound that struck fear into the eyes and souls of people. Upon hearing it, the monsters who were attacking the helicopter immediately fled. A giant dragon appeared in front of them, looking very threatening, and could have destroyed the helicopter with everyone inside. But they were lucky. The dragon did not care about them. It simply turned around and flew in the other direction, where it needed to go. "Phew, it's good that this giant doesn't care about us," said Su Junwen, breathing a sigh of relief. "This is the first time I've seen such a giant monster," Lanxi added. "Madame Su, I didn't expect you to be able to fly a helicopter so well." Su Junwen Zheng praised her, smiling at her. "Sir, you're praising me too much before the end of the world. My family actually—" Su Junwen replied, embarrassed. Suddenly, Lanxi interrupted them, shouting, "Mister, hurry up! Look!" pointing to something in front of him on the horizon. "There! Is that a city?" he shouted excitedly, trying to see if his eyes were deceiving him, the buildings. "Sir, I bought this map a few years ago from a traveling warrior." He took out the map and showed it to Zheng Lanxi. "If it's not a lie, and it's really true, then the city we just saw is right here," pointing to a certain mark on the map Lan was holding. "Titan? The name certainly sounds majestic," Zheng said, looking at the map in thought. "Sir," Su Junwen said anxiously, We damaged the tail section of the helicopter in the battle. We need to land immediately. Okay, Zheng replied calmly. Besides, flying a helicopter is too much for me. Find a place to land, he said, agreeing to stop. It's not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and if my estimates are correct, the city of Titan is about 20 kilometers from here. I think we'll make it by nightfall, Zhang told his comrades. Gathering all their belongings from the helicopter, they began to make their way through the hacienda to reach the city. Suddenly, Zhang sensed someone's presence nearby, and without hesitation, he quickly prepared for battle. Pulling out his dagger, he swung sharply to strike the enemy first, and a crushing blow to avoid a long fight. But when he got closer to the target and examined it, it turned out that it was no ordinary forest dweller. It was a hamster which was gnawing on something, hiding in a corner. Having been frightened by a trifle, Sue felt embarrassed that she had been frightened by a hamster. Zhang reassured her, "Don't worry, this animal won't attack a person." This is the first time I've seen Sue in such a panic. So this is the first time you've traveled outside the city, right? Zhang asked her. I'm sorry I made such a fuss over nothing, she apologized, embarrassed. If this little animal has appeared here, we must be close to a crowded place, Zheng said, taking out his compass. The road! If we follow the road, we can quickly get to Titan, La Shi shouted as he stepped onto the roadway. Someone's coming, he shouted aggressively, taking up a fighting stance to protect Zheng and Sue. Leaving Su Junwen behind, Zheng stood next to Lan to help him defend himself in case of emergency. After a while, they could see a car coming from over the horizon. At a distance of 1 meter from the travelers, it stopped, stopping in front of Zheng and Lan. One of the people in the trunk of the car looked out, probably their leader. He began to look at the people in front of whom the car had stopped. There were 2 guys with things in front of them, but he was not interested in them. His eyes fell on the girl behind him. He was immediately interested in her, appreciating her physique, and could not tear his lustful gaze away from her, only after a few words. Not bad. Seeing that his girlfriend was being stared at with a devouring gaze, Zheng shot his bow, firing 3 arrows in the direction of that lustful guy. The arrows flashed millimeters away from the stalker's face, but flew past without hitting him. Zheng was not aiming at the guy, but at the shadowy snakes behind him. All of his arrows hit their targets in a flash. He's really good with his bow, said one of those in the car, noticing Zheng's accurate shots. Friends, be careful. This is a wild place. There could be danger everywhere, Zheng said in a rough voice, as if to say that they should not mess with them. You! The stalker shouted from the trunk of the car, pulling out his sword, wanting to teach the bully a lesson. But he was interrupted by a voice from the car's interior. Ah, Chen, don't do anything stupid. We have to hurry, the voice said. If those bastards dare to do anything to us, I will fight with all my might, Lon shouted after the guys in the car who had already left. I'm sorry, I did it again. Sue began to apologize to Jen, but he reassured her that it was nothing to worry about, that she was not to blame for anything, and that she should not blame herself for growing up to be so beautiful. You can't beat them now, you need to train hard, Jing said to Lan Shi. Yes, he replied with a sigh, walking with Zheng in front. How? It should be much easier now, Su Junwen exclaimed happily as she looked at Zheng. Boss, why did you stop me? Didn't you see that girl? Said Ah Chen with a sinister smile to his boss. It's best not to mess with that guy with the bow. We have more important things to do, so we shouldn't waste time. While they are in Titan, we'll meet again, the boss explained to his friend in a reserved manner. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the city. Looking at the city's outskirts, it was clear that the city was living peacefully. As soon as they entered the city, they saw a strange creature in front of them. It looked like a horse, but it had deer horns. It was a deer calf. Next to this strange animal was a man who immediately asked Zheng, Young man, do you need a cart? A cart? Zheng asked in surprise. You'll have a hard time finding another horse-drawn cart, and my services are not that expensive, said the old man with a sly smile on his face. We are yours. How much will the trip cost? Zheng asked his grandfather, while Sue stared at the horse, fascinated, and Lan stood by her side, watching indifferently. They seemed to be foreigners. What luck, the old man thought, wondering how much money he could get from the family for the trip. Suddenly, many more men rushed to the guy and began offering their services, arguing that it was too expensive, so why not take my car? It would be cheaper and faster. And I'm even cheaper. Take my cart. It's the cheapest of all. Shit, I forgot about this pack of wolves. I don't think it's going to work, the old man said in frustration, trying to get out of the crowd of carriers who immediately attacked him. Hey, get off me, boys. I'll take you just for a piece of the lower white crystal. We'll be leaving soon, he shouted, waving away everyone who ran to Zheng. Commander, did you catch this grasshopper? Zheng asked the driver. I'm not that good. I paid a medium blue crystal for this handsome fellow. I bought him from a trainer, the man replied. Trainers? Jen asked again, not sure what he meant by trainers. Actually, they're all warriors too. They just have the ability to tame animals, Grandpa explained, telling him about them. They use them for battles or sell them, so they are often called trainers, the grandfather explained in more detail. They use them for fighting or sell them, so they are often called trainers, the grandfather explained in more detail. Judging by your appearance, the three of you came to Titan from far away, right? Do you have relatives here? The old man asked the passengers. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for my bad mouth. I shouldn't be meddling in your business. The carrier apologized, embarrassed. Sir, don't suffer like this. The leader would definitely not want this. Sun said to Zheng, worried about him, looking at his appearance. Who said I'm suffering? Asked Zheng. I'm just thinking about what I should do in Titan, Zheng said to Su Junwen, smiling gently. Arriving at the place, the heroes were stunned to see the huge wall in front of them and were surprised by the service. Gentlemen, here we are. Titan is right in front of you, said the old man, pointing to the gate. The inscription on the gate, entrance fee is 1 star. A lady was standing at the gate advertising her product. Detailed maps of Titan. Only 1 star. Come on up. Approaching the auntie, Sue decided to buy 1 map, saying, Auntie, please give me 1 map. It's not for nothing that this is a central city. Even the entrance fee is charged, Zheng said. The 5th district of Titan City. And there's nothing special inside the city. No better than in the countryside, said Zheng, walking ahead. I wonder if there are any hotels here, Zheng asked Sue, who was looking at the map. I'll look for some, she replied. Yeah, it's just right for the slums. We've been looking for it for so long, and there's not a single resident here, Zheng said in a tired voice, sitting on a bench and sighing heavily. Sir, the name of this hotel seems appropriate, Sue said, looking up and noticing the building not far away. It does look impressive from the outside, Lan Shi said as he stood with his belongings in front of the hotel entrance. Welcome to the Song Hotel, said the girl who greeted them at the entrance. Would you like to stay at our hotel? She continued. If I told you we just came in to use the restroom, would you believe me? Zheng asked, smiling. And you have a great sense of humor. Please come over and I'll check you in, the girl said. Approaching the front desk, the girl standing behind the counter said, Hello, a regular room in our hotel costs 2 low-grade crystals. 2 low-grade white crystals? Sue asked in surprise. Huh? For 1 night? Asked Lan, confused. No problem, we'll check in, said Zheng, paying for the room. It's expensive, but it's better than living in that haunted house. Once he was settled in the room and unpacked all his belongings, Zheng had only one thought on his mind. Dad, we're okay now. Suddenly, there was a knock at Jen's room. Opening the door, he saw Sue standing there. Sue, did you want something? Zheng asked her. Sir, actually, Sue muttered under her breath anxiously. If you have something to say it directly, Zheng replied, embarrassed. Actually, I just realized that our money is only enough for 1 week's stay here, Sue said worriedly. Sir, the local warriors seem to have quite high ranks, yes, Lan asked. Well, after all, in such a huge city, rank is equal, Zheng replied. So a person with a rank like mine. Even with a great desire, he can't become a soldier? Lan Shi asked Zheng. Don't worry, you can be promoted. The competition here is tough, but there are more than enough resources, Zheng reassured him. I will try my best, sir, Lan assured him. Even though Sue said yesterday that we had almost no money left, I actually have more than 1,700 white crystals in my backpack, and a few blue crystals. But if I want to stay here, I should save up, Zheng thought. Well, what a beauty. I see you're very confused. If you have any questions, you can ask me for an extra fee. A girl came out of nowhere and grabbed Lan's hand and offered her help. Hey, the warriors in Titan will buy information, Zheng asked the girl with a smile. The warriors in Titan don't have money, the girl asked again. The source is verified. The only problem is that you need to give 5 stars. I also have an exclusive map of the location of monsters outside of Titan. Just 1 white crystal. I guarantee the quality, she whispered to Zheng, moving as close to Zheng as possible. Be careful. The girl who had just sold Zheng the map waved at them as she left. This is some kind of extortion, Lan said as he followed Zheng. We don't know anything here. It's better to spend a little money than just running around, Zheng replied. This is our first stop in Titan, Zheng said as he and Lan arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Once inside, they saw that there weren't as many people as there could have been. Looking at each other, they took a turn. When it was their turn, they were both handed forms with personal information to fill out through a hole in the window. After filling out the forms, they had to go through another procedure to register. Put your hand on the device to make sure your real strength matches the information you entered, said the girl who was doing the registration. They have this kind of technology? Zheng thought in amazement as he placed his hand on the reader. Putting his hand to the device, after a while it showed the status of the person who touched it. Trainee Warrior was displayed on Zheng's screen. The rank is correct. You can now become a warrior trainee of the Warrior Union. You can take on tasks here. You will also have to pay a membership fee every 3 months. The employee explained Zheng's duties to him in a monotone, frustrated voice. That look is like she despises me, Zheng thought as he saw the unhappy expression on the receptionist's face. Warrior of the 2nd rank, Lan's screen read. Congratulations, you've become a member of the Union. This is your nameplate, the employee said to Lan in a sudden change of mood in a happy voice. Sir, do we really need to register? Asked Dan Shi. Of course, it's the fastest way to raise your rank and get paid, Zheng replied. This works for me, Zheng said, looking at the map he had bought from a girl on the street as he chose his next mission. Lan Shi, you and I have different ranks, so you don't need to go on missions with me, Zheng said to him. How can I? I have to protect you, sir, Lan Shi selflessly replied. You've been with me for so long and you really think I need help? Zheng said in a relaxed tone, stumping Lan. What about training? Don't ruin my expectations, Lan said when suddenly a blue crystal flew into his hands. Sir, he said in surprise, not realizing his wastefulness. We don't have any money right now, I don't need it, he said, trying to return the crystal. Calm down, it's my personal money, Sue won't find out, Zheng said, telling Lan to be quiet. After giving the crystal to his friend, Ping went to the task receipt point, where he was told, if you still feel uncomfortable, try to upgrade your rank. And meanwhile, Lan sat at the table, clutching the crystal, feeling immensely grateful to his master. Hen Zheng received the task. He went to fulfill it. As he entered the bus, he heard many people who were unhappy about something. Don't push me, I'm going to throw up, said a girl. Brother, it's been days since you took a bath, said a guy next to Zheng. Hey, I need a separate car, said the guy in front. When they arrived at their destination, the bus announced, Let's go. We've arrived at the Sun Market. Those who want to hunt can rent a car right at the entrance. I didn't expect there to be such a lively place so far from the city, Zhen thought as he traveled through the Sun Market. Young man, do you need a car? I'll give you the lowest price, asked a man who was renting Zhen's vehicle. How much is this motorcycle? Asked Zheng, approaching the two-wheeler. The deposit is 2 white crystals, 5 stars a day, and there's an extra charge for gasoline, the man replied. I need to go here. How much gasoline does it take to get there? Asked Zheng, pointing to the place on the map. Huh? Even 5th-rank soldiers don't dare to go into that area, are you sure? You're going to get yourself killed? The landlord replied. Yes, I'm sure. I want to give them a present like this? Zheng replied boldly, smiling at the worried man. Arriving at the place, it was clear that it was mealtime. The wolves were tearing up the prey they had caught. The caught deer. Suddenly, one of the wolves fell to the ground dead. An arrow hit his head. The other predators were frightened and hid nearby. As they began to track down where they could have been attacked, they became very angry and were ready to tear to pieces anyone who came into their sight. For killing the wolf, Zheng received 1,600 experience points. Wow, so many, he shouted happily. Bare rocks and a swamp. It looks like this place will be my training ground for a while, Zheng said enthusiastically. Vulnerability Finder peeked out of the net and used his hunter skill to find the best place to hit his targets. I didn't buy any arrows and these are completely worn out, so I can't use them. Zheng muttered in frustration as he looked at his weapon. But it's a great opportunity to practice hand-to-hand combat, Zheng said, pulling out his daggers and jumping toward the angry wolves. Caught between the wild beasts, he was surrounded on all sides. Suddenly, one of the predators attacked Zheng, slightly tearing his equipment, but was unable to do any damage. They've arrived, Zheng thought as he saw the number of enemies growing. Well, let's train, he said to the predators, preparing for a long and exhausting battle. During the battle, the boy trained not only to fight, but also practiced gymnastics. Dodging enemies using various methods, he repeatedly stood on the bridge to dodge a jumping attack. Okay, that's enough for today. It's time to go back, he said, satisfied with himself and his work, having slaughtered many monsters. On his way back, he still encountered a few wolf monsters, but he easily dealt with them. It was not difficult at all. 2 blue crystals, a good harvest today. Zheng rejoiced as he tossed the crystals he had found in the monsters he had killed today. But I want to become even stronger. The skills of a thief alone won't be enough for me, he thought, holding the dagger in his hand and making future plans. I'll have to study the power of the stars, Zheng thought, after deciding to become even stronger, because who knows what kind of opponents he will face. Commander, I'm returning the motorcycle, Zhang said to the landlord as he returned the bike. Did you fall into the lair of the beast? The man asked the young man, seeing the appearance of the motorcycle. Almost, the boy answered him hesitantly. Young man, aren't you afraid of death? The landlord asked him in an affirmative tone as he walked away. Sir, why do you look like that? Said Zhou Zhen anxiously. Sir, have you been attacked? Lan Shi supported her. The training was a little tough, Zheng replied, embarrassed. Lan Shi, what about you? Did your level increase after the blue crystal? The master asked him. Sir, thanks to your blue crystal, I feel that I will reach the 3rd rank in the next few days, he replied happily. Sir, we have almost no money and you're giving him a blue crystal to train with? Zhou Zhen shouted at Zheng in anger. Don't worry, Su, Zheng calmly replied. Look, these are my loot from today, showing her the 2 blue crystals he had gotten from hunting in the monsters today. Yes, Su, and you're going to have to work hard for the next few days, Zheng told her. Huh? She asked in surprise. Well, now there's no need to stay at the hotel. The 2 blue crystals should be enough to buy an apartment here, right? He asked Su Jianwen. One more, Zheng said, pulling out the blue crystal he had inside another monster. I've collected almost 20 blue crystals this week. It's a really good place to train and make money, he said, holding up the blue crystal he had just taken out of the monster. But there aren't many animals nowadays. I think it's time to think of some other way, he said, holding the vial of healing potion in his hand. Really, these are very rare mushrooms, aren't they? Zheng said, noticing some glowing mushrooms in the rock nearby. Remembering what that girl, the information trader, had said, by the way, I also have some free but very important information for you. If you find any plants outside the city that you have never seen before, be sure to collect them. Most of them are mutants that have absorbed star power, which is very rare, Zheng thought as he evaluated the find. This is definitely a mutated plant. Even I can feel the star power inside of them, he said as he picked up the find. He's crazy, said one of the soldiers standing nearby, seeing Zheng returning from another mission. If I didn't know his rank, I would really doubt that he goes out to fight huge monsters every day. Hey, crazy guy, did you survive again? Asked one of the soldiers Zheng greeted. You seem to be a masochist, said a girl standing next to him. Aren't you afraid that one day you won't be able to go back? Another soldier standing nearby asked him. Commander, I'm returning the motorcycle. A young man returned from hunting and told the man. You're early today, the man replied, surprised at Zheng's quick return. It's just that I was planning to go to the city market today, the boy replied, walking away. Eh? What? The commander was surprised. You're crazy. You also go shopping, the landlord said, surprised that he was interested in the activities of ordinary people. Limited edition Chanel perfume. 1 bottle for the whole Titan. Only 1 white crystal of the highest grade. Don't pass by, one of the vendors shouted from the market. Sir, brother, buy some perfume for your beloved. I'll give it to you cheaper, he said to a soldier's girlfriend who was passing by, trying to sell the goods. Huh? She was surprised at the merchant's impudence. Who are you calling a brother? Open your eyes, I'm a girl, she said, grabbing the merchant's head. I'm sorry, Voin. No, beautiful warrior. He began to apologize, frightened. 1 medium white crystal, I'll take it, Zhang said, inhaling the scent of the perfume and offering his price. Sold! Sold! The merchant shouted, snatching it from the girl's hands who still had his wig. Gee, I'm going to go bankrupt, said the merchant, flashing his bald head. After making the purchase, Jen walked on thinking, Junwen, she'll probably like it. And behind him he could hear the salesman again. Beauty, I have a perfume that is no longer in production. There is only 1 bottle left in the whole world. Just 1 white crystal of the highest grade and it's yours. He could be heard trying to sell the unique perfume to someone again. After moving away to a certain distance, Zhang looked around to make sure that no one was around. Yes, there is no one around me. After making sure that no one was around, Zheng began to take out the skins of the mutton jackal from his interworldly storage. After a while, a man approached him, interested in Jing's goods. He looked at the letter that read, Mutant jackal skins of the 3rd rank, 1 inferior white crystal for a damaged one, and 1 medium white crystal for a good one. Master, perhaps you can give me something cheaper, a man who approached him and began to examine the goods asked. Sorry, no bargaining, Zheng replied. From the looks of him, he's only a beginner. But how did he manage to get so many 3rd-rank animal skins? However, the skins are in perfect condition. Suspicious. The man who was about to buy the goods thought. Well, I'll take them all. Brother, let's be friends. My name is Chang Zhan, the man said to him, extending his hand with an offer. After buying all the goods from Jen, he handed him his business card which read, Victory Equipment Store. Brother Chan, aren't you going to check the goods before you leave? Zhang asked him confused. I trust my friends. Besides, I only need to look at the goods once to understand everything, he reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. You're right. If you need any tools, come to my shop, Changjian said as he drove away. Okay, Brother Chan, Zheng shouted after him. What, he sold everything so quickly, said a guy who was standing nearby, waiting for a certain moment. Commander, if we had wolf skins like that, our chances of success would be much higher, he said to his boss. That's enough. It's not that important to us, the commander replied. But we spent 5 days on this mission. Will we have to cancel the contract? The guy exclaimed in confusion, and the commander just sighed heavily. Gentlemen, if it's all about the armor, I know something about it, said Zhen, who was sitting nearby and overheard their conversation. Perhaps we can make a deal, said Zhang, proposing a deal to the strangers whose conversation he had overheard. You can detect armor defects? A nearby commander asked Zheng, surprised. That's right, Zheng replied. But you're just a rookie. You've probably never even seen steel armor before, right? If you want to deceive people, find someone else, the commander's comrade said in displeasure. 4th-ranked steel armor activates a shield during attacks. Many 7th-ranked warriors can't handle it, Zheng said, giving all the details of the armor. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't know about it? As soon as you saw the mission with the 4th-level mutant beast, you immediately took it on, not expecting it to be so difficult to handle? Zheng asked. Why should we believe you? The commander, who was standing next to Zheng, listening to all this, asked. The price? He asked in a disappointed voice, as if he had been forced to do so. He wanted to know how much this deal would cost him. 1 inferior blue crystal, Zheng replied briskly in response to the captain. Why don't you go yourself then? Zhao Heng asked Zheng aggressively. For this mission of yours, the reward is 5 low-grade blue crystals. If you buy my information, you can earn 4 more blue crystals. But if the contract is broken and the damage reaches 30%, the price will rise to another blue crystal, Zheng answered him thoughtfully. Warhammer Commander Xiao Heng, the leader turned to his comrade. Your information must be correct. And if not, you must understand the consequences, he continued. I, Zhou Zhen, congratulate you in advance on a successful mission, Zheng said after concluding a lucrative deal. Head to toe in 11th grade flaky plates? And it's possible to break through that? Just like that? The commander said. Commander, isn't this all nonsense? His comrade asked. No, I feel that there is something wrong with him, he said, watching Zhen slowly walk away from them. Is he just a rookie? I'm afraid this guy is not as simple as he looks. The commander continued, still following Zheng with his eyes. Sir, I found a few places that are suitable for us, Su Junwen said, showing the photos of the places she had picked out to Zhen, who had returned home. Great, you found so many great houses in such a short time, Zhen said to Su, looking at the photos. This is my work, Su said, embarrassed. This one. Zheng showed the photo of the house he had chosen. This one. It's in the first neighborhood, so it costs more, Su objected. The first? Isn't that a neighborhood for the rich? Asked Lan Shi. Rich people? Then now we'll feel what a rich life is like. Zheng replied to his friend's request, smiling. Wow, it's even more beautiful here than in the photos, said Su, looking around the house. It's definitely worth the money, Zheng said. Master, I have already given the keys to the house to your wife. I wish you lots of money, and I look forward to our next transaction, said the manager, happy to have sold the house. Sir, I'm sorry. I just didn't explain everything to that manager and he made a mistake, Su said, embarrassed. It's okay, Zheng reassured her. By the way, I almost forgot. This is for you. Su Junwen handed over the perfume he had bought from the vendor. Sir, Su said, feeling even more embarrassed by everything that was happening. Hey, you haven't forgotten anything? Lan Shi shouted in an irritated voice to the couple, dragging his belongings, but no one paid him any attention. Boss, it's that kid, said a stranger who had crossed paths with Zhen and Lan on the road. You still can't get over that girl? The boss said to him, smoking his pipe. Yeah, I'm in love, he said enthusiastically, looking toward Zheng and Su. I guess it's love at first sight. I'm not going to stop you, but just wait until we're done with our business, the boss said to him, exhaling smoke. Boss, don't worry, I understand, his friend replied, waiting for the moment when they would finally finish their business. You're lucky today, the stalker said as he passed Zheng, turning around and staring after him. Huh? You held back? Consider yourself lucky today, Zheng thought as he sheathed his blade. After reaching the landlord's house, Zheng got back on his motorcycle and headed to his usual hunting ground. When he got to the spot, he saw a crowd of people and many cars blocking the road, so he had to stop early. When he stopped, he was immediately approached by an armed man who said, Stop, this marshland belongs to the Milky Way gang. Get out of here. The Milky Way gang? Belong to them? Zheng said in a disgruntled tone, surprised by these statements from strangers. What if I say no? Asked Zheng, deciding to get down from the vehicle to prepare for the night. Hey, you fucking warrior trainee, are you bored with life? The man who had warned him said as he approached Zheng, holding a huge sword in his hand. You will answer for those words, Zheng said, only smiling in response to what the stout, self-confident man said. Are you sure there are colorful mushrooms here? The gang leader asked the customer. Mr. Sun Tang, I wouldn't dare fool you. The problem is the mutant red wolves guarding them. I would have collected them long ago, the old man replied. Okay, brothers, shoot all the mutants in the area and look carefully, said Sun Tang, giving the order to his gang members. Mr. Sun Tang, if you really find the colorful mushrooms, then I owe you, his debtor asked in a trembling voice. Get out of here. When we find them, you'll be taken off the list, Sun Tang replied. Yes, yes, the old man sighed with relief. No wonder he's the head of the Milky Way gang. Even I, a fourth-ranked warrior, feel like a punk in front of him. Standing on top of the cliff, Sun Tang watched as his men killed the monsters one by one, but his gang also took casualties. Suddenly, someone called Sun Tang's phone. Picking up the phone, he said, Speak, speak. In response, he heard, Mr. Sun Tan? Mr. Sun Tong, someone has broken into your house. He killed Jia Laosan, Zhang Guang, and Liu Qi. What? Asked Sun Tang, irritated with surprise in his voice. Losers! You're all just wretches. Stop him. The man who killed our gang members shouldn't be allowed to escape. He shouted angrily into the phone. Let half of the men look for mushrooms and the rest comb the neighborhood. If they find someone who is not one of ours, Sun Tan said, clutching the phone in rage, let them kill him on the spot. As soon as this command was given, everyone started to carry out the instruction at the same second, leaving all their business behind. It's a good thing I have these new abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill those 3 fifth-ranked warriors, Zheng muttered, hiding among the rocks and grass, looking at his skill window. I see tracks here, one of the gang suddenly exclaimed, coming across Zheng's trail. What? What is it? Quickly, everyone, come here, he shouted, only to see Zheng's silhouette approaching him. When the gang came running to hear the screams, they only saw the dead body of their comrade who was calling them to help him. Who dared to plot against us? The gang leader Sun Tan shouted aggressively. Who? Who the hell are you? The leader shouted frantically, trying to shout to the mysterious killer of his comrades. It seems that the person who is worth a cent is the leader of this gang. We need to find a way to finish him off. Zheng was thinking about his plan of action while sitting in the hut. He's a 7th-ranked warrior. I don't think my speed will help me here, Zheng thought in confusion as he stepped back. Looks like I'll have to abandon my plan after all, he thought as he retreated further and further away from his opponents. What's that sound? One of the gang thought, hearing something strange near him, and went to the rocks to check it out. It's the wind, he breathed a sigh of relief, finding no one in the place where Zheng had recently been. My perfect plan has been thwarted by this bunch of nobodies, Zheng said, as he walked through the forest in the middle of an unknown area. Suddenly, Zheng saw something strange behind him and heard a strange sound, and he turned around and exhaled because there was no threat in sight. He picked up a bone that was near him, looking closely at it, trying to figure out whose bones it was. When he looked up, everything became clear to him. There were 6 skeletons hanging in the web above him, and some of the lower ones had already lost half of their bones, so they had been here for a long time. Shit, Zheng said in a worried voice, realizing what a mess he was in. Suddenly, a spider web flew at him from one of the trees. Sensing the danger, Zhengrizko jumped away, but the web, like a meteorite, pierced the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. After such an unexpected attack, the enemy appeared. It was a high-level forest spider that Zheng had fallen right into its lair. After jumping to a safe distance, Zheng pulled on his tete-a-vu and loaded 3 arrows into his bow to hit the enemy. But unfortunately, the arrows he shot failed to harm the spider. They did not even pierce its skin. They just flew off, hitting him. Immediately after Zheng's attack, the spider began to counterattack, releasing poisonous webs at the boy. Zheng dodged every shot by jumping on the trees, but every shot the spider made that hit a tree broke it in half. Retreating, Zheng hid behind a tree, but the spider deftly moved through the forest at an incredible speed, thus quickly catching up to Zheng. I have no way to punch it, and its speed is too fast. This time it's going to be really hard, Zheng thought, after all his attempts to wound the enemy. As Zheng continued to run away from the spider, he dodged its web over and over again, and yet, once, he almost got caught. When Zheng dodged another web shot, the spider managed to kick him in flight, thus catching him. As it approached the boy, not allowing him to escape again, the monster was already closing its mouth to feast on its prey. But Zheng was not going to give up. He was trying to survive with all his might, and at that moment he took his blade out of its sheath to try to attack it, even in such a disadvantageous position. Waving the blade in front of him, he managed to wound it, cutting off one of its tusks. "I did it!" Zheng rejoiced when he saw that he had managed to wound his opponent. His thirst for victory increased and his hope of winning reappeared. After being wounded, the monster staggered backwards and jumped back, dropping its weapon and allowing Zheng to get up. "Star power?" Zheng was surprised, looking at his blade, which began to glow snow-white. "Warrior! I've finally become a first-ranked warrior," Zheng said, flashing a fiery aura, preparing to finish off the monster, as he now had everything he needed to do so. "Boss Hugh, we made a lot of money this time," the man with the mustache who was driving the car said to his leader. "Ah," he said sharply, turning the wheel, "there's someone up ahead," and continued to maneuver to avoid a collision. Zheng, who had survived a deadly battle with a dangerous enemy, was walking toward them. "Hey, are you suicidal?" the driver asked him. "Fuck off," he said to Zheng in a rude tone, trying to drive around him and continue in his direction. "You?" The driver glared at him in anger. "That's enough, let him get in," the commander said to him. "Count yourself lucky, Boss Hua said you can get in the car," the driver said, gesturing for him to get in. "Thank you, Boss Hua," Zheng said, bowing and thanking him. As he got into the car, he saw another guy next to him who offered him a cigarette. "Thank you, I don't smoke. I just recently arrived in Titan. I don't know what kind of unit you are." "We are the Pattern Squad," the guy replied, taking a cigarette out of his pack to smoke. "There are only pumped-up guys in the squad, and the name is so girly," the boy said, lighting a cigarette. "Brother, do you know if there are any places in Titan where we can practice our star power?" Zheng asked him. Exhaling the smoke from his cigarette, the guy answered him. "In the 3rd District. There's a warrior training center there, but it's not cheap," emphasizing the high prices of this place. When they reached the outer district of Titan, the car stopped. When Zheng was let out of the car, he immediately began to thank the Pattern Unit. Bowing to his rescuers, he expressed his gratitude for their help. "Thank you, I am in your debt," and waved his hand in their wake. In response to Zheng, the driver merely raised his hand, gesturing that it was nothing to worry about. On the way home, Zheng could not contain his joy. "If I'm a first-ranked warrior now, I need to think about how to raise my level." Just before entering the house, Lan Shi was already meeting him to tell him the good news. When he saw his master, he said to him, "Master, I have already reached the 3rd rank," surprising Zheng with this news. He ran up to his master and hugged him tightly, unable to contain his joy, and said in a trembling voice, "It's all thanks to the blue crystals you gave me." Confused by what was happening, Zheng said to him, "Actually, I've accomplished something as well." Waiting for his turn to share his news, he nevertheless said that he had also become a warrior, but only of the 1st rank. Rejoicing at Zheng's achievement as much as he did at his own, Lan asked, "Are you a 1st-rank warrior?" And Su Junwen, unable to hold back her tears of joy, added, "Sir, at last." Sitting at the table, holding a glass of wine to celebrate the occasion, Zheng said, "I told you that your life would improve, and soon it will be even better." Raising the glasses above them, a loud clinking sound was heard, marking the beginning of the celebration of these achievements. As they pulled their glasses toward them, they said, "Bottoms up." The next day, Zheng and Lan Shi headed to the 3rd District to reach the Warrior Training Center. When they saw the building, Lan Shi asked his master, "Sir, the training here must be very expensive, right?" He was told that the main thing was to raise the level, and the price was not important. When Lan went inside, he was so surprised by what he saw that he inadvertently spoke out, "These people have such high ranks." Zheng was also surprised by what he saw, but he refrained from saying anything, limiting himself to thinking, "Indeed, very high. Fortunately, the web of the spider I killed while hunting was sold at an auction at a sky-high price. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to pay for my studies." Seeing the confused boys, the manager immediately approached them and offered her help, addressing them and saying, "If you two need training, please come in." When they got to the reception desk, she asked them again for some information to fill out the forms. "Excuse me, what level of training do you need?" Being nearby, Zheng answered her, "Let's open the level 3 room first." After entering all the recruits' information, she began to tell them additional information they needed to know. To open the 3rd level hall, you need to pay 1 blue crystal. This is a token to open the hall. Before you can enter it, you need to sign a contract. After completing the registration, Lan Shi was very excited and said to Zheng, "Sir, I will not let you down." "Sir, I won't let you down." Trying to calm his friend down, Zheng replied, urging him to go to the training as soon as possible. "Okay, let's not get emotional, just come in." As soon as Lan left the registration room, Zheng immediately approached the manager with a request that stunned her. Please help me open the 5th level hall. When she recovered from the shock, she just let out a surprised gasp. What? Realizing how dangerous this idea was, she asked the young man again if he hadn't made a mistake with his order. Sir, are you sure? A 5th level training room? Yes, open it quickly, Zheng said quickly, hurrying the girl. Realizing what might happen, she warned him in a frightened voice. I have to warn you, this is not a virtual training room. Real monsters are fought here. Listening to all the warnings, he didn't bother to listen to anything that was said, just pointing to the screen with a 5th-ranked mutant gorilla and mumbling, I know. Let's go with this one. Impressed by Zheng's choice, the manager was seriously worried. Looking after him, she had only one question in her mind. This mutant gorilla is about level 6. Is he going to die? After leading Zheng to his training room, the manager finally said, Your training room is here. Insert your badge to enter. I wish you good luck. Standing in front of the gym, Zheng could feel the threatening aura emanating from the monster all over his body and penetrating through the door, thinking, even through the door, I can feel the dangerous aura of the mutant gorilla. The 3 soldiers who were also in the training center, passing Zheng, suddenly began to discuss him, pointing at him. Huh? Quick, look. This is the first time I've seen this method of suicide. Putting his hand to his throat, one of them said, If I were you, I'd rather cut my own throat. Zheng, surprised by the impudence of the passers-by, replied in a rude tone, None of your business. Hearing such an impudent response, one of the 3 men began to shout at Zheng, pointing his finger at him. Stop right there. Quickly apologize to our master. But Zheng did not respond to their aggression, but only activated the entrance to the hall and spoke to them. Well, do you also want to try it with me? When they didn't answer, he asked them again, but this time in an aggressive tone and raising his voice, Well, don't you have the courage? When the door opened, Zheng took the first step inside. Almost completely entering the hall, he spoke one last line to the bullies. Then go back to where you came from. Left standing in front of the door, the humiliated trio boiled with anger, and behind them, a lot of onlookers had already gathered, who were already vigorously discussing what had happened. Did I hear that wrong? Did someone really get tired of living and decide to challenge this thing? I saw him enter with my own eyes, and that kid is only a first-rate warrior. Pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, one of the 3 henchmen handed it to his boss, saying, Mr. Luo, don't be angry, this kid is just suicidal. After lighting a cigarette, the leader began to verbally vent his aggression that had been pent up because of Zheng's antics. He wanted to die quickly? He's lucky I'm not the one to fulfill his dream. Upon entering the gorilla's room, an alert sounded. The biological tranquilizer has expired. Please be ready to attack. Jumping back to increase the distance, Zheng stated, Hey, Giant, it's up to you to make sure I can advance to the 2nd rank. The mutant gorilla who had been unconscious until recently woke up in a flash. The tranquilizer had worn off. The monster opened its eye and began to drill Zheng with its bloodthirsty gaze. As soon as the numbness from the tranquilizer passed and the mutant gorilla was able to control his body, he immediately stood up and began pounding his chest with his fists and roaring loudly, trying to intimidate his opponent. Meanwhile, outside the door, the number of onlookers only grew to discuss the fate of the guy who had entered the room. I've never seen anything like this, said one of the 3 bullies. The commander of the trio gleefully declared with a sarcastic smile on his face, Haha, he's probably dead by now. Turning to his comrades, holding a cigarette in his mouth, smiling ear to ear, he said happily, Shall we go in to pick up the corpse? And the anxious onlookers only became even more frantic upon hearing this. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the hall, which hit the door. It seriously frightened everyone behind it. Scared to death, Luo continued to boast, I guess I won't have to because there aren't even any bones left. Rapidly turning around, Luo held out the green crystal to the manager standing behind him, offering a bribe to get something for himself. Let me get you a video of the death. Give me a video of what happened in the hall. I want to watch it later. Refusing the offer, the confused manager replied, Mr. Luo, you can't do that. We can't show our guests training. Moving even closer to the manager, looking at the poor man with an ominous look, he said, What can a dead man have that is personal? Suddenly, a noise and the sound of blows came from the hall. The anxious people outside the door began to fuss again. What's going on? Is that guy still alive? 30 minutes passed. Noise was heard again and again from behind the door. Suddenly it became very quiet. Everyone was staring at the door with wide eyes. Is this a dream? Instantly, Luo turned to one of his henchmen and slapped him with all his might to test his feelings. Irritated by the slap, the henchman who received the slap immediately screamed, "Mr. Luo, why did you hit me?" The latter, looking at his hand, said, "It must have hurt, but it's not a dream." Looking at the crowd behind him, he said in confusion, "A first-ranked warrior defeated a fifth-ranked mutant gorilla? How the hell did that kid survive half an hour?" Exhausted from the battle, Zheng knelt down on one knee in front of his rather strong opponent to rest for a while, but keeping his weapon at the ready so that he could react quickly if necessary. The mutant gorilla was also exhausted from the long fight, having also lost most of his health. But then, gathering the last of its strength into a fist, the gorilla tried to strike Zheng, dramatically closing the distance between them. Gathering all the strength in one punch, the gorilla hit only the ground, leaving another crater. Zheng, having dodged the attack, sharply launched a counter-offensive as soon as he had the chance. By jumping up, he was able to reach the monster's belly while it was making its attack, and by slicing it with his dagger, he inflicted more damage on his opponent. After the successful attack, Zheng suddenly felt the same familiar sensation and immediately shouted, "It worked!" Looking at his dagger, which was flickering just like the first time he had achieved the rank of first-rank warrior, he said, "Yes, second-rank warrior." With his newfound strength, Zheng performed a series of attacks with renewed vigor and then jumped high to perform a falling attack. After dealing critical damage to the monster with his last attack, he jumped back to regroup and see if he could win. Instantly, the monster's body collapsed to the ground, and Zheng boldly walked over its carcass. After defeating it, a notification immediately appeared. 7,200 experience points have been gained. Meanwhile, outside the training room, onlookers were already boiling with anticipation to find out the results of the fight, and one of Luo's henchmen leaned against the door to better hear what was happening inside. "Mr. Luo, nothing seems to be happening. He's definitely dead now." Suddenly, after the noise in the hall stopped, the door opened abruptly, and Zheng, who had defeated the monster in the hall, stood there, flaunting himself in front of everyone. The fat man who had been leaning against the door immediately fell to the ground, screaming in fright. "What the hell, do I see a ghost?" Although everyone who saw Zheng had a similar reaction. As Zheng left the hall, he calmly spoke to the manager standing nearby. "We need someone to clean this room." Luo's eyes widened in surprise. He just stared at Zheng in fright, and the crowd of onlookers began to discuss him even more lively. "He came in with the first rank, right? This is his first time training, and he's already raised his level to second. Who is he?" Zheng walked slowly through the training center as the crowd moved around him, and everyone parted to form a lively road in front of him, discussing his fight. "That's him? He defeated a 6th-rank monster." As Zheng approached the front desk, he once again approached the girl manager, who had taken his first training session, with a request. "Please open up another 6th-level training room." She was very embarrassed by this request, but she was equally embarrassed that the guy who had recently taken a task that was too much for her to handle was now standing in front of her. But despite everything that had happened, she continued her work, starting to fill out a new application for training. Jen, who was standing behind her, pointed at the screen and said, "Give me that." Pulling out a green crystal, he held it out to her to pay for the entrance. As she held the payment, she whispered to herself in confusion, "The 6th level." Upon learning of the boy's choice, the onlookers made a fuss again, marveling at his courage. A 6th-level mutant viper? He wants to fight a level 6 mutant viper? While some people were shouting about how crazy he was, others were already placing bets on whether he would survive this time. "Crazy! This guy is definitely crazy." Come on, I'm betting on you. Let's see if you can survive this time," they were saying. But these were not the only shouts at his back. There were also mournful speeches, but Zheng confidently walked into the hall to achieve his goal, not hiding his smile of impatience. "So young, and he decided to die," someone said behind him. Watching this whole spectacle from his office, Zhang Chun, a 7th-ranked warrior and the owner of the center, was only burning with curiosity. "Hey, interesting. Suddenly standing up, he asked his employee standing in his office, "Zhou Zhen, are you sure he is a 2nd-ranked warrior?" The man stood in his office as if at attention and replied anxiously, "I'm sure, and he was a 1st-ranked warrior before the battle with the mutant gorilla." Then the owner of the training center, adjusting his glasses, said slyly, "Turn on the hall's camera and live stream Zhou Zhen's training. Let the image be broadcast to the main hall's screens." Worried that this instruction might violate privacy rules, the worker spoke up, "But we need the other party's permission." But Zhang Chun didn't seem to care, answering, "I'll arrange it, robot, as ordered." When the employee left the office, the owner, smoking a cigar, exhaled the smoke and said to himself, It doesn't matter if this kid wins or loses, but we can definitely make a lot of money on this video. Turning on the TV in the central hall, the noise of the three men died down, and only the occasional cheer could be heard. The day has come. Will they show someone live? I heard that a second-ranked warrior challenged a 6th-level mutant viper. Are you kidding? Even a 7th-ranked warrior can't handle a venomous mutant viper. When I turned it on, I could hardly see anything on the screen. A poisonous fog covered everything and only surprised exclamations could be heard. Poisonous fog? What happened to the broadcast? Is it dead? Trapped in the poisonous fog, Zheng was slowly losing his health as the fog dealt long-lasting damage as long as the target was inside it. Taking the antidote potion out of his pocket, Jing opened it to use it. Surely the antidote from the game can be used here without any problems? Tipping the vial, he poured every last drop into himself to prevent the negative effects of the fog. Drinking the potion, it immediately took effect, relieving the effects of the long-lasting poisoning and restoring Zheng's full life. And then he shouted to the monster, "Come on, show me how tough you are!" Suddenly a huge image appeared through the fog, in which one could see ruby-colored eyes glowing. This look terrified everyone who saw it, and the TV screen still showed nothing at all because of the pile of fog. I can't see anything. Is there a problem with the picture? How could that kid have survived so long in that poisonous fog? His speed, just by seeing the fog shuddering as Zheng moved through it, one could get a rough idea of where he was and where he was going. But the observers were interested in something else. Can people move so visibly? Suddenly the broadcast was interrupted because the camera inside the hall was broken. What happened? Was it a mutant viper? Being very tired from the long duration of the fight and the strength of the monster, Zheng broke off and decided to take a break. 6th level. This is harder than I thought. However, his body began to overflow with energy again as he achieved his goal again, saying, "However, I have raised my level again. I am now at the 3rd rank." Noticing the broken camera behind him, Zheng was angry that his training could be seen and said, "I think I need to go talk to someone about this broadcast." Meanwhile, in the central hall, the TV screen showed only interference and a picture of the interrupted broadcast due to camera damage. And there were dissatisfied shouts. So who won in the end? How did it end? After finishing the fight, Zheng left the hall where his manager was waiting for him. "Mr. Zhou, our manager Jiang Chun wants to see you. Please come this way." In a disgruntled voice, Zheng replied, "I want to see him too." Entering the manager's office, he immediately spoke in a stern tone. "I hope you will explain everything to me." Alarmed that Zheng had reacted so aggressively to Jiang Chun's prank, he spoke to the boy, "Mr. Zhou Zheng, calm down." After gesturing, one of the workers immediately came over to him, holding a tray covered with a cloth. After placing the tray on the manager's desk, she left the room. At that time, Jiang Chun removed the cloth and said, "As an apology, we will reimburse you for your expenses today. Of course, this will not be enough, so we have prepared this for you." Presenting Zheng with a gold card, he handed it to the boy along with the crystals, adding, "This card. With it, you will have a 20% discount on all our services." After accepting the gifts, Zheng still calmed down but emphasized, "You'd better not say anything about me." Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded. "Of course, Mr. Zheng Zhou." As Zheng was leaving the office, he heard a shout after him. It was his supervisor who was embarrassed and wanted to ask him something. "Mr. Zheng, may I ask you a personal question?" Adjusting his glasses, Zheng continued, How did you manage to kill a level 6 mutant viper?" Looking back, Zheng gave his interlocutor a stern look, speaking in irritation. "You like to pry into other people's secrets so much?" Seeing Zheng's reaction, Zheng abruptly fidgeted and spoke hurriedly. "I apologize, I misspoke. Mr. Zhou, how would you like to join the Beast King sect? With our resources and your talent, you would definitely become a 6th-ranked warrior." Zheng replied as he left the room. "I would not," slamming the door on his way out. Having completed his training, Lon left the room, and everyone around him was discussing something vigorously. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. I really want to know who that guy is. There are so many talented people in the whole of Titan. The confused Doe, unable to find his master, thought, "Where is the master? He could not have left me here alone and run away." Meanwhile, in his office, the boss was having a dialogue with a warrior. "That guy is only a 3rd-ranked warrior. You were a little too nice to him, don't you think?" the warrior said. "3rd rank? Potential cannot be measured by rank," the old man replied. Continuing to reproach himself, he spoke. "The live broadcast, I shouldn't have turned it on." Returning from training, Zheng examined his weapon and came to a conclusion. It looks like it's useless. Looking at the dagger, while thinking about where to buy a new weapon, he remembered his old friend. By the way, I remembered that man said he had a shop. I need to buy a new dagger there. When he arrived at the place, he was very surprised at the size of the shop. A shop of this size. I sold my wolfskins for nothing, he thought. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by an old friend who offered him a cup of hot tea. Sitting at the table and savoring the tea, Chang Jiang asked in surprise, "Brother, am I blind or what? Have you become a third-ranked warrior in a few days?" Savoring his tea, Zheng answered him happily, "It's nothing. I just tried a little harder than the others." Hearing this answer, Chang Jiang replied excitedly, "If you don't want to talk, at least make up a good excuse." After he finished his drink, Zheng put the cup on the table and said, "Brother Chang, I have come because I want to buy some equipment from you." The other man answered him immediately, "No problem. I can offer you several options. And one more thing," he added, taking out a monster's web from his belt pouch. "Brother Chang, will you take this?" Without restraining his emotions, he let out a stingy shoza of joy and said, "The web of a blue spider that glows. This is the best material for making equipment?" Examining the web under a magnifying glass, he added, "Such a rare material. It can only be obtained from a ghost spider." Looking at Zheng, who had picked up his tea mug again, he said to him, "It seems that the rank theory doesn't work in your case at all." After examining the goods, Chang Jiang mumbled in disappointment, "It's a pity I only have enough for 1 meter right now. How about 15 green crystals?" After receiving an agreement to his offer, Chang Jiang jumped up and down with joy. "Ha ha ha, I'm glad I got such a cool material. I'll go to the workshop and make a weapon for you for free." Once at the shop, Zheng was surprised to see how the weapons were made. "I didn't think you used such an old way of forging." But Chan told him something. "Everything created by machines is sold to ordinary people, and after all, the weapons of warriors must have good conductivity," he emphasized. After some thought, Zheng said, "I know a little about conductivity. Star power can be injected into a weapon and thus strengthen its performance." Agreeing with Zheng's words, Chan added, "With the blue web, I will create a weapon for you that has a conductivity of at least 13%. Putting on his safety goggles and the rest of his work gear, he continued, "With this web, I may be able to shatter the myths about the 15% conductivity of Mr. Ning's weapon." With that, he set to work. After heating the metal, he began to add spider webs to it and create a mold for the future workpiece. When the dagger was ready, Chang handed it to Zheng, saying, "Brother, you are very lucky." Reaching out to the weapon, Zheng was surprised at how light the weapon was. "It's light," he said. Picking up the dagger, he directed a stream of star power directly to the weapon to test it. Seeing what Zheng was capable of, Chan thought, "This kind of power, this indicates that he is an 8th or 9th ranked warrior. I knew it." Seeing what the dagger he had just made was capable of, he was shocked. 20%? A blade with a conductivity of 20%? This dagger must be worth at least 1 purple crystal. And I gave it away? Walking away from Chan, Zheng, pleased with his new weapon, waved goodbye to the beast, saying words of gratitude. "Thank you very much, Brother Chang." But Brother Chang only answered him angrily, "Go! Hurry up! Before I change my mind." Returning to the workshop, Chang said in an angry tone, "I did it once, so I can do it again." On his way back, Zheng noticed a trio of bullies with whom he had had a verbal altercation in the training center. As he passed by, one of the 3 spoke up. "Mr. Luo, this is the kid you had a fight with at the training center." Smiling ominously, Luo had already planned a fight to get back at Zheng. "Fighting was forbidden in the training center, but outside we can go beyond words." Worried, one of his gang members spoke up. "That kid was able to defeat the mutant gorilla alone." He became angry with his henchman and slapped him in the face for what he had said. "You don't understand anything. This garbage just read it. He is a 3rd-ranked warrior. How is this possible?" Suddenly confused, he froze in place. "A 3rd-ranked warrior? Didn't he have a 1st rank when he came out?" asked Luo. "That's right, and then he leveled up another 2, said the second of his henchmen. Angered even more, he kicked his second comrade. "Do you want me to say it again? I don't care what rank he has now. Just kill him." As Zheng approached the girl selling flowers, he was choosing which ones to buy when he heard a voice behind him. "Well, kid, we finally meet again." Hearing a familiar voice behind him, Zheng realized who it could be. Meanwhile, the 3 bullies were already standing behind him. "Let's see if you're going to be rude to us this time." Turning to face Luo, Zheng asked him in surprise, "Who are you?" thus greatly confusing the bully. Enraged by this insolence, Luo ordered his henchmen to break both his legs. Trying to fulfill their master's order, The henchman did not even have time to react, as both were defeated. Frightened by the sight of one of his servants lying on the ground and the other flying into a pillar, he simply froze in place. As a result of this fight, the girl who was selling flowers was in danger of ending her life right then and there. The pole that Zheng hit with one of his henchmen broke and flew straight at the girl, and she just stood there, frozen with fright. As Zheng retreated to prevent the fight from dragging on, he saw that the girl might get hurt because of his actions, and he could not stand aside. Turning around, he ran to her and pulled her down, saving her from the column that was about to land on the poor girl. He also ran past Luo, leaving him standing on the sidelines. Running with the rescued girl, Zheng kicked him so that he would not go unpunished. As a result of the kick, Luo lost his balance and flew right under the wooden column from under which Zheng rescued the girl. After rescuing the poor girl from danger and carrying her to safety, he asked her, "Are you okay?" and received only a frightened, "Uh-huh." Luo, on whose head the column had landed, stood up and began to threaten Zheng. "How dare you touch me? Do you even know who I am?" After listening to all the accusations, Zheng said, "Whoever you are, you provoked me first." Smiling sarcastically, Luo continued to threaten his status and wanted to force Zheng to apologize for what he had done. "Kneel down. Apologize. Otherwise, the Luo family will make you realize what the words, 'better to die than to live like this' mean." He had barely finished uttering all his threats when Zheng suddenly disappeared from his sight, and only the sound of someone's cold breath could be heard in the distance. When Zheng got behind the brazen man who wanted to show off, he kicked him in the calf. Luo fell to the ground in pain. Standing on his feet, Zheng looked down at him and said, "Most of all, I hate threats." Luo, writhing in excruciating pain, immediately began to apologize. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I made a mistake." By then, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the noise and were already discussing what had happened. What a brave kid. Not even afraid of the Luo family. Brave but foolish. Alas! Leaving the scene of his debut, Zheng thought to himself, "In this world, survival of the fittest? The Luo family? I don't mind if you become my springboard." A short time later, Luo was already in the hospital, lying in bed with his leg bandaged and broken. After meeting with the head of Luo's family, the doctor said, "Mr. Luo, of course we can try, but your son's leg is shattered, and even if he recovers, he will suffer consequences." Hearing this information, the father asked in a trembling voice, "Will this affect his ability to be promoted?" The doctor hesitated and said uncertainly, "Yes, it will. His channels are damaged." "Probably." Hearing the doctor's alarming conclusions, the father shouted, "No, it can't be." Meanwhile, Luo, who was lying on the hospital bed shedding tears, cried out, "Father, it's all because of that boy named Zhou Zhen. You must avenge me." The father, hearing his son's words, became angry with him and shouted back, "Wretched man, dare you complain?" Standing in front of the window in the ward, the father muttered to himself, "He is a third-ranked warrior. How could he beat a fourth-ranked warrior? Who is this Zhou Zhen?" Calling one of his men over, he gave him an order. "Abin, find out everything about this Zhou Zhen." "Of course," the servant replied. Still standing in front of the window, Father Luo said, confused, and said, "Whoever you are, you dared to insult my son, and you will have to pay for it." On his way back from training, Zheng wondered where else he could make money. "Money has been tight lately. I need to find some way to make some extra money." As he was walking forward, Zheng suddenly heard someone shouting to him, "Master, master, we meet again." He looked back and saw the guys he had recently sold the hunting information to. "Thanks to your help, we've accomplished the mission," said Xiao Heng. "Really? That's great," Zheng replied. Pointing to Zheng to introduce him to the others, the commander said, "Brothers, this is the master we told you about." Bowing, the guy from the team greeted Zheng. "Greetings, master." Feeling uncomfortable with the situation, Zheng said, Perhaps you could call me something else?" Putting his hand on Zheng's shoulder, the commander said, "Brother, you are too humble. You have risen from a novice to a third-ranked warrior in these few days. If you are not a master, then who is?" Continuing his story, Xiao Heng said something interesting. "By the way, our team is about to go to Weicheng County. Do you want to come with us?" Hearing this offer, Zheng was very interested in it. "If you have the money," Zheng said, hoping to earn some crystals because he desperately needed money. "Then of course I will go with you." Once they reached the central square, they began recruiting for the team for the upcoming trip. "We need strong warriors, preferably from the 5th rank." Watching the whole recruitment process, Zheng thought, it's very similar, almost like a game. Continuing his call, the commander continued, "The destination is Weicheng County. The reward is 1 medium blue crystal." Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. "Do you need men?" Paying attention to the location from which it came, it turned out that it was a 6th-ranked warrior. Upon seeing him, there was a commotion. A 6th-ranked warrior? Why did a 6th-ranked soldier come here to look for work? The commander, holding out his hand to the volunteer recruit, said, "Yes, we need people." In response, he heard a dissatisfied voice say, "I can join you temporarily, but the reward must be more than 1 blue crystal." Hearing this, the commander said in confusion, "We can distribute the rewards as the mission progresses. How about that?" Angered by this suggestion, the 6th-ranked soldier said, "Are you kidding me? Will you earn anything at all? Do I have to die for a few white crystals?" Meanwhile, Zheng, who was sitting in the pickup truck's trailer, took out his bow, thinking, "While no one is around, I'll take out a weapon so that no one will reveal that I have a game bag." Looking at his improved weapon with a smile, he thought, "Brother Chan said that he used spider webs to increase the conductivity of my bow to 11%, but I don't know if it's good." Climbing into Zheng's trailer, the warrior spoke to him with a mocking tone. "Hey, are you playing with your bow too? But your bow can only kill a wild hare, right?" He pulled out his bow from behind his back and showed it to Zheng to show off. "This is a product of the 100 Knives Company, and it has a conductivity of 5%. This is what you call a bow." As he passed by, one of Qiao Heng's team members spoke to Zheng. "Master, the wind is too strong. Get inside." But Zheng refused the offer, arguing that no matter how strong the wind is, it is good. A warrior who was sitting in the trailer with Zheng looked at him with a mocking finger. "Master? If he's a master, then what am I? A supermaster?" After leaving the central square and heading out of the city of Titan to the Solnechny market, the car stopped. After stopping, the doors opened, and Xiao Heng got out, saying, "Gentlemen, let's do some shopping here first." While waiting for the captain to return, Zheng was spotted by locals greeting him. "Hey, the madman! Crazy, why did it take you so long to come to us?" In return, Zheng greeted them as well. "Ha ha, hi brother Li, hi brother Zhao." Also noticing Zheng, Uncle Wang approached him and handed him a bottle of medicinal herbs. "Crazy man, look, these herbs are our family heirloom that I found a few days ago. I don't need them, so take them," he said to him. Embarrassed by this offer, Zheng tried to refuse. "Uncle Wang, I can't." Sitting in the trailer with Zheng, Warrior was filled with envy. Are these people blind? Why are they sucking up to a 3rd-ranked warrior like this? Deciding to show off in front of everyone, the warrior stood up and began to stretch, saying, "Wow, the weather is so nice today," thinking, "A bunch of peasants, I'll show you who's the master." But despite all the warrior's antics, no one even paid attention to him, and everyone continued to have a nice conversation with Zheng. The warrior was very shocked that no one paid attention to him because he was so strong and no one even cared about him. When the whole team had bought their gear, they started to leave the market. As they left the market, the locals wished Zheng good luck and to be careful not to get hurt. Sitting in the trailer, Zheng looked at the medicine Uncle Wen had given him, evaluating it. "The medicine smells nice, although its effect is not comparable to the health potion, but I don't have much of it. I'd better save it for emergencies." Suddenly, a warrior called out to Zheng, who was thinking, "Hey!" Looking at Zheng, he spoke to him. "I advise you to switch to a rifle in the future." But Zheng refused his suggestion, saying, "I'm already used to the bow." To which he was answered, "You're just a poser." While they were talking, time passed faster and they arrived at their destination, the outskirts of Weicheng. As they got out of their cars and approached the location, they heard someone honking their horn behind them. Looking behind them, they saw another gang getting out of their cars, who had also come here to hunt. Recognizing these people, the commander turned to Zheng with a warning. "This bastard is a mad bear. We should be more careful." After the incident, their team set out on the road, making their way through an abandoned area surrounded by monsters. As they passed through this location, they encountered a few zombies, which the commander successfully eliminated with his sword, clearing the way. Continuing on, the zombies began to attack more and more often from different directions. But the rest of the team did not stand aside. When they saw another zombie, they shot it with a bow. Admiring the mercenary's skills, Zheng rejoiced and continued to praise him. "Good shot." Moving forward, the commander saw a small group of zombies and said, "We have to break through the shopping street in these 5 bends, otherwise there will only be more zombies." Zheng found crystals in the dead monsters and said to the mercenary, "Look, 2 blue crystals are not so bad." The warrior replied in a rude tone, "What are you doing here? Did you come to see the sights?" Zheng replied, "Except for you, everyone on the team is in favor of labor division, so if I don't work, I won't earn any money, unlike you. You have to work hard for the reward." The warrior just agreed with him. After Zheng's words, the warrior began to beat up all the zombies he came across in order to earn more money. Watching the warrior work, everyone was shocked. No wonder he's a 6th-ranked warrior, so strong. said Xiaoheng. Commander, our money is worth it, his comrade supported him. Moving forward, they reached an area surrounded by high-level mutant zombies, poisonous zombies of the 30th level. After surveying the area, one of the team said, all of the zombies surrounding the shopping street are mutants. It's too dangerous to continue fighting them manually. Hearing this, a 6th-ranked mercenary warrior volunteered to go after them, pulling out his bow and saying, I will try. He took out an arrow and pulled the string and hit one of the zombies squarely in the head, knocking it unconscious. Seeing this shot, Zheng was as surprised as a child and began to praise the warrior again, saying, wow, what a cool technique. But then he changed his face and said, okay, it's time for me to stretch a little. Take a break. I'll take care of them. Following behind, Xiaoheng said, Master, these zombies are nothing like the ones before. The mercenary just started screaming in panic. Do you really think you're a master? If you want to die, leave us out of this. Holding his bow in his hands, Zheng abruptly rushed into the crowd of zombies to overcome them. Taking 3 arrows in his hand and pulling on the bowstring, he prepared to shoot, thinking only one thing. I can't let this much experience go to waste. Jumping from one zombie to another, he hit each of his targets with precision and neutralized them. Running away, the warrior spoke to the commander. Commander Xiao, I don't understand why you hired him. Disorganized, undisciplined, arrogant. When he didn't hear an answer to his question, he got angry and again addressed the commander in a rude tone. Commander Xiao, I'm talking to you. But the commander would not have been able to pay attention to the warrior because he was mesmerized by what he saw in front of him. He was overcome by a mute agony that would not end. As he got closer, he also fell into a stupor, only managing to shout out one word that described the entire situation before him. In front of him, he saw Zheng, who had defeated almost all the enemies and cleared the way further, easily breaking through the zombie lines. Killing zombies gave him 700 experience points for each monster he defeated. When he noticed that there were no more enemies left, he finally stopped. Standing still, he thought, finally everything is clear. It seems that I'm going to be promoted to level 30 today. I can learn a new technique. Standing there, his mouth wide open, the mercenary could only say, 3 minutes? Is he even human? Turning to his team, Zheng called out to them, It's over. Help me collect the arrows. Some of them can still be used. To which he only heard an unintelligible, You. Good. Good. Everyone started shouting, Cool. Master, Supermaster. Continuing to admire what they saw, the discussions continued, some saying, I told you that there are devils in the quiet, while others exclaimed, You are my idol. Meanwhile, a mercenary warrior of the 6th rank went to collect crystals from the prey to speed up the collection process. As he approached the zombie corpse, he swung his knife and stabbed at the place where the crystal might be. Having hit the right spot, a blue crystal immediately fell out. Seeing this, his friend immediately ran up to him. Taking the crystal in his hands, he said, Brother, you are lucky. I got the blue crystal by striking it once. Pulling an arrow from a zombie lying nearby, the boy said, By the way, the master said that the arrows can be used again. Listening to all this, the mercenary thought, I am a warrior of the 6th rank, and I can handle corpses. Why do I have to help a 3rd-ranked warrior collect arrows? Pointing to a place nearby at the end of the road, the commander said, 6, brothers, the main part of the shopping street is nearby. As he continued to give orders, he called his 2 comrades over and said to them, Lu Chu, Meng Man, go back for the pickup truck. When you start the car, the sound will definitely attract a new batch of poisonous zombies. After saying this, he turned his attention to the mercenary and Zheng. So soon, gentlemen, we will have to disturb you again. Suddenly, Zheng stood up and held out his bow to one of his comrades in arms, asking, Please hold this. Pulling out his dagger, Zheng offered the mercenary a bet. Shall we fight? Pulling out his spear and striking the ground with it, the warrior accepted his offer with the words, So be it. Let's see who is who. Hearing the answer, Zheng suddenly rushed off at breakneck speed, saying, Then I will be the first. Deftly sidestepping the enemies, he attacked them from behind, thus easily hitting their weak points and immediately neutralizing them. During the battle, he used his skills and had a great feeling. The system of a thief combined with the star power of a warrior. My God, what a wonderful feeling. As he stood there and watched Zheng deftly destroy his enemies, he sighed, I've lost. Standing behind him, one of the team members said to the leader, 6. Commander, take a look at Brother Master's weapon. Zheng Shun, hearing his comrade's words, looked at Zheng's dagger and was surprised. This is a high-conductivity weapon. As he saw this amazing weapon reflected in his eyes, a thought entered his mind. If I am not mistaken, the conductivity of this dagger is higher than any weapon I have ever seen. If I can take it from him. But then he realized how disgusting his thoughts were, and slapped his hands over his face to collect himself. Calm down. I'd rather go kill a 7th-level mutant. After he regained his composure and prepared for the fight, he continued. Besides, for me, Zhang Shun, this is a dirty job. As he began to fight, destroying one enemy after another, he struck another monster, shouting, Die! Standing in the middle of the battlefield, having killed all the enemies, Zhang said joyfully, One more level. Suddenly, hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around and saw a mercenary who was stretching out his hand to him and said, Master, my name is Zhang Shun. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shaking hands, Zhang replied, Zhou Zhen, and I am not a master at all, to which he heard, Don't be so lowly, you absolutely deserve this. I dare say that even our commander, a 7th-ranked warrior, is not as strong as Wang. Hearing the sound of the engine, everyone realized that the pickup truck had reached the gathering place, and the guys ran out shouting with joy, We made it! Brothers, this time we're going to make a lot of money. Standing aside, Zhang Shun could only think about what he had heard. I wish I was dead. What nerve! What a bunch of simpletons! Why do I have to pretend? I want a fixed reward. Suddenly, one of the team members who was running toward them started calling for the captain to warn him of the danger. Commander, there's a huge zombie. Pointing behind him where the giant was, he continued to approach his comrades, and behind him at some distance, the giant walked. Seeing the critical threat, the commander gave an order. Everyone to the car, immediately retreat. As he was retreating to the cars, he saw Zheng standing still and called out to him, Brother Zhou, get in the car. Drawing his dagger and preparing to defend himself, he replied, You go. His speed is much faster than the trucks, and someone has to stop him, otherwise we will lose everything we have gathered today. As everyone packed into the cars, Zheng watched the crowd of zombies coming closer and closer to him, along with the giant. Watching this spectacle, Zheng just sighed heavily, preparing for another fight. When the giant got to a certain distance from the team, he took an old broken-down car that was standing next to him and lifted it up. The next moment, he threw it at the people who were nearby. Finally, he hit a pickup truck in front of him, missing none of the team. Preparing for the attack, Zheng took a fighting stance and said to his comrades, Hurry up. If you stay here, you will only be in the way. Watching Zheng stay behind to cover the team's retreat, Zhang Shun thought, It seems I underestimated this guy after all, as he sat in the pickup truck trailer. The next moment, he shouted out to the captain, He's right. I believe him. We have to get out of here. After getting into the trunk of the mercenary's truck, the commander, moving away from Zheng, shouted to him one last time, Brother Zhou, we will be waiting for you on the highway. Hearing this, Zheng gestured to them with an OK sign. When the giant saw the cars driving away, he immediately jumped at Zheng to strike him. But Zheng reacted quickly and also rushed at the giant to try to counterattack it in the air. Hey giant, I'm here, he shouted. Watching Zheng fight, Zhang Shun could only wonder how a 3rd-ranked warrior could have such a powerful strength. When Zheng exchanged a few blows with the giant and ended up on the ground, he used his weakness scanning ability. After analyzing the weaknesses, he smiled and charged at the giant, exclaiming, You don't have as many weaknesses as I thought. But having discovered the weaknesses, he decided not to waste time and to finish the fight as soon as possible, and used one of his techniques, jumping attack. 10 minutes passed after the start of the fight. The whole team was waiting for Zheng to return to the highway, looking for him through binoculars. Suddenly, one of the team members asked the commander, The master hasn't returned yet, has he? To which a rude reply followed, Shut up. But Zhang Shun, who was sitting in the trailer, calmly replied, This madman has enough power that we don't have to worry about him. Suddenly, one of the observers looking through his binoculars exclaimed in a joyful voice, He's back. The master is coming back. As they watched him walk slowly back down the road, they all began to cheer. He is indeed the master. He's okay, right? As Zheng approached his team, he threw a blue crystal into the hands of one of them, saying, If we're all on the same team, then of course we have to share the spoils. This was followed by a surprised response. You fought that giant zombie by yourself? Meanwhile, Zhang Shun, who was sitting in the car, was only marveling at the boy's skills. He was able to get that blue crystal by himself? His strength, his energy? Approaching Zheng, the commander immediately said with a smile on his face, Brother Zhou, from now on I will serve only you. There was dead silence, surprising everyone, but then it was interrupted by an appeal. Brother Zhou. Zhang Shun addressed him. You're very strong, I surrender, he said, showing him the class gesture with his hand. Suddenly, the Mad Bear gang rode up to them, and one of them exclaimed, Huh? Not a bad catch. Looking at them, the commander replied dismissively, Much better than those cowards who ran away. Hearing this, the wounded who were sitting in the trailer of the Mad Bear unit were embarrassed. Hearing such disrespectful words addressed to him, the commander of the unit became very angry and took off the safety of his rifle. Rising to his feet, Zhang Shun, who was sitting in the pickup truck trailer, decided to deal with it, thinking, not a moment's peace. Turning to the bullies, he shouted menacingly, "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Seeing an opponent of this caliber, one of the squad who had been injured shouted out in fright, "Boss, they really hired a 6th-ranked warrior?" Seeing the serious threat, they were frightened and decided to retreat, saying, "We are leaving." Looking after them, Zhang Shun said, "A bunch of lowlifes who can only threaten the weak." As he watched, Zhang thought, high rank decides everything in this world. I need to speed up immediately. It had been 3 days since Zhang and his friends had gone hunting in the countryside, and he decided that he needed to raise his rank. After defeating another bunch of monsters, he opened the stats window to see what level he had reached. After practicing hard and hunting different monsters, he finally reached level 30. Finally, level 30, he said as he looked at the stats and skills window. As he looked at his stats, another monster was already standing above him. Seeing it, Zhang said, "I need to try harder. My rank should be raised soon." Q. Meanwhile, Aben, who had been ordered to find out everything about Zhang, brought his master, who had broken his leg in the night, to Zhang's house. Luo, approaching Zhang's house, spoke menacingly, "Zhou Zhen, I will make you find out how it feels to want to die." After reaching a new level, he began to collect crystals from defeated monsters. As he took a crystal from another monster, he saw a strange green glow behind him that caught his attention. Watching from behind the bushes, he saw a man surrounded by monsters. Green star power, a 7th-ranked warrior? Aiming his bow from the perch, Zhang thought, he must be famous in Titan. Meanwhile, the 7th-ranked warrior was barely holding back the onslaught of enemies who outnumbered him. Standing behind him, Zhang shot his bow to draw the monster's attention to himself and give the warrior a chance to retreat. When everyone noticed the presence of another candidate on the battlefield, Zhang was already drawing his next arrow. Seeing a convenient moment to retreat, Zhang Xiaoqi rushed toward Zhang, shouting, "Brother, help me, there will be benefits for you here." Hearing these words about the necessary help, Zhang again shot several arrows at the enemies to destroy the pursuers. As the warrior ran by him, Zhang spoke to him, "You take care of that one, and I'll take care of the 2 remaining." After the battle ended in victory, Zhang Xiaoqi asked him, "What is your name?" A 3rd-ranked warrior suddenly killed 2 gorillas so easily? Zhang looked at the crystal he had taken from the defeated enemy and said, "Zhou Zhen, I thought you were talking about some kind of benefit?" Suddenly, Zhang's face changed dramatically, and he spoke with a serious look, threateningly, "Hey kid, you really dare to ask me that? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" To which Zhang calmly replied, "6, you can't kill me." Immediately, Zhang's expression changed from sternness to fear, and thoughts began to appear in his mind. Why do I feel that he is very dangerous? But having dispelled the heavy atmosphere, the warrior began to laugh loudly, holding a treasure in his hand. Holding out the bamboo cylinder to Zhang, he said, "Monkey treasure, you've earned a lot this time." Smoking a cigarette after a hard battle, Zhang Xiaoqi began his story. "It took me a week to lure the monkey leader and most of them here, and you came ready to go," he said. Zhang replied, "If it wasn't for me, you would have died here a long time ago, so you're lucky too." After exchanging a few words, Zhang Xiaoqi suggested something to Zhang. "There are no more than 10 people in all of Titan who can look me in the eye, and you are one of them. I plan to form a warrior alliance in a while. Will you come?" "No question," Zhang replied. On the way home, Zhang thought about another interesting purchase. Not a bad haul. Maybe I should think about buying a shop for Su Junwen so that she doesn't get bored at home every day. Standing in front of Zhang's house, Luo ordered his watchdogs to destroy everything. Hearing the order, his subjects began to break down the front gate and destroy everything in their path. Hearing a noise in the courtyard, Su Junwen ran outside to see what was happening. When she saw the 2 robbers, she started screaming, "What are you doing?" When Lao saw the girl, he smiled sarcastically and said, "What did you say? Grab her and interrogate her thoroughly." Grabbing the girl, the servants took her to Lao. She in turn resisted and tried to break free from their hands, shouting, "Let me go!" Suddenly hearing the screams, Lan Shi came running to the noise and ordered them to stop their actions. When Lan saw what was happening, he shouted at Lao, "You son of a bitch, let her go!" Without turning to Lan, Lao said to himself, "Ah, Zhou Zheng's dog?" He looked at his henchmen with a fearsome glare and said to them, "Kill him." On the way back home, many people gathered outside Zheng's house discussing what had happened. What a horror. Who allows the Luo family to do this? As he approached the gate, he saw Lan Shi lying in the gate. Lan Shi, Zheng shouted as he ran to him. Running up to Lan Shi, Zheng began to check his condition, saying, Lan Shi. All he heard in response was an apology. I'm sorry, I didn't, he said finally. After he said this, a river of blood gushed from his throat, which he began to cough up and eventually fainted. Looking at his friend in alarm, Zheng only repeated over and over again, Lan Shi. Immediately after seeing what he saw, he called an ambulance and sent Lan to the hospital. Sitting under the operating room, he waited for the doctor's verdict. After the operation, the doctor left the operating room and went to Zheng to tell him everything. Doctor, Zheng asked. His life is saved, but his limbs... When he went to see Lan, he saw his friend lying under a ventilator, looking at him with sad eyes. Recalling the moment when he was walking home, he heard the following phrase from people standing outside his house. Who allows the Luo family to do this? Boiling with anger, Zheng concluded, the Luo family means Luo Tianyu? When he arrived at the Luo family's house, he was serious. Are you ready to withstand my wrath? He said, holding a jar of green substance in his hand. Back in the interrogation room, Luo was already preparing to interrogate Su Junwen, smiling ominously and licking his lips. Ready, he. Standing behind him, one of his henchmen asked Luo Tianyu, Sir, shall we begin interrogation? Hearing this, Lao was boiling with anger, but he kept his emotions in check and replied in a calm tone to his henchman, We will interrogate him well, but turning to his henchman, he shouted at the top of his lungs, unable to contain his anger. Hey, what are you doing here? Go away. Yes, sir, the servant replied, frightened. Looking at Su Junwen, Luo said to himself, Zhou Zhen, you will regret this for the rest of your life. He poured cold water into a bucket and poured it over Su so that she would wake up and the interrogation could begin. Looking at the girl, Luo Tianyu spoke to her. I must admit that such a beauty is a rarity in Titan. Pulling out a knife and taking it in his right hand, he continued in a menacing tone, Zhou Zhen must really like you. He continued his cruel game as he ran the knife over her body. But just hurting you won't be enough. I'm going to ruin your beautiful face. As Luo approached her, he realized that he would not be able to reach her because she was too tall for his chair, and he began to shout to his servants, Hey you! Who tied her up so high? Having brought the girl down one level to Luo, he continued to threaten her with a knife, offering her one way out. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't touch you. When his offer was rejected, he became very angry and swung the knife and shouted, Are you suicidal? You almost got it right, Zheng said, standing behind him and putting his blade to Luo Tianyu's throat. He muttered in surprise. He bent down and whispered in his ear, You are the only one who is suicidal here. As Zheng untied the rope to free his friend, he spoke to her. Sorry, I'm a little late. As soon as he freed Su Junwen from the ropes, she immediately ran into her master's arms, glad that he had arrived at the very last moment and saved her. Taking Su on his shoulders, he carried her outside, away from all danger so that she would not suffer. Once he was far enough away, he sat her down on a tree and said, Wait for me here and do not make a sound. Trying to stop her master, Su grabbed his leg and began to beg, Master, don't go back there. But Zheng took her hands and spoke to her. They are all dead, there's nothing you can do about it. And jumping back, he added, Don't worry about me like that, but wait for me here. Meanwhile, a conversation was taking place in Luo's father's office. Bin, did Tianyu go looking for this Zhou Zhen today? The family leader asked his subject. Yes, I didn't find him, but I brought a girl with me, the servant replied. Angered by his son's behavior, the father shouted in anger, You fool! You think about girls all day long! Seeing his master's violent reaction, Bin asked, Shall I go and wake up my master? Pacing angrily by the window, his father replied angrily, Okay, no need for now. Suddenly, there was a rustling outside the door. Taking a fighting stance, Bin prepared for battle. Who is it? He shouted. Father Luo just hummed as he watched. Suddenly looking into the void, he said, You're not bad at hiding your presence, too bad your rank is too low. Standing in front of them, Zheng only surprised them. You're Zhou Zhen? Asked Luo Guohai. Standing in front of them, Zheng answered them firmly. Yes, as he assessed the situation. Is that the aura of an 8th-ranked warrior? It's a good thing I did a little research before coming here. Taking a seat in his chair and lighting a cigar, Luo Guohai said, Excellent, kill him. It will be done? Bin replied. Having received the order, Bin rushed into the fight with Zheng, hoping to deal with him quickly since he was only the 3rd rank. However, Zheng deftly dodged Bin's attack and stabbed him in the back while he was opening up for an attack. Watching the fight, Luo Guohai began to comment, He's fast, but your attacks are nothing but a tickle to Bin. Feeling nothing, Abin abruptly rose to attack again, only laughing at Zheng's attacks. But he immediately felt a pain in his back, in the place where Zheng had hit him. This was an unexpected turn of events for him. Seeing that the enemy was startled by the surprise, Zheng said to himself, "System skills are too strong. Even for a thick-skinned bastard like you, there's no point in resisting." Angry that Zheng was able to harm him, Abin mindlessly rushed at him, screaming, "Die!" However, his attack was easily repelled, and Zheng dealt him critical damage, thus defeating Abin with a single blow. Then, approaching Luo Guohai, Zheng said to him, "Now it's your turn." Rising from his chair, Guohai said, "Young man, you certainly have some extraordinary talent." Flashing with anger and destroying the table in front of him, he continued, "But you're getting too carried away." Suddenly, outside, the guards heard a strange noise coming from the building. "It's coming from the boss's office," said one of the guards. After gathering all the guards in front of the building, an order was given. Full alert. Watching everything that was happening outside, and hearing everything that was coming from inside and outside, Su sat in a tree, waiting for her master, only able to pray and hope. When Su Junwen heard the order to go inside, she spoke up. "Things are getting worse." Standing opposite each other, Luo Guohai said to Zheng, "There are at least 34th-ranked warriors here, you can't escape." But Zheng was not at a loss, and he shouted back, "Did I say I was going to escape?" Running into Luo Guohai's room, the guards brought him the terrible news. "Boss, there's trouble, master, he's—" Confused by what the guards said, Guohai let his guard down and asked again, "Tianyu, what's wrong with him?" Hearing the head of the family's question, Zheng answered him, "I killed him first to have fun with you." When the father heard about his son's death, he went into a rage, shouting back, "What did you say?" Meanwhile, the frightened guards confirmed Zheng's words, continuing to speak. "Boss, he really is." Guohai lowered his hands, frozen in place at the news. "No, it can't be," he repeated. And Zheng, having noticed a weakness in the opponent's defense, could not miss such a convenient opportunity. As Zheng launched his attack, Luo Guohai glared at him with his big eyes and roared, "I will tear you to pieces." But while he was saying this, Zheng had already used his instant attack skill and stabbed Guohai in the stomach. Realizing that he was unable to pierce his opponent, Zheng immediately froze, thinking, "An 8th-ranked warrior is that strong?" Recovering from the unexpected attack, Guohai waved his hand and shouted at Zheng, "Die!" Punching with all his might, his attack missed Zheng. He, in turn, was able to dodge the deadly attack. Swinging his sword in all directions, Luo Guohai tried to hit Zheng with his flurry of blows, but he failed. Observing the enemy's movements, Zheng saw a certain pattern of which blow followed which, and began to wait for the right opportunity. After waiting for the right moment to attack, the guy rushed to the enemy, shouting, "Now!" He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by, so he used his instant attack skill again to strike in the midst of the barrage of attacks. Getting as close as he could, Zheng again hit the same spot as last time, but this time the dagger was unable to harm the enemy because of its high level. Without feeling any pain, Luo said to Zheng, "I am neither cold nor hot from your attack." But seizing the opportunity, while the boy was standing at point-blank range, the family leader struck him a serious blow. Kicking the boy, he flew into the wall, leaving a dent in it. After the blow, the boy said to his opponent, "Ha ha, did you really think I couldn't dodge your knife?" Wiping his face of blood, he continued to speak. "My father always told me that a person who can be cruel to himself is the real winner." While tossing the regeneration potion in his hand, Zheng also told his opponent, "You lost the moment I hit you." Immediately clutching his heart, Luo began to break out in a cold sweat as he said, "Your dagger, is it poisoned?" As he told Guohai of his victory, he added, "Level 6 ghost spider venom. Even an 8th-ranked warrior would die from that." Sleeping exhausted on his knees, Luo Guohai began to breathe heavily, losing a little strength, and eventually dying from the poison. Meanwhile, Su Junwen, who was still waiting for her master, continued to beg the Lord for help. "Lord, please protect my master." As soon as she finished her prayers, a young gentleman appeared in front of her and spoke to her. "Let's get out of here." As Zheng ran through the forest, he thought about how to solve his problem. "Unfortunately, he wounded me, and the health potion was not enough to heal me completely." As soon as he thought about it, his strength left him, and he tried to run with his last strength. Seeing that something was wrong with the gentleman, Su spoke to him. "Sir, are you—" Before she could finish, she saw that Mr. Zheng had collapsed unconscious on the ground, letting go of her hand. In her confusion, Su Junwen began to think about what to do and how to handle the situation. She heard voices behind her saying, "Spread out! He can't have gotten far." She realized that there was no time to waste. She lifted the gentleman on her shoulders and said, "Sir, you will survive." She carried him to safety. Holding back tears and gathering all her will into a fist, she repeated, "This time, I will protect you." Meanwhile, when the military arrived at the scene of the murder, they examined Gohai's body to determine the cause of death. "The cause of death was poisoning," said one of the soldiers. "But what kind of poison can poison an 8th-ranked soldier?" said another. Standing aside and lighting a cigarette, one of the soldiers said, "It seems that Titan has a very special personality." Meanwhile, Sue, who had reached a safe place, tried to bring her master to his senses and try to heal him somehow, or at least help him in some way. Turning toward the forest, she said, "We need to find some herbs to stop the bleeding." Just as she was about to go in search, the gentleman grabbed her arm, trying to say something. "Junwen," he said. Continuing to speak, he added, "There is medicine in my bag, and a bandage. Use them." Looking into the bag, Su Junwen did indeed find another vial of healing potion. Opening it, she gently began to pour it on her master's wound to help it heal faster. When he saw that the potion was not working as effectively as he had hoped, he said, "The wound is too deep. Even the health potion does not help." But after a while, the effect did appear. "After applying this medicine, the pain has decreased significantly," Jung said. Confused by her master's condition, Su Junwen asked him, "Sir, how are you feeling?" Closing his eyes a little and starting to lean to the side, he said in a slowly fading voice, "I think this time I really need to. I'm going to have to rest." With these last words in a tired voice, he fell asleep, his head resting on Sue's lap. After lying there for some time, Jung eventually woke up. Noticing this, Junwen immediately asked him, "Master." Turning his head toward the direction of the voice, Jung saw Su continue. "Are you awake?" "Uh-huh," he said in a sleepy voice. Getting up, Jung first checked the condition of his wound. "Is it healed?" he said, touching himself where the wound had been. Hearing the good news, Su immediately spoke up. "It's all thanks to that medicine." But Jung looked at Su and said, "It's because you were there for me." Having put the girl in an uncomfortable position with this statement, Jung said to her smilingly, "Come, I will feed you." Back in Titan City, at the early dawn market, Jung ordered food for the two of them. While they were enjoying their food, everyone around them was discussing the murder of the Luo family. "I heard that Luo Guohai and his son were killed," said one man. "But I don't understand who was so strong. He was an 8th-ranked warrior," another replied. As he continued to eat, Jung listened intently to the conversation between the two boys about the murder of the Luo family. "This event has scared all the guards of Titan," one of them said again. "Yes, nothing so serious has happened in Titan for many years," the other replied. As Jung continued to eat the food he had ordered, he was very interested to hear that this event had frightened the guards. Titan's guards. Sitting in his office, the head of the guards smoking a cigarette was looking closely at a document. It turned out to be Zhou Zhen's personal file, which contained all of his information. Suddenly, opening the door, another guard came in and said, "Commander, I have thoroughly interrogated everyone." Showing Zheng's photo, he continued, "I dare say that the case is definitely connected to this young man." Taking the photo in his hands, the commander said in astonishment, "Zhou Zhen, a 3rd-ranked warrior. How is this even possible?" Meanwhile, Jung and Su came to the hospital to visit Lan in his room. Junwen couldn't hold back her tears and blushed. "It's all because of me. It's because of me that you got hurt like that." "Come on, it has nothing to do with you," Lan said, trying to calm Su down. Suddenly his smile changed to a sad expression. "If there is anyone to blame, it is me. I am useless. And now I have become nothing." Feeling guilty for what had happened, Jung said to Lan, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you." Lan could barely hold back tears at what he had heard and at his miserable situation. "Sir, please don't do this for me." Before he could finish, Lan Shi was interrupted by guards who entered the room with a question. "Is Zhou Zhen here?" "We are the Titan's guards," said the second man who followed the commander. Hearing his name called, Jung immediately responded, "It's me." Holding out a tablet with photos of Luo Tianyu and Luo Guohai, the junior commander mumbled, "Then you must have seen them." Zheng replied, "Let's go outside and talk about it." Seeing what had happened and Zheng leave the room, Lan spoke anxiously after him. "Miss, sir." To which Su answered, "No, it's okay. The master said everything will be fine." Hearing this answer, Lan said in a frightened, high-pitched voice, "What? Everything is fine." Meanwhile, Junwen, who was the most frightened by what was happening, said under her breath, "No, it's nothing. I won't say anything." Looking at the soldiers and waving goodbye, Zheng shouted, "Good luck. If you want to know anything else, you can knock on any door and find me there. I'm ready to cooperate." Meanwhile, the guards, sulking, headed for the exit. On their way out of the hospital, the junior commander turned to the captain. "Commander, it's obvious that all the evidence leads to him, but why haven't we arrested him?" Smoking a cigarette, the commander explained to him in a sighing voice. "On what grounds? A third-rate soldier killed an eighth-rate soldier? Do you even believe what you are saying?" The younger man replied, "Perhaps someone helped him." Furious at his subject's words, the commander repeated himself. "Luo Guohai is already dead, and the dead don't care about all this." Heading to the headquarters, the subject asked the captain, "Then what will we write in the report?" The commander replied, "We will write that Luo Guohai died because he accidentally ate a poisonous plant." A little while later, Zheng met up with his friend Cheng Jiang to sell him goods from the monsters he had killed. "So many whole skins from a rank 6 poisonous viper? You?" After carefully examining the goods, Chang let out a cheer. "This batch of snake skins can solve all my problems." To which Zheng replied, "It would be great if I could help Brother Chang." Calling his assistant over, Chang gave him the material and added, "Take the material downstairs and pay my brother the highest price for it." "It will be done," the assistant replied. Zheng immediately changed the subject and asked Chan, "Brother Chan, do you know any good doctor in Titan?" Hearing this question, Chan was seriously frightened. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Looking down, Zheng said sadly, "My friend, his arms and legs were broken." In a fit of rage, Chang shook the teapot he had just picked up, saying, "What kind of blind bastard dared to harm my brother's friend? I will find people to help you teach him a lesson." Seeing such an aggressive reaction to what he had said, Zheng began to calm the vat, saying, "Thank you very much, Brother Chang, but I have already taken revenge on him. But my friend's wounds." Thinking about Zheng's request, Chang began to ponder. As for the best doctor in Titan, only one person comes to mind: the King of Healing. After Chan told him about this famous doctor, they immediately went to see him. They arrived at the hospital of the King of Healing. Looking around, Zheng saw countless people gathered around him. "So many people," he said. "I see it won't be easy to get through," Chan replied. Almost waiting for his turn, Chan told his friend something before entering. "This man named Wang is a disciple of the King of Healing, Mr. Fan, and he knows both Chinese and Western medicine." When Wang had healed his previous guest, it was time for Chan and Zheng to come to him. Seeing them, Wang asked, "Hey, you two, do you have any questions?" Coming closer, Zheng began to tell him about his problem. "Mr. Wang, my friend has a health problem and we are looking for Mr. Fanny." Hearing the request and looking up at Zheng, the student replied, "It will be very expensive to make my teacher go to the sick person's home." As Zheng continued to talk about his friend's injury, he said, "Please tell Mr. Fan that my friend's injury is really very—" But before he could finish, Fan interrupted him. "Get out of here. You are a third-ranked warrior. You cannot get the herbs that my teacher needs." Angry at the way he treated his customers, Zheng spoke anxiously. "For Mr. Fang to come to the sick person's home? Do I need to find medicinal herbs?" Holding the cup of tea in his hands and looking at Zheng again with a supercilious glance, Wang repeated, "The herbs the teacher needs grow in the area where monsters of the 5th rank and above live. Do you think you can handle it?" Watching this verbal exchange, Chan spoke to Zheng. "Listen, brother, I know a few other doctors, let's go find them." Leaving the hospital on the way out of the gate, Chang said, "Brother, there is another famous doctor who lives." Hearing this, Zheng answered him, "Brother Chang, I want to walk around here for a while. You are already busy, so don't bother with me." Hearing this from Zheng, Brother Chang shook hands with him and finally said, "Okay, brother, if you need anything, you can always come to me." After walking around the hospital, Zheng reached the backyard of the hospital. This must be the backyard of the hospital. Realizing that he had reached the right place, the boy stepped back a little to pick up speed. Having accelerated enough, Zheng jumped up and jumped over a high wall. Having accomplished such a difficult maneuver, he landed gently on the ground without making too much noise. As soon as he was in the backyard, he looked around and saw an old man standing in front of him. This old man was Fan Yi, an 8th-ranked warrior who was the one Zheng needed. When Zheng saw Fan Yi, he was very surprised. This healing king is an 8th-ranked warrior? The doctor who was tending to his plants in the backyard stood up and said, "He's become quite old, just sitting down and his back is breaking." Approaching the table, Fan spoke without looking back. "You have been standing for so long, do you have a request?" Zheng bowed his head and spoke to him. "Mr. Fang, my friend has a broken bone." The old man replied, "If you have come here, you must already know my conditions, right?" Turning to the boy, the old man continued, "If you can find the herbs that I need, I may be able to help you." Approaching Zheng, Fan Yi spoke to him. "You say your friend has comminuted fractures? Then you must find me 2 roots of bone grass. Looking at his grandfather, Zheng repeated, bone grass? Turning around to start searching, the boy finally said, okay, I got it. After receiving the task, Zheng headed to the warrior union, where he began to search for information on the plant. Bone grass. Searching for information on the computer, he found something. Bone grass. Cost. 1 lower purple crystal. Habitat, Poison Mist Valley. After finding the information he needed, Zheng immediately headed to the right place, the Forest of Poisonous Mists. Renting a motorcycle, he quickly reached his destination. Once there, he was spotted by other researchers, who were very surprised that someone with no protection had come to such a dangerous place. Dismounting from his steel horse, Zheng took out a poison-resistant potion and headed into the forest. When he entered the poisonous fog, he drank the potion, thereby gaining immunity to the poisonous fog. Seeing this, the researchers who were nearby were very surprised by what they saw. Standing behind him, wearing respirators and protective suits, one of them said, "Did this guy come in here of his own free will?" "Suicide," came the reply from his comrade. As Zheng wandered through the forest, he noticed a lot of monsters, but he held back. So many experience points. Too bad I'm only here for herbs this time. As Zheng wandered through the poisonous forest, he heard a noise from somewhere. "Look out! There's a 6th-rank viper." Suddenly, Zheng froze in one position, as if he had seen something unusual. Staring at a single point, his gaze fell on a strange cave that was hidden by vines, leaves of trees and bushes. Getting closer and looking inside, Zheng thought, "My intuition tells me that there are many good things here." He went further into the cave and saw the enemy. "Only one?" he said in surprise. But this was no ordinary enemy. This viper had not 1 but 5 heads. It looked something like a hydra. After seeing the enemy, Zheng noticed something else interesting nearby. The bone grass is indeed here, but it won't be easy to deal with this viper. In an attempt to cheat, the boy picked up a rock from the ground and threw it up to distract the enemy. Having pulled off such a simple scam, Zheng rushed to the grass to collect it while the monster was distracted. But he was interrupted, and one of the monster's heads attacked him. Zheng had to retreat before he could gather anything. After dodging the attack, Zheng said, "So it is. Well, if you don't want to give me the weed, I'll have to kill you and take it." While dodging the monster's attacks, the monster managed to hit him again, throwing Zheng into the wall. Standing up after the attack, which did not harm him, Zheng said, "Perfect." Happy with what had happened, he thought, if this were a game, would this be considered a bug? Aiming his bow at the enemy, he continued his thoughts. "I miss the days when I could use bugs." After the battle was over, the tired-looking guy finally said, "And now I don't miss it at all." Standing next to his defeated enemy, Zheng decided to take a break while he collected his arrows. After completing all the preparations, he said happily, "Finally it's over." After the battle, Zheng was awarded a large amount of combat experience for defeating such a formidable opponent, and his level rose to 33. While searching for the crystals, Zheng realized something. It turns out that each snake had 1 green crystal in its head. Zheng rejoiced at the incredible discovery while developing the carcass. "But," he said, looking slyly to the side, looking at the bone grass which he could now safely collect, he continued, "This is what is most important to me." Not far away, a group of warriors were fighting a mutant snake and still could not defeat it. "Hold on, it's going to die soon," one of them shouted, trying to encourage his comrades. But during the battle, something unexpected happened. The monster began to increase its rank, and now it became a 7th-level mutant viper queen. Seeing this, the fighters who were fighting her were in a tizzy and shouted, "Shit, she's evolving." Meanwhile, Zheng, who was peacefully picking grass in the cave, heard these shouts and thought, "What are these sounds? Are there other bosses in the forest?" Trying to maintain the battle formation, the squad leader called out, Don't be afraid, we'll kill it." But then the monster became even more fierce and instantly attacked, killing several soldiers with a single blow. After that, the squad leader shouted to his squad again, "She seems to be exhausted. Let's chase her down and take revenge for our brothers." As Zheng returned from the cave, he pondered, I only dug up 5 roots of bone grass, and 1 root is equivalent to 1 purple crystal." As Zheng calmly walked back, he suddenly noticed something heading straight for him and prepared to fight. Suddenly, a snake queen appeared in front of him, escaping from a group of hunters. Seeing the enemy in front of him, Zheng spoke to her menacingly. "Do you seek death?" And immediately jumping up, he killed the monster with 1 blow, which had very few health points left. Catching up with his prey, the squad leader was stunned by what he saw. "Who is this?" Seeing the dead snake queen in front of him, one of his soldiers went to her head to get the crystal, but it was gone. "What kind of a bastard did this?" the whole forest shouted. When Zheng got to his bike, satisfied with his booty, He was already on his way home thinking, I don't know if Brother Chang will be interested in this snake queen. Once he had what he wanted, Zheng headed for the King's Hospital of Healing. After climbing over the wall to see Fan Yi, as he had done the previous time, his grandfather spoke to him. Boy, don't I have a door you can enter through? Holding out the bone herb he had gathered in the poisonous forest to the King of Healing, Zheng asked, Is this it? Taking the healing plant in his hands, Fan exclaimed joyfully, Yes, this is exactly what I needed. Looking first at the herb, then at Zheng, then at the herb again, and so on several times, Grandpa said, Little asshole, you managed to get the weed. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Looking at his grandfather with a smile, Zheng replied, I don't know if it's precious or not, but you have to keep your promise. Arriving at the hospital, Fan Yi began to examine Lan, saying, A comminuted fracture. Your opponent was quite brutal. Taking a jar of medicine out of his pocket, the old man added, It's a good thing we have bone grass, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to help you. After half an hour of treatments and preparations for the treatment, the grandfather said during the session, Boy, you are very lucky to have such a great friend. In a week you will witness a real miracle. Lying on the hospital bed, the sick Lan replied, No, actually, After the treatment, Grandpa began to pack his things. When he saw that everything was finished, Zheng said, Elder Fan, thank you very much. Old man Fan, thank you so much for saving Lan Shi. Hearing himself addressed in such a way, Fan replied insultingly, Oh, you're already calling me an old man. Smiling and waving his hand in the doctor's wake, Zheng added, I've paid enough for your services, I think we're settled. Fang, in turn, left the room and let out an insulted sigh. Ugh, don't come looking for me next time. As soon as Fan Yi left the room, Lan Shi turned to his master. Sir, this time I have really caused you a big pile of trouble. Sitting down in the chair next to Lan, Zheng asked him, If a person were to injure me, would you find a way to save me? Alarmed by this question, Lan answered him immediately. Even if I were to die, I would still save you, sir. Smiling when he heard such a response to his question, Zheng said to him, Well, that's why it was also perfectly natural for me to save you. After all, you are a member of my family. Tearing up with joy at hearing such warm words from his master, Lan said, Yeah, now I will definitely train very hard. I will never let this happen again. Sitting in the hospital room talking to the deer, Zheng suddenly received a call on his cell phone. After receiving it, Zheng said, I think this thing is the communicator I was given when I joined the Warrior Union. Did someone really decide to call me? He picked up the phone and heard the message. Zhou Zhen, this is Zhang Xiaoqi. Hearing the familiar voice, Zheng answered, Brother Zhang? The voice on the phone continued, The mission I mentioned last time. Are you coming? I'll tell you in advance that it will be very dangerous, so think carefully. After receiving the offer, Zhang immediately ran to Chan's gear store. Standing in front of the shop window, he looked at the goods in it. Shurikens? Poking his finger into the display case, fascinated by these weapons like a child, Zheng asked, Brother Chan, how much do they cost? Looking at Zheng, Chan said with a smile, 100 apiece. Hearing the price, Zheng said, Bring them all, and please have some ordinary daggers ready. After taking the order, Chang nodded to his friend and said happily, Okay, I got it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 9th ring, the Emperor's Star Inn. Sitting in the room where the entire team was gathered, Zhan Hu, an 8th-ranked warrior, said, I heard that a 3rd-ranked boy will be joining us. Another team member, Wei Qianjun, who was also in the room polishing his spear, said, I would like to believe in Zhang Xiaoqi. I hope his man will not be a nobody. During the conversation, they were suddenly joined by Zhang Xiaoqi, who immediately apologized for being late. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Brother Zhang, came Hu's greeting. With his hands folded in front of him, Lu Chuangqing, who was also in his squad, spoke. You have reached the 8th rank? To which Zhang Xiaoqi replied to his comrade in embarrassment. I was able to get it just recently. Hearing this news, Hu said happily, Then in this mission we have more chances for success, to which he received a positive response. Suddenly, Zhang Hu asked Xiaoqi in a worried voice, Brother Zhang, that 3rd-ranked warrior, is he all right? It's been over 8 hours and he hasn't arrived yet. Smiling at Zhang and pointing behind him, Xiaoqi said, How come he hasn't come? Continuing his dialogue with his friend, he continued, But we will soon find out whether he is suitable for us or not. Walking over to Zheng, Xiaoqi introduced him. Friends, this is our new team member. Hearing that Zhang had finished speaking, he greeted everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Zhen. Standing up abruptly, Zhang Hu extended his hand to him saying, My name is Zhang Hu. Brother Zhang has been praising you so much. After passing Hu, Zhang walked to an empty seat and said, In the future, please be more careful. Embarrassed at being ignored, Hu said, "Are you avoiding me, boy?" Turning to Zhang Hu, Zheng said, apologizing, "Brother Zhang Hu, come on, I'm not avoiding you at all." Seeing that the entire team was already in the room, Xiao Chu announced, "Everyone is here. Let's go to the upstairs room to discuss the plan of action." Taking a seat on the fur-covered couch, Zheng began to marvel at its softness. Passing by Zheng, one of the warriors mentally thought about his behavior. What a peasant! But his attention was immediately intercepted by Hu was standing by the table and shouting loudly, "Wow, haha, cool!" Looking at him, he thought again, "Redneck number 2. Sitting at the conference table, Xiao Qi said, "I'll say it again, the reward for this mission is very great, but the risk is also very high, except that it's too late to back out." All of the team members around Zhang were listening intently, but some were doing their own thing. Raising his hand in the air, Xiao Qi continued, "As for the reward, each team member will receive 10%, and the remaining 40 will be distributed according to contribution." Hearing this, Zhang Hu stood up abruptly and shouted, "I think this is unfair. Why does he also get 10%? He said, pointing his finger at Zheng. After listening to Hu's criticism, Zhang asked him, "Then how do you propose to divide the reward?" Embarrassed, Hu said in confusion, "Me? I hadn't thought of that." Overhearing the discussion about division, one of the team members said, "Not quite. Each person will be assigned 5%, and the remaining 70 will be distributed according to contribution." Hearing this proposal, Zheng supported it, saying, "I don't mind. I like this distribution." Hearing everyone's support for the idea, Hu also spoke up, Then I don't mind either." Xiaoqi looked at Jing, who was enjoying the softness of the couch, and asked Jing, "Kid, do you agree with this division?" After a moment of thought, a thought occurred to Jing. Does he really think he can earn more than us 8th-ranked warriors? After agreeing on the division, Xiaoqi clapped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a small bonus." Looking at his team, he said, "You can take any equipment from the warrior shop, but no more expensive than an average green crystal. I will pay for everything." Zheng abruptly stood up from the couch in surprise and asked, "A warrior shop?" He was answered, "It's an online store set up by the Warrior Union and the Titan Guardians, but it's open to warriors of at least rank 7. Hearing this answer, Zheng asked, "So I'm not qualified for it?" To which Zheng replied, "You are not qualified, but you have access to the computers in this hotel." Sitting at the computer, choosing something for himself, Zheng thought, "This is very similar to the treasure site that existed before I traveled through time, except everything here is much more expensive." Looking through the catalog of goods, Zheng was surprised. There are so many toms, it seems that Titan is not as simple as I thought. What? This is... Flipping through the catalog, he came across one interesting item. Elven bow, conductivity, 30% price, 2 high-end purple crystals. Thinking about how much it would be in other currencies, Zheng realized, 2 high-end purple crystals? I'm not able to buy it. I can only hope that I can earn money from them. Looking through the catalog further, Zheng saw something else interesting. The phantom cat shoes. That's right up my alley. A short time later, there was a knock at the door, and a courier came in saying, "The goods have been delivered. Thank you very much for choosing the Warrior Store." Leaving all the goods on the table, the team gathered to sort out each of their orders. Putting his hand on Zheng's shoulder, Hu spoke to him. "The best part, kid, is that you haven't even gone anywhere yet, and you've already earned a green crystal." Watching Hu's behavior, Xiao Qi thought, what's he happy about? Those bottles of monkey wine I gave him are worth several purple crystals. When Hu opened his order, he saw that Zheng had ordered shoes and asked in surprise, "What the hell? What kind of luxury? You bought shoes for a medium green crystal?" After putting on the new shoes, Zheng began to feel completely different. He described his feelings as follows. "I thought I would feel completely different in these shoes." After trying out the new equipment, he thought with a smile, "Now I am even more confident that, after the mission is over, I'm going to get that elf bow." As the whole team gathered and set off on their journey, Hu suddenly asked his brother Zhang to stop the car in the middle of the road. When the car stopped, Zhang spoke to Zheng. "Boy, come with me." Looking in the rearview mirror, Zhang explained, "Zhou Zhen, they want to test your strength. I believe in you, but they need to see for themselves." Hearing this, Zheng replied, "Commander, I understand." Getting out of the car, Hu pointed to the 2 monsters who were feasting on the prey and said, "Zhou Jing, how about you take care of these 2? "No problem," he replied. As he went out to the others to watch the spectacle, Lu Chuangcheng lit a cigarette and said, "A 3rd-ranked warrior is going to fight 2 4th-level earth wolves? Are we that cruel?" To which he was answered, And when your inheritance is taken away from you, will you also speak of cruelty? Stop joking. Wei Qiangjun, standing next to the captain, played with his dagger and said, if he can't even handle this, then there is no point in sending him to his death. Going down to the wolves, Zheng confidently began to approach them, and they in turn slowly retreated back to wait for the moment to attack. He, who was watching from the bridge, saw another pack of wolves approaching Zheng from behind and exclaimed, damn, there's a whole pack. We need to bring Zhou Zhen back. Seeing that Zheng was about to go to Zheng's aid, his commander called out, Who, where are you going? Looking at him with a smile, he added, didn't you want to check it out? A pack of wolves will be more convincing than two. Zheng, seeing that a whole pack of wolves was approaching behind the wolves, decided not to hesitate and took out his bow. Without showing any emotion, he pulled out 3 arrows from behind his back and began to aim at the monsters. Watching everything that was happening, Zhang Xiaoqi shouted words of encouragement. Zheng, come on! After waiting for the right moment, Zheng started the battle. In the first seconds of the battle, he had already defeated 4 wolves from the pack. There was only 1 more to go. After killing the rest, he said, well, I have not yet learned to shoot the bow. Watching such a fast and incredibly spectacular fight, everyone was incredibly impressed by Zheng's skills and strength. When everyone was getting into the car, Zheng was sitting next to Hu again. He started asking him questions. Boy, what did you eat to grow so strong? As they approached the mission site, Capitak said, we are already in the red zone, Hu. Get ready. Got it, he replied. Pulling out his machine gun, Hu began firing it at the enemies who were chasing them through the air. As he opened fire, a flurry of bullets hit the mutant crow that was chasing them. Taking out his radio, the monodrite reported, attention, we are entering the red mutation zone. Copy that, came the reply. Arriving at the clearing, the cars stopped, and all the team members got out to discuss the plan of action. Taking out his tablet, the commander began to look at the map. After a while, he reported, the target is more than 50 kilometers away. Heading to the target on a dangerous road, the commander reported, crossing the red zone, we must be as focused as possible. Walking along the path, Zheng suddenly signaled with his hand and said, everyone stop, there are mutants here. The captain asked, where exactly? And Hu exclaimed, we didn't feel anything, don't be silly. Taking out a bow and arrow from behind his back, Zheng repeated, trust me, be ready to fight. Inserting the arrow into the bow and pulling the string, he shot into the foliage of the tree. Immediately after the shot, a monster appeared in front of them. Seeing it, the commander said, friends, be careful. It is a level 8 forest leopard. As soon as it appeared in front of the team, the beast immediately began to attack the squad. But Hu interrupted its attack, shouting, where are you running to? You have to deal with me first. While Hu was holding the beast back, his comrades rushed to his aid to help him in the battle. Wei Qiangjun and Lu Chuangcheng demonstrated excellent teamwork and dealt significant damage to the monster. While his comrades attacked from all sides, inflicting damage on the beast, Hu Zhan continued to hold back the onslaught from the front, distracting it. Seeing that Hu himself was having a hard time, and that the leopard wanted to try to strike with its jaw, biting Hu, the commander, in time to play along, repelled this attack by thrusting his sword into the beast's mouth. The commander, having replaced Hu in his duty, gave him the freedom to finally run wild. The latter in turn put the beast on the ground with a single blow, saying, I will repay you in the same coin. Take it. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Zheng thought, cool. No wonder he's an 8th-ranked warrior. If these people attacked me, I would definitely not be able to escape. After defeating the enemy, Hu began to check him for crystals. Hee, what luck, 1 green crystal. When the fight was over and everyone was about to move on, Zheng asked, Brother Hu, don't you want his corpse? He scratched his head and said, I do not take such things with me. It is heavy and dirty, and the smell of blood will only attract other beasts. Seeing that no one wanted the monster's corpse, Zheng emphasized, if no one wants it, I'll take it. The remains of a level 8 animal can be sold for a lot of money. As he packed the leopard into his game backpack, Zheng said to himself, for the sake of my elf bow, I'm ready to become a scavenger. Looking at the map, the commander told the team, 17 more kilometers, everyone stay together. A joyful Zheng Hu, marching in formation, said, as soon as we finish this mission, I will drink for a week. Hearing his words, his comrade replied, you survive first and then speak. This time we have to defeat a level 9 Royal Divine Pterosaur. Hu continued to talk and said to him, what's the big deal? The last time it invaded Titan, wasn't it chased away by the same 9th-ranked warriors? Walking behind him, Zheng suddenly felt a sense of danger. What is it? Where did this strange bad feeling come from? When he saw the skeletons hanging from the vines of the trees next to him, he understood. Rushing to his comrades, trying to prevent a catastrophe, he shouted, "Shit!" As he approached the commander and Lu Chuan, he shouted to them, "Watch out! Beware!" They just looked at him in surprise, not understanding what the problem was. No sooner had Zheng spoken than they were suddenly attacked by vines and grabbed, suspended several meters above the ground, unable to move. Seeing what was happening, one of their comrades jumped to dodge the vines, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Grabbing Zhan Hu's queue, the vines tried to wrestle it from Hu's hands, but he just held it tightly and shouted, "What is this thing? Why is it so strong?" Suddenly Wei Tianjun's voice was heard from behind him saying, "Give it to me." He struck at the vines and barely managed to cut two of them, unable to free Hu's queue from its captivity. Realizing that this was not going to work, Wei used his star power, saying, "Is it that hard?" Then, by striking at the vines with his star power, he was able to cut them with ease and help Zhan Hu escape from the vine attack. Standing behind Hu, Wei spoke to him while holding the sword in his hand. "This thing is not easy to deal with." Seeing that the plant began to act even more aggressively, Hu said, "The vine has begun to shrink even faster. Quickly save the captain and the others." Meanwhile, Zhang stood back and thought, "While this tree is attacking, I can see its health bar, and if it has a health bar, it must have some weaknesses." While looking at the trees, Zheng used his thief skill, vulnerability scan, to effectively disarm his opponent. After scanning the trees, he found several weaknesses in each of them and realized where to attack. Pulling an arrow from behind his back, Zheng thought, "I don't understand why these vines are so difficult to deal with, but the tree itself has a lot of weaknesses." After coming up with a plan to effectively counter the vines, Zheng heard his comrades behind him say, "We'll fight too," to which he replied, "Go away and leave it to me." Looking at Zheng, his comrades wanted to argue with him, but he didn't let them finish and ordered them to retreat. Pulling out an arrow, Zheng once again told them to retreat and said to them, "Trust me, I can do it." After destroying one tree, Zheng was very surprised because he was awarded 5,000 experience points for destroying just one tree. No sooner had Zheng rescued his friends than they were attacked almost immediately by the creature they were hunting. It turned out to be a huge dragon. Shielding himself from its fiery breath, Hu also covered his comrade, who at the time was saying to his commander, "Commander, we can't get any closer." Watching this scene, Xiaoqi said in confusion, "Are we really going to have to surrender?" Looking at the dragon, Zheng thought, "If I understand correctly, the fire breath is draining a lot of its life force." As Zheng scanned for weaknesses, he noticed a small pothole in the dragon's scales and decided, "This spot, I think we should strike there. It's worth the risk." Deciding that all was lost and they were unable to defeat the dragon, the commander gave the order, "There is nothing to be done. We must retreat." While he was saying this, he noticed only the silhouette of a boy in front of him, and he said in confusion, "Zhou?" While the dragon was attacking Zhang Hu, Zheng used his ability to instantly approach the enemy, while the latter was focused on something else. Once he got close enough to the fire, he attacked the enemy's weak point to inflict damage. After striking the monster, the dragon immediately turned its attention to Zheng, who was able to wound it. Standing on the ground, the commander and the others could only watch. "Zhou Zheng!" the commander exclaimed in confusion. "There's no way to dodge this attack!" exclaimed his comrade who was standing next to him. Meanwhile, Zheng, who had been fighting the monster in the air after a successful attack, was waiting for the right moment. "Now," he said. As soon as the dragon approached him at the right distance, Zheng was able to attack the monster again, punching it in the neck. After the successful combo, Zheng, standing on the ground, said, "With my superpowers, I will destroy it. I figured out a way." Standing in front, Zheng asked the squad leader for something. "Commander, use the guns to keep him at bay and I'll do the rest." Stunned by these statements, no one could say a word in amazement. Only Hu, scratching his head, said, "He's really a genius." With a sudden change in his face and a weapon in his hand, Xiaoqi shouted to his comrades, "What are you guys doing standing there? Shoot!" A loud shout resounded throughout the forest. He managed to wound the divine pterosaur. Covering the enemy with a barrage of bullets, teammates exclaimed one after another, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" "Great!" Meanwhile, the dragon, having gathered his strength, tried to use his flame breath skill, but a grenade flew into his head, interrupting his attack. Having hit the target, Hu shouted joyfully, "Hee hee, did I let you spit fire?" Zheng, riding the dragon, continued to inflict damage on it, reducing its health. Holding his weapon in his hands and with his mouth wide open, one of his comrades asked the commander, "Commander, where did you find this monster?" Meanwhile, the commander, lighting a cigarette and smiling, asked Hu, "How about a few bottles of monkey wine?" Watching Zheng's fight, Hu said in fright, "I think I overestimated my strength, Commander. Are you going to let me die like this? Lu Chen, who was staring, only added, just look at his attacks. Watching the fight, the comrades continued to discuss Zheng. I've never seen anyone use star power like that before. Having done enough damage, Zheng began to run away from the dragon, shouting, hurry up, scatter, it's going crazy. Raising its head up, the dragon tried to destroy its opponents with its last strength. Watching from a hiding place, the commander said, this. Zheng answered him, I think I've done enough damage. Now I just have to wait for the cart to bleed out and die. As the monster tried to make its last attack, it exhausted all its strength and fell to the ground dead, its health bar almost at 0. After the monster was defeated, Zheng raised his level again. This time he was the 35th level, and as he felt the effect of the leveling up, Zheng thought, I've advanced again. Unable to contain the smile on his face, Zheng opened the window with his skills, thinking, level 35, now I can learn a new skill. Opening the skill section, he saw, the new thief skill is stealth, allows you to hide. The effect disappears after being shot at or attacked. Recovery time is 2 minutes. Standing next to the dead dragon, the boss gave everyone a task. Lin Xuan, take care of the corpse. Hu, prepare everything for the slaughter. We need to hurry. Picking up his dagger, Zhang Hu approached the dragon. With a swing, he stabbed at the monster's scales. Immediately, the dagger broke on the scales. Looking at the broken blade, Hu said, this cursed creature can't even pierce me now. Standing next to Hu, Lu Chuangcheng cut the scales with his sword like a hot knife through butter and gave Zhang some advice. Just use star power. After applying star power to the next dagger, he was able to easily cut off the scales as he spoke. It worked. One of these scales can probably be exchanged for a green crystal. Hearing this, Wei Chunjun stood on the monster's head and took out the crystal, saying, who cares about the green one? There's a whole purple one here. The commander, sitting on the dragon's wing and watching Zheng cut the scales off the dragon, said, if I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I would never have thought that an ordinary third-ranked warrior could kill a dragon. Zheng just laughed and replied, just my luck. Hearing the commander and Zheng's conversation, Hu added something of his own. You're a talent. Why are you ashamed? Even if I had all the luck in the world, I couldn't do it. When they returned to the hotel and took their places in the room, they all sat around the table and discussed the trip. The commander said, this time we got a lot of trophies, so let's discuss how we will divide them. Zhanhu was the first to make a suggestion, saying, let's exchange everything for star crystals. He was followed by Zheng's suggestion. Or shall we divide everything among ourselves and then each decide how to dispose of it? Captain Xiao Qi was the next to speak. He said, Zheng's contribution was enormous, let him decide. Embarrassed by the praise, Zheng said, I think everyone can do as they please. If someone wants the star crystals, let's exchange the trophies for them. Otherwise, let's leave it at that. After saying that, Zhou added, but I think that the flying pterosaur's scales are worth much more than a single green crystal. After all, we don't know all of its characteristics yet. Hearing this, the leader agreed with him. Hu also added, then I'll take the scales too, I have faith in Zhou Zheng. Approaching the trophies, Zhang Xiaoqi announced, according to our agreement, each of us will receive 5%, and the remaining 70%. We'll give half to Zhou Zhen. No one minds? No, we don't mind. Of course we do, the team members replied. After distributing the awards, Zheng stepped forward and said, if you trust me, I'm ready to show you one reliable gear shop. We can sell these dragon scales there, and divide what we get among ourselves, right? Okay, then you do that, the commander told Zheng. The commander picked up a single scale and said, we will exchange this thing for points in the warrior union. When they arrived at the warriors union, the scales were examined. After examining it, the appraiser said, the product is good. As Jiang Chen continued to turn the scale in his hands, he said, it's really a pterosaur scale. Handing the scale to Shen, Lin Xuan said, Chairman, this is proof that we killed the divine pterosaur. He took it in his hands and said, boys, you really did a good job. He took out a chevron and handed it to his subject, and said to Lin Xuan, the leader of the Warriors Union sincerely expresses his gratitude to you, and he has decided to raise the reward by 10%. Continuing to announce the list of rewards, he added, and also to grant you the title of 10-star warriors. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the end of the hunt for the divine pterosaur was announced. The divine pterosaur was killed? Said one of the visitors. He was followed by another. Someone really did it? As they left the leader's office and walked through the main hall, someone exclaimed, look, they say they did it. Looking at the warriors walking away, someone said, 10-star warriors? I've been fighting all my life, but this level is unattainable for me. As they walked on, many people started asking for autographs, and the girls were just crazy about them, shouting, "Ah, you are so strong." He mingled with the crowd. Zhang breathed out a sigh of relief, saying, "It's a good thing I didn't wear this stupid chevron to show off." Approaching the reception desk where the female manager was sitting, Zhang walked over and held out his badge and said, "Open a private room for me. I want to check something." "Okay, just a second," the girl said, looking at the monitor before she could see the badge. When she saw the badge, she jumped up and blushed and said, "Joe, Mr. Zhou Zhen, wait a second, I'll tell you everything right now." As she left the cash register, the girl waved happily at him and said, "Good luck, Mr. Zhou Zhen, come back again." And Zhang, as he left, thought, "It seems that this badge has more power than I had imagined." Meanwhile, somewhere in the hotel room, a puffball was sitting and saying, "Hee hee, I'm about to hold a weapon with the best conductivity in all of titanium." Still drooling and breathing heavily with frantic anticipation, he continued, I haven't eaten or drunk, risked my life, saved up money for so long, just for this day." Hovering over an icon in a gun shop, he continued to speak, "Baby, come here." When he clicked on the buy button, his request was rejected because the item was not available. Seeing this, his anger was unbearable, and he began to scream furiously, What rascal dared to steal my elven bow?" Meanwhile, the courier was already knocking on the door labeled VIP, saying, "Mr. Zhou Zhen, this is a delivery." Upon receiving his package, Zhang took out the bow and said, "Finally, 20% conductivity for 2 purple crystals." Meanwhile, back at the equipment store, a girl with a drink was approaching the owner's office, and a voice could be heard outside the door. "Brother Chang, how many days have you been awake?" Talking to Zhang, Chan replied, "Hee, it doesn't matter. Honestly, brother, I've created a lot of cool things with the materials you sent me." Raising his drink, he continued, "I'm planning to organize an auction in the near future, so if you have some free time, you should definitely come." Raising his glass, Zhang added something. "An auction, that's great. I just have something that could improve your equipment a bit more." Eyes bulging, Chang asked in surprise, "You have new materials?" With a sly smile, Zhang said, "Divine pterosaur scales." Confused, Chang asked him again, Are you serious?" Meanwhile, outside the city, somewhere in the wild forest, a shout came from the forest. "Are you kidding? We found that boar first." Someone picked his ear and said, "What? If it weren't for us, that boar would have killed you long ago." The leader of the group was furious at this blatant lie. "We do not need your help." Zhang Shun came out of the forest behind them, yawning and saying, "What ungrateful fools. I guess you want to take away the boar I killed?" Seeing the high-ranking warrior, the bullies immediately began to apologize. No, I was just joking." Looking at the bullies with a haughty look, he just smiled slyly, feeling superior. Hearing laughter behind him, Zhang Shun turned around angrily asking, "What's so funny?" Coming out of the forest, Zhang spoke to Shun. "What kind of manners? Why do you like to hang around with low-level teams and think you're a god?" Seeing Zhang in front of him, Zhang was confused, but he answered in a shy manner, I'm just trying to avoid wasting time. Did you come out to unwind?" Continuing to scold Xiang, Zhang said, "It's hard for a small group to find good prey, so why are you interfering?" Stumbling over his words, Zhang said, Yeah, I was also just joking. I wouldn't take anything from them." After remembering something, Zhang, beaming with happiness, turned to Zhang. "By the way, Brother Zhou, our commander wanted to see you." Heading back into the forest, Zhang waved goodbye and said, "My number is 180668. Let him contact me." "Okay, Brother Zhou, good luck," said Zhang, waving back. Meanwhile, the group of soldiers who had been watching were very surprised by what they saw. "That guy, he's only a 3rd rank, right?" asked one of the soldiers. Answering his comrade's question, the commander said, "Maybe the son of some official." As we walked further, a lone wild boar grazed in the clearing. Suddenly, Zheng appeared out of nowhere, and with a single stroke of his dagger, he finished it off. Looking at his prey, Zheng said, "Of course, it's the same ability as in the game. You just need to learn how to hold your breath, and then it will be no different from invisibility." Taking out his tablet and looking at the map, Zheng said, "We need to practice. The Black Monkey Forest is a few kilometers from here. It will be perfect for this." As he approached the forest, he saw several cars and a group of soldiers in front of him, and one of them shouted, "Guys, we're going to move quickly and stay within the protected zone." As Zheng got closer, he saw people picking crops from the bushes and thought, Did I get the wrong way? This seems to be someone's private garden." Taking the tablet out of his pocket again, Zheng checked the map again and said, "This is the right place, and my goal should be up ahead." Suddenly, gorilla monsters appeared out of the forest, heading toward the garden at breakneck speed. Seeing the wild monsters attacking, Zhou Zhen shouted, "That herd of beasts is here again, cover me!" Using his invisibility, Zhang watched everything nearby, thinking, "This is definitely Black Ape territory up ahead. This Red Trident squad is not easy. Their commander is very strong." Moving on and heading into the thick of the forest, Zhang speculated, "I think the monkey crowd is very organized. Their leader is behind them, right?" 2 hours later, Zhang was already resting, sitting on the corpse of a black monkey drinking water. He was also muttering to himself, "Finally, I've made progress practicing stealth. I'll try to reach the 4th rank today." Suddenly, his quiet rest was interrupted by someone's loud scream. Zhang finished his water and took the bottle from his mouth and said, "Loud!" Looking to the side, he saw the leader of a herd of monkeys sitting on a tree branch near him. Using the skill of stealth, Zhang slowly began to approach the monkey, concluding, "Indeed, leader." Sitting on a branch nearby, Zhang pondered, "But there are too many monkeys around, it will be difficult to kill the leader." When he noticed something strange that was bothering him, he finally realized what it was. Seeing the flowers on the tree near the leader, Zhang said, "I think I know why the monkeys are trying their best to stop those people." Sitting on a branch, the leader held a strange black fruit in his hand that looked like an apple, but it was black. Continuing to be invisible, Zhang slowly began to move past the crowd of merrymaking apes. As he continued on, he saw 2 monkeys running toward him playing. With barely time to react, Zhang instantly ducked to avoid hitting one of the monkeys. But as he dodged one, he saw another monkey flying at him from above. As he barely dodged that one, he realized that this monkey was chasing the one that had just run straight at him. Almost reaching the leader, Zhang said to himself, "The time has come, battle." Deftly moving past the crowd of monkeys, he carefully avoided each of them, running at high speed so that they would not notice him. But he did not have time to stop. Running past, he did not notice a tree in front of him and stopped right in it. As he got closer, Zhang began to count the flowers. 1, 2, 3. There are 7 flowers in total. Wonderful! Seeing the leader sleeping in the tree, Zhang thought, "Yes, I must find a way to lure the leader out." Seeing a fruit nearby, Zhang climbed up the tree to get it. With the bait in hand, Zhang dropped the fruit to the ground to attract the leader's attention. When the leader saw the fruit fall to the ground, he followed it, and Zhang waited for the right moment to speak. Now! Waiting for the right opportunity, Zhang jumped on a branch to the leader, landing behind him. But as he moved from branch to branch, Zhang hit some flowers growing on the branch. Hearing a rustling behind him, the leader looked back, suspecting something was wrong. Realizing that his flowers had been cut, the leader began to scream loudly and beat his chest with his fists, making an unrealistically loud noise. Covering his ears with his hands, Zhang still heard the screaming, thinking, "What strong sound waves?" Because of the noise, the monkeys began to run chaotically, running toward the sound, and Zhang tried to escape. Running against the crowd of monkeys, Zhang could barely dodge each monkey that came toward him. But suddenly, after dodging another crowd, he lost his invisibility. Noticing a stranger among his group, the leader shouted loudly and prepared for battle, taking a fighting stance. Realizing that he had been spotted, Zhang picked up his pace to make a safe retreat. To get out of there as quickly as possible, Zhang used his agility skill to avoid getting caught by the little guy who was trying to catch him. But suddenly, a pile of dust rose up in front of him, and this surprise made Zhang stop. The leader of the black monkeys stood before him, furious that someone had disturbed his peace, and he swung both hands to strike. Zhang continued to retreat and ran right into the ape leader's path, wondering what to do next. Meanwhile, the Red Trident squad was seriously agitated, and the soldiers repeated one after another, "What a terrible roar! What are those sounds?" Hearing the roar of the ape leader, the squad leader, Zhou Zhen, said, "Damn, that giant has really come out." Running out of the forest, Zhang spoke to the people who were harvesting the crops. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to set him off on you." Suddenly, Zhang felt an instant burst of energy. "I have reached the 4th rank," he said. Meanwhile, the warriors were trying to calm the pickers down and not damage the goods, speaking to them, "Do not panic. Get into the cars in an organized manner. Don't scatter the berries you have picked. Put everything in the car." When Zhang saw that no one was around and no one was chasing him, he said, Looks like that big monkey was held back by high-ranking warriors after all." Getting into the car, Zhang waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, I'll slow down a bit." After placing the photo of Zhang in the pickup on the table, the strange voice asked, "Are you sure it's this guy?" The young man standing next to his boss, who had brought the photo to him, was very worried, but the voice just continued, "Did you steal our royal viper?" In response to the question, the subordinate answered him, "His car is exactly the same as the car that stopped near your convoy that day, and I found out that he had just sold the skin of a red viper that day." Furious at this news, the boss exclaimed, "Zhou Zhen?" And in response he heard, "Captain Zhao, I have carried out your errand, but as your friend, I would like to remind you," putting another photo on the table. The subject continued. Zhou Zhen is currently a 10-star member of the Warrior Union, and he and Zhang Xiaoqi have completed the mission with the pterosaur. To do something for him now, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Boss Zhao stood up angrily and threw the photo off the table. Did my comrades die for nothing? Holding another photo in his hands, the subject said, "Captain Zhao, I know someone. This person could help you solve your problems." Sitting in front of the monitor, Zheng looked at something in the plant archive. Name, blood orchid. Effect, a potent restorative. Zheng put his hand to his temple and thought, if this thing were in the hands of a person who understands pharmaceuticals, it would be priceless. As he picked up one of the coats, Zheng remembered someone thinking, Uncle Wang from the car rental company must know about medicine. He invited Uncle Wang to his house, and he arrived immediately, and sitting down at the table, he said, "My boy, have you got money? You mysteriously invited me to dine at this place. What the hell happened?" Sitting at the table, Zheng said to his uncle, "I'm ashamed to admit, but I still don't know your real name." To which Uncle Wang replied, "Haha, well, then I only know that your name is Crazy." Standing up and extending his hand to his uncle, Zheng said, "Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Zhou Zhen. Wang Ji-kun, but you can call me what you used to call me," said Uncle Wang to him. After getting to know him better, Zheng got right to the point. "Uncle Wang, I was actually looking for you today for something." He took out some flowers from his backpack and said, "Do you know what this is?" Seeing such a rare plant in front of him, Uncle Wang nervously asked, "A blood orchid? A blood orchid?" Taking it in his hands, he could hardly contain his emotions and said, "This is the first time I've ever touched a real blood orchid." Handing the plant back to Zheng, the uncle said, "Hurry up and hide it. This thing is worth about 1 purple crystal in the Warrior Union. If anyone sees it, it will be a disaster." Uncle Wang sighed heavily. If I were still working as the chairman of the pharmaceutical corporation, no matter what the price, I would definitely buy such a rare thing. But unfortunately now Continuing his sad story, he said, "For a warrior of my rank, this plant is useless." As Zheng refilled his wineglass, he said to Ji-kun, "Uncle Wang, I did not come to you to judge this plant." Taking the glass in his hands, Zheng offered him a deal. "Perhaps you would like to work with me. We'll combine your pharmaceutical knowledge with my orchid." "Work?" my uncle exclaimed in surprise. Raising his wineglass, Uncle Zhen replied, "Look at me, how can I refuse? But will we have the strength to keep our secret? And yet, my medicine, they cost a lot of money." Happy that the deal was almost done, Zheng said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this problem myself. Everything will be fine." The next day, when Zheng decided to discuss everything with his family, he heard a call from his house. Dai, store manager? Sitting on the couch, Zheng said, "Yes, I want to open a shop, sell medicines, equipment, and so on." As Sue tried to argue with Zheng, she said, But I've never run a store before." Standing next to Su Junwen, Lan Shi said confidently, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to cause a riot." Having settled these issues, Zheng continued to discuss other important things. To sell medicine, to open a store, I need to buy a computer, right? Taking out his receiver, he said, "Well, if we're going to open a store, we need to get our act together." 5 days passed. Zheng's family and Uncle Wang were standing in front of the building when Uncle Wang asked, "Hey, Crazy, is this your new store?" Zheng pointed to Sue and introduced her to Wang. "This is Director Su Yunwen, and Lan Shi is in charge of security." Bowing, Sue greeted him saying, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Seeing who was in charge of security, Uncle Wang thought, "Come on, a warrior of this rank would be in charge of security? I think the madman is too young. We need to talk to him when we get a chance." Just then, a pickup truck stopped outside the store, and Xiao Heng and his companions got out saying, "Haha, Brother Zhou, are we not too late?" Zheng replied, "Just in time, come in." Looking at the people who had arrived, Uncle sipped his tea and thought, these guys look pretty good, but they are not good enough to protect the blood orchid. Nearby, the bandits were already discussing whether they would go rob a newly opened shop. "Brother, when are we going to go and shake them down?" asked one. The other answered, "Don't be in a hurry. When these cloaked men leave, we will take everything." But then the smile on their faces suddenly changed to shock at what they saw. "How? What?" one of them could only say. The next to arrive at the store were Zhang Xiaoqi, Zhang Hu, and Lu Chuangcheng. Upon their arrival, Zhang asked, "Hey guy, aren't we late?" When Uncle Wang saw the three, he dropped his cup of tea in surprise, thinking, 8th-ranked warriors, are they that cheap nowadays? Without stopping, Wang continued his thought. No wonder he had the courage to open his shop here. He's really crazy. He's so young. When everyone arrived at the store, the celebration and opening ceremony began. Everyone was congratulating the Jing family, and the crowd was chanting, "Congratulations, Boss Joe. Congratulations on your opening day." Meanwhile, two guys were standing on the roof of a building near the store, and one of them said to the other, "Brother Shang, just a fourth-ranked fighter worthy of your attention?" Sean replied rudely, "Six last time I let him escape." But this time, looking at Zheng with eyes full of rage and hatred, he continued, "I'd like to finish this worthless person off with my own hands." After a while, after gathering Xiao Heng's team, Zheng went hunting. Driving along the road in two pickup trucks, Heng asked his commander, "Brother Zhou, are our forces surely enough to defeat the Monkey King?" Zheng replied tiredly, "The Monkey King has already been wounded. We just need to stick together and work as a team." Arriving at the place where they could leave the cars, Zheng saw that someone was already stinging their cars and said, "Obviously someone has already been here before us." Meanwhile, in the forest, the leader could not rest for a second and was always raging and fighting with different groups for his life. This time, it was the War Fox troop, who decided to challenge the Black Monkey leader as well. Realizing that they would not be able to defeat the leader because his forces outnumbered their squad, the commander gave everyone an order to save as many lives as possible. Scatter. Sensing his dominance on the battlefield, the leader began to attack his enemies more frequently and jumped up to deal critical damage to one of the enemies standing right in front of him. Seeing that one of his comrades was in danger, the leader ran up to him and blocked the blow, shouting to him, "I'll stop him. You guys find a way to stop him as soon as possible, and then come to my aid." Watching from the bushes, Heng and Jing had a dialogue with each other. "These War Fox people," said Xiao. "They have a good understanding," Zheng said as he watched the battle. As Zheng continued to watch the battle, he thought, "I must have been wrong to think that I could steal the Monkey King from this team. The chances are very slim." Suddenly, someone heard a noise not far from him and shouted, "Up ahead! I hear the sounds of a battle." After a while, another squad came to the War Fox, and its commander blurted out, Hey, how wonderful, we came just in time." Seeing the reinforcements, the commander of the Fox squad asked, "Are you friends of Ni Feng? We are just about to finish off the Monkey King. As soon as we are done, we can invite you to celebrate the catch." Tossing the dagger in his hand, the captain of the reinforcements said, "Captain Yang, do you really think we're here to have fun?" When the captain noticed the dagger that flew right in front of his face, he said in alarm, "Yu Yuanjun, you must remain humane, because in the future..." Looking at him with eyes full of hatred, Yuan Zhong said, "That's not necessary because you have no future." Hearing a groan behind him, Captain Fox turned around to see that the dagger that had flown past him had hit his comrade, right in the heart. "Xiao Ye!" he shouted. Having launched his attack, the squad leader Yuan Zhong gave orders. "Let one man go after the Monkey King." Continuing to advance and drawing his weapon, he continued, "Two, come with me. Let's wipe out the War Foxes." Watching from the bushes, Captain Xiao Heng said sadly, "Yeah, what a pity about those guys." Turning his gaze to Zheng, he said, "In this situation, we still..." Before he could speak, he saw that Zheng had decided to act, and he called out after him, "Brother Zhou?" Leaving his hiding place, Zheng ran to the battlefield thinking, "In the way things are going, we don't have to worry about anything." Fighting with the monkey leader, one of Yuan Zhong's men turned to his comrade. "Ah Tao, why are you standing in one place?" But Ah Tao could not answer anything. His body fell dead to the ground. Zheng, who used his stealth skill, finished him off. Seeing their comrade lying on the ground, the other members of the squad just watched in fright. At that time, Zheng had already attacked the ape leader, and with a flurry of blows that continuously poured down on the monster, he finished him off. After a fairly short period of time, the Monkey King's body collapsed to the ground, creating a large wall of dust around him. Approaching the corpse, one of the soldiers shouted loudly, "This person seems to have not only killed the Monkey King, but also taken his teeth, which were needed by Xing Jing and the Martial Arts Guild. That man, is he really that fast?" As Zheng was running away into the forest, he heard a voice behind him. "Things are bad. Someone has managed to kidnap the Monkey King." And he was only rejoicing, thinking, "How good it is that we have caught two fools." As he killed the last of the foxes, Commander Yuan Zhong shouted, "Bastards, how could 3 people be robbed by 1? Staring at him from the bushes, Xiao Heng could only wonder, muttering, "Brother Zhou did it. This is what is known as the skill of speed. He did it instantly." Hiding in a tree from the pursuers, Zheng thought, "I shouldn't run away this time to prevent a similar incident like the one with Luo Tian." Looking at the pursuers, Zheng decided, "Those who have seen me, no one can be left alive." Walking along with his comrades on the trail, the boss asked, "Are you sure this is where the kid ran to?" "Yes, although he was quite fast, I am absolutely sure." Confused, Yuanzhong said, "To be able to silently kill a 6th-ranked warrior and to take all of the monkey leader's valuables in such a short period of time, this person is not an ordinary person." Hearing what the commander was saying, one of his soldiers added, "Yes, and he seems to be only a 4th rank." "4th rank?" the commander asked in confusion. Raising his hand up, gesturing for everyone to stop, Commander Yuanzhong said, "Quiet!" Putting his hand to his ear to better hear everything around him, Yuanzhong said, "I can't hear anything at all. A 4th-ranked warrior. How could he escape so quickly?" Using his stealth skill, Zheng decided that it was time to strike, and the opportunity presented itself. Jumping down from the tree, he immediately approached one of the enemies and stabbed him in the back, killing him instantly with a single blow. Standing back to back with his remaining comrade, Yuanzhong asked Zheng in a worried voice, "Who are you after all?" and was answered, "You don't need to know that." With a sarcastic smile, Zheng said smugly, "Okay, if you don't want to tell me, I have a way to make you tell me." After using his invisibility skill and turning invisible again, he asked, "Really?" Confused and frightened that he had disappeared before his eyes, Yuanzhong shouted out in fright, "Is he a ghost?" Meanwhile, Zheng, using his invisibility skill, approached Yuanzhong from behind, and leaning his blade against his neck, whispered to him, "You are a man who is about to die." Having dealt with the commander and his henchmen who were pursuing him, the boy searched them and found a lot of money in a bag that the captain was carrying. After taking everything of value from the pursuers, Zheng stood up and said, "It's time to take care of the rest." Meanwhile, the exhausted Captain Yang, surrounded by enemies, leaned on his mace and said to his comrades, "Brothers, I'm sorry, I can't help you." He swung his sword at the commander of the Fighting Foxes, shouting, "Palms, ta!" He finished him off. Watching on, Xiao Heng thought in confusion, "The War Foxes! They disappeared just like that." Suddenly a voice sounded beside him. "It's not just them." Glancing to the side, Captain Xiao Heng saw Zheng asking in surprise, "Brother Zhou, have you returned?" To which he replied, "Ni Feng also disappeared today." Looking at Zheng, the latter asked in surprise, "Is their leader Yu Yuajun already?" And Zheng was only counting the enemies who were still left. Standing up, Zheng said, "Brothers, you can back me up a little later." "Okay," his teammates replied. Sitting on their armor to rest after the battle, Yuan Zheng's teammates talked to each other. "This Yang Yinghua is really hard to deal with. Why hasn't the commander returned yet?" Suddenly, one of them noticed someone approaching them and shouted, "Look over there." The other, in turn, looking closer, said, "That guy, he took the monkey leader from us." As Zheng slowly approached them, they continued their dialogue. "Didn't the commander chase after him? Why did he come back the other way around?" "Never mind. Look at the bow in his hand." One of them said, looking at the weapon Zheng was holding, "This weapon has a very high conductivity. This time we must kill him." Zheng approached to the right distance, took out several arrows and pulled the bowstring and fired at his opponents. Trying to dodge the shot, one of the enemies shouted, "Look out!" But it was all in vain. Each arrow reached its target and immediately injured its victim. Enraged by the impudence of his standing open, one of the enemies, holding a sword in his hand, rushed toward him shouting, "What am I, a doll?" But as soon as he got close to Zheng, a bullet hit him, forcing him to retreat and reconsider his plan of action. Flying backward from the shot, he shouted to the rest of his soldiers who were with him, "Attention everyone, watch out. He still has reinforcements." Looking back, Zheng shouted to Xiao Heng, "The perfect combination." And Heng, in turn smiling, replied, "Great. I've been wanting to finish off this bunch of idiots for a long time." While watching the rocks and waiting for Zheng, Shen's partner turned to him. "Brother Shen, shouldn't we follow?" To which he replied, "There is no need. With their strength, they won't get far, they'll have to come back." Shen stood up to get a better view and told his partner, "They're coming." "Let me do it," his partner shouted happily. On the way back, the two subordinates who were walking behind them discussed the battle. "Brother Zhou is so strong he could handle 5 soldiers by himself. This is the first time I've ever shot high-ranking warriors with such a sense of calm." Turning to face Zheng, Xiao Heng spoke to him. "It's a good thing you were with us this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make such a good deal." "We worked well together," Zheng said. "Besides..." He was interrupted before he could finish. Using his skill of speed, he rushed at Xiao Heng. The latter, surprised by his actions, said, "Brother Zhou." The moment Zheng pushed Heng away, a bullet flew at him, hitting the tree and making a big hole in it. Hiding behind the trees, Zheng said to his comrades, Everyone beware, someone is following us. When he fired a shot and saw that it missed its target, Shen's partner asked, "Gone, how did he dodge?" Seeing what Zheng had done to prevent the attack, he could only say in anger, "This guy." Meanwhile, Zheng left his luggage with his team and told them, "You guys hide, I'll go check it out." Hearing this, Xiao spoke to him, "Brother Zhou, be careful." When Gan noticed Zheng approaching them, he said to his partner, "Here he comes." But the latter merely said in response, "You decided to come to your death by yourself?" With a disgruntled expression, Shen's partner spoke arrogantly, "He is only a 4th-ranked warrior, nothing to be afraid of. Today I'll show you who's fit to kill." Sitting under a tree, Shen said to his partner, "If you are so fond of showing off, then I'll give you the initiative of the attack." Slowly sneaking up on the enemies, Zheng climbed up the tree and said in surprise, "Only 2?" Cautiously walking through the forest, Gan's partner looked back and forth, muttering under his breath, "He should be here. Why is there no one here?" Standing right behind his enemy, Zheng, under his invisibility skill, pondered. Zhao Jiang is a 6th-ranked warrior? No wonder he's so self-confident. But unfortunately, you have met me. Standing behind Xiao Jian, he suddenly noticed his other comrade in the sky, thinking, Lu Yongshan? Recalling the past, how he had wanted to kill him and his father, threatening him. "Today you don't even think about running away." Recalling how his father stayed in the city to hold back the crowd of zombies that came there because of their fault, Zheng became very angry. Standing behind the enemy, he thought, "For the siege of the city, you will pay tenfold?" Feeling a strange sensation, Xiao Jian became agitated and lost his vigilance, not realizing what had happened. Looking back, he thought, "Why did I get this strange, pervasive feeling? Was I hallucinating?" Observing Xiao's behavior, Zheng made up his mind. "It will be too easy to kill you like this if you want to play." Seeing Zheng sweat, Xiao Jian said to himself in his mind, "Come on, even closer." Clutching his sword, he waited for the moment. "One more step, one more, I'll kill you in one blow." Suddenly, he noticed Zheng standing in front of him, not moving, and he started to fuss. "Why isn't he moving?" Xiao Jian thought in confusion. Did he notice me? Darting out of the net and using his star power, he charged toward Zheng, shouting, "Then I will kill you for nothing." When he got within striking distance of Zheng, he swung his sword, but Zheng easily dodged it and the blow missed. As soon as Xiao Jian missed and fell to the ground, Zheng immediately counter-stabbed him in the back with his blade. After Zheng had stabbed Xiao, he gathered his strength and stood up. And as he stood up, he thought, "Did this unexpected blow knock so much blood out of my lifeline?" Unable to hold onto his feet and feeling weak in them, he fell back to the ground. Immediately grabbing his head and rolling on the ground from side to side, Xiao began to scream loudly. Looking at Zheng, who was slowly approaching him, Xiao Jian began to plead with him, "No, don't kill me." Watching the fight from the net, Gan Sheng was very surprised as he said, "With a single strike, you killed a 6th-ranked warrior?" Having finished Xiao Jian, Zhou Zhen looked at his dead body lying in front of him. Turning around, he spoke, "Lu Yongshan, what a small world. There are tens of thousands of people in the city under siege waiting to bury you." Confused by what Zheng had said to him, Shen thought, Did he notice me? Standing below near the corpse of Shen's murdered comrade, Zheng repeated himself, "Lu Yongshan, stop hiding." Continuing his monologue, Zheng said, "Still, even when I was a trainee, I saved my father from your vile hands. Now I'm a 4th rank. Do you really think that a 7th-ranked warrior can finish me off?" Gon continued to hide behind the tree, drenched in cold sweat as he listened to Zheng. "There are so many things in this world that you will never be able to understand before you die." Hearing that Zheng had fallen silent, Shen looked out of the net and noticed that Zheng was gone. He left? He couldn't have escaped. No! Looking at the place where Zheng was supposed to be, he thought, "Why do I feel like a wild beast is staring at me?" Pulling out his sword, Shen began to swing it in all directions, shouting, "Zhou Zhen, I know you're out there, come out." Standing in the middle of the forest, cutting down several trees around him, he said, "Is it really that catcher? Has he escaped? Or is he just bluffing?" Leaning on his sword, Shen said with a gasp, "Bastard! That 4th-level warrior scared me so much that I was afraid to move." Standing nearby, Zheng said, "I was waiting for you to relax and let your guard down." Behind his enemy, Zheng jumped up and prepared to strike at his distracted opponent. Regrouping, he swiftly struck with 2 daggers, leaving 2 cuts on the enemy's back. In an attempt to kill Zheng, Gan gathered his last strength and swung his sword around to reach Zheng. After dodging Gan's blow, Zheng counterattacked sharply and managed to cut his opponent, leaving a small cut on his throat. After his attack, Zheng immediately bounced away from his opponent, and the latter said to him, "Not a bad sneak attack, but unfortunately it doesn't make any sense." Standing nearby, Zheng asked Shen, "Have you heard of ghost spiders?" Hearing this, Gon only replied in confusion, What are you talking about?" Looking at his opponent, who was already being affected by the venom, he said, "I just happened to have the venom of the phantom spiders at the right time, and I smeared it on my dagger." The opponent, writhing in pain, said, "Poison." Coming closer to Gon, who was on his knees clutching his neck, unable to breathe, Zheng said, "Thinking of all the people you killed and my father, I couldn't let you die so easily." Sitting down on a nearby rock, Zheng continued, "And I know that I can't get any useful information from people like you anyway. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to find the person who sent you." Sitting in the restaurant, celebrating the successful completion of the mission, Zheng said, "Xiao Hing, this time you did a good job on the equipment and the leather. I will take the crystal as payment." Hearing this, Xiao replied, "You're welcome, Wrath Zhou. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten anything at all." Raising his glasses, Hen said, "Brother Zhou, here's to you." "All right," Zheng replied as the receiver on his belt beeped. He picked up the receiver and heard a voice. "Zhou Zhen?" "Yes, it's me." "Who is this?" Zhou replied. "The commander of the lightning squad, Wu Chaoyun. Do you know Zhang Chun?" the voice on the receiver asked. Realizing what this was about, Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. "Oh, you're Commander Wu. I've heard of you for a long time." Hearing this, Wu replied to Zheng, "There's no need to praise me. There aren't many people who admire Zhang Chun, so let's get right down to business." Having said that, the voice on the phone continued, "In 4 days, the lightning squad is going to go on one leveling mission. The reward is 1 purple crystal, and the mission profit is 5%, Brother Zhou. Are you interested?" Meanwhile, the squad leader the Zheng family had met on the way to Titan was waiting for one of his soldiers to finish training. "Everything is stable this time. Brother Chen had already touched the threshold before he left, so there's no problem." After leaving the hall with the others, Chen called out to his captain saying, "Boss, I finally made the breakthrough." Standing in front of his commander, he continued, "Boss, I am now a 5th-ranked warrior." After finishing his pipe and taking it in his hand, he said to Chen, "Great, I'm happy for you." Standing up and throwing his arm around his comrade's shoulder, the commander asked, "Today we are going to celebrate. What do you want? Tell the boss." Hearing this, Chen replied, "Boss, I still can't forget a certain girl." As he began to recall that moment, he continued his story. "From the day I first saw her, I can't help myself anymore." Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in the shop Zheng had built. Holding a flower in her hand, Su Junwen asked Zheng, "Why did you give me a flower for no reason?" Zheng, blushing with shame, said, "I just saw a poor girl selling flowers." As Lan watched from the counter, he thought, if only the master could put a little of his power of perfection into love. Suddenly the door to the store opened, and the courier brought in a huge bouquet. The doe immediately asked, "Sir, why so many roses again?" To which Zheng replied in confusion, "It's not me." Entering right behind the courier, Chen laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha 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 ha! Of course it wasn't you. I sent the gift, miss." Looking at Chen, Su said in surprise, "You?" Happy that she hadn't forgotten him, Chen said, Miss, do you still remember me?" Approaching the girl, Chen said in a rough voice, "Miss Su, I don't really like to use force. You do realize that this is just an image, right?" Standing next to him, his friend mockingly said, "Brother Chen, are you pretending to be a gentleman? This is not you." Angered by this insolent behavior, Zheng looked at Chen and said, "I give you 3 seconds to get out of here." Pointing his finger at Zheng and mocking him, Chen said, "What did he say?" Standing behind him, Chen's comrades laughed. "Ah ha 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 ha! He said to get the hell out of here." He stopped laughing and turned back to Zheng and continued, "Because of you? What are you going to do?" Came from the store to the street, where many people had already gathered. Grabbing Chen by the collar and putting his hand to his neck, Zheng repeated, "Are you asking what I'm going to do? You're talking nonsense in my shop. Aren't you afraid I'll cut your tongue out?" At that time, Chen was frightened and thought, is this the speed of a 4th-ranked warrior? Seeing that his friend was captured and about to be killed, the boss ran into the store and yelled, "Let Chen go, or I'll destroy your entire store." Watching the scene, Su said, "Sir, please don't." But the doe spoke to her. "They provoked the master first. We can find the Titan's guards." Hearing what Lan Shi had said, Chang said in alarm, "The Titan Guardians." And then, immediately looking at him, he continued, "Well, Zhou Zhen, if you kill me, then you will not be able to prevent the punishment of the guards either." Hearing this, Zheng only said in irritation, What did you say?" After hearing this, Zheng decided to throw the impudent man out of his shop. Taking him by the throat, Zhou Zhen headed for the exit to escort the intruder out. As he carried him to the doorstep, Zheng saw a crowd that had already gathered to hear all the noise and shouting that could be heard around him. There were also members of Ah Chan's group watching, demanding that Zheng not harm their comrade. While still holding the brat in his left hand and holding a dagger to his throat with his right, Zheng asked, "Well, scared?" Meanwhile, the squad leader standing on the street with the crowd shouted at the boy, "You bastard! Let go of Ah Chen!" Suddenly, someone's voice came from somewhere behind him and said, "Those who are causing a scandal on the facade, stop immediately." Immediately after the voice, 2 green trails of light descended from nothing and landed behind the crowd, which had gathered to see how it would end. After a spectacular appearance and an equally incredible landing, it turned out that they were the Titan Guardians, Commander Shu and his assistant. At the end of his grandiose appearance, the commander looked up and saw his friend, and only said his name in surprise, "Zhou Zhen?" Hearing something happening behind him, and then hearing a voice addressing Zheng, Ah Chun realized that the guards had arrived, but for some reason they did not immediately rush to rescue him, which made the poor man very worried. Not seeing any action on the part of the guards, Ah Chen shouted out to them, "You have to protect me. He wanted to kill me right on the street." Hearing the cry for help, the assistant captain drew his sword and shouted to Zheng, "Zhou Zheng, let him go, or do you want us to shoot you right here?" Meanwhile, Ah Chen, who heard the guards threatening Zheng with death for not obeying them, gloated, "You idiot!" Hearing the tone of the assistant's voice and Chen's words, Zheng looked at him with contempt and said angrily, "Yeah, I hate being threatened." After saying all this, Zheng took the knife away from Ah Chun's throat and spoke to the Titan guards and Chen's boss. "You want me to let him go? Is that how it will go?" As soon as he finished his sermon, Zheng threw Chen with all his might at his commander, shouting, "Here, take this!" And he flew over the entire crowd. After flying for a considerable distance, it fell into the hands of his commander, who was able to grab it. But immediately afterward, Ah Chen grabbed his neck and groaned, "Ooh, ooh." Hearing his comrades moan, the commander shouted out to him in fright, Ah Chen!" Suddenly, the moaning stopped abruptly, followed by the body of his subordinate, which immediately sank to the ground. Alarmed by this development, the commander looked at him and realized that he was no longer breathing. While throwing, Zheng broke the insolent's neck, which guaranteed a very visible death. Holding the body of his dead comrade, who had been his pride and had recently achieved a breakthrough, the commander shouted loudly in an angry voice at Zhou Zheng, "Bastard!" Looking at what had happened, Zheng was in no mood to admit his guilt, but instead smiled and calmly replied to the angry commander, "He died in your hands. I had nothing to do with it." Hearing this brazen answer, the commander of Ah Chen's unit, who had been killed in front of him and died in his arms, was furious and immediately drew his sword to punish the boy who had done it, but he was interrupted. Commander Shu shouted, "Everyone stay in your places!" He also grabbed the hands of his subordinate, who was also determined and had already drawn his sword to punish the offender, and said, "There is no need to overextend yourself so much with Zhou Zhen. We don't need any more murders. Even with your position, you can't ignore the rules of Order of Titan." Hearing this response from Commander Shu, the commander of the squad of his recently deceased comrade was not at all satisfied with this development. Turning to the head of the guards, he asked in confusion, Did I hear something wrong?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng, rejoicing as no one else at this outcome and how easily everything had ended, twirled his dagger in his left hand and said with a sly smile, "Commander Shu, seriously, I'm not some kind of devil either. If they stop looking for trouble, I certainly won't kill anyone." Hearing what Zheng said to the captain, he immediately took precautions and loudly shouted to the rest of the bully squad, "Hurry up! Are you waiting to be killed?" Hearing that the captain was very angry because of the situation, but realizing that this was the best thing that could have happened in this situation, the commander of the squad, Ah Chen, shouted out in fright, Yes, we obey," and began to run away from the scene as fast as he could. Having resolved all the disputes, and happy that everything had already been resolved, Zhou Zheng spoke to Commander Shu as a courtesy. "Commander Shu, would you like to come to my shop for a cup of tea?" Zheng went out to meet him, stretched out his hand to Captain Zhu and smiled sincerely. But the captain did not even want to listen to him. He just spat on the ground and turned around and left the scene. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the whole spectacle began to discuss the events vigorously. "This is the first time I've ever seen Titan's guards deal with things like this. This store is controlled by the guards? Well, that means the items here are absolutely good quality, they said one after another. After finishing their conversations, they ran to the store one after the other shouting, "I'm first, I want to buy first." And they heard back from the others, "No queue, no respect." Running into the store one after the other, the visitors began to greedily buy everything they saw, pushing each other around and shouting, "You bastards, you all have to stand behind me in line." And Sue, anxiously taking the goods off the counter and shelves, tried to calm them down, saying, "Gentlemen, take your time. We have enough goods for all of you." Standing at the exit and seeing that the trade was going well, Zheng shouted out to Sue, "Miss Sue, I'm leaving. I leave the trade to you." Hearing this, the overjoyed Sue thought, "I didn't expect that Mr. has already become so cool. I shouldn't have worried so much." After the scandalous affair was over, the commander and his subordinate guard went to the forest where he could let off his steam. While chopping down a tree, he turned to his captain. "Commander, I don't understand, at what point did our squad of Titan guards turn into cowards?" Hearing this, the captain calmly answered him, "You don't understand? Then tell me, what is written in the 16th article of the Code of Laws?" Recalling what exactly was written in that section and its sub-paragraphs, the captain's subject replied in confusion, How is that possible?" Meanwhile, the captain, heading to the city to return to patrol, said, "For a 4th-ranked warrior to have already become a 10-star member of a warrior union is truly incredible. But it is a fact." Continuing to talk about the laws and their nuances, the commander added, 10-star, he is above all laws." On the way back from Zheng's shop, a teammate of the deceased, Ah Chen, asked his commander, "Boss, are we really going to leave it like this?" "Leave it? Ha ha," the commander replied nervously, smiling. He took out his pipe and held it in his hand and said menacingly, "Only if he decides to leave Titan forever. Otherwise, I will make him beg for his life." When they left Titan to go hunting, a cart with Zheng in it was already waiting at the gate, waiting for them. When he saw their pickup truck pass by and head out of town, he spoke to the cart's owner. "Commander, 1 blue crystal, just keep up with the pickup ahead." Meanwhile, in the forest, a group of men was hunting a sword boar. Surrounding it, the group waited for the right moment. Suddenly, the monster fell to the ground dead. "Commander, what happened?" asked one of the men. The commander replied, "I don't know." Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them. "Hey, you!" Slowly approaching, the commander of the bullies, smoking a pipe, said, "You killed the boar I raised. How are you going to pay for it?" Hearing such a brazen lie, one of the hunters could not help but exclaim, "How can you say that it was yours? You!" But then the commander of the group interrupted him, shouting in fright, "Shut up!" Having calmed his comrade down, the commander of the hunting party approached the captain of the bullies and began to apologize to him. "Brother, I'm sorry, we didn't know. Perhaps you would be interested in these white crystals." Looking at the number of crystals he was offered, the commander of the brats said irritably, How few. You can't even buy a pig skin for them." Looking down on the poor man, he spoke to him menacingly. "If that's the case, then perhaps you will pay with your lives." Watching everything happen from his hiding place, sitting in a tree, Zheng said, "They go out into the countryside to kill innocents whenever they're in a bad mood. A bunch of scoundrels." Pulling out his sword, the bandit commander headed toward the frightened poor man, but suddenly he heard a strange noise behind him. Someone started shooting at their cars, which were parked nearby. Turning back and seeing that the cars had already caught fire from the shots, the commander asked, "What happened? Who started shooting?" A confused member of his team immediately shouted, "It wasn't me!" Meanwhile, while everyone was confused about what was happening, the second car was also shot at and burst into flames like the first. Watching what was happening, the commander of the bandits, almost dropping his pipe from his mouth, said, "Is there a sniper here?" A member of his team, watching the poor guys seize the moment and decide to give the others a run for their money, shouted, "Boss, they're running away!" But the boss didn't pay any attention, because he saw something that interested him more than that bunch of weak soldiers. Watching with a hungry look, he said, "Never mind, there is someone more interesting here." Zheng, coming closer and closer to the brawlers, twirling his dagger in his hand, smiling sarcastically, asked the bully, "I'm not interested in insulting the weak. Maybe you'll have some fun with me." And the commander of the bullies was throwing up with happiness. He could not believe his eyes that this was really happening. Here was the one he wanted to take revenge on. So he said, "Ha ha ha, you came to me." But while the boss was talking to Zheng, his teammates had already attacked Zheng to take revenge for the death of their comrade. Rushing into the fight, one of them pulled out a sword and attacked him, shouting, "Die!" But then the pain began to spread rapidly through his body, and then he lost consciousness. Zheng had already killed the attacker with one stroke and moved on to the next one, who was running right behind him. The second attacker was also not particularly distinguished by outstanding fighting skills, so Zheng was able to finish him off easily, dodging his attack and striking back. Seeing the bodies of the two fighters fall to the ground abruptly dead, a loud cry resounded throughout the forest. "Boss, save me!" Standing back to back, the boss and his only remaining comrade began to discuss what they had just seen. The subordinate spoke in anxiety. "Boss, I don't see him." And the boss answered him immediately in a nervous voice. "How can this be? People are not capable of using such combat techniques." Looking at his pickup trucks, which were completely destroyed, the boss exclaimed in alarm, "This guy set our car on fire. Is he trying to cut off our escape route? Where the hell is he hiding?" Meanwhile, he was called out by his comrade, who noticed something strange on the ground around him and asked, "Boss, these are leaves. Were they here?" Seeing the ring of leaves around him, he immediately ordered a quick retreat. "No! Quick, get out of the circle." As soon as he said this, the pile of leaves suddenly flew into the air, blocking their view. Zheng wasted no time in attacking the last of the boss's team and eventually finished off all of his men. Standing face to face, Zheng looked at the lone commander, whom he had left behind to enjoy the last fight, and he just stood there smiling hysterically. He immediately calmed down and looked at Zheng with a piercing gaze and said, "A fourth-ranked warrior has killed my entire team, and you are quite strong." Looking directly at the enemy with his stern gaze, it seemed as if Zheng was piercing through him. Without showing any emotion, he replied, "You're not the first person to tell me that." Trying to snatch at least some chance of victory, the commander pointed his sword at Zheng and said to him, "Aren't you afraid to fight me in a fair fight?" Hearing this proposal, the boy replied, "As you wish." As soon as Zheng finished speaking, the two fighters immediately rushed into battle, sparing no effort, and were ready to finish off their opponent without hesitation. Zheng was returning back with the same old man on the same cart. On the way, the old man asked him, "Well, boy, did you manage to earn anything today?" He replied, "So-so." Recalling the last fight with the commander of the Insolence, who turned out to be quite weak and did not have to make much effort to win, he added, "There was absolutely nothing of value." Suddenly, Zheng's transmitter vibrated and began to make ringing sounds. When he picked up the phone, he heard a familiar voice telling him that the auction was about to start and where it was. Zheng replied, "Brother Chang, an auction? Don't worry, I'll be there on time." Meanwhile, at Zhang Chang's house, everything was ready for the auction, and everyone was just waiting for all the guests to arrive, who would soon be there. Upon entering, the Zhou family saw the incredible luxury that surrounded them. Seeing this and holding his number in his hands, Zheng said, "I didn't expect Brother Chang to live so richly." And Lan Shi only added, "Mr. Zheng, what god do you know?" While Zheng and his friends were looking around the room, the manager came up to them and led them to a private room. Before entering, she pointed to the door and said, "Dear guests, welcome. This is your room number 9. Once inside, they saw that it wasn't just the main hall that was luxurious, but the rest of the rooms were equally well decorated. Seeing this, Su said in amazement, "What a luxurious room!" Lan Shi was also impressed by the decoration, but he limited himself to only one thing. "Wow!" When everyone had taken their seats, the girl who had been assigned to host the auction said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. The starting price of the first lot is..." Watching the auction through the panoramic window from his private guest room, Lan Shi asked Zheng, "Sir, will you not participate?" Meanwhile, Zheng, sipping tea, answered him in a calm tone, "There is nothing interesting yet." Lifting the tablecloth from the next box, the auctioneer said, "Next up is lot number 37, a dagger with a conductivity of 35%, an unbeatable weapon." Hearing the announcement of the lot and what was in it, the buyers began to say one after another, "Wow, a conductivity of 35%? I wish I could use this dagger." Hearing about lot number 37 and its contents, Zheng immediately jumped up and down and called Brother Chang, saying to him in astonishment, "Brother Chang, this dagger, I need it." After announcing the item and its contents, the girl presenter spoke into the microphone. "Let's start the bidding. The starting price is 1 lower purple crystal." Sitting among the other ordinary buyers, one of them said in surprise, "Even cheaper than I thought." Another man sitting next to him replied, "After all, this is an exclusive weapon, but it's a pity that it's only 35% conductive." Holding up his number plate, one of the buyers started the bidding saying, "1 lower purple crystal." And so the bidding for this exclusive item began. Immediately taking the initiative, The rest of the bidders joined in, raising their bids one by one. 1 2/10 of the lower purple crystals, said one of the audience members. He was immediately followed by 1 1/2 inferior purple crystals. Hearing Zheng's request, there was no way Brother Chan could remove this item from the auction, and he had to disappoint him with his response. Brother Cho, this dagger was put up for sale by the meteorite company. I cannot give it to you without an auction. Hearing this, Zheng said confidently, I understand, then I will follow the rules of the auction. Before he could hang up, Brother Chang said something that brought a smile to Zheng's face. Zheng said, but I have a way to help you get it. Continuing the auction bidding for the exclusive item, the girl host said, at the moment the bid is 1 top-grade purple crystal. Is there any honored guest who wishes to raise the price? As soon as she finished, someone shouted back, 1 7/10 of a top-grade purple crystal. Hearing such an incredibly high price, the buyers began to discuss the person who had called out such a high price. 1 7/10 of a top-grade crystal? My God! This is the world of the rich. It's just a dagger, they said. Suddenly a price came from the private room of number 9, and it outbid the previous bid, 2 top-grade purple crystals. Hearing his master's bid, Lan Shi spoke to him in embarrassment, grabbing Zheng's hand. Master, did you shout that? The real price could be 10% of the chaotic bidding? Hearing such an incredibly high price, the girl host immediately exclaimed loudly, 2 top-grade purple crystals. Does anyone else have more to offer? If there are no takers, sold, she announced. Straightening the goods, she banged the table with her gavel, signaling the end of the bidding on this lot, and continued. Congratulations to the distinguished guests in room 9. The incredible dagger has been sold for 2 top-grade purple crystals. Hearing that his bid had won, Zheng hurried to the auction to pick up the item he had just bought, walking happily and twirling his previous dagger on his finger. Taking it in his hands, it immediately shone. The conductivity was indeed considerable. Zheng could feel it with just one touch, and the light emitted by the dagger fascinated everyone around Zheng. After purchasing the coveted item, Zheng turned to Brother Chang and said to him with a wide smile on his face and a joyful tone, Thank you, Brother Chang. Hearing such sincere words of gratitude, Chang pretended as if he had done nothing significant and said, You're welcome, but because you sent me the skin of the divine pterosaur, I was able to put on the armor made of it as my last act. Continuing his speech, Chan also added, The meteorite company, upon learning that the person whose bark bought the dagger was the same person who provided the material for the armor, immediately agreed to postpone the date of payment for the dagger. Looking at the last slot, the divine pterosaur armor, Chan continued, After all, it's an item with 30% health retention. Its value is far higher than a dagger like this, a 1 1/2 crystal of the highest grade. Frozen in place in contemplation of what Chan had told him, Zheng began to think about it, and finally gave it out. An item with 30% health retention, in my opinion. Citing examples from his own life situations, Zheng gave several examples that confirmed his words and continued his story. A good weapon is the best commodity that saves lives. Fighting with a level 7 one-horned wolf, he calmly defeated it, saying, An excellent conductivity of 35%. Even a level 7 beast can be easily killed. As he was leaving the training room at the Rank Advancement Center after training, a passerby noticed him and exclaimed in confusion, Damn it, this is the room for the 7th rank. And a 4th-ranked warrior came out of there? After finishing his training, Zheng headed for the exit and called his commander, asking him, Commander Wu, where are we going? He replied, The main eastern highway behind Titan in the Natural Residency. Meanwhile, in the Natural Residency, outside the city of Titan, there was a giant private house where all the soldiers who were called to hunt gathered. When Zheng arrived at the residence, he went to the room where all the warriors were gathered. But when he opened the door to the room, something unexpected awaited him. Zhang Shun immediately went to meet him, saying, Brother Master is here. Unable to contain his joy, he continued to speak. Right here. Confused by this situation, Zheng thought, This guy, Zhang Shun, doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. He's going to give everything away. But gathering his courage, he interrupted him and said loudly, My name is actually Gao, and my first name is Shou. Nice to meet you all. Greeting the newly arrived warrior, Captain Wu said, Gao, Shou, welcome. This time I'm leading this attack, Wu Chaoyun. Leading everyone to the map, he began to show them the locations on the map and tell them all about their upcoming mission. Thank you all so much for coming to the rescue and deciding to take part in this leveling mission. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you about the mission. Pointing to a certain point on the map, which was circled in red, he emphasized, "In the First People's Hospital of the city of E, there is a lot of different equipment. To complete the mission, the Warrior Union requires us to bring at least 3 sets of equipment." Hearing the details of the mission, one of the team members said in confusion, "This mission, too hard." Hearing this, Commander Wu Chaoyun replied, "That's right. This is an abyssal-level mission. The mission levels in the Warrior Alliance are distributed as follows: normal mission, elite mission, abyssal-level mission, hell-level mission." When 2 team members heard about the difficulty of the mission, they were scared, but one of them said, "Is this the same mission as the one with the divine pterosaur?" But despite the atmosphere that began to hang over the squad, the commander spoke joyfully. "Friends, at the moment, only 3 abyssal-level missions are considered completed. If we can complete them, we can become 10-star members of the Alliance." Hearing this, one burly man from their squad immediately shouted out, "I'll do it. I'm ready to fight for the title of 10-star member of the Union." After this courageous statement, he also turned to the 2 team members who were afraid when they learned about the difficulty of the mission. "And you cowardly rags, go home to sleep." Hearing such words addressed to him, the boy aggressively spoke to the burly man. "Butcher, can you repeat that?" The man immediately replied, "You are using Commander Wu, and as soon as you saw the difficulties, you immediately decided to run away? What's the point?" But the captain broke into their argument saying, "All right, calm down. I respect everyone's choice." In the midst of this verbal tussle, after the captain interrupted them, the butcher went to Zheng to ask him if he had changed his mind. "Gao Shou, do you dare to go?" Meanwhile, Zheng, who had been calmly drinking a drink from his glass, almost choking on it and spitting it out of his mouth, replied awkwardly, "Of course I'll go. I've already agreed with Commander Wu. As the saying goes, a man's word is his bond. Nothing can be changed." Hearing this answer, the butcher was very happy, and patting Zheng on the back, he said to him, "Ha ha ha ha, you're a great guy." And Zheng, who had just taken another drink, almost drowned from the sudden blows to his back. After all that had happened between the butcher and Zheng in such a short period of time, Zheng had taken a great liking to him, and the butcher put his hand on his shoulder and said, "After that, you can consider yourself the butcher's brother. If anyone in Titan dares to offend you, I will immediately split his head open." Smiling at the butcher, either out of politeness or just reflexively to avoid appearing hostile, Zheng thought, why do I always meet people who like to beat people up? Standing up, Zhang Shun spoke in front of everyone, making his own little request. The one who said he wouldn't go is a sucker. Hearing this, the team member who had previously tried to avoid this mission somehow spoke up. "Yes, I was never afraid of anything." Finally hearing that everyone agreed with the plan of action and was ready for the mission, Commander Wu Chaoyun finally spoke with a relieved, joyful voice. "Thank you, gentlemen. Having loaded the necessary equipment into the vehicles to make the road less difficult and thorny, and sitting down in the pickup trucks, the commander said, 'We are leaving immediately.' Having reached a certain area, after which it was impossible to drive, the captain got out of the vehicles and looked at the map and said, 'From here we will go on foot. First we need to put things in order in the city's land department and make a stronghold here. Be careful.' As he walked forward, the butcher called out to Jing with a warning. 'Brother Now Show, there are a lot of zombies here. Follow me.' Meanwhile, Jing, who was following him, rubbing his head and feeling embarrassed, said, Sure. Walking ahead of them, they were attacked by a zombie, but the butcher easily dealt with it with one swing of his giant hammer, sending the monster flying somewhere high in the sky. As Zheng watched all this happen and the butcher make his way to move on, he spoke to him. 'Brother Xing, my name is not actually Gao. My real name is Zhou Zhen.' Meanwhile, while the butcher was making his way onward, Zheng told him a startling piece of information about himself that surprised him. He let his guard down and was almost attacked by a zombie, and he only looked up at Zheng and said, 'Huh? Boy, you.' Seeing that the zombie was very close, Zheng took out his bow and quickly neutralized the monster. Seeing the arrow fly almost next to him, the butcher said to Zheng, 'Okay, I forgive you for this attack.' And Zheng just giggled happily. When they reached a certain place, most likely the hospital they needed, the commander gave everyone an order to get ready. 10 minutes to rest and equip your weapons, and then we're off. Once inside, Wei Heng, who had fought off several zombie attacks, sat down and wiped his sword from the zombie blood, and spoke brazenly to Zheng. 'Gao Shou, the poisonous zombies inside aren't as simple as these. You're not going to go in there, are you?' While the comrades behind him only smiled at his words, he continued to say, "Fourth rank warrior, it would be suicide. Don't drag us down. We can't make all the money anyway." After polishing his sword and swinging it a few times, Wei Heng began to sheath it, when suddenly a large shadow covered him. His companion behind him was seriously frightened by what had happened. Standing in front of Wei Heng, the butcher spoke to him in an irritated tone. "If you can't earn all the money, do you think you can? People like you are just ordinary weaklings." Abruptly standing up, Wei aggressively replied, "You!" But before he could finish, the butcher interrupted him. "Well, do you dare to hit me?" Zheng tried to calm them down and break up the fight, because this was not the place to settle things, so he said, "That's enough, Brother Xing. Wei Heng is just as concerned about my safety as well. There's no need to fight." Hearing what he considered to be an arrogant statement from Zheng, Wei spoke to him, "If it weren't for the fear of affecting the mission, I would have taught you a lesson." Zheng just smiled and said, All right. 10 minutes later, when everyone had gathered and finalized their preparations for the mission, they set off. Using their star power skill, they quickly moved from one rooftop to the next, and everyone kept in line, no one lagging behind. Watching Zheng's speed, Xing thought, "Good. At this speed, he'll keep up with the team. It seems that even if he doesn't win, it won't be too difficult for him to escape." Moving across the rooftops, Commander Wu suddenly stopped everything. Looking through his binoculars, he informed everyone, "This is a high-level zombie." Seeing it coming toward them, he shouted loudly, warning everyone to make sure they heard, and gave an order, "Hide!" As soon as they hid, a huge dragon appeared in front of them. By the way, it was the same one that had dispersed those monster crows during Zhang's helicopter ride to Titan. Standing up to look at its scale, the commander and Wei Heng realized that they could not defeat it. Its size was enormous. But suddenly, the huge dragon turned around and headed in the opposite direction from Captain Wu Chaoyun's group. The commander was seriously frightened by what he saw and shouted, "What the hell is that monster?" Wei replied, "This thing is at least level 10. Seeing that the monster headed in the other direction, the commander quickly ordered his squad to change their location. "As long as this giant monster is attracting a large number of zombies, we must hurry." After moving to another location, a new serious opponent appeared on their way. It was a big blue scaly zombie. Seeing him, a member of his team said, "It's going to be a little difficult. There's also a blue scaly zombie down there. Are we going to kill it?" After looking at it, Wei Heng revealed something interesting from his guesses. Even though this zombie is very clumsy, and it's a loyal zombie, the probability that it has a purple crystal is very high. But it won't be easy to defend ourselves. Hearing this information, Zhang turned to the commander. "Commander Wu, does the blue scaly zombie really have such a slow speed?" he asked. The commander replied, "Of course, even though its armor is very strong, its scales prevent it from moving quickly." After hearing all the information that a purple crystal could be found inside him, and that he was very slow, Zheng said, "Then I am in favor of killing it." Hearing Zhang's proposal, the butcher was shocked. The butcher, after coming to his senses, said, "Boy, don't you have any brains at all?" But looking at the butcher, Zhang just smiled, and standing on the edge of the building, preparing to jump, he finally said to him, "Brother Xing, I just have my own limits." Continuing his thought, Zheng said, "Others may not be able to break his armor, but my damage skills are incredible. I can't possibly fail to kill him." Hearing this, Wei shouted out to him in frustration, "Limits? Your limits are to send a few people to their deaths." Hearing what Wei said, he shouted at him, "What are you talking about?" With a sneer on his face and a finger pointing at Chen, Wei tried to humiliate him by saying, "Am I wrong? Does this guy know how to do anything else besides shoot arrows? Is that really the only way he can break the armor?" After listening to all the complaints against him, Zheng replied, "Wei Heng is right. The bow and arrow really can't pierce the armor of a scaly zombie." As he said this, he reached into the scabbards that were attached to his legs to take out something interesting, and he said, "That's why." Pulling out 2 daggers with a conductivity of 20 and 35%, he said, "I also have these." Seeing the blade in Zheng's hand which was being auctioned off, the commander said in astonishment, "An unrivaled blade." And Wei only added, "It turns out that he took away an incredible blade that day." Seeing the blade, Xing said in astonishment, "Wow, you've been hiding it so carefully." But Wei just continued to mope. So what if he has a top-grade weapon? How can a 4th-ranked warrior fight a 9th-ranked royal zombie? It's suicide. Smiling at his brother Xing, who always supports him, Zhang said, "I'm sure I can handle him, but I need you to help me clear out all the remaining zombies around him. Please trust me." With a smile at Jing and a thumbs up, Xing said, "I believe in you." Hearing Xing's endorsement, the commander and Zhang Xun spoke to him. "Excellent. If so, I am also in favor. Gao Shou, I also believe in you." Standing on the edge of the roof preparing for a fierce and exciting fight, Zheng said, "Let's have some fun, brothers." As soon as he got down to the ground and faced the crowd of zombies, Zheng immediately neutralized 7 of them that were closest to him with his super speed. Destroying his targets one by one, he gradually approached a lone zombie that was off to the side. As he approached him, he immediately turned around despite Zheng's super speed and decided to attack Zheng, running to meet him. But he didn't pose any threat to Zheng. He easily pierced him through with one of his daggers, striking him dead. Watching everything that was happening below, Zhang Shun, admiring his fight, exclaimed, "Really cool." And the commander could not think of anything better to say about what he had seen. "We clearly underestimated this kid." As Zheng destroyed all the small things surrounding the blue giant, he approached the Royal Level 9 zombie. As it approached him, it immediately attacked. But having managed to dodge, Zheng was not affected by this attack, and the blow went straight into the ground. The next punch was a right hand forward at Zhen, but he was able to dodge again and tried to pierce his armor and cut off his arm. When this failed, Zheng stepped back a little and thought, "What a powerful defense. No wonder this first-class material is fired to the state of blue crystal." As Zheng continued to attack again and dodge again, he realized something and thought, "But its movements are really very slow, much slower than the divine pterosaur." After clearing out the remaining zombies, leaving only one giant, Xing, watching the battle from afar, said, "This guy is like a snake." Meanwhile, Wei Heng, who was clearing his area of zombies, mockingly said, "Ugh, he can't do any damage anyway, and there's no use in flexibility." But one of the squad members, who was also clearing his area of zombies so that they would not interfere, said to the others, "Hold on, we need to find a time and place for him." 2 hours had passed since the battle started. The squad was still destroying zombies that were approaching the giant, and Zheng was still fighting the scaly giant. After 2 hours of continuous battle, Wei Heng shouted out in frustration, "Damn it, he just wanted to drag us down." As he continued to express his dissatisfaction, the following words came out of his mouth. "We followed this crazy fool in a crowd, and he did nothing more than jump like a monkey." Hearing this, the squad leader, Wu Chaoyun, began to doubt Zhen, because it had indeed been 2 hours and no result. Is Zhou Zhen really? But then the zombie giant began to vomit, fell to his knees, and could not stop it, and Zhen was glad that his plan had finally begun to work. Seeing that something was wrong with the zombie, everyone began to watch Zheng and discuss what had happened. The captain was the first to speak, saying, "I didn't see him do any damage to the zombie." And Wei just let out a surprised gasp. How did he do that? As he stood there holding his ground, the butcher saw another zombie running toward him. Preparing to strike again, but realizing that the monster had no chance, Xing asked, "What do you want?" After hitting the zombie with his hammer, Brother Xing said to the others, "We must trust our brother and protect him. Success is at hand." And everyone answered him in a chorus, "Good, we understand you." Meanwhile, Zheng, after 2 hours of continuous movement, was a little tired because his opponent was also formidable. But still looking at him, he thought, "To kill even a break like this, it took at least 2 hours. The pressure on my comrades is too high." But suddenly, his stoma disappeared. As if it had never been there, a wide smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said the long-awaited, "Finally, I have it." Waiting for the right moment, Zheng immediately ran away from the monster and onto the roof of a nearby building. The monster, which was running after him, intending to finish him off, rammed into the building, hitting him head-on. It immediately collapsed. Zheng jumped to another roof, and the monster, having fallen on all fours, remained incapacitated for some time, trying to climb out. Waiting for this opportunity, Zheng immediately gave an order to his friend. "Brother Xing, help me! Immediately break his legs!" Hearing this order, the butcher immediately left what he was doing and rushed to fulfill Zheng's order, exclaiming as he did so, "Good, I got it!" As Xing approached the monster, he swung his mighty hammer and smashed the giant's right leg with one strong blow so that it could not get up. Feeling unbearable pain, the big man immediately crawled out from under the rubble of the house and reached for Xing, who was just nearby. Seeing this, the butcher began to quickly retreat to his previous position, waiting for He-Zhen's next orders, and the zombie's arm slowly caught up with him. Seeing that the zombie was reaching out with its long arm for his friend, Zheng jumped off the roof of the building directly at the giant and shouted, "Giant, your target is right here!" Noticing that someone had flashed over him and tried to hurt him again, the big man immediately brought his arm back to cover his face. Turning to the side, the monster saw Zhang again. After distracting the monster so that the butcher could escape, Zhang again gave his orders on when and how to act, saying, "Brother Xing, I'll make him angry, and you keep crushing his legs." Standing in the hiding place, Captain Wu, Wei Heng, and Zhang Shun exchanged words. Wei asked, "Yes, is it possible?" Shun replied, "When I was a kid playing war games, I used to use this tactic too." After another 30 minutes of continuous teamwork, the monster had very few health points left. All that was left was to finish him off. The zombie on its knees looked at only one point, at the butcher who had done so much damage to it. And the butcher, in turn, was standing at a sufficient distance to react to anything. Meanwhile, Zhang, without hesitation, finally waited for the right moment and was able to jump high enough to deliver the final blow to the monster, which finished it off. Having killed the monster, Zhang reached the 39th level. The boys standing nearby praised him, saying, "Gao Shou is good, and brother, you're handsome." Coming up to Zhang to congratulate him personally, Commander Wu Chaoyun said, "Thank you, brother." Zhang replied with a smile on his face, "We are one team." Having finished the difficult battle, they decided to take a break and went inside the building, built a fire, and began discussing. Sitting by the fire, Wei said, "Not counting the purple crystal, we've made a lot of money on the scales alone." The commander replied, "Are you happy? If it weren't for Gao Shou, we wouldn't have been able to deal with those zombies." Meanwhile, Zhang, embarrassed, said, "I just did my job." Xing clapped him on the back and said, "You're too modest and you tricked us." The joyful commander, throwing wood on the fire, said to everyone, "Don't worry, you guys go to rest, and Zhang Xiao and I will stay on guard." Meanwhile, when everyone was lying down to sleep and the flames had gone out and nothing was visible at all, something unexpected happened. Wei Heng, who had remained on guard duty, went off somewhere, leaving all the defenseless people to sleep without any supervision. But suddenly, right before he left, someone called out to him in a sleepy voice, "Where are you going?" It was the captain, who had not yet fallen asleep, or who had been awakened by the sound of footsteps, and he asked Zhang Xiao again, "Where are you going?" He, in turn, embarrassed that he had been noticed, began to make up an excuse, but without coming up with anything better, he said, I'm going to the bathroom." Hearing this answer, the commander said to him, "Be careful, don't go too far," to which he replied, "Okay, I understand you." As Zhang Xiao walked toward the place where he had originally intended to go, he wore a serious expression and thought. Taking out a test tube from his pocket, he reached out to leave it somewhere in the room and spoke to himself, smiling wryly. "Zhou Zhen, those two idiots, Lu Yongshan and Xiao Jian, can't kill you." Leaving the test tube in a corner of the building, he continued to gloat and mutter to himself, "But that doesn't mean I can't." The next morning, when the sun was already rising in the sky, the building was gradually filled with zombies. They slowly moved down the corridor one by one. Suddenly, the zombies heard something behind them. Some strange noise that interrupted their quiet walks. One monster heard it and looked back to see what was going on. As soon as the monster turned his head back, an arrow flew into his head, killing him instantly with a precise hit to the eye and knocking his motionless body to the ground. Breaking through the crowd of zombies that were everywhere in the hospital, Commander Wu Chaoyun shouted to his comrades, "This place is here. We have to take out all the medical equipment very quickly." Following the commander to the rooms with the equipment, the soldiers cleared the entire path of monsters that they encountered on their way, so that later, when transporting the medical equipment, they would not have any complications with enemies. After reaching the right room with the equipment, each of the soldiers took a few things from the equipment, so that in the end, everything together would count as 3 complete sets and complete the mission. While carrying the equipment from the room to their vehicles, the commander told his squad on the next route, "Let's hurry up. If everything goes well, we can be back in the afternoon." However, their calm lugging of things was interrupted by strange sounds. While transporting the medical equipment, Zhang Shun spoke in a worried tone. "What is that sound?" His comrades answered him, "It sounds like zombies." Watching from the rooftop, the guard who had been watching from above on the roof of the building took out his radio and said, "Commander, no, damn it!" Continuing his report to the commander, the observer continued to report in a frightened voice, "I don't know why, but all the poisonous zombies are heading straight for the hospital." Hearing this news, all the soldiers quickly climbed to the roof of the building, and already there, looking down, Zhang Shun said, "They are coming very quickly. We don't have time to run away." Hearing such disappointing news, the commander said, "It's all my fault. Continuing to punish himself, Captain Wu said, reproaching himself, "It was I who made the decision that will cause everyone to suffer." But the butcher did not agree with him, and trying to calm him down, he said to him, "We also all took the money, we all decided to come here, so there is no need to apologize now. We have to keep going to the end." Sitting on the roof of the building next to them, Wei Hung, who was not at all disturbed, asked, "Do you think this is the time for nice words? Maybe you should tell us what to do?" Continuing his aggressive conversation, he continued sarcastically, "Do we really have to rely on that boy to save us again?" Hearing this, Xing aggressively shouted, "I'm going to beat him to death, don't stop me!" Looking off to the side toward the runway that was near the building that was relatively close to them, Zheng let out, "I have an idea." Hearing that Jing had come up with something, the butcher immediately calmed down, and turning to Zheng, he asked in surprise, "What? Tell me as soon as possible." Looking at Xing and the rest of the team, he told them his plan and strategy, saying, "I can get out of here and get the helicopter back." As he hesitantly said his proposal, he was still thinking about what to do. Suddenly, a few minutes later, he spoke again. "Yes, but you have to trust me again." Hearing such a crazy and risky plan, the commander said, "Even though the distance to the plane is only 5 kilometers, the road is already occupied by a crowd of zombies. And besides, flying a helicopter is not like driving a car. Can you handle it?" But Zhang said to WU's second-in-command, Cao Shu, without a trace of uncertainty as he looked at the map, "Don't worry, I'll make it. I learned how to fly a helicopter at home." Hearing Zheng's crazy plan, Xing put his hand on Zheng's shoulder and spoke to him happily. "Brother, are you sure?" To which Zheng replied, "Of course I am 70% sure." Standing nearby looking at the map, the commander said to Zheng, who was preparing for a difficult mission, "If you need anything, just say the word." Jumping off the building, he said, "I only need you to hold out until I get back." Landing on the ground, he made his way with lightning speed through the crowd of zombies to the desired location. Standing on the roof, watching their comrade freak out, he said, "From now on, he is my brother." Hearing this, Zhang Shun also added, "I also consider him my brother." Walking away from his team to the other side of the roof, Wei Hung shrugged and said, "That's it. Can anyone guarantee that he hasn't abandoned us and run away?" Hearing such a cruel slander, Zhang Shun called out to him, "Wei Hung, shut your mouth." The commander himself could not help but react to this, speaking to him in an angry tone, "Wei Heng, after completing this mission, you will immediately leave our team." To which he replied, "Okay, no problem. I'll leave right now." As he walked away, Wei Hung, smiling ominously, muttered something unexpected under his breath. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to wait for the mission to be completed." Leaving them and heading in an unknown direction, he found himself on the roof of another building and headed for the ventilation shaft. Having removed the grate from the vent, he took out a bag containing what he had hidden there last night. It was an air glider for escape. After taking it out of the bag, unfolding it, and putting it back together so that he could use it, Wei Yan said to his now former comrades, "You stay here and wait for death, and I have no time to keep you company." While Zheng was trying to get to the helicopter, a door suddenly opened on the roof where his comrades were, and the living dead rushed out and directly at the soldiers. "The zombies have broken through," one of them said. Trying to boost morale, the commander shouted, "We are not giving up." One of them also asked, "Where did that Wei Hung go?" To which Zhang Shun replied, "There is no time to worry about him. We must hold out until my brother returns." Trying to fight off the zombies that had broken into the building and retreating to the edge of the roof, Zhang exclaimed as he looked back, "There are zombies behind me too!" Meanwhile, Zheng tried his best to break through the monsters as quickly as possible. Using his invisibility skill, he quickly passed the enemies one by one. As he continued on his way, the enemies became fewer and fewer, their ranks thinned out, and no more enemies arrived behind him. When he saw only a few zombies walking in his direction, he said happily, "Great, the number of zombies has begun to decrease." When he finally got out of the zombie infestation, he ran a little further and saw a building with a large disc attached to the side and thought, "That must be the helipad." Seeing that he was very close to his target, Zheng accelerated his pace to make sure he didn't waste any time and rescue his comrades as soon as possible. But then something interesting happened in front of him. A zombie heading in his direction was suddenly cut in half by someone. When he took a closer look at what had happened, he saw a 7th-level black rat in front of him, which had killed the zombie. The other zombies who were following the dead man, seeing that the monster had finished him, immediately changed their trajectory and ran at the rat to kill it. But as soon as it approached it, the rat used its two tails, which had sharp blades at their tips, to cut the zombies into small pieces. Seeing how easily the rat dealt with the attackers who approached it, Zhang thought, "This little thing is really a real enemy for zombies." Trying to pass by, he thought, "I'm in a big hurry, I'd better not provoke them." He tried to avoid the killer rat, but something unexpected happened. Passing by under the invisibility skill, the rat still attacked Zhang even though he gave no reason for it, and it did not see him. Barely dodging the attack, he quickly drew his dagger and his invisibility dissipated. "What's going on? How did they notice me because of my stealth?" Looking at the enemy, Zhang came up with a very possible thought. Did the rat smell my body? The guess was close, but the truth was a little different. Seeing his hand, he said, "Did I get grease when I killed the blue scaly zombie? No wonder I smelled this strange foul odor the whole time." The next moment, when Zhang realized the reason for the rat's aggression, it instantly attacked him, but he was able to dodge it with ease. He jumped up to prevent harm, found himself in the air, and pulled out his daggers and struck back at the monster. However, his attack did not penetrate the defense on the monster's back. Seeing that he had only angered the rat, Zhang said, "What a high level of defense. It will take at least 10 minutes to kill it." Tearing off his sleeve, which still had blood on it from the zombie, he said, "I wish they had something of value, but I don't have time to play with you now." As he said this, he saw that the rat was trying to attack him again. But this time the attack was not a slashing attack, but something like a hammer blow. Throwing a torn piece of zombie-scented cloth at the monster, Zhang backed away from the monster because he had very little time, and the rats shouldn't be chasing him now. The very next moment, he ran desperately toward the building with the airfield, killing any zombies he encountered along the way. When he got close to the building, he said, "I finally made it," and immediately began to look for a way to get to the top. When he got to the runway, he saw a helicopter. Seeing it refueling, he had only one thought that worried him. "I hope it can still fly." After pouring all the fuel into the tank, Zhang closed the tank and headed for the cockpit, running his dagger along the body of the plane as he walked around it. As Zhang climbed into the plane, there were already zombies in the building, and eventually they appeared on the runway and saw Zhang there. Without hesitation, the zombies immediately rushed to the plane to get to the living person they had just seen to eat him. Meanwhile, Zhang was already sitting in the cockpit. Looking at the entire control panel and remembering how to operate it, he said, "There are so many buttons. This is something Sue didn't teach me." Well, never mind, she didn't. And with that, he pressed the switch. As soon as he pressed the switch, the helicopter started up, and the propellers on the plane began to spin, creating a strong wind stream that blew everything in its vicinity away. Meanwhile, the zombies running toward Zhang ran into the propellers of the newly started airplane, and instantly turned into small cubes that were simply swept away with the rest. At the same time, on the roof of the building, Captain WU's team was barely hanging on when one of them spoke up. "It's been 20 minutes. Could my brother?" While speculating about whether Brother Zhang would help them or whether he had betrayed them and escaped, the soldiers remained hopeful and continued to fight bravely against the enemy. Hearing that the team was losing faith in salvation, Commander Wu Chaoyun shouted out to everyone in hopes of raising their morale. "Hold on! We must trust our brother!" Meanwhile, Wei Hung, appearing out of nowhere, spoke in a sarcastic voice with a sinister expression, gloating, "A bunch of undersized people. I'm afraid that this Zhou Zhen has already been eaten by zombies." Standing with his hang glider in hand on the water tower, he continued his sinister gloating, "Do you really think he is God? Ha ha ha." Hearing such mockery from the traitor, the butcher shouted angrily at him, fending off the zombie onslaught, "You fucking bastard!" To which Wei Heng said calmly, revealing another of his secrets, "I can tell you another secret of mine. I didn't come here because of some purple crystals." As he continued his story, he started laughing like a madman inside, and then continued, "I wanted to kill Zhou Zhen and at the same time get 2 medium purple crystals. Well, you will just die with him." Having finished his speech, and having told all of his intentions, Wei Heng pressed the button that triggered the mechanism on the hang glider to finally escape from this place. As he flew away in his aircraft, Wei Heng shouted disdainfully at his former comrades, "Farewell, you idiots!" Not long after flying away, he saw something in the air slowly approaching him, and as he looked at the flying object, he said, What is that?" As he flew closer, he could make out the silhouette of a helicopter, and as it flew by, he saw that a person he knew all too well was sitting in the cockpit. When he saw the pilot, he exclaimed in alarm, Zhou Zhen?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already mastered the helicopter's controls and felt at home in the cockpit. and confidently went to rescue his comrades who had been waiting for him for so long and needed him. As he flew up to the building where he had left his comrades to wait for him, he could see a fierce battle on the roof, where soldiers were fighting off the monsters with their last strength. When the team heard the sound of helicopter propellers, they looked up and saw a helicopter above them and shouted, "Helicopter! My brother is back!" exclaimed Shun. So did Xing. "It's my brother. I knew he would make it." Hearing that salvation was at hand, the commander gave his last order before retreating. "Brothers, chase away these zombies. We are going home." After keeping the helicopter in the air, Zheng threw down the ropes to his comrades and said, "Grab the ropes. We need to get the medical equipment." Hearing Zheng's request, everyone said they understood and grabbed the hooks and went down to the pickup trucks with the equipment so they could hook it to the helicopter. As they began to hook the vehicle with the equipment, they secured all the boxes in it for transportation so that nothing would be lost on the way, and the commander spoke to Zheng. "The crates are secure. Everything is fine." Upon hearing this information, Zheng began to lift the helicopter into the air and pointed it toward the Titan, exclaiming joyfully, "Brothers, we're going home!" Hearing the news of the return, his teammates were also happy to hear it and shouted back, "We are coming back!" Flying so high over the entire route, the loud laughter of the cheerful and joyful team members who managed to complete the abyssal mission was heard on the trailer of the vehicle. Looking out of the car into the distance and at the scenery around them, which was even better seen from a bird's eye view, Sin said, "Holy shit, it's amazing!" Looking forward and looking back, contemplating that it was all behind him, the butcher said, "I thought that today was my last day in this world." Meanwhile, the outraged commander Wu Chaoyun was boiling with anger as he remembered the traitor. "These zombies were definitely brought by Wei Heng. When we return to Titan, I will chop him into small pieces, I promise you." Suddenly, Jiang Shun abruptly jumped up and pointing to the distance, he said, "Quickly everyone, look over there. Isn't that bastard a traitor?" And indeed, flying at the speed of a helicopter, they were able to catch up with Wei Heng on a hang glider, which was moving many times slower, so they were able to catch up with him and could already see him in their field of vision. The whole team immediately changed their mood from joy to anger and hatred and began shouting one after another. The butcher was the first to speak up. "Come here! You're dead!" He was immediately followed by Jiang Shun. "Let's kill him!" But Jiang, who was in the cockpit and heard all these aggressive statements, spoke to them. "Guys, this is not the best time. Let's drive it to the wall." Almost catching up with the traitor, the whole team stood up to hit him with something and shoot down his aircraft, almost flying toward Wei Heng. The butcher, holding his hammer with both hands, shouted loudly to Heng, as if his hunter's instinct had awakened, "Run! You'd better run!" When Wei Heng saw that a helicopter was chasing him and that it was a car carrying medical equipment, he was surprised to see them and exclaimed, "You!" Catching up with Wei Heng and flying past him, the butcher drilled through the traitor with a gloomy look and finally said, "We will be waiting for you up ahead." After saying that, he swung his hammer and managed to hit the traitor's airplane just slightly. Seeing that his mechanism was damaged, Wei began to exclaim, "Shit! Come on, fly! Take off!" Flying over the crowd of zombies, he began to blow on the hang glider to make it gain altitude, but it was useless. It slowly just sank lower and lower to the ground. Almost on the ground, Wei Heng was already at a height where the zombies could reach him and they began to catch him by the legs, and he desperately fought back, kicking at them. "Get off me! Get off me!" In addition to shouting and trying not to fall into the crowd of zombies, he tried to run over their heads, which by the way he did quite well, and thanks to which they could not catch him. Moving away at this pace, suddenly a frightened grimace could be seen on his face, as if he had seen death in front of him, and he shouted, "This is—" Indeed, he saw death in front of him, but in a human form. On the wall that he had to cross were the captain, the butcher, and Zheng, who was already aiming his bow at him. Seeing this picture, he said, "That's it. It's over. They really want to kill me." The arrow shot and passed right by his face, only slightly grazing his cheek and leaving a shallow scratch. After all, killing him so easily was not interesting. As the arrow passed by, it hit the wing of the hang glider. Most likely Zhen had planned it that way so that Wei Heng would not be able to suddenly escape. The arrow hit the wing, hitting the important mechanisms of the device, after which it successfully exploded, throwing the poor man to the ground, to a whole horde of zombies. Having made a good shot so as not to kill Wei immediately, Chen spoke to him, holding his bow in his hands and smiling slyly. "Come on, come here, we'll settle up." Although besides Zheng, there were others who wanted to settle their accounts with him. The captain and the rest of the squad also echoed Jing's words, responding in unison with an angry voice. Yes! Meanwhile, Wei, who was surrounded by zombies, fought with all his might to survive and make his way forward, but there were many enemies, so he had a hard time making his way to retreat. After destroying all the monsters, he cleared a path to a passage in the wall so that he could escape and head back to the city. But as soon as he cleared the way, his former comrades who wanted to settle their scores with him were heading straight for him, and the butcher shouted out to make sure he got there. Wei Heng, how do you want to die? Looking at them with eyes full of fear, he spoke to his former comrades in a squeaky voice that had changed so much from his condition. You cannot kill me. Hearing such nonsense from Wei Heng, Jing asked him curiously, I wonder why we can't kill you. Taking out the company emblem, Wei Heng said with a look of madness on his face, I am the Shadow Man. If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Hearing this excuse, the butcher fell into a stupor, not understanding what kind of association this shadow was. He just stood there and thought, repeating to himself as if remembering, a shadow. And then he suddenly shouted, I'll take care of your shadow. And after him, Commander Wu shouted, Right, the shadow is nothing. And then Zheng added his word, a shadow. It so happens that I still have a score to settle with you. In the end, finally despairing that he would survive, Wei Heng ran at Zheng and began to shout, In any case, if you kill me, I will take you with me. When he got to Zheng, he used his best attack, but it missed the target. And then Wei thought, he dodged. From my full attack? Meanwhile, Zheng wasted no time in knocking his opponent to the ground with a single punch, dealing him a critical blow so that he could not get up again. After Zheng finished settling his score, the butcher immediately ran up to Wei Heng and swung his hammer with all his might, with a smile on his face, and shouted, Die, you bastard! After a certain period of time, the whole group was finally able to return to Titan. They were all sitting in the Warrior Union building, the VIP reception area, waiting for the leader of the Warrior Union, Jiang Chen. While the warriors were sitting at the table drinking tea, a dialogue began between them to pass the waiting time faster. Jiang Chen was the first to start it, saying, Never in my life did I think I could become a 10-star member of a Warrior Union. To which he was answered, Hey, this tea really does contain star power. Zheng took the cup in his hand and drank some tea from it, and said, This kind of tea is called shooting star, and they say there are only 3 days in a year to harvest it. Impressed by what he heard, Xing asked Zheng, Have you ever had this before? Suddenly Captain Wu Chaoyun broke into their conversation, putting his hand on Zheng's shoulder and saying, Ha ha ha. I think it's time to officially introduce our master. His real name is Zhou Zhen. Master is his nickname. I think everyone has already noticed his level of ability, right? Praising Jing, the master continued to tell even more interesting information about him. Of course, there is another reason. He is one of the few 10-star Titan warriors. Hearing this, the butcher grabbed him with both hands and asked excitedly, You're really a 10-star warrior? Zheng replied, It's just luck. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Warriors' Union, someone's voices could be heard, and one of them spoke, Leader, this Zhou Zhen, what should we do with him? Standing in front of the leader of the Warrior Union, Jiang Chen asked what he should do with Zheng, and the leader replied, If he was able to fulfill the conditions for promotion, according to the rules, we are obliged to give him a promotion. Standing in front of his boss, Jiang Chen said nervously, If Chu He finds out that the first 11-star warrior in Titan was not him, but a 4th-ranked warrior, it's hard to imagine how he'll react. The boss replied, Ha 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 ha, I really want to see his reaction. Having said that, the head of the Warrior Association gave Jiang Chen an order. Mark Zhou Zhen as a red-level warrior and watch closely. Let's see how talented he is, and whether those 2 missions were just a lucky coincidence. Hearing the order, Jiang Chen said, Yes, sir. Then the leader continued, Also, hide Zhou Zhen's photo for now so we can protect him a little bit, but the name, don't hide his name. After finishing their conversation with the leader and returning to the training building, the soldiers had been waiting for Jiang Chen for a long time, and when they saw him arrive, they immediately asked him, Director Shen, how much is our mission estimated to cost? As soon as Lai entered the room, Jiang Chen was bombarded with questions, but he calmed everyone down by saying, Don't worry, take a seat, I'll tell you everything. This abyssal-level mission, 80% complete, all participants can become 10-star members of the Warrior Alliance. Hearing this news, everyone cheered together. Yes! Rejoicing and hugging each other, not holding back their emotions and showing them to the fullest. After all this, Jiang Chen went up to Zhou Zhen and addressed him personally. Mr. Zhou Zhen. He had something special and personal to say, and his assistant was standing by his side, holding what was to be handed to him. After removing his cape and taking the box in his assistant's hands, Jiang Chun spoke, "This is your new membership card. Please take it." After handing this new emblem to Jiang, Zhao thought about something as he left the room. In such a short period of time, the Warrior Union has given so many guys the level of 10-star warriors. Turning around and looking at Jiang, he continued his thought through the gap before Jiang could close it. And the strangest thing is that every time he is promoted, this Zhou Zhen appears. It's strange. Meanwhile, in some buildings, someone in a dialogue casually mentioned, "A 4th-ranked kid has become an 11-star warrior. I'm afraid that the high-level Titan warriors won't be able to sit still now." The next day, Jiang, unable to sit still, ran out to hunt various monsters just as dawn broke, saying, 95% more experience and I will reach level 40. As he confidently walked toward his goal, Jiang's forehead read, "I will achieve my goal by any means necessary." And as he went hunting, he said, "After I learn the shooting skills of the 40th level, the efficiency of leveling up will improve even more." When he reached the field where the various monsters were roaming, he saw the tracks of car wheels and thought to himself, "It seems that other teams have already been here before me." As he continued on, he saw tents in the middle of the field. Approaching them, Jiang saw an interesting flag, thinking, "This is the flag of the King of Beasts Union?" As Jiang watched the people handling and caring for the various tamed animals, he said to himself, "I've heard of these tamers before, but this is the first time I've met them. Interesting." After observing them, Jiang decided to leave because he didn't know how they would react to him, let alone himself. So he made a decision. Let's not provoke them. Suddenly, Jiang heard the sound of engines coming from somewhere far away, but getting louder and louder over time. Someone was approaching them, and clearly not alone. It was most likely a group of soldiers. Suddenly, he heard the roar of motors in front of him, and he saw several bikers on motorcycles heading for the field where the animals were. Behind them was a girl who stood out from the rest because of the color of her motorcycle, the fact that she was carrying a sidecar, and the fact that she was the only one with an animal. Seeing this sight, Jiang changed his mind about running away, but his curiosity overcame him and he decided, "I'll go and watch them catch and tame the animals." Watching the gang of tamers, he could see that they were heading to the pasture where the reindeer were chewing on the grass in peace. But the noise of the engines frightened them, and they started to run away. The girl with the stroller and the dog catching up with the reindeer reached into her purse, which was on her belt, to take something out of it. After catching up with the fleeing animals and overtaking them, the girl sprayed some strange pink powder in front of them, which she held in both hands, so that it would fall on the entire herd of reindeer. Immediately inhaling this powder, the reindeer one by one stopped in their tracks, and after a while they all fell asleep. And so, after a short period of time, the whole herd was already lying on the ground, unable to move because of that strange pink powder. Having slowed down a bit, the dog that was riding with her jumped off the girl's stroller. When she saw it, she exclaimed, "Belenka is back, don't scare her." Then, stopping near a herd of reindeer that were lying on the ground, the girl got off her bike and went to the animals. Approaching one of them and touching its head with her hands, she said, "Do not worry, we will not harm you." While the girl was taming the animals, the dog that was with her suddenly became quite aggressive and began to growl and bark loudly, looking behind her. Noticing that a man was approaching them, one of the gang spoke to Jiang. "Who are you?" "The King of Beasts Union is hunting here now, friend. Please go around and don't disturb us." As the dog slowly approached the girl, it barked louder and louder, trying to protect its owner. But Jiang's curiosity got the better of him, and he continued to approach the girl. As Jiang got closer and closer, he held up his hands and said, "I don't have any evil intentions. I just wanted to see how you hunt. I wanted to learn from you." Approaching the girl almost within arm's reach, Jiang repeated himself, "Guys, I was just curious to see how the Beast King Alliance hunts, so I wanted to learn a little." But instead, he heard one of the warriors say to him, "Boy, you're asking for trouble." Noticing that he could not see the girl's characteristics, Jiang thought in confusion, "This girl, is she above 8th rank?" Getting to her feet and walking toward the stranger, Xiang Shihan put her hand on her friend's shoulder and spoke to him. "Wu Di, how many times have I told you not to be so aggressive?" Approaching Jiang, Xiang Shihan asked him, "So what exactly do you want to learn from us?" Confused by this answer, Jiang said, "I am very fond of animals, so I want to learn how to tame them and maybe you can teach me." Stretching out her hand to Zhang with a bag in her hand, the girl said to him, "It's very simple. You just need to rely on this powder." Delighted with this approach, Zhang asked, "Can I buy it?" Seeing Zhen's interest, the girl said to him, "1 blue crystal and I will give you some." Hearing this offer, Zhang was delighted. Deal! Having made a deal that was beneficial to both parties, Zhang walked away from them toward the forest, and the soldiers began to question the girl. "Sister, what did you sell him? You've never sold it to anyone before, not even for a purple crystal." After listening to all the accusations against her, she decided to counter their words. To sell or not to sell is up to me. In any case, this kind of powder is effective only for deer. Heading into the woods, Zheng found a mutant rock python sleeping in the middle of a clearing on a former tennis court. Seeing it, Zheng was very happy, because this was really what he needed to test the effectiveness of the powder he had bought. So he went over to it and said, "How fortunate I am. I'm about to test the powder." When he poured the powder on the snake, it immediately woke up and began to attack Zheng. He in turn only said, "Huh? Why didn't it work as I thought it would? What's wrong?" Very angry that its sleep had been interrupted, the viper began to swing its tail, knocking down the tree Zheng was sitting on. The boy jumped off the branch to avoid being hit by the attack, saying, "Damn, that girl tricked me." Starting a fight with the enraged viper, Zheng deftly jumped to dodge its attacks, trying to do a little damage to it. But the barrage of attacks with its tail, which it was constantly flapping, did not let him get close to it. But then something unexpected happened. The viper, in a fit of rage, suddenly bit itself and then stopped immediately. Seeing this, Zheng said with joy, "Ha ha! Always after a dark streak in life, there is a bright one. It seems that the powder was able to make this giant harm itself. Something." As the enemy stopped moving and weakened its defenses, Zheng, noticing that the monster didn't have much health left, jumped on the viper and shouted, "Well, okay, enough self-destruction, it's my turn." While Zheng was fighting the viper, another group of 4 warriors wandered through the forest. While one of them walked in front, clearing the path and killing weak monsters along the way, 3 others walked behind, and one of them stood out. After clearing the way, this warrior said, Sir, there were sounds of a battle up ahead, I'll go and check it out," and started forward. Standing behind him, his master, holding a handkerchief in his hand and coughing, replied, "Cough, cough, cough, hurry up." Rubbing his face with his handkerchief, the gentleman blushed and said, "It's a pity that as soon as I got that girl, the old man immediately killed her. When we return, I will make it up to him." The warrior didn't have to run for long. After a few dozen meters, he saw a giant viper in front of him, which was already dead. When he saw it, he shouted out, "This trail! Was it killed by a human? He must be at least rank 8. Standing behind, the gentleman, covering his face with a handkerchief and covering his nose with his hand, said to his soldier, "Haven't you finished your inspection yet? It smells terrible here, like blood. Hurry up and let's move on." Hearing these words of his master, the warrior said to him, "Sir, this time our first priority is to ensure your safety. We can go to the end of the red zone. This area is just right for you." The gentleman replied, "Come on, let's go, let's go." Moving on, in search of new strong monsters to raise his level, Zheng saw a sign on the road. Looking at it, he said, "This one, Mountain Python, gave me 20% experience. Surely there are many beasts here with a level above 7th? As he passed the sign and continued along the road, straight into the forest, he continued to talk to himself, saying aloud, "There is wealth where there is risk." Walking on, he entered the forest and came across a white monkey. Fighting with it, he slowly drained its health and dodged its attacks to study its behavior. In the next step, when he realized how to counteract the monster, he used his super speed and immediately finished off the monster by dodging its attack and going behind it. He attacked the monster in the back. After defeating the monster, Zheng decided to take a break, and taking the crystal out of it, he sat down next to it, taking out his canteen to drink water. As soon as he unscrewed the cork and took the first sip, he suddenly felt something. There was someone behind him. Hearing something wrong, Zheng immediately jumped out of his seat, and at the same moment something flew right at him, with a frantic speed and force like a meteor. When he looked around, he saw many more monkeys like the one he had just defeated sitting in the branches of trees, looking at him furiously. Realizing that he would not be able to cope with such a crowd, Zheng said, "Shit, there are so many of them." Dodging another attack, Zheng fell to the ground, nervously watching as the number of monsters grew and began to approach him one by one. All of the approaching monkeys were holding rocks, and one of them suddenly pointed at Zheng and shouted loudly, as if giving an order for them to aim at the boy. and immediately after that, in the next moment, they all started throwing stones at Zheng. Unable to do anything about it, Zheng could only dodge, run from side to side, and jump. After a short time of dodging, Zheng suddenly smiled madly and said, "I can't get close to them right now, but I can use these monkeys to practice dodging attacks." Short-range evasion, one of the passive skills that allows you to dodge all attacks using your own body. And while the cheater is in the state of dodging enemy attacks, his level can continuously increase. This is one of the most difficult passive skills in the Heavenly Continent. After deciding to level up his evasion skill, Zheng continuously dodged most attacks, but one attack still got him. The stone hit him right in the chest. The stone hit Zheng and threw him quite far, stopping his flight only when he hit a tree, which he successfully crashed into and was able to stop himself from such a powerful throw. Recovering from the attack, Zheng instantly dodged the next attack that was flying right at his head and exclaimed frantically, taking a vial of healing potion out of his pocket, "Ah, I still have enough medicine. Hit me again. Come on!" Meanwhile, the master and his team moved on, but this time the master himself was destroying the monsters. He had just killed a wolf that was attacking their team. Seeing their master fighting, his subordinates could not just remain silent but began to shout, "Great sir," said one of them, and immediately another one followed him, "Sir, your blade is incredible." But the gentleman was not at all happy with this support. In fact, he was even annoyed. So after his servants finished their praise, he yelled at them, "Shut the fuck up! I just want to know when I can go home." Running up to his master, the leader of the squad probably bowed and spoke to his master. The elder master said that you can go back as soon as you reach the 7th rank of warrior. Hearing these words, the irritated master again shouted at his subordinates, who were standing behind him, waiting for further instructions. "Then why are you all still standing around at home doing nothing? Quickly find me some half-dead animals so that I can cut them up." Standing under the monkey's fire of stones, Zheng continued to dodge every stone thrown at him. Suddenly he felt something unusual and said, "This feeling." As he continued to dodge even more effectively the barrage of stones that the monkeys were throwing at Zheng, he said happily, "Intermediate level dodging. I have finally reached the medium level of dodging." Overjoyed that he had achieved his goal, Zheng's face suddenly changed. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and he pulled out his daggers and shouted, "Now I need to level up." Deftly dodging all the monkeys' attacks, Zheng began to get closer and closer to them so that he could reach the monsters. And then, jumping up, he reached the first monster, jumping from one monster to another, and simultaneously killing them one by one. The boy reached another monkey, which had just picked up a stone and was aiming to throw it at Zheng. But he did not let the monster do so. After killing the lion's share of the monsters, he sat down in a tree, hiding on one of the branches in the crown of leaves, and said, "Finally, the 40th level." Looking back, one could see how many dead monster bodies were lying on the ground. They practically covered a small area of land nearby. Opening his skill window, Zheng looked at the characteristics and description of the new skill, and this is what he read and understood. Multiple person attack, 500 extra damage, and bleeding, enough to kill a level 3 mutant beast. As he finished reading the description of his new skill, he saw another wave of monkey monsters approaching him again and exclaimed happily, "Ooh, great, just in time." After saying that, he immediately rushed into battle, killing all the monsters in his path and at the same time trying to test his new skill. 9 long days of training had passed and Zheng still hadn't decided to return home, and he was having a great time hunting monsters and collecting crystals. As Zheng took out a blue crystal from another defeated monster, he said to himself, "With this skill, the leveling efficiency has really gone up a lot." But then his quiet, serene hunting was interrupted by a loud scream and a roar that was approaching him. Zheng tried to cover his ears so that he wouldn't accidentally go deaf from the scream. Looking around, he saw movements near him. Soon, breaking everything in his path, trampling his way, the Monkey King appeared in front of him, looking very angry. As soon as he approached the boy, the monster immediately tried to attack him. Putting his 2 hands together, he struck at the place where Jing was standing with a hammer-like gesture. But his attack missed him and left a large crater at the place of impact. When Zheng saw such a formidable opponent, he was very happy and shouted out in emotion, "Well, you've finally come. Go ahead and attack." Meanwhile, the master's troops were heading toward the sound. But one of his men said to his master, "Sir, I think you're about to raise your level." To which he replied, "Ugh, I wish it were already. I don't want to stay in this place for another second." Suddenly, the squad leader, raising his hand in the air, stopped abruptly and stopped everyone, saying, "Stop! Something is happening up ahead!" Hiding behind the trees, the warriors saw Zhang fighting the mutant ape king, and one of them said, "A 5th-ranked warrior dares to come here to kill the mutant monkey king. Am I hallucinating?" The gentleman added, "Are 5th-ranked warriors so strong now?" Then, watching from the hiding place, the master said something terrible, giving an order to the leader of the squad. "Kong Sen, kill this guy. We need the monkey king. If I kill the mutant, I will immediately level up." "Yes, sir," Khan said, hearing his master's order. After continuing to give out orders to everyone, the master turned to his 2 other 7th-ranked warriors. "Bang Kang, Tang Jinghe, you also go and deal with that warrior, and the rest of you help me kill the White King." Following the order, the 2 warriors rushed to Zhang to finish him off. Meanwhile, Zhang, seeing 2 soldiers running toward him with the intention of killing him, thought, "This bunch of warriors have been wandering around for half a day, and now they decide to attack me." He could no longer continue his fight with the monster because he was being interrupted, so he was now dodging rather than attacking. Meanwhile, Fang and Tan took up their crossbows and began to aim at Zheng. After shooting at Zheng, he felt the danger from behind and decided to change his target because those annoying warriors were bothering him too much. Dodging the arrows in the air, he looked at them sternly. Seeing that the boy could dodge arrows in midair, Fan and Tang were very surprised at how this was possible and said, "Hey, what's going on?" Looking at Zheng, they noticed that he immediately rushed toward them at breakneck speed, holding his weapon at the ready in both hands. Trying to calm himself down and pretend that there was nothing to be afraid of, Fan said in a confused voice, "It's just a small broken dagger," standing there just watching what would happen because they simply could not keep up with Zheng's speed. Both warriors felt the pain of a wound in their chests. After such a blow, Zheng's assassins had half their health left. They stood there trying to figure out where he had gone, and finally heard a voice coming from above. "If you have any more questions, stay here and let us think about it." In the meantime, everyone who remained was doing a little damage to the Monkey King to save the last blow for the master. Seeing them attacking the monster, Khan called out, "Be careful! In the end, the master must kill it." Suddenly, Konsen heard a loud crash behind him, and he looked back to see the following scene. Behind him were fallen trees, and on one of the fallen trees were the 2 bodies of his soldiers. Having defeated the 2 assassins, Zheng had no choice but to watch the master finish off his monster, for he would not have been able to do anything. So Zheng spoke up. "It turns out that it has armor made of divine pterosaur. They must be quite good as well." Meanwhile, the exhausted Monkey King was lying on the ground, head bowed, waiting for his end to come, for his suffering to be over. Standing in front of the monster, the gentleman triumphantly swung his sword and killed him with 1 blow. Meanwhile, Zheng contemplated this and said, "But they dared to steal my monster. Then I will pay them back tenfold. Your life and the pterosaur armor will be mine." Having finished the monster, the gentleman stood in front of it and laughed out loud, soaking up the triumph of his new rank. Holding his sword in his hand, he looked at his hands and repeated loudly over and over again, "Ha ha 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 ha, 7th rank, I'm at the 7th rank." Continuing to laugh loudly, the master began to swing his sword and enjoy the new sensations of having reached a new rank as a warrior. Standing behind their master, his subjects also decided to congratulate him. Han Jun was the first to speak. "Congratulations, sir." And after him the others continued, "Sir, you have finally reached the 7th rank." Deciding to celebrate his victory, the master made a promise to his soldiers. "When we get back to Titan, we'll go to the Hongyang Club. I'll pay for it," he said. Hearing this, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "Wow, thank you, sir." To which he replied, "You're welcome." Nervously looking at the 2 bodies that did not move, Commander Kong Shun said, "Let's quickly collect all the loot and then go check on Fang Kong and Tang Qinghe." After finding the bodies of his comrades, Khan said, 2 7th-ranked warriors were killed by a 5th-ranked warrior? Something is wrong here. We need to protect the master. We will evacuate immediately. Looking at the bodies of the dead soldiers, the gentleman said with disappointment and contempt, "Are you so scared of a 5th-ranked soldier? Perhaps these 2 simply underestimated their opponent and were killed by some beast?" Standing near the bodies, the gentleman continued, "Besides, who does our Tianhe gang have to fear? Hong-sen, come on, cheer up." And Zheng, sitting nearby, listened to everything and thought about what he had heard. So it's the Tianhe unit. No wonder they were doing all kinds of stupid things. On his way home, Pan began to scold Kong. "Konsen, your courage is decreasing with every step. That guy has already escaped anyway. Come on, You need to teach the rascal a lesson. Khan replied, Brave sir, you don't have to do anything. I will do everything myself, just give me 1 minute. I will deal with him. To which the gentleman said, Half a minute is enough for me. After the conversation, Khan Sen thought about his master's words and decided, When I think about it, I really do worry too much. What a shame. I'm afraid of some boy. Stepping forward, Khan said in frustration, Ugh, don't worry, sir. That bastard is better off not showing up again. But he hadn't realized that Zheng was standing right next to him, but he was using his invisibility skill, so no one had any idea. As he continued to walk forward, he just passed Zheng, continuing to rage, Otherwise I'll show him. Meanwhile, Zheng stood just at arm's length, listening to all this with a smile. Walking ahead, he passed Zheng, continuing his formidable sermon. How terrifying an 8th-ranked warrior can be. Suddenly, he heard that someone in his group was feeling sick. Suddenly, they all looked at each other and immediately started to fidget. It's... Seeing that one of his teammates had suddenly fallen to the ground, groaning, Commander Kong Sen immediately asked, What happened? Grabbing the collar of his comrade who was walking next to him, the commander began to question him. Who killed him? The latter replied, Very strange. I didn't see anyone. Letting go of his comrade, the whole team stood in a circle formation, and the gentleman was placed in the center, and Commander Kong Sen shouted, Protect the gentleman! We must leave here immediately! The commander continued in a frightened voice, looking around intently. Someone has killed a man right in front of us, and just disappeared. This is very strange. A short time later, Zheng stood outside the cave and spoke. Haha, did you think that if you hide, I won't find you? Actually, I have a system. Looking at the cave in which the soldiers were sitting, Zheng smilingly walked in the opposite direction from them, saying, If you are so fond of stealing other people's monsters. When he found a pack of monsters in the forest, he continued his monologue, which he had been conducting to announce his plan of revenge. I'll let you kidnap a few more. Pulling out his rifle, he walked toward the pack of wolves to provoke them, and they followed him. As he approached the pack, he said, Brothers, it's time to work. Meanwhile, sitting in the cave, the Tianhe group discussed their losses. Sitting by the dying flames, a gentleman said, Shame, it's just a shame. To be killed by a 5th-ranked soldier? Trying to argue with him, Khan could only utter a pitiful mumble. Sir. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of gunfire coming from outside. Hearing this, the captain exclaimed in confusion, Where are these gunshots coming from? The gentleman replied, Is someone hunting out there? When he went outside to check where the gunfire was coming from, Kong Sen said, At this time, in the forest, it's usually impossible to hide at this time. So how could someone go hunting now? When he went outside, he saw a boy in front of him. It was Zhou Zhen who spoke to Khan. Boys, I have a little present for you. As soon as he saw the boy, he could see the red eyes of the monsters, which grew larger and larger as time went on. And Zheng, who had brought all these monsters, suddenly began to vanish into thin air. And all that could be seen was a sinister smile that stretched all the way to his ears. Recognizing the boy who had brought the wolves, he remembered the same boy he had set 2 of his soldiers against that afternoon, and from whom they had taken the monster. And he had just managed to exclaim, You! Suddenly, he was attacked by wolves, many wolves, almost all at the same time. The whole pack that Zheng had brought, and the rest, ran into the cave after the other warriors. Meanwhile, Zheng, who had been watching from a tree, escaping from the battlefield, could only hear his teammates screaming, Boss, save me! And the sounds of fighting. Eventually, the battle ended and all the monsters were defeated. None of the warriors died. Seeing this, Zheng thought, Well, as expected of an 8th-ranked warrior, you are actually even stronger than I imagined. Meanwhile, Kong Sen, who was resting on his knee after the battle, saw Zheng walking toward him and exclaimed in confusion, Who the hell are you? Zheng, in turn, slowly approaching his opponents, replied, I am just an ordinary man whom you robbed. Flashing with anger, Khan said, An ordinary man? Who could do this to us? Zheng calmly replied, Hey, you wanted to kill me in the first place. There is no need to play the victim here. When the frightened gentleman came out of the cave at the sound of the dialogue, he pointed at Zheng and said, Don't think it will end like this for you. You've messed with the Tianhe gang. Seeing that the man they were supposed to be protecting had left the shelter, Commander Kong Sen spoke in confusion. Sir? As if to persuade him to return. Angry that he was being treated and spoken to in such a dishonorable manner, Zheng said to the master, At first, dog, I wanted to let you live. but now I have changed my mind. The gentleman, who was seriously frightened, tried his best to remain calm and arrogant because he was a man of high rank, and said to Zheng, "Do you really want an enemy like our gang? Do you even realize what will happen next?" Hearing this arrogant tone of voice, Zheng replied, "If you cause problems for other people, then I don't mind destroying you for Titan." Khan replied angrily, "Milkman, do you think that Tianhe is an ordinary gang? Let me tell you something. Our gang is high up in the government of Titan City. Do you want to make the whole of Titan your enemy?" Continuing to threaten Zheng, Khan said, "If you dare to attack us today, you will be severely punished in the future, and the whole of Titan will hunt you down. Even your family and friends will break off relations with you." Zheng replied, "Oh, how scary. But if I let you go now, then when you return to Titan, you won't let me go anyway, right?" Seeing that this was his chance to intimidate Zheng, the master shouted from behind his soldiers, "Understand? Now put down your weapon and stomp out of here with small steps, and don't ever show up in Titan again, and I'll ask my father not to kill you for now." Looking at the master with a sarcastic glance, Zheng said to him with a sly smile, "Haha, and that's your best condition for me to spare your life? Well, then don't blame me." Starting a fight, he instantly killed all the soldiers of this arrogant lord, and leaving him behind, he said, "That I have chosen another way to shut your disgusting mouth." Meanwhile, in the city of Titan, in the office of a 9th-ranked warrior, Chu Tianhe heard the following dialogue between his assistant and him. "I'll get someone to deal with this," said the assistant. Chu replied, "Wait, first get all the other hallmasters together." When the assistant left the office, Chu picked up a cup of tea, and immediately it cracked in his hands, and then he said, "I have a bad feeling. Did something really happen to that guy?" Meanwhile, a long line of pickup trucks lined up at the gates of Titan. The locals were already getting confused and asking each other questions. What happened? Why are the trade union and the Tianhe gang going to take so many people out of town? To which another replied, "I heard that there is a level 11 royal lizard in the red zone of the curly forest." Hearing this, the surprised interlocutor said, "Wow, a level 11 royal lizard? One piece of its scales is worth 1 green crystal." Meanwhile, Zheng was sitting at his computer in a separate room for receiving Warrior Alliance missions, choosing what else he wanted to do in the near future. Looking through the task feed to see what missions were available, Zheng said to himself, "Come on, what other missions? That could improve my position in Titan." Suddenly he remembered what the gentleman had said to him before the battle. "If you dare to attack us, you will be severely punished in the future, and all of Titan will hunt you down. Even your family and friends will break off relations with you." Remembering what the man had said to him, Zheng was a little upset because, as he thought, that person was right. Now my strength is only enough to protect myself. Remembering all his comrades, friends, and family, he continued his thought, "And I still have family and friends. Compared to pure military force, power and might are a much better defense in comparison." Suddenly stumbling upon something interesting, Zheng immediately cheered up and said, "Oh, this mission." Meanwhile, outside of the curly forest, someone was having a dialogue. One of the voices said, "I thought so. The Union of the Animal Lords is very rich." It was one of the warriors who had come to hunt, on a mission to kill a mutant lizard of the 11th royal level. Standing in front of her, having previously tied her up, one burly warrior addressed the other. "Sun Yang, I can leave this lizard to you. Do you have the courage?" Sun Yang replied, "Ugh, I came here just to get it." Raising his hand in the air, Sun Yang shouted to all the soldiers who were nearby, "Brothers, leave her to me." Meanwhile, sitting in a tree nearby, watching everything that was happening, Xiang Shihan said with a cackle, "Tsk! What a bunch of idiots barging in like this, but it's certain death for them." Appearing literally out of nowhere and standing next to the girl, Zheng spoke to her. "You seem to be good at this, don't you?" Unsuspecting, she answered quite naturally, "Of course." Suddenly realizing what had happened, she asked Zheng in confusion, "Hey, how did you get here?" Zheng naturally said, smiling sincerely, "Well, I just came." Sitting down next to Xiang Shihan, she pondered, "A 5th-ranked warrior and I didn't sense his presence?" And Zheng, pointing to the lizard, said to the girl, "Can you tame this royal lizard if you give it your pink powder?" Xiang Shihan replied with a shrug, "She is at the royal level. You can't tame it that easily. Besides, last time I forgot to tell you that the powder only works on deer." Disappointed by what he heard, Zheng muttered unhappily, "You black soul merchant, give me back my blue crystal." Hearing that Zheng wanted a refund for the goods, Xiang Shihan exclaimed in displeasure, "The goods sold are not refundable." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, A level 11 royal lizard broke free of its bonds and began to make a mess of the soldiers, trampling them over and under. Seeing what was happening on the battlefield, the squad leader gave an order. Get back immediately. He chopped down the vines that began to attack him and his comrades. At that time, sitting nearby, Xiang Shihan, talking to Zheng, said, "What a bunch of fools. If the leader of our alliance hadn't gone to the tomb, he would have figured out how to tame that lizard." "The graveyard?" Zheng asked in surprise. The surprised girl spoke to him. "Haven't you heard? It's a giant city in the north, and it's just as powerful as Titan." Hearing about this city, Zheng fell into thought. What an interesting name. It doesn't sound like the name of an ordinary city at all. At that time, someone called Xiang on the receiver, and when she answered, she said, "What? Did you say that someone has taken on our hell-level mission?" She took off running, leaving Zheng alone, talking on the phone on the way. "I'm coming back immediately. I have to tell the chairman about this." Zheng stood up, trying to call her back, shouting after her, "Hey, you!" But he could not stop her. As he stood up, he said to himself in embarrassment, "How fast she ran away, and I wanted to ask her about the details of the hellish mission." Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, Zheng heard the squad leader say, "Everyone retreat. Tomorrow we will gather more men and try to take it again." Hearing them leave, Zheng said, "Ha ha, well if you're retreating then excuse me, I'll take this lizard." Jumping up from his seat, Zheng immediately found himself right in front of the lizard, preparing to finish it off. The lizard in turn gave Zheng a stern look. Jumping up, he climbed onto its back and began to make cuts in its scales to quickly finish the job. Moving quickly along the lizard's back, he freed it from the vine so that he could take its carcass and sell it at a profit. Suddenly, all the retreating soldiers froze in silent agony, not realizing what had just happened. The next moment, some unknown boy landed in front of the lizard, started cutting vines on it, and then suddenly disappeared with the monster, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, Zheng was already in the ruins of the city, looking at the material he had managed to get from the lizard and said, "It is indeed a top-grade material." However, as he looked at his inventory and saw how much of this material he had, he thought, "But there are so many other materials. No one can take them all at once. I can only sell them off slowly." Looking at his talent chart, he also noticed something interesting. "Yesterday's harvest allowed me to reach the 45th level. I finally learned this skill." Pulling out his poison dagger, which he had gained through the 45th level skill, he said, "I'll practice on a zombie first." Going to the location where the zombies lived, Zheng began to test his poison dagger. After swinging it several times, he said, 3 seconds stun. It's great. With this skill, it will be much easier to defend myself on hellish missions." Watching Zheng train through the scope, someone who had been following him spoke up. "This Zhou Zhen is really good." It turned out that it was some strange group that was probably hunting him as well. One of them was also watching Zheng with binoculars and said, "His speed is very fast, but he's only a 5th-ranked warrior." As he continued to watch Zheng, the boy with the binoculars said, "What a shame, let's just get this over with." Meanwhile, Zheng didn't even realize that someone was spying on him, and he continued to practice, killing zombies one by one. As he continued to train, he jumped up and decided to kill one zombie with a falling attack while he had the opportunity, and the enemy opened up, so he had to seize the moment. But then something flashed in front of his face. It ruined his entire combination and prevented him from completing his training. It also caught his attention, confusing him. Looking to the side, he saw a giant zombie heading straight for him. Most likely it was the one that threw something at Zheng. Seeing such a big guy in front of him, Zheng decided that the best option in this situation would be to get to his feet and neutralize them first, so that the monster could not move, and a stationary target is easier to defeat. But his plan immediately went wrong. The giant zombie threw Zheng far into the building with a single punch, and seemed to have killed him, or at least seriously injured him. Seeing this sight, the team of observers all stood up and one of them said, "Yeah, boss, it looks like it's just like you said. He's gone." Hearing this, one of the team emphasized, "This guy's movement technique is really very unusual. But even if he did manage to hide, it's still no use." Observing the situation further, one of the team members continued, "After being hit by this high-level zombie, if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured, and he won't be able to get out of here alive." Putting his hand on the shoulder of his teammate who had just expressed his guess, another soldier spoke to him. "The boss is obviously smarter than this bunch of idiots. We shouldn't act as we please." When he finished watching, one of the men said to the others, "Let's get out of here. It's not going to be easy to get out, and we need to find a place where we can get some good training." As soon as they left, there was a roar from the rubble, and Zhou Zhen emerged from the pile of stones, concrete, and metal. But he looked quite bad. There were many wounds that were visible and even more wounds inside. Fractures, bruises, contusions, and other things that could be told from his appearance. Still at a critical point, Zhou Zhen's health stopped declining, but he supported his head with his hand and pounded his chest with his other hand to cough and said, "Yeah, am I dying?" But, without losing hope, he remembered that he had a healing potion, and without hesitation, he quickly took it out of his bag that was on his belt, trying to ignore the excruciating pain of moving his limbs. Getting the potion was half the battle, but now he had to open it and drink it. Grimacing in pain, he managed to drink it somehow to help himself a little in his condition. Sitting still, waiting for the effect, he said, "Even though I have the health potion, the recovery speed is still too slow. Someone clearly just wanted to kill me with that shot. I need to get out of here as soon as possible." Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by zombies, not only the small ones, but also the big guy who had thrown him into the wall, and said, "But in this state, I will definitely not be able to hide from the crowd of zombies and that sniper." Suddenly, one of the zombies, approaching Zheng, picked up his pace and ran at Zheng with his arm raised, swinging at him. The latter, all wounded and crippled, trying to defend himself, shouted at him, "Go ahead, keep going if you can." But all of a sudden, all the zombies froze in place, as if they saw something incredibly horrible in front of them, which made them stop and not continue their attack. As he began to realize that the pain was disappearing and he was feeling better, Zheng looked at himself, his hands and his body, which was burning with blue flames, and said, "And at this moment, I have advanced to the 6th rank?" Overjoyed that he was so lucky and his wounds were healing, Zheng shouted, "Lord, thank you. The star power was able to strengthen my muscles and speed up my recovery, but it will still take some time for my bones to grow back. I need to find a cozy place." Thanks to this unexpected turn of events, Zheng was able to use his invisibility skill and escape the certain death that would have befallen him if not for this lucky break. Sitting somewhere in a building where there was no one else and where zombies could not reach, Zheng waited for his body to fully recover. Taking out some monkey wine from his inventory, he said, "If I want my wounds to heal faster, I need to absorb more star power. Even though I don't really want to, I still need to drink this." Tipping the flask of drink, he swallowed every last drop, then spoke. "Although the amount of star power in the monkey wine is more suitable for 7th-ranked warriors, it's not really a good time to be doing this." After drinking all the wine, Zheng immediately became drunk. As soon as he took the last sip and the wine took effect, a blush appeared on his cheeks and he said, This wine, it's so good. It's very strong." After saying this, he began to fall asleep immediately after drinking the flask of wine. As he drifted off to sleep, he said, "When I wake up, all those who attacked me don't even think about running away." Meanwhile, the team of warriors who tried to kill Zheng were already training hard, killing zombies around them, and working well together as a team, supporting each other. Suddenly, one of them let his guard down, and one of the zombies got too close to him to react. But the next moment, his life was no longer in danger. The sniper, who was standing on the roof of the building, shot the zombie that attacked the soldier from the rear and added, "Hey, pay attention to what's going on behind you. I'm under too much pressure as it is. Still, I'm worried about no zombies come near the boss." Meanwhile, the boss proudly walked towards his team, destroying everything in his path, not even feeling threatened at all. He walked confidently, chopping all the zombies to pieces. After a bit of training, the whole team gathered for lunch, and everyone started talking about their experiences. One said, "This place is a paradise for training." Another, "I think I'll be able to reach the peak of rank 8 in a week." And the third person at the table voiced his problem. "For some reason, I'm not lucky at all. Why is it my turn to watch the zombies again? I want to train too." Sitting at the table, the boss said, "Let's rest for 2 more hours and then change streets." After giving this order, everyone answered him in a chorus, "We understand." When Zheng woke up from his guilty sleep, he saw his completely healthy body and said, "In one evening I have reached the middle of the 6th rank. Monkey wine is really good stuff." Then looking at his equipment, he said, "The royal snakeskin armor couldn't withstand the attack of a high-level zombie. I was very lucky." After stretching, changing his equipment, and going outside, Zheng said to himself, "Now it's time to pay back the people who attacked me." Sitting on the roof of the house, Zheng said through his binoculars, 5 people. All of them are rank 8. It seems that their leader has already reached the peak of the 8th rank. For the next few days, Zheng simply observed the training, movements, habits, weaknesses, and everything else that could be used in a battle against such formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the enemies were not sitting still either. They went hunting every day and killed many zombies. 3 days later, Zheng went to the building where the group of soldiers were staying for the night and heard a voice coming from their door. "Abin, are you jealous or what? I feel like I'm going to make a big breakthrough in my promotion again today." Looking through the door, he saw that the whole team was sitting around the fire, discussing something. This time it was the lookout who spoke. "Do you think I envy your turtle-like speed? If it wasn't my turn, I would surpass you in 1 day." His friend replied, "Ha ha ha ha, you're just showing off." Suddenly, one of them stood up suddenly, feeling a strange presence near him. He got goosebumps from this strange sensation. Seeing that one of their comrades had jumped up and started looking at the door as if he saw someone there, the others asked him, "Woo, what's wrong?" He realized that there was no one behind the door and replied, "Strange. Why do I have the feeling that someone is there? Am I hallucinating?" Grabbing the hand of his friend who sees ghosts, they said to him, "Are you also nervous? Are you afraid that Zhou Zhen has turned into a ghost and come after you?" Hearing this, another of his teammates mockingly said, "Ha ha ha, even if he found us, he also found Abin, just 1 shot and he's dead." Meanwhile, standing outside their door, listening to all this with the invisibility skill, Zheng thought, "When you all go off on your own, that will be the end of you." The next day, leaving Abin alone on the roof, he was given an order as they were leaving. "Abin, guard the roof and we will come down." To which he replied, offended, "I know." Sitting alone on the roof, surveying the situation, Zheng was already getting closer to finishing off the first of them. Abin, feeling some kind of danger, kept looking back from time to time to check if everything was clear, because this feeling of someone's presence kept bothering him. Looking through the sights of his rifle, Abin said to himself, "It's strange. Why do I feel like someone is watching me?" Looking through the scope at the situation on the battlefield, Abin said irritably, "What are you doing? They've all scattered. How can I defend them?" Lowering his weapon, he repeated again, "You're all too far apart. How the fuck am I supposed to protect you? Idiots!" Meanwhile, Zheng was already standing behind him with the perfect moment to attack. Immediately feeling a pain in his back, he could barely shout anything, due to the painful shock he had experienced in Zheng's new skill. Falling to his knees, he saw Zheng in front of him, who had already taken his weapon and left him completely unarmed. Unable to move because of the poison on the dagger, the guard asked him, "What is it? Oh, is it you? Are you still alive?" Watching Zheng rapidly close the distance between them, the warrior wanted to try to resist him, but he only said, "No, why can't I move?" Looking up to see where Zheng was, he saw a dagger flash across his throat, only to have to shout out one last word, "Damn!" While fighting the monsters, the 2 fighters who were working in pairs started a dialogue with each other, and one of them asked, "Lao Zhang, we will soon destroy all the zombies here. Should we go deeper?" Hearing this suggestion, Lao Zhang replied, "Okay, but be careful. There shouldn't be any problems." Walking right behind the 2 who had left their main group, Zheng said, "Do you want a harder level? Well, then I'll help you with that." Climbing up to the roof of the building, Zheng took out his bow and began to aim at the zombies that were not far from him. But these were no ordinary zombies. They were giants. When he hit the zombies with his arrows, they became very angry with him, their eyes lit up, and their attention was now focused on him alone. When they saw where the arrows came from and who shot them, they ran after Zheng and began to chase him to kill him. But Zheng kept firing at them to annoy them even more and attract more zombies. After gathering enough zombies, he began to run away from them rapidly to lead them to the right place, saying, "Hee hee, here come the chosen zombies." While fighting in pairs, one of them heard strange sounds coming from the distance and said, "I think those are the sounds of the chosen zombies." The other, listening, replied, "Yep, and there's definitely more than one." A short time later, 6 chosen zombies came running toward them. Seeing this, one of the duo exclaimed, "Oh, there are 6 of them." The other one replied, "It's going to be tough. Do you dare?" Rushing into the battle, the 2 divided up the targets and announced, 3 zombies for each of us. Let's see who can handle them first and kill them all." Meanwhile, Zheng watched everything from the roof of a nearby building, talking to himself. No wonder the 8th-ranked warriors took on 3 selected zombies each. After he had admired them, Zheng jumped down from the roof and walked toward them, saying, "But I gave you these zombies and you must pay for it." Sneaking up on his opponent from behind, Zheng thought, "Now," and prepared to strike him to avenge his attempted murder. Standing behind his opponent, he waited for the zombie to launch its attack to stun his opponent. When he saw that the zombie was about to strike, he immediately struck from behind, thus preventing his enemy from defending himself or running away. In the next moment, the zombie sent the 8th-ranked warrior flying with one clear blow, just as it had done to Jing. With the last of his strength, the soldier shouted a cry for help and an alert to make everyone aware of the danger. "Boss, we're under attack!" Seeing his friend Zhou Zhen behind him, his friend shouted furiously at the guy who had taken the hostage, "You're dead!" Seeing Zheng pull out his bow and take aim, the hostage's partner tried to block his attack when he saw an arrow already flying toward him. In the next moment, the arrow hit the handle of his spear and was successfully deflected, but not everything was as good as it would seem at first glance. After the arrow was deflected, the effect of the inability to move from the poison on it dissipated and entered the enemy's body, so he could only speak. "Why am I can't move." Immediately standing next to the enemy who had just been struck by the poison arrow and was unable to move, Jing put his dagger to his neck and said, "You must pay for trying to kill me." Meanwhile, the commander and his partner were slashing zombies left and right, feeling no resistance or heaviness at all. Looking into the distance at the ruins and destroyed buildings, the commander thought in his head, "I don't know when we will be qualified enough to do this." Closing his eyes, he continued to float in his thoughts, continuing to kill zombies one by one, thinking, "Even the best master in all of Titan Chu, he can't do this, and I'm even worse." After beating his intended commander, his partner asked, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Hearing the question from his teammate, the boss did not hesitate to answer and immediately replied, "I'm thinking about our military border." Suddenly, hearing a familiar voice in the distance, the commander's comrade told him what he had heard, exclaiming, "That voice! It's Gao!" Running toward the cries, the comrade saw their squad member holding his throat and surrounded by a select few zombies. Running close enough, the commander's comrade shouted, "Gao!" Running up to Gao, he took him in his arms to help him somehow. He didn't know what to do with him, and he was only slowly suffocating. "Gao, hold on!" his friend shouted, but it was no use. Holding his throat, Gao began to say only one thing on his deathbed, Zhou Zhen. Hearing this, his comrade asked in surprise, "Zhou Zhen? No way! Isn't he dead?" Seeing that almost his entire team was dead, the boss could only watch one of his troops die right in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was frantically rejoicing that he had already managed to get rid of 3 of his offenders, and he gestured with his hand that the rest would not be long in coming. Looking at Gao's corpse, the boss said, "Aben died before Lao Jiang and Lao Gao." Hearing this from the boss, his comrade said, "This Zhou Zheng, he has it all figured out." Looking into the distance and wondering what to do next, the boss said, "It is obvious that we have now become his prey. He will not rest until he has slaughtered everyone." After changing their vantage point, they could not rest. The boss said, "We have already changed our location. He won't be able to find us so quickly." Hearing this, his partner said, "Boss, get some rest. I'll keep watch today." Sitting down on the couch and concentrating all his star power around him, the boss began to think, "You want to howl me down? Even Chu, he didn't dare to say such a thing. Zhou Zheng, I'm waiting for you." Meanwhile, Zheng was already sitting on the roof of the building opposite the one where the boss and his friend were hiding, watching them. Looking at them and their futile attempts to escape from him, Zheng said, "Idiots, you really think you can get rid of me like this?" Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside, and there were more and more zombies around. A kind of oppressive atmosphere surrounded us from all sides, and on the roof of one of the buildings sat a huge dragon, waiting for his time to go somewhere, or perhaps to leave his post. Standing somewhere between the buildings, Zheng was watching all this time to see when the dragon would finally fly away. And finally, that time came, and Zheng spoke. "Finally, it has flown away to get food. I guess I'll start acting then." Moving quickly across the rooftops, Zheng muttered to himself, "He'll be gone for about half an hour and then he'll be back. We have to hurry." As Zheng approached the dragon's nest, he exclaimed to himself, This is not a hell-raising mission for nothing." Once inside, he quickly rushed to the nest where the dragon's eggs were located so as not to waste time because there was already quite a bit of it. When he reached the nest where the eggs were, Zheng said in a choked voice, "Great, only 10 more minutes to go." Coming closer to the mutant dragon egg and realizing its colossal size, he said, "No wonder no one wanted to take this mission. This testicle weighs a ton." Touching one of the eggs with his hand, it quickly moved to Zheng's inventory, even though it was so big and heavy. But there, in his backpack, as Zheng said, "But I have a system backpack, so there will be no problem." Standing in front of the rest of the eggs, he looked at them and thought about what he should do. And then he decided, saying, In order not to make the bird angry and not to make it destroy the Titan, I will leave 2 eggs. After getting out of the mutant dragon's lair, Zhang ran to the roof of a nearby building and, having thought about something, took out a small box with an unclear content and put it in front of him. Looking at the building where his murderers were, he put his hands to his sides, smiled slyly, and said, "Well, the final touches are up to you two." Meanwhile, the mutant dragon had already returned to his lair after a short absence and noticed something strange. The nest was missing 1 egg. When he noticed the shortage, the dragon became very angry and began to roar loudly, which was heard by everyone in a fairly large radius. Meanwhile, Zheng's team of assassins were sitting in their hiding place trying to rest, but suddenly they heard a furious roar coming from nearby, and a subordinate asked, "What is that sound?" After asking their boss, they both rushed to the roof of the building to see what was going on. Once on the roof, they noticed an irritated dragon flying around, and the subordinate asked, "What's going on? Why has this giant become so irritated?" Sitting behind them on a large wooden box, a familiar voice suddenly called out to them. Could it be because he has lost something? Turning around to see who was speaking to them, one of the soldiers said in a confused voice, "Zhou Zhen," to which he replied, "We meet again. I've come here to give you a small gift." Unable to tolerate such insolence, the 2 soldiers rushed toward him, drawing their swords and shouting at him along the way. "Die!" Running up to Zheng, they swung hard and smashed the box Zheng was sitting on with 1 blow, and something from the box began to splash on them. Zheng just jumped to the side, happy that his plan had succeeded. Standing after his attack, all covered in some strange liquid and confused by what had happened, the squad leader said to Zheng, "Zhou Zheng, these terrible jokes will only make your death more terrible." And Zheng, who had landed in front of them after dodging the attack using his high-speed skill, said smugly to them, "I'm not sure. The show is just beginning." Seeing what had just happened, the dragon became very curious about what the 2 warriors had just smashed, because the smell was quite familiar to the monster, and it headed toward them. Seeing the dragon approaching them, the 2 warriors screamed in unison, like frightened girls, "Zhou Zheng, what the hell are you doing?" The next moment, as soon as this phrase was uttered, a dragon suddenly appeared in front of them, although it had been flying around a short time ago. Seeing this, the commander gave an order to his last teammate. "Wu, we need to split up. 1 by 1 we can escape." Sensing a familiar smell, the dragon became enraged at the 2 soldiers and began to destroy the building they were in, trying to finish them off. But they managed to escape. Seeing that his targets were not there, he was able to track them by smell. And turning his head to the left, he immediately noticed 1 warrior who was giving them a kick. Running away from the monster, the frightened warrior shouted one last time, "You have to survive and avenge us," and addressed it to his comrade. He got into a fighting stance and overcame his fear and prepared for battle, changing his mind about running away and shouted to the monster, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." But as soon as he said that, the dragon immediately struck out with its crushing paw and hit the warrior right in the face, giving him no chance to react or dodge. This blow was so strong that the warrior was able to pierce 2 concrete buildings with his body, piercing them through one after the other. When he landed in the 3rd one, stuck in it from the impact that left a crater behind, he only said one last thing, "Terrible." Before he lost consciousness, he managed to add that this was not all. A giant paw was approaching him with lightning speed, and at the same moment, the dragon caught up with its victim, which it had just launched, and after finishing him off, it destroyed another building, because once it gained speed, it could not stop so quickly. Having defeated 1 enemy, the dragon roared in triumph, signaling that he had won. But this was not enough for him. Meanwhile, Wu was running along the road that stretched into the distance, saying to himself as he went, "I must escape." As he ran past a body of water that he could see from the road, Wu exclaimed, "Water! It will wash everything off me." Meanwhile, Zheng, watching everything that was happening before his eyes, just sighed heavily and said, "It is a pity that it ended like this." Having caught up with the second fugitive, the dragon immediately attacked him, raising a large wall of dust and debris, destroying the road. And Wu, who had already tasted a little of the feeling that he would be able to escape, exhausted, living out his last seconds, said with a sigh, "No." Having killed all the enemies he saw, the dragon roared triumphantly again, wondering what to do next. Suddenly, climbing the mountain, the dragon noticed an interesting place where he could go. He looked toward the city of Titan, which loomed over the horizon, planning to cool his dust there and kill more people. Meanwhile, Zheng, sitting on the roof, watching the mutant dragon's behavior, said, "I knew that the anger of the great monster would not be easy to calm. He continued, holding the activator for the box he had placed on the roof near the dragon's nest. But this firework will definitely not allow it to run around, so now it will calmly protect the remaining eggs. Pressing a button, fireworks started shooting off one after another nearby, attracting the monster's attention, and it quickly headed back to its nest. Seeing that his plan had worked successfully, Zheng said, "How beautiful! It must be a long time since anyone has set off fireworks here." When they came out of the cave, the people who had decided to spend the night in it were surprised. Who decided to set off fireworks in the middle of the night? He was answered, "I think it's the guy who accepted the infernal mission from the Beast King's Union." Coming out of the cave, the leader of the squad, Chu-hee, surprised by the sight, said, "But launching fireworks during a mission, I've never seen anything like this before." The next morning, Chu-hee's squad headed straight for the town where the fireworks had been launched to find out who had done it and why. As they approached a certain location, they saw Jing walking toward them with a yawn. "Wake up!" one of Chu-hee's men shouted loudly, but Jing calmly ignored them and went about his business. The soldiers began to whisper in surprise. "There is a warrior in the Titan who is not afraid to meet us? He is only the 6th rank and he dares to come here?" Hearing all this, Chu-hee said, "I think this person is very unusual." Fascinated by Jing's boldness and indifference, Chu-hee exclaimed happily, "If it's possible, I'd like to meet him personally." Meanwhile, Jung loaded the egg onto his truck and said, "Finally, we can go back. Apchi, does anyone remember me?" Covering the egg with a cloth to make it less visible, he said, "This egg is too big. If I put it in my backpack right away, it won't close, so I need to think of something and do something." When he got to the Warriors' Union, he covered the egg and said with relief that he had already completed the mission. "Okay, I'm going to turn in the mission." Leaving the egg on the trailer of his car, Jang confidently headed to the Warrior Union Association to report the mission. But suddenly someone pushed him. A big man walked with his shoulders wide open, looking down on everyone around him. When he pushed Jang, the thug not only didn't apologize, he was rude to him. "Get out of the way, we're going to hand over the Abyssal level mission." Once inside the building, the soldiers who saw them immediately started shouting, "You can get a lot of experience for the Abyss." It seems to be the Martial Spirit team. They say they are all 8th ranked warriors. Martial Spirit? I can see why they have the Abyss as their mission. Approaching the registration office, the commander smiled sarcastically and spoke to the manager. "After passing this mission, we will definitely be able to become 10-star members of the Union, right?" As she handed the team a gold card, the manager said timidly, "Okay, please wait 1 second." After entering the crowd of those arrogant warriors, Zheng held out his 11-star warrior card and said, "Accept the mission." When the manager saw the token, she exclaimed in confusion, "I'll do it right away." Seeing Zheng get in front of them, the morale commander said to him, "You bastard! How dare you come here with a fake card? I'm in a good mood today, so get out of my sight." As soon as she finished speaking, the manager called out to Zheng in concern, "Mr. Zhou, on your card, there is only one mission of the rank of hell." Hearing this from the manager, the entire morale group immediately swallowed their tongues and watched in silence as to what would happen next. Then the manager continued, "Excuse me, would you like to present this mission?" Only when he heard that the hell-level mission had been completed did Jiang Chen run to the leader's office and exclaim, "Leader, the mission!" Opening the door, breaking the natural silence and interrupting the calligraphy of the head, Jiang Chen called out to the leader, "That mission!" Angry at his impudent visit, the chairman scolded him, "Director Shen." The frightened director said, "Forgive me for my rudeness." After calming down and tending to the flower pot, the chairman said, "Tell me, what happened?" The director immediately answered, "That Zhou Zhen, he was actually able to complete the hell-level mission from the Beast Union." Hearing this, the chairman also succumbed to the same emotions that the director had until recently, and he exclaimed to the director with his mouth wide open, "What?" Meanwhile, in the office of the Warriors Union, the head of the union, who had just returned from a trip, was hoping to rest when he was suddenly called. When he opened the door, one of his subjects ran into the office and told him the amazing news that surprised the leader of the animal union, who immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Hearing the question, the fussy subject replied, "Yes, the head of the Warrior Union, Shen Lihua, personally informed us by phone, and he ordered us to go and accept the case." To which the head of the Beast King's Union replied, "I never thought that I would return and receive such shocking news." He stood up and said to his subject, "Come, let's go together and see the man who was able to fulfill this mission." Meanwhile, all the paths were blocked near the Soldiers' Union, and people passing by whispered, "It's the Sharp Sword Squad from the Warrior Union." What are they doing here? Blocking the road. The leader of the union said, "The warrior union has temporarily taken control of this area, gentlemen. Please do not get too close." Approaching his commander, the subordinate reported to him, "Commander, the target is secured." Standing near Zhou Zheng's truck, the men began to discuss what they had seen. "What is this?" said one of the passers-by, to which another answered, "It's so big." Meanwhile, Zheng was already sitting in the VIP hall of the Warrior Union with Jiang Chen, and the latter spoke to him. "Zhou Zheng, you are really very cool." Picking up a cup of tea, Zheng spoke with gratitude as he savored this amazing tea. "Thank you very much, Principal Xin." Standing up immediately, the director asked, "Well, have you thought about my previous proposal? If you are not satisfied with it, we can discuss it." Zheng replied, "Thank you, Director Shen, I'll think about it." As he sipped his tea, Zheng thought about the offer. Joining the Warrior Alliance. It means being under someone's control. I can only protect the people around me if I climb to the very top. Remembering the mission he had completed and was now waiting to be accepted, Zheng thought, this mission is the cornerstone on my way to the top. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers at the Warrior Union grew larger and larger. When they saw that the Beast King's alliance had arrived, they began to speculate, and one of them spoke up. "Is this the egg from that hell-level mission?" When the leader of the Beast King Union left the car, everyone suddenly started whispering, "It's the leader of the Beast Union, Han Jingdong. Did he personally come here? It seems like it's really because of that mission." Suddenly, one of the guards called out to them, "Hey, you three idiots, quickly return to the city. What are you doing here?" Walking over to the egg to check it, Han Jingdong said, "That's right, this is the egg of a giant beast." Hearing this, the manager said, "Now that you are sure, we can transfer the money to the artist's account." Looking at the manager, Han Jingdong asked, "Can I meet with this team myself?" The manager replied in confusion, "The team?" Smiling at the leader of the Beast Union, the manager said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Han, but this mission was carried out by a single person from the Warrior Union. Mr. Zhou Zheng did it himself, but he has already left." Looking at the manager with square eyes, the leader of the Beast King Union asked, "You did it yourself?" Looking at the manager, the commander said, "This egg weighs at least several tons, and it had to be lowered from a building more than 200 meters high. How could one person do it?" The manager replied, "We are not interested in the process. We are only interested in the result." Meanwhile, Zheng, offended that he had to walk home, muttered under his breath, "What cheapskates! Even my car was used for the assignment. Couldn't they have taken their own?" When Zheng got to his store, he shouted from the doorway, jumping up and down with joy, "Hey, I'm back!" Hearing Zheng's voice, Su Junwen and Lan Shi saw him and exclaimed in a joyful tone and surprised voice, "Master!" Su threw her arms around him and exclaimed joyfully, "It's been more than 2 weeks since you left. I was already thinking." To which Zheng replied, don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." And Lan circled around his master, looking him over, and exclaimed, "Sir, are you already a 6th rank?" After hugging Su, who could not hold back her tears and cried, finally waiting for her master after all this time, Zheng said to his family, "Go back to cleaning. We are moving soon." Hearing this, Lan asked in a surprised voice, "Moving?" He took out a map, pointed to one place on it, and said, "This time we will live here. The 3rd traffic ring in the main part of the city. Only very rich people live there." Taking a red crystal out of his pocket, Zheng said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, now we are the same." As he held the crystal in his hands and showed it to his family, Zheng suddenly heard someone calling on his radio. Picking up the receiver, he heard, "Hey, you asshole, you've done such a great thing secretly from us." To which Zheng replied in embarrassment, "Brother Zheng, I was just trying. I didn't think I could finish it." Upon realizing what he had just said, Zheng's smile immediately disappeared, and he felt ashamed of what he had done, because the risks were indeed very high. After hearing Zheng's phone conversation with Zhang, Lan Shi and Su Junwen stared at him, demanding an explanation, to which he replied, Okay, it doesn't matter. You should be happy. The hotel was not bad last time." After finishing the conversation with Zheng, someone started calling all his friends and gathering them together for something. Xiaoji was the first to answer. "You're kidding. All right, we'll come." Then Captain Xiao, "Brother Master makes people so surprised every time. No problem, we'll come." Meanwhile, the hotel was in a frenzy. Everyone was running around, doing something, carrying, cleaning, decorating. One of them suddenly shouted loudly, "Hurry up, everyone. Important guests are coming." Meanwhile, the hotel manager, Zhao, was apologizing to a visitor who was unhappy that he had been moved. "Why did they change my room? Manager Zhao quickly explained the reason. The hotel manager bowed his head and said, "Sir, I apologize, but this time we have a very important guest coming." Hearing this, the client replied irritably, "Oh, an important guest? Am I not important?" Explaining the situation to the visitor, the hotel manager said, "Honestly, this guest is a hellraiser who has just completed a mission, Zhou Zhen, Mr. Pan. You better not be offended, but come and see him when you have the chance." Hearing his name, the visitor repeated, "Zhou Zhen." The visitor immediately stood up and changed his mood. Zhao, why didn't you say so before? If the room is for Mr. Zhou, then I have no complaints." Suddenly, a subordinate broke into their conversation and spoke to his boss. "Manager Zhao, Mr. Zhou Zhen has arrived." Hearing this, the visitor immediately asked the subordinate, "Is Mr. Zhou Zhen here?" As soon as he walked through the door, all the servants and the manager himself greeted him with joy, saying, "Welcome, Master Zhou." Seeing the unusual behavior of the Tao, Zheng asked in surprise, Am I sure this is the right place? What's going on here?" Grabbing Zheng's hand, Manager Zhao immediately dragged him to the room where the banquet was to be held, saying, "We are honored that Brother Zhou will be holding his banquet here." To which Zheng replied in embarrassment, Where? Manager Zhao, you flatter me." By this time, Wu Xiaoyun had also arrived at the hotel, and getting out of his car, he said, "Boy, I hope you're ready to get drunk tonight." When he entered the banquet hall, everyone there began to congratulate him on the completion of his mission. Zhang Xiaoqi was the first to speak. "The master is the master, and we are far behind him." The next was Xiao Heng, who spoke to Zhang. "Welcome, Brother Zhou." When everyone gathered around the table, they all said together, "You may be a robber who is used to being alone, but you also need trustworthy friends." Continuing their welcome speech, they continued to speak words of support. "Like the moonlight, you can light up this dark, cold night." Meanwhile, an unknown person sat in his office and looked at Zheng's personnel file and said, "What an interesting young man." After putting down the file, his butler, who was in the same room with him, bowed and said, "Understood, I will go right away and organize everything." The next day, many helicopters suddenly took off over the city. When the locals saw them, they began to build theories and have dialogues with each other about what the reason was. "Aren't these the mayor's special helicopters?" one asked. To which another replied, "Yes, I haven't seen them for a long time. Has something serious happened again?" When the helicopter landed on the terrace of Zhou Zhen's house, a girl came out and saw Zhou Zhen and asked him, "Hello, Mr. Zhou Zhen. The mayor of the city invites you to breakfast. Are you free?" Contemplating this scene that had taken place in the morning, Zhou Zhen, who had decided to go out to the terrace in his bathrobe to have breakfast in the morning, was quite shocked and said uncertainly, "I'm free." And Su, who was standing next to him, could not even say a word because of the level of surprise. After getting on the helicopter and arriving at the mayor's house, the girl led him to the entrance, where the butler was already waiting for them. When he saw Zhang, he bowed and said, "Mr. Zhou, the mayor is waiting for you. Please follow me." Without hesitation, Zhang saw that the butler was heading off and decided to keep up and follow him to find out the reason for the visit. After leading Zhang to the banquet hall, the butler held out his hand to show him where to go next and said to him, "Mr. Zhou, please come this way." Upon entering, Zhang saw an incredibly luxurious and gorgeous table ready for the meal, with the mayor of the city sitting at the end of it and a maid standing by his side. Seeing that the guest had already arrived, Mo Wu, the mayor, gestured to Zheng to sit in the empty seat in front of him. "Zhou Zheng, please sit down." When Zheng took his seat, the mayor spoke to him. "First, I wanted to invite you last night, but you were celebrating with your friends, so I didn't want to disturb you, but I congratulate you anyway. You have completed such an incredible mission." Zheng replied in embarrassment, "Thank you." Looking out of the panoramic window in the banquet hall, the mayor continued his dialogue with the young man. "I really enjoy eating and admiring the scenery at the same time. Zhou Zheng, relax, don't be shy." Looking at the mayor, Zheng tried his best not to do anything unnecessary to anger him, and replied in a calm tone, "Very well." Wiping himself with a napkin after the meal, the mayor looked at Zheng and asked him, "What is it? Are you full?" Hearing this question, Zheng replied, "Look at all these plates in front of me. You are a real mayor of the city. Even your breakfast is so sumptuous. Only an idiot would refuse this food." Smiling at Zheng's successful joke, the mayor said, "Ha ha ha, you're still very young. You need to eat well." While the maid was pouring the mayor's morning tea into a cup, Mo Wu said to Zheng, "You probably can't understand why I invited you to breakfast, can you? First of all, I wanted to get to know you. And secondly, I wanted to discuss the issue of money and Titan with you. When the maid came over to Zheng to pour him some tea, the mayor began his story. In a sense, the warrior union represents the class interests of all warriors. When you became a member of the union with a 1-star purple level, you were able to enjoy all the privileges of a Titan from that moment on. Moreover, you are now a 5-star purple level. You're currently ranked 27th in the Titan rankings, and not counting me, you can share the Titan's profits with the 25 highest-ranked warriors. Walking over to the projector and turning it on, the mayor continued, but now there is another more interesting scheme that you can choose. Walking over to a map that appeared on the wall and pointing to a specific area, the mayor continued, you can get 10% of the new city's profits, and you can also get the right to manage the streets of Titan, except for the first 5. Hearing about the city, Zheng asked, a new city? We have another new city. Pointing to an undeveloped area on the map, the mayor said, not now, but there will be one very soon. Pointing to a single highlighted piece of land on the map, Mo Wu said, very soon, we are going to restore Yanhe County, 150 kilometers from Titan, and set up a new location there. It will be a resting place for the soldiers who have gone on training. Stepping away from the map and sitting back in his chair, the mayor continued, if everything is well organized, it will not be difficult to take over Yanghe, and in a few months we will be able to start construction. This place is bound to become a thriving transit station, and the income will definitely be high. After listening to the mayor's story, Zheng said, it's really tempting. But he thought about it. I knew he didn't just invite me to breakfast for no reason. It would obviously take a lot of effort. Looking back at the mayor, Zheng spoke to him with curiosity and a smile. Mayor, I was thinking, I'll accept 10% of the new city's profits and the right to Titan's 6th Street. When Zheng boarded the helicopter and was taken back to his home, the butler asked the mayor, Mr. Mayor, isn't this too much? To which Mo Wu replied, no, not too much, because his hidden powers are worth the money. Titan is just a small corner of the apocalypse. Continuing his thought, the mayor, remembering Zheng, continued, and a warrior this talented no matter what should stay here. After Zheng returned home, word quickly spread through the city that construction of a new city was about to begin. Residents running through the streets shouted, the transit station plan will finally be realized. Meanwhile, passers-by who heard this were surprised and expressed their questions and opinions. What? Has it started to be implemented? Said one man on the street. A soldier who heard this said, ha ha, now we don't have to sleep in the open when we go to training. Meanwhile, Commander Shu was walking down the street with his comrade and had a dialogue. Commander Shu was the first to speak to his friend. Chi-Han, the new city is coming soon. Why are you so sad? His subject said, Commander, will the vice captain of the opening of the city be the same Zhou Zhen? Shu answered him joyfully, that's right, didn't I say so? Suddenly, the commander's comrade sat down on the ground, grabbed his head with his hands and rolled into a ball. That's it, now I'm definitely screwed. The commander replied, don't think about it, Zhou Zhen is not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Zheng was on his way to his squad in his old car. When the guards saw him, they said, does Zhou Zhen drive such a humble car? To which another replied, I heard that he is only a 6th rank. I don't even know if he can handle everything. When Zheng arrived at his squad, which was training, he got out of the car and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I'm looking forward to working with you. When the soldiers saw Zheng, they started whispering, he's really a 6th rank, he's still so young and small? A 6th ranked warrior is going to lead us, is this a joke? But Zheng didn't care what they were saying about him, and after hearing all the whispers, he spoke up. Actually, I compromise very easily. I realize that you all are not very happy about all this. With this startling statement, he gave everyone a chance to try their hand at leadership, but on one condition. Those who disagree can step forward. If even one of you defeats me, I will give up my seat without complaint. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Zheng decided to repeat his offer one more time, in case anyone didn't believe his words. If anyone can beat me, I will give him my seat. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the crowd, followed by a voice. It was Commander Shu's comrade. Seeing this, the commander grabbed his comrade's shoulder and said only one name when he tried to dissuade him, Luo Guohai. Hearing this name, the commander's comrade thought about it, but suddenly realized, that's right, this Zhou Zhen, when he was a 3rd rank, was easily able to kill Luo Guohai, who was an 8th rank. Looking at Zhou Zhen, Comrade Commander Shuya pondered, and now he's already at rank 6, how strong is he now? Suddenly, a single 8th ranked warrior emerged from the crowd. It was Li Fangxing who spoke to Zheng. Deputy Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Fangxing, but people usually call me crazy. Looking at the fellow who came out of the crowd, Zhang held back a laugh and thought, "The madman," and then spoke to the others. "All right, is there anyone else who disagrees?" Interrupting Zhang and throwing away his sword, Li Fangxing spoke to him in a dismissive manner. "You deal with me first and then call the others." Hearing this suggestion, Zhang put his bow in his inventory and said to the volunteer, "Very well then." After placing all his weapons in the box, Zhang went to a nearby tree to break off a branch. After breaking one, he broke off another for Li. After tossing the branch to Li, Zhang spoke to him. "With your bare hands you will hardly be able to show your true strength. We will use this." Catching the stick, Li replied, "Deputy, I am certainly impressed with you, but I will not give in to you." As Zhang and Li took up their fighting stances, the crowd of soldiers were already whispering, guessing the outcome of the battle. Is the deputy likely to win? It's hard to say. The advantage is on the side of the madman, but the difference in their ranks is great. In order not to drag out the fight for too long, Li rushed toward Zhang, preparing to deal him a crushing blow, and as he ran, he shouted, "Deputy, I'm sorry!" When he got close to Zhang, he immediately jumped up to launch a jumping attack to demonstrate his true destructive power. Seeing the enemy attacking, Zhang stood motionless in place, but as soon as Li's stick began to approach him, he deftly dodged the attack in the last seconds before it struck. Watching the fight, the astonished crowd of guards, who thought the fight was already over, cheered in surprise. How did he dodge? As soon as Zhang dodged Li's attack and he opened up, not expecting him to be able to hit, Zhang immediately walked into his back and pressed the branch against his neck, symbolizing the end of the friendly match, with Zhang winning. Dropping his stick, not taking in what had just happened, Li kept saying the same thing over and over again. "One punch, just one punch." After his crushing defeat, Li Fangxing finally realized how strong this Zhou Zhen was and said, "This is his true strength." He was walking with his soldiers and talking to them after a training match. One of the soldiers suggested something to Zhang. "Deputy, your technique is so good, maybe you will protect us now." Zhang replied, "I'm used to acting alone. I've never led a team, so don't judge me too harshly." Arriving at the point where they were to begin their mission, all the soldiers split into two groups after the commander's words. "Here, Commander Zhu Zhenhua and I will split into two groups and go in different directions." Standing in front of his soldiers, Zhu Zhenhua said, "Second squad, listen to me carefully. If you do not follow orders, do not accuse me of being ruthless." Meanwhile, the commander of the first squad also emphasized to his soldiers, "The first squad is the same. I hope no one will drag the whole team down." "Understood," the team replied. Zhang just looked disappointed and thought, as expected from the Titan Guard, discipline comes first. Watching through his binoculars, Commander Shu reported to his squad, "There's a small group of poisonous zombies up ahead. The speed of advance will be slowed down by them." Taking his bow from behind his shoulders, Zhang stepped forward and said, "Leave them to me." Hearing this, the commander asked Zhang in surprise, "You're going to do it yourself?" Using his skills, Zhang jumped down from the platform on a hill, moving away from the squad, and said, "Don't worry, everything will be resolved soon." Breaking through, Zhang destroyed the zombies one by one, moving further and further, keeping his opponents at a distance and killing them with his bow. As Zhang broke through further and further, he seemed not to stop but only moved on with incredible enthusiasm and accuracy, destroying the small stuff. Watching Zhang fight, the entire squad froze, mouths agape, and only Chi-Han spoke. His limit is always renewed. As Zhang continued to destroy the monsters, he heard a call on his receiver, and then the commander addressed him, saying, "Deputy, hurry back. There's a top-level elite zombie heading straight for you." No sooner had the commander finished speaking than a large zombie giant appeared in front of Zhang, making its way through piles of rocks and rubble. When Zhang saw his target, he calmly spoke to the commander into the receiver. "I've come for him. Support me from afar and I'll take care of this big guy." Hearing this, Chi-Han shouted out, "Looks like his limit has been updated again." Commander Shu just gave the others an order. "Everyone, support Deputy Zhou from a distance." Meanwhile, the second squad, which had gone in the other direction, was watching a pile of dust that had risen nearby, and one of the men spoke up, "Commander, it seems that the first squad is in trouble. They have encountered an elite zombie." Seeing this sight, the commander of the second squad sharpened his axe and exclaimed, "Let's bet. How long before they start begging for our help?" Meanwhile, Zhang was having a blast with the giant zombie, destroying it bit by bit. At the moment, the enemy had only half of its health left. The next moment, Zheng was already sitting on the monster's head, trying to punch through its skull to finish it off quickly. And at that moment, one of the soldiers of the second squad, watching through binoculars, suddenly called out to his commander in alarm, "Commander, they've already finished him off." Hearing this, the commander exclaimed in surprise, "What? So fast?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who had won from the defeated monster, had already reached the 48th level and had become even stronger thanks to that opponent. Night came, and the first group entered the building and made a fire and took shelter there. Sitting by the fire, Commander Shu took out his radio and spoke to Zhu Zhenhua. "Zhu, our unit has already cleared the city center. Where are you?" He received a reply. "We're almost there too, 7 more elite zombies." Hearing this answer, the commander replied, "Okay, then we'll have a good rest tonight. When the main forces arrive tomorrow, our mission will be accomplished." Sitting by the campfire, with the receiver hidden, Commander Shu put his hand on Zheng's shoulder and said, "It seems that we have far outperformed the second squad, and it is all thanks to Deputy Zhou." Hearing this, Zheng replied, "It was all done by everyone's efforts." At the same time, one of the guards raised the mug he was holding up in the air and said, "Aha! The next time we meet the second group, I will definitely ask them how the backward ones feel." The next day, when morning came, the first squad went back to their work, clearing the city center. Zhou Zhen was effectively killing all the enemies, but something was wrong. While killing enemies, Jing thought about efficiency. Killing them like this will be too slow. I need to think of a way to get them all together. Returning to his squad, Zheng asked Captain Shu, "Where are the grenades we brought with us?" The commander replied, "They are in the box over there." In the meantime, the second squad was fighting with the old methods, destroying all the zombies one by one, cutting down each one with their weapons in turn, each monster separately. Suddenly, Commander Zhu Chenghua heard strange sounds to his left, coming from the first squad. Turning in their direction, he shouted, "What is the first squad doing?" After this question, he received a message from his subordinate. "Commander, the first squad is using grenades to kill the zombies." Hearing this, the commander exclaimed in surprise, "What?" While the second squad was chopping down each zombie individually, Zheng got tired of running from one zombie after another, picked up a grenade, and ran through the crowd of monsters, throwing grenades at them. Gracefully moving among the crowd of zombies, he effectively destroyed them in whole packs, which was much faster and more efficient than killing each one with daggers. Watching the actions of the first squad, Zhu Chenghua opened his mouth and said angrily, "Are these morons out of their minds? Do they want to bring all the zombies here?" His friend replied, "I heard that Zhou Zhen was called crazy, but I didn't think it was true." While the first and second squads were fighting on the front lines, the main force had already approached the desired piece of land and was waiting for the order to advance. Standing on the roof in front of a large number of soldiers, the old commander said, "The vanguard troops have already cleared the way. Gentlemen, we will kill them." Immediately after these words, the large number of soldiers rushed forward to help the brave men in front, doing the lion's share of the work. Seeing that the reinforcements had already arrived, Zheng, standing on top of a tall building, heaved a sigh of relief and said, I finally got this place." As Zheng approached his squad, he decided to say goodbye to them for the last time after the mission was over and head home. He said, "Guys, I'm heading back to the city. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime." Seeing the deputy returning home, one of his team members said, "The deputy is coming home so quickly. Does he really miss his wife so much?" To which Chihan replied, "To be honest, I know that the deputy once went into a rage over a beautiful woman. Do you want to hear about it?" As Zheng walked home, he heard them talking about themselves, and they continued, "Ha ha ha ha, right? The deputy has time for that? I don't understand it myself," Zheng said to himself in frustration. "I'll deal with you when I get back." After getting into his car, Zheng drove home along the highway thinking, "The transfer station has been built. Finally, there will be a foothold for me in Titan." As he continued on, he saw a strange car ahead of him and thought, That's a transport unit vehicle." Standing by their broken-down vehicle, the soldiers gathered in a bunch to organize a defensive formation, waiting for a fight, and one of them shouted, "Did that SOS signal go out or not?" Looking out of the vehicle's cab, one of the members of the squad who had transmitted the distress call shouted, It has. Titan's patrols have already sent rescuers, but they will arrive in half an hour." Hearing this answer, the group leader exclaimed, "An hour and a half? Then they will only be able to collect our corpses." Looking out of the vehicle's cab, the frightened soldier who had sent the signal for help pitifully exclaimed, "But Seeing a car behind him that had just pulled up to them, one of the squad shouted, "Commander, a car is coming." Seeing this, the team was very excited and hopeful and exclaimed, "Great, it's the guards, we are saved." But their hopes were dashed. Looking out the window, Zheng asked, "Guys, do you need help?" They answered in disappointment. Only one person, and he's a 6th ranked? Standing in front of the monster and preparing to fight, the squad leader shouted to it, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you come here to die? Get out of here!" When Zheng got out of the car, he saw that they were being attacked by monsters and said irritably, "Okay, it seems like you really need help." After saying this, Zheng walked straight toward the monsters. Watching this, the soldiers in danger were only more frightened, and their commander said, "It's over. We've met a suicidal madman." Meanwhile, Zheng did not pay attention to what the guys behind him were saying. He walked confidently toward the monsters. When he reached them, Zheng stood in one place and prepared to fight. In the next moment, he instantly killed all the mutant wolves in front of him without exerting much effort, thus saving the injured soldiers. Seeing what had just happened, the soldiers were speechless. They just stood there staring at Zheng, their mouths wide open. After the commander recovered a bit, he spoke to himself. "Is this a 6th-ranked warrior? Are 6th-ranked guards that tough?" Meanwhile, Zheng stood among the corpses of the monsters, breathing a sigh of relief. But a moment later, he began to collect the crystals that were inside them. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound on his receiver. He picked up the receiver and heard someone's voice. It was his friend's voice saying something. In disbelief, Zheng asked the person again, "Uncle Wang?" Suddenly, after hearing this, Zheng's expression changed from a thoughtful look to an incredibly joyful one, and Zheng said, "What? They have developed a healing medicine?" Meanwhile, in the laboratory at Zheng's villa, the research was going on as usual. Thanks to the modern equipment, many different experiments could be conducted there. When Zheng returned home, he immediately went to the laboratory, and when he entered, he saw Uncle Wang holding a test tube. He approached him and asked, "Is this it?" To which Uncle Wang confidently replied, "Yes." Taking the test tube in his hands, Zheng began to examine the potion carefully. The color was similar to the usual potion Zheng used. Examining it from the outside, Zheng thought, "It seems to be no different from the health potions in the game." But Zheng's uncle, who was standing nearby, spoke to Zheng. "The effect of this healing potion that I have developed is very effective. The effect of the healing potion is nothing compared to this." But Uncle Wang immediately sighed and said, "It's a pity that blood orchids are very rare because we won't be able to make much of this potion. The blood orchids you gave me were not enough to make even 300 bottles. Determined to test the potion's effectiveness, Zheng opened it to see what it smelled like, what its consistency was, and whether it was similar to the potion he had. After holding the potion in his hands, Zheng quickly tipped the jar of potion over and drank it in order to test its effectiveness. After drinking the potion, he felt a familiar effect and thought, "That's right, it's exactly the same. I didn't realize that in the real world it was also possible to make an elixir from a game, which means that now I don't have to worry about the number of potion bottles." Realizing that the potion worked, Zheng asked Uncle Wang, "Uncle Wang, how many bottles of this medicine did you make?" Uncle Wang replied, 87 bottles, and there are still many ointments I made from waste, which, although they don't have the same effect, are also quite effective." Hearing such great news that regeneration potions could also be created here, Zheng said, "Great. I'll take all the bottles and let you keep the ointments. I'm sure they will be worth a lot of money very soon." After hearing such good news, Zheng left the laboratory and Uncle Zheng said after him, "No problem," waved his hand and proceeded to further experiments. Walking to the exit, Zheng thought, after the liberation of the new city, many soldiers will head there. It will be a great opportunity to make some money. He then called Xiao, and when he answered the phone, Zheng spoke to him. "Brother Xiao, are you free? I have an offer for you. I don't know if you'll be interested." After some time, all the men of Xiao Heng's team were at the place where they were stationed, and Xiao spoke to them. "I have gathered you all here today because of a very important matter." Opening the chest, many green crystals fell out. Seeing this, his team immediately began to exclaim, "Ah! This, Commander, you are rich. This is the first time I've ever heard of you having so much money." Taking his head to the side, Xiao Heng calmed down his comrades who saw such a pile of money and said, "Calm down. These crystals are not mine. They all belong to Brother Zhou." Taking the crystal in his hands and tossing it, Xiao Heng said to them, "I have called you here to spend all these crystals, but only on the condition that we only buy medicinal ointments." Hearing this strange request, Xiao Heng's entire team looked at him in confusion, not understanding what all this was for and why they would spend so much money on ointments. But Xiao gave them an order. buy it all. Meanwhile, Zheng went to the forest to hunt snakes. At that time, someone was watching him from a distance, watching him use his bow awkwardly and do strange things. When the observer saw this, he spoke to his boss, who was nearby in a mocking tone, telling him what he had seen. "Boss, there's an idiot practicing archery." Standing up, the boss asked his subordinate, "Well, what's so strange about archery?" The man replied, "No, just look at this guy's weapon." Handing the binoculars to his boss, he looked at Zheng and said, "Not bad indeed, we can finally get something decent. We're leaving right now." On the way to Zheng's place, the subordinate asked his boss, "Boss, how much longer are we going to search here? Has the leader gone mad?" The boss replied, "Ugh, his son has been in the red zone for over a month. I think he's completely out of his mind. It's definitely a waste of time." Walking on and smiling broadly at having found such a prey, the boss said, "But it doesn't matter if the gang leader's son is dead or not. The main thing is that we will enjoy this fat lamb today." Meanwhile, Zheng was slowly shooting at the vine hanging from the tree, taking off its health points little by little. With the last arrow, he finished off the vine and reached level 49, which meant that a new skill would soon be unlocked, so he needed to reach level 50 as soon as possible. Sighing heavily and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zheng began to think about how he could get another level, and this is what he thought. "If I shoot the bull, I can reach level 50 today, and then I will have a new skill." But suddenly someone called out to him from below. It was a pack of warriors who were watching him through binoculars. As he approached, one of them said, "Hey you, our boss wants to talk to you about something." Looking down at them from a tree branch, Zheng simply ignored them, thinking they would leave him alone and go on where they were going. But it wasn't that simple. Zheng continued his training to reach the 50th level, and as he pulled on his tete-vu, aiming at the bindweed, he heard, "Are you an idiot?" Suddenly, one of his subordinates jumped at Zheng with a sword to punish the insolent man and shouted, "Our boss told you to come down, are you deaf?" But Zheng merely dodged his attack, and continuing to ignore those soldiers, he continued to shoot at the vines to get his 50th level. After dodging another attack and continuing to dodge all of the enemy's attacks, Zheng continued to try to ignore his opponents and shoot at the vines. Watching all this madness, the boss couldn't understand what was happening in front of him and said, "This guy, what is he doing?" And finally, continuing to dodge and shoot at the vines, he finally destroyed the last vine and reached his 50th level. Nothing else was holding him back. Dodging another attack, he instantly finished off one of the gang who had been trying to hit him for some time and wouldn't let him finish his work. Then, going down as this bunch of warriors demanded of him, he finished off another one of them with a backhanded kick using his super speed. Watching Zheng deal with his warriors one by one and immediately kill them, the boss said in fright, Who is he?" After killing half of his troops, Zheng stood in front of the boss and spoke to him. "What is it? Didn't you call for me? What are you afraid of?" Trying to intimidate Zheng, because he knew that he was no match for Zheng, the boss said, "We are from the gang. Tian He, do you realize what will happen after you attack us?" Looking at them with frantic excitement, Zheng spoke to them joyfully. "The Tian He gangs? Great. I was worried that I wouldn't have anyone to practice on." Realizing that intimidation didn't work on Zheng, the boss decided to use other methods, so he shouted, "Go ahead. Whoever kills him, I'll pay a low-grade purple crystal." Happy with this development, Zheng took out his daggers and used the poison skill on them to fight his opponents even more effectively. The next moment, when his enemies surrounded him, Zheng used his invisibility skill and vanished into thin air, confusing his enemies. With Zheng out of sight, all of the enemies lost their guard, as they couldn't see where they were coming from or how to defend themselves. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere in front of his opponent, Zheng dealt him a fatal blow, which seriously confused everyone else, because how can you resist what you can't see? And then Zheng used his acceleration skill, and thanks to his speed, he instantly neutralized two more enemies who were standing close to him. Noticing that Zheng had stopped, and this was probably his only chance to strike, the boss attacked him from behind, shouting before he struck, "I'll kill you!" But when Zheng got close enough, he not only deftly dodged the punch, but with one left hand, he hit the boss in midair while he was flying, and lowered his confidence. The next moment, the boss fell to the ground on his knees, clutching his chest, and doubled over in excruciating pain. Approaching the exhausted boss, Zheng stood behind him, put a dagger to his throat and said, "Your gang still has a lot to learn, there's still room to grow." After he had finished with the Tianhe gang members, Zheng began to look at the items they were carrying and said, "This equipment can be sold for a lot of money, so you can't just leave it behind." While looking at the items, Zheng suddenly heard a strange noise in front of him, and then a level 8 monster appeared in front of him. It was an armored bull that was charging straight at him. After dodging a direct attack, the bull ran past and then turned sharply to the side toward Zheng to continue the battle. Zheng also took a fighting stance and drew his daggers. The next moment, the bull, standing in front of Zheng, became very angry, and while pounding the ground with his hoof, exhaled loudly through his nose. The bull was also drilling Zheng with his eyes, thinking about how to defeat him. Standing in a boxer's stance, Zheng looked directly into the monster's eyes and shouted bravely to him, "Do you think I will be afraid?" The next moment, the bull ran at Zheng again and began to swing its head, trying to hit Zheng with its horns. But Zheng, having narrowed his eyes, tried to strike the monster back. Gaining great speed, the bull rushed through so quickly that its silhouette was barely visible. It was obvious that his strength was diminishing a little bit, and soon the limit was going to come. When the bull was completely exhausted and fell to the ground after the attack, Zheng immediately attacked it, trying to punch it. To make it more effective in piercing the monster's skin, he jumped up. While the monster was lying on the ground, Zheng stabbed the monster in the neck with a single eyeball, hoping that he had finally won. But it was not that simple. A few seconds later, the bull got up, and Zheng mounted him and rode him, saying, "It's crazy, I beat him so much, but his health is not over. Here's a healthy cow." Sitting on the bull further, Zheng came up with a new plan to defeat this strong bull. "I guess I'll have to ride him to death." Saddled up, Zheng continued to ride the bull, holding onto his dagger and gradually inflicted damage. 6 hours had passed since this fight with the bull began. Neither of them wanted to give up, and they fought to the end. Zheng was still sitting on top of the bull, and the bull was running from one side to the other, trying to throw him off his back. While riding the bull, Zheng noticed that the bull's health was already very low and said, "After 6 hours of torment, it's almost over." As he drove his dagger even deeper, he noticed that the bull's health level began to slowly decrease, and suddenly it fell to the ground exhausted. Approaching the monster that Zheng had spent 6 hours trying to finish off, Zheng looked at it with his stern gaze and said, "It's time to finish." But then he stopped when he saw the bull's pitiful face lying helplessly on the ground, begging him not to kill it. As he approached the bull, he stood up and gently rubbed against Zheng, and the latter said, "Ooh, what a pitiful look," to which the bull replied, "Moo." Suddenly changing his mind about killing the bull, Zheng put down his weapon and walked away, saying, "All right, if you're begging for mercy like that, I will let you go." The next day, when Zheng left the cave, he stretched in the morning and said to himself, "I think that huge cow has almost completely recovered." But when he walked a little further, he saw the bull standing in front of Zheng again, breathing heavily, as if gathering his strength to continue the fight. Accelerating for another attack, Zheng, who saw that the bull was coming at him full speed, exclaimed loudly, "What? Not again!" Preparing to continue the fight, Zheng took out his dagger and clutched it tightly in his hand. He also spread his legs wider and prepared for another attack. Suddenly, the bull stopped right in front of Zheng and began to lick him. He was quite surprised by this because he had just been ready to fight for life and death, and here was such a show of affection. On the way back home in their trucks, some unknown group began to discuss what they had just seen, and one of them said, "Brother, that arrogant bastard that just rode off, was he riding a 7th level animal?" To which he replied, "Monkey. The next time you encounter such a warrior, don't talk nonsense. The Beast King Union only has a few of these animals, and each one is worth more than one purple crystal." Meanwhile, 2 warriors were sitting in the forest discussing their future. One of them said, "Ugh, so what? When we can earn enough money, we'll buy a few of these for ourselves to play with." To which the other replied, "Don't you understand? You need not only money but also status to buy one. If you continue to behave like this, you're going to regret it." Suddenly, the first one shouted to his partner, "Brother, I remembered." But the latter ignored him. He was interested in the noise coming from nearby, and he said, "Something is happening up ahead." One of the men got up from the trailer and began to look into the distance. Ahead in a pile of dust, something was coming at them, wild, furious. Stopping their cars, they all got out to see what it was. Standing in front of their cars, one of them said, "Brother, there is someone there," and that someone was none other than Zhou Zhen himself. Saddled up on an 8th level armored bull, he rode it home, kicking up a pile of dust behind him. As he ran past people, his stern gaze changed, and Zheng smiled and spoke to those who looked at him. "Hello." He was also answered in a state of effect. "Hello." After Zheng ran past them and left them behind, Brother asked the soldier, "Brother, do you know him?" The soldier replied hesitantly, "No, I don't know him." Hearing this answer, the first one asked him, "Then why did you greet him?" Taking hold of his friend's head and rubbing it, The other answered, "Do you understand it all?" He was riding an armored bull of the 8th level, probably the only one in Titan. When Zheng arrived in the city on the bull, he wanted to go inside with him but suddenly remembered that wild animals were not allowed in the city. He held his head and thought about what to do with the bull and realized something. Shit, wild animals can't enter the city, but if I leave him outside the city, the other warriors will definitely kill him. Opening his skills and characteristics window, he said, "I hope that at level 60, the pet system will be open. It's much more convenient to keep pets there." Seeing that he couldn't put a bull in his inventory, Zheng began to think again about what to do. Putting his hand to his chin, he said, "But what should I do now?" Suddenly remembering the Beast King Alliance, Zheng had a brilliant idea and exclaimed, "That's right, we need to find those people." Meanwhile, the warriors of the Alliance were in the endless meadows, where the landscape was simply beautiful. The breeze was blowing lightly, and the weather was simply wonderful that day. Walking behind her captain, her assistant said, "Shihan, this place is really very beautiful. Why didn't you tell me about it before?" With her arms up in the air, admiring the view and stretching, Shihan replied, "I only recently learned about it myself, and we were just passing by, so I decided to show you this beauty." Standing in the middle of a field with beautiful views, feeling like goddesses in this wonderful place, one of the girls suddenly called out, "Qin Yun!" She turned around to see who was calling her, and saw a gang of people riding tame animals near her, and one of them was waving and shouting, "Have you forgotten me already? I am Min Wen!" Hearing that someone was coming toward them, all the soldiers in the squad looked to see who it was, and when they saw that everyone was riding, they began to discuss it. "What a rich team! Do they all have chocobos?" said one of them. Another replied, "Of course, one bird is worth a medium blue crystal." And the third added, "I guess that warrior on horseback is a Min family heir." Riding closer to the girl, Min took her hand and said, "Miss Qin Yun, it's been a long time. You look just as beautiful." The girl replied, "Mr. Min, what a joke." Meanwhile, Xiang Shihan, who was standing nearby, spoke to Yun. "Qin Yun, I'm going to go and get some rest." To which she replied, "Okay." And Min, who was watching, thought, "The character of this beautiful woman, it's incredible." Suddenly running up to Xiang Shihan, Min blocked her path and got down from his animal and said, "Miss, it's nice to meet you. My name is Min Wen, the CEO of the Min Corporation." Embarrassed by this behavior, Xiang Shihan realized that she had to get out of there, and she sped up her pace and said, "All right, you two talk. I won't interrupt you." But suddenly, standing in front of her again, Min Wen spoke to her with a sneer. "Ha ha, don't be ridiculous. You're one of the members of the Beast King Union, right?" As he began to brag about how expensive his animal was, Wen said, "You're probably familiar with these little birds and you know how much they cost. How about taking a ride with me?" As he stared at Xiang Shihan with a greedy gaze, Min thought in his head, "Giggles, what kind of girls have I met? However, none of them have made me feel like she does. I'll do anything to get her." As Xiang looked at Ming with an embarrassed look and smiled, only one thought was running through his mind. This golden youth. Even if the leader sells out to his father, how can I refuse? Suddenly, out of nowhere, an armored bull ridden by Zhou Zhen, who was smiling and waving happily at her, began to run toward Xiang Shihan. Hearing the hoofbeats, all the soldiers in Xiang Shihan's unit immediately exploded and began to shout, "An armored bull! No, it seems to be a boy riding on it!" Appearing just in time, the armored bull stopped exactly 1 meter in front of the girl and the boyfriend. Standing proudly in front of them, the bull hoofing the ground, and Zheng sitting on top of it could not get enough. Seeing this picture in front of them, Xiang Shihan and Min Wen simply fell into a stupor, unable to say anything. They stared at the armored bull and the boy who had tamed it. Standing behind them, members of Xiang's squad exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't I see that guy ride an 8th level armored bull? And no way, as far as I know, no one can tame this beast." Sitting astride the armored bull, Zheng asked without a trace of punctuality or appropriateness, "Xiang Shihan, do you have any free time?" She was very happy that Zheng had come up at the right time and spoke to Min Wen. "Ming Wen, excuse me, a friend just came up to me." Holding out his hand to Xiang Shihan so that she could more easily get on the back of the armored bull, Zheng spoke to her. "Get on!" Once she and Zheng got on his armored bull, they rode off at breakneck speed somewhere far beyond the horizon, leaving Ming behind. After seeing what had just happened, Ming was in complete shock and could not recover. But most of all, he was outraged that the girl he loved had been taken away from him right under his nose. When Min Wen came to his senses after what he had seen, he quickly ran to his bird, screaming, "Damn it, he dared to steal my girl!" But as Min was about to run after him, One of his subjects grabbed him and said, "Mr. Min, don't be impulsive. We can't do anything to that man." Min replied, "Lies. There is not a single person in Titan whom I cannot challenge." Grabbing his master tighter and pulling him off the bird, his subject repeated, "That man is Zhou Zhen." Hearing this, Ming was terrified. Zhou Zhen? Now looking directly in the direction they had ridden the bull, Min thought, that ordinary fellow. Is he the same person who is the talk of the town? Suddenly realizing what could have happened to him if he had really done something wrong, Min thought, it's a good thing I didn't get involved with him, otherwise my father would have made me apologize. He immediately changed his approach and began to court Qin Yun again. Holding out his hand to her, he said, "Qin Yun, would you like to ride my bird?" Meanwhile, Zheng and Xiang Shihan were wandering through the endless expanses on a bull, when suddenly Xiang called out to Zheng, "You, where did you get this bull from anyway?" Hearing this question, Zheng told her everything that had happened between them, but in a very short form saying, "I fought him, beat him to a pulp, and then he started chasing me." To which a surprised Xiang replied, "What? Just like that?" After a short pause, Zheng asked the girl, "Well, what do you think? I came to you to find out what is the best way to feed him." Sitting behind him, Xiang Shihan began to tell Zheng what she thought. To tame an animal, we have to go through many stages. We have to act according to its character. How can I just tell you that? After saying this, Xiang Shihan was quiet for a while, but with the rest she said in a gentle voice, "But in the future, if you have any questions during the feeding, you can." At that moment, Zhou Zhen turned to face her, their lips only a few centimeters apart. Xiang continued her remark, blushing, to ask, "Me." Suddenly the bull stopped, and Xiang Shihan abruptly jumped off the animal, and as she ran away, she said to Zheng shyly, "This one, I have to do something urgent. I'll see you later, bye." Hoping that Zheng hadn't noticed, she blushed and was about to kick the bucket, but suddenly Zheng called out to her and he said, "Wait." Smiling happily, Zheng said to her, "At least leave me your number. How can I find you without it if I need to?" Meanwhile, Titan began to experience a shortage of medicines. Coming out of the next pharmacy, the soldiers were angry. "Damn, it's really hard to get healing elixirs now." To which the second replied, "We've already visited a lot of pharmacies and each one is more expensive than the last." Upon meeting their comrade, the warriors began a dialogue. "Zheng, have you bought anything?" The latter said irritably, "Yeah, of course. I thought we were going to take all their medicines. But now not only has the price gone up, but we can only get 1 bottle per person. Robbers." Calling Zhou Zhen, Xiao Heng told him, "Brother Zhou, we stocked up on medicine just in time. Judging by the behavior of these speculators, people definitely have no chance of survival." Meanwhile, Zheng, sitting on the bull, said, "The first checkpoint is about to open. The businessmen will definitely want to profit from this, and we are only slightly ahead of them." And he heard back, "Several of our warehouses are almost completely filled with medicines. Should we send them now or wait a little longer?" Zheng, continuing with his strategy, said, "Let's not rush the shipment. We shouldn't continue purchasing either. Leave a few crystals just in case, and don't forget to keep an eye on the warehouses." To which I heard the answer, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Closing the phone, Zheng sighed heavily and said, "After the pharmacy crisis is over, will I be the richest man in Titan?" Meanwhile, back in Titan, at the street construction site, Wu Chaoyun was on the phone with someone and he ordered, "Hey, not a bit of rest. I'm too tired to rebuild the streets here." After saying this, Wu Xiaoyun said, "I have solved the main problems. Please send the best designer to design the street. Let there be a place to eat, drink, and have fun." Covering one ear with his hand to hear better, he continued, "The budget? The budget is very high. You don't know the prices of the materials anyway, but after this street is finished, it should be the best view in all of Titan." Standing in front of the bull, Zheng thought about how he could make some extra money. Money being a bit tight right now, saying, the crystals are flowing like a river. I need to find something to sell for more money." Reaching into his inventory to take out some old items, Zheng said, "It's been so long the Tianhe gang must have given up looking." Taking out the equipment of the Tianhe gang warriors, he said, "I guess we can sell his equipment now." Sitting down on a chair outside and spreading the goods out in front of him, Zheng thought, "It's been a long time since I've sold anything like this. I'm getting more and more busy. Maybe I can find some responsible person to sell my old gear for me." While Zheng was waiting for customers, an old man suddenly approached him and asked, "Brother, I don't know you. Is this your first time selling? Let me see the quality of your goods." After he asked for permission to inspect the goods, the old man picked up one of them and began to examine it carefully. when suddenly he was surprised by something, and his face showed fear, and he cried out, "This is—" After examining the goods, the old man said to Zheng in a disappointed voice, sighing heavily, These are all the goods that were thrown away from the equipment store?" Hearing this question, Zheng asked him in confusion, "What?" Continuing his scam, the old man continued to tell Zheng with a serious expression that his equipment was worthless and said, "I dare say it, but you're at a loss. This equipment is badly damaged. It can't be repaired. Who would want to buy it?" Curious as to what would happen next, Zheng replied, "Huh? Then tell me what I should do." Pleased that Zheng believed him, the old man stood up to be more convincing, but trying to outwit the boy, he said, "I know a workshop that might be able to help you somehow, but luckily you met me, and I can give you a good price for this equipment. You can sell it to me right now." Looking at his grandfather, Zheng spoke to him in a trusting voice. "What do you think is the right price for them?" While he was thinking about something else in his head, his thoughts were full of curiosity about how far this would go. "I'll keep pretending. Let's see how long this circus will go on." Happy that he had fooled the naive boy and could make good money on him, the old man rubbed his hands together and spoke to him, naming his price. "1 white crystal of the highest grade for each piece of equipment, and I take everything." When Zheng heard what the old man said and the price he gave, he was immediately surprised. He had expected many things, but not such an obvious lie. With his eyes bulging and his mouth wide open in amazement, Zheng thought only one thing. He really has no boundaries. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind his grandfather, who contradicted him and began to tell him off. "Tao Chaonan, just because others can't muster the courage to object to you doesn't mean I can't. You want to give me just 1 white crystal for this beautiful equipment? You're just a bastard, a worthless speculator." Hearing this, the old man was immediately afraid that his lucrative deal might be ruined, but he immediately interrupted the boy, saying, "Kid, don't lie." To which the boy replied, "Well, do you dare to do something to me?" Hearing such an arrogant attitude, Tao Chaonan raised one hand, gestured to his accomplices to prepare themselves, and said, "I've noticed your behavior for a long time. Grab him and take him to the wolves in the countryside." But suddenly, after his grandfather's words, Zheng stood up and walked over to the boy who had stood up for him. Standing next to him, Zheng grabbed the boy by the collar and said to him in a joyful voice, smiling, "Take your time." The boy, afraid that he was going to die, immediately cried out to Zheng, "Let me go!" And in his mind he already had hundreds of thoughts about what was going to happen next. That's it. This person is also cooperating with Tao Chaonan. But before he could do anything else, Zheng turned him around and said with a smile on his face, "Your name is Zhang Yonglin? Would you like to become my sales agent?" While Zheng was talking to Yonglin, the angry old man was already approaching him with a complaint. "Boy, I advise you to keep your nose out of this." Seeing this threat, Zheng grabbed a sword from the weapon rack that was right at his side. Without hesitation, and in order to avoid a big fight, Zheng immediately moved behind Tao Chaonan, and with the blade to his throat he said, "I'm not going to listen to your bickering. If you're not a complete idiot, you'll leave here immediately." Not expecting this turn of events, the old man shouted at Zheng in confusion, "You!" Looking back at Zheng, the old man spoke confidently to him, "Do you have the courage to threaten me in the middle of the street?" Zheng calmly replied, "We can certainly test it." While all this was happening, when Zheng took Tao Chaonan hostage to calm him down, suddenly out of nowhere, the Titan guards appeared on the horizon, and as they ran toward them, they shouted, "Make way! Make way!" Feeling completely safe with the Titan guardians already standing in front of Tao Chaonan, he spoke brazenly to Zheng, "Continue if you have the courage." And a guard standing nearby asked Zheng, "Brother, let go of the knife." As he continued to approach Zheng with the hostage, the guard suddenly called out to the boy, holding out his hand to stop him from committing the lynching, "Leave him to me." Running up to Zheng and Tao Chaonan, the guard not only did not grab Zheng, he did not even have any complaints against him, but instead grabbed Tao Chaonan by the collar and pulled him toward him. Seeing such strange actions of the guard, my grandfather did not understand what was happening and why it was happening to him. While one of the guards was apologizing to Zhou Zhen, he bowed and said, "Deputy Zhou." The other guard kicked the old man who was trying to deceive him and shouted to the guard, "Nah, Chief, I made a mistake. I was forced to. Don't hit me." Listening to the guard's apology, Zheng calmed him down and said, "It's nothing, just lock them up for a few days." To which he heard a sharp reply, "Yes, sir, it will be done." The other guard continued to beat the speculator. Seeing what was being done to Tao Chaonan, Zhang Yonglin stood in a stupor watching, while people behind him were talking. Wow, he's in trouble, and that's what he needs. No one dares to be rude to them. While Zhang Yonglin was standing there in a stupor, someone suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. It was Zheng, who was walking over to discuss something with him. When Zhang came to his senses, Zheng touched him and spoke to him. Come, let's talk about our business. To discuss whatever Zheng wanted, he brought Zhang Yonglin to one of the few very good restaurants called Open Air Noodles. As they sat at the table, savoring the noodles that Zheng had ordered for both of them, he asked the boy sitting across from him, who had his head down and didn't want to eat at all. Why aren't you eating? Do you think it's not good here? Panicked by this unexpected question, Zhang began to wave his hands rapidly and stammered and stuttered to Zheng, No, this is the most delicious food. Tasting the noodles, Zheng decided to start the conversation first and said to the frightened boy, As a speculator, you should know that this equipment could have several sources. First, it could have been thrown out of the store. Secondly, it could have been thrown away by some team. And thirdly, you know the drill. That's why I need someone to help me figure it out. Realizing the whole situation, Zhang Yonglin bowed his head and asked a curious question. Deputy Team Leader Zhou, I just want to know why you chose me? Zheng answered him. It's because of your character. After finishing the dialogue with Zheng went on with his business. The next time he helped with the taming and delivery of animals, and now he was standing there talking to the customer. Brother Zhou, you were able to bring in a level 8 beast of burden. Zheng replied to the customer, I was just lucky. While feeding his new tamed animal, the customer said to Zheng, Perhaps I should go after a level 11 mutant lizard. Hearing this, Zheng was seriously embarrassed and replied awkwardly, Then you're just suicidal. After the customer was satisfied with the animal, he handed Zheng a piece of paper and said, By the way, this is your building book. Even though the station hasn't been built yet, it's already open for soldiers. Coming closer to Zheng, the warrior customer whispered in his ear so that no one would hear. You just have to be in charge of distributing foreign warriors. How about that? Easy, right? Zheng replied, Thank you very much, Brother Zhu. After completing another task, Zheng walked around the city where there were no people at all and talked to someone on the phone. Brother Xiao, how are things going with the medicine? Xiao answered him into the phone. Brother Zhou, the price of the medicine has now quadrupled. Hearing this good news, Zheng smiled and said to Xiao, Excellent. Tomorrow, meet with Brother Zhang Xiaoqi's transportation team and send 60% of the medicines from the warehouse to the deployment site. And if anyone from the Alliance needs the medicines, give them to them for no less than 4 white crystals. Hearing this, Xiao asked Zheng, Shall we not wait any longer? Perhaps the price will rise to 5 white crystals. Zheng replied, Hey, if you think so, others will think so too. And if there are too many competitors, the price will drop. While walking down the street and talking on the phone with Xiao, Zheng suddenly became interested in a man sitting on the edge of the road with a large sack with something written on it. When Zheng noticed the man, he stopped immediately. The bag said that the man was engaged in improving the conductivity of weapons. Approaching the man, Zheng asked him, Sir, how can I increase the conductivity? Asking his question to Gu Zhenye, he answered him, The higher the crystal, the higher the conductivity can be raised. It all depends on what kind of crystal you give me. A white crystal has 1 to 3%, a blue crystal has 3 to 6%, a green crystal has 6 to 9%, a purple crystal has 9 to 12%, and the rest depends on luck. After telling me all the information about the job, Gu Junye's expression changed and he spoke sternly. But first, let me remind you that the higher the percentage, the greater the risk. If we fail, the weapon will be ruined and the crystal will be impossible to return, but you will still have to pay. Hearing this suggestion, Zheng took his hand to his beard and took a thoughtful pose and said, Let me think about it. Seeing someone standing next to Gu Zhenye, a passing warrior suddenly shouted at him in an angry voice, You old fraud! How dare you deceive people! Running closer to Gu and Zheng, the soldier shouted at the boy in confusion, Brother, don't believe this old man. Yesterday I gave him my saber with 20% conductivity to upgrade it, and today he told me that my weapon is broken. Sitting beside him, Gu Zhenye said in a tired voice, I told you this was not an easy matter. The warrior whose weapon was broken, who was very angry at hearing the inlayer's words, could barely control himself and grabbed Gu Zhenye by the collar, pulled him toward him, and looking at him with eyes full of anger, shouted, If it were not forbidden to fight here, you would have been killed long ago. Today I will stand here and guard and we'll see who else you can fool. While all this verbal exchanges were going on, Zheng had already disappeared from sight. He walked on, not wanting to attract too much attention while the two people were arguing. Afterwards, when Gu Zhenye was about to go home, the warrior said to him in closing, "Old man, tomorrow I will also keep an eye on you." The old man replied with a heavy sigh, "As you wish." When Gu Zhenye finally said goodbye to the soldier who had been following him all day, he saw a familiar face on his way home, and he was frightened by what he saw. What are you doing?" Walking toward Gu Zhenye from the alleyway of a dark street, Zheng, with his hands in his pockets, said to the old man, "Don't worry, I just wanted to talk to you." Surprised that the boy was still waiting for him, hiding in the shadows of the buildings, Gu asked Zheng in fright, "Did you believe me?" Zheng said to his grandfather in a joyful voice, "Then why am I talking to you here now?" Looking at the old man standing in front of him and wondering what he could possibly gain from this meeting, Zheng smiled slyly and thought in his head, "The system couldn't have been wrong. This person definitely knows the art of inlay." When the old man and the boy finished their dialogue, the old man invited him to his house to continue the dialogue for safety. Once inside, Gu asked, "This weapon is really good. Are you sure you want to inlay it?" Sitting in the house in front of the fire, looking at the weapon in his hands, which Zheng handed over to the inlayer, the latter turned it around with admiration and said, "Judging by your weapon, you are a well-known person in the city." Hearing these words from the inlayer, Zheng spoke to him in a calm tone, trying to avoid unnecessary questions from the master. "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm more interested in how you found out that inlaying can increase the conductivity of weapons." Hearing such an interesting question, the master first thought for a while, trying to remember exactly how it happened, and then twirling Zheng's dagger in his hands, he replied, It was an accident." After his grandfather told him about how he discovered his talent, Gu Zhenye made one request of Zheng, telling him, "It takes all night to inlay. Would you stay here to guard me?" Zheng confidently replied, "Yes, I will." Taking the crystal that Zheng had given him to inlay into the weapon to increase its conductivity, the old man spoke to him joyfully. "In order to repay you for your faith in me, this time I will only take the money if I succeed." As Zheng watched his grandfather gather his things and head to his room to begin his work, he thought, "It's kind of rash. This kind of skill is not usually told to just anyone." After his grandfather started working, Zheng went out to the balcony and laid down under the starry sky, looking at his second dagger and said, "It's a pity that the conductivity of the spear can only be 25% at most. Even if I can increase it, it will be for nothing. I'll have to risk my incomparable knife." Looking up at the starry sky and wondering what the results of the inlay might be, Zheng said as he admired the beautiful view, "I hope it works. Otherwise I'll have to use only those weapons for a long time." After wondering what would happen to his weapon and admiring the starry sky, Zheng decided to gather his thoughts and calm down, because vain worries would do no good. So he took a sitting position and began to meditate. But suddenly the usual silence was interrupted by a strange noise. Immediately turning in the direction of the noise, Zheng saw that the door where he was working had opened, and an inlayer came out of the room. Seeing the man leave the room, Zheng was a little surprised that he had finished so quickly, but then he noticed Gu's expression. It was tired and somehow unhappy. Seeing this, Zheng immediately froze in place, and only one thought flashed through his mind. His expression. This is not good. When Zheng saw the man walk into the other room, he immediately stood up and followed him. Running into the inlayer's room, Zheng immediately asked him, "What's wrong? Did it not work out?" When Gu Zhenye saw that a frightened Zheng had run into his room right after him and asked him a question, he spoke to him in a displeased tone. "What do you want? I just came out to get a drink of water." Zheng was very frightened by the rapid development of the event and the unexpectedness, but the answer calmed him down a lot. After receiving it, he breathed out a sigh of relief and spoke in a calm tone. "Phew! You scared me to death." After a period of time when the work was about to be completed, the master approached Zheng and held out the broken dagger and said, "Brother, forgive me." Bowing before Zheng, Gu Zhenye continued, "I told you the probability is very low. I am sorry." And Zheng, standing in front of him, holding his knife, shed tears over his loss, repeating over and over again, "My unsurpassed knife." Suddenly, he heard strange voices calling him from somewhere, each time louder and louder. Suddenly Zheng woke up and it was already morning. Being under the influence of emotions from his dream, Zheng was still terrified that his dagger was ruined. However, Immediately after he woke up, Zheng saw the face of the old man who had woken him up and said, "A nightmare? Did you dream that the knife broke?" Immediately taken aback by the surprise of Gu's sudden appearance right in front of him, Zheng stood on the balcony and shouted out to the master, "Wah! Are you trying to scare me to death, old man?" After all these events, Zheng had a headache because of all the experiences and risks, and he grabbed his head with one hand and thought, "My thoughts are all jumbled up. It's been a long time since I lost control like this." While Zheng was thinking and coming to his senses, the inlayer stood over him and waited for him to pass out of his emotions, and then spoke to the boy. "Come, take a look." The old man led Zheng to a table with a dagger under his cloak and said to him, "You, my boy, are a real lucky man." Meanwhile, Zheng, who had already picked up the cloak, could not believe his ears, and imagining what awaited him there, he asked Gu Zhenye, "Did it really work?" Finally taking off his cloak, Zheng was ready for what he was about to see. A brand new weapon with the first conductivity in all of Titan. In front of him, in a box with a handkerchief laid on the bottom, as if on display, was a new dagger with a crystal already inlaid in it, radiating power directly. When Zheng took his knife and paid the old man, and was about to go home, the old man said after him, "If I'm not mistaken, its conductivity has increased by 12%. After receiving the new improved weapon, Zheng immediately began testing it. He checked how much the weight had changed, how much the center of gravity had shifted, and so on, by tossing it and rotating it in his hand. After that, Zheng immediately turned around and spoke joyfully to Master Gu Zhenye. "Mr. Gu, I was not mistaken about you." Hearing this, he just smiled gently at Zheng, and was a little embarrassed by the words of gratitude, because he had not received anything like this for a long time. After Zheng received his newly enhanced brow, he immediately called his brother Chan. The latter was in the workshop and picked up the phone after listening to Zheng and said, "What? Brother Zhou, a chance to control Titan's equipment? I don't quite understand." But then he stepped away from his workstation to talk to Zheng and discuss the whole situation. After finishing the dialogue, Chan finally said, "Anyway, I believe you. Tomorrow I will go to the first station with the convoy, and you will tell me everything with all the details." After hanging up the phone, Chang Zhan stood there for a long time looking at his phone, wondering what amazing things had happened, and then said thoughtfully, "This guy." Walking over to the window and looking at his trucks, which were already being loaded with cargo, Chang Zhan added, "Every time I'm surprised by something." As time passed, day gave way to night. It didn't last very long, although everyone was looking forward to the morning. And so the next morning, station number 1, in a new town that was being rebuilt. There was a huge crowd of people in the shop that had opened, rushing to buy goods. The store managers tried to calm them down and asked them not to crowd, but they ignored them. Climbing in front of each other, the soldiers shouted, "Give me 100 elixirs! I need 500 vials of elixir and a hemostatic potion." As Captain Xiao Heng watched this scene unfold, he was in awe of everything that was happening before his eyes and thought, who would have thought that no one would be able to buy a single white crystal anymore? Now they need 4 crystals. Brother Zhou was very farsighted. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianhe gang stood on the balcony of his mansion, looking out over the landscape, and restraining his anger, he only said, wondering where his son was. A brave man. But then his patience broke down and he swung hard, destroyed the stone fence on his balcony with his bare hands, and shouted furiously, "No!" As he continued to stand on the balcony, venting his emotions to calm himself down, he was suddenly called out by a servant who was walking up behind him saying, "Leader?" Approaching his master, the servant pointed to the sack from which the moaning was coming and said, "We have caught a man. Perhaps he has something to do with the young master's disappearance." Hearing this, the leader ordered the sack to be untied. After the sack was untied, it turned out that Zhang Yonglin was inside, bound and gagged to prevent him from making any noise. Approaching the hostage, grabbing his head, the leader of the Tianhe gang removed the gag from his mouth to get information. And Zhang Yonglin, in turn, when the gag was removed, coughed heavily when his airway was cleared again. After doing this, his subordinate added one more important detail. Pulling out some equipment from the other bags and pointing to him, he said, "Head, we found him selling this equipment." Hearing such indisputable evidence of involvement, the commander of the Tianhe group, taking poor Zhang Yonglin by the collar, spoke to him in a rough tone, "Speak." But Zhang Yonglin could only scream in fear and pain. While the leader was interrogating the poor man, one of his subjects, immediately noticing very familiar things in the equipment that was spilled on the ground, told his boss in a frightened voice, "I remember this equipment very well. It's Fan Kang's or Kun Lin's. Hearing this, the leader of the group glared at the frightened Zhang Yonglin and began to growl at him, repeating the same thing over and over again. Where is my son? Where is my son? To which he received only one response. Heh. I do not understand what you are talking about. Angry at the answer that did not satisfy him, the gang leader threw Zhanem into a stone railing, saying, Ha, let's do it again. Surely you didn't know that each of the Tianhe gang's equipment has a special marking. You had the courage to sell it, but you tell me you don't know anything. While the leader was trying to get information out of the hostage, the rest of his men were inspecting the equipment, and one of them came across something unusual and reported it. Chairman, judging by the damage, I'm afraid that Kun Lin and the others have already... Holding out his chest gear to the boss to demonstrate the damage, he added, These marks, they must have been left by a level 6 blue wolf, but with Kun Lin's experience, a level 6 wolf shouldn't have been much of a threat to them. Hearing this from his subordinate, the squad leader began to approach him and spoke in an angry tone. You mean to say, someone killed them? The subordinate replied, If Kun Lin's strength could not prevent their deaths, then young master... When the gang leader heard what his subordinate had said and that something had happened to his son, he became very angry and snatched the equipment from his subordinate's hands. Squeezing it in his hands, which immediately cracked and was already broken, the commander demanded to continue. Well, waving his hands away, the subject, trying to avoid consequences and calm his master, tried to change the subject, saying, We found out that this equipment was given to this person for resale, and the person who gave it to him is... As he continued his report, the subordinate was reckless and did not expect such a loud reaction and said, Zhou Zhen. Hearing this, the captain could not contain his emotions and shouted, Zhou Zhen. Unable to contain his anger, his shout echoed for a very long distance, and the vibrations from his power sent waves around him, and he shouted, I will tear you into small pieces. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was walking through the newly constructed place and was heading to the meeting point with his brother Chang Jiang, which they had set at the location of station number 1. As he walked forward, he suddenly heard someone behind him call out to him. Looking back, he saw Chang waving his arms and calling out to him, Brother Zhou! When Zheng saw his friend, he quickly walked toward Chan. When they were standing opposite each other, Chang said, I didn't expect you guys to make this place so amazing in such a short time. Zhou Jing replied, This is all thanks to our joint efforts. Marveling at how fast the new town was developing, Brother Chang asked Jing happily with a smile on his face, Is that why you didn't let me sell equipment here? Hearing this question, Zheng let it pass him by and took out his new, recently improved blade and handed it to Chang, saying, Brother Zhang, you remember my unrivaled blade, don't you? Seeing what Zhang was holding in his hands, Chang was very surprised and could only say one word. This, taking the blade in his hands, Brother Chang could not believe his eyes. How could a weapon raise its conductivity? He said, How can this be? Its conductivity is already over 40%. Zheng replied smugly, I have found someone here who can increase conductivity through his inlay technique. Hearing this information, Chang immediately became impatient and eager to find out who was doing this. He grabbed Zheng's shoulder, who was only smiling awkwardly, and said to him, I have to see him. By any means necessary, I want to meet him. Hearing his close friend's request, Zheng put his hands at his sides and happily replied, I can only introduce you, and the rest is out of my hands. After taking Chang Jiang to the inlay master Gu Zhenye, Zhou Zheng went to a restaurant where he ordered some noodles. After waiting for his order, he began to eat, but suddenly someone called out from behind him, Brother Zhou. It was Chang Zhan, who had come to tell him that he had returned. He said, We're going back to Titan for now. Zheng asked him in surprise, You're leaving at this time of day? Maybe you'll stay overnight. But Chang had no plans to waste time. Leaning on Gu Zhenye, he smiled broadly and happily announced, Time is money, just wait. Soon we will shock the whole of Titan. After saying goodbye to Chan, Zheng simply watched them go, watching him walk quickly and happily back to Titan, and only said to himself at the end, sighing, How impatient. As Zhen looked at Chang Jiang, he suddenly heard a signal coming from his pocket. Taking out his phone, he saw that he was receiving a call, but he did not know who it was. The number was unknown, and Zheng spoke as soon as he saw it. What number is this? Picking up the phone, a gruff voice immediately said, Zhou Zhen? Hearing this, Jing wondered who it could be, especially someone who knew him. But he answered, Yes, it's me. After Zheng confirmed his identity, The unknown voice on the phone spoke to him. I'm going to tell you something very bad. An hour ago, the Tianhe gang captured a member of your family. They locked him up in the 7th District Gang Unit, and only 3 people from the Warhammer Squad are still alive. Hearing this news, Jing immediately asked his interlocutor, Who are you? The man just laughed and replied, Haha, it doesn't matter who I am. You should have thought about the consequences of the feud with Tianhe long ago. I've given you everything you need, believe it or not. But if you don't hurry up, you'll soon have to collect the corpses. Hearing such disappointing news, Zheng decided to verify the truth of the information he was given, but none of his family picked up the phone when Zheng called them. Meanwhile, his shop was in ruins, and all the people who guarded it were either dead or badly injured and lying under the rubble. Determined to make sure that things were really bad, Zheng tried to call one of his bodyguards from the Battlehammer Squad, but no one picked up the phone, so it must be really bad. When the ring stopped, and after trying to call the guards, Zheng looked at his phone, which said that the caller was not answering, and said with a sigh, No one is picking up. I think something really happened. Extremely angry at this audacity, Zheng headed for his armored bull to get home as soon as possible. Saddled up, he headed toward Titan, shouting, The Tianhe gang! And the bull only picked up speed. Meanwhile, in the 7th District, in the Tianhe gang department, Captain Xiao Heng and his comrade were locked in a cell with nothing but walls and a door, nothing else. But then the door to the room opened, and 2 more people were thrown into the room. Now, in addition to Captain Xiao Heng and his comrade, all the hostages who had been captured by the gang were there. Throwing Lan Shi and Su Junwen into the cell, the gang member said to them, Go ahead and be good. Immediately afterward, the door closed behind them. Seeing his 2 other comrades, Commander Xiao Heng stood up and asked them excitedly, Miss Su, Lan Shi, how are you? And in their eyes you could see fear and despair. After throwing the 2 more hostages into the cell, the soldier who did it, walking away from them, ordered the guards, Keep an eye on them. If anything happens, report immediately. To which he received a reply from one of the guards, Don't worry. Meanwhile, Zheng had already arrived at the desired building in the 7th District, and sitting on a tree he said, This is it. Using his invisibility skill, Zheng went inside where 2 guards were discussing what Zheng needed to know. One of them said, I don't even know what serious crime these bastards committed, but they were locked up on the most secure floor, the 11th floor. The other replied, They say they ran into the leader himself, and all their guards were above the 8th rank. Hearing what he needed to know without even making any effort at all, Zheng was certainly happy about this development, and when he got to the elevator, he went inside and said in confusion, 11th floor? Meanwhile, one of the guards guarding the hostages suddenly became agitated and clutched his stomach. After dancing on the spot for a while, he couldn't stand it any longer and said to his comrade, I'm going to the bathroom. Be careful. To which he replied to him, Okay. Walking under the invisibility skill to the place he needed, Zheng was surprised that there were no guards on the floor at all. But suddenly he saw a soldier running toward him, holding his stomach. Having run past Zheng, he in turn headed in the direction from which the soldier came. When he got to the cell, he saw only 1 guard standing outside the cell, yawning and seemingly completely unsuspecting. Taking advantage of this safety, Zheng pulled out his dagger and immediately cut him down. He didn't die instantly and he was conscious for some time. But when he grabbed his throat, the guard saw Zheng, whose invisibility had dissipated after the attack. He wanted to scream, but his vocal cords were severed, so he just groaned one last time and fell dead. When the soldier died, Zheng immediately began to examine him for anything he might need. After searching the soldier completely, he said, He has no keys. Doesn't he have any keys to unlock the cell? Walking over to the door, Zheng tried to open it himself, but it was impossible. So Zheng thought, I guess it can't be opened without a key. He had just finished his thought when he suddenly heard someone's footsteps coming from around the corner. Hiding the corpse so as not to raise the alarm, Zheng hid himself. At that time, the soldier who had been running to the restroom returned and left his comrade alone. When he arrived back, he didn't see his comrade, and he said in surprise, where is he? But suddenly he felt something behind him. Looking back, he saw Zhou Zhen appearing out of nowhere right in front of him. He was about to sound the alarm, but he didn't have the heart to do anything. Before he could shout out anything, he was already finished. Meanwhile, everyone in the cell was sitting there waiting for their time when they heard the lockpick click in the door. This alarmed them greatly because it could have been anyone, and there was no telling what would follow. because most likely nothing good awaited them. But as soon as the chdevi opened, none other than the well-known Zhou Zhen came in, who came to rescue them from the captivity they had fallen into. Smiling gently, he walked toward them. Seeing Zhou Zhen, all the hostages immediately became animated, and their spirits quickly rose. Words cannot express how happy they were to see him. Seeing his master, Lan Shi was about to shout out, but he only managed to say a single word. Pa! In the middle of his words, Zheng interrupted him, gesturing with a quiet sign, and said to everyone, "Shh, let's get out of here first and then we'll talk." Without making too much noise, Zheng, carrying Su Junwen, quickly retreated from the building and was followed by Lan Shi and Commander Xiao Heng, who had also successfully escaped from the tower, and all together fled. Continuing his escape, Zheng suddenly asked Su Junwen in the middle of the road, "Are you scared?" She replied with a trembling voice, "No." Lan Shi was also running behind them. Sitting on Zhou Zhen's back, Su Junwen continued to speak to him. "I was not afraid because I knew you would save us." Meanwhile, the building had already noticed that the guards had been killed and the hostages had managed to escape. Examining the corpse, one of the soldiers said, "The blood has not yet cooled down, which means that they did not have time to get far. I will catch up with them." When Zheng reached the new, recently built city, he saw that the gates were closed, and one of the guards shouted to them from the top of the walls, "Are there people there? The city was forbidden to leave before dawn." As Zheng got closer so that he could see them, he spoke to the guard who was in charge of this sentry post. "It's me. I had to leave urgently. Open up quickly." When the guard saw Zhou Zhen, he became very excited to see such a high-ranking person at such a time and said, "Deputy Zhou? Yes, of course. We will open the gate for you immediately." When everyone was inside, Commander Xiao Heng, when he learned what had happened and why it had happened, immediately spoke in anger. "The Tianhe gang, this kind of revenge is not human." While Xiao Heng was thinking about what to do, since his strength was not so great as to resist the gang, Zhou Jing spoke to him in a calm tone, with a smile on his face. "My brothers were killed by them. I can't let them die for nothing." Continuing his remarks, Jing said something to Commander Xiao Heng and told him that he needed to go and prepare first, saying, "First, we need to go to the first station to put everything in order, and then we will repay them in kind." Meanwhile, the pursuers from the Tianhe gang, who were heavily armed, ran to the gate to the city and shouted to the guards, "Hurry up and open the gate." The commander of the guard replied, "What do you want? Do you think we will just open the gate?" After these words, the pursuers had to give up and head back to their home. Meanwhile, the night had already ended, and a sunny morning had come at station number 1. Zhou Jing, in his office with Captain Xiao Heng, was looking at the map that was laid out on the table in front of him, when Xiao suddenly turned to him and asked, "Brother Zhou, tell me what to do, I'm listening." Circling the original location on the map, Zheng spoke to Commander Heng. "The Tianhe gang has at least tens of thousands of people, so we can't defeat them all at once." Continuing to describe his tactics, Zheng said, "But I will break them one by one, slowly destroy them all." After that, he took action. On the same day, 3 cars from the Tianhe gang went hunting. Unsuspectingly, they were driving along the highway. Suddenly, one of the drivers noticed something unexpected in front of him as he was heading to the hunting ground. Something large was running in front of them, and the squad leader said, "There is prey ahead, get ready to fight." But suddenly, one of his squad interrupted his commander, and looking through the binoculars at what was coming at them, he shouted in a frightened voice, "No, it's not prey, it's Zhou Zhen." Riding toward them, head-on his armored bull, Zhou Jing was overwhelmed with emotion, and from a distance he began to shout out to them, "Tianhe gang." When the bull collided with the gang's cars, it knocked them all off the road and scattered them in different directions. Meanwhile, Zheng, after this action, had just gained courage and said, "Daddy's here." After a while, one of Tianhe's gang, most likely the boss's secretary, was standing next to their leader and reported to him, "Zhou Zhen has caused a lot of trouble for our hunting party in the past few days, and we have suffered heavy losses." Hearing this disappointing news, the gang leader Tianhe became very angry and ordered his subordinate, "Keep working. Every team that goes out must be accompanied by high-ranking soldiers." Sitting in the middle of the field admiring the scenery, Zheng and Commander Xiao Heng began to discuss their plan, and the commander suddenly noticed, "Why hasn't a single car of the Tianhe gang passed by yet?" Sitting next to him on the same rock, nibbling on the grass, Zheng spoke to him, It seems that our attacks have finally paid off. We can return to the base. Hearing this answer, the commander was surprised and asked Zheng, why? Hearing another question from Commander Xiao Heng, Zheng told him, they probably also realized that they need to send soldiers with higher ranks, and we can't afford to do that. As he sat on his armored bull, Zhou Zhen heard someone calling him and picked up the phone to hear the voice. Zhou Zhen, I will kill you. But when he heard this, he just smiled. After hearing everything from his interlocutor on the phone, Zhou Zhen replied, Head Chu? Actually, I've had enough of this over the past few days, so maybe we can talk in person. While talking about the personal meeting he had offered Chu Tianhe, Zheng added another important piece of information. It was a condition that left him speechless, and this is what he said to Chu. If you personally bring me 10 top-grade purple crystals to the first station within a period of 3 days, I will return your son to you. Hearing this, the leader of the group, leader Chu Tianhe, immediately jumped up from his seat and asked Zheng in a frightened voice, What did you say? My son is still alive? Zheng replied, But remember, you must come alone, otherwise I will kill him. When Zheng finished talking to the leader of the Tianhe gang, Commander Xiao Heng, who was standing nearby and had heard the entire conversation from beginning to end, asked Zheng in surprise, But Chu Xiong has been dead for a long time, right? Turning to the commander, Zheng said to him with a sly smile, If I didn't say that, how else could I have lured him here? I want to destroy the entire Tianhe gang, but some people don't agree. He pulled out his phone and showed the text message he had typed and sent it to the mayor. Meanwhile, the mayor was in his mansion, standing on the terrace watching the scenery. After a while, his butler came up to him and said to his master, Mayor, everything is ready. Hearing what the butler had said, the mayor sighed heavily and said, This Zhou Zhen has really caused a lot of trouble. The butler replied, Young blood, they have a great deal of short temper. Preparing for the consequences, Mo Wu sat down in his chair and sighed heavily. Initially, the Tianhe gang was allowed to strengthen their forces just to form an alliance with the Hongding Company, but ever since Chu Tianhe lost his son, the whole gang has started to allow themselves too much. As he continued his monologue, the mayor, Mo Wu, sitting in his chair, continued his thoughts, voicing them out loud. If he can't be of any use to Titan, having made his final decision, the mayor added, then he's no longer suitable for the role of gang leader. At that moment, Chu Tianhe had already arrived at the meeting place, although it hadn't taken long for him to accept Zheng's offer without even considering the risks. Arriving at the meeting point, station number 1, standing in the middle of the street, Chu Tianhe shouted, Where is Zhou Zhen? I'm here and you haven't come out yet. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen was sitting on the roof of the building, watching everything from afar with binoculars. When he saw that Chu Tianhe had already arrived at the meeting place, he said, How quickly he came. Opening his skill window, Zheng began to take out an RPG, handheld anti-tank grenade launcher, and while doing so, he said, Take your time, I'll give you some tips. After taking out his grenade launcher, Zheng began his plan to lure Chu Tianheng to the battlefield. He fired at one of the buildings nearby to attract Chu's attention, and he succeeded. Seeing the explosion, Chu immediately ran there to check what had happened, and Zheng, who was watching him from a nearby rooftop, said, No wonder he's a 9th-ranked warrior. His speed is really very fast. Finally, after waiting for the right moment, Zheng rushed toward Chu Tianhe, and having outrun him, began to run to the place where he planned to start the battle and realize his plan that he had so diligently made. Having led Chu Tianhe to the place where he had planned, they both found themselves in a clearing, and there was absolutely no one around to notice them or help them. When Zheng was already there, he turned his head halfway toward Tianhe and spoke to him. Okay, let's start here. To which Chu Tianhe replied, Where is my son? Tell me and I won't hurt you too much. Hearing this question, Zheng was not going to deviate from his original plan, and opening his game backpack, he spoke to Chu Tianhe, taking out an unusual fruit from his game backpack. Don't rush, I'll show you a trick first. Seeing that his enemy was confused, Zheng spoke to him, tossing the fruit in his hand. This crystal fruit is a very rare mutant plant, and of course, the star power it emits is very popular with high-level mutant monsters. Watching Zhou Zhen's performance, who was telling him some nonsense as if to stall for time, Chu Tianhe said to him, Stop fooling me and give me my son. When Zhou Zhen heard Chu Tianhe speak to him again, he said to him, Chu Tianhe, you are a real man, but unfortunately your son has dragged you down to the bottom. Angry at what Zheng had said to him, and at not knowing where his son was, Chu Tianhe shouted at him, What are you talking about? Continuing their dialogue, Zhou Zhen continued to tell Chu all the information bit by bit. Haven't you realized that since you started looking for your son, most of your gang has already stopped following you? Even the mayor has given up on you. Hearing this, Chu objected to Zheng. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? With a sly smile, Zheng explained to Chu, I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for the mayor's personal order to leave the Tianhe gang and do whatever he wants with you, would I have gone to the trouble of dragging you out here alone? Hearing these words from Zheng, Chu began to slowly boil with anger as he spoke. Dragging me out? Is that why you tricked me, my son? To which Zheng replied, Do you want to see your son? Taking the armor that Su was wearing at the time, he showed it to Chu and said, Look, this is the only thing left of him. When Chu Tianhe saw this insolence on the part of Zhou Zhen, he was overcome with anger and shouted at the top of his voice, Zhou Zhen! Swinging his sword and closing the distance between them, Chu prepared to deal with Zheng in one blow, shouting after him, I will cut you to pieces. While he was trying to attack, a huge white tiger jumped out of the forest behind Zheng, attracted by the rare fruit, and immediately leaped toward Zheng, throwing the mutant fruit into his mouth, saying to Chu, I forgot to tell you, there are a lot of high-level mutant beasts in the area behind me. When Chu Tianhe broke the distance between him and Zheng, he hit the jaw of a giant tiger that had just jumped out of the forest behind Zheng. Meanwhile, Zheng, realizing that his mission was complete, used his invisibility skill and said one last time, Have fun here, and don't forget to say hello to your son for me. After saying his final wishes, Zheng immediately disappeared into thin air, and Chu Tianhe could only watch in confusion as he fought off the tiger's attack. When he came to his senses, he said, How is this possible? How did he do that? After repelling the tiger's attack, Chu Tianhe broke the distance between himself and the high-level mutant beast to regroup, but then a noise began to come from the forest. After a while, the trees began to fall in his direction, and he saw that in addition to the white tiger, a fire lizard was also heading toward him. It took a long time after Zheng decided to get even with Chu Tiansha, and eventually, after that incident, rumors spread through the city that Chu Tianhe had been gone for more than a month, and that the election of a new gang leader would soon be held. Sitting in a restaurant, the two soldiers were discussing this topic. Passing by, Zheng overheard them talking, and one of them said, I heard that the Tianhe gang is about to elect a new leader. To which the other replied, Chu Tianhe disappeared more than a month ago. I think the same thing happened to him as his son. And then the first one added, Was there a curse on them or something? But Zheng didn't stay long to listen to their conversation. He went on his way, because he was in a hurry to get to the warrior union. When he reached his destination, the door opened immediately, and one of the managers met him, speaking to Zheng right from the doorway. Welcome, Mr. Zhou Zheng. After entering and walking confidently forward, Zheng said to the manager in a tired voice, Open the 8th rank room. The manager immediately responded with a gentle smile. Very well. When Zheng gave the order to open the 8th room, there was only one thought in his mind that was troubling him, and that was this. This time I have to reach rank 7. My thief level just might be raised to 60. When the manager completed his order, he immediately ran to Zhou Zhen to open the door for him. When he opened it, Zheng immediately rushed inside without hesitation, even though there was a thick fog coming out of the room. The fight was not very long, but it was not too quick either. The whole thing lasted half an hour. After finishing the fight, the door to the room opened, and Zheng came out, warming up. Seeing him in front of him, the manager was quite surprised. After the training session, Zheng headed home. When he arrived at his house, Su Junwen and Lan Shi were already waiting for him. When Zheng stepped on the threshold, his family members looked at him in surprise, and Lan exclaimed joyfully, Master, you have reached the 7th rank! Looking at his family members, and especially at Lan Shi, Zheng, who was beaming with happiness at having reached the 60th level, spoke to him. Yes, Lan Shi, you should also try your best. Hearing Zhou Zhen say this, Lan Shi was embarrassed and rubbing the back of his head excitedly. I am trying my best, but I am not as talented as you, sir. Seeing Lan's agitation, Zheng calmed him down and put his hand on his shoulder and said happily, I have to leave soon, to a place that is very far away from here. While I'm gone, you will train with Xiao Heng and the others, and the house is all yours. Hearing this, Lan exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Good. Don't worry, sir. Hearing the talk about Zheng having to go on a trip somewhere, Su Junwen, who was standing nearby, nervously said to Mr. Zhou, Sir, you should also be careful there, please. Hearing such words of support and concern for himself, Zhang put his hand on her head and gently stroked it, saying, "Don't worry so much. Take care of yourself. Don't worry so much about me." After Zhang said goodbye to his family and left his instructions, he set off on his journey. On his way, one of his friends, who was sitting in the trailer with him, said to Jing in a jovial tone, "So you've decided to run away, boy? Aren't you afraid that your little mistress will be sad?" Zheng, reassuring his friend, calmly replied, "Brother Zhu, stop mocking. Yunwen is not that cowardly. Besides, this time I've teamed up with the Beast King Alliance, which is a rare opportunity I couldn't pass up." Hearing Zhu and Zheng's conversation, Jiang Shihan shouted out to Zheng in frustration, "The leader is already too cautious. The connection with Hongding is already strong enough. You can go back and spend time with your mistress." Hearing this, Zheng opened his mouth in surprise and thought, "Did I offend her in some way?" Meanwhile, Zhu, while Xiang Shihan was reprimanding Zheng, was rubbing his beard in thought. "I heard that the leader Han Zhendong and the others suffered heavy losses when they tried to pass through the road between the Titan and the tomb. I'm not afraid to exaggerate, but with Brother Zhou, our chances of victory have increased significantly." When Zheng negotiated with the commander of the Beast King Alliance, he explained the situation to him and added, "If the road between Titan and Graveyard is open this time, the two cities will be able to establish business cooperation." Pointing to the 2 points on the map, where Titan was located and where Mohilnik was located, and the road connecting them, Han Zhendong said, "You realize how profitable this is, don't you?" After hearing everything from the leader of the Beast King Union, Zheng said to him, "You're afraid that your Beast King Alliance won't be able to make such a profit, so you've asked Hongding for help." Hearing what Zheng said, Han Zhendong leaned on the arm of his chair and leaned on his hand, and spoke to Zheng in a businesslike voice, offering him a deal. "With you, of course, we will have equal terms of cooperation. How about a 10% share of the profits for the journey?" Zheng replied, "Deal, we have a deal." While Zheng was flying in his thoughts, Jiang Shihan was already trying to bring him to his senses. Approaching him very close, she leaned toward him, so that there was only a little distance between them. When Zheng regained consciousness, he was immediately ashamed and let out a surprised gasp. "Ah?" Xiang said to him angrily, "I called you several times. Did you fall asleep?" Noticing the unusual closeness of the pretty girl, Zheng immediately jumped away and straightened up sharply, embarrassed with a hint of shyness, and said, "No, sorry, I have things to do." Looking at Zhou Zhen in surprise, Xiang Shihan asked him curiously, "Where's your armored bull?" Playing dumb so that no one would suspect anything, Zheng answered her, Well, it's in a safe place," and he thought, "How am I going to tell her that I put it in the system space? It's going to be very difficult to explain system stuff to an ordinary person." Hearing Zheng's answer, Jiang Shihan asked in surprise, "A safe place?" Meanwhile, Zheng was looking at the system window in the pupils section and thinking, after reaching the 60th level, the pet storage opened up. Keeping animals there is much more convenient, but getting them out in public is a bit of a problem. When she didn't hear an answer to her question, Xiang Shihan immediately changed her mind and spoke to Zheng. "Your armored bull would not really be convenient to take with you. After all, this is a very important mission. If something happens to your animal during this mission, it will be very bad." Hearing these words, Zheng immediately agreed with her, saying, "Right." While Zheng was talking to the girl from the King of the Beast squad, one of the team members said, "There's a red zone up ahead. We'll need to go through it on foot." Leaving the car and preparing to hike, Commander Zhu shouted out to everyone, "There are many dangers ahead. Please keep your spirits up and keep up with the others." After informing everyone about the dangers and rules of behavior, the entire team lined up in a convenient location and set off for their destination. Walking through the ruins of the buildings, the commander suddenly stopped in his tracks because he felt something strange near him and decided to get ready so that there would be no surprises. As he approached the place where the strange noise was coming from, the commander immediately froze in his tracks and said in surprise, "Something is happening there." As they moved a little further, they saw 2 mutant monsters fighting with a zombie giant. Seeing the danger, the captain decided to change his plan of action and inform the team, "Trouble is, black rats live in herds and this zombie is likely to attract them." After a short pause, Commander Zhu continued, "Even more." As soon as he said this, a large zombie immediately punched the ground to kill one of the rats and destroyed the landscape below it. And immediately after the blow, it turned out that there was a nest of black rats under the destroyed slab. Having destroyed it and disturbed their peace, all the monsters came to the surface. Seeing what had just happened, the commander spoke to his team. "Black rats, and they in turn, after their nest was destroyed, began to run away in all directions, because staying put was not an option. Seeing all the monsters running in different directions, the leader of the alliance, Han Zhendong, addressed everyone with an order. Everyone, follow me immediately. We must climb higher. Starting to climb higher while some went ahead, others delayed the monsters that were running after them, and thus freed themselves from their pursuers. As she ran forward, Xiang Shihan ran into one of the black rats, which jumped right at her. Frightened, she couldn't do anything, but Zhou Zhen, who was nearby, noticed. In the next moment, he saved the girl from the monster by grabbing her and carrying her to the side, so that the monsters could not harm her and getting out of their way. Looking in the direction the monsters were running from to see if the danger was over, Zheng said to Xiang Shihan, "Next time, be more careful. I can't take care of you all the time." In response, the girl only thanked Zheng for saving her. Having fought off the monsters, the team got to the roof of the building so that the monsters could not reach them and began to plan what to do next. Seeing a good opportunity, the team leader Han Zhendong pointed to the roof of a neighboring building and said to his team, "Let's go to the other side." Using their star power, all the team members immediately began to jump to the roof of the other building without any effort, following their leader's order. When almost everyone had jumped over, Han Zhendong followed them to continue to follow, and to look for the best and safest way to move forward. But Xiang Shihan, who had seen the distance between the buildings, looked at the distance and the maneuver she would need to make, and said in a frightened voice, "It's so far, Seeing the uncertainty of one of his teammates, Zheng immediately thought of what to do, and folding his hands in front of him and crouching down a bit to help her with the maneuver, Zheng spoke to her. "I'll help you." Hearing this offer, Xiang Shihan wanted to object, saying, But Zheng interrupted her and began to hurry her along, for the door to the roof was on its last legs, and the monsters were about to break in, and he said, "Enough talking, hurry up." Hearing these words from Zheng, Sun Shihan immediately calmed down, and with a heavy sigh, she prepared to jump, using Zheng as a springboard. Stepping back a little, Xiang Shihan gathered all her will into a fist, and gaining momentum for the jump, she ran straight toward Zhou Zhen. As soon as she was off the ground, she was able to stand on Zheng's arms so that he could lift her up, helping her jump to another roof to join the rest of her comrades. As Xiang Shihan stood in Zheng's arms, he threw her into the air, saying, "Go!" The girl, having gained enough height and speed, could safely fly to the other side, to the next building, after Zheng helped his last comrade to the other side. And when Xiang Shihan had already landed on the other side, Han Zhendong called out to Zheng, "Zhou Zheng, hurry up and come here." But then the door on the roof opened, holding back the monsters, and Zheng stepped toward the monsters and said to him, "Commander, you go ahead, and I will contact you later." Hearing this statement from Zheng, the commander shouted out to him in alarm, "Zhou Zheng, what are you doing?" He was also supported by Xiang Shihan, who also called out to Zheng in an alarmed voice, "Zhou Zheng, come to us quickly, we can still escape." Hearing these words from his comrades, Zheng was in no hurry to abandon his plan, and remained on the other side of the building, arguing as follows, "Look down. If someone doesn't take them away, no one will escape." Hearing Zheng's words, Commander Han Zhendong immediately approached the side of the roof and looked down. What he saw immediately plunged him into shock, because until then, he really didn't know what was going on down there. And down below he saw this picture. Black rats were not just a lot. They filled everything downstairs, and the monsters were running all over the street. After not so much talking, the door finally opened, and a huge crowd of black rats ran out, which only grew over time. Zheng, seeing that the monsters had broken through the closed door, ran away from them, shouting as he went, "You little brutes, if you want meat, you have to catch up with me first." And a huge crowd of montres ran after him. When Zheng reached the edge of the roof, he immediately jumped off, and the monsters running after him chaotically began to change their course in order to slow down. But not all of them could do so, because some of them were pushing others. After Zheng jumped off the roof, he used the cat hook to grab onto the fire escape, and the monsters fell from the roof one by one, pushing each other. Moving briskly with the help of the cat hook from one building to another, he was able to escape from the pursuit. Commander Han Zhendong and Xiang Shihan were watching him from another rooftop, and the commander immediately said, "This guy, I can't figure him out." As the commander was walking away to continue on his way, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Looking back, he saw that the monsters had knocked down the tower where Zhou Zhen had recently been. After that moment, Zheng immediately disappeared from the horizon, and it was unknown where he went, and all the monsters immediately ran to one place, gathering in a crowd. Hearing a very disappointing roar, Xiang Shihan shouted out to the commander in fright, "Chief, did something happen to him?" Han Zhendong, who was also worried at first, but then in order not to create panic, replied to Xiang Shihan in a calm tone. With his skills, he should be able to defend himself. After the commander said this, he was surprised by something. He said to Shihan, "Eh? Our flower is worried about some guy?" Hearing this question, Xiang Shihan answered the commander in embarrassment. No, I only said that because he stayed there because of me, so I—" As she continued to justify herself, Xiang Shihan continued, "Besides, I was just worried." Hearing this answer, the commander, a little disappointed, told the girl, "Come on, it's not a bad thing to worry about other people. Let's hurry up and take advantage of the opportunity Zhou Zhen has given us." He blasted his way through the monsters with the grenades that Zheng had brought with him just in case, and continued to walk to a certain place where he could deal with all these monsters. When he reached a corner, the exit from which was blocked, Zheng found himself in a dead end, but everything went according to his plan. Stopping in his tracks, he said, "It wasn't hard to lure them here." As soon as Zheng reached his destination, he turned around and took a few steps before he saw that all the monsters who had been chasing him were already in front of him, and he said, "Although you are very hot, I don't have time to play with you now." He moved his hand a little behind him and took out his play equipment and began to take out some reports, speaking as he did so. "Okay, time to work." As soon as Zheng finished his sentence, his armored bull, which he had just taken out of his pet inventory, appeared next to him. As soon as his companion was near him, all the monsters immediately froze in place, and Zheng quickly mounted his four-legged companion and prepared for battle. The moment Zheng was on the back of the armored bull, the leader of the black rats, who was many times larger than the other rats, immediately appeared in front of them, and he was serious. As soon as the leader of the rats bided his time, he immediately attacked the armored bull to start the fight and defeat his opponents. Seeing the enemy attacking, Zheng and the armored bull also decided not to stand idly by, and also rushed into the battle, attacking the enemy. The next moment, the leader of the black rats was defeated. There was a huge hole in his chest from the horn of an armored bull that had pierced through the black rat. When the leader was defeated, Zheng saw the rest of the black rats immediately start running away, scattering in different directions. "Well done, bull!" Meanwhile, the captain of the King of Beasts Alliance and his squad were already waiting for Zheng's call from a safe area. Seeing Zheng among the ruins, Xiang Shihan asked Han Zhendong, "Leader Zhou Zheng, are you sure he's okay?" Hearing Xiang Shihan's worried voice, Zhu, who was nearby, tried to calm her down by saying cheerfully, "Don't worry, I know this guy. Nothing will happen to him." Zhu continued, "He never does anything unless he's sure." But Xiang Shihan was no longer listening to him. A light lit up in her eyes and she looked happily into the distance, seeing Zheng there. Happy that he was okay, she watched him slowly walk toward them with a calm soul, showing no signs of injury or any other kind of trouble. When Zheng got closer to the building, Xiang Shihan exclaimed in a joyful voice, "It's Zhou Zhen!" And he, in turn, smiling gently, slowly approached his team, keeping his hands in his pockets. Running to the edge of the roof, the team leader, Han Zhendong, saw that Zheng was safe and sound and shouted joyfully, "We'll go down and meet him." After the whole team descended from the roof of the building, they rushed to meet him. When they all stood in front of Zheng, they were amazed at his strength and rejoiced to have such a warrior with them. And Zhu shouted to Zheng, "Brother, your bull!" Rejoicing that Zheng was safe and sound, the commander of the squad, Han Zhendong, put his hand on Zheng's shoulder and said to him, "It's good that Zhou Zheng was with us this time, but the center of the red zone will be strictly ahead. We all have to be as careful as possible." While Xiang Shihan, Zhu, Han Zhendong, and Zhou Zheng were talking, one of their squad returned from reconnaissance and reported happily to the commander in a hurry, while catching his breath after a run. "Leader, we found a working tank at the gas station." Hearing the information reported by the scouts from his unit, who had just returned, Han unfolded the map and said, If I remember correctly, there's a road up ahead that's quite suitable for a car." After examining the map, the squad leader chose the best route and gathered his team together and headed for the tanker. When they arrived at the right place, the entire team loaded onto the tanker and set off. Along the way, while they were heading to their destination, they were attacked again and again by various flying monsters of relatively small size. But Zheng, who had taken up a rifle, accurately neutralized them as soon as he noticed them. Amazed at Zheng's accuracy, the commander said to him, "I didn't know you could shoot a rifle as well as a bow." Zheng replied, Haha, but it's just for fun. I didn't bring my elven bow this time, so I'll just have to borrow your rifle. Having reached a certain place, the tanker stopped to set up camp and rest for the night, because the sun had almost set, and it would not be safe to travel in the dark. Leaving the vehicle with the tanker, the whole team went inside the building. Han Zhendong made a fire while the others rested, and then looked at the map and said, If nothing else happens, we will enter the burial ground tomorrow. Having finished looking at the map and planning the route, the squad leader told everyone, putting his hand on Zhu Zhenhua's shoulder, Today, I and Zhu Zhenhua will be on guard duty, and you guys should rest for now. To which they replied, Very well. When everyone had already distributed their duties, and everyone was doing their own thing, Zhou Zhen and Xiang Shihan went to the roof, because Zheng wanted to show her something. As soon as they arrived, fireworks immediately appeared in the air in front of them. Sitting on the balcony, watching the fireworks explode, he didn't say a word. Not even a single emotion was visible on his face. No joy, no surprise, nothing at all. But Xiang Shihan was amazed by this spectacle and watched with admiration. Sometime after the fireworks show started, she asked Zheng, What is this? It's so beautiful. Zheng replied, There's a special kind of plant that explodes when it ripens and scatters across the sky, because it's cool here at night and the seeds don't suffer from direct sunlight. Hearing this interesting explanation, the surprised girl immediately turned to Zhou Zhen. I never knew you knew so much. Zhou Zhen answered her briefly, Aha? And then he thought, A lot. I just made it all up. As Xiang Shihan continued to watch the fireworks in the night sky, she spoke gently to Zhen. Thank you for today. Zheng, surprised to be thanked again, asked, Didn't you already thank me? You would have helped me in a dangerous situation, wouldn't you? Standing up and heading inside the building, leaving Zheng alone to watch the fireworks, the girl said to him one last time, I don't know. The next morning, near the road that led to the city of Gravedigger, a band of robbers attacked another group of soldiers, and after defeating them, their leader said, Ugh! What a bunch of nobodies! Ugh! After he had defeated his opponent, the leader of the robbers finished him off and then gave an order to his men. Check everything here. If there is anyone left alive, kill them. While he stood in front of him, thinking and watching the road, his men went to check all the remaining victorious soldiers to see if they had missed anyone, or if anyone was hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly the leader saw a tanker truck pass by in front of him, and the people in it noticed them walking by the dead soldiers. Realizing what had happened, one of the gang members ran up to his commander and spoke to him in alarm. Boss, that convoy probably saw what we did. Should we catch up with them? Hearing the worried voice of his subject, the leader of the bandit group spoke to him. Tell your brothers in the city to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, Heng's group was already at the entrance to the city, and seeing that it was only a short distance away, Commander Heng Zhendong said to his team, Guys, the southern settlement is already ahead. It is one of the 4 stations of the graveyard. As they approached the town, Zheng immediately saw an interesting scene. Li Qin, a 6th-ranked warrior, was fighting a 7th-level mutant wolf. When the wolf attacked the warrior, he deftly dodged its attack but then jumped up, which confused the monster, and it froze in place. And the next moment, Li Qin was already behind the mutant monster and finished off the wolf with a single blow of his sword. Watching this, Zheng was very surprised that a 6th-ranked warrior could defeat a monster stronger than him, and he thought, how is this possible? As he watched the hunters begin to dismember the carcass and take out the crystal, Zheng had another thought. A 6th-ranked warrior was able to kill a 7th-level mutant beast without even using star power? Seeing that warrior and his friend sharing the materials they had gotten from the wolf were very cheerful and surprisingly calm, Zheng thought, it seems that he did not fight with his full strength at all. When Zheng arrived at the stronghold in the north and saw how large it was, he thought, a burial ground. It's really not as simple as it looked. After getting out of the car, the entire team stood at the entrance, and only Zhu Zhenhua broke the silence of the tomb by saying, Is this just the location? In terms of scale, it's even bigger than Titan. Walking along the street and looking around, everyone was amazed by the scale, and in general by everything they saw. Zheng, walking along the northern stronghold, just looked at everything in silence and thought, I used to think that this place was almost the same as Titan, but now I see that I was wrong. Walking behind Commander He Zhendong, Xiang Shihan, happily looking at everything, suddenly asked him, Are we going to reach the burial ground today? He replied, Of course. Turning to his comrades, the commander stopped abruptly and said to his comrades, But now we do not need to hurry. I will show you something very interesting. Immediately drawing the attention of his comrades to the side, he showed them something grandiose. Xiang Shihan, marveling at what she had just seen, exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Seeing everyone's mouths agape in amazement and Xiang Shihan's eyes light up with happiness, He Zhendong asked them, "Well, have you ever flown on one of these?" When everyone went inside, the commander bought a ticket for everyone, and when everyone took their seats, Jing, who was sitting next to Zhu, started a dialogue with him. "Brother Zhu, I have heard that there are not only such airships in the northern settlement, but there are also many in other stations." He replied, "Yes, the tickets are expensive." After saying this, Zhu Zhenhua immediately became quiet, and then he continued his story. "But if there is only a station this huge, can you imagine what the graveyard itself is like?" Suddenly there was a noise, and all the passengers were warned to fasten their seatbelts and take their seats. "The airship is taking off. Have a good trip, and please do not make any noise." Sitting in the airship, Jiang Shihan could not contain her emotions. She was amazed by everything she saw in the cemetery. Her emotions were overflowing, and she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, let's go, let's go!" Unable to contain her emotions, and wanting to share them with everyone, Xiang Shihan grabbed Zheng and spoke to him in a joyful voice. "Wow, are we flying through the air? Zhou Zhen, can you feel it?" Zheng, trying to remain calm and not get emotional so that he could be ready in case of emergency, just smiled as he watched Xiang's sincere reaction. Flying above the clouds, Xiang Shihan suddenly became active again, actively looking at the visa in the window and speaking to her comrades. "Quick, look at this beautiful view." As Zheng looked out the window, he immediately said something that really bothered him. "It's beautiful, but I don't know what if this thing collides with a mutant." No sooner had Zheng said this than a strange sound suddenly echoed through the airship's cabin. Hearing that something was wrong, Zheng immediately prepared himself for the most unexpected development of events. It was as if he had put a jinx on it. It turned out that the blimp had switched to emergency maneuvering mode, and the pilot reported, "The herd of mutants at 3 o'clock, according to the first impression, is a level 5 flamingo." Hearing this, two of the guard soldiers climbed onto the balloon that carried the airship in the air and spoke to the navigator. "Copy that." Zheng, hearing this information, immediately took hold of his head, imagining what might be happening now and what the consequences might be, and said in disappointment, "Damn, is it really that bad?" The next moment, the guards who were on the surface of the balloon and defending it from the attackers saw that the monsters were almost there and were about to attack just a few seconds away. But they didn't panic at all, as if it posed no threat at all. They slowly loaded their weapons and prepared themselves for the monster's attack. When the enemies were already above them and tried to attack the soldiers who were on the balloon, one of the soldiers charged his weapon and aimed it at the flock of mutant monsters. The next moment he fired, and a net flew out of the weapon, which immediately caught several birds, and they could do nothing but try helplessly to get out of there. Having caught a few monsters in this way, the rest of the flock immediately fled from the airship and headed away. Seeing this, the warrior told the pilot, "The danger has been eliminated." The pilot replied, "Roger that, great job." Seeing how quickly everything was resolved, with no casualties and no noise, Zheng looked out the window in amazement as the remnants of the herd flew away from the airship and said, "It's over? Just like that?" Zheng, wondering how it was possible, immediately remembered the guy who had fought a wolf above his level and thought, "There seems to be a connection between them." Sitting in his seat, Zheng immediately saw that the soldiers who had been defending the airship from attack had entered the cabin, holding their weapons. Noticing what it was made of, its appearance and its size, Zheng thought in his head and said to himself, "I think the secret is in the metal." Deciding to unwind a bit and find out some information, Zheng got up from his seat and put his hands in his pockets and walked over to one of the soldiers who had recently repelled the monster's attack. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes, Zheng pulled one up a little to make it easier to reach and held it out to the soldier standing at the entrance. After treating his rescuer to a cigarette, Zheng looked at him mysteriously and tried to flatter him, saying to the soldier, "Brother, you did a great job. Brother, you did a great job." Taking one cigarette from the pack that Zheng handed him and reaching for the lighter, the soldier replied, "Thank you, brother." As he lit the cigarette, the soldier looked at Zheng, and the latter decided not to waste time and asked him, "Listen, may I ask what kind of bullet you just used?" Hearing this strange question, the warrior said to Zheng, "Ha ha, it seems that you are new to the graveyard." Zheng replied, "That's right, I just came from Titan." Pulling the cigarette out of his mouth, the warrior said thoughtfully, "Titan? You've never heard of it, probably some small town? Embarrassed by this answer, Zhang thought, oh, right, of course, to them, Titan is a small town. Pulling out his weapon and showing it to Zheng, the warrior spoke to him, showing him everything about the construction of his crossbow. There is no secret in the bullet. Taking another bullet from his ammunition belt, he continued his story while sipping on a cigar. This warhead is composite metal. Hearing about the composite metal, Zheng immediately thought about it, rubbing his beard and repeating it over and over again in a surprised tone. Composite metal? Seeing that Zheng had no idea what he was talking about, the warrior continued. It's been a year since we managed to crystallize the composite metal, and it's now divided into powerful and weak subtypes. But even the weakest of them is much stronger than the ordinary metals of the past years. Holding out the metal shell in front of Zheng, the warrior continued. We have divided this metal into subtypes, according to a standard called armor penetration. That is, according to the ability to destroy the enemy's armor. The more armor penetration, the stronger the impact. But the price of such a metal will, of course, be higher. Smoking the cigarette Zheng had given him, the warrior continued, holding the shell casing in his hand. The bullet I just fired has an 8th level armor penetration, and its value is equal to the income of this entire airship. Hearing the price of a single bullet shocked Zheng. Seeing Zheng's face twist after hearing the price, the warrior patted him on the back and said, Don't be surprised, in fact, this situation can happen in 1 out of 10 flights, so the airlines don't suffer huge losses. When Zheng heard what the soldier said next, he was offended and exclaimed, Ah! When Zheng returned to his team, he told Zhu Zhenhua about what he had learned, and the latter replied, So, we really have a very narrow mindset. If we had this metal, hunting would be much more enjoyable, right? And Zheng replied, Not so much. Thinking about all the possibilities and the nuances of using this weapon, Zheng suggested, This weapon requires warriors who can fully unleash its power. For example, a first-ranked warrior can use an armor-piercing weapon with a maximum score of 2. Thinking even more seriously about his assumption, Zheng smiled slyly and said to himself, But then the uncertainty of the upcoming battles will become even more intense and interesting. While Zheng was speculating about the weapon, Xiang Shihan asked Han Zhendong, Leader, I've always wondered, why is this city called the Graveyard? After Xiang Shihan asked this question, the commander was silent, just listening to the airship flying over the forests, rocks, and overcoming distances. And then when he realized that it was not far from the central city, he smiled slyly and said, Just wait a bit. We will arrive soon, and then everything will become clear to you. After half an hour of traveling, the airship almost arrived at its destination. And then the squad leader, Han Zhendong, told his comrades to go out on the deck and look down. When Xiang Shihan, Zhou Zhen, and Zhu Zhenhua stepped outside and looked down, they were overcome with strange feelings of surprise and fear. Zheng was the first to speak. Is this a grave field? He asked the commander. Drenched in cold sweat from surprise and the inability to comprehend these numbers, he said, How many animal attacks did this city endure to collect so many bones from them? But his question was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from the airship's interior. A voice could be clearly heard from there saying, Dear passengers, flying over the wall and into the city, which was bustling with life, the pilot's voice continued to inform the passengers, We have arrived in the city of Mahilnik. Hearing this news, Zheng smiled slyly and barely restraining his sinister smile, he said, Here it is, Gravedigger. After getting off the airship, the first thing to do was to find a place to spend the night. After wandering around the city for a while, the commander led everyone to a hotel, where they were greeted right from the doorstep. Welcome to the Triumph Hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, they were greeted by beautiful young women workers who offered to help them in many ways. Seeing such a beautiful young staff, Zhu Zhenhua exclaimed happily, This is awesome. Zheng just coughed discreetly as if he wasn't interested, and Xiang Shihan huffed in offense. While the comrades stood at the entrance, each experiencing different emotions, the commander turned to them and held up 3 room cards and spoke to them. All the rooms here are single rooms. Choose your own. Approaching the commander, Han Zhendong, Zheng abruptly snatched one of the cards from him, and offended, he walked to his room saying, I'm going to go get some rest. As soon as he said this, the girls from the staff immediately ran up to him, and when they heard that Zheng was tired and wanted to rest, they immediately began to offer him their services. As one of them approached him, she said, Sir, would you like a massage? The other one supported her and said, "Sir, we give great massages." As Zheng tried to refuse the services offered by the pretty girls, who were very interested in him, Zheng spoke to them. No, really, no need." And at that time, Commander Han and Zhu were just standing behind him, laughing at Zheng, who had no idea how to talk to ladies. At the same time, Xiang Shihan, puffing out her cheeks, was muttering indignantly under her breath, expressing her dissatisfaction with the chosen place to spend the night. "It's the leader's fault. He chose this hotel." Finally reaching his room, Zheng leaned on the panoramic window of his room after changing clothes and said to himself, "My horizons are still very limited." He stood in front of the window in his bathrobe and leaned his hand against the window. "I have to reset my cards, just like in a game. I have to start from the beginning." Smiling evilly, with a premonition that he would find many more interesting things here, even beyond composite metal itself, Zheng spoke in a promising tone. "Composite metal, that's good, but I'm sure there's a lot more to see here." Having made all his guesses while he was in his room and gloating about what was to come and what he would achieve, Zheng spoke promisingly. "Gravedigger, I'm coming." The next day when morning came, Commander Han Zhendong informed Zheng, and Zhu, walking with his ally, said, "Zhou Zheng, we want to contact the team that is watching the egg hatch, so we will say goodbye here for now." As he saw them off, Zheng said to them on their way, "Take care." When Brother Zhou was also about to return to Titan, Zheng made one request of him, saying, "Brother Zhu, I will be staying here for a while, so please follow Titan there." Hearing this request from Zheng, Zhu Zhenhua, beating his chest and smiling, said, "Don't worry, with me no one will dare to offend your friends and family." After saying goodbye to his friends, Zheng decided to take a walk around the city. As he walked along, he said, "This business environment really can't be compared to Titan." Approaching a map kiosk, Zheng decided to buy a map to help him navigate the area and asked the seller, "How much does a map of the city cost?" And he replied, "1 white crystal." After handing the crystal to the seller, Zheng was about to leave, but the seller suddenly said to him, "Sir, I also have an electronic map. It is much more detailed than the usual one and shows mutant animals in 3D. Pulling out a tablet from under the counter, the old man, who realized that Zheng was not from here and did not know the prices, said, "Here, actually, it's not very expensive, just 1 blue crystal." Taking the map in his hands and using it a little bit to see how it worked and displayed everything, Zheng said in amazement, "It's really much cooler than the paper one." Taking out a blue crystal from his wallet, Zheng threw the blue crystal into his grandfather's hands without hesitation and said to him, "I take it." Happy that he was able to sell his wares, the old man said to Zheng, "Thank you, thank you." Walking around the city with his electronic map, he got a little bit of a feel for the place, and the next step was to get to the gun shop, which was in a different neighborhood. Deciding to catch a trolley, Zheng raised his hand and waited for someone to approach him. Not long after, a cart driver approached Zheng and quickly asked him before anyone else could see him, "Sir, where are you going?" Seeing that the transportation had already arrived, Zheng happily spoke to the cabbie, who asked him where he wanted to go. "Please, to the equipment street in the 9th district." Upon arriving at his destination, Zheng entered the store and began to carefully examine all the goods. Seeing that someone had entered the store, the consultant spoke to Zheng. "Sir, all of our equipment is clearly marked with a price. Would you like to get some to show me?" But Zheng didn't say anything in response to the consultant's question. He continued to look at the items on the display. When he saw something interesting, he walked over to one of the knives on display and said thoughtfully, "What is its armor resistance?" Hearing the customer's question, the manager quickly pulled the dagger out of the display to answer the customer's question. Putting the measuring device to the dagger, the measuring device showed the following characteristics: 27% conductivity, 5% armor penetration. After examining the product, Zheng was, to be honest, a little disappointed. A dagger with an armor penetration of 5, and it costs a whole 1.5 purple crystals. After handing the item back to the manager, Zheng thanked her and said to her, "Thank you, I'll look elsewhere." After taking the dagger, the manager said to Zheng, "Okay, thank you for coming in." After wandering around the city for 6 hours and going all over the city of Mohilnik, Zheng could not find a suitable weapon, and the sun was already setting. Walking down the street outside a large building, Zheng muttered to himself in frustration, "Of course, all armor-piercing weapons start with a purple crystal. In Titan, I'm considered a rich man, and in Graveyard, I'm barely a middle-class man." But suddenly, while he was muttering under his breath, the sounds of an auction came from a nearby building, and the disappointed Zheng immediately decided to go in. Maybe he would find something worthwhile. Once inside, Jing heard the auctioneer announcing the last item for the day and said, "Dear friends, this is the final item of our first show." Trying to build up the intrigue, the host began to stir up the audience and stretch the suspense to make as much money as possible by saying, "A mysterious person has just given us a piece of composite metal." The frenzied audience, hearing this announcement, began shouting to each other, "I came here for a reason." One of the audience members shouted. Another shouted, "What is its armor resistance?" And the third answered, "If it was brought to the auction, it must be at least 5. Opening the cloth and slowly removing it from the lot, the host said, "This is a piece of composite metal with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a thickness of 2 centimeters. So what is its armor resistance?" Hearing the dimensions, the disappointed audience began to express their dissatisfaction. "What? Such a small piece? I'm used to using big knives, and this piece is not even half as good." Sitting in the middle of the crowd watching the auction, frustrated by his unsuccessful walks around the city in search of weapons but finding nothing, Jing thought, perhaps this piece will be enough to create one dagger after all. Hearing the audience's dissatisfaction, the host began to take measurements and announced to the whole room, "Its armor resistance is 11, which is only 2 less than the highest metal's 13. Hearing this, the audience immediately changed their chatter to a chaotic banter, with everyone shouting their surprise, "What? So many!" Hearing the specifications, Jing was immediately very surprised by this turn of events and thought, "Armor strength 11. And at that moment the host said, "The starting price is 1 top-quality purple crystal." Wondering if he had enough money to buy this item, Jing was lost in thought. "Whether I can do it or not, I know for sure now that I don't have enough money for my weapon." When the bidding began, Jing was deep in thought, and suddenly the price reached a significant mark, and the host said, "Okay, at the moment, the highest bid is 6.5 purple crystals. Who can give more? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the auction was almost over, the final bid was suddenly outbid. It was Jing, who, after hesitating for a long time, finally decided to place a bid and said, 6 6/10 purple crystals. He was very nervous because he had just put a very large amount of money on his bet, and whether it would pay off or someone would outbid him. But Jing was determined. "I have to go all the way." The auction ended with Jing's last bid, which was not outbid in the end. When he arrived at the pickup point, the manager said, "Mr. Zhou, this is the medal you won. Please accept it." As Jing was picking up his winnings, a strange man sat next to him and spoke to him. "I've been forging for so many years, but I've never seen a medal with an armor strength of 11. It's a pity it's too small. Otherwise, the price would be much higher." Looking at the mysterious man, Jung said to him with a sly smile, "Do you think this piece is enough to create one dagger?" Proudly seated in front of Jing and assuming a businesslike posture, the mysterious man spoke to him. "I don't know about others, but for me, Luo Tianshan, it would be enough." Hearing that this man could make a dagger out of his metal, Jung agreed to his offer and went with him to the workshop. Once inside, Luo said, "Mr. Zhou Zhen, the creation is about to begin." After half an hour of work, and the hard work that went into creating the dagger, Luo Tianshan spoke to Jing, wiping the sweat from his face. "That's it. Your dagger is ready." Presenting it to Zhou Zhen, Luo said, "Based on my experience, its conductivity will be no less than 20%. Taking the product in his hands, Zheng noticed that it was very comfortable and perfectly suited for him, but now he had to measure its parameters. What were they? Taking out the measuring device, Zheng brought it closer to the dagger, saying, "It feels great in my hand, now let's see how you work." When Zheng saw the parameters that the measuring device showed, he could not believe his eyes. He was shocked by the result, and could not hold back his smile of happiness. After he measured the conductivity and armor penetration of his dagger, Zheng paid Luo Tianshan and happily walked back to the place where he was supposed to spend the night. The blacksmith's assistant called out after him, "Mr. Zhou, good luck!" After Zhou Zheng left the workshop, Luo Tianshan spoke urgently. "In these next few days, we need to clean up the shop." Not understanding what had happened and why he was so excited, the assistant asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" Looking at Zhou Zhen's trail, Luo Tianshan spoke happily, recalling what had happened recently. "Today is indeed a happy day for both of us." And then, even more overjoyed, Luo exclaimed, "This time I've definitely got a firm grip on the title of Star Creator." Seeing how happy the master was, the assistant was also happy. On the airship heading west, Zheng couldn't get enough of his new dagger. and he kept holding it in his hands, frightening the people around him. And laughing with the knife in his hand, he clearly looked like a maniac. When Zheng got to the station on the airship, he got off in the western part of the city, and taking out his map, went hunting, saying, "This thing was worth the money. It not only marks the hunting points, but also various small shops." Looking at the map at will, Zheng ran forward and suddenly saw an inscription on the map. The Wing Outfitter's shop. After reading the strange name, Zheng said it out loud again. "Wings?" Recalling not the most pleasant memories, Zheng said, "I remember that Wei Hung seems to have used one of these things. Maybe I should buy one after all." Seeing that the door was open, Zheng walked into the shop and immediately asked, "Is anyone here?" The shopkeeper replied, "Hey, welcome, come in." Noticing the customer, the shopkeeper immediately went on the offensive. Rubbing his hands together with a desire to make money, he immediately began to load Zheng. "You want to buy wings? You were right to choose my store. We have different kinds of wings, hovering ones with dynamic thrust and even portable ones." Looking at the store's assortment, Zheng stopped at the jet wings. Seeing what Zheng had chosen, the salesman immediately said, "These are the very best, and the price is only one low-grade green crystal." Having made his purchase in the store, Zheng now carried even more things on his back. As he left the store, the shopkeeper saw him off, and bowing to the customer on the way out, said, "Come back again." Pulling out his electronic map, Zheng began to prowl around the area to find the right location. As he said, "Now I need to find a place where I can test my new friend." Meanwhile, somewhere outside the western part of the city, various warriors were looking for mercenaries with whom to go hunting, shouting out their announcements. "Warriors of the 5th rank or higher are needed to enter the Wild Wolf Valley." And, "To enter the Rhino Plain, 3 men of the 7th rank and armor-piercing weapons are required." When Zheng heard the announcement of the recruitment for the team to enter the Rhino Plain, he immediately responded to their announcement and asked, "Do you want to go to the Rhino Plain? Will you take me?" Looking at the boy who approached him, the man who had made the announcement said, "Yes, I see you are rank 7, but do you have any armor-piercing weapons?" Zheng replied, No. Angry with Zheng for wasting his time, the man began to yell at him, saying, "What do you want here? Didn't you hear what I said?" Pulling out his high-conductivity dagger, Zheng said, "A weapon with high conductivity won't do? 47%, is it that much worse than armor-piercing?" Walking away from Zheng, the angry man said to him, "Sorry, we are hunting armored rhinos. Only weapons with armor penetration can break their scales." Zheng followed the man who had just dismissed him, approached him and asked, "How do you know that if you haven't tried it?" Seeing Zheng's boldness, the man shouted, "Hey, you!" But he was immediately interrupted. It was probably the leader of the group who spoke to his friend, "Enough, Aguan, just add it, brother, come here." When all the volunteers were assembled, the commander decided to give an introduction to the newcomers and said, "Greetings, brothers. I am the commander of the Wolf's Claw Squad, and this time we have a reward for the recruits." Pointing to the machine gun attached to the vehicle, the commander said, "Your task is to attract the attention of the armored rhinos, and the attack will be ours. If no one minds, let's go." When the entire group gathered and piled into the vehicles, the squad set off on the hunt. Driving in the middle of the forest, having already covered half the distance, the squad leader said, "You are very lucky to have joined our team. If we work hard, the reward will be considerable." Sitting in the pickup truck trailer with the other newly recruited recruits, Zheng asked his new comrades, "This squad, is it that powerful?" To which one of them replied, "Did you just get here? Wolf Clique is the best team." While the team was heading to the hunting ground, Zheng and the recruits continued their conversation, and one of them said, "Weren't you surprised that the 3 of us don't have armor-piercing weapons?" Just as he said this, one of the team suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, this is a herd of huge level 6 wolves." Hearing the report of the predator's pursuit, the commander became excited and immediately ran to his machine gun, which was mounted in the roof of his vehicle. After taking the safety off the weapon, the commander began shooting at the predators, shouting joyfully, "Come here!" Shooting at the wolves and killing them one by one, the herd soon was completely empty, and the commander, entering the stream, immediately shouted, destroying the enemies, "We will sacrifice them to the flag!" Watching the commander destroy the enemies without sparing any bullets, Zheng was incredibly surprised by such wastefulness, thinking, "Holy shit, if I'm not mistaken, all their bullets are made of composite metal." While everyone was watching the commander shoot the pack of pursuers, suddenly one wolf appeared among them, which was different from all the others. Seeing him, one of the team immediately shouted, "This is the leader of the pack. Be careful." Slowly catching up with the car, which was moving at the very end, the leader was able to overtake them to try to attack the fugitives. When he got close enough, the leader jumped to get at anyone in the trailer. Seeing that they were almost caught up and the leader had jumped, Zhang stood up and looked at the huge monster approaching him, about to get him with its huge claws. Zhang was already preparing to confront the fierce enemy. His eyes were eager to fight, and he was eager to test his newfound strength with his new weapon. His pupils dilated and they reflected the leader, who was getting closer and closer with each passing moment. When the leader was almost in front of Zhen, he was ready to confront him, but his stellar timing was instantly destroyed. He heard the sound of a gunshot, and the bullet that had just hit the wolf's head. The next moment, Zheng could see the wolf's dead body flying backwards and blood gushing from his head. As he watched this scene in disappointment, he heard a voice behind him. I don't even know if that leader was worth an armor-piercing bullet with an 8. Hearing this from a member of the squad, one of the recruits was frightened. The Wolf Fang squad shoots bullets with an armor rating of 8. The other teams might not be able to get their money back. After finishing their fight with the pursuers, whom they had successfully eliminated, the team finally reached their destination, where they were to hunt rhinos. After a bit of walking, they reached the rhino plain, where the animals they were hunting were living, and they had come to hunt them. Spotting the target ahead of them, the team began to sneak up on them quietly so as not to spook the prey. When they got close enough, the commander gave an order to his recruits. You 3 go to 3 sides and lure the armored rhinos. Just remember that you cannot lure more than 2 individuals. Standing in the ambush and discussing the plan of action, Jing and the other recruits who had been given the order spoke to the squad leader. Understood. After hearing from the recruits that they understood their task and all aspects of the mission, the commander shouted to them, "Then let's go." As soon as the order was given, the 3 boys immediately took off in different directions to lure the prey into the trap. Scattering in different directions, they all began to do their jobs as best they could. When Zheng noticed a couple of rhinos near him, he decided to take action, so he took out an arrow and shot at the rhino with his bow to make it come closer. Angry and frightened that someone was shooting at them, the pair of rhinos immediately started moving toward the thicket where they planned to hide. But Zheng was there, sitting in a tree, just waiting for the animals to get close to him. Seeing that the beasts were getting closer and closer to him, Zheng decided to open his game backpack and take out his weapon so that he could confront the armored enemies that were already in range. He took out his new dagger, which read, Mark, Infinite Grief, Armor Penetration 11, Conductivity 53%. Zheng, holding this incredible weapon in his hand, smiled ominously and said, "Come, let's test your strength." As soon as he said this, he had to jump down from the tree he was sitting on, not waiting for the right moment, because the armored rhinoceros had spotted him, and accelerating, he crashed into the tree with all his might, knocking it to the ground and throwing Zheng down. Once on the ground, Zheng was eager to try out his new weapon. He was so anxious to try it out that as soon as he landed, he rushed to attack the monster, using his skill, saying, "Sudden strike!" As soon as Zheng approached the monster, he immediately stabbed it in the stomach with his dagger, slipping the knife through its gut. Feeling incredible pain, the animal immediately screamed, and its health level dropped below the middle. Seeing how effective his new dagger was, Zheng got to his feet after this intricate maneuver and said, "Unbelievable! I cut through the armored rhinoceros shell as if it were tofu." Furious with their offender, the 2 rhinos ran at Zheng as soon as they spotted him. Pressing against each other, they created a kind of wall that moved very quickly and was incredibly deadly. But Zheng easily dodged this attack by deftly jumping up in front of them. During his evasive maneuver while in the air, he opened his game backpack, hid his dagger so that no one would notice it, and said to himself, "The test is over. It's time to get down to business." When Zheng landed on the ground, he found himself behind the angry animals. Seeing that their offender was behind them, they immediately stopped and turned around and ran after him. And Zheng, running away from the animals, was heading to his pen and shouted provocatively to them to pay attention to him. Come on, catch up with me." Waiting for his recruits, the commander stood in a prominent place and with his hand over his eyes, looked where they would be coming from. But suddenly he noticed a column of dust heading straight for them and said in surprise, "So fast?" Seeing that Zheng was already heading toward them with 2 rhinos on his tail, Agwan, warming up, said happily, "I think it was that Zhou Zhen and he's not bad." To which the commander replied, "I was not mistaken about him. Having already met Zhou Zhen, who was leading a pair of armored rhinos, the squad leader shouted out to him as he ran past them. "Now it's our turn!" Picking up a huge sword, the commander took up a fighting stance, preparing to battle his opponents, shouted to Zheng, who was already behind them, and without much delay, threw the job to his team. "Zhou Zhen, go and rest. We'll do the rest." When the armored rhinos approached the interception team, they immediately surrounded them to cut off their escape route. Seeing that one of them was already wounded, the commander shouted to his team, "This one is seriously wounded. Let's concentrate on the other one." As Zheng moved to the rear while his new comrades fought the monsters, he heard one of his teammates who was standing behind him with a rifle and loading it say, "I'll try this too." After loading the magazine with ammunition, the sniper began to aim at the target. Seeing that it was a level 9 armor-piercing bullet, Zheng was surprised to see it. A bullet with armor penetration of 9? If he can hit a rhinoceros, then his weapon is good. But just as Zheng was thinking this, the sniper took aim and fired at the animal, and immediately afterward he heard a loud exclamation, "Shit!" It was because the bullet with the 9th armor penetration simply bounced off the rhino. He looked at the shooter in confusion as if to say, "What did you expect?" Zheng heard him cry out in despair. Of course, the kinematic force of the gunpowder alone cannot fully develop the power of a bullet with an armor-piercing strength of 9. Damn, I just wasted it. Standing behind the team next to the shooter, Zhou Zhen asked him with a sly smile, "Brother, the captain's and the others' weapons probably have an armor penetration above 9, right?" The shooter answered him uncertainly, "Uh-huh." After he answered, the guy who had just wasted a precious bullet immediately calmed down and said, "Actually, this is also our first time on the Rhino Plains, and we have just switched to a new weapon. The armor-piercing value is exactly 9. Watching his comrades fight, he continued a little nervously, letting his voice sound uncertain. "And now we can see that even with the value of 9, it is very difficult to cope with rhinos." After quite a while, the team managed to finish their hunt. At sunset, when everyone was able to take a break, the commander said, "Well, it's definitely true that you can't catch a fish without making a fishing rod. Today we have a great harvest." Approaching Zhou Zhen, the commander of the Wolf Fang squad spoke to him. "Tell me your trade union card number, and the next time you come back to the western town to sell materials, I will give you your reward." Hearing this offer, Zhang took a thoughtful pose and began rubbing his chin with his hand and then said, "A union card? Is this the card of the Mohilnik Labor Union?" To which the commander answered him briskly, "Yes, that's right." Realizing that he didn't have a union card, Zhang was immediately embarrassed. But rubbing the back of his head and smiling, he said, I don't think I've applied for it." When the commander heard that Zhang did not have his union card in Mohilnik, he and the commander went to the western town, the branch of the soldiers' union. Upon entering the building, right at the entrance, Zhang was presented with the rules for raising his rank in the union. It read, "Description of the graveyard levels. Union members will be automatically promoted to the next level after obtaining 10 stars. Walking up to the front desk where a young female manager was stationed, Zheng registered, and immediately after the manager informed him, "Please wait a moment. I will open your membership card shortly." It didn't take long after the registration that Zheng was given his card. When he took it in his hands, he noticed something interesting and thought about it. "Thanks to the mission of the Wolf Fang squad, I was able to rise to 7 stars. Seeing his rank and having some plans he had recently made, Zheng suddenly decided, "I think I'm going to stay in the graveyard." Returning to the same place where they had gathered before the mission, the squad's pickup truck was heading through the forest toward the city. Suddenly, Zheng asked for a stop, saying, "I'll get off here, thank you." After dropping Zheng off, the commander said to him, "Good luck, rookie." When Zheng got out of the car and started walking down the road, a car suddenly rushed in front of him, and when someone inside saw Zheng, he did not immediately shout, "Don't kill!" Seeing that there was no one nearby and that the car had stopped very far away, Zheng decided that he was definitely not going to walk. So he opened his play pack to call his pet out of it and said, "Bull, come on." As soon as his animal appeared in front of him, Zheng immediately climbed on his back and headed in the opposite direction from where his friends had gone to hunt rhinos himself. Saddled with his pet, Zheng ran headlong toward the rhino plain, ignoring everything in his path, almost knocking over 2 soldiers who were walking along the path. The 2 warriors who saw Zheng rushing toward them on the road cried out in surprise, "What? Really, a bull?" Regardless, Zheng headed straight for the valley of the armored rhinos to begin his hunt and put his weapons to the test. Upon arriving at the hunting grounds, Zheng immediately put his pet back into his inventory and immediately jumped up and down, shouting out frantically, "Here we go!" Moving deftly between the rhinos, he killed them one by one without wasting any effort. So within a short period of time, he was easily able to cut down half of the herd that was near him. Standing somewhere relatively close to Jing, watching him through binoculars, one of the observers said, marveling at the skills of the boy he was spying on, "Ha ha ha, not bad, really not bad." Handing the binoculars to his friend, one of the elders said, "Lao Li, look quickly, there is a very interesting fellow." Not knowing what he was talking about, Lao Li reached for the binoculars and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Taking the binoculars and watching Jing's skillful hunting through them, Lao Li said, "What? He's so young and he can already practice dodging at micro ranges? He's only rank 7? Putting the binoculars aside, Lao Li spoke to his comrade. "He should at least have rank 10 strength." His friend countered, "Take a closer look. This fellow has extraordinary strength. I think he has at least 11th rank. Looking at his comrade with a worried look, Lao Li said to his comrade standing next to him, "Leader Shen, if he grows up a bit, he will definitely become super strong." Hearing this from his friend with whom he was dialoguing, Leader Shen said to him in a stern voice, "Is that why we should turn a blind eye?" Smiling and breaking the tense atmosphere, Li Chengming walked toward Zhou Zhen and said, "Let's go check out this genius." Meanwhile, Jing, having successfully hunted and raised his level to 62nd, sighed heavily and said, Indeed, treasure land. I was able to reach the 2nd level so quickly. I also collected 13 green crystals." Sitting in a clearing surrounded by the carcasses of the armored rhinos he had killed, Jung said thoughtfully, "I don't know if it's okay to eat their meat, especially since it seems like the last time the Wolf Fang squad didn't take the meat." Without much hesitation, Jung decided to take the meat with him, giving the following reasoning. "Okay, these days a lot of people can't afford a single piece of meat, so we can't waste it." After deciding that he would take the meat with him, Jung put all the carcasses in his backpack and said, laughing, "Ha ha ha, my backpack can hold anything anyway." Looking at his watch, Jung noticed that there was still a lot of time before sunset and said to himself, "It's too early. We can go deeper into the forest to search." Having made the decision to go on, Jung gathered all the resources he had gained from the hunt and walked into the depths of the forest. As he walked along the path, he suddenly felt a presence behind him and saw silhouettes approaching him. Feeling threatened and in danger, he drew his dagger and prepared to fight so that he could strike first if they decided to attack him. Feeling that the enemy was already behind him, Jung quickly turned around and struck, but his attack was immediately deflected. Having easily deflected Jung's attack, Junshi said, "Brother, don't worry, we won't harm you." Realizing that he was at a disadvantage, Jung immediately calmed down, realizing that he could not defeat them in any case, and lowering his weapon, he asked them, "Who are you?" Seeing that the boy had calmed down, the two men introduced themselves to him in turn. The first was Shen, who said, "My name is Shen Zhengxing." He was immediately followed by Li Chengming. Folding his hands in front of him to show honor to the two mighty warriors, the young man bowed and said, "Zhou Jing." Adjusting his monocle, which could analyze the characteristics of all the people in the tomb, Shen Zhengxing said, "I'm sorry, but I have to check on something." Directing his gaze at Zhou Jing to check his characteristics, Shen Zhengxing was very surprised by his characteristics, because despite his skills it read the following. Zhou Jing, white level, 7 stars. When Shen Zhengxing finished his scan, he shouted out to the boy in surprise, "You only have 7 stars? It appears that you only registered yesterday. Well, then it's no surprise." Reaching out to his friend who was standing next to him, Shen Zhengxing spoke to him. "Lao Li, give me your communicator." The latter in turn was surprised by this request from the leader. Pulling out his communicator, Lao Li handed it to Shen Zhengxing and said with a grudging smile, "You're not going to change his registration, are you? Don't use me for that." To which he replied, "I'll pay you back later. Why are you so stingy?" After receiving the communicator from his friend, Shen Zhengxing immediately handed it to Zheng and said to him, "Here, I've already replaced your data in it." Zheng took the device Shen Zhengxing had just handed him, turned it on and began to examine what it was and what it did, and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Hearing that Zheng was so ignorant about this device, Lao Li spoke sternly to him, gesturing with his hand. "Boy, this is called a satellite communicator. Its range covers half the country. There are no more than 100 people in the whole of Mohilnik with these." Holding the communicator he had just been given in his hand, Zheng said in a disappointed voice, "How much does it cost? It's too expensive for me to afford. But another thought crept into his head. Are these two hucksters? Hearing this pity in Zheng's voice, Shen Zhongxing reassured him that he didn't need to buy it, and Zheng didn't owe anything for it, saying, "Please take it, it's our gift to you." Hearing these words from his friend, Lao Li muttered in displeasure. What a joke. After giving Zhou Zhen the communicator, the two elderly men were about to leave. Finally, after saying goodbye to Zheng, Shen Zhongxing said to him happily, "We're going. It already has my number on it." And Li Qingming only added sternly, "You'll figure out how to use it yourself." Zheng looked at the two elderly men and wondered as he examined the gift. Is it an original or a fake? Are the traders now traveling to the hunting areas to give samples? Leaving Zhou Zhen alone in the middle of the forest, he felt strange after meeting the two elders and said in confusion, "What the hell does this mean? Why am I a little scared?" Sitting down on the ground, Zheng decided to look into the communicator, what it was, and how it worked. As he began to understand it, he said, "This is really a very cool thing. We need to study it in more detail." As he was switching programs and looking at all the interesting things about this new device he had recently been given, Zheng suddenly saw that someone was calling him on his device. Answering the call and putting the phone to his ear, Zheng said, "This is Zhou Zhen. Speak." When Zheng spoke into the receiver, he immediately heard back, "I forgot to remind you. Warriors of your level shouldn't focus on killing mutant beasts. Instead, make them your sparring partners." Sitting in the car driven by Li Chengming and heading to the city, Shen Zhongxing could calmly talk on the communicator and continue the dialogue with Zhen, saying, "Aren't you tired of dealing with 9 ranked mutants with your strength?" After he reported the monsters, Shen Zhongxing decided to provoke Zheng into action by saying, "A warrior must train all his life, challenge himself, and surpass his own strength." Meanwhile, the car was moving further and further. As Shen Zhongxing and Li Chengming, who was driving the car, traveled more and more kilometers, they were getting closer to the city. When Shen Zhongxing finished his conversation with Zheng and hung up the phone, Li Chengming spoke to him. "President, I'm still thinking that this is too big a gift for him." Hearing these words from his comrade, Shen Zhongxing raised his hand with his index finger pointing upward and remarked, "That is why I am the president, and you are just the chief instructor. You need to look deeper, Lao Lai." After the remark, Shen Zhongxing explained his behavior and actions, saying, "A lone warrior who has just joined our alliance will obviously not like being restrained. If I just send him an invitation, he will definitely refuse." Smiling at his leader, Lao Li said, "Is that why you want to lure him with gifts?" Looking at his communicator, Shen Zhongxing spoke to Li Chengming, who was driving the car. "It's much easier for such a person to accept a good attitude. In the future, he will definitely not be able to refuse us." As he continued to drive down the road, Li Chengming spoke happily to Shen Zhongxing. "President, you are so sneaky." To which the latter replied in a joyful tone, with a smile on his face, "Huh, what are you talking about? I call it strategy." Meanwhile, Zheng, following the maps in the communicator he had recently received, came to a location with many interesting monsters and said, "I think this is the same place, the Snake Valley." He took out a healing potion from his backpack that also gave him immunity to poisons and quickly drank it. The old man was right after all. Putting on his wings, which he had bought in a shop in the western part of the city of Mahilnik, he jumped off the cliff and set off to meet new adventures. Opening his wings, he immediately soared above the forest and began to look for monsters that were nearby to start hunting and raise his level, as ordered by Shen Zhongxing. As Zheng soared above the Snake Valley, he noticed 2 snakes that were down below him, right below him, and he was already prepared for battle. And he said happily, "It's time to get tough." After spending half a month training in the Snake Valley, Zheng was able to improve his skills and performance in such a dangerous location. After training for such a long time, Zheng arrived back at the Snake Valley to find a poisonous fog covering the entire valley. Standing surrounded by the mutant snake monsters, Zheng prepared to fight. Without hesitation, he immediately used his super speed to instantly kill all the monsters that surrounded him. Having finished off all the opponents and achieved considerable success, Zheng opened his game backpack and hid his dagger and said with relief, "Finally." Meanwhile, the 2 warriors were on their way to the Valley of the Snakes, perched on top of the rocks where the poisonous fog reached them, and surveyed the area. As they walked forward, one of the warriors suddenly heard a strange noise coming from nearby. Paying attention to it, he said to his commander, "Where are the sounds of a fight coming from? Is there a warrior ahead?" Catching up with his comrade, who was standing and listening to the sounds, the commander said, "It must be someone fighting a python." When they reached the cliff in front of the poisonous valley of snakes, they began to examine the area, and the captain spoke confidently to his comrade. "No warrior, even of the highest rank, will be able to withstand such a thick, poisonous fog." Looking down at the valley of the snakes and noticing the thick, poisonous smoke, the warrior immediately replied to his captain, "Indeed, you are right." Suddenly, a boy who had just come up from the valley of poisonous snakes climbed up on the rock on the edge of which they were standing and smiled slyly. He looked a little tired, but still, he was full of danger. It was Zhou Zhen. Surprised by the sudden appearance of a person from the cloud of thick smoke that enveloped the entire valley of poisonous snakes, the commander and his comrade immediately stepped back, screaming in surprise, staring at Zheng, who had climbed up the cliff directly from the valley of the poisonous snakes. The boy who had recently been told that no warrior could survive there asked his captain, "Commander, didn't you say that no warrior can withstand the poison?" While the soldier stood there in confusion looking at Zheng, wondering how he could have survived there, he in turn had already climbed the mountain, and as he passed them, he spoke to them in a calm tone. "Good morning, boys." Surprised by his calmness, the commander automatically answered him, "Good morning." Passing by them, in order not to delay the surprised soldiers and to prevent unnecessary questions, Zheng hurriedly walked away from them, saying finally, "I have a lot to do, so I won't bother you." The captain's friend only said in embarrassment, "Bye." Standing next to his teammate, the commander was in a state of awe and could not say a word. But suddenly the effect of surprise wore off, and the commander shouted loudly at Zheng, "No!" Immediately hitting his teammate on the head to bring him to his senses, the commander spoke to the mysterious boy who had emerged from the poisonous clouds. "Stop!" Turning his head to the commander, who a moment ago had been unable to speak a word in amazement, Zheng asked him, "Did you want something from me?" Looking at Zheng, the commander broke out in a cold sweat as he thought, "He's only rank 7, but is he that strong?" Looking at the captain, Zheng smiled sweetly at him and said, "I have nothing to give you." The captain summoned the courage to speak and immediately spoke to Zheng. This one, we have received a mission and we would like to invite you to join us. I don't know if you'd be interested in it." Hearing these words from the commander, his comrade said in embarrassment, "Commander, are you crazy?" Continuing to dissuade the commander from his idea, the members of his team began to express their opinions one by one. "We don't know him at all, and he's only a 7th-rate officer. Commander, think seriously. After all, we're the 37th team in Mohilnik. How can you invite someone so easily?" After listening to each of his comrades, he put his hand on his comrade's head and spoke to him. "Don't say another word. I have decided." Hearing the proposal and the displeasure of the other team members, Zheng laughed nervously and said, "Ha ha ha, to be honest about joining other teams, I have my own opinion." When the commander had already lost all hope in such an ally, he bowed his head down. But Zheng, immediately taking the commander's hand and shaking it, continued, "Sometimes we can play, I accept your invitation." When they went on the mission, they came to an abandoned city. Once there, the commander spoke to Zhou Zhen. "Zhou Zhen, bring me your communicator so that I can send you the mission." Taking out his satellite communicator that Shun Zhengxing had given him, Zheng held it out to the commander, saying, "Here." Seeing the device, a member of the commander's team immediately shouted out in a surprised voice, "This?" He moved even closer to the satellite communicator and began to examine it in detail, as he had never seen it so close before. Looking at it in surprise, he repeated again, "This is that it?" Immediately moving away from Zheng, he asked, "A satellite communicator?" Hearing this, the rest of the team also started asking Zheng for information in surprise. "I heard that there were just over 60 of them made in the entire tombstone." A third added, "Brother, where did you get it?" Seeing the surprised reaction of the young man who had recently spoken out against Zheng joining the squad, he smugly asked him, "What is it? Do you have any complaints?" To which the boy hesitantly began to answer him, "No, no, no!" Watching Zhou Zhen and seeing his communicator, the commander finally made a decision in his head. "I was right. This guy is really not easy." Folding his arms in front of him, the commander began to tell the details of the mission they were to accomplish. Area C-118 is located on the border in the area of the 12th level mutants. If we are not lucky, we can meet the 13th level there, but the reward for this mission is worth the risk. To which the commander's comrade then added, "This bastard actually made us do such a hopeless mission?" Taking all the blame, The commander apologized to his soldiers and said to them in a disappointed voice, "It's my fault, I lost the bet. Brothers, you are at risk because of me." Hearing these words from the commander, the members of his team immediately rushed to calm and comfort their commander, saying encouraging words to him. "Commander, it's not your fault. And besides, if we finish it, we will earn good money." Looking at his satellite communicator and considering all the nuances of the mission, Zheng said happily, "Pioneers, I like this mission." After everyone had settled their questions and decided to move on, the team reached a river that stretched in front of the path the squad was on. When they stopped, they saw two white leopards fighting with each other and blocking their way to the right place. Watching them through his binoculars, the commander spoke to his troops, trying to think of an alternative way to reach their destination. "They are so strong." Standing behind the commander, his comrade spoke to him in a sad tone. "Commander, there's no way to get around them. If we want to enter the C-118 area, we'll have to go through the lair of these mutants." While the commander was trying to figure out what to do in this case, Zhou Zhen, who was standing behind them, spoke confidently, "There's no need to go around them." Zhou Zhen stepped forward, warming up, and had already headed toward the leopards, saying, "I'll distract these white leopards and you guys go through quickly." Hearing this, his teammates exclaimed in surprise, "What? You?" As Zheng approached the river to cross to the other side, the commander turned to him. "Zhou Zhen, don't show off, it's dangerous." Zheng replied in a calm tone, "Don't worry about me." Immediately jumping into the water after he said that, preparing to execute his plan to divert attention, he finally said, "I am not a complete fool to go to my own death." Seeing this strange behavior, and Zheng's even stranger actions, a comrade of the commander said, "Commander, are you sure he's sane? This is just a lot of fooling around." The commander replied, "Have you forgotten how we met him?" Recalling where he first saw Zhou Zhen, the commander's comrade immediately said, "In the Valley of the Snakes?" The commander replied, "How do you think a person with no powers could get out of there unharmed and without any problems?" Using his invisibility skill, Zheng made his way behind a rock that was close to the leopards blocking their path. Standing behind it, Zheng began to implement his plan to distract the monsters. Looking out from behind the rock, Zheng noticed that there were more monsters than just one or two, so it would be a little more difficult than expected. Looking at them under his invisibility skill, he said, "And there are many." Taking fireworks out of his backpack to use them to draw the white leopard's attention to him, Zheng thought, "It seems that the only way to lure the cats out is with a great fireworks show." Meanwhile, while Zheng was implementing his plan and developing all possible strategies for its successful execution, the whole team stood across the river, waiting for Zhou Zhen's signal. Standing on the other side of the river, Zheng's teammates, the captain and his mate to be exact, were watching Zheng through binoculars and suddenly saw his plan. Surprised by what he saw, the commander's comrade immediately shouted out in surprise, "Fireworks!" The commander only added, "This guy, what is he doing?" Having drawn the attention of the white leopards to himself, Zheng immediately took off running, shouting to his team, "Faster!" Watching Zheng through his binoculars, the commander noticed that Zheng's plan had worked 100% effectively, and the road was clear, and immediately exclaimed, "He really did it!" And then he immediately shouted to his team, who were waiting for the moment to cross to the other side of the river and quickly cross that dangerous area, "Let's not waste any time, let's go!" Moving as fast as they had ever moved before, the entire team of the commander of the 27th Detachment successfully overcame the dangerous section of the road, and when they reached a safe area, they stopped to rest. Lying down on the ground, one of the team members said, "I am tired to death." The commander's comrade just asked, "Commander, is Zhou Zhen okay?" To which he mumbled in confusion, Suddenly on their feet when they heard the roar of white leopards, the team was frightened and began to worry about Zheng, and the commander said, "That roar, they are clearly more than level 12. Hearing these words, the commander's comrade was frightened. Then after hearing these terrible sounds, the commander became very upset. With his head down, the commander said to his comrades in disappointment, "Brothers, I must apologize to you." Standing with his arms down, and having lost all hope of a successful completion of the mission, the commander said sadly to his comrades who were watching him, "Perhaps in this mission we—" Before he could finish his sad speech, he suddenly heard a voice behind him that was quite familiar. Turning around, the commander saw Zheng behind him, smiling and saying, "I'm back." Seeing that all the team members were not cheerful and depressed, Zheng pointed at himself and immediately became upset and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?" Without changing his face, The commander's comrade slowly walked over to Zhou Zhen and spoke to him in a sad voice. Zhou Zhen. Approaching Zheng, he immediately grabbed his hands and immediately changing his expression from depressed to very happy and joyful, he exclaimed joyfully, "I got it! You are an absolute master!" After the commander's friend, the commander himself went to Zheng. As he approached Zhou, he spoke, putting his hand on his shoulder. "Zhou Zheng, we have come here only because of you. Your speed and agility are much higher than ours." Hearing the commander's words, his comrade only added, "Yes, that's right." Recognizing the boy's skills, the leader decided to entrust the rest of the mission to him. Holding out his hand to Zhou Zhen, which contained a device, the commander said to him, "Take this detector." When Zhou took the device in his hands, he began to examine it carefully, turning it in his hands and turning it in different directions. While Zheng was examining the device, his commander told him, "We need to reach 60% detection, and the mission will be complete." Hearing the details of the task they had to accomplish to complete the mission, Zheng immediately turned to the commander. "It's simple. Let's go." For 2 whole days, Zhou Zhen ran around the area to reach the required percentage of the county's exploration. And finally, after 48 hours, the mission was completed. Returning back to his squad, Zheng, holding the reconnaissance device he had raised in the air, said to his comrades in joy, "Brothers, the mission is complete." Hearing such good news, the team members could not contain their feelings and joy. They threw their arms around each other and exclaimed, "Now I'm going to buy myself some cool armor. And haha, we're rich." Approaching Zhou Zhen, who had contributed the lion's share to the mission, the commander asked him, "Zhou Zhen, what are your plans for the future?" He replied, "I've been tired lately. I need to take some time off." Hearing about Zheng's planned vacation, the squad leader shook his hand and said, "Well, if you need anything, you can find us at any time. It's a pleasure to work with you." Zheng replied, "Okay, we can get in touch any time." When the commander said goodbye to Zheng, his friend came up to him and asked, "Commander, why didn't you just invite him to join our team?" He replied, "Our squad is too insignificant for such a strong warrior. Instead of annoying him, it's better to part ways on a friendly note." After telling his comrade this, the commander was not disappointed, because he remembered something else interesting and said, "Don't forget, we still have a harvest to come." Returning back to Mohilnik, the captain arrived at the office of the man who had given him the task. Seeing him return, the client, smoking a cigar, said, "I didn't think you'd really come back alive and you've completed the mission." Standing in front of the customer with the suitcase, the commander looked menacingly at his customer, who was treating the captain of the 27th Squad with superiority, and finally added, "Lei Hu." After examining the suitcase, Lei Hu noticed that its contents were not what they had agreed upon at the beginning, and said, "I told you that you owe us." After receiving his fee, the commander headed for the exit. Leaving the office, the commander of the 27th Detachment added, "And I will be able to make you give it all back." The customer just huffed in surprise. When Lei Hu left the office and closed the door behind him, the irritated customer immediately shouted out to his servant, "Did you find out? Who the fuck helped them?" Taking a photo out of his jacket, the butler held it out to Hai and said, "Brother Hai, this is what we managed to photograph. There was another person on the mission with them that day." Holding Zhou Zhen's photo in his hands and looking at it carefully, Hai said to his butler with a wicked smile, "Ha ha ha, great, Millet is great." Meanwhile, Zheng, who was unsuspecting, was driving his car somewhere saying to himself, "I have to admit that the only good thing about the apocalypse is cheap transportation." While Zheng was going about his business, he was being followed. Not far from the east gate where he was passing, a guy was sitting in a tree, looking for him with binoculars. When he noticed Zhou Zhen driving in front of him in a car, he immediately took out his transmitter and quickly reported the information. This Zhou Zhen appeared at the east gate, and he must be heading toward the graveyard. Passing this information down the line to her accomplices, she reached the killer, who was nearby, waiting for his victim to approach, sitting in a tree with his katana, saying, "Brother Hai overestimates this Zheng." Sitting in the tree, waiting for the moment, the killer, very confident in his abilities, said confidently, "A lowly 7th-ranked warrior. Anyone can solve this problem." Waiting for reinforcements, the killer got into one of his gang's cars, and they took off after Zhou Zhen. Catching up with Zheng, the killer shouted, "Don't let him get away!" Meanwhile, Zheng was driving calmly in his car. But when he saw several cars following him, which did not look good, he prepared himself for a sudden development. Catching up with Zhou Zhen and catching up with him on the hoods of the cars, the killer, convinced that he was definitely his target, smiled ominously. and gave a ruthless order to his men. Fire! Immediately after this command, all the machine guns that were equipped on all the cars chasing Zhou Zhen opened fire on the car in which Zhou was traveling. After such heavy fire, the car began to look like a sieve. It was battered and full of holes. There was no chance of survival in such conditions if someone was inside. When the fire stopped, the killer looked at the car and said with a sneer, mocking Zheng, "Hey, what a pity, such a nice car." After the mission was completed, the killer turned to the cameraman who had been filming the whole thing to provide the customer with video evidence of the work done, and said, "Did you take pictures of everything?" The cameraman replied, "Yes, everything." Already savoring his victory and the easy fulfillment of the mission, the killer raised his hand and said to everyone, "General Assembly." But he did not realize that this was not the end of his mission, because it had just begun. As soon as he had announced the General Assembly, one of the cars of his henchmen exploded behind him after being hit by a rocket. Noticing that it was only the first one, and that 4 more were coming at them, one of the gang of killers suddenly shouted at the top of his voice to alert all his men to the danger. Rockets! Sitting in a tree, Zheng happily watched the missiles hit the ground and said in a cheerful tone, "You wanted to play with me? Now I'll play with you." Immediately the group of killers turned tail and began to run away from the burning cars that had been hit by the missiles. Some of them got caught in the fire, but they were screaming as they ran away. It's hot, and, I'm going to burn." And their leader, fleeing first, immediately shouted, "Who dared to attack us?" As Zhou Zhen waved his hand in the heat of the flames at the leader's shouts about who had attacked them, he said in a menacing voice, "Surprised?" Seeing the silhouette of someone who should have been dead by now, the commander immediately spoke. "You?" As Zheng approached the leader of the assassination squad to find out who wanted to kill him, who sent him, and what the reason was, he spoke to him. "I could not just die without knowing who you are." Immediately drawing his sword and telling Zheng all the information, the killer said, "Then I will explain everything to you before I die. We are the people of the Haitian Company." Furious that they had lost their territories through Zheng's fault, he continued his story. "You helped Lei, and because of you, we lost control of Haiyan Tower. Do you think you deserve to die?" Thinking of Lei Hu, whom he had helped with the mission, Zheng finally realized what had happened, and spoke in surprise to the leader of the gang that had attacked him. "Eh? What? They?" After telling Zhou Zhen everything, the leader of the murderous gang confidently spoke to him, not realizing that today would not be the day he planned. "Now you can die, you brute." When he noticed the murderer's comrades sneaking up behind Zhou Zhen, out of the flames of the fire, he immediately gave them an order. "Kill him!" The members of the criminal gang, who heard the order from their leader, immediately attacked Zhou Zhen and launched a joint attack to kill Zheng with a high probability, but they failed. Zheng dodged their attack. When the assassin saw how cleverly Zheng dodged the joint attack of his accomplices, he immediately recognized this skill and shouted in confusion, "Only a very strong warrior can use micro-distance evasion." When the assassin finally realized Zhou Zhen's strength and realized that he was no match for him, he was very frightened, and Zhou Zhen just said to him, "You're right. I'm sorry." Taking out his daggers from his inner game backpack, Zheng was already preparing to deal a crushing blow to his enemies, who did not know what they had signed up for. Realizing that things were bad, the squad leader, realizing that he had to flee quickly, immediately shouted to his accomplices, "Watch out, this guy is too strong." But he realized this too late. There was no point in running away, and it was impossible to escape from Zhou Zhen. With his super speed, he said, "It's too late." As soon as he said this, all of the enemy's accomplices were killed, and their bodies fell uncontrollably to the ground, showing no signs of life. Looking at the last of his enemies, who was the leader, frightened by everything he had seen and overestimating his skills, Zheng immediately said, "Ninth rank?" Standing in the middle of the clearing with a wall of flames and many dead attackers behind him, Zheng confidently called out to the terrified attacker, "It's nothing." Pulling out his sword to try to defend himself against Zheng, the assassin spoke in fright. How is this possible? What just happened before my eyes?" Looking at the scared-to-death murderer who had so confidently told him at the beginning that he would finish him off, Zheng slowly approached his attacker and proudly said, "Disappointed. You prepared so well, but you couldn't kill me." Trying to provoke his opponent and have some fun with him, because it's boring to kill a scared puppy cornered in a corner, Zheng said to him, Come on, show your strength, fight like a real warrior. The commander of the killers, unable to stand this mockery of himself, suddenly became angry, under the influence of adrenaline and emotions that came over him, and exclaimed in irritation, "Fuck!" And then he stood up and immediately rushed at Zheng, mindlessly, with an overwhelming desire to finish him off, shouting, "Go to hell!" But Zheng didn't care at all, because he had already reached his 70th level, and he had unlocked a new skill that read, Level 70 skill, 2 virtual daggers, deals secondary damage. The first time the attack power is increased by 300%, the second time by 200%, and the value of additional damage is 1,000 units. The recovery time is 1 minute. Riding back to the tombstone on his armored bull, Zheng called Lei Hu and spoke to him. "Hey, Commander Lei, you have not been very sincere with me." Not knowing what Zheng was talking about or why he had called him, Commander Lei Hu asked him, "Brother Zhou, what happened?" When Zheng told him about the situation, Commander Lei Hu immediately boiled over and said in an angry voice, "Did those high dogs find you? Where are you? I'll send people to help you right away." Zheng, not expecting such a reaction, replied in embarrassment, "Hush, it's okay, I can handle it myself." Hearing that Zheng was fine and did not need help, Commander Lei Hu calmed down and continued the dialogue with Zheng in a calm voice, saying, "This gang are shameless bastards, and you especially need to be careful with a man named Lin Haoqian." Hearing this name, Zheng replied, "Lin Haoqian? I think I've heard of him." As an apology for Zheng being attacked, Commander Lei Hu decided to invite Zheng to visit, saying, "By the way, Brother Zhou, when you have time, come to Haiyang Tower and see me." Zheng replied, "All right, I'm hanging up now." As soon as the commander hung up, his assistant ran into his office shouting, "Boss, something's wrong, trouble." The commander replied menacingly, "What the hell? Aren't you the only one left in your family? Has someone died again?" His aide anxiously informed him of the information he had recently learned and decided to report it to Lei Hu. "Lin Haotan and the others have been killed, and all of them together." Hearing this information, Lei Hu immediately felt shivers all over his body, and his voice was so strangely silent that he could neither move nor say anything. Seeing this, the assistant asked him, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" When the trembling in his voice had subsided and the fear had subsided a little, and Lei Hu was able to speak normally, he spoke mentioning Zhou Zhen. "I need a comrade like him." And at that time, Zhou Zhen was somewhere in the middle of an endless field, lying on his grazing bull, and Zheng was resting, speaking. Sometimes you can bask in the sun like this. Stretching his hand up to block the sun from blinding him, he looked at the clouds in the sky and thought about his own and his friends' lives, saying, "I don't even know how Lan Shi and Yun Wen are doing, and how Xiang Shihan is doing." Immediately realizing that something was wrong and why he was thinking about his colleague, Zheng stood up and said, "Why did I suddenly think of her? There is only friendship at work." As soon as he said her name, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him saying, "Here." He turned his head and saw Xiang Shihan standing in front of him. Spotting Zheng in the middle of the field, Xiang Shihan waved at Zheng and called out to him, "I'm here." And a thought entered Zheng's mind. "Just when I thought of her, she's here." When she saw that Zheng was indeed not far away, she ran toward him joyfully, sincerely happy to have met Zheng, and said to him, "You are really here." After shaking hands with the girl who had approached him, Zheng spoke to Xiang Shihan, "Get on," helping her to climb on his armored bull. After climbing on the back of Zheng's armored bull, she greeted him sweetly, saying to him, "Hello, bull." And Zheng just asked her a question that was bothering him. "How did you get here?" Hearing Zhou Zheng's question, Xiang Shihan answered him, "I am currently undergoing an internship at the Animal Taming Union. The art of animal taming is much stronger here than in Titan." Zheng replied, "Ah, that's it." Observing his ward, Master Qin asked his subordinate sternly, "Who is this boy?" The subordinate, handing him the communicator, said, "Chief Qin, this is information about him from the Warrior Union." Taking his subordinate's communicator, he looked at Zhou Zhen's battle map and read, "A 7th-ranked warrior, blue 8-star level?" Immediately putting the communicator away and looking at Zheng, Commander Qin said confidently, "And this lowlife has decided to fight me for a girl?" To which his subordinate said, "Leader, you are right." Continuing to praise his superior Jin, his subordinate said, "Our mighty leader." Commander Qin then added, "Know your place or I will destroy you." Turning his attention to the formidable uncle who was drilling him with his eyes, Zheng asked, "Is that uncle with you?" Xiang Shihan answered him, "He is the deputy leader of the Tamer Union, and my current boss, and he is very emotional." Hearing this explanation from the girl, Zhou Zhen said indifferently, "Huh?" while a thought was running through his mind. A jealous man who thinks he can kill me with a single glance? Immediately interrupting the date between Zhou Zhen and Xiang Shihan, someone's voice sounded somewhere nearby, telling her, "Shihan, it's time to go." Zheng dismounted from the armored bull and then helped the girl down as well, and she watched him go. And as she walked toward her leader, she said, I'm going back." Immediately stopping Xiang Shihan before she left, Zhou Zhen allowed himself to ask her something and said, "By the way, Shihan, could you please give me your number?" She replied, "Sure." After they exchanged phone numbers, Zheng said goodbye to Xiang Shihan, waving goodbye to her and exclaimed, "Thank you." And she in turn also exclaimed to Zheng, "Good luck." As soon as the girl returned to her group, the two boys immediately surrounded her and started asking questions. "Your friend has an armored bull. He must be very rich. And, Shihan, are you close? Is he your boyfriend?" Meanwhile, Zheng, in order not to bother his eyes and not to bother Deputy Qin, got on his armored bull as soon as Xiang Shihan left him and immediately took off so fast that only a wall of dust remained behind him. Noticing this act from Zheng, offended by his behavior that the girl was more interested in Jing than in him, Commander Qin only roared in anger and spat. Returning from the meadow back to the city, Zheng decided to stop by Lei Hu's place because he invited him to visit his tower, so he decided to accept the offer. When he got to the city and saw Lei Hu and his assistant nearby, he began to slowly approach them. When he was level with them, face to face, Zhou Zhen said, "Boss Lei, I'm here." When he stopped in front of Commander Lei Hu and his aide, the aide said with his eyes bulging and his mouth wide open in surprise, "Commander, it's an armored bull. He has an armored bull?" The commander proudly declared, "Yep." Zhou Zhen got down from his bull and spoke to Commander Lei Hu. "I have accepted your invitation. You said you had a gift for me?" When the commander heard Zheng's address, he handed him a letter and said, "Of course, please accept this." When Zheng handed the letter to him, he saw that it was an important document that carried something in it and said, "What is this? Is it the title to the Haiyang Tower?" Lei Hu said to him, "That's right." Smiling broadly, Lei Hu said to Zhou Zhen, who was surprised by the gift, "It is really from today." Standing in front of the entrance to the huge tower, which looked very expensive, Lei Hu announced to Zheng with his arms outstretched, "Zhou Zhen is now the new owner of Haiyang Tower." Surprised by this gift, because it was really unexpected, and even more so for Zheng, it was a great breakthrough in the social status of the gravedigger, he said, "Haha, well then, I will accept this gift without hesitation." After Lei Hu announced to the whole neighborhood that Zhou Zhen was the new owner of the tower, he spoke to Zhou Zhen, inviting him to go inside the tower. "Come, I will show you everything." Still amazed by such an expensive gift, Zheng did not know how to behave, but gladly accepted Lei Hu's offer to give him a tour of the tower, accepting his offer. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by many servants who were waiting for orders from their master, who spoke to them as soon as they entered. "Welcome, Boss Lei." When the head butler saw that Lei Hu had brought someone with him, he asked his boss, "Boss, is this our honored guest?" Commander Lei replied, "This is your new boss, Zhou Zhen." Hearing this, the tower's chief butler immediately bowed before his new boss and greeted him, saying, "Welcome, Boss Zhou." Seeing this unusual reaction and the strange obedience to anyone who was called their new boss, Zhou Zhen thought, "Such politeness. There must have been many changes of bosses here, right?" Thinking that there had been many bosses before him, Zhou Zhen spoke to the entire staff. "It doesn't matter how many owners have come before me. Starting today, everything here will be as I say. From now on, all positions remain the same, and salaries are doubled." Hearing this from his new boss, the general manager bowed down and expressed his gratitude to his new boss, saying, "Thank you very much, boss." After all that happened, Zheng turned to the general manager and said, "Manager Shu, you will remain in charge. If anything happens, please contact me. My number is 86 asterisk 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 asterisk." Hearing the number dictated by his new boss, Manager Shu was very surprised and immediately thought, "A 10-digit number? This is a symbol of power in the graveyard." As he watched his new boss walk away with Lei Hu, who was giving him a tour, a thought entered his mind, "Who the hell is our new boss?" After the tour was over and he was getting up to speed, Zheng learned that there was a great place to relax at the top of Haiyang Tower and decided to take advantage of his free time and enjoy it to the fullest. On the top of his tower, which has a swimming pool and sun loungers, Zheng took another cocktail and said as he sunbathed in the sun, This is the real pleasure. Suddenly he heard someone on the phone. Taking off his sunglasses and immediately getting up from his lounge chair, Zhang picked up the phone and spoke into the receiver. "Hello, this is Zhou Zhen." Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Zhang was very happy to hear it and smiled slyly. Continuing to talk to the other person, Zhang said, "Oh, you're back." The person on the other end of the line was none other than Xiang Shihan herself, who had already completed her internship at the Beast Taming Union and spoke to Zheng. "Yeah, just now." Standing outside the union building, Xiang Shihan, a little embarrassed by her request, twisted her hair around her finger and said to Zheng, "When you have some free time, will you pick me up from the union?" When she heard Zhou Zheng's affirmative answer, she spoke into the phone with joy. "Good, then I'm waiting for you." But suddenly, Commander Shan called her saying, "Shihan, what are you doing?" Noticing that her superior had approached her, Xiang Shihan said in embarrassment, "Ah, boss, I was just talking to my friend on the phone." To which the supervisor replied, "You have made great progress today, and very soon you will master the essence of our practices." Hearing such words of praise from her teacher, Xiang Shihan said to him, "Thank you, Master Qin." And he continued to court the girl, keeping up with her. "Let's celebrate your results. I invite you to dinner." Hearing the invitation from her boss, Xiang Shihan declined it, arguing that she had something else to do. "I'm sorry, supervisor, it's just that I'm meeting a friend of mine today." Hearing the rejection, the manager was boiling with anger. But the boss decided not to give up and said to the girl, "Who is this? Come to us, I invite you." And the other members of the union looked up at the sky in fascination and shouted in amazement, "Look up there!" The boy exclaimed. And the girl, fascinated by what she saw, shouted joyfully, "Wow, that's really cool." When they all looked up to see what was happening, they saw the silhouette of a guy descending on wings, dressed in a fancy suit, holding a bouquet of roses. When he descended a little lower, it turned out to be Zhou Zhen, who had come to take Xiang Shihan away from the Tamer Union at her request and to make a spectacular appearance in front of everyone. Descending from heaven to earth like an angel, Zheng held out a bouquet of beautiful red roses to the girl and said to Xiang Shihan, "This is for you because I think these flowers are perfect for you." As Xiang Shihan gladly accepted the bouquet, she began to beam with happiness. And in a sweet voice, she replied to Zhou Zhen, smiling sweetly, "He, how nice. Thank you for the flowers." After handing the bouquet to the girl, Zhou Zhen noticed an inconspicuous vice leader behind her and raised his hand to greet him, saying, "Is that the vice chairman over there, Qin?" As they locked eyes, a spark of rivalry flashed between them. But Zhou Zhen clearly had the priority. Looking into each other's eyes, they destroyed their opponent in their minds and drilled hundreds of holes in him. Showing Zheng an obscene gesture, the deputy leader spoke to him. "Boy, if you don't have enough money to pay the bill, tell Shihan to call me." The girl replied, "Hey, why the conflict? Have I done anything wrong to you?" When they arrived at Haiyang Tower, Zheng and Xiang Shihan dressed in evening clothes and dresses and walked through the main entrance, where they were greeted by many servants and maids, who greeted Zhou Zhen, saying, "Welcome, boss, welcome back." As they climbed to the topmost floor, where there was a swimming pool and a beautiful view of the night sky, Xiang Shihan asked Zheng in awe, You booked a room here?" To which he replied, "Not exactly." Approaching his table, where they would be having their romantic dinner, Zheng informed the girl, "To be more precise, the entire Haiyang Tower belongs to me now." Sitting down at the table and filling their glasses with wine, Zhou Zhen and Xiang Shihan began to taste the drink, saying together, "Bottoms up." Sitting at the table, Zheng said, "Actually, there are definitely many good wines here, but unfortunately I don't know much about them." In his mind, he couldn't stop being nervous and thinking, "Why am I suddenly so nervous?" Raising her glass, Xiang Shihan also told Zheng something. "I don't drink much either." But there was only one thought running through her mind. "Holy shit, he's so damn cute." Finally calming down, Zheng spoke to the beautiful girl sitting across from him. "A convenient occasion rarely comes along. Let's drink." After drinking one glass of wine, Zhou Zhen was very quickly disassembled by the alcohol. He quickly became drunk and finally said, "Shihan." And there was only one thought in his mind. "That's it. I think I'm drunk." Also slightly intoxicated, a pretty girl with a slight blush on her face heard Zhou Zhen's address to her, which sounded very promising, and she said, "Yes?" Immediately rising from the table and barely able to stand, the intoxicated Zhou Zhen took the girl by the shoulders and spoke to Xiang Shihan in a low voice. "Shihan, I want to." Standing in front of the guy who immediately collapsed, the girl said excitedly, "Zhou Zhen?" And the guy, who had fallen down from the alcohol and was already falling asleep, muttered under his breath, "I need you." Lying on the ground, making a funny face, already inventing something in his dreams, Zhou Zhen was able to continue his drunken stories in a drunken voice. "Can you stay and be the hostess here?" Embarrassed by the cuteness and ridiculous behavior of the drunken Zheng, who was normally so impenetrable and unsentimental, Xiang Shihan, watching his behavior, covered herself with her hand and said in a sweet voice, "Hee, silly." Observing how sweet and frank he was when he was drunk, Xiang Shihan also saw the sweet and innocent side of Zhou Zhen, and she said to him, "If I didn't like you, would I have come to my place at night to drink wine?" The next day, after the grand evening was over, the Beast Tamers Union was as crowded as ever, when suddenly a gentle girlish voice rang out among the crowd. "Good morning, everyone!" As Xiang Shihan walked toward the Beast Tamer Union to continue her training, she was beaming with joy. Seeing her and hearing her greeting, everyone immediately greeted her back. "Good morning, good morning." And one of the crowd asked, "Shihan, why are you so happy? Has something good happened to you?" And the girl, walking on joyfully, immediately heard the question to herself, turned to the boy who asked her, and shining with happiness with incredible envy and a beautiful smile on her face said, "Aha!" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already woken up in his room and immediately grabbed his head from the hangover that was bothering him, saying in a tired voice, "I think I really drank too much last night." Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Zheng began to recall what exactly happened yesterday, when he noticed a note left by his bedside and said in surprise, "I thought I said something to Shihan." Eh? Rubbing his eyes, he was curious to know what the note was, so he got out of bed and went to the table where it was lying, and picked it up and read it. "Shihan, can you stay and be the mistress here?" Instantly sobering up, his dream was gone and he was instantly clear-headed. His face immediately changed with surprise, and he began to recall how he had taken Shihan by the shoulders and spoken to her. Recalling this moment, he said, "Did I say that?" As he gathered his thoughts and finally remembered everything that had happened at dinner with Xiang Shihan last night, Zheng immediately heard his satellite communicator ring and vibrate. Wondering who it could be, Zheng picked up the phone and saw the caller ID and let out a surprised gasp. After having a conversation on his satellite communicator, Shen Junxing invited Zhou Zhen to his office, which was located in the military training department. Upon arrival, he was met at the entrance by the manager. The young man, in turn, seeing the huge building in front of him, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the legendary military training department?" After leading Zheng straight to Shen Junxing's office, the manager spoke to her boss. "Leader, you have a visitor." Sitting at his desk, Shen Junxing spoke to Zheng in a stern voice. "Brother Zhou, come in, come in." After inviting Zheng to sit down in his office to discuss some issues and recent events, the boss folded his hands on his desk and said, "I heard that you are now the owner of Haiyang Tower?" Hearing this question from Shen Junxing, Zheng began to feel nervous about it. With a nervous smile and a slightly anxious voice, he replied, "You are very knowledgeable. Are you also interested in this tower?" The manager got up from his chair and spun around his office and said, "Haiyang Tower is a shortcut for us. If we want to survive in the tomb, we need to rise to the privileged class." With his back turned to Zheng and his face pressed against the wall, Shen Junxing told Zheng, "There are certain privileges everywhere, but I'm afraid that with your current status, it will be difficult for you to keep your property." Hearing Shen Junxing's explanation, Zhou Zhen immediately raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "Brother Shen, I have guessed." Hearing this response from the young man, the head of the military training department could only give off a meaningful expression. Turning to Zhou Zhen, Shen Junxing held up the Class A Warriors document and said, "For Tombstone Warriors, A-Class rights are indeed very useful, right?" Surprised by this behavior of the head of the Tombstone's military training department, Zhou Zhen looked at him in surprise and asked in a disappointed voice, "Class A rights?" Looking at Zhou Zhen, Shen Junxing immediately spoke to him, explaining the situation. "Young man, don't be offended. This is the most I can give you. You can imagine, there are only 3 S-Class warriors in the entire graveyard, including me." After handing over the A-Class documents to Zhou Zhen, Shen Junxing informed him, "As of today, all information about you will no longer be available on the Warrior Union terminal. It is being moved to a server that only S-Class warriors can read." Opening his satellite communicator, Zheng saw the new information about himself that he had just received and read from it. A-Class license serial number, AO77. putting his hand on Jing's shoulder and congratulating him on his new rank. Shen Zhengxing spoke to the young man. This is your number. All A-class soldiers will also receive a notification about you. Shen Zhengxing walked over to Jing and took his hand, shook hands with him and said, Congratulations, Zhou Zhen. Not only are you the youngest warrior to receive a class, but you are also the lowest level warrior. After thanking Shen Zhengxing for this honor, he spoke while looking at his satellite communicator. Brother Shen, thank you very much. The latter just laughed, happy that his idea had worked. But then, taking a step away from Zheng, Shen Zhengxing raised his arm, bent at the elbow and said slyly, Don't rush to thank me. Do you remember your mission? Our 7th squad accidentally lost one of its members. Hearing this, Zhou Zhen immediately had a strange feeling, and he thought, why do I have the feeling that I have sold out to him? Turning to face Zhou Zhen, Shen Zhengxing smiled slyly and said to him in an impartial voice, Are you okay? Do you want to take his place? Jing, having no choice, smiled slyly in response and said, Duty calls. When Zhou Zhen left the office of the head of the Tombstone Military Training Department, Shen Zhengxing called someone, and this unknown someone asked him, Is it even worth it? To which he replied, Brother, I trust my feelings. As he watched Zhou Zhen leave the military training department of the graveyard, Shen Zhengxing heard a voice in his office from his interlocutor. You must be more persistent, otherwise I will become a laughingstock. Walking through the city of Graveyard, Zhou Zhen took out his satellite communicator, began to search for the geolocation of the 7th Detachment's base, and said, The base of the 7th Squad, Hotel Batkivshchina in the 11th District. As he continued to walk toward his destination, Zhou Zhen, smiling to himself at this development, said, I just got the courage to confess my feelings, and now it seems I won't be able to come back for a while. Meanwhile, at the Batkivshchina Hotel, which was the headquarters of the 7th Detachment, everyone was waiting for the new member of their team. Sitting at the table, the squad leader said, Last check. Watching all his comrades, he informed them of the imminent departure, saying, 20 minutes to departure. Sitting at the table with his comrades, a burly uncle holding a double-barreled rocket launcher shouted menacingly, Who the fuck is this Zhou Zhen? Hearing his comrade's displeased tone, who was clearly in a bad mood, the squad leader told him, He is a 7th-ranked soldier, sent from headquarters to replace Lao Guo. Hearing that they had been sent a 7th-ranked soldier, the glasses-wearing boy who could not find a place to sit, said in disappointment, I think it's a favor. They want us to babysit him. Standing up, the 3rd member of the 7th squad, who was very bulky and had a shield in his hands, shouted, If his strength does not meet our requirements, I will immediately throw him out. Taking his communicator out of his pocket, someone from the 7th squad opened Zhou Zhen's personnel file and reported, The B-class soldier doesn't have access to his information, so maybe he really has some connections. While everyone was discussing the new recruit sent to them from the military training department of the graveyard, the door to their room suddenly opened, and a young man walked in and said, Hello, I'm Zhou Zhen. I've come to report. Seeing the weapons and armor that the newcomer was wearing, the stout uncle stood up and spoke to Jing. Zhou Zhen, do you think we are going on a journey? Even if you're dressed like this, you're using a short combat weapon in a fashionable way. Are you sure you're not joking? Jing replied indifferently. It's just that I haven't found the right armor for me yet. As Jung said this to the burly uncle, he suddenly remembered something that made him feel a little ashamed and thought, Hey, unfortunately, the few pieces I had were destroyed when I leveled up. When the commander heard from Jung that he hadn't found any suitable armor, he said to his comrade, Time is short. Lend him some from your stock. Hearing this generous offer, Jung replied, Thank you. After the boss's order, his subordinate, who wore glasses, looked at Jing ominously and spoke to him arrogantly. We don't need your thanks. Just don't drag us down when the time comes. On their way to the mission, the elite 7th squad was heading through the city, where they were suddenly spotted by several guys, and one of them shouted, pointing ahead of them, Look over there. When the boys saw the 7th squad in front of them, they all gathered in a group and began to discuss. The first of them said, That's the elite 7th squad. The second one added, No wonder they're elite. They all have 12th ranked strength. And the third, noticing Zheng, shouted out in surprise, That's right, even the one with the 7th rank. All of them suddenly began to exclaim in surprise, and the first one let out a gasp. 7th rank? Am I right? The second one added, It's not a hallucination, I can see it too. And the third one said after them, This is definitely an assistant who was sent to them as an apprentice. Passing by the guys who were discussing Zheng, who had been promoted to the elite squad with his 7th rank, the commander spoke to him. Zhou Zhen, don't pay attention to these people. Since you were invited to our squad, you must have such strength. To which Zheng calmly replied, I don't take it personally, Captain. Entering the transport boat, the commander told his squad, we can get to our destination on this boat. Standing in front of his squad and telling them about the mission to boost the morale of his comrades, the squad captain added, perhaps all of the above affects our mood, and this is a C-class mission. Therefore, after calming himself down and calming his comrades, the team leader told all his comrades, just like that, Zhou Zhen will be able to adapt to our squad. Hearing these words from the squad captain, the chubby man with the shield spoke to Zheng. Boy, it seems like they really care about you. And the guy with the glasses added with a mockery, ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm here for you. After listening to all the worries of his teammates, the team captain spoke to Zhou Zhen in a calm tone. Don't worry, it's just a C-class desert exploration mission. It's nothing for us to worry about. After hearing all the details of the mission, Zheng looked down and immediately thought, and his mind was filled with familiar thoughts of what to do. Another desert exploration mission? After explaining the main tasks of the mission and how they should act, the squad leader spoke. Our military training unit, like the Special Forces, has a wide range of responsibilities. As long as it does not contradict the rules of Mohilnik, we can interfere in any case. Arriving at the destination and getting all the materials to prepare for the reconnaissance mission, the commander continued. We are also responsible for dispersing large mutant beasts and preventing their accumulation. Opening a chest with provisions and various equipment, the commander began to hand out tracking beacons to each of his team, saying, everyone, take your communicators. We have 1 hour to enter the compound. When Zheng received his communicator, he was so surprised at what it looked like. It looked something like a wristwatch. So Zheng thought about it. I haven't seen any communicators like this on the market. It must be a special standard equipment. After distributing the mission equipment to everyone, the commander and the rest of the team were walking to the departure point when he heard one of his soldiers, who had gone ahead of him, call out to him, shouting, Commander! Having watched Zheng until that moment, who was worried for some reason, the commander quickly began to move toward his comrade, who spoke to the commander. I think there is something up ahead. As the subordinate approached the observation tower, he told his commander what he saw. It's a 10th level fighting white tiger. The commander, meanwhile, picked up his binoculars and began to examine the target, which surrounded the 3 soldiers who were about to say goodbye to their lives, and said, Where did he come from? Meanwhile, while the team was deciding what to do, the soldiers who had been caught off guard by the predator repeated over and over again, holding their weapons in their hands. That's it, we're definitely finished. Having already accepted their fate, the warriors who had been captured by the predator were preparing to die, when suddenly one of them shouted joyfully, Patrol! It's a patrol! When one of the trapped warriors reported that he had seen a patrol ship in the sky, all his comrades began waving their hands and shouting, Help! Help! We are here! As the patrol approached the warriors trapped by wild animals, they began to prepare for a rescue operation, taking out and equipping their rifles and shields to move in to rescue them as soon as possible. But before they could react, one of their team members had already jumped to the rescue. Hearing the airlock open, the commander had only one word to say, Hey! Meanwhile, a stout man with a rocket launcher who had jumped out of the shuttle and rushed toward the formidable enemy exclaimed joyfully, Handsome! Seeing these crazy actions performed by a member of the elite 7th squad, Zheng was very surprised that their team could have such amateurishness without a plan of action. While Zheng was marveling at his madness and recklessness, the burly man had already landed and shouted to the surrounded soldiers, Quickly, everyone to me! Seeing that a 12th-ranked soldier had rushed to their rescue, the commander of the frightened soldiers hurried to him, and his comrades exclaimed, Thank God! Finally we will be rescued. And, We have lost our distress signal, so... also rushed headlong to the rescuer. And while the soldiers were making excuses about how this happened to them, a burly man shouted out to them, You like to joke with death, then don't explain anything to me. This time you are lucky to meet me. While the 12th-ranked warrior was bragging to the frightened soldiers, the predators did not retreat from their victims and again charged to attack their prey. Seeing the monsters advancing, the strong man used his rocket launcher to destroy the enemy, and pulling the trigger, fired a volley at the tiger that was rushing towards them. Unfortunately, his attack was hopeless. All the shells he fired simply bounced off the predator without causing any damage. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, The burly man froze in place in surprise that he was powerless against such an enemy, and just stood there watching what would happen next. After landing the shuttle on the ground and getting out of it, the rest of the team stood nearby watching the battle, when suddenly the team leader spoke to Zheng. Go and try to deal with the tiger. It doesn't matter if you can't defeat it. It's a great chance to improve your skills. Hearing the commander's order for Zheng to go and help his friend, he replied to his boss, smiling slyly at the chance to demonstrate his strength. Got it. Noticing that a 7th-ranked warrior from the patrol team was approaching them, one of the soldiers who had been cornered suddenly let out a surprised cry. Why is there a 7th-ranked warrior on patrol? Hearing this order from his commander, Zheng walked toward the mutant monster. When he was far enough away, the chubby man asked his commander a question. Commander, isn't this too dangerous for him? Hearing such a question from his teammate, the commander answered him in a stern tone. If he can't even handle it, then he has no place in our squad, and this will be my argument when I come to the department and ask for his expulsion. Looking at his opponent, Zheng analyzed his weaknesses and said, the only way to break his 10th level defense is to drink his blood. Sighing heavily, thinking about the consequences of the battle and what he might lose in the course of it, Zheng said to himself, I am afraid that my unsurpassed blade may be broken in this campaign. Worried about the possible loss of his weapon during the fight, Zheng took it out, clutched it tightly in his hands and said proudly, but in the end, I am also an A-class warrior. I will not let anyone look down on me. I will show you the power of my attack. Still, Zheng gathered his strength and ran to meet the level 10 mutant white tiger to finally deal with it, no matter what the consequences. As soon as he approached the predator, he immediately used his speed to run into its back, and with a single swing of his blades, he killed this terrible monster. After completing his task and making sure that the beast was defeated, Zheng happily informed his commander, who was standing nearby and talking with his teammates. Commander, the problem is solved. When they turned their attention to Zheng, they saw that the monster was already lying on the ground dead in such a short period of time. They opened their mouths in surprise, and the commander, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, This Zhou Zhen, it's unbelievable, no way, he's some kind of mutant. After the patrol completed the rescue of the soldiers, they all boarded the shuttle and headed on, while the rescued soldiers remained on their mission, looking at them and exclaiming in amazement, Wow, what a patrol! Even their 7th-ranked warrior is so good! How cool! When everyone was in the ship and taking off, the commander, who had been disrespecting Zheng because of his low rank, came over to apologize for his disrespect and said to Zheng, Forgive me for my previous assumptions about you. After apologizing for his prejudice and wrong guesses about Zheng's strength and abilities, he continued, You are strong enough to stay in the 7th squad. Walking up to the commander who was apologizing to Zheng for his prejudice, the chubby man from his team said, Commander, I knew that the Ministry of Military Training could not use its connections so openly. Walking up to Zheng, squeezing between him and the burly uncle, the chubby man began to praise him. He's only rank 7, but he's comparable to a warrior of 10th strength. If he grows to the 8th or 10th rank, I can't even imagine how strong he could be then. He's just a genius. Trying to stand out among the pile of praise for the chubby boy, the captain added, That's why I've decided that our 7th squad will do our best to support Zhou Zhen. He will grow because of us. What do you think? Hearing this proposal, no one objected to his words, but each of them responded in a chorus of joy. We agree. Hearing such sincere words of support, Zhou said to his comrades, Thank you, guys. After all these conversations and Zheng was officially accepted into his squad, after testing his strength, the commander suddenly informed everyone that they had reached the target area. We got there very quickly. After informing them that they had arrived at the landing site, the commander said in his commanding tone, Guys, get ready to leave. Hearing the order, everyone answered him in a chorus, Yes, sir, boss. Leaving his flying tent and walking along the road that stretched through the forest, the commander informed his squad, We are now in the Gongguan Forest, Zone A200, with Zone 201 directly ahead. Hearing the information that the boss told his squad, the burly man sighed heavily and said in a sad voice, I remember that this forest was explored by the 3rd squad. What a terrible name they gave it. Hearing the conversation between the stout uncle and Zheng, a boy with glasses suddenly broke into the dialogue and added, It is precisely because the commander of the 3rd detachment, Fatty Jin, was from the town of Gongguan that all the places they explored became Gongguan. Hearing this, my uncle just said, Ugh. Hearing this explanation of the name of the forest they were about to explore, Zheng said to his friend with the glasses, "Obviously, this fat man Jin is very nostalgic," to which he replied, "Nostalgic? He's just an uncultured person." As he walked further and further into the A200 area, the captain suddenly stopped as if sensing something bad, and said in alarm, very strange." Frozen in place, he began to wonder what was so strange that they had not encountered a single monster for such a long period of time, although they should have, the commander said. No. Seeing that the commander was very worried, Zheng decided to ask him more about it to find out the details that he was so nervous about, and he said, "What is it?" Continuing on his way, the commander began to tell him what was so disturbing and said, "In truth, the Gongguan forest is the territory of forest monkeys, but for some reason, we have not yet met any of them." Hearing his captain's explanation, the guy with glasses, who was a sniper in the team, immediately said to his commander, "Why, isn't that great?" Turning to continue on his way, the guy with the glasses continued, "Wasting armor-piercing bullets on them is a waste." He had just finished his remark when he was suddenly pushed out of his seat by a chubby man, and using his shield, he deflected an attack that was made on his comrade from above. Having repelled the projectile attack, the chubby man, holding his shield in front of him so that the next attacks that might follow immediately after this one would not cause harm, spoke loudly to everyone, "Beware!" Hearing his comrades shout, everyone quickly took up a combat formation in a circle to see which side the next attack would come from, and then the commander spoke to his comrades, "It's a sudden one." Looking up, the team saw that there were many monkeys sitting in the treetops. Noticing such a large crowd of animals, one of them suddenly began to shout, "Monkeys! It's monkeys!" Looking up at the treetops, the commander said to his comrades in a calm tone, with a kind of murderous aura in his eyes, "Just a herd of monkeys. Brothers, let's go forward boldly." Moving forward, the unit had to accept the fight with the monkeys. When the fight was over, the commander said to the big man, "The job is done. Chen Hao, you have wasted too much ammunition." To which he replied, I'm sorry, it was an accident. I'll be more careful next time." While the two were talking to each other, the chubby man reported, "The other monkeys have run away." After Zheng had participated in the battle with the 7th Squad, he said to himself in amazement at the end, "These people can really understand each other without words." While all the members of the squad were standing below, the guy with the glasses climbed a tree to get a better shooting position, but suddenly he shouted, "Something is happening!" Hearing this news, the commander asked him, "What is it?" Looking into the distance where the ruins of the city were located, the boy with glasses sitting on a tree said, "There seem to be zombie tracks in those ruins up ahead." Slowly approaching the city, the team carefully examined the entire area. When they reached the ruins, they saw a giant zombie standing in the middle of the ruins. Hiding in different corners, all the soldiers of the 7th Squad quietly watched him so as not to suddenly attract his attention, because a monster of this magnitude was really dangerous. Sitting next to the commander who was watching the zombie giant, Zheng asked him, "Do you want something?" The commander replied, "He's even more dangerous than the level 13 mutant beasts. Okay, let's go around them." After going around the ruins so as not to attract the attention of the slicing monster, the team stopped near the cave where they decided to make their stop. The commander, who was keeping a research log, said, "Let's record. There is a 6-meter high-level zombie in area A201. Pulling out his communicator, the squad leader dialed the help desk to report the new information. When the phone was answered on the other end, he spoke. "Set up a red zone signal." As Zheng sat next to the commander, who was reporting the research to the top, the managers who were recording the entire progress of the operation suddenly heard the voice of a chubby man behind them saying, "Brothers." As he approached them, he held a huge blue fruit in his right hand and a sack of provisions in his left, which he carried on his shoulder, and said, "I think I found something." Holding out the amazing fruit to his comrades, he continued, "A fresh purple fruit." Seeing this amazing berry, the commander said, "This thing can increase strength very well." And Zheng let out a surprised gasp. "Really, this much?" Holding out the fruit to Zhou Zhen, the chubby man said, "Eat a lot of it. It will help you increase your level. You need it more than we do." Incredibly impressed by this generosity, Zheng said nervously, "Thank you." Taking this incredible fruit in his hands, Zhou Zhen thought, "This thing might be worth a few purple crystals. It seems like he really treats me like his own brother." While the commander was reporting on the progress of the mission, and Zheng was thanking the chubby man for the gift, a boy with glasses suddenly climbed up on the rock and said in a choked voice, "Commander!" Climbing up to them to tell everyone about their find, their comrade, who had just returned from reconnaissance, said, "There's a cave ahead. Maybe it's a nest of mutant snakes." Hearing this disappointing news, the commander said, "Mutant snakes? I did not expect that we would encounter such trouble while exploring the wasteland." But Zheng didn't seem to be scared at all. He seemed to be happy about it. So he said with a sinister smile, "Perhaps," after hearing the information about the mutant snake lair, Zheng was eager to go there and check it out for himself. So he volunteered, saying, "Can I go first?" When everyone had gathered and set out, the leader of their group led them to a cave that was likely to be the lair of the snakes he had found while scouting the area. Standing at the entrance to the cave, the commander tried to dissuade Zheng from his idea, saying, "Mutant snakes are the most difficult thing a warrior can face here. It's too dangerous for you to go in." Hearing these words from the commander, who was trying his best to dissuade him from the idea, Zheng said to him, "Don't worry, Commander. I once lived for a month in the Valley of Snakes, and I have experience in dealing with them." Hearing Zheng say that he had lived in the Valley of Snakes for a month, the whole team exclaimed in surprise, "In the Valley of the Snakes? For a whole month?" Hearing this argument from Zhou Zhen, the commander finally gave up and did not dissuade Zheng any longer, but said to him, "All right, but if you face danger, don't show your superiority in any way." After listening to all the instructions from the squad leader about proper behavior and how to act in different cases, Zhou Zhen took the communicator from the commander and said to him, "Understood." Taking his communicator in hand, Zheng entered the cave. Moving in the fog of thick poison, he moved further and further into the depths of the cave, covering more and more distance from the entrance. Suddenly, as he moved on, a large dragon snake of an unknown level appeared in front of Zhou Zhen, which lived in this godforsaken cave. When he saw that the snake began to move toward him, he immediately became anxious and thought, "Has this snake sensed me in my state of secrecy? Does it really have such an excellent sense of smell?" Realizing that the dragon snake had indeed spotted him, Zhou Zhen immediately began to retreat, for it began to attack him, striking him with its tail and destroying the cave, which in turn caused some of the rocks above to fall. While running away, Zheng noticed that he had a chance to attack the enemy, and deciding to try to defeat the dragon snake, he immediately turned around and used his instant attack skill. After performing this quick maneuver, Zheng jumped up and flew at the monster that was chasing him to try to defeat it, flying straight into its mouth. Meanwhile, his team was waiting for Zheng at the entrance to the cave, monitoring the progress of the exploration. Noticing that the task was completed, the commander reported, "Really good. He brought the detection rate to 60% so quickly. When he comes back, we can go back immediately." As soon as the commander said this, he saw a silhouette returning from the cave. It was Zhou Zhen, who was desperately running as far away from there as possible at breakneck speed. When Chen Hao saw Zheng running out of the cave and the sound of the soundtrack with him, he said in frustration, "Damn it, he provoked the mutants! What's with the loud sound?" Watching Zheng rush out of the cave, Puffy also noticed something strange in his behavior and said, "I'll tell you the truth." As he continued to watch Zheng, and then immediately began to run along with everyone else from the cave, Puffy added as he ran away, "Fifth speed is too abnormal." After Zheng left the cave, and everyone began to run away from it together with Zheng, straight to the city, they were followed after a period of time by a big bang from the cave entrance. Hiding on the edge of the ruins in one of the buildings, the commander began to ask Zheng what exactly happened in the cave, saying, "Fifth, what kind of monster did you provoke?" Pulling out his communicator to add information, Zheng answered the captain's question by saying, "A dragon snake with an unknown level." Sitting next to Zheng and the rest of his team, Chen Hao smoked a cigarette and said, "No wonder. The Ministry of Military Training has rated the dragon snake as a level 15 beast. We can say that we have now passed through the gates of hell." Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing boy sitting next to Chen Hao added, "Luckily, nothing happened, so in any case, our mission is complete." After the comrade finished his speech, the commander turned to Zhou Zhen and said, "After the exploration of this area is completed, you will have the right to name it. What would you like to call this place?" Hearing this question from his commander, that Zheng would be able to choose the name of this area, Zheng replied, "Perhaps Dragon Snake Cave. Let's warn the other soldiers." Hearing Zheng's answer, the commander said, "That's a great name. Haha, even though our mission is complete, can we stay here nearby to practice?" "I think we can." Meanwhile, in the city of Mohilnik, at the airship station, where goods were being loaded for transportation to another place, On the roof of a house, there was an airship that was just being packed with boxes of goods. Carrying the goods inside, the commander of the loaders began to hurry them up. "Guys, hurry up, don't delay the goods." One of the loaders, who was standing near the airship, was talking to someone on the phone, possibly preparing a terrorist attack. Given their conversation, he said, "Take off tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning, 6th cargo blimp." The mysterious man who was dialoguing with the loader, from whom he learned the time of departure and the number of the airship, replied, "Very well, good luck." After lighting a cigar, the same mysterious man called someone else and said, "Number 3, tomorrow at 7:30 in the eastern town, the 6th cargo airship." The next day, the airship's pilots entered the cockpit and had a conversation with each other. "The weather is nice today," said one of them. The other replied, "The weather is great. We will succeed today anyway." When the airship took off from the station, the robbers, who had been waiting for this moment from the ground and watching it through binoculars, were ready. And one of them said to the other, "Oh, the target is here. Lu Jilong, you have the target." Hearing this information that the mission could begin soon and that all preparations were complete, Lu Jilong said to his partner, "Don't worry." Immediately activating his wings and flying up into the air, Lu Jilong spoke to his companion who remained on the ground. "He can't escape." Meanwhile, on the deck of the airship, the crew were already discussing what they would do after the mission was over, and the captain of the airship spoke to the rest of the crew. "After this mission, I invite everyone to dinner." Upon hearing the invitation, the airship staff began to shout out to the captain saying, "Captain, you are so generous this time," and "Then we must do our best today." But then one of the airship's personnel, who was watching the road, interrupted the joyful shouts and said in fright, "Captain, something is flying right at us." After this phrase, the silhouette of a young man immediately appeared near the airship. It was Lu Zilong, who was chasing the airship loaded with various cargo. Seeing through the window that it was a man, the captain exhaled a sigh of relief and said to him, "Ugh, you scared me. I thought it was some kind of monster." Seeing that it was one of their acquaintances, the airship staff began to greet him, shouting, Hello, you're so handsome. You dare to fly in the sky alone." And he in turn, smiling ominously and taking something out of his backpack, answered them, "And to you, hello." The next moment, when the staff and the captain saw what the boy was doing, they suddenly froze in fright and could not move, being so terrified by what was happening. After finishing his duel against the monster, Zheng twirled his dagger in his hand and told his comrades who were waiting behind him, "It's done." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, having defeated another monster, and his team, who had decided to stay in the area for training, were just in Area 201, where they stayed to train and hunt monsters. Seeing Zheng's skill and precision, the guy with the glasses exclaimed in surprise, "A level 9 spiked armored lizard killed with a single blow." The commander, standing to the side, only added, "Holy shit." While they were hunting wild monsters, the commander's communicator suddenly received a call. Searching for it in his suit, the commander quickly took out the communicator and accepted the call. After the commander accepted the call, an urgent order came through to return to the city. Hearing this, the commander quickly shouted to his squad, "Something happened. Stop the hunt." Quickly getting into the car and heading back to the city, the commander of the squad told his team on the way back what they had told him. News has just come in that the 6th airship with the cargo was attacked. After giving this information about what had happened, the commander explained why they were called to help, saying, "We were the closest patrol, so headquarters sent us to help." Sitting in the car, terribly resentful of having to go back, Chen Hao spoke in a disgruntled tone. "What are these escorts doing? Even mutant beasts can't stop them." Hearing Chen Hao's outrageous remarks, the commander, who was in the car with him, said to him in a disappointed tone, "No, they're not really mutants." Meanwhile, Lu Jilong, having captured the airship and reported on the work done, said to his leader, "Chairman, I'm handing over the airship to you. I'm going to stop the 7th squad." He received approval, but with one warning from the leader, who emphasized, "Be careful, there are 12th ranked warriors in the 7th squad." To which Lu Jilong replied, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Meanwhile, the 7th detachment was riding back to the city at top speed, under orders from the head of the Ministry of Military Training to help counter the criminals who had attacked the airship. Zheng, who was riding behind on his motorcycle, suddenly heard a strange noise behind him, and he also felt a sense of danger. When he decided to look back, he realized why he had such feelings. Looking back, he saw a fellow flying above him on wings, and he launched a barrage of knives at Zhou Zhen, which almost hit him. When he found the 7th squad returning along the highway to the city of the Gravedigger, Lu Zilong let loose a barrage of knives at them, saying, "Seventh Squad? I don't know if you will like this meeting." Noticing the sudden attack, Zheng jumped off his bike in an attempt to dodge the rain of knives and shouted to his comrades as he tried to evade, "Look out, everyone!" While trying to dodge, Zheng could not prevent each attack from hitting him, saying, "Damn, with this intensity and range of attack, there's no way I can dodge." Realizing that he could not avoid the attack, nor could he get out of this barrage, Zheng did his best. The next moment, when the attack hit his bike, it exploded along with Zheng, creating a grand fireworks show. Zheng, who was standing near the bike, was fortunately unharmed by the explosion, but several knives stuck out of his armor. After surviving this terrible attack, he thought, "Fortunately, I can change my gear right from the system backpack." Standing up after this deadly attack, Zheng shouted out to the rest of his friends to make sure everyone was alive and unharmed, exclaiming, "Is everyone okay?" Meanwhile, the chubby man, standing with his shield in hand, and the commander who was next to him, amidst the wall of dust and smoke, spoke to Zheng. "It's okay. This knife didn't hurt us." Meanwhile, Lu Zilong, who was standing near the 7th Squad watching them to see if he could kill someone, shouted out to them, "Ha ha, not a bad gift, huh?" Looking at Lu Zilong with a stern gaze, Zheng's eyes showed the rage he felt towards his enemy, and Zheng said to him in a stern voice, "I'd rather not know who you are, otherwise." Having dealt with the enemy, the 9th Squad then rushed to the airship they were supposed to save, but they saw only the remains and the flames that engulfed what was left of it, and then the commander spoke. "We are too late." After examining the wreckage, the commander told his comrades, "It seems that this man just tried to delay us so that his accomplices could kill people and take the goods." Taking out his communicator, the commander of the 7th Squad called headquarters to report the information. After making the call, he reported, "Headquarters, the 6th cargo airship was robbed, probably more than half an hour ago." Standing next to the remains of the airship they were unable to save, Puljash, trying not to upset Zheng, spoke about it. "This is not uncommon for the gravedigger. We can't solve all problems perfectly every time either. Don't take it personally." Approaching his comrades when he finished his report, the captain spoke to them. "That's right. We did our best. Our mission is complete. Let's pack up and go back." When Zheng got home and was in his room, he was thinking, "After so many times when I was close to death, I always got off easy and won. But I don't dare to bet that I can be resurrected after death like in the game." Thinking about this, Zheng decided that he needed to take a walk around the city and get some fresh air. Meanwhile, in the 9th district, where Zheng was staying, walking along the streets of Mohilnik, Zheng looked at his satellite communicator, thought, and said, "I really need to buy some proper armor." As he walked down the street, Zheng heard a girl standing by a billboard shouting something loudly. She was shouting an announcement that read, "The Guohai auction is about to begin, and the final lot will be the company's creation, Meteorite. Everyone is welcome." Hearing this announcement from the girl, Zheng was very interested in this auction, and he said with excitement, "It seems like something good will definitely be sold at this auction." Sitting among the crowd of people who had also come to the auction, Zheng listened to the crazy prices coming from the auctioneer. Armor penetration, 10, saber conductivity, 31%, price, 9 top quality purple crystals. Hearing such prices, Zheng muttered to himself in displeasure. "As expected from the gravedigger, for 9 top quality purple crystals in Titan you can take all the seats." The auctioneer announced the next item. And now, a mutant vine. Its purpose is currently unknown, but it was dug out of the lair of a 12-level fire cloud beast, trying to interest buyers and sell the goods at the highest possible price. The host continued, "But the more unknown the item, the more opportunities to increase the price. The starting price is 1 medium-sized purple crystal." Hearing such a ridiculous statement, Zheng looked at the auctioneer in disappointment after the item was announced, and only gave a long, incomprehensible sigh. "Eh?" Looking at the vine, Zheng began to recall something as if it were familiar. "A fertile vine? I've seen it somewhere before. What does it look like?" The inscription on the lot reads, "Fertility vine, purpose unknown." Recalling how he had completed the hell-level task, Zheng remembered that he had seen a similar vine in the dragon's nest and thought in his head, "That's right. Aren't those the vines that were wrapped around the dragon egg when I stole it?" Zheng put his hand on his forehead and took a thoughtful pose. "The nurturing vine? I remember that the Beast King Alliance came here for this very thing to hatch dragon eggs." Opening his inventory and looking through it, Zheng thought, "I still have one of these in my backpack. If I can get it out." He immediately dreamed of what he would be able to accomplish if he acquired this vine. I'll have a flying beast, that would be awesome. Raising his hand, Zhou Zhen offered his price, speaking to the auctioneer. 2 medium purple crystals. Rising from his seat, Zhang immediately attracted everyone's attention by offering this price for this incomprehensible item, and repeated it again. I will give you 2 medium purple crystals. Hearing this price, the auctioneer picked up his gavel and took his place at the table and said, Very well. 2 medium-sized purple crystals. Perhaps someone will give more? After the host had spoken, he did not hear anyone offer a higher price, so he spoke to the crowd. Then let's start the countdown. 1, 2. Sitting in the crowd, one of the buyers, who was very surprised that someone would pay such a huge amount of money for such a junk, said, Really? Such strange things cannot be sold at such a price. After completing his countdown, the auctioneer, not hearing anyone from the audience offer a higher price for this piece of vine, joyfully exclaimed, 2 medium-sized purple crystals, sold. After winning this lot, Zhou Zhen hurried to the front desk to collect his winnings. When he arrived, the manager spoke to him. You owe us 2 medium purple crystals. Hearing what conditions the girl manager had set for him to receive his lot, Zheng said, Yeah, no problem. After paying, the manager handed him his item and said, Mr. Zhou, please acknowledge receipt of the item you won. As Zheng was picking up his item, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind him. Hey, over there! Put the Tang Dynasty sword you just received in the first warehouse. We'll sell it at tomorrow's auction. Looking back, he saw many boxes being brought into the storage room in the auction building, and a short man was urging the movers along, shouting at them, Move! Don't break anything! Running around his goods, this short man said to one of the staff in a supercilious voice, Hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Watch this. The staff member replied, Yes, sir. Overhearing the uncle's conversation, Zheng followed him. Unsuspecting, the uncle was happily walking toward the restroom, saying, Okay, now I have to go check if those idiots loaded everything properly. Suddenly someone called out behind him, saying, Take your time. Pulling out his dagger, Zheng grabbed that little uncle and put the blade to his throat and spoke ominously. Perhaps we can talk before you return. After entering the restroom with the short man so that fewer people could see them, Zheng pushed him against the wall, held out his communicator and asked, Tell me, who brought this? The uncle, surprised by this indecent situation, immediately blushed, and with wide eyes looked at Zheng, who had taken him hostage and pinned him to the wall. But then, when he noticed the communicator Zheng handed him with a picture of a vine on it, he immediately looked at it and said, Isn't this the unusual vine? I remember it being brought by a small warrior. When Zheng and his short uncle saw the vine, they went to look for the warrior who had brought it. When he saw him sitting in the middle of the street, sitting at a table, his uncle said, I found him. He pointed to the warrior sitting at a table near them and said, That's the little guy. Zheng replied, Don't call people short. You're not very tall yourself. As a thank you for the information and help in the search, Zheng gave the short man a purple crystal, saying, Here, do you know what to do next? But the man, dumbfounded by the money, just kept repeating, Purple crystal, a purple crystal. Thank you very much, sir. When he regained consciousness, Uncle Shorty looked over to Zheng and said, By the way, sir, if there's anything else you want to know. Eh? Sir? But Zheng was long gone. Sitting at the table, a warrior waiting for his order shouted, Hey, too slow. Zheng walked over to him and addressed him. Brother? Holding out his satellite communicator, which had a picture of a vine on it, Zheng spoke to him. Tell me, where did you get this thing? Surprised that a young boy had come up to him with such an expensive and rare item, he asked, A satellite communicator? Who are you? Immediately breaking out in a cold sweat and beginning to worry a bit about who he was, the warrior asked, Where did a 7th-ranked warrior get it? Smiling at this warrior who had brought the vine to the auction, Zheng decided to make a joke, saying, I stole it. Can you believe it? The warrior suddenly changed his voice and said to Zheng, Are you bored with life to steal such things in the graveyard? Zheng replied, So, will you tell me the location? Smiling at Zhou Zhen, the warrior offered him an interesting deal to exchange information, and he said, Tell me why you need it, and then I'll tell you where I found it. How about that? Waving his hand, rejecting the trickster's offer, Zheng said as he walked away from him, Whatever, it's from the fire beast's lair, right? I'll find it myself. Hearing Zheng say this, the warrior immediately called out to him, Wait. The warrior suddenly became serious in his face and decided to get something for his information. So he said to Zhou Zhen, If I tell you, what do I get out of it? Hearing this offer from the short warrior, Zheng answered him with a sinister smile. Your benefit is that you will have a great friend like me, and if you don't tell me, you'll have a terrible enemy like me. After such powerful negotiations with the cunning warrior, Zheng managed to get information from him. Afterwards, he called Xiang Shihan to tell her that he was going to go on a journey of gratitude, and she replied, okay. On the phone with Zhou Zhen, she was all shy and blushing as she sat on a huge elephant with her team, doing an internship at the graveyard. When Xiang Shihan finished her phone conversation and hung up, Mentor Qin immediately began to court her again, saying, "Well, Shihan, are you going to refuse me again? Or shall we go out to dinner?" The girl answered him in a gentle voice, again refusing his offer. "Master Qin, I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend." Hearing Xiang Shihan talk about her boyfriend, whom she had not mentioned before, Commander Qin said thoughtfully with a hint of uncertainty, "Boyfriend? Is it really that boy? You didn't say he was your boyfriend?" Clutching her hands to her chest and lowering her head in embarrassment, not believing that this had really happened, the girl answered her mentor, "We just started dating recently." After all these words were spoken, Xiang Shihan looked up at her mentor as soon as the blush had subsided from her cheeks, and with a puppy dog look, she said gratefully, "Master Qin, thank you very much for your kind treatment of me." Meanwhile, the mentor, hearing that Xiang Shihan had a boyfriend, was unable to hold back his tears, shedding them like a river, and looked at the girl in confusion. He could not get a single thought into his head. Why am I not her boyfriend? How could this pig get ahead of me? Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, rubbing his nose and thinking about his girlfriend, whom he had recently called to tell her that he was going on a trip, said, "This girl won't miss me right after the phone call." As Zheng was getting ready to leave for his mission, he stood in front of his computer screen and looked at all the information about the place he was going to, and he said thoughtfully, "Even though I was going to go on my own, I can get some more information like this." As he stood in front of the terminal, looking over the mission information, Zheng heard two soldiers passing by behind him talking, and this is what they were saying. The first of them said, "Did you hear about the incident with the 6th airship? I don't know who it was, but he was very brave." The other one replied, "Aha, do you know what kind of cargo it was carrying?" Hearing his friend's question about the contents of the 6th airship's luggage, the first man whispered to him, "I heard that there were materials from a 15th ranked mutant beast that had been killed and collected by 11th ranked soldiers for the Ministry of Military Training." Having overheard the two soldiers discussing the recent events of the attack and luggage theft, Zheng said thoughtfully, "A 15th ranked mutant beast?" After collecting his thoughts and going about his business, Zhou Zhen immediately thought about the availability of information he could receive. He decided, even though I go to the Ministry of Military Training, I'm not as well informed as these guys. Pulling his satellite communicator out of his pocket, Zhou Zhen immediately decided to call Shen Zhengxing and ask him for more information about the case. When he picked up the phone from Zheng, the young man spoke to him. "Brother Shen, the case of the 6th airship." Hearing that Zhou Zhen had called him, Shen Zhengxing immediately picked up the phone, and hearing Zheng's inquiry, he replied, "Brother Zhou, I will handle this incident myself. You don't have to worry about anything." Zheng replied, "No, I wanted to talk about the materials that were there." As he continued his dialogue with Shen Zhengxing, Zhou Zhen finally said to him, "The next time there is a news of such good materials, remind me." To which Commander Shen replied, "Boy, you're too arrogant. That was a 15th ranked mutant beast." Walking further down the path and talking to Shen Zhengxing, Zheng had already reached the place where he was going, and hanging up the phone, he slowly approached the entrance. Seeing a stranger in front of him, the guard tried to stop him and shouted to Zheng, "This road is only for warriors of the B class or higher." After warning Zheng that he was not allowed to enter with his low rank, Zheng continued on, ignoring the guard's warning. Once inside, he smiled slyly, and the guard, who couldn't understand what had just happened, said in astonishment, "Oh, did you pass?" Wondering how a soldier of such a low rank could be so arrogant as to ignore his orders and enter the building, he immediately opened his mouth wide, saw Zheng's very rare possession, and shouted in surprise, "He has a satellite communicator!" After completing the ride on the airship, Zhou Zhen left the transport, and after him, a system announcement from the ship's staff sounded from inside. "Hello, dear passengers. We have arrived at the western town. Please take your belongings and board the ship one by one." Upon arrival, Zheng took out his satellite communicator and began to explore the area. Marking his location on the map, he said, District C, 152. As he looked at the map to plot the best route to his destination, Zheng said thoughtfully, "This Hu Yan is very talented, having the courage to go to this place alone. Once outside the city limits, in a deserted place so that no one would notice him, Zhou Zhen opened his inner game backpack to take out his pet. Calling out to his faithful companion, Zheng spoke to him, 'Bull, let's go!' Climbing on top of him, Zheng continued on to the planned location, watching the route on his satellite communicator to make sure he didn't lose his way. As he approached the desired area, Zheng spoke to his pet. There's a broken gorge up ahead, in area C-152. As they continued on their way, someone suddenly jumped out of the sand in front of them. It was a giant monster, and in order to prevent a collision with it, Zhou Zhen quickly stopped his pet so that it would not be hurt in the event of a fight. After dismounting from his animal and leaving it behind, Zheng walked further and further toward the monster and said, "Bull, stop here. And this area is inhabited by 11th-ranked red poisonous scorpions. You can't handle them." Putting his pet in his inventory, Zheng took out his 11th-ranked armor-piercing dagger at the same time, and as he approached the monster, he said boldly, "I'll give it a try." Zheng approached the enemy to the right distance and used his skills to defeat the mutant monster very effectively, without taking a single bit of damage. After Zheng had dealt with the monster, he went to it to get the crystal from it. After examining the monster, Zheng was able to get a purple crystal from it. Seeing such a generous reward for the enemy, the boy said happily, "This is so lucky!" After taking out his test tube, Zheng also collected all the materials from the defeated monster that could be used in the future. After collecting some of the scorpion's venom, Zheng said thoughtfully, "I wonder what the effect will be if I use this scorpion's venom on other mutants?" While Zheng was collecting materials from the monster he had just defeated, a whole flock of red poisonous scorpions suddenly crawled out from the ground. When Zheng noticed them, he said happily, "Oh, a whole flock has come. This place can be used to level up in the future." But despite this great training opportunity, Zheng used his stealth skill to continue on his way to find the nurturing vine, saying as he left the scorpion location, "But I have to hurry now. I don't have time to play with you." As Zheng walked farther away from the flock of red scorpions, they became confused and froze in place as the victim, who was right in front of them, vanished into thin air. And while Zheng was walking toward his goal, somewhere along the way, the warrior he wanted to find out information from was already waiting for him behind a huge stone. He was watching the road, looking out of his hiding place from time to time, and speaking nervously. "It's strange, the boy should have come by now. I've always been a good judge of character." Once again, when the short warrior looked out from behind his hiding place and saw no one there, he decided to take a break and have a little snack. Having taken a comfortable position, he looked at his bag of supplies, but it was not there. Noticing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? My jerky! My—" Appearing not far from the soldier, having removed his stealth skill, Zhou Zhen, tossing the bag of the spy's newly stolen supplies in his hands, cheerfully called out to him, "Isn't this what you're looking for?" Realizing that he had been exposed, the warrior resigned himself to his failure. As an apology for his actions, he decided to go on with Zheng and show him the way. When they reached the right place, the warriors decided to make a stop and sit down in the ruins. After taking a break, the short warrior stood up and spoke to Zhou Zhen. "How about another deal?" Hearing this proposal, Zheng replied with interest, "Speak." Noticing that he was interested, the warrior continued, "If you tell me how the hell to use this vine," he spoke in a sly tone to Zhou Zhen, observing the behavior of the monsters guarding it, and added, "I will help you distract the crimson cloud beasts." Hearing this interesting offer from his partner, Zhou Zhen picked up one of the pieces of dead vine lying around them and said, "Do you also know that this thing is called a generating vine?" Hearing this explanation, the warrior asked Zheng, "Well?" Seeing the dissatisfaction on the warrior's face and the surprise in his tone of voice, Zheng continued, "So everything is clear from its official name. Why complicate things?" Hearing this explanation, the warrior asked in surprise, "So, it gives birth to different animals?" Realizing exactly what this vine does, the warrior understood why there were so many of these strange-looking crimson sky animals that were different from similar representatives of their species. Disappointed that this generating vine was not at all valuable as he had expected, the short warrior exclaimed in frustration, "Damn! I thought it was something good, for fuck's sake!" To which Zheng replied, "You must fulfill your promise. Let's go." Taking his weapon out of his pocket, the disappointed warrior spoke to Zheng in a bold voice, about to fulfill his promise that he had made to him recently when he offered him a deal. A real man has only one way, one spit, one shot, we go, we go. The warrior, reloading his weapon, shouted to Zhou Zhen as he ran out into the crimson clouds, I will be in front. Running forward, right into the flock of crimson cloud animals, the warrior, trying to provoke them, began to shout loudly to them, and waving his weapon shouted, Hey you suckers, look here! At that time, the animals that were going about their business in the area near their nest, seeing something coming at them at breakneck speed, immediately paid attention to it, leaving all their business behind. Realizing that some unknown creature was approaching their nest, they became very angry and began to defend their territory from the encroachment of the stranger. Seeing that he was able to attract the monster's attention, the warrior began to run away from them quickly. When he reached the edge of the buildings, he shouted loudly to Zheng, Hurry up, I can't hold them off for very long. Meanwhile, Zheng, who was able to make his job easier thanks to his friend's naivete, watched him run away from the herd of monsters that were on his tail and said, This guy's got some pretty good speed. When Zheng saw that his friend had gotten the enemies far enough away, he began to put his plan into action. As soon as he had the opportunity, Zheng immediately went to the nest of the crimson cloud animals and noticed the eggs in their nest. Without hesitation, the boy began to dig up the eggs and clean them from the vines while he could. And while no one was watching, after a lot of work, Zhou Zhen was standing in front of the nest he had cleared of vines and the eggs he had managed to get out of them. Looking at the work he had done, Zheng said, Not bad, I dug up 6 whole eggs. After looking around to make sure no one was following him, Zhou Zhen walked over to the nest of eggs and reached out to them and said slyly, All right then. Now, the moment he said this, the eggs slowly began to disappear, moving into Zheng's play pack so that he could take them with him. After completing his work, Zheng heard the animals returning and hurried to the exit. While looking for a hiding place, Zheng saw his friend nearby, who was trying to catch his breath from the constant running around. When he saw Zheng approaching him, he said, I'm tired to death. Did you dig up the generative vine? Zheng replied, You didn't lure out all of them, you didn't wait for me to finish digging, and those animals came back. Hearing such claims from Zheng, the short warrior who was tired to death said to him in a disgruntled voice, I've worked myself to death. Sitting down on a nearby column and looking up, the warrior asked Zhou Zhen, Why are they so angry? Did you do something to their nest? Hearing the question from his partner, who did not understand why the animals were so angry, Zheng explained to him, saying in a smug voice, I only stirred their eggs out of curiosity. To which the warrior exclaimed, Well done. Not entirely satisfied with the work he had done, Zheng stood up and said to his friend, Since we didn't get any prey this time, let's go to another place and try there. Hearing this suggestion, his friend exclaimed in fright, More? Moving a little further along the terrain, Zheng pointed to the nearest ruins not far from them and said to the warrior, This way. Seeing the huge ruins Zheng pointed to, his companion became worried and said in a frightened voice, Are you trying to kill me? No ordinary crimson cloud animal will live in a lair of this size. Zheng asked in a curious voice, smiling slyly, Is that really where their king is? Hearing Zhou Zhen's strange question, the warrior immediately changed his face, and glaring at Zhou Zhen said angrily, Actually no. Moving a little further away from the boy, the warrior pointed to the hills in the middle of the desert and said to Zheng, There can only be one crimson cloud beast king in this area, and right now, their king is most likely in those hills. Hearing this information from his friend, Zheng, surprised at his knowledge, asked him with a sly smile, Did you live here? How do you know this? The warrior replied in a disgruntled tone, I could not have lived in this cursed place. Stepping forward and expressing his dissatisfaction, the warrior nevertheless decided to fulfill his part of the bargain, which he had not fulfilled completely the previous time. As he walked toward the ruins, he said in a disgruntled voice, Meeting you is a complete misfortune. This is the last time. If it doesn't work out, I won't do anything else. As he continued to walk forward and come up with a plan of action, one could easily read a great reluctance to do this work in his face. As he approached the target, the warrior muttered to himself, I can't use my weapon this time. If I make another mistake, we're finished. As he slowly approached the crimson cloud animals, the warrior tried to move forward as quietly as possible and tried not to provoke them to anger. When he got close enough, he attracted their attention by shouting, Hey! Folding his arms in front of him and gesturing to them, the warrior continued to call out to the monsters that lived in the ruins, Come here! Noticing a strange man next to them, The Crimson Cloud animals looked at him in surprise and began to slowly close the distance with the uninvited guest. When the animals approached a certain distance, they again attacked the warrior who had come too close to their nest. He, in turn, saw that the monsters began to aggressively run at him, screaming loudly, and immediately began to run away, shouting beforehand, "Now it's time to run!" Repeating the same action as the last time to distract the monsters and give Zheng a way to collect the vine, a short warrior ran past the hiding place where Zheng was standing and shouted loudly, "Fuck!" Seeing his friend selflessly doing his job and trying his best to escape from the monsters, Zheng, leaving the hiding place and heading for the nest, said happily, "I will remember your sacrifice." After another attempt, the warrior returned to the hiding place, saw a large flock of monsters coming from the nest, saw Zhang there and said in a sad voice, "Have you gone crazy? Are you going to do this again?" But Zhang took the generative vine from his pocket and showed it to his friend and said to him joyfully, "This time I got the generating vine much more easily." When the warrior heard that the mission was complete, he asked Zheng in surprise, trying to determine the reason for the monster's frantic behavior. "Then why are these beasts so irritated?" Zheng answered him, "It's just getting started." Opening his inventory and counting how many materials he was able to get during these 2 outings, Zheng said to his friend with joy in his voice, "I want to explore the eggs again." After leaving the location with the irritated monsters near their lair, the warriors moved away so that they would not be found. Finding a secluded corner, the warrior sat down from fatigue and asked Zheng, "So, anyway, you took what you needed. Can we get out of here?" Looking at his comrade with a sly look, Zhou Zhen twirled the vine he had just taken out in his hands and said to him, let's go, but it will be too boring to go back like this. Don't you want to practice here for a while?" Hearing this suggestion, Zheng's already tired partner shook his head and waved his hands and said to Zheng, "I don't need this. There are all level 12 beasts here. With our levels, we have little chance. How do you think I should train?" Again stealing a bag of dried meat from his friend, Zheng said to him as he savored it, "Let's make a bet. If I can kill at least 1 flying beast, you will continue to bait them with me. Otherwise, I will be all yours, okay?" When he heard Zheng's offer, he let it pass, wondering if Zheng had been able to steal his supply pouch again, and called out to him in surprise, "Eh? When did you manage to take my bag again?" Looking toward the new ruins and chewing on his friend's supplies, Zhou Zhen said to him, "Forget the jerky. Tell me, are you going to argue?" Without hesitation, Zheng's friend eagerly agreed to his offer, expecting a guaranteed victory, and peeking out from behind a rock to watch the fight, muttered to himself, "I just don't believe it. Does this boy have some kind of magic? If you die, don't blame me for it." As soon as he said this, Zheng immediately jumped out of the hiding place and ran toward the enemy, who was flying nearby. Seeing that he could get him, Zheng immediately jumped into the air to strike the enemy. Meanwhile, the crimson sky animal that was flying by noticed strange movements not far behind a rock, and then someone began to approach it rapidly. Seeing Zheng, who was familiar to it, the monster became very angry and prepared to attack. But as soon as it was about to attack, Zheng disappeared from its sight. Using his skill, he was able to jump to the enemy and, landing on him, using him as a springboard, continue his way up. Having confused the Crimson Cloud creature with his actions, Zheng, falling back to the monster, struck it first and stunned it, thus being able to knock it down in flight and throw it to the ground. Watching the battle, a surprised comrade who was sitting in his hiding place shouted out in surprise at the sight of these maneuvers. "What's going on? He was able to stun the beast of the Crimson Clouds?" As soon as the Crimson Cloud beast's body fell to the ground and landed in front of his companion's hiding place, Zheng immediately rushed after it. Landing gracefully beside the monster, Zheng slowly began to approach it. As he walked toward the monster, he simultaneously took out the poison from his pocket that he had previously been able to get in the battle with the red scorpion. Taking the test tube in his hands, Zheng opened it and began to bring it to the monster. Turning the stunned monster's face toward him, he poured all the poison from the test tube into the monster's mouth. The monster, feeling strange sensations, immediately came to his senses and swallowed what was poured into his mouth. The next moment, the monster, not realizing what had happened, stood up and tried to chase Zheng, who was running away from him, growling in his wake. But suddenly his strength left him, and his body was filled with strange sensations. The poison began to act very quickly and had already spread throughout the body, thus killing the monster very quickly. Falling to the ground, the monster no longer showed signs of life. Its journey ended here, and Zheng, hearing that his enemy had fallen to the ground, immediately stopped to make sure that the poison had worked, because something strange had happened. Looking back at the monster, which was dead on the ground, Zheng said in surprise as he gazed at it, "I haven't had this experience before. It seems that killing enemies like this is an unconventional method of the system." When he was sure that the enemy was completely dead, he turned his attention to the observer who was watching the battle and quickly walked over to him. The warrior noticed Zheng's eyes on him and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Approaching his comrade with whom he had made a bet, Zheng spoke to him. "Well?" He in turn rubbed his head and said nervously to him, "Next time we'll bet again, or I'm not me." Approaching the beast that Zheng had defeated and examining it, the friend did not notice any wounds on the monster and asked Zheng in surprise, "Did you give it something to drink?" Standing in front of the monster looking at its dead body and with his hands in his pockets, Zheng answered his friend's question. "Red scorpion venom." Standing in a pensive posture, scratching his beard, the warrior said in a thoughtful tone, "Clever, and how did I not realize it? First, we should stun Spurga, and then..." After saying this, the warrior first became quiet for a second, and then looked at Zheng in a dazed manner, his eyes full of bewilderment and wonder, trying to figure out what the hell had happened. The very next moment, he asked Zheng, "How did you stun him?" Hearing such an interesting question, Zheng said to his friend with a sly smile, "I can only say that only I know how to do this. If you lose, pay up, come on, hurry up and do your job." Hearing Zheng tell him to get to work, his friend looked at him anxiously, realizing that he had lost the bet and would have to take on the role of bait again. True to his word, he went back into the ruins to distract another flock of crimson cloud animals so that Zheng could reach the nest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, someone was using binoculars to watch all of Zheng and his comrades' actions. Following the warrior as he ran away from the monsters again, one of the men who had been watching him took the binoculars away from his eyes to report to the commander. Turning to him, the squad member said, "Commander, are these two playing with death just to dig up the vines?" Standing next to his subordinate, the squad leader, who had been watching Zheng and his comrade, answered his soldier's question. "In any case, we'll have to pass by them, so let's watch." Meanwhile, Zheng, who was waiting for a signal from his comrade that the road to the nest was clear and they could move, suddenly heard a notification signal from his satellite communicator. Taking it out of his pocket and turning it on, he saw that there were 4 other marks on the map, all slowly approaching him. Surprised by what he saw, namely that they were not alone in such a wild place, Zhou Zhen looked back and saw some people approaching him. Meanwhile, his companion continued to distract the crimson cloud animals, unaware of anything, and continued to do his job, which he had sworn he would never do again. But because of the bet he had lost, he had to do it again. While running away from the monsters, he heard a call coming from his communicator. After hiding somewhere from the monsters, he picked up the phone and heard Zheng's voice telling him, "Hey, leave the crimson cloud beasts and come back. Someone is here." Hearing this, Zhou Zheng's friend desperately rushed over to see who it was and to help Zhou Zheng in his trouble. As soon as he arrived, he saw the squad already standing in front of Zheng. The commander, who was smoking a cigarette and was surprisingly calm, was looking at the 2 soldiers he had recently watched. Immediately upon their arrival, one of his subordinates spoke to him. "Commander, one of them is a 12th rank, the other is a 7th rank." Pulling the cigarette out of his mouth and holding it in his hand, the commander spoke to his subordinates after hearing the information about the enemy. "These 2 are not so easy. It is not profitable for us to enter into a conflict with them." When Zheng's comrade, who was on the platoon, saw the strange group in front of him and was already reaching for his sword, he asked Zheng, "What shall we do? Shall we play with them?" Zheng replied, "Calm down. They don't mean us any harm yet." The commander of the squad decided not to start a fight, but to part ways calmly, and stepped forward to meet Zheng and his friend, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "Greetings, my name is Ding Hong, and we have not come with evil intentions." Immediately preparing for battle, in case of an unexpected development, Zheng released his aura and pulled out his daggers and asked the captain, "So, what is your business?" Feeling the aura that Zheng emitted, the commander immediately froze in place, and while breaking out in a cold sweat, he thought in his head, "What a strong killing aura. It's a good thing I wasn't too impulsive." Realizing that the joke was on Zheng, Commander Ding Hong spoke to him, offering him a deal. "I want to ask you something. Would you like to join us?" In the area of C-157, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, and then exhaling the thick smoke to relieve his tension, the commander continued his story. There are black spiked ants of the 13th level living there. Hearing such an interesting suggestion, Zheng was immediately interested because it gave him the opportunity to level up. So he just asked Ding Hong again. 13th level? Zhou Jing's comrade, hearing the suggestion, became alarmed and said in a worried voice, "Black spiked ants?" Agreeing to Commander Ding Hong's suggestion, Zheng and his comrade in the new squad headed to Area C-157 to begin their hunt for the monster. After a short period of time, they were already there and could see many ants in front of them. Standing in a hiding place near the place where the ants lived, Commander Ding Hong pointed to them and said, "The 13th level black spiked ants have a high percentage of crystal generation. You just need to trap them and we will kill them." Hearing this story about the ants and their characteristics, Zheng walked over to his friend and put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "You will have to work again." The other man just made a disgruntled face and gestured for him to go away. No matter how much this event disturbed Zheng's comrade, he could not refuse his task and soon agreed to help. As they walked alongside Zheng toward the walls, they heard the commander's instructions behind them. "Remember, bring only one. We can't handle a lot of them." As soon as all the instructions were received, Zheng and his friend were already leading one ant in a fairly short period of time. Running away from it, they headed for the place of ambush. Meanwhile, Commander Ding Hong, watching Zheng and his friend, noticed from afar that they were already leading the prey to them and shouted to his squad, "Come back! We are ready to receive!" As soon as Zheng and his comrades approached the required distance, the soldiers of the commander's unit immediately rushed to meet them as soon as the command was given. "It's time! Forward!" As soon as the commander gave the order, the whole team rushed into battle in an organized manner, and working together, they were able to successfully carry out the attack. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, Commander Ding Hong, who was carrying a shield, was pushed to the ground by an ant, which stepped on him. Seeing that their comrade was in danger, the entire unit became nervous and froze in place. While the squad was conducting their attack, and the ant was distracted by one of the soldiers trying to crush him, Zhou Zhen saw a great chance to attack, and jumped high above the ant and shouted, "Skills!" As soon as he shouted this, he immediately used his stunning skill, and with a single blow, he was able to knock out such a huge beast. As soon as Zheng used his taka, he was able to knock the monster to the ground, allowing the others to retreat and regroup. Observing Zhou Zhen's actions, and how he was able to knock out such a huge monster with just one punch again, his friend wondered when he saw it. He used that technique again? Having given the commander's squad a chance to defeat the monster by contributing so much to the outcome of the battle, Zheng, on his way to finish off the monster, immediately called out to his comrade, who was watching with his mouth agape, "Why are you stuck there? Hurry up and get out of there." As soon as Zheng shouted this, the commander immediately reacted to the monster lying on the ground unconscious and ordered the rest of his squad to help in the battle, shouting, "Good, let's continue." After finishing the battle and defeating the ant, the group decided to stay in the cave for the night. After lighting a fire and putting sticks around it, everyone began to roast meat around it. During this event, the commander spoke to everyone, "Today we worked hard." When the kebabs were ready, the commander took one of them and walked over to Zhou Zhen and handed it to him, saying, "Try this. How do you like the meat of the black ant?" Taking the black ant meat kebab in his hands, Zheng looked at the dish in awe and said, "I don't know. It smells really good." Without hesitation, he decided to try it, and he was not sorry. Tasting the meat, he said, "It tastes even better." The commander replied, "Yeah, I was shocked when I first tried it too." After the commander's words, another team member sitting next to Zheng chimed in, praising Zheng and saying, "Today is all thanks to Zhou Zhen. You stunned him with one punch. It was incredible." While Zheng was savoring his kebab, the members of Ding Hong's team, agreeing with the others' words, began to question him in a spoken word. "That's right. How did you do that? I've never seen anyone use such a martial technique in my life." Another added, "And if we use Zhou Zhen's unique skill against higher-level mutant beasts, won't we be unbeatable then?" Standing beside Zhou Zhen, Commander Ding Hong asked him, "Can you use it against higher-ranked beasts?" He replied, "I haven't tried it, but I think it would need to pierce the armor." As Commander Ding Hong took a pensive posture and began to scratch his beard, he said thoughtfully, "You are right." Finally, having finished all the talk about work, the commander said to everyone present, "Comrades, have a good meal, have a good rest. Tomorrow we will break in with renewed vigor." and everyone shouted with joy, "Yes, and good." As they began to discuss the profits during dinner, someone from the group said, "Haha, today's harvest is much bigger than yesterday's. When we get back to the city, I'm going to buy myself the latest Star Company gear." Taking their glasses in hand, the soldiers began to shout, "Today we thank Lao Hu and Zhou Zhen for everything." To which the other added, "That's right. Without you, everything would have been much more difficult." Hearing this, Lao Hu, embarrassed by the praise, said, "Oh, come on, it's nothing." While everyone was sitting around the fire, the commander got up from his seat and walked to the entrance of the cave. He stopped near it and spoke to Zheng. "Zhou Zhen, shall we talk?" When he and Zheng left the cave for some privacy, Commander Ding Hong spoke to him. "I guess that you were just recently in the tomb, right? Where are you from?" Hearing this from Captain Ding Hong, Zheng was surprised at his insight, and with a smile on his face he replied, "From Titan." Taking a drag on his cigarette and exhaling the smoke from his lungs, the commander said to Zheng, "I've heard of Titan, but in reality, the graveyard will soon make its way to all the major cities. It's a necessary trend." Looking up at the starry sky and taking a drag on his cigarette, Ding Hong spoke thoughtfully to Zheng. "Think about it. After we get roads to the big cities, not counting our China, the warriors of America, Europe, and other places will one day be able to meet." After saying this, Commander Ding Hong suddenly fell silent for a short period of time. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette and gathering his courage, the commander asked Zheng in an interested tone, "Can I ask you something? That stunner of yours, is it effective against soldiers?" Hearing this interesting question, Zheng turned to him and said with a sly smile on his face, "Do you want to test it?" As soon as Zheng had finished speaking, he immediately used his trick on the commander. Before he could even realize what had happened, he suddenly became dizzy and fell to the ground. Sometime later, Commander Ding Hong, having regained consciousness after testing Zheng's skills, began to open his eyes. When he opened one, he saw Zheng standing next to him, speaking to him. "Are you awake?" Seeing Zheng in front of him, the commander looked at him in fright and immediately crawled away from the boy who had approached him, giving him a hand to help him stand up, exclaiming, "You!" Realizing what had happened to him, Commander Ding Hong looked at him with fearful eyes and thought, "This is too cruel. Did he just knock me out? If he wanted to use this moment to kill me, I wouldn't even be able to resist him." Standing next to the captain who was still lying on the ground, Zheng asked Ding Hong, smiling, "How do you like the result? Tell me, what should I do next?" After 3 days of celebrating the successful hunt, Ding Hong's troop arrived at the graveyard, the site of the airship. When Ding Hong's entire troop had left the airship and were about to go their separate ways, the commander spoke to Zheng and Hu. "Thank you very much for your cooperation these past few days. We will part ways here, Zhou Zhen, and good luck to you." Hearing such sincere words of gratitude and farewell, Zhou Zhen waved his hand and said happily, "Okay," and behind him stood Lao Hu, who did not understand what was happening. As soon as the commander said goodbye to his comrades and went on his way, Lao Hu said to Zhou Zhen, "Why do I have the feeling that the two of you are hiding something?" Turning to Lao Hu, Zheng explained the reason to him with a smile on his face, saying, "Actually, I just promised him to do something." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Do something?" After his sudden surprise, Lao Hu calmed down, immediately assumed a thoughtful posture, and with a sly smile said, "Heh, this Ding Hong is not so simple. Did the commander of the Light and Shadow Squad ask you to do something?" Hearing this, Zheng put his hand on his shoulder and immediately interrupted his moment of glory by saying, "Do you think I didn't know anything before answering him? The Light and Shadow unit is the 13th unit in the top of the Gravedigger." As Zheng went about his business and waved to his friend, he spoke to him one last time before saying goodbye. "It is because of their status that I agreed to cooperate." After saying this and waving goodbye, Zheng put his hands in his pockets, and walking carefree into the city, he said to Lao Hu in closing, "Thank you for your efforts, and now it's time to go. If you have any business, call me." Returning home after such a long absence, Zheng was finally able to do what he had been dreaming of for so long, to allow himself to take a hot shower. After the water procedures and relaxing under the hot water jet, he put on a bathrobe and finally lay down on his soft bed, saying with satisfaction, "I finally got to take a shower." As soon as he relaxed, the memory of Xiang Shihan, whom he hadn't seen for so long, immediately appeared in his mind, and he stood up and said, "I wonder what Shihan is doing now." Immediately getting out of bed, Zheng began to plan his actions for the near future, namely building a nest and meeting his girlfriend, and said, I can't put things off. Opening his characteristic window and looking at his inventory, which contained materials for the nest and an egg, Zheng said with concern, I'll take care of one thing first. After reviewing his inventory, he decided to go to a quiet place to take care of one thing. When he reached an old building, he stood in front of it and said, Usually there is no one in the abandoned warehouse of Haiyan Tower. Without thinking twice, he immediately jumped up to the roof of the building to find a good hiding place to leave his egg there, because no one would find it. After climbing onto the roof, Zheng saw a suitable place to create suitable conditions for the nest and said, This is where I will leave the egg to hatch. After completing all the preparations and choosing the best place to place it, Zheng laid out the vine and placed the egg in the center. Tapping his hands together, he said happily, There should definitely be no problem. Looking at the work he had done and at the giant egg in the middle of the building, Zheng said, Even from above it will be hard to see it. Pleased that his plan had gone off without a hitch, Zheng approached the egg and placed his hand on it and said, The rest is up to you, try to hatch quickly. After he had completed all of his tasks related to the nest and the egg, Zheng looked at his level and said, Although my level has grown considerably since then, my warrior rank has long been stuck at 7th. Seeing this, Zheng decided to raise his level in training at the training center. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening at the warrior training center. While Zhou Zhen had already chosen his target and was going to fight a monster to raise his level, the manager was hurriedly catching up with Master Qin, who had brought more monsters to the training center and said, Thank you very much, Master Qin. In the same center, 2 warriors were discussing something behind them, and one of them said, This 7th-ranked boy just dared to challenge a 10th-level white bone tiger. You should learn from him. To which the other replied irritably, Why would I want to learn that? I still want to fucking live. While the manager and Qin's mentor were exchanging pleasantries, the mentor said to him, You can be sure of the quality of our animals. The manager replied, Thank you for your cooperation. Good luck. After finishing the conversation with the manager, Qian's mentor abruptly turned to Xiang Shihan and spoke to her in a rough voice. Shihan, you've rejected me so many times. Maybe today you'll give me a chance? When she heard Master Qian's courtship again, she turned her head away from him and said nervously, Master Qian, I told you. As soon as the girl began to say her refusal, the mentor immediately interrupted her, shouting menacingly, So what if you have a boyfriend? Finally disappointed in his approach, the mentor began to yell at the girl in frustration. Xiang Shihan, I gave you a chance to get away with it. I just wanted to have fun with you, and you disappointed me again. Hearing such loud words in a threatening tone from her mentor, Xiang Shihan looked at him in alarm and said, You're not a man. Master, are you? Before she could finish speaking, she felt her arms being grabbed from behind, preventing her from escaping. It was one of Qian's men who spoke. Chief, I told you not to waste time. It's better to take action right away. Hearing the words of support from his comrade, the leader decided to take radical measures, grabbed the girl, and smiling ominously said, It's not too late. Watching from the sidelines, the manager tried to stop it and said to Qian, frightened, Sir, please, be careful. Hearing the manager's request, the mentor turned his head toward her, looked at her ominously, and said in an angry tone, Get out. Even your director bows down respectfully at the sight of me, and who are you? Hearing this from Qian's mentor, the young manager froze in place in fear, realizing that she was powerless in this situation and had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Holding Xiang Shihan's arm, who was struggling and trying to get away, Xiang stepped forward and pulled her along, saying, Come with me. One of the soldiers who had been discussing Zheng immediately noticed that the room with the tiger had opened and said, This is the room that the 7th-ranked fellow entered? Another replied, There won't be any corpses left in this battle. After opening the door and leaving the training room, Zheng had already reached the 8th rank in this battle. The manager, seeing Zheng leave the room, spoke to him. Are you okay, mister? Hearing this question from the manager's concerned girlfriend, Zheng said to her, Bring me a few bottles of blood-restoring medicine. As Zheng said this, he immediately saw Xiang Shihan, the manager and Qiang's mentor, grabbing her and dragging her away. Seeing his mentor acting so brazenly, and especially with his girlfriend who was definitely against it, Jing immediately rushed toward them, shouting, Get away from her! As Jing approached Xiang Shihan and Master Qiang, he was ready to beat him up for what he saw, but he continued to shout, Your filthy hands! Hearing someone approaching them and shouting, the mentor immediately looked back and saw the fist that was already in front of his face, and he could only exclaim in surprise, What? The next moment, his mentor was already lying on the floor, and Zhou Zhen was sitting on top of him, pounding his face for behaving so brazenly with his girlfriend. After rescuing Xiang Shihan from the attacker, Zheng approached her and took her hands and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." And Master Qian was lying on the floor next to him. He immediately got up and looked at Zhou Zhen, who had knocked him down and interrupted his abduction of the girl for further atrocities. And holding his bloody nose, he said, "You bastard! You are finished!" Hugging his Xiang Shihan, Zhou Zhen drilled his mentor with an irritated look and suddenly spoke in an angry tone. "Qin Tianan, who are you that you dare to assault my girl?" Instantly enraged by Zhou Zhen's actions and his arrogant attitude, the mentor could no longer contain his anger, devouring the boy with his eyes. He stood up and said, "I'm here." Just as he was about to do something, his comrade stopped him, grabbing his hands and shouting in alarm, "Luo Chang!" Pointing at Zhou Zhen, the furious mentor Xiang shouted menacingly to his subordinates, "Give him a good beating, then take him out of town and torture him slowly." Frightened by the order given by Qin to his subordinates, Xiang Shihan, trying to cover him, said in a frightened voice, "Zhou Zhen, you had better run away quickly." But Zheng stood firm and just smiled. Seeing that his enemies were approaching him very quickly, he smiled broadly and thoughtfully. Pulling out his 2 daggers and heading toward the criminals, Zheng said confidently, "Ready to fight. Skill, lightning fast." As soon as one of the enemies approached him, Zheng immediately rushed at him, and with a swing of his dagger, he made a lightning-fast attack. The very next moment, the enemy, who was confident in his strength, froze in place, slowly raising his hands, looking somewhere in front of him with a surprised look and said, "What?" Immediately after he exchanged attacks with Zheng, or rather received an attack, the enemy immediately fell to his knees and clutched his neck, coughing loudly. Seeing what had happened to their comrade, the squad leader stepped back in fright, and the crowd of onlookers began to shout in surprise, He killed! And, "The system will never let go of a man who dared to kill someone right on the street." Instantly changing his face from one of fear to one of hatred, Master Qian pointed his finger at Zheng and said to him, "Ha ha ha, Zhou Zhen, now you are definitely finished. You will definitely die." Running up to Zhou Zhen, nervous at what she saw, Xiang Shihan grabbed his hand and said to him, "Zhou Zhen, let's escape from the graveyard and return to Titan, and we will be fine there too." Hearing his girlfriend's frightened voice, Zhou Zhen put his hand on her head and spoke to her in a soothing voice. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After reassuring the anxious Xiang Shihan, Zhou Zhen picked up his daggers and walked toward Master Qian to continue his punishments, and as he approached, he said, "In fact, your subjects are worthless." Seeing that he was not frightened at all by his mentor's threats, the frightened Qian raised his hands and timidly began to shout out to Zhou Zhen, "You, stay away!" Gradually approaching the offender Xiang Shihan, Zhou Zhen tensed the atmosphere around him with each step, and slowly approaching him, he said to his mentor, "Come here, you cold-blooded and ruthless bastard." Shaking with fear and drenched in cold sweat from such a tense atmosphere, the mentor made a face and immediately thought, "He is only the 8th rank. What am I afraid of?" Using his super speed technique, Zheng began to strike his opponent in a flurry of blows one after the other, shouting, "Die!" Pulling out his weapon but not wanting to give up like that, the mentor prepared for the fight, shouting to Zhou Zhen, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." After taking up a fighting stance, Zheng continued to launch a flurry of attacks, gradually inflicting non-lethal wounds on Chang so as not to finish him off. Chang, wondering what was happening, thought, Why can't I recognize his movements?" When he saw one of the attacks that he could not dodge, Chang saw Jing's hand and dagger approaching his head, and he immediately wondered, does he really have the 8th rank? The very next moment, Zheng's attack knocked Master Qian off his feet and threw him back several meters, knocking him to the ground. Exhausted and unwilling to fight, Master Qian lay on the ground and pleaded with Zhou Zhen, who was hovering over him with a dagger. "No, don't kill me." Hearing Master Qian's dying cries, Zheng decided to finish the job, and quickly lowering his dagger to his throat, he shouted, "Die!" But his execution was immediately interrupted. Behind Zheng, 2 halberd-wielding system guards appeared and ran toward him, ordering him to stop. Upon hearing that the guards had come to them, Zheng smiled broadly and said smugly, "Do you know why I didn't attack you from the beginning?" After saying this, he sat down on top of Qian. Behind him, the system squad was already standing and shouting, "Release your weapon, or you will be killed on the spot." And Qian said in exhaustion, "You were afraid of system squad?" Standing behind him, watching everything that was happening before her eyes, the terrified Xiang Shihan exclaimed in a worried voice, "Ooh, Zhou Zhen, no!" Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, approaching the back of his enemy's head, spoke to him in a devilish voice, gloating ominously. "I wanted to see the hope in your eyes and then send you to hell." After getting off of Master Qian, Zhou Zheng spoke loudly for everyone to hear. "You're a C-class warrior. If you paid the fine, you could prevent the punishment. But now I'm going to tell you something." He took his satellite communicator out of his pocket and showed everyone around him his rank. "I can kill a person right on the street and not even be punished for it, because I am an A-class warrior." Hearing this, the system squad immediately lowered their weapons and stepping back began to repeat, "What class? He's a Class A warrior?" And Zheng, picking up his dagger, continued, "That's why," hearing what Zheng had said, the frightened Master Qian, with one hand on the floor and the other in front of him, began to beg for mercy, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I have made a mistake. Please have mercy on me. No, no." Looking at this unfortunate mentor who had been so self-confident until recently, Zheng said to him with a sinister smile, "Die." After the massacre, the system squad took away all the corpses from the scene of the fight, and the onlookers who had been watching began to speak. "This is the first time I've seen a system unit fail. He is an A-class warrior. He is very majestic. You need to be more careful in the graveyard. Yes, there are masters everywhere." There was also a strange person in the crowd who was watching everything. And after the fight was over, he said, "Zhou Jing, you finally made it to the graveyard. Great, just great." After everything that had happened, Zhou Jing and Xiang Shihan returned home, and after putting Zheng to bed, she made him undress to examine him and treat him. When she began to examine him, she saw a huge cut on Zheng's chest and exclaimed in alarm, "Your wound!" Afraid that he had been injured in the fight against Master Qian, Xiang Shihan said in concern, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Waving his head from side to side and smiling gently, Zheng answered her, "I've had it for a long time. I got it when I was trying to make a breakthrough. Qin Tianan doesn't have that kind of power." Looking at her lover, Xiang Shihan asked Zhou Zhen in surprise, "Zhou Zheng, you have this level of strength?" With a soft gaze, Zhou Jing looked into the girl's eyes and said confidently, "Of course, otherwise why would anyone give me Haiyan Tower?" Hearing this, the girl let out a startled cry, but, as she began to shake her head from side to side, Xiang Shihan said in anxiety, "Leader Han Zhendong originally sent me here to learn from a local animal taming master, but I'm afraid that's no longer possible." Putting his hand on the head of the worried Xiang Shihan, Zheng immediately calmed her down, saying, "What's wrong? Wouldn't it be easier for us to find an even stronger master with my current credentials?" After calming the nervous girl, Zheng looked her in the eye and said, "I saved you today in addition to helping me heal my wounds. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Hearing Zheng say these words and treat her like a child, Xiang Shihan, very ashamed, exclaimed in embarrassment, Say what? You should treat the wound like this." Not expecting such a reaction from Xiang Shihan, Zheng immediately screamed in pain as the girl began to hit him and cried out, "Ouch! Why are you hitting me? The wound is going to heal." 3 days had passed since Zheng had rescued Xiang Shihan and had a heart-to-heart talk with her about the future. Zhou Jing, having once again planned something grandiose, stood on the roof of a building and said, "All right, it's time to act." Standing on the edge of the roof preparing for his mission, he said, "For the sake of this task, I have increased the conductivity of the bloody horror to 70%. It is impossible not to return this money." He jumped down from the roof and spread his arms and legs and exclaimed joyfully in flight, "Haitian company, we are truly bound by fate." And while Zheng was preparing for the mission and jumping off the roof, a strange masked person was watching him nearby. When he saw that Zheng had disappeared, he said, "It's strange. Did he disappear right after he jumped?" When Zheng jumped off the roof, he used his invisibility skill so that no one would suddenly notice him at the beginning of the mission. When he landed on the ground, he found himself at the entrance to Tianhe. Seeing that the passage was clear, he thought in his head, "Great, it's open now." With these thoughts in mind, Zheng took out his daggers and headed up to the right floor. Meanwhile, in the 57th floor of Tianhe Tower, it was not quite calm. At the entrance to the room was a huge metal door. Inside the room were many high-ranking soldiers who were discussing something with each other. And so, in the dialogue, one of them said, "Lao Yang, do you know what is in the treasury? Why did it suddenly need to be guarded more seriously?" To which he replied, "Well, there's obviously something important in there, so the chairman is very careful. If someone tries to steal what's inside, everything will explode. While everyone in the room was busy guarding, patrolling, and guessing, Zheng had already arrived at the floor he needed, and standing in front of the entrance, he said, 3 of the 11th rank, 1 of the 10th rank, but this is indeed a strictly guarded area. But seeing such a crowd of soldiers, Zheng was not afraid. This was not his first time here, so nothing new would happen, he thought, and said, let's do it the old-fashioned way. As he began to put his plan into action, which was to lure out the enemies one by one and deal with them easily, he made a noise in the corridor which was empty. Hearing the noise, the guards immediately shouted, "Who?" Hearing this noise, the squad leader pointed to the corridor around the corner from where the noise had come and gave an order. Lao Yang, Xiangji, go check it out. They answered the commander. Yes, sir. When they arrived at the scene, they saw broken glass, the fragments of which were lying on the ground. While one was examining them, the other slowly approached him from behind, asking, Brother Yang, what happened here? As Xiangzi approached Lao Yang, he immediately raised his head and exclaimed in alarm, Damn, these are traces of artificial destruction. No sooner had he said this than Zhou Zhen was already charging at them with incredible speed and a thirst for murder. A lot of time had passed since the captain ordered his comrades to check what had happened, and the commander looked at his communicator and said, What is it? They left long ago and haven't returned yet. Looking more closely at his communicator and watching his watch, counting the time, the commander said, Something is definitely wrong here. Just as the commander was about to go and check on the situation, he felt someone's presence behind him. But he couldn't do anything before he died, only speak, Meanwhile, the unknown masked man who had recently been watching Zhen also followed Zhen to the 57th floor of the tower, killing everyone in his path. After inflicting a fatal wound on one of the guards, he slowly walked toward him and said, It's such an incredible feeling to feel the blood pouring out of the enemies. After killing all the soldiers guarding the floor, the masked man spoke joyfully as he stepped forward. Zhou Zhen, I'm coming. At that moment, Zhou Zhen punched a large hole in the wall to get inside and see what those high-ranking soldiers were protecting. After making the hole, he said, Phew, this should be enough to get in. As soon as he stuck his head in, he immediately froze in place in surprise, for he had expected to see many things here but not this sight. The next moment he could see an incredible wealth in front of him. In front of him in the vault were many different crystals of different values, sorted by size and value. Seeing such untold riches, Zheng stood in awe for a moment as soon as he stepped inside. Looking at the crystals, he said in awe, Holy moly! Looking at the huge number of red crystals lying on the shelves right in front of him, Zheng said, The Haitian company has considerable wealth at its disposal. Immediately reaching out for the crystals, Zheng began to quickly gather them into his backpack, saying, Then I will not hold back. Meanwhile, as Zhou Zhen was quietly collecting the crystals from the treasury, a strange masked man had also reached the door of the hiding place and, standing in front of it, said, You are really here, Zhou Zhen. Immediately lighting up from his warrior aura, which enveloped his body in flames, this strange warrior said with a smile on his face, Looks like we need to add some fire. Swinging with all his might, the masked warrior who was chasing Zheng began kicking the wall, trying to either destroy the vault or lure Zheng to him. Zheng, who had already cleared out the entire vault, suddenly heard a strange noise that vibrated through the walls and created a very loud sound. Walking toward the exit through the hole he had made in the wall, Zheng said to himself as he climbed out, Is there really someone else here? But regardless of whether there was indeed someone else here besides Zhou Zhen, or whether it was something else was bothering him. As he left the vault, he thought, These sounds will definitely attract the attention of the guards. Realizing that things were bad and time was running out, Zheng used his super speed skill to quickly run away from the tower, saying, Therefore, we must get out of here. Moving quickly through the corridors, Zhou Zhen was heading with a full backpack of riches to the exit to complete the mission, looking around. But suddenly someone interrupted his escape, getting in his way and blocking the exit, attacking Zheng as he moved, trying to finish him off before he noticed him. Noticing his opponent in front of him, Zheng immediately jumped away from his attack, shouting, Yang Liu? Recalling everything he knew about him, the materials say he's the strongest. It's best to avoid a direct confrontation with him. The 15th ranked warrior walked in front of Zhou Zhen directly toward him and said to the boy, Yang Liu, right. Confidently following the thief who had robbed the Tianhe warehouse, Yang Liu stopped suddenly, saying to Zhou Zhen in surprise, 8th rank, and you did all this? You're amazing. Watching Zhou Zhen approach him very quickly, with a serious expression on his face and prepare to attack, Yang Liu spoke to him. I seem to have gotten the wrong impression. Seeing what might be his only chance to attack, Zhou Zhen could not let it go and immediately tried to attack his 15th ranked opponent. But the 15th ranked warrior was easily able to repel his attack, defending himself against Zhou Zhen's dagger with his sword and speaking after the boy's failed attack. Do you want to die? Zheng immediately froze in surprise that such a fast attack and at such a distance could be repelled and said in astonishment, It's... Before he could finish speaking, he saw that a fist punch from the 15th ranked warrior he had to fight was already flying at him. In an attempt to defend himself against this attack, Zheng tried to put up a block, but the punch reached him before it did and landed right on Zheng, causing him a lot of damage. Coughing up a breath after being attacked by a high-level warrior whose attack was right on target, Zheng tried to regain his breathing rhythm as he flew backwards from the blow. After hitting the target with his punch and throwing Zhou Zhen into the wall, Yang Liu spoke to the boy. You're quite fast, but don't underestimate a specialist ranked higher than you. After flying a considerable distance, Zhou Zhen found himself in the middle of a large pile of dust that had risen around him after he had hit the wall. As he began to disperse the dust around him to improve his visibility and coughed up the dust and the impact, Zhou Zhen slowly came to. As he approached Zhou Zhen, Yang Liu looked at him with a menacing gaze and said, Do you know why the Haitian company chose this particular place to store this good? His expression changed immediately, and he said with a menacing look trying to intimidate Zheng, It's because I'm here. Picking up his sword and preparing to attack with his star power, Yang Liu said, No matter who you are. Jumping up and rushing at Zheng at high speed to finish him off, the high-level warrior shouted to him, Today you will be finished. Yang Liu swung his sword and was ready to kill Zheng, but his blade was already flying straight at Zhou Zhen, but he was able to dodge at the last moment and do something. After Yang Liu's attack went through and cut through the very strong concrete wall that Zhou Zhen was sitting against, he thought it was over. But it wasn't that simple. After his strike, the high-level warrior saw only the aftermath of his blow, but not the corpse of the crystal thief. He was astonished at what he saw and said in astonishment, How is this possible? Zheng dodged his attack at the last moment and used his invisibility skill to hide from his opponent's eyes, and the latter stood there in confusion, repeating, How could he escape so quickly? When everything was over and the owner of the vault arrived, he and Yang Liu went to the door of the treasury, examining how the robbery had taken place. Looking at the broken door, the vault owner said to Yang Liu in displeasure, You mean to tell me that he just vaporized? Hearing such a displeased tone from the old man, the warrior turned his head to him and angrily asked, Do you not believe me? The old man replied, This, Mr. Liu, you have misunderstood. Breaking out in a cold sweat because the warrior had looked at him so displeased at his own rudeness, the old man said, I mean, this is very strange. Who would be able to escape right out of Mr. Liu's hands after all? Hearing this question, Mr. Liu lowered his head and said thoughtfully, He may be an 8th-ranked man, but he is definitely not an ordinary person. Immediately thinking of everyone he had ever met, Yang Liu hesitated to speak about his memory. I feel like I've met him before. Suddenly remembering something, the 15th-ranked high-level warrior said thoughtfully, Wait, but pulling out his communicator, Pang Liu began to scroll through all the soldiers, looking for the one, and then he exclaimed loudly, I'm not even surprised. Showing Zhou Zhen's photo, he said, He was ranked 7th last week. The speed of his improvement is incredible. Seeing Zheng's photo on Liu's communicator, the old man immediately burst into flames of anger and angrily shouted, You bastard! I couldn't find you last time, and now you've shown up. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had survived the attack began to search for and rescue the survivors, running down the corridor and shouting, Look over there! There are 2 more of ours. While the guards were running and looking for their comrades, Zheng, being under the effect of invisibility, sat in the same place and feeling unwell thought, The situation is unstable, we can't delay any longer. With the last of his strength, Zhou Zhen stood up and held his chest and slowly walked toward the exit, the same hole in the wall that had brought him here in the first place. After passing by the guards who were running around looking for their comrades, Zhou Zhen successfully passed them, and seeing that the exit was close, he thought, Yes, it's good. Realizing that he had almost reached his goal, Zhou Zhen looked happily at the end of the corridor and thought, Around that corner is the room I entered from. Continuing to walk slowly down the corridor, Zhou Zhen felt very sick when he reached the corner, and he groaned heavily in pain. Ugh! Unable to hold back from the sudden influx, Zhou Zhen was unable to hold back the blood that gushed out of his mouth, and some of it fell to the floor, giving him away. Hearing a strange cough from around the corner, the guards immediately reacted to it and exclaimed loudly, "What was that sound?" After walking a little further, one of the guards running through the corridors noticed something on the floor and immediately rushed to report it to Yang Liu and the owner. Arriving at the spot mentioned by one of the guards who had discovered the bloody trail, Yang Liu looked at it carefully. Afterwards, the high-level warrior who had been staring at the blood trail for a long time suddenly had a flash of insight and realized what had happened. Happy that Zhou Zhen hadn't run away too far from them, Yang Liu suddenly became more cheerful and said, I've cornered myself," immediately heading toward the room with the hole in the wall. The old man saw Zhou Zhen and angrily called out to him, "Zhou Zhen, return what you took and I will spare your life." Standing in front of the hole in the wall, Zheng looked back to see his pursuers, who had already caught up with him. Seeing Zheng in front of him, Yang Liu spoke to him. "You have no way out." As he approached the edge of the wall and stepped out into the hole, Zhou Zhen spoke to them. "Do you really think you can catch me like this?" Standing behind him, the angry old man shouted at Zhou Zhen, who was standing at the 57th floor hole in the wall, "Jump if you're so brave." Hearing this suggestion from his grandfather, Zheng smiled without hesitation and leaned back, arms spread in different directions. Seeing what Zhou Zhen was about to do, Yang Xiu realized that this could not be allowed and shouted sharply at Zhou Zhen, hoping that he would change his mind. "No!" Seeing that Zhou Zhen had indeed flown out of the huge hole in the wall, leaning backwards, Yang Xiu quickly rushed after him, trying to grab Zhou Zhen, but he was not in time. Realizing that Zhou Zhen had jumped out of the window after all, the old man turned around and left the room, finally saying, "TC, if it crashes, bring the corpse here." Walking to the edge of the building to watch what would happen to Zhou Zhen, Yang Xiu peered out of a hole in the wall. Looking down, he saw only Zhou Zhen, who was swinging his arms and legs rapidly downward, and was very likely to have fallen to his death. But at the last moment, jet wings appeared on his back, and he was able to avoid falling and immediately fly away from the scene. Having escaped from the danger and taken refuge in a safe place, Zhou Zhen dialed his friend on a satellite communicator. The latter, lying in bed, saw the number and said in surprise, "This number? The strongest?" Picking up the phone, he said in amazement, "Hello?" And he received the following request from Zhou Zhen. "I'm having some problems." Hearing some details about what had happened to him, Guan immediately thought, "What? Where did he get this device from?" And then calmed down and asked Zheng in a nervous voice, "What happened?" Sitting in a tree in the middle of the forest, talking to Guan, Zhou Zhen spoke to him. "Commander, it's not easy to explain. I'm injured, but I can't go back now." Continuing his conversation with the commander, Zheng continued, "That's why I wanted to ask you to send our men to stop Haitian." The commander replied, "I understand. Take care of yourself, and I'll take care of the rest." After explaining everything he could to his commander, Zhou Zhen added in conclusion, "Also, I need to call Brother Shen." Meanwhile, Haiyan was already standing outside the tower, shouting to the soldiers guarding the building, "Do you think you can stop us? Get out!" To which Guan replied, "The Ministry of Military Forces has imposed martial law on this area. Anyone who disobeys will be shot on the spot." Approaching behind the old man, Yang Xiu spoke to Guan in a menacing voice. "You're taking on too much." Yang Xiu and the others, the highest-ranking warriors, the so-called mercenaries for special assignments, with exclusive rights and privileges. Seeing the 15th-ranked warrior in front of him, Guan was a little nervous as he approached them and spoke in anxiety. "Special Envoy Yang?" Standing directly in front of Guan, Yang Xiu spoke to him in a commanding tone. "I'm giving you one last opportunity to get out of here." Nervous from this confrontation of influences, Guan opened his arms to Yang Xiu and said to him, "I apologize. You may have exclusive rights, but your word cannot carry much weight against the order of the Ministry of the Armed Forces." Hearing this strangeness from Guan, Yang Xiu quickly took out his satellite communicator and called the Ministry of the Armed Forces. And when he heard their response, he loudly exclaimed, "What?" He began to inquire about how this had happened and questioned the authorized officials. And after receiving another answer, Yang Xiu let out a surprised gasp. "Did you say that Leader Shen had authorized the 7th Squad to defend Haiyan Tower?" Immediately hanging up the phone after learning that this order was indeed in effect, Yang Xiu spoke irritably to his customer, "We're getting out of here." Hearing that it was Yang himself, the old man let out a surprised gasp. "Ah!" As he passed Guan, Yang Xiu looked at him carefully and spoke rudely. I'd like to see how your Ministry of Military Training would protect you in the wild. While the 7th Squad was defending Haiyang Tower from intruders, and doing a pretty good job at that, Zheng was hiding somewhere in the abandoned storage room of the tower. Taking out some bandages, Zhou Zhen began to wrap them around himself to cover the wounds he had received in the battle with the high-level warrior in Tianhe Tower. Groaning in pain, Zheng tightened the bandages on his torso to secure it to the injured part of his body and moaned heavily. Ugh, ha! Rewinding the wounds and assessing the severity of the damage, Zheng said, as expected from a high-ranked warrior, if I hadn't upgraded my stats, I think I would have been dead long ago. Opening his skill window and looking at his level and the requirements for the next level, Zheng said, if I raise my skill level to 75 and then to 80, then it's quite possible to defeat Yang Liu. Immediately getting down from the table where he was bandaging himself and reviewing the parameters, Zheng said decisively, if it comes to that, shock resistance, level 11, impact resistance, level 12, impact resistance, level 13, impact resistance, level 14. After raising some of his resilience parameters, and after healing a bit, Zhou Zhen said, even if I don't want to kill them, they won't leave me alone. After treating his wounds, Zhou Zhen made an appointment with an acquaintance of his to give him some of the crystals he had managed to get out of the vault. Standing in a dark alley, the friend spoke. That's right, this is the part. Holding the red crystal in his hands, Ding Hong spoke to Zhou Zhen. Brother Zhou, you should only trust trusted people. I have no doubt of your strength. Having received his share of the crystals for the work he had done, Zhou Zhen put them in his pocket and said, the exchange is complete. We will meet again. As he turned to walk back, Zhou Zhen heard Ding Hong calling out behind him again, shouting, Brother Zhou! When he stopped in his tracks and turned his head back, he saw Ding Hong approaching him and said, won't this cause you too much trouble? If something happens, the light and shadow team will not be left out. After listening to Ding Hong's warning, Zheng walked forward again, waving goodbye and saying, don't worry, I can handle the seals. Walking back to his hideout after saying goodbye to Ding Hong, Zhou Zhen saw an interesting piece of armor on display in a gear shop as he passed a store. When he went inside and took a closer look at it, Zheng was struck by it and immediately thought, this is the hallmark of this store. I think this suit can repel the attack of the strongest. When Zheng heard a female employee approaching him from behind, he spoke to her. Good afternoon, I have a batch of precious materials to sell. May I see the manager? To which he heard back, yes, of course. Meanwhile, in the Tianhe Tower, subordinates were being brutally beaten by an angry boss who was dissatisfied with the performance of his soldiers. After kicking his subordinate, who flew back several meters, the angry boss yelled at him, idiots! It's been so many days and you can't find one damn person. Realizing that his anger would not be of much use, the evil boss turned behind him to where Yang Xiu was and spoke to him. Mr. Liu, all of this is useless. Perhaps you and your abilities could help? Taking a cigarette out of his pack, Yang Xiu lit it and spoke to his boss in a rough voice. I don't have that kind of authority, but I know a warrior who could help us with this matter. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth and holding it in his hand, Yang Lu immediately cheered up and spoke animatedly to the customer. However, I think you can imagine the price of his services. 3 more days passed after this incident, but nothing stood still. Everyone did what they could, and now there was a giant zombie outside the city again, and for some reason it was very angry. Standing in front of this giant zombie, Zhou Zhen, already wearing the new gear he had recently bought at the store when he returned from a transaction, stood there waiting for the moment. Continuing the fight, the giant zombie swung his arm and decided to throw a punch that flew straight at Zhou Zhen, who did not even think to dodge. Having taken the full brunt of the attack, Zhou Zhen did not feel any damage from the attack and said happily, not bad. An attack of this level is no longer a threat at all. Confident in his new equipment and his resilience, Zheng decided to end the fight and immediately jumped to the enemy's head level. Jumping up to the monster, Zheng was quickly able to finish it off with a single punch, and the system gave him a new notification, level 75. Seeing this, Zheng said, great, finally level 85. After jumping off the slain monster, Zhou Zhen jumped straight to the roof of the house to examine the new parameters of his new skill. Opening his skill system window, he saw his updated parameters and a description of the ability. While Zhou Zhen was looking at what kind of skill he had, another huge zombie suddenly appeared on the horizon, roaring loudly as it walked around. Deciding to test his new skill on it, Zheng launched his new skill to cast the subdue effect on the target. After the effect was cast, an eye mark appeared above the huge zombie, visible only to Zhou Zhen, which was above the puppet's head. Seeing that everything was working as described, Zhou Zhen ordered his puppets to clear a path and destroy several zombies nearby. As the puppet began to destroy everything around him, Zheng began to receive experience points for destroyed targets. Surprised by this, he said, "Huh? Why am I getting experience points for the zombies I killed?" As the zombie continued to kill all the small monsters nearby, Zheng began his thoughts while watching him. Does the system consider him a puppet controlled by me? Happy to have such a good bonus, Zhou Zhen continued to give orders to the puppet and said happily, "If this is the case, it shouldn't be too difficult to reach the 80th level in no time." It had been 4 days since Zhou Zhen had reached level 75 and mastered the new skill, but now he had 2 puppets. Watching his puppets work from the roof of the building, Zheng could only enjoy the sight and the notification that experience was steadily flowing into his balance. After gaining countless experience for such simple manipulations, Zhou Zhen had already reached level 79 and decided to call his girlfriend. Hearing her pick up the phone, Zheng spoke. "Shihan, I'm sorry it took me so long to get in touch. How are you?" Hearing her lover's voice, Shihan spoke to him in concern. "Zhou Zhen, where are you now?" He replied, "I'm outside. I'll be back in a few days." Hearing his voice and the news of his imminent return, Shihan shed tears and said joyfully, "Very well then. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Your friends, they protected us in Haiyan Tower." Standing on the roof, still talking on the satellite communicator, Zheng spoke to Shihan. "They're very reliable guys. You'd better listen to them." To which he replied, "What if I find you and we go back to Titan?" In the meantime, the old man decided to call the man Yang Xiu had told him about. When he arrived at the office of Tianheng's director, Luo Tang said, "He's using a satellite communicator." While smoking a cigarette, Luo Tang number 009, the strongest warrior, said, "As I said, as long as he uses the communicator, I can track him. The rest is on you." The boss was very happy to have such accurate information, especially in such a short time, and said happily, "Extraordinary Envoy Luo, this is your reward. A bimetal with a 15-point impact resistance." Approaching the suitcase with the reward, Luo Tang examined the metal, hurriedly closed the suitcase, and said happily, "It was a pleasure working with you. I have provided you with the information with his exact location. The rest is no longer my concern." As he stood up to thank him for the information and was about to leave, the boss of the company, Tianheng, said nervously, Of course. As Luo Tang was leaving his office, the director bowed to him and said one last time, "Take care." As soon as the majestic warrior left his office, the old man suddenly burst into anger and shouted, "Call for the flaming stone, heavenly sword, split beast, and heavenly hammer squads. I want not even a speck of dust left of him." In the meantime, Zheng continued to slowly train and reached his long-awaited level 80 by shooting arrows at targets. Holding up his elven bow, which he had just hit the target with, Zhou Zhen said, "Old man, you're still full of energy." Reaching for another arrow, Zhou Zhen said, "This elven bow and arrows with 5 points of penetration will make you use all your strength." And somewhere near Zhou Zhen, while he was practicing with the bow, some warriors were recording his training on a video camera saying, "Excellent archery." Hiding behind a column of a nearby building, the soldiers were recording everything in minute detail that Zheng was doing with the video camera in his hands. Approaching the cameraman, the squad leader said, "If we post this video, the price of such weapons from Mohilnik will increase significantly." The cameraman replied, "There are so many zombies around him, how does he plan to get out of there?" Standing behind the commander and the cameraman, a third member of their video crew spoke up. "There are really an incredible amount of them. No matter how strong he is, he can't kill them all alone, right?" With each passing second, the zombie monsters below were getting bigger and bigger, and giant zombies were appearing there as well. Noticing this, the cameraman began to document everything on his camera so as not to miss a single moment and to shoot the best video for publication. But suddenly, observing such a pace of events and the rapid growth of the zombie crowd, the entire squad exclaimed in unison, "They're growing like crazy!" Looking at the zombies, which were growing in number, and with the arrows almost gone, Zhou Zhen had no choice but to accept reality. Holding his elven bow in his hands, he said, I guess I won't be able to reach the 80th level so easily, huh?" Looking around him, Zheng immediately saw some rays of light reflecting off the glass of the cameraman's camera lens. Hiding his bow behind his back, Zhou Zhen said in an irritated voice, "They are annoying me. They are following me, and I can't open the system equipment." Not long after, Zheng came up with a plan that would help him. Stretching his limbs, he said, "First, let's get rid of the tail. and then we'll move to the other side. Watching Zhou Zhen, the director spoke to his commander. Brother Beiyang, what do you think he's going to do? He's not going to jump over there, is he? Hearing this from his anxious comrade, Beiyang said to him in an indifferent voice, even if he is, record it. It will make a great scene. While they were discussing all the things Zheng was going to do, he was already gathering his thoughts and slowly getting ready to execute his plan. Standing on the other side of the roof, Zheng accelerated, and taking very large steps, he headed for the edge of the roof to get rid of his pursuers. When the cameraman noticed that Zhou Zhen was no longer on the roof, but only a silhouette that barely kept up with his movements, he exclaimed in surprise, "This speed! How fast!" And Bayan added, "Unbelievable!" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already jumped from one roof to another, hoping to reach the next. While in the air, he headed for the opposite roof, where the zombies were. Rapidly losing altitude in mid-flight, Zheng was only a few centimeters short of reaching the other roof, and he fell short. Seeing Zhou Zhen's unsuccessful attempt to jump from one roof to another and then falling down, Beiyang nervously exclaimed, "Oh my!" A cameraman standing nearby, also watching Zheng's failed attempt, shouted out in fright, "It's over! He's going to fall!" Seeing Zhou Zhen's failed attempt to jump from one building to another and then fall down, the third member of the squad simply turned his head down and put his hand over his eyes to avoid seeing him, and only said heavily, Before he could reach the roof of the other building, Zhou Zhen immediately jumped down, watching the zombies approaching the edge of the roof. Ignoring Zheng, the zombies wandered calmly along the roof. But then Zheng appeared in front of them, and somehow managed to jump in the air and gain the necessary height to land successfully. After seeing this incredible maneuver, the cameraman and his entire crew, shocked by what they saw, just stood there with their eyes wide open, marveling at this skill. Standing without the camera, as he had handed it over to his commander, the cameraman asked Bayan, "Brother, did you shoot this?" He replied in the same surprised voice, Did. When Bayan came to his senses, he lowered his head and said sadly to his comrades, "If this video had been published in Mohilnik, it would have been a sensation." Standing on the roof of the building, Zhou Zhen had already managed to destroy all the enemies and clear a path for retreat to get away from the pursuers. Standing on a neighboring building not far from Zheng, Beiyang spoke in fright when he sensed Zhou's aura. "Even at this distance I can feel the killer aura." After clearing a path for himself, Zhou Zhen headed away from this squad of cameramen. Seeing Zheng running away, the cameraman asked Beiyang, "Shouldn't we follow him?" He replied, "Let him go." Meanwhile, at the graveyard, a lot of airships gathered on the platforms, all heading in the same direction. Seeing what was happening, two passers-by said to each other, "All these airships are from the Haitian company. I feel like something big is planned." To which the other replied, "I heard that this time, the 4 largest Haitian squads will be in full force." As they walked toward the airships, which were ready to depart for the mission, many soldiers from different units were confidently walking toward them, and 2 formidable warriors were walking in front of them, smiling ominously. Entering Shen Zhengxing's office, the secretary informed him, "Master, we have just received information that Yang Xiu and Hai Guo have already set out on their journey." Hearing this report from his assistant, Shen Zhengxing rubbed his beard curiously and said, "Information." Holding his head and sighing heavily, realizing that this was going to happen, he said to the secretary's girlfriend, "All right, go." Hearing the order that she was dismissed, the girl bowed to the leader and turned and left Shen Zhengxing's office. Sitting in his office chair, Shen Zhengxing looked out the window and said, "Once again, these people make me doubt my decisions about you." Smiling happily as he looked out the window, Shen Zhengxing said, "Zhou Zhen, it's up to you to handle this. This time I'll let you prove to me who was right in the end, them or me." Meanwhile, outside the city, at the location where Zhou Zhen was training and reaching his new level, the zombies were growing in number. Suddenly he heard the sound of an engine, and a car appeared on the horizon, speeding at breakneck speed and demolishing all the zombies in its path. Arriving at the right place, the strange masked warrior got out of the car and took out his satellite communicator to track Zhou Zhen. Seeing that zombies were approaching him, the strange masked warrior drew his sword and prepared to fight. Swinging his sword, the strange warrior began to cut his way to Zhou Zhen, only to find him in such a crowd among the ruins. After killing many enemies, the warrior was able to advance to a certain place, and when he saw what he had been looking for so long, he said joyfully, "I found it." As he walked toward Zheng, he was enveloped in an incredible aura of power that could be seen and felt from a great distance. Perhaps it was thanks to this power that Zheng was found. After destroying another zombie, Zhang finally reached the long-awaited level, saying happily, "Finally, level 80. After reaching the desired level and reviewing his stats, Zhou Zhen said happily, "With 80th level skills, I'll be able to compete with Yang Liu." After reaching his level, Zhou Zhen did not worry about his absence for such a long time and said, "The captain will take care of everything at home. It shouldn't be a problem." Suddenly, he heard a phone call. Pulling out his satellite communicator, Zhou Zhen looked to see who the call was from. The screen showed a C-rank soldier calling him. When he saw who was calling him, Zhou Zhen said in surprise, "Lei Hu? He's been calling me too often lately." Picking up the phone, Zheng heard, "Thank goodness, Brother Zhou, you finally picked up the phone." Hearing his comrade's worried voice, Zheng asked him, "Captain Luo, what's wrong?" He replied, "The Navy SEALs and Yang Liu seem to know where you are. They have gathered the people and have already taken them out of the city. This time, the 4 largest Haitian units have been called up. You better find a safe place to wait it out." Hearing such bad news, Zheng immediately thought of something. How could they know exactly where I am? As soon as he thought about it, he saw a crew of airships not far from him, heading straight for him. Noticing the danger, Zhou Zhen said in concern, "It looks like I don't have time to find a safe place." The captain replied in confusion, "What do you mean? Are they—" Looking through his binoculars, one of the soldiers on the airship shouted to the entire crew, "Target location successfully identified. Everything is ready for capture." Sitting behind the soldier in his chair directing the operation, Guo said to him, "Then go down and turn on all the cameras." Looking out of the panoramic window of the airship at Zhou Zhen standing below, the boss shouted, "I want everyone to see the death of the man who dared to provoke us." Standing beside his commander, the captain of the Firestone squad, Hu Lei, spoke to him. "President, let us go first." Having received permission to be the first to launch the operation to destroy Zheng, Captain Lei, taking his men and 1 missile in each hand, spoke to his men as he headed for the door of the airship. "What do you think? A warrior of the 8th rank?" Opening the door and taking aim at Zhou Zhen, he continued, "Can he survive the impact of a warhead with 10 points of armor penetration?" As soon as Captain Luo Lei spoke, all the warheads were immediately released and flew toward the target. Hearing a strange sound above him, Zheng looked up at the sky and noticed that missiles had been fired at him. Confused, Zheng was already thinking of a plan of action. As he stood there, only a split second passed, and the missiles were almost upon Zheng, who was standing defenselessly in the middle of the ruins, waiting for them to arrive. Seeing that 4 missiles with 10 points of armor penetration had been fired at Zheng, Guo looked promisingly at the pile of dust that had been kicked up at the point of impact. His hopes were dashed, however, because even these warheads did not do him any harm, as he had a protective aura of star power around him that was able to protect him, so the power was not enough. Seeing that Zhou Zhen was able to survive such an attack, Guo said with a smile, "Who would have thought that this boy would have such armor? Well, let's make him move around a bit." Having survived such an attack without any injuries, Zhou Zhen realized that this was not the end of it, and he looked up to see that the airship crew was carrying something on deck again. The next moment, some balls began to fall from the deck. There were a lot of them, and they were about 1/3 dense in the air. When Zheng looked closely at what it was, he realized that several boxes of fragmentation grenades had been thrown at him and were already flying directly at him. The next moment, as this rain of ammunition hit the ground, the entire nearby area within a large radius began to explode, destroying buildings and everything in its path. Using his super speed, Zhou Zhen was able to outrun the airship and dodge the grenades that were raining down on him from above. While running ahead of this explosive rain, a pair of zombies immediately followed him, also caught in the explosive show. Watching Zhou Zhen cowardly run away from the grenades that were falling on him, Guo said with a fervor in his voice, "Ha ha ha, keep going. Let the cameras film it all." Catching up with Zhou Zhen on the airship, Guo cheerfully shouted at him, dropping an incredible number of grenades on his head. "Zhou Zhen, what, are you scared? Why are you running away?" Taking out another grenade, which was not a fragmentation grenade but a more serious one, Guo shouted at Zheng, "Let's see how you can dodge this time." Throwing this grenade at Zheng, it sent a huge mushroom of explosion overhead, which hit the airship and gave it a serious dent. After the grenade exploded on Zheng, the entire crew, after the blast wave threw the airship back and knocked everyone down, began to get up to see what was wrong with Zheng. After getting to his feet, Guo was the first to run to the window to see what was left of Zhou Zhen after such an explosion. But what he saw plunged him into chaos. He saw Zheng downstairs holding an impressive-sized gun. Realizing that he smelled something fried, Haigu shouted in fright, "Where did he get that gun?" Striking back, Zhou Zhen fired several warheads at the airship, and a terrified voice came from the airship. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take off, faster!" The next moment, the missiles hit their target, and the airship was shot down. As it fell down, it was engulfed in flames, and everyone in it began to jump out. After getting out of the downed airship, Commander Haiguo noticed that it would not be the end of the story, and they would have to try a little harder, because zombies were coming at them from all sides. Heading towards the airship crew, the zombies gathered in small groups, and one of the dead pointed at the soldiers, as if giving the others the order to attack, and growled loudly. Seeing that the enemies were advancing, Commander Haiguo gave orders to all those who were with him, saying, "Prepare all equipment for battle." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who was enjoying the beautiful sight of the airship slowly descending, burning to ashes, was preparing for the next stage of his plan. Looking at the work he had done, Zhou Zhen said happily, "Don't be in a hurry to relax, the most interesting things are yet to come." At the very moment when Zheng shot down the airship, a group of cameramen were following Zheng, and one of them shouted, "I got it, I got it!" Holding the video camera in his hands, Baiyang exclaimed joyfully, marveling at the incredible content. "This is just an incredible scene." Standing behind his captain, the videographer anxiously spoke to him. "Brother Baiyang, it will soon be dusk. Are we going back to Beba or staying here?" Hearing his friend's question, Baiyang, with a serious attitude, said to them, "It's been a long time since we've been able to record something so amazing." Holding the camera with one hand and gesturing with the other, Baiyang spoke joyfully to his comrades. "Brothers, we are staying here tonight." Fighting off the zombie invasion and protecting Haiguo, Yang Xiu said, "We need to get out of here. These sounds will attract more zombies." Hearing the advice from his mercenary soldier, who warned him of the dangers of staying put, the commander replied, "Yes." Hearing the order and following it, all the soldiers who were with the commander began to fight their way back to find a place to spend the night. After fighting their way through the crowd of zombies, Haiguo's team finally found the nearest building that was free of zombies and where they could spend the night. As soon as they set up camp, the boss angrily punched the wall. After the commander hit the wall with his fist, it was covered with cracks, and his comrades immediately turned their attention to him, afraid to say a word, but immediately after, the boss said, "Damn, how did this happen?" Seeing that Captain Haiguo was furious at the failure, Yang Xiu spoke to him. "It can be said that we underestimated the enemy, but the more excitement there is about what's happening, the more people will be attracted to it, right?" As Commander Haiguo's squad prepared to spend the night, Zheng waited for the appointed time to launch his operation. Looking at his watch, it showed 7:30 p.m. Seeing that the clock was showing the perfect time, he said, "It's time to go hunting." Happy that the time had come, Zheng immediately went to visit his enemies. As he walked through the building, Zhou Zhen overheard two soldiers standing in front of the door to a room talking, and one of them said, "Where did he get that launcher? Did he know we were coming and prepare in advance?" He came closer to them and listened to their conversation. Complimenting the first, the second spoke. "And did you see his armor? If I'm not mistaken, that's the symbol of the Julie gear store, the Twilight armor." To which the first one replied, "No wonder he's not getting any." As Zheng approached one of the soldiers guarding the entrance from behind, he froze, and rubbing his hands on the armor to warm himself, he said, "Don't you feel as if it's suddenly cold?" Hearing this question, the first one agreed with him and answered him, feeling cold as well. "Yes, I do, especially in the neck area." When the warriors finished talking, Zheng whispered in one of their ears, "Bye-bye." After that, he immediately killed them both, without any noise or witnesses. As Yang Xiu and Haiguo passed by the posts, they noticed two corpses of soldiers. As they approached them and checked their pulses, Yang said, "Two soldiers, one of rank 11 and the other of rank 10, were killed completely silently." Hearing this, Haiguo asked him, "Is this really the work of Zhou Zhen?" Immediately thinking about what had happened, Yang Xiu said, "It is already dark outside, even I would not dare to go out." Calling one of the soldiers who was nearby, Yang Xiu gave him an order, "Clean up the corpses and assign units to patrol." As they patrolled the area, the four soldiers walking along the corridor began to talk, and one of them expressed his opinion by saying, "You mean it wasn't a ghost that killed them?" Hearing this nonsense, one of the soldiers from the patrolling squad mockingly said to him, "Hua Ji, you are like an 11th ranked warrior, but you have the brain of a small child." Continuing to ridicule his comrade for believing in ghosts, the warrior said, "I have never heard anything like this before." As soon as the warrior said this in a mocking tone, He immediately noticed that his friend was frozen in place, and a cut appeared on his neck. Seeing that his comrade was already dead, the frightened warrior shouted out to him, "Wah!" Trying to bring him back to life, the warrior was already drawing his sword to defend himself. But before he could do so, he was struck in the back, neutralizing him and preventing him from saying a word to call for help. The next moment, the rest of the soldiers who were also with them also received several fatal blows and froze in place in silent agony. Trying to shout out something to warn them of the danger, the soldier repeatedly made vain attempts to make a sound. And then he thought, "Why? I could not make a sound. My body does not obey." Standing beside the poor soldiers who had stumbled upon Zhou Zhen, he looked at them with a smile on his face and said, "So unfortunate. Chaos. Available from level 80. The target loses control of their actions and remains motionless for 15 seconds. The probability that the targets will attack each other is 10%. The maximum value is 5, and the recharge takes 3 minutes." Then noticing 4 more soldiers who had been killed without a sound, Commander Haiguo grabbed his subordinate and shook him. "Find him! Find this bastard!" After releasing his subordinate, Haiguo spoke to Mr. Yang Shu. "Mr. Liu, why don't you ask Ambassador Extraordinary Luo to confirm his whereabouts?" Immediately pondering the suggestion, Yang thought, "It seems that this Zhou Zhen is much more dangerous than I could have imagined. I can't ignore this," he thought, and said, "Okay." Taking out his satellite communicator, Yang Shu called Luo Tian and said, "Ambassador Extraordinary Luo, greetings." After overhearing this conversation, Zhou Zhen finally realized how someone had managed to track him down and thought, "In that case, it's no wonder they were able to find me. It's all down to the extraordinary messenger Luo." When Shu finished speaking with the extraordinary envoy, he reported the exact location of Jing, who was in their vicinity. When he was discovered, Zhou Zhen took off running and said in frustration, "This Luo Tian, he revealed my location! Damn it!" He immediately ran away, followed by several soldiers, and Yang Shu, who drew his sword and ran after Zheng, shouted to him, "Zhou Zhen, you cannot escape!" Running away from his pursuers, Zhou Zhen deftly dodged all the monsters he met on his way and left them behind, thus delaying his pursuers. When Yang Shu saw that Zheng was leaving behind the zombies blocking their path, he was overcome with emotion. Using his star power, which immediately enveloped his entire body, he was able to kill several zombies in one blow and clear the way for further pursuit. Watching Zheng's pursuit with binoculars from afar, the strange masked warrior who had been following them said in astonishment, "Quick!" Lowering the binoculars from his eyes, this strange masked warrior said thoughtfully, "At first I thought that Yang Shu might be a worthy opponent for him, but now, it's hard to say." As Zheng continued to run away from his pursuer, he realized that his skills would soon expire, and he needed to think of something. At once confused by the fact that he could not foresee this, Zhou Zhen thought, "Damn, the effect will soon dissipate." Looking at the path ahead, which he had yet to overcome, Zhou Zhen said in surprise, "There aren't any zombies up ahead?" When the effect wore off, Zhou Zhen could not worry too much, because there were no enemies on his way. Running to a building where he could hide, he said, "This building, I have a bad feeling about it." But when he remembered who was chasing him and what they might expect, Zhou Zhen said in a low voice, "It doesn't seem like I have much choice." As soon as Zhou Zhen entered the building, his pursuers, led by Yang Shu, arrived a few seconds later. When he reached the building, Yang Shu stretched out his arm, blocking the way for the soldiers who were with him, and said, "Stop!" Stopping his comrades, feeling something strange inside, Yang Shu spoke to them. "There is something wrong with the aura in this building." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who had been walking forward because he had no other choice, felt the strange aura and immediately thought, "What is this terrifying feeling?" Zhou Zhen continued on his way out of curiosity, unable to stop, and kept walking until he reached a certain room. Looking around the corner, he saw something incredibly impressive, and frozen in place, he said in astonishment, "This is..." What he saw in front of him was an egg with a person in it, something that looked like a human, an ogre undergoing some kind of mutation or something. Standing in front of this giant egg watching it, Zheng's breath caught in his throat and he said in a nervous voice, "Is it developing?" When Zheng regained consciousness, his fear was immediately overcome, and he began to examine the egg with interest and take pictures of it, saying, "Once the process of development is complete, will it be a royalty?" After examining the egg from all sides and taking many photos of this amazing sight from different angles, Zheng breathed out a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew." Meanwhile, Yang Shu had already caught up with Haiguo, and peering into the building, he shouted in anger, "Bastard, why isn't he coming out?" Immediately exploding with resentment, Yang Xiu, who was standing behind Hai Guo and thought that he had called him that, exclaimed in frustration, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Realizing his mistake, Hai Guo bowed and spoke to Mr. Yang. "Oh, Mr. Liu, I didn't mean it for you. Should we send people to check the situation?" After considering Hai Guo's suggestion, Yang thought, "We've been waiting for quite some time and he's still not here." Then he suddenly said, "All right, everyone, get ready." As they walked forward, the squad that had gone to check was very nervous, and one of them said, "It's like an unpleasant chill ran down my back." To which he was answered, "Shut up, stop scaring us." Standing not far away from this reconnaissance team, under the effect of invisibility, Zheng smiled slyly, and the team continued their discussion. "I can feel it too," said the third one, and the last one added, "You all talk about it," and, before he could finish, his body suddenly froze, and then the rest of them. Zheng used his 80th level skill again. One of the squad who had managed to run out of the building running for the exit screamed loudly in terror, "Ah, ghosts! There are ghosts!" Seeing that only one soldier had returned from the building who was scared to death, Yang Xiu decided to intercept him. After stopping the soldier and calming him down, Yang said, "Calm down and speak calmly." The warrior stammered and replied, "All dead? I just blinked and everyone was dead, just like yesterday." Looking inside the building where the soldier had run out of and where Zhou Zhen had entered, Yang Xiu wondered if it was really ghosts or if it was Zhou Zhen. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen stood by the nest again, looking at the egg and the developing fetus, and said with a sigh of relief, "At last, peace." Looking at the monster inside the egg, Zheng suddenly spoke with confidence. "If this creature comes out, the graveyard will be greatly harmed. We must stop it from developing." Pulling out his two blades, Zhou Zhen swiftly began to strike at the cocoon containing the huge creature. But something was wrong. After making a few more attempts, Zhou Zhen noticed that he hadn't harmed the cocoon and he said, "Something is wrong. This shell is recovering too quickly." After trying a few more times, Zheng realized that it was useless, so he took out the dynamite and said, "Fortunately, I have quite a bit of ammunition." After covering the cocoon with explosives on all sides, Zhou Zhen stood back and said to himself, "I think this should definitely be enough." After lighting the fuse, Zhou Zhen ran for the exit. As he jumped out of the building, Yang Xiu noticed him and immediately spoke to the fugitive. "Huh, you decided to leave by yourself?" After gloating a bit and mocking Zhou Zhen, Yang Xiu noticed that something was wrong. Zheng didn't react to him at all. He just ran away. When Zhou Zhen jumped over Yang Xiu, who was very surprised by his appearance and just froze in place, Zhou Zhen stabbed one of his comrades on the way, causing chaos. Immediately realizing what had happened and needing to catch up with Zhou Zhen, who had so easily slipped past them, Yang Xiu turned to his comrades and shouted to them, "Follow me!" No sooner had he said this than an explosion sounded right behind him, in the building, and the blast wave was heading in his direction. Yang Xiu looked back and realized why Zhou Zhen had run out of the building so quickly and hadn't even paid attention to anyone outside. Meanwhile, the blast wave that came from the building swept away many soldiers who stood in its path and at the same time threw Hai Guo away. Standing not far from the building where the explosion had occurred, the strange masked warrior who had been chasing Zhou Zhen saw only a wall of fire in front of him and the puff of smoke that followed. He just stood there watching what Zhou Zhen had done. He was looking at what he saw, and he couldn't believe his eyes that Zheng could do such a thing. A group of filmmakers who were also keeping up, but at a slightly greater distance, continued to record everything on camera, exclaiming, "Wow, as expected from the strongest. They are able to create something incredible." Putting his hands behind his head and relaxing, the filmmaker said to his commander, "This is just an incredible scene. Our video is sure to become popular and create a sensation throughout Mohilnik." Immediately suggesting a risky idea, the filmmaker said, "Brother Bayan, why don't we come closer?" Hearing this suggestion, he hummed thoughtfully. Without hesitation, Brother Bayan, also eager for a sensation and quality content, said, "Okay, let's go." Gathering all his courage into a fist, Bayan spoke an inspiring phrase. "Wealth and recognition are gained by taking risks. Let's go." Meanwhile, Commander Hai Guo's squad, having recovered from the explosion, immediately informed him, "Boss, such a big explosion. I'm afraid there will be a whole crowd of zombies here very soon." Hearing this warning, Commander Hai Gu shouted out to his subordinates in alarm, "What, zombies? Then we must—" While Commander Hai Gu was thinking of ways to get out of here, Yang Xiu just stood there, unable to accept the fact that they had been so easily deceived. Clutching the sword tightly in his hand and boiling with anger, Yang Xiu repeated the same thing over and over again. Zhou Zhen, not bad, very good. Suddenly appearing out of the pile of dust and smoke, and standing before Yang in all his glory, Zhou Zhen smiled slyly and said to him, "Thank you for your praise." Immediately lighting up with star power that enveloped his entire body and weapon, Yang Xiu slowly approached Zheng and spoke to him menacingly. "You didn't run away?" Standing in front of Yang Xiu in his new armor, Zhou Zhen smiled at him and asked him confidently, "Why would I run away?" Hearing Zheng's voice, Captain Haiguo asked him sarcastically, "Even if you wanted to escape, would you have the ability to do so?" Waving his hand and feeling superior to Zhou Zhen because they were outnumbered, the commander shouted, "Come here." As soon as he said this, a giant red monster appeared right behind him. Upon seeing it, Commander Haiguo exclaimed in fright, "That's... what kind of creature is that?" Waking up from a long sleep, the giant opened its eyes, which glowed red, and immediately made the air heavier around it, causing everyone present to be afraid. Seeing such a giant, all the soldiers who were nearby were immediately frightened and began to run for their lives. The next moment, everyone who was still standing saw the huge monster jump into the air and shouted, "Holy shit!" Without hesitation, all the remaining ordinary soldiers also screamed in fright as they watched the giant approach them, and shouted, "Let's run!" Trying to run away from the giant, one of the soldiers was the least fortunate. As soon as he started to run, the giant's fist followed him, and he was about to catch up with him. The next moment, there was a thud behind Zhou Zhen, and a large pile of dust was raised as a result of the giant's blow. While the latter was hunting Haiguo's soldiers, Zheng stood face to face with Yang Xiu. Rising into the air and creating a smoke screen, the smoke coming from the building that had been blown up blocked Yang Xiu's entire view. Having lost sight of Zheng, he immediately became alert, and nervously looking around began to slowly retreat backward. As Yang Xiu emerged from the smoke screen, he immediately heard a voice coming from behind him. It was Zhou Zhen who spoke to him menacingly. "Yang Liu, only one of us will make it out of this mess alive today." Not doubting himself or his strength for a second, Yang Xiu pointed to himself with a smug smile and said, "It will be me." While Yang Xiu was boasting of his strength and already tasting victory, a giant silhouette appeared from the smoke behind the two rivals and slowly approached them. Seeing the enraged monster behind him, Yang Xiu was surprised to see it coming, and he said in a disgruntled voice, "Damn, there's this one too. There's no time to waste." Just as he was about to move to another place to formulate a plan of action and regroup, Zheng appeared in front of him and shouted, "You want to escape? Not so fast." After striking the enemy, Zheng was able to immobilize his opponent with the paralyzing poison skill. After the job was done, he stormed out of there, and hiding behind a nearby wall, he said, 3 seconds, that's enough for you." By paralyzing the enemy, he was able to buy himself some time and escape while the monster was focused on Yang Xiu. When the giant spotted the enemy, he immediately rushed to harm him, and Yang could only watch the inevitable, unable to do anything about it. The next moment after the monster approached the high-level warrior, he hit him with his palm with all his strength, launching him far away from him into the nearest house. After hitting the building, the immobilization effect dissipated, and Yang Xiu was able to move. Leaning on his right knee, the warrior began to cough, expelling the remnants of dust and dirt and grimacing in pain. Seeing that the enemy was still alive, the monster immediately followed him to finish off the insect. Jumping up high, it planned to land on Yan to crush him instantly. As soon as the giant flew at the warrior, he gathered his strength, wrapped his entire body in star power, and screamed furiously, but still managed to hold back the attack, catching the enemy's attack. Sitting in a hiding place, Zhou Zhen watched the battle, and when he saw Yang's strength, he said in concern, "A 15th ranked warrior is capable of such a thing? Fortunately, I didn't dare to fight him one-on-one." While Zhou Zhen watched quietly from his hiding place, Yang Liu fought for his life with his last strength. Screaming frantically, he held the giant's weight on his shoulders. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, Yang Xiu was able to throw the monster off him, angrily shouting at it, "Get out of here!" Having accomplished such an incredible thing, Yang Xiu could finally take a little rest. As he felt the incredible surge of power, it turned out that he had reached the 16th rank of warrior. Overjoyed that his fighting abilities and characteristics had increased at such a critical time, Yang Liu looked at his hands while holding his sword, and was very happy about this breakthrough. But his joy did not last long. After a brief burst of happiness, Yang Xiu remembered his rival who had set him up like that, and noticing him nearby, he shouted furiously, Zhou Zhen! Ignoring everything that was happening around him, Yang Shu immediately rushed toward Zhou Zhen to finish him off and at the same time shouted, "You're finished!" But it was very reckless of him to ignore his surroundings, because the monster he had thrown away was not defeated and had managed to regain consciousness and get to his feet. As he flew past the giant, Yang Shu noticed that the giant's arm was flying at him again, and he was unable to dodge this attack while flying. The very next moment, the monster hit the target with its powerful attack and launched Yang Shu back into a nearby building. After coming to a hard stop, Yang Shu stood again leaning on his knee and coughed up another serious blow as he watched the monster stare back at him. Having been seriously injured despite the fact that his rank had increased, Yang Shu stood up and spoke heavily. "Even with this power, I still can't withstand his strike. I need to stay away from him as far as possible." Sensing something strange happening around him, Yang Shu looked around, but all he could see was the movement of the blade, which barely touched him. Immediately after this slightly unsuccessful attack, he saw Zheng behind him and let out a surprised gasp. "When did he manage to get behind me?" Immediately thinking about what he had said about Zhou Zhen appearing out of nowhere, he thought anxiously, "Can he turn invisible? Are people even capable of something like that?" In order to avoid Zheng's attack, Yang Shu reflexively swung his sword and knocked Zhou Zhen away from him, shouting, "Ha!" Having dodged Yang's attack, Zheng approached him again at point-blank range and whispered to him, "I'm sorry, but you won't be leaving here alive." Immediately frozen in place, unable to control his body, Yang Shu just stood there boiling with rage, his mind racing, "Damn it, this trick again." Before he retreated again and hid somewhere nearby, Zheng stood behind Yang and said to him smiling, "Enjoy, Mr. Liu." After saying this, Zhou Zhen disappeared again, and Yang Liu noticed that the monster was running toward him again, waving his arms. Standing still, he thought, "Yes, I should have seen this coming. I should have become stronger." Standing there, just waiting for the next development, Yang Shu was ready for any scenario, but he realized that this time he didn't have much of a chance. The next moment, the monster struck directly at Yang Shu, who just had to stand there and think about his life. And at that moment, he thought, "This is never easy." After hitting Yang Shu with a precise strike, the giant grabbed him and began to slowly lift him up to his head. Growling fiercely, the giant, showing its superiority, squeezed the warrior with all its might, and he died. At that very moment, a notification was sent to everyone's satellite communicators. Hearing its sound, Shun Jungxing picked up his device and said, "Gentlemen, emergency messenger 043, Yang Shu has died." Hearing this, the two dignitaries in his office exclaimed in confusion, "What? A 15th ranked expert and all of the other warriors in the tomb also received this notification, the update to the warrior table." Looking at his communicators, Lei Hu said happily, "Ha ha ha, I knew this Zhou Zhen was not so simple." The commander of the 7th squad picked up the phone and replied, "Okay, I've got it." At the same time, a strange masked warrior who had been watching Zheng in the course of his battle said in surprise, "This Zhou Zhen is no ordinary man at all. He takes risks every time and comes out victorious. It's definitely not just luck." Turning back and heading for his vehicle, he said enthusiastically, "We need to work out our further plans." Meanwhile, someone called the Special Envoy Luo Tian. He picked up the phone and heard, "Special Envoy Luo, you must help me. Only you can do it." Hearing this request from the person who called him, Luo Tang asked him, "Tell me how Yang Shu died." After the successful execution of his plans, Zhou Zhen returned to the burial ground riding his bull. When he entered the city, he immediately thought, "It seems as if there is some kind of oppressive atmosphere in the city." As he passed two locals, he heard them talking behind him. "Is that Zhou Zhen? He managed to kill Yang Liu," one of them said. To which the other, silencing him, replied in alarm, "Hey, keep your voice down. Who gave you the right to call him by his name?" Hearing these conversations among the locals, Zhou Zhen was confused and thought, "After all, I just finished with him a few minutes ago, and the news has already spread all over the graveyard." Recalling that he had turned off his communicator during the battle so that it could not be traced, he said, "That's right, my communicator was turned off all the time." When he turned on his satellite communicator, he began to receive hundreds of notifications at once. Seeing this, Zheng said in confusion, "My God, how many unread messages are there?" After going through all the messages, Zheng saw one from Shun Jungxing, who invited him to his house upon his return. After reading it, Zheng went to the military training center. When Zheng arrived at Shun Jungxing's office, he spoke to him. "Zhou Zhen, you have not disappointed me." Hearing such words of praise from Shun Jungxing, Zheng replied, Young Liu gathered quite a few people to try to kill me. If Brother Shun had not warned me, it would not have been so interesting. After listening to Zheng's speech about what had influenced his survival, Shun Zhengxing spoke to him. So, please come over and take a look at this. After the chairman said this, he handed Zheng the documents. Taking them in his hands, Zheng said in surprise, "The ownership of the Haitian company. But doesn't it belong to Haigu? I didn't kill him." Hearing the embarrassment in Zheng's voice and his surprised reaction, Shun Zhengxing spoke to him with a smile on his face. "Looks like you still have a lot to learn." Deciding to explain everything to the young man, Shun Zhengxing said, "Actually, the Haitian company was run by Yang Liu. You killed him, so according to the unwritten rules, you are now the heir." Hearing this explanation, Zheng asked in surprise, "Is it something like, the strongest takes it all?" To which Shan replied, "Of course, if you are killed, then everything that belonged to you becomes the killer's property." After saying this, Shun Zhengxing's face changed once more, and changing his tone to a rude one, he said, "And there's something else you should know. In fact, there is another rank above strongest. We classify warriors like this as—" Interrupting Shun Zhengxing, Zhou Zhen immediately spoke to him. "A war god? Brother Shen, what is Luo Qian's rank then?" Looking through the personnel files and reading the details, Shan said, "He is classified as a god of war. He is the 8th of the 10 strongest, and he is also the chief of the 3rd district." Hearing the information he needed about the person he wanted, Zhou Zhen said to Shun Zhengxing in surprise, "A district chief? This is the first time I've heard of such a position." After Zhou Zheng's response, Shun Zhengxing spoke to him, handing him a map. "This is what I wanted to talk to you about next." When Zhou Zheng opened the map and began to examine it, Shan continued, "The burial ground is divided into 50 districts, and each district chief can take 50% of the tax revenue to benefit the most powerful." Continuing his speech, Shun Zhengxing made a suggestion. "The 47th district does not have a person in charge for some reason." After discussing all the details and terms of cooperation, Zhou Zheng headed home to Haiyang Tower. Upon entering, he was greeted by the staff, who said, "Boss." As he walked down the hall, each of his hotel employees greeted him and said, "Ambassador Extraordinary Zhou," said one of them. Then another added, "Ambassador Extraordinary Zhou. Now the Haiyang Tower will definitely become one of the best hotels in Mogilev." Accepting such sincere congratulations from his employees and basking in the glory, Zheng replied awkwardly, thank you all for your concern." After passing by all the staff and hearing sincere words of congratulations from everyone, Zheng finally reached the elevator and breathed a sigh of relief as he got on and went up. As soon as he reached the desired floor and the doors began to open, Zhou Zheng suddenly froze in place in surprise and embarrassment. The next moment, as soon as the elevator doors opened, Xiang Shihan threw herself at him and began to hug him tightly. Clutching Zhou Zhen tightly, Xiang Shihan could no longer hold back her tears, and as she shed them from the long separation, she said happily, Seeing that she was shedding tears for him, Zheng embraced her and began to stroke her head, saying, "I'm sorry." After Zheng's actions, Xiang Shihan began to pound on him with her fists, shedding tears and saying over and over again, "Fool! You fool! You fool!" Having been hit by the fragile girl, Zheng twisted in pain and stepped back to get away from Xiang Shihan's barrage of blows. Noticing that she had hurt Zheng, the girl stopped beating him and looked at him in alarm. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you hurt or something?" Leaning on the elevator door, Zhou Zheng grabbed his torso with his hand and spoke heavily. "You're actually a warrior too, in case you forgot. Next time you want to beat me up, you better remember to control your strength." Realizing what she had done, the girl said in alarm, I'm sorry." She hugged Zheng's hand and pressed herself against him, apologizing for what she had done. Zhen, looking away, said slyly, "No way, without 10 kisses my wounds will definitely not heal." Taking Zhou Zheng by the hand, Xiang Shihan angrily dragged him into the room, speaking menacingly. "Who allowed you to stay out of touch with me for so long?" After spending time with Xiang Shihan, after such a long period of absence, the next day, he went with her to the Haitian office. After gathering all the executives, Zhou Zheng sat down in the director's chair and spoke to them. "I think everyone has already guessed why I have gathered you all here. As of today, Haitian is under my management, and today I am determined to put things in order." Hearing this statement from Zhou Zheng, one of the attendees said in surprise, "So fast," and another department head exclaimed, "In just one day?" All of the managers began to shout out in outrage at Zheng's statement, but at one point they all fell silent as they looked at their new boss. Silence fell over the office. Raising his hand in the air, Zhou Zhen gave his first order. First, the Haitian company will henceforth be known as the Haiyan Corporation. Rising from his seat, he continued. Second, the job structures remain unchanged. Third, the security department is to be disbanded and completely reorganized. Hearing these statements from the new boss, one of the managers was confused. But the security department is the core of the company with thousands of soldiers guaranteeing its security. To disband it now means he wants to change everything. Looking at the new boss, who is sitting in his chair and watching the employees' reactions, the manager continued his thoughts. I have to say that he has no lack of determination. He just came in and hit the ground running. Thinking about the security structure, the manager decided, after all, in recent years, the company's reputation has really left much to be desired. Perhaps radical changes will give the company a second wind. Seeing that everyone in the office was fussing, Zheng spoke to them. But don't worry too much. All those who pass our test will be able to keep their previous positions, and even with a 20% salary increase. And in the end, Zhou Zhen added in conclusion, and one more thing. Starting today, Miss Shihan will be acting president, and I look forward to our fruitful cooperation. Hearing this last statement before he left the office, Director Zhu was confused. But his girlfriend, will she be able to run the company? Seeing Shu's confusion, Xiang Shihan spoke to him. Director Shu, I don't doubt your abilities, so I hope you will continue to work for our company. Continuing to encourage her employee, Xiang Shihan continued. I have discussed this with Ambassador Extraordinary Zhou, and we have decided to promote you to Vice President, General Manager. Upon hearing this information from Xiang Shihan, Director Shu immediately froze in place, and after a second exclaimed in surprise, Vice President? Looking at him with confidence, Xiang Shihan said, That's why the future of our company depends on your hard work. Holding out a plan for a new project to CEO Shu, she said, This is a new project. If you have any suggestions, please bring them to me for approval. After completing the negotiations with Xiang Shihan, CEO Shu left her office and began to look at the plan behind closed doors, and said in awe, Wow, is this really not a dream? After examining the project, he smiled slyly and said, However, this dream created by extraordinary envoy Zhou can really be motivating. Xiang Shihan, sitting in the president's office, was furious, saying, Ugh, just shameless. He threw such a responsibility on my shoulders and ran away. Exploding with emotion, the furious girl began to shout, pounding on the table, You fool, you fool, you fool! Well, wait, you'll get it from me! Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen was heading to his 47th district, which Shun Zhengxing had assigned to him. When he saw it, Zheng said in astonishment, This is the 47th district? Seeing the terrible conditions here, Zhou Zhen was incredulous. Brother Shun knew exactly where he was sending me? As he walked around the neighborhood and surveyed the area, Zheng spoke anxiously. Even though most of the residents are engaged in agriculture, the conditions here, walking through the 47th district, Zhou Zhen saw a mother and child reaching for meat in a shop and saying, Mom, I want some meat. Hearing her child's request, the mother spoke to him in a confused voice, sadly, My dear, this is only for the rich, Mom. Interrupting his mother, her son said in surprise, Why can only rich people eat meat? Mom, can we earn money and buy food? Kneeling down and embracing her son, the unhappy mother said to him pitifully, I'm sorry, Mom, it's just wait a little bit. Mom will earn some money, and we will definitely eat meat. Wiping his mother's eyes from tears, her son said to her, Mom, don't cry. I believe in you. His mother, slowly calming down, said to him, I do. Seeing such a sad picture, Zhou Zhen went to a shop, bought a piece of meat, and handed it to the child and said, Here, take this. After giving the gift to the child, he spoke to this small family. In the near future, things are going to change here. When he arrived at the district government office, Zhou Zhen took the chair of the head of the district and spoke to all the employees who were present. I'm not going to find out what the policy was before, but from today on, everything will change dramatically. Continuing to implement his management terms, Zhou Zhen continued, A slum? A third-rate district? That's what the 47th district has been called under your leadership. Standing up immediately and resting his hands on the table, Zheng spoke sternly to everyone present. I give you 3 days, starting today, and I want to see the new, ennobled 47th district. Having set these conditions, Zhou Zhen headed for the window to take another look at the 47th district, leaving his subjects alone to think about their actions. Taking out his satellite communicator, Zhou Zhen called his girlfriend and asked her, Shihan, how are you doing? And what he heard. Everything is fine. A new security department has been formed, about 5,000 people if you count the previous employees who have been certified. After telling him about all the cases and reporting on the work done, Xiang Shihan reported to Zheng in concern. "Zhou Zheng, I heard that the 47th district." Interrupting her, Zheng said, "I knew you would be interested actually. Maybe my heart hasn't turned to ice like those soldiers. They're the same people who survived the end of the world, so why should I stand aside or even rejoice in their grief?" To which I heard in response, "Even so, how much can you change?" Hearing this question from his concerned girlfriend, Zhou Zheng happily answered her, "Even if it's just a little bit, it's still progress." Continuing his story, Zheng continued, "Just because everyone around you has become indifferent to other people's grief doesn't mean that you have to become like them." Having said that, Zhou Zheng added one last thing before hanging up the phone. "It is the ordinary people who bring a drop of warmth to this world where the strongest survive." The next day, an airship was flying somewhere in the air. Standing on its wing, Zhou Zheng was flying somewhere, and he immediately told the pilot, "Commander An, over here." After telling Commander An to slow down a bit, Zhou Zheng took out his jet wings and prepared to fly. After activating them, Zheng took off, waving to the pilot and saying goodbye. "I'll get off here and have a safe trip." Hearing such sincere words from such a high-ranking person, the captain of the airship felt touched by his humanity and simply smiled as he said goodbye to Zheng. After leaving the airship, Zhou Zheng flew somewhere in the forest on his jet wings. Meanwhile, someone was watching him with binoculars from afar. Standing in a tree nearby and accidentally noticing Zhou Zhen, a strange masked warrior said happily, smiling slyly, "Hey, it seems like it was fate that decided this." After hiding his surveillance device, the masked warrior jumped after Zheng until he lost track of him, moving quickly through the tree branches. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng took out his satellite communicator and looked at the map of the area and said, "District 118 White Forest, I'm back." As he began to stretch all of his limbs and then the rest of his body, Zheng said in a disgruntled voice, "Even though I may have gained more experience after reaching the 80th level, it's much more difficult to develop as a warrior." Thinking back to when Yang Shu reached the 16th rank, Zheng said, "Risking your life and being on the verge of death is the shortest way to advance your rank as a warrior. The stakes are too high here. Most warriors would never dare to do something like this." Opening his game inventory and taking out his weapons, Zhou Zheng said happily, "But I'm not like them. I have quite a bit of motivation." Using his invisibility skill, Zhou Zheng sneaked up on the two white tigers and said in disappointment, "They're still sticking together. We need to keep following them." Deciding that he needed to separate them, Zhou Zheng got closer to them and saw that the animal was a level 13 white fierce tiger. After slipping by the tigers unnoticed, Zhou Zheng decided to move on to find out why the animals were not moving onward, no matter what. The tigers who had spotted Zhou Zhen began to chase him, but suddenly, after walking a little further, he heard that his pursuers had stopped running after him. Seeing a huge rock in front of him covered with vines, Zheng thought, "It looks like they can't dare to go up there." Immediately frozen in place, Zhou Zheng remembered something similar he had felt before and thought, "Why does this look quite familiar to me?" As he thought this, he heard a strange noise coming from above. Looking up, he saw vines approaching him at high speed. Realizing what it was that was bothering him, and leaving him with this feeling of déjà vu, Zheng immediately jumped up and ran for shelter. Running away from the vines, Zhou Zheng ran at breakneck speed, but when he looked back, he noticed that the vines were not far behind him either. Running forward, Zheng saw a cave not far away, and decided that it would be a good idea to hide in it from such pursuers. Changing his course to the cave, Zhou Zheng rushed with all his might to its entrance, and with his last strength jumped into it when the vine was already kissing his heels. As he reached the hiding place, 3 vines crashed into him at breakneck speed, blocking each other's path and preventing him from reaching the boy. While in the cave, Zhou Zheng was initially very alarmed to see the vines still following him and was about to continue his escape, but the vines stopped immediately after passing a few meters from the entrance. Seeing that they were no longer more than 4 meters away from the cave entrance, Zhou Zheng breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. Fortunately, they can't get in here." Opening his weapon inventory, Zhou Zheng took out a new weapon and said happily, "Since you've already missed your chance, it's my turn." Picking up his elven bow, Zhou Zheng pulled the string and took aim and loudly exclaimed, "I brought quite a few arrows this time." After shooting several times at the vines, Zhou Zheng stopped and said in surprise, "I definitely remember that the damage was a little less last time. Is it because of the bimetal arrows with 5 points of armor penetration?" After Zhou Zheng said this, He shot at those vines for another 3 long hours until he was very tired. Deciding to take a short break, Zhou Zhen, who was exhausted from his work, spoke heavily. By attacking these 3 vines, I have gained 60% of the experience needed to level up. Pulling the bowstring of his elven bow again, the tired boy said confidently, "A little effort and no problem." Meanwhile, somewhere near the 13th level white fierce tigers, a strange masked warrior who looked like Zhou Zhen was sitting saying, "Strange, where is this fellow?" While the masked warrior was searching for the fugitive, another tiger appeared behind him, roaring loudly and attacking him from behind. Having easily finished off the wild beast, the masked warrior, holding his sword in his hand, said with satisfaction, "A bit of a hassle, but I'm starting to like it." Having dealt with the vines that blocked his exit from the cave, Zhou Zhen came out and said joyfully, "Finally, level 85. The week of dancing with the vines was worth it." Opening his skill window, he saw the description of the new skill. Deadly Harvest, level 85, 2 attacks with 120% damage on all targets within 15 meters, plus 250 damage. The freezing effect lasts for 1 minute. After using his invisibility skill, Zhou Zhen went looking for monsters again, thinking, now that the vines aren't giving me much experience, I need to change locations. As he approached the white ferocious tigers, Zheng said thinking, those white tigers are great opponents for honing my warrior skills. I need to find a way to lure one of them out. Deciding to go inside the group of tigers resting in the middle of the clearing, Zheng cautiously walked past all the monsters, looking back at every rustle. When he took up his position behind a rock, he saw a lone tiger a little farther away from the others. Seeing such a great opportunity, Zhou Zhen did not dare to miss it, and preparing to implement his plan, he said, "This is my chance." Taking out his bow and arrow from his playbag, Zhou Zhen quickly prepared to lure one tiger away from the rest of the herd so that he could fight it out one-on-one. Drawing the bowstring of his elven bow, Zhou Zhen left his hiding place, and with good aim shot the white tiger. Feeling an unpleasant pain, the predatory animal immediately began to look for who had harmed it and where. Noticing Zhou Zhen, the tiger immediately rushed at him, and Zheng immediately went to a lonely place saying as he went, "There are too many of you here. I need to take you away." When Zheng saw a beautiful clearing not far from him, he set a course for it to begin his battle with the predatory beast. Arriving at the clearing in the middle of the forest, Zheng said with satisfaction, "It's quite calm here. We can try it." Looking back at the white, fierce tiger that had almost caught up with him, Zheng said confidently, "Ready for battle. Let's start training." The tiger, seeing that his opponent had stopped, did not run at him headlong, but stopped a few meters away from Zheng and began to growl loudly. Having started his fight, Zhou Zhen fought the ferocious beast for a long time. Eventually, after 3 hours of fighting, he began to breathe heavily, losing his strength and showing fatigue. Looking at the monster's standard of living, Zhou Zhen said in alarm, "This guy is really hard to deal with. If it weren't for the healing health potions, I would have been in trouble." Deciding to pause the fight, Zhou Zhen fell to the ground wearily, taking a sitting position and said, "All right, I need to get some rest." Taking out his bag of supplies, Zhou Zhen decided to restore his strength and have a little snack to restore his energy for the battle. When the beast saw the pieces of meat in Zhou Zhen's hands, it immediately calmed down, and looking at Zhou Zhen's pouch with puppy eyes, it could not take its eyes off the food. It was when Zhou Zhen took one bite out of his pouch that he was surprised by the high-level beast's reaction, and he looked at it in confusion. Slowly approaching Zhou Zhen, the white tiger kept its eyes on the meat. Seeing the animal's curiosity, Zhou Zhen said in surprise, he wants this." When he dropped a piece of dried meat from his hands and threw it into the tiger's mouth, Zhou Zhen saw the tiger playfully chase after it and catch it. At this sight, Zhou Zhen froze in place in amazement, not understanding how this could possibly happen. Pulling out his cell phone, Zheng quickly dialed Shihan and asked her hastily, "Shihan, do your trainers have any other methods besides the secret potions such as food?" Meanwhile, the strange masked warrior, looking at the radar in his satellite communicator, spoke happily when he saw Jing's signal. "Great, you finally showed up." Stepping forward among the trees and the fog that enveloped them, the strange warrior spoke. "Zhou Zhen, let me make a spectacular appearance from the shadows this time." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen took out a huge steak from his inventory and shared it with the white tiger, who was interested in the food. When he saw that the tiger had eaten every last morsel, the meat of an animal whose suitability for human consumption he doubted, Zheng said in surprise, "It's really good to eat." Having eaten the steak given by Zhou Zhen, the tiger quickly got up and growled loudly at his benefactor. After such a delicious meal, the tiger began to slowly approach Zhou Zhen, who was standing a few meters away, confused and unsure of what to do. But in just a few seconds, the predatory animal approached the boy and began to play with him, rubbing against him like a cat. Seeing this behavior, Zheng said in surprise, "Did it really work?" The next moment, he saw a taming icon appear over the animal, and now he could take it home and place it in his pet inventory. Clicking on the Get button, the white fierce tiger slowly began to move to Zheng's pet storage while he stroked it as it moved. After placing it in the vault to save its data, Zheng immediately took it out and hugged his new pet, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is incredible." Climbing on the back of his new pet, Zhou Zhen said to him in a joyful voice, "Little one, go." Moving quickly through the forest, Zhou Zhen could not believe his luck that he had indeed been given the opportunity to get such a wonderful pet. Stopping in the middle of a clearing, Zheng, sitting on top of the tiger, said, "I will be arriving in an hour from the Western District. Prepare a room for me." After finishing his conversation on the satellite communicator, the boy said to his pet, "We're coming back." When Zhou Zhen noticed a person on the horizon, he hid his tiger in the shelter and stood back, watching the lifeline, and thought, "Is this person following me?" Using his invisibility skill, Zhou Zhen walked toward him thinking, "Can he pinpoint my location?" As he continued to walk through the forest, he continued to think, "He is most likely one of the 13 people who have similar powers. Isn't he Luo Tang? No, it can't be him. A person of his status wouldn't be chasing me around to try to kill me." As Zheng continued to walk through the forest, he noticed someone sitting on a tree branch and froze in his tracks. "I found him. However, I don't know him." Watching from the tree at the spot indicated by the radar, the strange masked warrior thought, "Strange, the satellite communicator shows that it is here." As Zheng got closer to the strange man sitting in the tree, he realized, "I'm not surprised that he was able to track my location." Seeing that his level and characteristics were not displayed, Zheng continued his thought, "Another god of war." As Jiang Ning began to look closely at him, Zhou Zhen suddenly saw something that plunged him into shock and froze in place and began to take a closer look. As he took a closer look, he noticed that there was an all-too-familiar emblem on the scabbard of this Jiang Ning sword. Noticing it, Zheng said softly, "The Shadow Emblem?" Recalling all the Shadow Emblem warriors who had tried to kill him in the past, Zheng was overcome with emotion, but he continued, This is just wonderful." With a mixture of anger, hatred, and rage, Zheng glared at the warrior and said angrily, "We have not yet had time to settle the score." While Zhou Zhen, hiding behind a tree with the effect of invisibility and stealth, was thinking about how to deal with this Jiang Ning, he, in turn, felt someone's presence nearby. Looking back, he saw no one, but only stared at a single point with eyes full of confusion. And then, endowing his weapon with star power, he swung his sword and sent a cutting wave from his blow in the direction he had been looking. Zheng, who had immediately stepped back, saw that the man had cut through the stone with his blow and was dumbfounded. "I mean, he can detect it anyway. The thicket is the most suitable hiding place. He shouldn't be able to discover my ability to become invisible." Standing in the tree, Jiang Ning said, "Very well. You're the first person so far who is within 20 meters of me and still hasn't been detected. A rank 8 peak, rapid progress. What a pity that it will all come to an end today." Running out of his net, Zhou Jing spoke to Jiang Ning. "For someone who can't even detect my exact location, don't you think you're being a little hasty with your statements?" Jumping down from the tree and swinging his sword, Ning used a slashing attack and shouted at Zhang, "Die!" As soon as Jiang Ning approached Zhou Zheng, he deftly dodged his attack and suddenly plunged his dagger into his chest, thinking, "Now." Having lost control of his body due to Zhou Zheng's skill, Jiang Ning immediately froze in place, unable to move and unable to see anything at all. Having lost his sight and the ability to move, Jiang Ning shouted out to Zhou Zhen in alarm, "My eyes! What did you do?" Jiang Ning tried to strike Zhou Zhen at random, but he could not do anything either, so he was extremely frightened and said, "What's going on? My body! It's not obeying." While Jiang Ning was still under the effect, Zhou Zhen tried to finish him off. Stepping back a little, he used a cross-handed punch. When the attack hit the enemy, it failed to harm him, but only destroyed his mask that was on his face. When the mask came off, his face was completely visible, and several scars could be seen, which was probably why he wore the mask. After that, Zheng struck again with his dagger. This time the stroke was a slashing one, and it hit the enemy right on the head. Seeing that the attack only damaged his cloak, Zheng said, "Things are bad, I can't even pierce his defense." Realizing that his time was running out, Zheng decided to change his plan on reflection. I have 10 seconds left. I need to find a way to immobilize him quickly. Noticing that the usual attacks were not reaching him and not doing any damage, Zheng decided to find weaknesses by applying a scan, but no weaknesses were found. Looking at Zhang Ning, Zhou Zhen said to him, I can't believe you still have such a stern look on your face. Emphasizing his opponent's expression, Zheng continued, as expected of a god of war, even blinding you is not easy. Realizing that all his efforts to defeat this opponent were in vain, Zhou Zhen turned around and was about to flee and said, in that case, I can leave. Opening his inventory to summon his pet, Zheng began to call out to the tiger, shouting to it, Stripey! After summoning his new pet, which he had recently tamed, Zheng mounted the tiger and shouted, Go! Meanwhile, Zhang Ning, writhing in pain and on his knees, was boiling with anger that he had been so easily played. When Zheng was far away from Zhang Ning, he released most of his star power as soon as the freezing effect disappeared and shouted angrily, I'll kill you! A week passed after Zhang Ning attempted to kill Zhou Zhen and failed in his mission. When he reported to his leader that the mission to kill Zhou Zhen had failed, he heard the following statement. So that's all you have to say? Panicked by the fact that he had failed in the important mission he had been entrusted with, Zhang Ning said in a worried tone, Chairman, please give me another chance. As he continued to beg his leader for another try, he did not give up hope. Hearing his plea, the leader said, This is the last one. If you fail this time, I will consider finding a replacement for you. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen came to Shen Zhengxing and heard him say this, You are truly a genius. When he saw that Zhou Zhen had reached the 9th rank, he continued, How did you manage to reach the 9th rank in such a short time? Calling one of his comrades, Shen Zhengxing made one request, and he heard back, Should I allow Zhou Zhen to join the hunt tomorrow? Reluctantly agreeing to this proposal, only because of Shen's request, the squad leader said, Understood. Have him come to the number 1 building of the airbase tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, the commander began to express his dissatisfaction, saying, With such a rank, when did a brigade of hunters turn into a kindergarten? Thinking about the consequences of joining the team, the squad leader sighed heavily and said, It will be incredibly hard for you. Smiling at Zheng, Shen Zhengxing said to Zheng, The Xiao Brigade has given their consent. Is that enough? It's up to you to make it there. After thanking him for fulfilling his request, Zhou Zhen said to Shen as he said goodbye, Don't worry, brother Shen. You don't have to blush because of me. After leaving the military training office, Zhou Zhen went to the abandoned place where he had left his dragon-hatching egg. Noticing no change, Zheng approached it and spoke in frustration. It's been so long, but for some reason nothing has changed at all. Zheng took a purple crystal from his game backpack and held it up to the egg. Isn't there enough star power? As he held it up to the egg, he noticed that nothing happened. Not realizing what the reason was, he raised it higher. As soon as the crystal reached a certain height, it immediately flew out of Zheng's hands and went even higher, somewhere to the top of the egg. Realizing what the reason was, Zheng took out more crystals and said happily, Of course, I need all I have. After giving away all the crystals he had with him, Zheng saw that they had stuck to the egg, and it began to shine. Seeing that the crystals were working, Zhou Zhen decided to try another method. When he was convinced of its effectiveness, he said, Although I have found a way, it is painful. At that time, somewhere on the streets of Mogilnik, one of the famous warriors was riding a bear, slowly moving through the streets of the city. Sitting astride such an exclusive animal, he paid no attention to anyone at all, but simply went about his business. When passers-by saw him, they started whispering, Yun Dongwei from the hunting team, said one, to which another replied, Shh, that animal. I heard that there are only 3 of them in the entire tomb. Hearing his friend's answer about the animal, the first warrior who passed by said, To become a god of war at such a young age, and he is really talented? While the passers-by were discussing the hunter who was riding a rare animal through the city, Zheng was sitting in a restaurant nearby, and he also noticed the warrior. After assessing his abilities and characteristics, Zheng thought about what awaited him in the new brigade. Of course, there will be evil spirits in the hunter brigade. Realizing that his teammates would be incredibly strong, Zheng said with relief, It looks like I won't be given a key role in this mission. That's even better. I'll have the opportunity to test the new weapons. While Zhou Zhen was enjoying lunch at the restaurant, the atmosphere in the first building of the airbase was very tense. Gathered at their base, one of the squad members saw that their leader was not as usual and asked him, Captain, you seem to be in a bad mood today. Who made you so angry? Standing in front of his leader, Luo Tang looked at him with an ominous look and said smugly, This rookie is really rude. It's the first training session and he dares to be late. After hearing Luo Tian's remarks, another teammate replied, "Youth is a wonderful time, of course. But when I was young, I didn't allow myself to do that." After listening to all the complaints, the guy with the scar on his eye countered, "There are still a few minutes left, so it's not too late. By the way, this Zhou Zhen is not an easy guy at all. He managed to jump from the 7th rank to the 9th in just a month." After saying this, he looked at the worried Luo Tian and added, "Who here could repeat something like that? Don't think that because he is too young, he can be underestimated." As soon as the man with the scar on his eye finished speaking, the door opened and Zheng walked into the room saying, "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Zhen." Having arrived at the last minute before the peak time, he said in embarrassment, I'm not late, am I? Right?" When all the members of the squad gathered together, they boarded the airship and set off. On board, the captain said to everyone, "Once again, I repeat the rules of the hunting team. The first is cohesion. The second is cohesion." Walking past his comrades aboard the airship, Captain Xiao continued to emphasize the rules of the brigade. Third is cohesion, and once again cohesion. Walking over to Zhou Zhen and looking at him, Captain Xiao emphasized, "Leave any insults, omissions, and misunderstandings here. Those who violate the rules will be punished to the fullest extent." After once again reiterating the rules of his squad, Captain Xiao continued to explain his instructions. If everyone has understood, it's time to accept the task. Pressing the confirm button, Captain Xiao accepted the task and spoke to his team. "This is our assignment for the moment." After the captain confirmed the order, he sent the details to all his comrades. When they saw what was coming, they were very impressed. Seeing what awaited them, the guy with the scar said to Zheng in concern, "Brother Zhou, did you somehow offend Chairman Shen? After all, this is your first mission, why such a difficult one at once?" With a heavy sigh, one of the team members, a man with glasses, said, 3 days ago, I did see a mutant of the 18th rank, but who would have thought that we would be sent to deal with it?" Hearing the heavy sighs of his comrades, Commander Xiao spoke to them. "Don't complain. Our rights are well exercised, so when it comes to our duties, we all have to do our best." Taking out a pile of sheets, Captain Xiao handed them to his comrades and said, "Your ranks, levels of armor and weapons, write everything down. I want to know who is good at what." Approaching Zhou Zhen, Captain Xiao sighed heavily and said in a low voice, "Zhou Zhen, what about you?" Looking at him disdainfully, he spoke prejudicially. "Your rank is too low, and you won't be of much use on this mission. Just staying alive would be a good achievement." Hearing his captain speak of his uselessness, Zheng replied embarrassed, "Thank you for your concern." While the brigade commander explained the rules, instructed all the actions, and learned more about his squad, the airship had already arrived at the right place. After making a stop, Xiao said, "Let's set up camp here." After making his shelter, the commander opened his communicator and saw a new notification and said, "Headquarters has sent us further instructions for our mission." After sending out these instructions and the rest of the mission details he had received, Yun Dongwei exclaimed in surprise, "The king of steel spiders." Hearing such surprise in his comrade's voice, the commander emphasized, "I think everyone understands that if we fail in this task, there will be a lot of monsters in the graveyard." Opening the document with the details of the mission and looking at the photo of the monster, the commander said, "According to the materials, a king-ranked monster is currently roaming around Zhongqing." Upon hearing this news, the commander immediately made a suggestion. "So I need a few volunteers to go to the city and find out its exact location." Having said that it was necessary to go on a reconnaissance mission in such a dangerous area, the commander looked at his comrades and said, "Are there any volunteers?" Noticing that everyone was somehow nervous, he said angrily, "What is it? When it is time to take action, no one has the courage?" Seeing that no one was taking the initiative to go on a reconnaissance, Zhou Zhen raised his hand and asked awkwardly, "If no one minds." After offering his candidacy for this mission, Zhou Zhen stepped forward and said to Captain Xiao, "I'll go." Surprised by such bravery from a low-ranking soldier who had volunteered, the captain said in astonishment, "You?" Hearing that Zhou Zhen had volunteered, despite the difficulty and danger of the mission, Yun Dongwei exclaimed, "Captain!" And the man with the scar exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou!" Realizing that due to the cowardice of all the members of the squad, this young man might die because of his bravery, Yun Dongwei added, "I'll go." Setting off a chain reaction after Zheng, Yun volunteered. And after Yun, everyone else began to shout, "Me too!" And "Yes, I'll go too." Exhaling a heavy breath, Commander Xiao thought about Zheng's proposal. I I really wanted to make sure that this boy came back alive and unharmed, but now it's obvious that it's not going to happen. Hearing this activity from his team, Commander Xiao told them, "Okay, you have a few minutes to get ready, get back to me in time." After announcing that everyone was going on a reconnaissance mission, the commander walked over to Zhou Zhen and said to him, "I wish you good luck." After issuing instructions and allocating time for reconnaissance, the commander ordered everyone to go in different directions. Zhou Zhen set off in his own direction and saw a large monster eagle circling above him near the ruins. Distracted by the view around him, the bird didn't notice that there was a spider web between two buildings in front of him, and as he flew forward, he fell into it. When Zheng saw how quickly the spider came to the birds twitching in the net, he said, "No wonder we're on the way to the city. No wonder I didn't meet any monsters on the way. They are all here." Looking at how many smaller spiders were around, Zheng continued, "Besides the king, there are many more common steel spiders around. We need to tell the team as soon as possible and call them over here." Trying to escape from the web of the steel spider, which was headed for the trapped bird, the bird eventually managed to get out of it. As soon as he got out, he immediately flew to the ground and landed next to Zhou Zhen, who was watching. When he saw that a good product had landed in front of him, he thought, "This beast will be in great demand on the market." Opening his game backpack, Zhang took out his dagger and finished off the bird, then placed it in his backpack, along with his weapon. As soon as the transfer of the prey was complete, Zhang felt something incredibly large and scary behind him, giving him goosebumps. Turning back, he stood up in fright and was about to run away, because behind him was a level 18 royal steel spider. But the monster moved its leg and stopped it a few centimeters away, not far from Zhou Zhen, and he froze in place. Seeing that it was better not to panic now, but to think things over while he had the chance, since the monster had not yet attacked him, although it was standing next to him and acting strangely, Zheng thought, "Can it really hear me?" Standing in front of the monster, Zhou Zhen realized that it was not looking at him, but was looking for the bird that had just fallen near him. Realizing that he hadn't been noticed yet, Zhou Zhen exhaled a sigh of relief, clutching his chest and saying, "Phew, great." When Zhou Zhen returned to the assembly point at the appointed time, he saw the wounded captain and exclaimed in fright, "Captain, your wounds!" To which he calmly replied, "I ran into a little trouble on the way back. Is the Spider King there?" When the man with the scar came back, he saw that Zheng was okay and spoke to him happily. "There are always dangers on the road. Good for you for being able to handle everything yourself." Zheng replied happily, "I guess I was just lucky." When the entire brigade was assembled, Commander Xiao said, "It will be dark at 5. We must deal with them before then. Me and Yun Duiwei will take care of the king, and you guys take care of the common spiders." After handing out instructions for further action, Commander C added, "Zhou Jing, you will observe there is no need for you to participate in the battle." Hearing this order from the captain, the man with the scar said, "That's better, and you'll be able to guide us at a critical moment." And the man with glasses added, "Yes, if you come down with us, there is a great risk that with your rank, you will die immediately." Hearing these words, Zheng could only say in embarrassment, "This is—" Hearing this order and the words of his comrades, Luo Tang objected, "Captain, this is a hunt, so we must treat everyone equally. The fact that he joined the hunting team means that he is quite capable. What's the point of taking up space and not being useful?" Looking at Luo Tian with a stern gaze, Captain Xiao spoke to him in a menacing tone. "Do you want to challenge my decision?" Hearing this from the captain, Luo let out an excited cry. "Yeah." Not hearing a reasoned response from Luo Tian, the commander added, "That's it, let's go." After giving the order, the whole team went hunting for spiders. Each man chose his own target and skillfully performed his work without interfering, but at the same time, sometimes, if possible, helping his comrades. Observing this well-coordinated work, Zheng, who was on the roof of the building, said in amazement, "Impressive! Is this how high-ranking soldiers fight?" While the rest of the brigade cleared away the trash, the two warriors moved on to reach the royal. When he spotted the royal steel spider in front of him, Commander Xiao called out to his comrade, "It's here, Yun Dongwei, follow me." To which he replied, "Yes, sir." Attacking together, the commander and Yun, having repelled the monster's attack, tried to strike back. As he struck, Xiao shouted, "Die!" But in the next moment, the monster blocked Commander Xiao's attack, and then counterattacked, striking them directly, sending the duo flying. After landing in the wall, Commander Xiao summoned all his strength and walked toward the monster, saying angrily, "Damned monsters!" Changing his pace, he immediately rushed at the monster, again, but this time he was alone, trying to harm it. The Royal Steel Spider, noticing that Commander Xiao was approaching him from above, fired a volley of webs to neutralize his attack. Commander Xiao, noticing that the released web was flying at him, moved from an attacking position to a defensive one in order not to be trapped by the web. Having blocked the attack with the web, Commander Xiao landed and noticed that his sword was covered in the web, and the spider had the ends of it, and the spider began to pull on them to take the weapon. As soon as the commander's attack failed, Yun Dongwei immediately attacked the spider, shouting at him, "Bastard, die!" Seeing this battle, Zheng said in astonishment, "This is their teamwork? No interaction. If this was an in-game story, they would have died long ago." Holding back the spider invasion, the man with the scar on his eye, along with his club, was surrounded by spiders and fought with all his might. While he was holding back the enemies in front of him, he did not notice the ones that had crept up behind him and were already charging at him at breakneck speed. Hearing the stomping of feet behind him, the man with the scar on his eye turned back and managed to repel the attack from behind at the last moment. But unable to keep his feet, he lost his balance and was thrown back. As he was flying away, the spider he had turned his back to managed to injure him by biting his arm, leaving a shallow cut on it. Noticing this, he thought, things are bad. Jumping away from the monsters that surrounded him from all sides, he was able to get out of the circle of monsters, but it did not do him much good. In a matter of seconds, the spider's web began to spread over the warrior's body, covering his entire body. Noticing this, he thought, like a spider of steel. As soon as he was distracted by his wound to think of a way to stop the spread, another one immediately appeared in front of him, ready to attack. After striking the poisoned warrior, which he could not repel in any way because the poison had paralyzed him, the steel spider threw him down. After flying a considerable distance, the warrior landed on the road, writhing in pain, unable to move, and feeling the poison spreading throughout his body. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he saw that a steel spider was immediately following him to finish him off. When it stood over him, the warrior had already accepted his death and thought, "I am finished." But at the last moment, he was rescued from the monster's sharp claws by Zhou Zhen, who decided not to sit around and see that everyone was completely disorganized. Taking his comrade in arms on his shoulder, Zheng carried him to the nearest building and jumped through the window to hide from the enemy to provide medical care. After placing the scarred man in a reclining position with his head elevated, Zhou Zhen found a comfortable position for him. The next step was to immediately search for the steel spider venom medicine in his inventory, and once he found it, he prepared to apply it. Holding the jar of antidote in his hands, he removed the cork and began to give it to his poisoned friend. When the man with the scar came to in a few seconds after taking the antidote, he stood up and exclaimed in surprise, "This steel spider poison, so fast!" Looking at the boy with a confused look, the man spoke to him with great gratitude. "Zhou Zhen, you saved me." Rising to his feet, he spoke animatedly. "The antidote you gave me is incredible. It instantly neutralized the effect of the poison, and it seems that antibodies have begun to develop in my body." Before jumping out of the window and returning to the battlefield, the man said, "I'll thank you later. Stay here. I'll help the others." As Zheng watched his comrade leave, he looked after him sadly and said in a heavy tone, "I'm afraid this is not the time to stay here and do nothing." When Zhou Zhen went to the window, he saw that the soldier he had just saved was active and full of energy again. But the others? There were many more soldiers on the battlefield who had also been exposed to the venom of the steel spiders and were suffering unbearable pain as the venom spread. Rushing to the battlefield, Zheng would take each victim to a room in the building and give them antidote so that they could continue to fight. Zhou Zhen could not relax for a moment because every second was worth its weight in gold, and there were still many wounded on the battlefield who needed antidote. After rescuing all the poisoned, Zhou Zhen, watching the battle, said, "It's not a good idea to continue like this." The Spider King was not injured at all. Pulling out his communicator, Zhou Zhen said in frustration, "This is the only way out. Enter the game and become the captain." Calling Shen Zhengxing, Zheng reported everything that had happened there. After hanging up, Shen said with a sigh, "It seems I underestimated the difficulty of this mission after all." Pressing the button for the receiver in his office, he heard a voice say, "Hello, this is the Space Facilities Management Department." Shen then spoke, "I, Shen Zhengxing, order you to activate the satellite communicators of all members of the hunting team and set them up as loudspeakers." Bringing the receiver closer to his mouth, he smiled slyly and said in a calm tone, "And one more thing. Zhou Zhen is to be appointed as the brigade commander." During the fierce battle, as Captain Xiao continued to fight the monster, his satellite communicator beeped. Captain Xiao, along with Xiao's communicator, the other satellite communicators of all the members of the hunting team turned on, and reports also came out. And the other members of the brigade, standing beside them and speaking into his radio, Zhou Zhen informed everyone, "From now on, I am in charge of this battle." Continuing his announcement, Zheng said, "You all have to understand, if everything that is happening now continues like this, you will all die." After explaining the situation, Zheng concluded, "Now I ask everyone to trust me and follow my orders. Zhang Han, you are the fastest of all present, so you will replace Xiao Jianglin and Yun Dongwei. You will be responsible for restraining the Spider King." Hearing this order from the new commander, Zhang Han replied, "This is indeed a dangerous task." Leaving his previous battlefield and heading toward the Spider King, he continued, "But since you have the antidote, I can trust you this time." As he continued to give out instructions, Zheng said, "Xiao Jianlin and Yun Dongwei, you two go back and clear the way for the common spiders. With your strength, 5 minutes should be enough time for each of you." When Zhang Han arrived at Captain Xiao and Yun Dongwei's place under Zhou Zheng's orders, he spoke to them, "I will work here." Looking back at his comrade, who had just arrived from his previous position to fulfill the new captain's order, he looked at him with a thoughtful look. Closing his eyes and contemplating his next steps, Commander Xiao froze in place. Leaving his position on Zhang Han and heading to destroy the remaining spiders, Xiao Jianglin shouted, "We are following the instructions received." As he continued to regroup the troops, Zheng said, "Qin Han, you and Lao Li will take the spiders to surround them. The rest of you will take out the loners in groups." Having received the instructions and regrouped according to Zhou Zheng's orders, the brigade began to destroy the enemies much faster and easier. As Qin Han dealt with another spider, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, take that!" When each warrior took his position according to Zheng's instructions, the work became more coordinated, and the efficiency of killing enemies increased significantly. When Xiao Jianglin saw another spider, he immediately attacked it, because it was much easier for him to deal with, and he could destroy them without tremendous effort. With just one swing of his sword, which was filled with star power, the former Captain Xiao easily killed another monster. Obeying Zhou Zheng's order, Yun Dongwei also effortlessly destroyed one enemy after another, cutting them down with a few swings of his sword. When he finished with the next monster, Yun Dongwei looked up at the roof of the building, where Zhou Zheng's image was visible. From the high ground, Zhou Zheng was watching the battle, able to cover the entire area where his comrades were. Looking at the boy commander, Yun Dongwei gritted his teeth and thought about something he didn't want to think about. I have to admit, after he took over, the team began to work more smoothly. Noticing that the mission was going well, Zheng told everyone, "Most of the spiders are finished. Now everyone must work together to destroy the remaining ones. Kun Nanfei, take over for Zhang Han. He needs to rest." Looking down at all the monsters that had already been defeated and still had many left, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "Damn, there are so many of them." Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng took out his new weapon and said, "Julie has created the Red Moon using the latest inlay technique at my request. I must try it out for sure." Deciding that it was time for him to show his strength and try out the new weapon that was made especially for him, Zheng jumped onto the battlefield. When he landed on the ground, Zheng was already drawing his aunt's bow and aiming at the enemies in the vicinity. When he shot at the enemies, Zheng saw that he did very little damage and he thought, "It's no use, of course, but even so, I'm gaining experience." While Zhou Zheng was aiming at the enemies nearby, he did not notice the monster approaching him. Looking back at the last moment, Zheng was able to see the attack. When he saw that the monster was about to finish him off, Qin Han shouted loudly to warn him of the danger. "Zhou Zheng, be careful!" Dodging the attack at the last second by jumping high above the enemy, Zheng was able to easily avoid the enemy's attack. The next moment, he landed on the spider and delivered a fatal blow directly to its head, killing it with ease. Watching from the side, his comrades were surprised by this sight, and Qin Kan said, "Oh, I was worried about him." And Latang just thought, "Incredibly fast." Seeing Zhou Zheng's frantic maneuver, even Yun Dongwei thought for a moment, saying, "If I were in your position, would I be able to slip out like that?" Having boosted the morale of his comrades and demonstrated his fighting skills, Zhou Zheng shouted to his brigade, "All of you, let's go!" As they finished off the remaining enemies, the brigade slowly approached the end of the mission, and one of them shouted, "Victory is near!" When all the small steel spiders were destroyed, Zhou Zheng said, "Finally we can safely deal with their leader." After saying that, when Jing turned around from Xiao Jianglin, he saw the Spider King standing right in front of him. Noticing that the King of Steel Spiders wanted to attack Zhou Zheng, Xiao Jianglin rushed to his rescue, blocking the attack with his sword. After protecting their commander, he and Zheng stepped back a bit, and the rest of the warriors attacked him in a group to divert his attention until a plan of action was developed. When one of the brigade decided to attack the king of steel spiders in the head, he had to jump up to strike, but a web of spider webs was released on him. Disappointed that his attack was exposed, the warrior put his hands in a block in front of him and closed himself off from this web released by the spider. But immediately after the web, the warrior was followed by a powerful laser volley, which the spider also turned out to be able to use. Noticing that his comrade was in trouble, Zhou Zhen managed to move him out of the shot's path thanks to his speed, saying, "As expected of an 18th ranked king, just powerful attacks are not enough. We need to find his weakness." Turning to Xiao Jiangling, Zhou Zhen asked him, "Captain Xiao, if I delay him, will you be able to attack him?" Hearing this question from his commander Zheng, Xiao Jianglin replied, "If you can immobilize him, then hitting him in the head will not be a problem." Looking at the royal steel spider, Zhou Zhen contradicted Xiao and said, "No, its weak point is not its head." Hearing these words from Captain Zhou Zhen, Xiao Jianglin froze in his tracks, unable to understand what his weak point was if not his head. Analyzing the enemy with his skill, Zheng investigated all his weaknesses and where to strike most effectively and said, "Just trust me. His weak point is his neck." Pointing at the monster with his hand, Xiao Jianglin asked in surprise, "The neck? Are you sure? We might only have one shot at it if not." Without letting Xiao Jianglin finish, Zhou Zhen confidently spoke to him in a commanding tone. "Yes, I'm sure." Rushing into the battle, Zhou Zhen headed for his position, and as he left he said, "I'll immobilize him for 15 seconds. Let's begin." When he heard Zhou Zhen say that he could immobilize the enemy for 15 seconds, he exclaimed in surprise, "15, are you kidding?" While Xiao Jianglin was making a fuss behind him, unable to understand how it was possible to immobilize this monster for such a long time, Zheng was already approaching the spider. As soon as he got close to the king of steel spiders, he was about to try to shoot a web at Zhou Zhen, but it was too late. Zheng had already made his move and struck with his chaos skill. As soon as he reached the monster with his attack, it immediately froze in place, and Zhou Zhen shouted to Xiao Jianglin, "Quickly, go!" When the monster was already immobilized, immediately after Commander Zhou Zhen's command to proceed, Xiao Jianglin's sword had already struck the neck of the steel spider king. By striking once at the spot indicated by Commander Zhou Zhen, the monster's lifeline was significantly reduced. Overjoyed by this development, Xiao Jianglin contemplated how perfectly everything had been planned. The next moment, Yun Dongwei also joined Xiao Jianglin to finish off the monster and help his friend. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Tang couldn't believe his eyes that this had really happened, and he stared wide-eyed and thought, "What? How did he do that?" Standing in front of the spider, Zhou Zhen counted down the time the soldiers had left before the chaos effect ended, and when it was almost over, he said to them, 3 seconds left. After that, Zhou Zhen immediately shouted to all the soldiers who were near the king of steel spiders, "Quickly, all of you, move aside." Hearing the order, Xiao Jianglin and Yun Dongwei, who had done considerable damage to the Spider King while he was immobilized, rushed to the side at Zheng's command, shouting, "Let's escape!" When all the allies had left the immediate area near the enemy, Zhou Zhen set out to finish off the enemy himself, and standing in front of him, he used his star power to concentrate it in front of him. The next moment, when Zheng struck the last blow, a mark of chaos appeared over the royal steel spider, and its immobilizing effect continued again. When all the soldiers gathered in one place, Commander Xiao Jiangling shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "Let's start the roll call!" As he walked by each soldier on his team, checking to see if they were on the list and who else he had missed, the commander spoke. Number 3, Yun Dongwei. Number 13, Luo Tang. After the roll call, Commander Xiao Jianglin was very pleased, and smiling broadly he said, "Excellent, all 19 men are alive." Turning his head toward Zhou Zhen, he thought, "I underestimated him. If it wasn't for him, not only would the mission have failed, but most of the Hunter Brigade would be dead." While the commander continued to rejoice that his team was all alive, Zhou Zhen watched the spider and thought, Soon. There are not many half-points left, and the bleeding status is still holding." Standing not far from the soldiers, the spider was still waiting for its death, unable to do anything about itself while it was still under the effects of Zhou Zhen's spell. It didn't take long for the bleeding status to take its toll, and the spider finally lost all of its health and made its last dying sound. The next moment, as soon as it died, its body fell dead to the ground, and Zhou Zhen finally waited for this moment to be over. After the spider was dead, all the experience for killing it was credited to Zheng, as the system counted the last hit, and Zheng immediately raised his level to 90. Turning to the other side, Zheng began to stare into the distance, and because of the noise of the fall, one of the soldiers noticed that he had fallen down and exclaimed joyfully, "He's dead! We did it!" While everyone was rejoicing in the victory, Zhou Zhen stood alone on the edge, distant from the others, and watched with a lonely gaze, thinking, finally, the 90th level. When he reached the 90th level, Zhou Zhen received another very precious artifact in addition to his new skill. When he opened the artifact's viewer, he saw its specifications, which read, Revival Ring, which meant that it saves you from death once and restores your life completely. The next moment, Zhou Zhen decided not to leave it in his inventory and used the equip command to put it on himself, and it immediately appeared on his finger. While looking at the interesting artifact, Zhou Zhen heard someone calling out to him from nearby, "Zhou Zhen!" Looking to the side, he saw Qin Han coming toward him, and seeing that Zheng had paid attention to him, he said, "I called you several times. Is everything okay?" Zheng replied, "Just thinking." Approaching Zhou Zhen, Qin Han, pointing to his hand behind him, said happily, "Come, let us see the trophies we have received." When Zhou Zhen arrived at the King of Steel Spiders, he saw the following trophies in front of him. The first was the blade of the Spider King and the shell of the Spider King. Next to all these trophies were poison glands, which they were also able to get from this boss. And most importantly, Captain Zhao Jianglin picked it up and said, "And this." Noticing what was in the captain's hands, one of his comrades said in surprise, "Black quartz?" Looking at it, the commander's comrade said in amazement, "This is the first time I have ever seen it with my own eyes." After completing the mission and returning to their camp, voices were heard from there. "Do you have any complaints? Do you have any complaints about the distribution of the spoils?" The answer was, no. Sitting by the fire, Commander Xiao Jianglin said, "This time Zhou Zhen has made the greatest contribution, so I propose to give him the opportunity to choose more trophies. Is there any objection?" The comrade sitting next to him immediately replied, "Of course not. I just didn't expect him to pretend to be so weak, even though he is capable of something like that." Hearing such a generous offer from Captain Xiao Jianglin, Zhou Zhen hesitantly began to refuse, saying, No, let's divide it among everyone." After dividing the spoils, Zhou Zhen went to the roof of the building to view the new skill. Deadly, a level 90 active skill, deals a lethal blow with 500% damage, additional damage of 5,000 units. Probability of use is 10%. While Zhou Zhen was looking at the description of the new skill, Luo Tang came up behind him. Noticing him, Zheng asked in surprise, "Luo Tang?" After walking a little further, Luo Tang, as if trying to squeeze the words out of his mouth, spoke to the boy, "Zhou Zhen?" After saying his name, the warrior smiled and said, "Upon arrival, I will send Haigu to Haiyan to apologize." Immediately standing up at the news that he would have one less enemy, Zhou Zhen stretched out his hand toward him and said, "Great." After completing the mission, the team of hunters on the airship returned to the graveyard. At that time, many residents of this town were already waiting for them, holding flowers and posters to congratulate the fearless hunters on the completion of their mission. After landing, the doors of the airship opened, and powerful warriors appeared before the public. Upon seeing them, the audience heard, "Captain Xiao is so brave! Defenders, you did so well! Our heroes!" Standing by the window of his office, Shan Zhongxing, watching the brigade return, said, "You did not disappoint." To which he received a reply from his guest, "This guy, Zhou Jing, his abilities are really incredible." Sitting on the couch in Shan Zhongxing's office, the guest continued, "The report says that he's responsible for saving more than half of the brigade. I think he has made some strong friends now." Hearing these words from his guest, Shan said, "Newcomers are lucky." To which he received a reply, "Lucky or not, what does it matter? This Zhou Zhen is really strong. I would like to be able to train with him side by side." Hearing this statement from his brother, Shan spoke sternly to him. "Second brother, you are the head of the graveyard council. If others hear you say something like that, it may frighten them." After listening to his brother's lecture, Yang Zhongxing said to him, "Let's go meet them. You know I don't have much time." As they walked toward the airship with the heroes, Yang Zhongxing said to Shan, "This time we are expecting a strong influx of monsters. If we get rid of the source, we can prevent a lot of problems." Shan replied, "Be careful this time." Standing near the airship, the crowd tried to attract attention by shouting, Captain Xiao, leave your autograph. Don't crowd, let me have a look. Brother Chinhan, I did this especially for you. People in the crowd kept drawing the soldiers' attention to them, shouting, "Welcome home!" But suddenly everyone fell silent, raising their heads up. On the roof of the building, they saw the two leaders, and Yang Zhengxing spoke. "Warriors of the graveyard." Hearing this, the crowd began to shout, "Oh my God, it's Chairman Shen and Council President Yang." While everyone rejoiced at the return of the warriors and marveled at the appearance of the brothers, Yang noticed Zheng in the crowd and thought, a rank 9 warrior, so young, but with incredible potential. After showing Zhou Zheng's photo at the council meeting, Yang Zhengxing asked everyone present, "Gentlemen, do you have any objections to what I have said?" After cropping the photo and leaving only Zhou Zhen's portrait, the chairman of the council continued, to award Zhou Zhen the rank of God of War. Immediately, one of the members present at the meeting stood up and loudly shouted out in protest, "I object." Having made his protest clear, he continued, "He's only a 9th-ranked warrior, what's the point?" Hearing the protest, Yang said, "Qi Zhi Yun, according to the data, you have performed excellent this year. Corruption, unrestrained drinking and debauchery, and on top of that, an indifferent attitude toward others based on your status as a god of war." Hearing such remarks from the chairman of the council, Yang Zhengxing, Qi Zhiyun said in confusion, "Iya." Raising his hand, Xiao Jianglin said, "Unlike someone who ate his own ass off with the money we earned, Zhou Jing is far more qualified to receive this status." To which another council member added, "That's right." Angry with Xiao and Qin, Qi Zhiyun spoke angrily, "Only you two think so." To which he heard a reply, "Not just them." Interrupting Qi Zhiyong, Council President Yang, who also has the veto power, said, "Me, I think so too." Looking at the offended Qi Zhiyong, Yang Zhengxing added, "However, to make things fair, if Mr. Qi does not agree with us, we can give you a chance to duel with Zhou Zhen to find out his abilities." Hearing this proposal, Qi Zhiyun smiled ominously and said, "Excellent, I agree." But he was thinking, "I'll show you what true horror is." As the two residents were going home after the meeting, they began to discuss the latest news, and one of them said, "Did you hear that? This time a 9th-ranked warrior is going to be promoted to God of War." To which he received a reply, "I heard that this is the same Zhou Zhen that everyone was talking about a while ago. To achieve such results at such a young age, it's incredible." Sitting on the roof of the building in the burial ground and overhearing the conversation of the passers-by, Zhang Ning spoke in anger, "Zhou Zhen." Holding the detonator in his hands, he said in a crazed voice, "In that case, we will die together." Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng, who was training in the forest and had reached the 99th level, said, "A person is afraid of fame like a pig is afraid of getting fat. You need to reach the 100th level as soon as possible to ensure even greater protection." When Zhou Zheng had finished with the vines, he achieved his goal and sat down to rest and said tiredly, 10th rank, 100th level, finally. Level 95 skill, creation of highly toxic poisons. Toxicity can vary due to material resistance. Cooldown, 24 hours. Level 100 skill. Apply poison to a weapon to make a poison attack. Cooldown is 30 minutes. Taking out the poison gland from his inventory, which he received as a trophy from the steel spider, Zhou Zheng decided to create poison from it. After creating the poison, Zhou Zheng immediately applied it to his weapon to test the skill and said, "Use." The poison blade of the Spider King can be used 15 times. The time limit is 30 minutes. After applying the poison to his blade, Zhou Zhen rushed back into battle against a nearby vine to test his new technique. After striking it, he saw it quickly begin to lose health and said, "Really impressive." After completing his training on the vine and mastering the skill, Zheng said, "Now that I have learned this skill, I should be able to do it." After finishing the training, Zhou Zheng headed back to the tomb. At that time, Yang Zhengxing was outside the city, but he could already hear the loud thunder of the monster's feet. When Chairman Yang had first decided to go on a reconnaissance to find out how much time they had left, he did not expect such a development, because the monsters were already heading for the city. When he saw a huge pack of mutant swamp wolves, he shouted in alarm, "There are so many of them. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them." He looked back at the walls of the cemetery that protected the city from the monsters, and with a heavy sigh, said with confidence in his voice, "This time, we will have a fierce battle." At that time, in the western district of Mohilnik, people were enjoying life, not even suspecting the danger that was coming. Everyone was going about their business, having fun, working, or doing some other type of personal activity. After returning to the city from training, Zhou Zheng sat outside a restaurant. Sitting by the sign of this restaurant, He watched the people passing by enjoying life and not worrying about anything. But suddenly someone interrupted his peaceful pastime in the city, which he had set aside for himself despite the many tasks he had to perform. Not far from him, he heard someone's uncertain female voice calling out, "Zhou Zhen?" Looking around to see who was calling him, he soon saw a pretty girl in a white robe standing right in front of him. Seeing her so close, Zheng looked at the girl with a surprised look. Approaching the famous warrior, the girl spoke anxiously, "My name is Moha, and I am a member of the Blue Butterfly team. I would really like to buy from you the venom of the royal steel spider that you dealt with during your mission." Hearing such an unusual request from an unfamiliar girl, Zhou Zhen spoke to her in a surprised voice. "You want to buy poison from me? Tell me what you need it for, and then I will think about it." Hearing this response from Zhou Zhen, the girl spoke to him briskly to diffuse the tense situation. "Actually, I'm formulating a potion. Poison is the only ingredient I'm missing." Leaning closer to Zhou Zhen and covering her hand with her arm so that no one would overhear them, she spoke softly. "Please sell it to me at a good price." Hearing this request and the offer of a good price, Zhou Zhen immediately got to his feet, putting all the information he had heard together, and immediately thought, "Is it really an alchemist?" Thinking about cooperation, he spoke to the girl. "If you're really interested in developing a potion, I can provide you with all the necessary materials for free, but you will have to share the results of your work with me after the experiment." Having offered the girl such terms of cooperation, she immediately shone with happiness that she would finally be able to complete her experiments, and having received everything she needed for her work, she happily walked back. Zhou Jing followed her with his eyes and said thoughtfully, "I hope she can be trusted." When he had finished his dialogue with the alchemist girl and was about to return to his work, he heard a call coming from his pocket on his satellite communicator. When he took it out of his pocket and picked up the receiver to find out who was calling him and what they were talking about, he immediately heard a voice saying, "The information about Qi Zhiyun has been collected. I'm sending it to you." Upon hearing this message, Zheng received the file with all the information about his opponent, reviewed everything, and after informing the informant that he had successfully completed his work, said to him, "Great, thanks for your work." As soon as he hung up the phone, two passers-by appeared in front of him, discussing the upcoming duel, and one of them said, "Who do you think will win, the god of war, Zhiyun, or the special envoy Zhou?" To which the other replied, "I think that Qi Zhiyun is still stronger. No matter how talented Zhou's envoy is, he is only a 9th-ranked warrior." After passing Zhou Zhen, who was listening to their gossip, they walked away speaking to each other. "Also true, then I will bet on the god of war Qi." And his companion said, "That will be more reliable." Hearing this gossip from the two passers-by discussing the upcoming duel, Zhou Zhen, realizing that the odds of Zhou Zheng's victory were very low, immediately called his girlfriend, and when she answered the phone, he said to her, "Shihan, I need your help." After telling her about all the gossip he had heard from passers-by and the odds of victory for both sides, Zhou Zhen spoke to Xiang Shihan in a concerned tone. "As for the upcoming battle, put everything on my victory." Meanwhile, Qi Zhiyun was relaxing in his hotel, lying on a lounge chair by the pool, indulging in debauchery, wastefulness, and having fun with another maiden. Taking a break from his amusement and relaxation, Qi Zhiyun, looking at the predictions and bets on the victory of both sides in the upcoming battle, said smugly, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha! Are there really those who hope for Zhou Zheng's victory?" After sneering at his opponent and those who truly believed in his victory, Qi Zhiyun, intent on testing Zhou Zhen and finding out his strength, said menacingly, "No matter, we must first find someone to test his strength." While Qi Zhiyun was having fun and not worrying about the upcoming fight, Zhou Zhen was in the Valley of the Snakes, and he was not wasting his time. He was preparing with all his might for the fight, which could decide a lot of things. After killing the lion's share of the monsters in the Snake Valley, which was enveloped in a poisonous fog, Zhou Zhen, having finished his training, breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, after 2 weeks I finally managed to get enough venom." After stopping for a moment to take a break from hunting for the right ingredients for so long, Zhou Zhen suddenly felt something strange that bothered him. He felt that someone was approaching him, someone strong, very strong, and definitely not with good intentions, because his killing aura could be felt very far away and spread in an incredibly large radius. As Zhou Zhen looked around and prepared for the fight, he saw an unfamiliar masked warrior calmly approaching him and sitting on a stone in front of him. Looking at him, Zhou Zhen saw that it was Du Lun, a warrior with a very high rank. Because he couldn't see his characteristics, this opponent was very strong, and he had to be careful with him. Du Lun, standing in front of Zhou Zhen, noticed that the information he had been given was slightly off, although it would not be a big deal, and thought, according to the information provided, he's a 9th-ranked warrior. How did he manage to get promoted to the 10th rank in just 2 weeks? But not doubting his abilities for a moment, and not caring at all that Zhang was already a 10th rank, he continued his train of thought. Okay, in any case, he's going to die now. As he drew his sword to finish the guy off, Dao Lun asked Zhang, Zhou Zheng? Seeing that the mercenary was drawing his weapon and preparing to fight, Zhou Zheng asked him before the fight began, Did Qi Zhiyun send you for me? Standing in front of the young man, the mercenary clutching his weapon tightly in his hands and preparing for battle, Duo Lun answered Zheng in an indifferent voice, I'd rather remain anonymous. Immediately crouching down and preparing to attack, Zhou Zheng asked his opponent to distract the mercenary who had been sent to kill him. Du Lun, why do you want to kill me? Hearing his name, which he had not mentioned, the assassin was immediately embarrassed that his identity had been revealed, and losing his guard, shouted out to Zhou Zhen in alarm, How do you know my name? Taking advantage of his opponent's embarrassment, he rushed at him with lightning speed and struck him at the same moment. Even though his attack was lightning fast, it still hit the enemy's defense. Having only slightly wounded his opponent's arm, Zheng moved away from him, and the latter, having not been seriously injured by such an attack, said smugly, A boring trick with a surprise attack. Even if I were to stand still, you... Before he could finish his sentence, the assassin dropped his sword, and while losing consciousness, he spoke in a weak voice to Zhou Zhen. Damn, you! What did you do? Falling to the ground, writhing in pain, the enemy was dying in hellish torment, and coughing heavily, trying to catch air in small gulps. He took one last hard breath and said, You... Before he could say anything else, he fell to the ground dead, and without showing any sign of life, he immediately ceased to exist. Zhang, noticing that he was already dead, said, Death by the venom of an 18th-ranked steel spider king cannot be called in vain. Looking at the corpse of the enemy, Zhou Zheng counted the time it would take for him to die, and when he finished his count, he said, It takes 26 seconds for a warrior of the rank of god of war to die of poison. Inspecting the body of the dead mercenary, Zhang found his bag of jewelry, grabbed it, and pulling it toward him said, Let's see what interesting things we've managed to get this time. Having retrieved the pouch of jewelry from the dead opponent, Zheng wasted no time in opening it, but when he examined the contents, he was disappointed. Opening the pouch, he saw a detonator and said in surprise, This is... As soon as he had completed his examination of the body, he heard a phone call on his satellite communicator. When he picked up the phone, he heard the caller say, Zhou Zheng, it's Mohe, come to the lab quickly. Everything is ready. After receiving the call and being informed that the potion was ready, Zhou Zheng arrived at the lab in no time at all. Standing next to Mohe, she handed him a test tube and heard Zheng say, Is this the potion you managed to make from the Spider King's venom? And he answered, Yes, it is. I have named it the Potion of Fury. Zhou Zhen looked at the potion that Moa had given him and saw the characteristics of it. Fury Potion. Within 15 minutes, it improves your existing stats by 3 times. Deciding to test the newly created potion, Zhou Zhen and Mohe went to the outskirts of the Western District. When they came to an open field, Zheng said, There is no one here. Taking out the potion that Mohe had prepared from his pocket, Zhou Zheng prepared to try it. Seeing that he was serious, the girl asked happily, You really dare to try it? Looking back at Mohe with a confident gaze, Zhou Zheng spoke to her. Since I chose you, I have to trust you. As Zhou Zheng brought the vial of potion to his mouth, he spoke to the girl standing next to him. Don't get too close. We don't know what effect it might have. Hearing this warning from Zheng, Mohe cheerfully exclaimed, Yes. After a short time of adjusting, Zhou Zheng decided not to waste time and to finish testing the new potion as soon as possible so that he could get on with the rest of his work. Tipping the test tube, he quickly swallowed the entire liquid. As soon as he swallowed the potion, the effect was not long in coming. Immediately afterward, a strong aura appeared around Zhou Zhen, and he loudly exclaimed, This power! Feeling an incredible influx of power, Zhou Zhen knelt down to recover and collect his thoughts. Preparing to test the effects of the rage potion, Zheng decided to test how much his speed would increase first. Immediately, Zheng stood up and moved with such lightning speed that it was impossible to keep up with him. Seeing the incredible speed at which Zhou Zhen was moving, the alchemist girl froze in place in surprise and said in a voice that trembled with surprise, "You're so fast. Is this the effect of my rage potion?" Running past the frozen girl, who was unable to move in surprise, Zhou Zhen stopped beside her and said, "I will continue to provide you with resources. So, I'm counting on you." Hearing Zhou Zhen's voice, who was running around like a madman due to the effect of the potion she had made, the girl, surprised by the effect, replied to what Zhen said. Yes." After completing the test, Zhou Zhen went on with his business. But by the time he arrived at the Union headquarters to attend a reception with an important person, the butler was standing in front of the door to enter, and he said to the boy, "Special Envoy Zhou, please come in." Apologizing for the inconvenience of meeting Zhang, the butler said, "The president was supposed to meet you, but she is not feeling well, so—" Zhang replied, "That's okay, it's my pleasure to be your guest. Red Moon is the result of your company's hard work." After leading Zhang inside and giving him a tour of the production facility, the servant began to talk. "Extraordinary Envoy Zhou, this is where the initial development of our products takes place, and it is the abode that embodies the creative potential of our company." After showing him the first floor and everything on it, the employee who was giving Zhou Zhen the tour, leading him further down the corridor, said to him, "Please take a look at this." Pointing to the new armor on display, the employee said, "The materials used in the manufacturing process are those of a 17th ranked monster. Don't take this as hype, but in terms of protection, the northern armor is 3 times inferior to this." After leading Zhou Zhen further, the manager also showed Extraordinary Envoy Zheng the new weapons that were also recently made and spoke. "And these 2 daggers, they are also based on materials from 17th rank monsters, and their armor-piercing ability is 16 points. After showing Zhou Zhen the new weapon, the manager happily held out the dagger to him and said, "Ambassador Extraordinary Zhou, this gift is from Director Liu. Congratulations on being promoted to the rank of War God." Hearing this offer, and such a generous gift for receiving a new rank, Zhou Zhen was embarrassed and waving his hands began to refuse immediately, saying, "Oh, this is too expensive for me." While Zhou Zhen was refusing such a precious gift as a reward for achieving a new rank, a voice came from behind him. "Special Envoy Zhou, don't be modest." Hearing the voice, Zhou Zhen turned around to see who was speaking. Meanwhile, the company's employees heard it and looked in the direction of the voice and said in surprise, "President Liu." When the president of the company came closer to Zhou Zhen, he began to scrutinize her very carefully. But when she saw the warrior's strange reaction, the president said, "Is it just me, or is the extraordinary envoy a little surprised to see me?" Hearing this phrase of surprise from the president of the company, the warrior said to her joyfully, "How could I not be surprised? Who would have thought that the director of Julie would be so young and so beautiful?" Hearing such blatant flattery, the CEO of the company smiled slyly and said to Zhou Zhen, "Heh, you really know how to compliment." Looking at the beautiful girl standing in front of him, the extraordinary messenger Zhou Zhen said to her in a surprised voice, "Did the director call me here today just to give me a gift?" Smiling sweetly in response to Zheng's reaction and question, the company director said, "Of course, this suit is a humble gift from our company to the extraordinary Ambassador Zhou." Stepping away from Zhou Zhen and looking out the window at the wall of the tomb, the director said, "You probably know that there is a protective dome over the tomb, and our company cannot ignore the rules." The director continued to stare at the window, but now at the sky, at the dome that was over Mohilnik, "until you officially receive the rank of War God." Having said that, she turned to Zhou Zhen and said to him with a sweet smile, "Our company will be responsible for you." Meanwhile, Zhang Ning noticed a notification on his phone that his friend had recently died and exclaimed in surprise, "Dong Dong, this can't be true!" Seeing how he had died and at whose hands, Zhang Ning was in a fit of rage and throwing his detonator as hard as he could to the side to vent his anger. He said, "How can he be so incredible?" 3 days had passed since that moment, and the day had arrived. The day Zhou Jing was to fight Qi Zhiyun. Voices came from the building where the battle was to take place. Bets, make it last 2 hours." As we approached the building where the battle was to take place, we could hear the voices coming from there louder and louder. "HSBC, everyone is welcome." And the crowd heading for the building shouted, "I bet on the god of war." "Me too, I'm betting on the extraordinary envoy Zhou." In his preparation room, Zhou Zhen was talking to his girlfriend and said, "How's the betting going?" Hearing this question from Zhou Zhen, who was about to leave for battle against a fierce enemy, Xiang Shihan spoke to him. Everything is ready. Hearing that everything was going well, Zhou Zhen turned his back on the girl and began to walk toward the arena, and said to her, "Then it's time to go." When Xiang Shihan saw that the extraordinary envoy Zhou was about to leave for the arena, she stopped him by grabbing his shoulder with her gentle hand and said in anxiety, "Zhou Zhen." Turning to face Xiang Yihan again, Zhou Zhen put his hand on her head and stroking it to calm her down, he said gently, "Trust me." After reassuring his girlfriend, Zhou Zhen went to the Dongmen arena, where the duel between the god of war Qi Jiyong and the extraordinary envoy Zhou Zhen was to take place. Having prepared for the fight, and having put on new armor, along with new weapons, Zhou Zhen came out of the gate on the west side of the arena, amidst the crowd's loud cheers. Leaving his room and entering the arena, he saw that Qi Zhiyun was already there on the other side of the arena. When he noticed that Zheng had entered the ring, he shouted out to him, "Zhou Zheng!" Approaching his opponent, the god of war Qi Zhiyun looked down on Zhou Zheng and spoke to him in a cocky voice. "Well, are you ready to die?" Waiting for the moment when the two opponents were already in the arena, the entire audience was on edge waiting for the fight to begin and shouted, "Yes! Yes! Victory for the god of war Qi! Extraordinary messenger Zhou! Go!" Standing in front of his 10th-ranked opponent, Qi Zhiyun, holding his sword, suddenly became thoughtful as he gazed at the enemy. Able to handle a palace-ranked shadow assassin, as he continued to analyze his opponent, the extraordinary envoy Zheng, he continued his thoughts as he looked him over. He doesn't look like anything special, but that armor and those weapons, Julie Company. Worried that Zhou Zheng was wearing a very expensive, high-quality piece of equipment from a well-known company, Qi Zhiyun thought in alarm, "Something is wrong here. I can't be safe. I must act quickly and deal with him as soon as possible." Standing at the very top of the arena, next to the bell that would announce the start of the battle, Shen Zhengxing stood with his hands behind his back, also waiting for this promising battle to begin. Signaling to the soldier behind the bell, he ordered him to strike it, and when the sound echoed throughout the arena, Shen Zhengxing shouted, "Let's begin." After the battle began, the two warriors simply stood opposite each other and exchanged glances. But without waiting long, one of the warriors began to act. Seeing what was happening in the arena, the mesmerized audience was terrified of what was about to happen and shouted out in fright, "Oh! Ah!" Using his star sala that covered his entire body, Qi Zhiyun began to loudly mock his enemy, the 10th-ranked extraordinary envoy Zhou Zhen, laughing loudly. "Ha ha!" Deciding not to waste time, Qi Zhiyun was the first to act. As the battle was broadcast on the big screens across the city, Zhang Ning saw that Zhou Zhen had simply raised his hand in front of him to counter Qi's attack, and he thought in his mind, remembering what had happened to him. This movement, with one eye covered by his hand, Zhang Ning holding back his anger and watching the progress of the fight between the two warriors continued his thought. That trick again. Qi Zhiyun, having decided to attack first, rushed at Zhou Zhen with incredible speed, planning to kill him with a single blow, already feeling his margin of victory, seeing that Zheng did not even bother to block his attack. But suddenly, as he approached the extraordinary envoy Zhou Zheng and only touched his arm with his sword, he immediately froze in place, unable to move. The astonished audience suddenly started to cheer at this development, and one of the crowd said in astonishment, "The god of war Qi, why did he suddenly stop?" To which another added, "Impossible. How could he stop him when the god of war was moving at such an incredible speed?" After stopping his enemy, Zhou Zheng drew his daggers and struck back with his newest weapon. As he tried to strike back, Zhou Zheng, having carried out his attack and found himself behind the enemy, thought, "Good armor, not even my dagger could pierce it." Realizing that these attacks were not effective, Zhou Zheng decided to radically change his approach to combat and try a different tactic. As he prepared to attack, he thought, in this case, there is only one way out. Using a combo of his skills, Zhou Zheng moved with incredible speed and launched several attacks at once using a combo. Double attack, stab in the back, deadly attack. After Zhou Zheng had performed his split attack, he stopped in front of the enemy to see how it affected him and to consider his next move. Zheng pondered. This attack can leave the target with 1/5 of its total blood volume, with at least 300,000 circulating in its body. As Zheng watched his life rate slowly decrease, he also noticed that the freezing effect would also soon disappear, as there were only 3 seconds left before the enemy could move again. When the freeze effect expired, the god of war continued his unfinished attack that he had used at the beginning when he attacked Zheng, but he missed the void and was confused as to what had just happened. Once he was able to move again, the god of war, Qi Zhiyun, heard the audience's dissatisfied shouts coming to him. Disappointed voices could be heard from the stands saying, "He's losing on purpose. Everything is bought, and this is the god of war." Just standing there giving some boy a clear advantage, wiping the blood on his face, Qi Zhiyun, who heard these dissatisfied shouts and felt the attack of Special Envoy Zhou Zhen, spoke menacingly, "Is this your trump card? Unfortunately, it will not penetrate my defense." Gathering all of his star power and concentrating it back into his body, and channeling most of it into his sword, Qi Zhiyun tried to attack Zhou Zhen again, launching a lightning attack and shouting out to him, "You're dead!" Seeing this incredibly fast attack, the incredible messenger Zhou Zhen, a little surprised by the speed and surprise, noticed that it was flying straight at him. The excited audience once again felt something incredible from such a sudden change in the course of the battle, which could have ended right then and there. Xiang Shihan, seeing such a dangerous moment, was anxiously watching and exclaimed in fright, "Oh!" Although the entire audience was tense and on the alert for such a life-changing attack, Zhou Zhen was not worried at all and was able to easily dodge the attack by using his dodging skill. Qi Zhiyun, surprised that he had missed even though he was sure, and he could see with his own eyes that his attack was definitely aimed at the incredible envoy Zhou Zhen, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" After one unsuccessful attempt, Qi began to strike a flurry of blows, and Zhou Zhen, dodging them, pondered, "There's no way I can break his armor. I also don't know if the poison will work like it does in the game. You need to hit the target to be sure." After skillfully dodging all of his opponent's attacks, Zhou Zhen thought about his next possible options, grabbing and tightly clutching his daggers in his hands. "All right, it's time to try." Deciding that it was time to act, Zheng decided not to continue dodging, but to wait for the enemy's next attack and try to deflect it so that he could open the way for a counterattack. With his blades crossed and folded into a scissor shape, the incredible messenger Zhou Zhen prepared for his enemy's next attack. As soon as he saw the right moment, just when Qi Zhiyun jumped up and wanted to launch a powerful attack in the air, Zheng interrupted her by blocking the Vorg sword, thus giving himself a chance to attack. Seeing that Zhou Zhen had approached him and blocked his attack, Qi Zhiyun, impressed by his opponent's courage, spoke to him in a rough voice, "To test your mettle in close combat, you are looking for death." As the crowd watched the fight from the stands, they became very quiet as a great wall of dust rose in the arena. Seeing this, Xiang Shihan spoke in concern. "What is it?" To which she was answered, "It's all smoke, you can't see anything." Standing in a pile of smoke and dust, the confused god of war Qi Zhiyun lost sight of his enemy, the incredible envoy Zhou Zhen, and looked around in bewilderment. While the enemy did not understand what was happening, and having lost his vigilance, he tried to find out where Zheng was and where the next attack would come from. But Zheng was above him and was already preparing to strike. While the enemy was fussing and looking around, Zhou Zhen was able to carry out his wonderful attack, hitting his opponent in unprotected places and managing to damage him. As soon as the smoke cleared, the crowd saw Zhou Zhen's last attack, and he immediately broke the distance. The crowd loudly exclaimed, "10th rank warriors are so strong? It's unbelievable. Damn, if I had known before, I would have bet on Zhou Zhen." After Zhou Zhen was able to launch an attack and damage his enemy a bit, Zhou Zhen realized one truth that he would have to accept and pondered. "Ugh, I won't be able to poison him without breaking his armor." Even after this attack, which failed to do much damage to his opponent, Zhou Zhen was not going to give up, and as he rushed at the enemy, he decided to himself, "It's okay, let's try again." Standing at a distance from the incredible messenger Zhou Zhen, the god of war took a breath and moved away from the previous attack, keeping the guy in sight. But suddenly, he was confused when he saw Zheng in front of him and thought, "Really? He teleported?" But despite the fact that Zhou Zhen moved so quickly and shortened the distance, this did not prevent Qi Zhiyun from deflecting his attack, and he was able to block Zhou's punch. After blocking his opponent's next attack, the god of war spoke to the incredible messenger Zhou Zhen. "No matter how fiercely you attack, it makes no sense at all." After the block, Qi tried to counterattack Zheng, striking him with a slashing blow in return. Zhou Zhen was able to dodge this unexpected attack by listening to Qi's words. "You cannot break the armor. You are only wasting your time." Realizing that his plan was ineffective and that his actions would not bring about the desired result, Zhou Zhen thought as he dodged the enemy's attack. This can't go on. We need to change our strategy. Coming up with a brilliant new plan on how he could defeat his opponent, Zhou Zhen bounced off his opponent, started picking up speed, and ran around him to limit his visibility. By running around the enemy, all over the arena, Zhou Zhen kicked up a big pile of dust in the air so that he could pull off some tricks to achieve the desired result that would help him in the fight. While Zheng was running around Qi Ziyun, the audience shouted in confusion from the stands, "Hey, what's he doing? We can't see anything." And, "What's going on over there?" Watching the battle, Jiang Ning, sitting somewhere in the crowd, smiling slyly, thought, he wants to create favorable conditions for himself. But even so, what's the point? Also watching this fight, the alchemist girl realized why Zheng was kicking up a storm of dust in the arena and exclaimed in alarm, considering this as one of the options as well. Does he really want to? Standing in the center of this storm of dust, Qi Ziyun covered his face with his hand and spoke to Zhou Zhen in a mocking tone. "Childish games. Do you really think it will make a difference if you can hurt me?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, taking out the rage potion from his backpack and continuing to run around to kick up more dust, pondered, "No one can see me now. I need to hurry." As the enemy stood inside the dust storm, Zhou Zhen continued to run around until he drank the potion, but it did not take effect, and after that, he immediately took out his scythe of the deadly harvest and tried to attack the enemy, but his attack failed because it was aimed directly at the forehead, and the enemy was able to deflect it. While under the influence of the potion, Zhou Zhen looked down on his opponent, realizing that he now had every chance of winning. Having blocked Zhou Zhen's scythe attack, Qi Ziyun swung his sword in a single sweep, took Zhou Zhen's weapon aside and shouted menacingly, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Gathering his thoughts and with Zhou Zhen in his sights, the god of war Qi Ziyun, with his sword clenched tightly in his hands, tried to strike back at him, running at him quickly and shouting loudly, "Ha ha ha!" Swinging his sword and aiming at Zhou Zhen again. Approaching him almost at point-blank range, the enemy was already bringing his weapon closer to Zhen. But as soon as the sword reached Zhen, that Qi exclaimed, "Farewell to life!" Shouting such loud words, Qi Ziyun charged at Zhou Zhen, and he was sure that this time his attack would definitely hit the target. But it was not as easy as it might seem. Zhou Zhen skillfully wielded the scythe and managed to block his opponent's blow. Seeing Zhou Zhen's skill and the way he skillfully wielded the new weapon, the god of war, Qi Ziyun, in a frightened voice, said in confusion, That! The very next moment, Special Envoy Zhou Zhen easily held off his enemy's attack and threw him back to the other end of the arena. Walking backwards after Special Envoy Zhou Zhen had knocked him back with his scythe, Qi Ziyun could not understand how it was possible that Zhou Zhen had suddenly started to dominate the arena and exclaimed in dismay, "How is this even possible?" While the enemy was flying back, Special Envoy Zhou Zhen wasted no time and was not going to wait for the enemy to get up and take up his fighting stance again. Zheng immediately followed him and struck him again. The god of war, Qi Ziyun, stopped in the wall and stared at Zhou Zhen, frightened, not understanding why his opponent's strength had suddenly changed so much that the game was now a one-way street. As he stared at Zhou Zhen, who was slowly approaching him, he thought with horror in his eyes, "This strength? He's stronger than Xiao Jiangling. Is this really a 10th rank?" When the adrenaline effect wore off and his senses became sharper again, the god of war Qi Ziyun immediately began to cough up blood, as his injury was serious and it would not go away. The consequences will come. Gathering his last strength and managing to stand up, the wounded Qi Ziyun, holding his chest and continuing to spit blood, suddenly shouted, "I can't lose! I will never lose!" And after these words, he attacked the special envoy Zhou Zhen again. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Qi jumped off the wall to gain momentum and flew toward Zhou Zhen, shouting, "Die!" When he got close to Zhou Zhen, he grabbed him by the body and continued to move with him in a delightful way, breaking the possible rules of the fight and nervously shouting, "Ah!" Seeing such desperate actions of the god of war, the crowd began to shout in anger, "Is he crazy? What is he doing? Is this according to the rules?" Watching from the stands, Jiang Ning, who had also been watching the fight, was disappointed in it and said in a sad tone, "Idiot." Standing at the top of the arena and judging the fight between Special Envoy Zhou Zhen and War God Qi Ziyun, Shen Zhengxing said in a calm voice, "I ask everyone to be patient." Watching the battle continue, As the two warriors had already moved to hand-to-hand combat and began to fight each other, Shen Zhengxing added, "The one who returns," looking at the progress of the battle and deciding not to stop it. Even though the rules had been broken and both warriors had moved outside the arena, Shen Zhengxing continued his speech. "The one who does so will be the winner." When Zhou Zhen noticed that they were no longer in the arena, but outside of it, he said to Qi Ziyong with his deadly gaze, his pupils reddened by the potion, "Since we are far away from everyone, it is time to finish." While Zhou Jing was speaking, Qi Ziyong wasted no time in striking out, taking Zhou Jing by surprise. Although he managed to jump away in time, something unpleasant happened. Noticing that the enemy had gotten him with his attack, Zhou saw the effect of the poison that had entered his body through a small cut on his hand that Qi Ziyun had made during his last attack. Looking at the embarrassed Zhou Zheng, the god of war Qi Ziyun said smugly, "Well, the corpse poison has already taken effect, hasn't it?" Corpse poison. Unlike ordinary poisons, it is defined as a virus. The use of this type of toxin is against the rules of the human community and is strictly forbidden. Grabbing his injured arm, through which the poison had been injected, Zhou Jing spoke to him in alarm. "How dare you break the rules?" Hearing these words from the special envoy Zhou Zheng, he just laughed back and said, "Ha ha ha, rules? Do you think I have reached such a high rank that I should be restricted by rules?" Gloating over special envoy Zhou Zhen, Qi Ziyong spoke arrogantly to him. "It doesn't matter what methods I use, no one will let me go to find out why you died." Hearing such ominous words from his disgusting rival, who had no qualms about using anything to win, Zhang said to him, "All right, if you think so, I'll show you what a stalemate is." As he said this, Zhou Zheng took out a health elixir from his in-game backpack, and after removing the cork, drank every last drop, removing all the negative effects and restoring his health to the maximum. Seeing Zhou Zheng's medicine, Qi Ziyun was nervous. Where did he get this test tube? And he said out loud to Zhou Zhen in an ominous, smug voice, "Tisk, who are you trying to fool? Do you think that such nonsense can neutralize the poison in your body?" Smiling back at his enemy, Zhou Zheng spoke to him with a little mockery. "Trying to cheat or not, we'll find out in a moment." But after saying that, Zhou Zhen used his stealth skill. When Zhou Zheng disappeared into thin air before his eyes, Qi Ziyun exclaimed in confusion, "Disappeared? How is that possible? A person can't just vanish like that." While the enemy was still confused by what he had just seen, Zhou Zheng had already gained enough time to attack, and the next moment, he struck the enemy's body with his dagger, saying, "You are not the first to die because of your ignorance." Having dealt a fatal blow to his enemy with just one swing of his dagger, Special Envoy Zhou Zheng then added a final thought, and of course, not the last. Looking out from the arena stands in the direction where the two soldiers had disappeared, the crowd in the stands began to cheer as they saw a silhouette in the distance returning. "He's coming back." Who is it? Judging by the silhouette, is it dragging the corpse of his enemy behind him as a sign of victory? The stands immediately erupted in applause and shouts, "It's Zhou Jing! Zhou Zhen has won!" Whoa, what? How did he do it? When Judge Shan Zhengxing saw that the special envoy Zhou Zheng had returned with victory and the corpse of his enemy, he rejoiced in his victory and thought, "This boy really did not disappoint." After the special envoy Zhou Jing returned to the arena and dragged the proof of his victory with him, a voice rang out over the arena and said, "I declare Zhou Zheng the winner. In addition, he is officially promoted to the rank of God of War." And the stand shouted in unison only one thing over and over again, "Zhou Zhen, Zhou Zhen." Seeing her lover return to the arena with victory, the anxious Xiang Shihan, barely able to hold back her tears, said joyfully, "Zhou Zhen." The director of Julie, who had provided Zhou Zhen with brand new equipment for this battle, was also there. Sitting at her desk in her office, she was as excited as anyone else and said happily, "It looks like my investment has paid off." Running into the arena, the commander of the 9th Squad, who was Zhou Zheng's boss, exclaimed, "Old man, I knew you would do well." After the boss said this, another team member echoed him and added, "Ha ha ha, our kid is now a war god." Grabbing Zhou Zheng and picking him up to toss him around in honor of his victory, they began to carry him a little further out of the arena. Realizing what was about to happen, Zhou Zheng said awkwardly, Hey, boss, there are too many people watching us, this is too childish." Ignoring Zhou Zhen's words, the Gravedigger's 9th Squad continued their greeting ceremony and immediately threw Zhou Zhen high into the air. A few meters above the ground, Zhou Zhen looked down at his comrades and shouted loudly at the greeting, But this childish fun ended very quickly when no one caught Zheng after the first time he was thrown into the air. And when Zheng fell to the ground, the boss said, "We just need to avoid catching you, and this game will no longer be child's play." After making a hard landing, thanks to his team, now with the new title of God of War, Zhou Zhen just sat on the ground, looking up at the sky, sighing heavily. Ugh. As he looked up at the sky, he was not thinking about his new privileges or anything like that. He was worried about a completely different thought that was running through his mind. God of War, I have finally become a God of War. Continuing his thoughts, sighing heavily and looking at the vast blue sky, he continued, "That is why. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Back at home, resting in his room with Xiang Shihan, Zhou Zhen suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Noticing that something was wrong with him, the girl asked him, "What's wrong? Ever since you returned from the battle, is it just me or is something bothering you?" Hearing his beloved's words of concern, Zhou Zhen looked into the dark corner and looked at the emptiness there and said in a sad voice, "Xiang Shihan, are you homesick?" Hearing what was bothering her lover, Xiang Shihan hugged his broad back and spoke to him tenderly. Yes, of course. As soon as Zhou Zhen heard that Shihan was also not averse to returning to Titan for a while, he spoke to her. "After a while, when I'm done here in the tomb, let's go to Titan to see how things are going." After such a warm night with his beloved and heartfelt conversations, Zhou Zhen felt much lighter at heart, and the next day he went to the abandoned Tianhe warehouse to visit his dragon egg. When he arrived, Zhou Zhen was disappointed because everything was the same as the last time. There were no new things at all. Standing in front of the egg, he said, "Almost no change." Putting his hand to the egg, Zhou Zhen looked at the egg and said sadly under his breath, "This little guy has absorbed so many of my amethysts, yet there is still no progress to be seen. What do you call this?" Taking the red crystals out of his pocket and tossing them around in his hand, Zhou Zhen said encouragingly, Here, the red ones should work, right?" As soon as he held the 3 red crystals up to the egg, they immediately flew into the air and flew toward the egg, and in the same instant they were encrusted into the egg and immediately dissolved into the egg. Seeing this reaction to the crystals, Zhou Zhen noticed that the egg was enveloped in an incredible aura, and the egg seemed to change somehow. Feeling small jolts, Zheng exclaimed joyfully, "It moved! Are the red ones more effective?" Looking at his unborn child, Zhou Zhen had a promising look on his face and said happily, "If you can hatch in the near future, you will be able to make up for lost time." After Zheng visited his egg, he went to the military training union to Shan's office. Upon arrival, Shan Zhengxing spoke to him. "Zhou Zhen, congratulations on your new rank as a war god, but I'm afraid we don't have much time to celebrate." Hearing this, Zheng asked in surprise, "Is something wrong?" Standing not far from Shan and Zheng, Yang Junxing, who was also in the office, spoke to Zhou Zhen. "I suspect that someone has interfered, and thus brought the time of the monster tide closer. I'm afraid that this year it will begin in the next few days." Meanwhile, the workers who were outside the graveyard, watching the number of monsters approaching the city, had a hard time speaking. "I don't even know how long the tide will continue this time." Hearing these words from his friend, another worker said to him, "Don't worry, there are a lot of soldiers from the Eastern District. They will definitely be able to deal with it. We just need to finish harvesting the rice." Looking at his field and the amount of work they still had to do, one of the farmers sighed heavily and said, I just hope that this time there will not be too many of them." Meanwhile, at the front line, chaos was in full swing. Many different soldiers were engaged to resist the monster invasion, and while repelling the first wave, the commander of one of the units gave an order, "Molotov cocktails!" Hearing this order, the soldiers quickly began to throw these flaming cocktails at the approaching mutant wolves to neutralize several targets at once. But it seems that these animals were not affected by the Molotov cocktails. Their high level allowed them to ignore such attacks, so they could easily break through the defense further. Meanwhile, while the ground forces were holding back the enemies on the ground with all possible methods, the aviation was preparing for a massive bombing, listening to the commander's order, "Target the front line. Get ready." When the Air Force commander gave the order to his subordinates, a massive rocket attack began on the monsters approaching Mohilnik. Explosions were heard from almost all sides. Having conducted an excellent air operation and successfully accomplished the mission, the commander of the Air Force, picking up the radio in the plane, told his soldiers, "We did a great job." But his joy did not last long. Despite the fact that they destroyed the ground monsters effectively, As the mutants advanced, the commander heard a strange hum in front of his plane. Looking around to determine where this strange voice was coming from, the commander looked ahead and saw a dragon that had just appeared in front of him, flying towards the plane. Seeing that the monster would not leave him alone, the air commander made a dangerous maneuver to avoid the enemy, but its appearance on the battlefield meant that he would not be the only one. And then the pilot spoke. "Things are bad." Hearing this terrifying roar near them, the other soldiers also looked up to see what kind of monster they would be facing, and saw a fire-breathing dragon in the air. Standing in the forest near the burial ground, Jiang Ning, who had provoked this onslaught of monsters, gloated and pleased with the work he had done. "Zhou Zhen, did you see that? This commotion is because of you." He had a sinister smile on his face, and he could not get over his atrocity that he had brought upon the city for the sake of killing one person. No matter how many people die, all this for the sake of killing you. While the enemy was gloating over his actions, Zhou Zhen fought on the front lines with the rest of the warriors of the graveyard and defended his city, where he had family and friends. After destroying several monsters, he made his way to the soldiers who were surrounded by mutants. Having saved the poor fellows and approached them, Zhou Zhen heard them speak to him. "War god Zhou Zhen, thank you very much. We could not have done it without you." Seeing that they had been rescued, another warrior among the rescued soldiers who was surrounded added, "That's right. If it wasn't for Zhou Zhen's help with the antidote, we wouldn't have been able to confront them so openly." Hearing the words of gratitude from the rescued soldiers, who were relieved, Zhou Zhen said to them, "Don't relax. The first wave is not over yet." While Zhou Zhen was talking to the rescued soldiers, who were catching their breath in the absence of anyone else, their peaceful rest was interrupted by a noise coming from nearby. Turning their heads to the side, they saw a giant zombie walking through the forest, growling loudly. Their amazement was overwhelming. Seeing these giants, the warriors exclaimed in amazement, "So many high-level zombies." To which his comrade added, "Even if it's a tide, it's not easy for zombies to leave the area, let alone so many of them." Recalling the zombie tide in his town, when Zhou Zhen had to leave his father and the rest of his family because of a similar situation, Zheng said in alarm, "It's happening again. Is it really?" Realizing that the soldiers could not do anything to these enemies, Zhou Zhen ordered them to turn back and take up the defense of the city, saying, "You retreat, I will distract them." After telling the rescued soldiers to retreat from this place, Zhou Zhen left the place with lightning speed, and quickly moving through the territory, he rushed towards the giants. As he ran past them, the god of war Zhou Zhen decided to check out a device he had recently obtained in the battle with Du Lun, and began to open his in-game backpack. Taking out the device he had found on Du Lun during the search, Zhou Zhen activated it to see how it worked. As soon as Zhou Zhen pressed the button on the device, all the zombies that were heading towards the city stopped immediately and turned towards Zhou Zhen after sensing the device's signal. Changing their direction after Zheng used the device, the zombies immediately ran after him. Noticing that the device was attracting monsters, Zheng said, "Of course it's them." Realizing who had brought the trouble to his hometown, Zhou Zhen stopped in his tracks and looked back at the zombies that had started chasing him because of the device's signal and said angrily, "Shadows." Pulling out his satellite communicator, Zhou Zhen informed the leader of the military training union about the cause of the invasion. To which Shan Zhengxing replied, "Do you mean to say that this tide was triggered by a shadow?" After reporting the cause of the tide, Zhou Zhen also reported which of the shadows caused it, saying to Shan Zhengxing, "Jiang Ning, or the rascal god of war." Hearing who was responsible for all the troubles that had been caused in the tomb, Shan Zhengxing made a firm decision and spoke to Zhou Zhen. "I will now send men to you." Announcing that he would now send Zhou Zhen reinforcements to deal with these shadows that had brought so much grief to the graveyard, Shan said, "If there are indeed shadows involved." Continuing to reflect on the sins of the organization, Shan continued, "This organization." Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, who was in the forest, noticed the tomb warrior running toward him and rushed to meet him. Grabbing him by the throat and lifting him up to finish him off with a stranglehold, he killed him and said furiously, "Zhou Zhen, where are you?" Having fulfilled his plan to the fullest, Jiang Ning realized that the tomb would not survive the monster invasion, and looking for Zhou Zhen at the front line, he said, "There is no need to stay in the tomb any longer." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, after figuring out how the shadow device worked and reporting it to Commander Shan Zhengxing, joined the battle and finished off those two giant zombies. After he stood on their dead bodies, after the battle was over, Zhou Zhen, giving his comrades enough time to retreat, said thoughtfully, "This zombie is finished. What about the guards of the Eastern District?" Looking to the side of the city where the soldiers had gone, Zheng saw a red lifeline not far from him and thought anxiously, "Did some zombie manage to slip through? No, this murderous aura? It's not a zombie." While Zhou Zhen was looking behind the red line that was approaching him, Jiang Ning came out of the forest and spoke to Zhou Zhen. "Zhou Zhen, I have finally found you." As soon as he finished his speech, he immediately attacked the boy with his sword to finish him off and loudly shouted, "Die!" Quickly closing the distance and swinging his taka at Zhou Zhen, Jiang Ning did not even notice that he himself had been struck when the boy dodged this lightning-fast attack. Seeing that his opponent was exposed, Zhou Zhen could not miss this chance to strike back, and clutching his daggers tightly in his hands, he tried to strike back at his unprotected opponent. But as soon as Zhou Zhen began to launch his attack at the confused opponent, the latter immediately changed his face, and with a sly smile said to Zheng, "Gotcha." Hearing this from his opponent, Zhou Zhen realized what had happened and gritted his teeth and spoke in anger, "Damn it!" Realizing that the opponent had deliberately set himself up for the attack, so that when Zhou Zhen counterattacked, he could strike back without sparing himself, both warriors prepared to be severely injured. After exchanging blows, the two opponents froze in their places after the lunges were completed. While Jiang Ning stood unconscious from Zhou Zhen's attack, the boy had already taken out his healing potion to heal his wound. After drinking the healing potion and holding his injured side, Zhou Zhen grimaced in pain and spoke heavily, "I was inattentive, but I was unable to dodge this attack." Turning to Zhou Zhen, Jiang Ning, smiling slyly and proud of the work he had done, called out to Zhou Zhen, "In less than half an hour, you will die of blood loss with this wound." Clenching his teeth and biting his lip to block out the pain in his side, Zhou Zhen crossed his blades in front of him, smiling broadly, and said to Jiang Ning, "We'll see who dies first between us." After saying that, Zhou Zhen used his stealth skill and vanished into thin air. Seeing that the boy had simply disappeared before his eyes, Jiang Ning stared in confusion at the place where Zheng had been just a few seconds ago. Starting to look around to see which direction he might be attacked from, Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Impossible! How can a person disappear without a trace?" Moving to the enemy's left flank, Zhou Zhen watched the enemy's commotion and thought, "He knows my main secret. I need to get rid of him once and for all." Moving frantically across the battlefield and keeping his weapon at the ready, Jiang Ning nervously retreated back and shouted out in fright, "Zhou Zhen, stop hiding, come out, and let's settle this like men." Hearing such loud shouts from his enemy, who was looking around in fright and frantically running from one place to another, Zhou Zhen, who appeared behind him, said boldly, "All right, I'm here." Looking behind him and back at the silhouette that slowly began to appear out of nowhere, Zhao Ning looked at Zhou Zhen, who had reported his location, and thought, "Can he really turn invisible?" Surprised by his impressive skills, Jiang Ning looked at him with an angry look and gritted his teeth in anger and thought, "Even so, I'm an 18th ranked warrior. Even if he can control me for 10 seconds, he won't be able to pierce my armor." Looking at the frightened enemy, who was confused by the sudden appearance of the boy from thin air, Zheng reached out and slyly said, "I know what you're thinking right now." Grabbing Jiang Ning by his cloak, Zhou Zhen spoke happily to his opponent, "If you use your armor, then I can't do anything, right?" After saying these words, Zhou Zhen immediately tore off his opponent's cloak, leaving him without any protective equipment. Pulling out his dagger and raising it in front of him, showing off his weapon, which was already coated with poison, Zhou Zhen prepared to attack. The next moment, he performed a combo of several strikes at the enemy and shouted loudly to him, "Even if I can't break through your defense, this poison will be enough to kill you." As Zhou Zhen approached the enemy to strike him a few more times and give him some effects, he thought before he attacked, "It's time to use chaos." After hitting his enemy with all of his attacks and applying the poisoning effect to him, Jiang Ning stood still for a while, unable to move. But the next moment, as soon as the effect wore off, Jiang Ning took out the antidote that Zhou Zhen had invented from his briefcase and, uncorking the bottle, drank every last drop. Wiping his lips with the remnants of the antidote, Jiang Ning said sarcastically, "Not expected, huh? They say that this antidote is all you're doing. The effect is truly incredible." Noticing that the enemy had obtained the antidote somewhere, he thought in disappointment, "Damn." After recovering from all the effects of Zhou Zhen's poisons, Jiang Ning, intent on killing his enemy again, charged at him with his sword. and while he was doing so, he shouted at him, "Die!" But Zhou Zhen was not going to give up easily either. He also had a trick up his sleeve, namely the rage potion in his inventory, which he also decided to use this time. After drinking this potion, Zhou Zhen's stats tripled, and he was able to easily dodge his opponent's attack at the last moment, as his speed now allowed him to do so. After dodging his opponent's attack, Zhou Zhen began to run away from him, leading him further and further into the crowd of zombies that were approaching the city. The enemy, furious that Zheng was running away from him, shouted, "Bastard!" Walking with heavy steps behind Zhou Zhen, Jiang Ning, and destroying all the monsters in his path, a member of the shadow group furiously followed Zhou Zhen and waved his sword at the monsters. "Take this!" Stepping forward, he destroyed both large and small zombies, as well as other monsters that came his way, thus reducing the total number of enemies that were attacking the graveyard. After a period of time as he followed Zhou Zhen, his eyes became clearer and clearer, and Jiang Ning wiped his eyes and thought, "What? My eyesight is back?" But as soon as he wiped his eyes, he heard a terrifying roar and growl above him, and when he looked up, he saw something incredible, and he said in confusion, "This is..." Jiang Ning looked up to the sky and saw a large red zombie monster, which was a very serious opponent approaching him. Realizing that this opponent was no match for him, Jiang Ning was about to run away, saying, "Did this noise attract them? We should run away." But Zhou Zhen, who appeared behind him, said, "Are you thinking of running away?" By reappearing in front of the enemy and taking him by surprise, Zheng was able to frighten him and use his enemy's moment of confusion to immobilize him. At the same time, the fighting was still going on nearby, and suddenly a powerful explosion sounded somewhere in the middle of the forest. Hearing it quite close to them, the warriors who were fighting against the monsters at the front line were immediately alerted by such a loud sound. And while Zheng was able to strike his enemy to stop him, Zheng cast a chaos effect on Jiang Ning, and the red giant was able to grab him with ease. The next moment, Jiang Ning, who was already in the giant red zombie's hand, was terrified that his life was about to end, and he only screamed in fright, "Zhou Zhen!" The next moment, Jiang Ning rushed toward the monster's giant jaw, and within a second, his life was cut short in the monster's mouth. After finishing his meal as an 18th-ranked warrior, the giant monster began to look around for something else to eat. Suddenly, he heard a noise near him and headed toward it, in the direction where the soldiers were fighting the monsters on the front lines. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who was able to deal with Jiang Ning in this way, was sitting in a tree nearby watching the monster's behavior. When he noticed that the monster headed toward the city after eating, Zhou Zhen said nervously, "Did it head toward the eastern city?" Immediately tense because there were still soldiers there who had defended the city during the evacuation and would have to retreat afterward, Jiang said, "By now, all the soldiers should have been recalled to Mohilnik." Noticing that there were fewer enemies on the horizon, Zhou Zhen immediately jumped down from the tree and said happily, "While the tide of monsters has subsided a bit, we need to leave as soon as possible." After finishing his business on the front lines, Zhou Zhen went to the tomb, straight to the office of the military training leader, and entered Shen's office and said, "Brother Shen, did you find out anything about the metal rods?" Seeing that Zhou Zhen had arrived at his office, Shan Zhengxing, who had been waiting for him, spoke to him briskly. "Well, we've done a good job." Taking a metal rod in his hand that had recently returned from the research, Shan Zhengxing spoke to Zhou Zhen. "The way these things work is to send out signals that attract zombies." Holding the gizmo in his hands, Shan Zhengxing announced his conjecture. "According to our data, this strange thing attracted approximately 3 to 4 million zombies." Hearing these words, Zhou Zhen lifted his head down, sighed heavily, and said, 3 to 4 million. I think the graveyard can handle it. We need to send people to destroy these metal rods." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, Shan Zhengxing immediately objected to him, saying, "If we're talking about ordinary zombies, they really don't pose a threat." Thinking back to the entire invasion and all the enemies that the Tombstone soldiers had to fight, Shan Zhengxing said, "But there are also many monsters and they are gathering in herds, and this can be a problem." After revealing more details about the problem they would have to solve, Shan put his hand on Jing's shoulder and said, "Fortunately, thanks to your medicine, we don't have many casualties. The intensity of the monster tide will probably only increase over the course of the week, so you need to get some rest." After sending Zhou Zhen to rest to regain his strength and prepare for future challenges if necessary, Shan Zhengxing said to him one last time, "By the way, the Shadow Organization has been destroyed." Hearing this from his leader, Zhou Zhen left his comrade's office and said to him with great gratitude in his voice before leaving, "Thank you, Brother Shen." Arriving at the abandoned warehouse where Zhou Zhen had left the dragon egg to hatch, Zheng sat down next to it. With his head down, he said with great sadness in his voice, "Father, the shadow is gone." Raising his head and continuing to recall all the happy moments with his father, Zhou Zhen continued to speak. "You can rest in peace." Thinking back to all that had happened to him, and remembering Lan Shi, Su Junwen, and many of his friends who had been affected by the organization, Zheng felt nothing but relief. Holding the emblem of this organization in his hand, Zhou Zhen said with great sadness and disappointment in his voice, "I thought that with this system, I would be able to put aside all feelings and live by relying only on myself." Immediately clutching the emblem in his hand and breaking it into small pieces, Zhou Zhen said in frustration, "But I was wrong." After grinding this emblem of the shadow organization into powder and throwing the small pieces of it on the floor, Zheng added, "What can one person do in this world?" While saying these words alone to himself, Zhou Zhen heard something happening behind him, some strange rustling and movement. Turning back, he saw that the egg had begun to move and was glowing red. Noticing this, Zhou Zhen immediately stood up and asked, "Do you want to get out?" Taking out 3 red crystals from his stash to give the egg even more power and star energy, Zhou Zhen took them to the shell and said, "I will help." As he held the red crystals up to the egg, they immediately escaped from his hand and went into the shell to give Zheng's pet, who was about to be born, the strength to do so. Seeing that the thing he had been waiting for was about to happen, Zhou Zhen spoke joyfully, "This rich red aura of the king, there can be no mistake this time." As soon as he said this, the egg immediately cracked, and cracks began to appear on the shell one after another, converging in one place. And then a small face began to appear. After cracking the eggshell, Zhou Zhen saw the little dragon that had just been born and for whom he had been waiting for so long. His surprise was overwhelming. Seeing that the dragon was quite large, Zhou Zhen was a little disappointed that he would not be able to nurse it, and he made a disappointed face and thought, "It's only just hatched, but it's already so big. And what about this period of constant crying and feeding?" Crawling out of its testicle, the little dragon settled down next to Zhou Zhen and took a cute sitting position, folding its legs in front of it, closing its eyes. The next moment, when the little dragon gathered his thoughts, he saw Zhou Zhen, whom he thought was his mother, and quickly moved toward him. When he saw Zheng moving so quickly toward him, he panicked a little. Afraid that the dragon might accidentally eat him, Zhou Zhen put his hands around the dragon and jumped back. Closing his eyes in fright, Zheng heard gentle touches on his hands and a cute croaking sound from the dragon. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was not going to attack him or harm him. The next moment, the dragon rested its head on Zhou Zhen's body and began to play with him and cooed like a cat. Noticing that the little dragon was not dangerous at all, Zhou Zhen decided that he needed to train it and make it a good pet. After taming this little dragon, Zhou Zhen decided to go for a walk with him, but the walk took place at night. After leaving the graveyard, he took it out of the system space for pets. When he set him free outside the city, he started running in different directions and enjoying his freedom. After a while, Zhou Zhen gave a command to the dragon, saying, "Little one, come here." As soon as the dragon heard this, he immediately ran to his master, and having gained great speed, he barely managed to stop right in front of Zhou Zhen, who was sitting on a stone nearby. Seeing that the little dragon was very obedient, Zhou Zhen decided to reward him for his obedience and good manners by taking out a piece of meat and throwing it into the air. When the dragon saw the treat, he immediately ran after it, and then started running around the lawn again. Watching him, Zhou Zhen said, "Fortunately, no one dares to go outside the city now, otherwise it would be difficult to go unnoticed." Calling the baby over to him and stroking its head, Zhou Zhen said in a gentle voice, "However, after you hatched, this is no longer necessary." While playing with his pet, Zhou Zhen heard the phone ringing. Picking up the phone, he spoke. "Brother Shen?" Shen answered from the phone. "We have just received information that a new wave is about to hit us." The next day, as residents went about their daily routine, a siren sounded in the cemetery. Hearing it, one of the residents exclaimed, "A level 1 beastly tide alert?" To which another added, "I have a bad feeling." At that time, in the conference room of the tomb, Shan Zhongxing gathered all the strong warriors, and while showing the footage of the battle, he said, "I think you all know that a new wave of the beast tide is coming. The Western District has already fallen." continuing to tell his soldiers about the threat that was approaching them at a rapid pace. The leader of the military training union, Shen Zhengxing, said, "Since the graveyard was founded, we have repelled many attacks. Contemplating what is happening now in all districts of the graveyard, how the dragons are destroying areas of this majestic city," Shen continued. "However, this time we will have to face the most difficult test in all these years." Broadcasting the enemies approaching the burial ground this time, including dinosaurs, Shen continued, "This time the number of beasts approaching us." Standing at the front of the defense line, many soldiers who had been at the headquarters a short time earlier and listened to Shen's instructions heard what he said. This time there are 5 times as many monsters as usual. Standing on the wall, watching the monsters approaching them, Zhang Han shouted to all the soldiers present, 50 kilometers to the flying beasts and 40 to the ground beasts. As soon as the commander of the warrior squad announced the distance to the enemies, several fighter jets flew right behind them from the direction of the city, and the sound of fighter planes came from them. For Mohilnik, after some time, the monsters approached the city walls, and they had to fight them for the integrity of the city. The soldiers were able to hold them back, but somewhere in the sound of the battle they could hear, "Kill them!" This difficult battle lasted for 3 long days. For 3 days the soldiers fought for the integrity of their hometown to prevent the monsters from destroying it. All the soldiers were very tired and exhausted from the battle. While everyone went to rest after a hard fight, Zhou Zhen had some more important things to do after the battle than rest. Using his skill of stealth, he headed out of the city in the evening. Arriving at the same place where he used to walk his child, Zhou Zhen sat down on his rock, took a small dragon from the system space for pets, and set it free. When he called out to the baby, it saw its owner and happily called out to him, "Goo!" Seeing him run off into the distance, running and scurrying, Zheng called after him, "I'm sorry, but now is the time. I can only let you out at night." Looking at his pet, Zhou Zhen saw that he had immediately taken to the sky, and to his surprise, he said in amazement, "You learned to fly so quickly?" After flying through the sky, the baby dragon made a small circle and returned to Zheng, and immediately landed near him. Seeing that his pet had returned to him and was calling out happily, Zheng smiled and proudly said to him, "Good dog, you did well. We need to reward you." Taking out a piece of jerky from his system space, Zhou Zhen handed it to his pet and said, "Here you go, eat." When the little dragon saw the meat, he turned his head away and did not want to accept Zhou Zhen's treat. Seeing what the little pet had just done, Zhou Zhen said in disappointment, "He's so cranky, just like a child." Realizing that he didn't want to eat the meat anymore, Zheng had to look for other goodies for his child to satisfy his needs. After some thought, he took out a red crystal. When he saw it, the little dragon was instantly happy, and his eyes lit up with temptation. Holding the crystal out to his child, Zheng fed it to his pet. Having pleased the baby with such a delicacy, Zhou Zhen stroked the baby's head and said to the dragon with concern, I realize that this is not enough for you." When Zhou Zhen saw that the little dragon stood up, he was surprised to see that he was asking for more. "Aren't you full?" Taking out several blue crystals, Zhou Zhen held them out to his pet and said sadly, "This is all I have." When he saw that the dragon was getting naughty again, Zheng opened his inventory and said, "Still don't want to eat low-ranked crystals? I wonder if any of the mutated plants I collected earlier contain power." As Zhou Zhen flipped through his inventory, he came across something interesting. His eyes lit up, and he said thoughtfully, Let's see if this will work or not." Reaching into his inventory, he reached for that plant saying, "I remember that I borrowed it from one of the beasts when I was leveling up." Holding a strange circular-shaped plant in his hand, Zheng said, "I was never able to figure out what it could be used for, but it definitely has incredible power." Holding out 2 balls of the strange plant to his little pet, he said to him, "Will you have these?" The next moment, as soon as Zhou Zhen held out the mutated plants to his little boy, he swallowed them all in one go. Seeing this, Zheng said in amazement, "He ate it all in one go?" After feeding these plants to his little pet, Zhou Zhen saw that it suddenly began to grow and growl loudly. Fearful that something strange was happening to his little dragon, Zhou Zhen shouted out in fright, "Hey, what's wrong?" As soon as the baby grew bigger, the next moment everything around him exploded and Zheng was terrified. Seeing what happened to his little dragon, Zheng quickly ran to him to check on his health. Running up to his little pet, Zhou Zhen immediately called out to him in a frightened voice, "Baby!" Noticing that he was lying motionless in one of the craters and cringing in pain, the boy immediately ran to his aid. Jumping down to him, Zhou Zhen called out to him in concern, "Hey kid, come back!" As he approached him, Zhou Zhen had already activated the system's pet space to move him there. After placing his pet in the system space, he spoke in a concerned voice. "The pet system space has a containment function, so as long as I don't let him out, he should be fine." As he slapped his hand over his face, Zhou Zhen spoke in a worried voice, reproaching himself. "It's my fault. Why was I in such a hurry to give him that thing?" While he was sitting in the crater, reproaching himself, he heard a strange noise not far from him, and looking up he saw an invasion of monsters and said in surprise, "Is it the beast tide again?" Having received another invasion of monsters, the warriors of Mohilnik held them back for 3 days and 3 nights to prevent them from reaching the central city. Standing on the battlefield, the commander of the warrior unit that opposed them, looking at the crowd that kept coming, said excitedly, "There are no fewer of these monsters. We cannot continue at the same pace." As soon as the commander said this, Zhou Zhen arrived to reinforce them, and one by one, he killed the incoming monsters. Seeing such powerful reinforcements, the fighting soldiers immediately gained morale and began shouting one after another. "Zhou Zhen," said one. Another added, "How fortunate we have the god of war, Zhou Zhen." Watching Zheng fight from the wall, Yang Zhengxing said, "I expected nothing less from him. No ordinary soldier is capable of something like this." Shan replied, "But no matter how great a person's powers are, there is a limit to everything." Responding to Zhou Zheng's praise for his brother Yan, Shan Zhengxing looked up at the sky and added, "I don't know if we can survive this." Standing on the front line, fighting with the monsters, one of the soldiers, seeing the incredible threat, cried out in fear, "These monsters! The Dragon Emperor! 2 at the same time!" Seeing such a fierce threat in front of him, Shan Zhengxing immediately gave an order to all the soldiers from the front line. "All soldiers, retreat to the city and defend the border, no matter what it takes. We must repel the wave." Upon hearing this order, Zhou Zhen immediately began to retreat back from the front line, moving closer and closer to the city walls until he took up a position on top of them. As he sat on the wall and watched the Imperial-ranked dragon fly at a rapid pace, Zhou Zhen thought, "Are we going to repeat our old mistakes?" As it got closer and closer and gained more and more speed, the Emperor-ranked dragon used its head as a battering ram to pierce the wall. Seeing what the monsters were doing, all the soldiers received an order, after which they all rushed to defend the wall. "Don't let them destroy the city walls!" But it was all in vain. As soon as the soldiers tried to prevent further destruction, the wall was already destroyed, and all the soldiers were blown back by the shock wave. Seeing the huge hole in the wall, many small monsters who had been following the Emperor-ranked dragon immediately headed for that huge hole. Seeing that the wall had been breached, Shan Zhengxing took his weapons out of their sheaths and ran toward the hole in the wall, shouting to his subordinates, "You guys take care of the Dragon Emperor and leave these guys to me." Hearing this order from Shash Zhengxing, the commander of the unit that was holding back the monsters near the city walls immediately froze in horror at what he saw and said, "The graveyard." Watching the number of monsters breaking through the walls, both by land and by air, he said excitedly, "Is it really over?" And at that time, somewhere in the city of Mohilnik, one of the civilians who was waiting for this monster invasion at home was reassuring his child and his wife, saying, "It's okay, everything will be fine." Hugging them tightly, he repeated to them, "Our soldiers will be able to repel this beastly invasion, just like all the other waves of monsters that came before." Hearing his father's words, the little daughter who was in the family spoke boldly, looking at her father, "Daddy, I will also become a warrior when I grow up." Looking at his dear child, the father stroked her head and said with concern, "Well, in the future, Xiaoling, you will definitely." As soon as he said this, a huge hole appeared in the room where they were all sitting as a family, and a large emperor-ranked dragon was looking down on them. The next moment, when he spotted his prey, he made the hole even bigger and opened his mouth and wanted to devour them. Hugging his wife and daughter tightly, the father was already preparing for the fact that these were the last moments of their lives, and soon they would be finished. But after a while, when they were about to be eaten, suddenly nothing happened. Hearing a strange noise coming from outside, Dad opened one eye to see what was wrong. Raising his head to see what was happening, all his family members followed him, looking at what was happening outside with bewildered eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, they noticed that the dragon that wanted to eat them had been grabbed by another dragon by the throat and began to tear them apart, thus saving the poor people. Having defeated such a fierce monster, the dragon tore a piece of it out and threw the dead body of this enemy to the ground and looked in the direction where the other monsters were coming from. Turning toward them, he took up a fighting stance, and after crouching down a bit and spreading his clawed hands, he growled loudly at them. And then he attacked the rest of the little people who were running after the Imperial Dragon, so that he could also kill these monsters who dared to attack the city. Seeing that a giant dragon had appeared in the city and was fighting on their side, Shan Zhengxing, amazed at the sight, said in a frightened voice with a hint of surprise, "Where did this monster come from?" Looking up at the sky, young Zhengxing said in a frightened voice, "A monster of this level, that's it, it's definitely over." The other soldiers and commanders who saw it had the same reaction. But the ordinary citizens watching from afar began to shout with joy when they saw him tearing apart the invaders. This monster is helping us?" Catching one monster after another in flight and killing them, the dragon destroyed many invaders who had moved into the graveyard. After the airborne enemies, he grabbed another dragon of imperial rank who was also in the city and lifted it into the air. Soaring above the burial ground, the dragon tore his opponent in half, demonstrating his dominance in the place. Shan Zhengxing, who was alarmed and did not understand what was happening, said in surprise, What is going on here?" Zhao Jiangling looked at the dragon fighting on their side and squinted to see a silhouette and exclaimed, "On the back of that monster, a human?" Sitting on the back of his pet, which had reached its mature age, Zhou Zhen was overjoyed at the rapid progress of his child and exclaimed loudly, "Kid, let's drive those mutants out of the graveyard." After Zhou Zhen told the dragon that it was time to deal with the enemies, he flew high into the sky and roared loudly, demonstrating his superiority and dominance over all the monsters that had arrived. After such spectacular actions, Zhou Zhen, riding the dragon, rushed down from the sky to the broken wall that the monsters had breached and ran into the tomb. As he approached the crowd of various mutant monsters, Zhou Zhen's dragon used his fire breath to destroy all the mutants who had gathered near the hole in the wall to complete this wave and deal with the enemies. In one powerful blow, his flame attack fell upon the crowd of monsters, and with a pillar of fire he destroyed them one by one as they headed toward the wall. After the dragon made his first attack, he destroyed the lion's share of the enemies, but there were still enough monsters and the work was not finished. Seeing this majestic dragon destroying the monsters that had invaded Mohilnik, the soldiers defending the city began to shout with joy, "He's on our side! He must have been sent to us by heaven itself, and we are saved, we are saved." After making a circle after the first attack, the dragon came back again to destroy the remaining monsters. As it approached and struck a second fireball, the monsters were already fleeing the city, terrified to death and simply running for their lives. Fleeing from the flying dragon, which destroyed hundreds of mutant monsters with one breath, the monsters, unable to counteract such a powerful opponent, had no choice but to flee and leave Mohilnik. Watching the dragon destroy the enemies, and the fact that they began to flee the city, Shan Zhengxing said in surprise at this development, "Are they really retreating?" Having cleared out all the mutant monsters that remained in the city after Zhou Zhen and the dragon had driven away the incoming wave, the soldiers fell to the ground and said wearily, "Victory! Great! We did it!" Sitting on the ground rejoicing that this hellish battle was over, one of the soldiers looked up into the sky and saw a dragon flying overhead, and looking closer, he saw the silhouette of a familiar person riding a dragon. Frozen in midair, the dragon majestically rose above Mohilnik, with its master standing on its head. When the warrior saw Zhang on the dragon's head, he immediately cried out, at first uncertainly and then joyfully, "Zhou Zhen, it's Zhou Zhen, it's the war god Zhou." All the warriors pointed to the sky and waved at the dragon rider and shouted at Zheng, "Zhou Jing, Zhou Jing, Zhou Jin." Sitting on top of the dragon, his arms outstretched to his sides, Zheng shouted out to the soldiers below, "Brothers, now is not the time to relax. We must take advantage of the fact that our enemy is now disoriented and finish them off as quickly as possible." After telling the soldiers to act now, Zheng raised his hand in the air and gave a motivating speech to boost their morale. "The graveyard has always been ours and will always be ours." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, all the soldiers below, who were defending the city from the mutant monsters, raised their weapons above them and shouted with enthusiasm, "Yes!" Hearing Zheng speak so vividly, and looking up at the dragon he was flying, Shan Zhengxing said in astonishment, "Of course it is. It is full of secrets that ordinary people cannot unravel." When he looked back and saw the inspired soldiers behind him, and the civilians who were joyfully shouting his name, Shan Zhengxing said in astonishment, "He single-handedly saved the graveyard." As he said this, he sharply raised his sword upward, then held it out in front of him and said confidently, "From now on, Mohilnik and his men will always remember your name. Brothers, we must fight." After the monsters were driven away, and the remnants of the mutant attack were destroyed, only 1 week passed, and Mohilnik began to recover before our eyes. Houses, walls, and the rest of what had been destroyed by the monsters were being rebuilt at a frantic pace. The city was also very noisy. All the townspeople were working to restore it so that they could return to their normal lives in the new rebuilt town of Mohilnik. And while all the townspeople, led by the soldiers, were rebuilding the destroyed city, Zhou Zhen, sitting on his dragon, was on top of a building, preparing for his journey. He hugged his Xiang Shihan tightly so that she wouldn't accidentally fall off the dragon while flying to another city, and asked her, "Are you ready?" The girl replied with a confident, happy voice, "Yes." Hearing the affirmative answer from his beloved, he was completely ready for the journey and gave the command to his pet, "Baby, go." Upon hearing this command from his master, the dragon flapped its majestic wings and immediately took to the air, flying at breakneck speed in the direction of the destination. Sitting astride the dragon, holding his frightened girlfriend Zhou Zhen, holding his frightened lover with one hand and raising his other hand up, exclaimed joyfully like a child, "Ta'ak!" As he flew over the cemetery to reach his destination, all the passers-by who heard the dragon raised their heads to the sky to look at this majestic animal and exclaimed joyfully as they pointed to it, "This is the war god, Zhou Zhen." War god Zhou. Flying out of the city of the gravedigger, Zhou Zhen, sitting on the dragon, spreading his arms wide, gazing out over the horizon, joyfully exclaimed, "Titan, we are returning." Meanwhile, in the city of Titan, Su Junwen was sitting outside Zhouzi's grocery store, talking to a boy standing next to her as if she were waiting for someone. When she heard the roar of a car engine, she turned her head to the side in excitement, and her face changed and she looked happily toward the road. Unable to hold back her tears, Su Junwen shed tears of joy and noticed that Lan Shi, who was already a 10th-ranked soldier, had run out of the car and was running toward her. Having returned from a promotion mission, he was also incredibly happy to see Su Junwen after such a long time apart. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the graveyard, in the main building of the city, where a proposal to promote Zhou Zhen was on the agenda. Displaying his photo on the projector, Shan Zhengxing said, "Taking into account Zhou Zhen's abilities, I propose that he be given a place in the selection of the central capital." Hearing this suggestion, young Zhengxing also could not help but make some suggestions of his own and said, "With his strength we could achieve impressive results." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already returned from Titan to Mogilnik, taking his family with him to show them the new city. Walking around the city, Lan Shi said in alarm, "I'm not surprised at all. Graveyard is so different from Titan. It's on a whole other level." As Zhou Zhen and Lan Shi walked ahead, Xiang Shihan and Su Junwen walked behind, discussing business plans, and Shihan said, "You know a lot more about business than I do, so I'm really glad you agreed to help me." Su replied, "It's all thanks to young master." Noticing Su Junwen's shyness when talking about Zhou Zhen, Shihan spoke to her. "Junwen, in this unpredictable world, where no one can guarantee whether there will be a tomorrow for them." Inspiring her friend, Xiang Shihan tried to get her to have the courage to confess her feelings, which she had been holding back for so long, saying, "You need to have the courage to confess your feelings to someone who is important to you." After saying these words to Su Junwen, Xiang Shihan continued to push her friend to take action and said to her, "I understand that you don't always want to share something like this with others, but I've heard a lot about you from him." Immediately grabbing the confused girl and pulling her close, Xiang Shihan began to look at her closely and said lustfully, "If it's you, I don't even mind." Hearing Shihan's words, Su was confused and embarrassed by the surprise. While Xiang Shihan was trying to push Su Junwen to take decisive action, Zhou Zhen, who was walking in front of her, felt goosebumps running through his body, became immediately worried and said, "Why do I have such a bad feeling?" Immediately after this bad feeling, Zhou Zhen heard his satellite communicator ringing, and when he picked up the phone, he heard that he was being summoned to the graveyard conference room. Interrupting his walk with his family, Zhou Zhen had to go to an urgent work call. Arriving at the conference room and taking his seat, Shan Zhengxing spoke to him. "I apologize for interrupting your vacation plans." After displaying the structure of the states that make up the graveyard, Shan Zhengxing said, "This time, the negotiations to include Titan as an adjacent territory to the burial ground were more than successful, thanks to Zhou Zhen's significant contribution." Taking out the other documents on the agenda, Shan Zhengxing reported the main news of the meeting. This time, the selection for the Super God team will be held in the central capital, and each region must send 9 outstanding warriors to participate. Shan Zhengxing's face changed immediately and he became very serious. "So this time we must participate." After hearing this news and Zhou Zhen's appointment to this mission, the young man left the conference room, and after finding his family, he said to Lan Shi, who was standing nearby, "This time I will have to go away for a year, maybe more, so take care of yourselves." Hearing these words from his master, Lan Shi beat his chest and confidently replied, "Young master, do not worry. I will definitely protect everyone, even if it costs my life." After giving out instructions to everyone for the time he would be gone, Zhou Zhen walked away from them, waving goodbye and calling out, "I will be back soon." After saying goodbye to his family again, Zhou Zhen turned to Shan Zhengxing. Standing beside him, he said, "In this qualifier, you will meet talented players from other regions." Standing aboard an airship headed for the central capital city of Mogilnik, Zhou Zhen, looking out at the horizon from a bird's-eye view, said, "A gathering of geniuses?" When Zhou Zhen asked Shan Zhengxing again about this gathering, he looked off into the distance and immediately became thoughtful. "Unfortunately, I am not a genius, but even during competitions, one must not forget to improve one's level and skills." After flying a considerable distance, a huge city began to appear on the horizon. As they approached it, Shan Zhengxing immediately called out to Zhou Zhen, "We have arrived!" Seeing the arrival of the soldiers from the tomb, the general of the central capital went to the airship to greet the newly arrived soldiers and said happily, "Welcome, warriors of the tomb. I am Tang Xu, responsible for escorting you to the training base." Bowing his head to the soldiers who were getting out of the airship, Commander Tang Xu pointed to the place where they were going and said in a friendly manner, "Gentlemen, please come this way." As he welcomed the newly arrived soldiers to the central capital, the general's expression changed from one of joy to one of confusion, and he let out a surprised gasp. "What?" Looking at Zhou Zhen, who was stepping out of the airship and following Shan Zhengxing, Commander Tang Xu was very confused and thought, "What, a 10th ranked warrior?" Raising his head and looking at Zhou Zhen, the commander spoke to the guests. "Gentlemen, the training base is 30 kilometers north of the central capital. All the soldiers living there will train and gain experience." After telling the soldiers exactly where the training base was located, Commander Tang Xu continued to provide information to the newly arrived soldiers. For 1 year, the overall ranking will be displayed every month to determine the winner at the end. Hearing these words, the aged captain who met them, Zheng, after listening to everything he said, asked one question that bothered him, saying, "Mr. Tang, is this a closed base?" After asking this question, Zhou Zhen thought anxiously in his mind about possible developments. "If I'm stuck here for a whole year, I can forget about leveling up to a thief." Hearing this question from the new recruit, the captain spoke to him happily. "No, everything at the base is voluntary, you just need to report once a week." After hearing all the information from Captain Tang Shuya, who told him all the details of the training base, Zhou Zhen went to the base by car. When he noticed a car driving down the road, one of the soldiers sitting on a rock near the road said, "It must be from Mohilnik." When he heard this guess from his commander, who was wondering who was driving the car, he said, "Captain, it is said that Xiaojian Lin from Mogilnik might be a competitor for you." Hearing such anxious words from his subject, who was beginning to worry that a serious rival had arrived from Mogilnik, the commander, with a sly smile, replied, "I have heard that Shen Zhengxing and Yang Xiangzong are stronger." Putting his weapon on his shoulder, the commander continued his speech, smiling slyly. "It doesn't matter. Our city, Halen, is in the top 10. Upon arrival, the commander hurriedly got out of the car. Pointing to the location they had arrived at, Commander Tang Xu spoke to them. "Gentlemen, this is the training base." Pointing to a large screen near the central building, Captain Tang Xu said, "This is the leaderboard. It's compiled according to the successes and strengths of the soldiers, and it's also updated daily." Looking at this table that Captain Tang Xu was pointing to, Zheng smiled slyly and thought, "If I'm already here, I should be on this table." Just as Zheng was thinking about this, a loudspeaker on a nearby pole announced, "Warriors from all regions have arrived. Please come to the registration desk to register as participants." Hearing this announcement, All the soldiers who were on the territory of the training base went to the registration desk as ordered to register at the training base. As he approached the registration desk, Shan Zhengxing decided to be the first to register in the system. With his hand, the scanner began to check his rank and abilities. Standing nearby, the soldiers waiting for their turn spoke up in concern. 19th rank, no less from Shen Zhengxing, one of them said, to which another added, Graveyard is a middle-class settlement. Who would have thought that there would be such masters there? After passing the verification and completing the registration, Shan Zhengxing left the reception desk, followed by another soldier. Putting his hand to the scanner, the display read, Yang Xiangzong, rank 19th. Seeing this, the excited soldier said, Another 19th rank? Disappointed in his abilities, the warrior behind him said with sadness in his voice, I guess we shouldn't underestimate Gravedigger. At the same time, Zhou Zhen walked up to the registration desk. As he put his hand to the scanner that was supposed to test his skills, the board read as he registered in the database, Zhou Zhen, rank 10th. Hearing that the other warrior from Grave City was a 10th ranked warrior, the two warriors fell into a stupor. When they came to, one of them said in surprise, Is this a joke? After registering, each of the soldiers was given a device explaining, These are your IDs. They have a lot of different functions. As soon as each soldier received his device, the manager said, All of your personal data will be automatically redirected to a common database. Hearing this, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Look, the data has been updated again. Looking at the leaderboard, the warrior who had first noticed that it had been updated while looking at it said, The first and second are keeping pace, but this Zhu Fei is incredibly strong, right? Looking at the leaderboard, Zhou Zhen was surprised to see the results it had produced. Brother Yang is only in 17th place, and Brother Shun is only in 30th place. Looking at the table that produced the new ranking, Yun Dongwei exclaimed in frustration, I don't understand how the rankings are done at all. How could I be ranked 56th? When he saw his name at the bottom of the list, Zhou Zhen, awkwardly pointing at himself in the ranking list, said in a disappointed voice, If you want to laugh, just look at this. Seeing Zhou Zhen's ranking, one of the warriors in front of him said, 31 points. This is the worst score ever. Hearing this, his comrade added, Even the penultimate warrior has 2,091 points in the table. Why did he come here at all? Hearing such rude words addressed to him, Zhou Zhen became seriously angry and made a terrible face and thought, This is just the beginning. It doesn't matter what this table looks like now. Sitting on the fence, watching the other soldiers, the warrior of the city said to his boss, What are you looking at? The boss replied, Some of them are even more capable than I imagined. At least they can compete with each other. Looking at his subordinate, the commander said firmly, Even this 10th ranked warrior Zhou Zhen will participate in the competition. Hearing these words from his commander, the warrior of the city asked his wise commander in surprise, Do you despise him? Hearing this question from his subject warrior with whom he had come to the training camp, the commander turned to face him and smiled sweetly and calmly said to him, Of course not. Putting his hand to his forehead, the captain took a thoughtful pose and then immediately said something interesting. I simply think he is of very special interest. Hearing these words from his wise commander, his subordinate said in a monotone, None of them are here by chance. They will all prove themselves if you push them to a dead end. Zhou Zhen is no different. After finishing their conversation, the two supervisors who were supposed to conduct the training became quiet. After a short pause, one of them walked through the air and said, Let's go. Continuing to walk on the air as if it were solid ground, he moved away from his friend and said, The first competition will be held tomorrow. Then everything will be clear. After registering all the members of the training base and distributing the devices, all the soldiers were free to do whatever they wanted until the next day. When the next morning came, at a certain hour, everyone was standing at attention in front of the main building. The uniforms were changed so that everyone was dressed the same, and a suit was selected for each person according to his or her parameters. Zhou Zhen was also standing in this formation, listening to what the organizers were telling them. Standing in front of a large number of soldiers, one of the organizers began to give an introductory tour saying, My name is Qiu Qiang. I am your instructor, and I will be responsible for your training this year. His face immediately changed from friendly to arrogant, and Qiu Qiang spoke menacingly. You are undoubtedly the true pride of your villages, but in my opinion, none of you are better than a piece of shit. After saying this, Qiu Qiang changed his temper again and continued to speak in a calm tone. If you don't agree with me, You can challenge me here and now. If you win, I will immediately send a petition to the central capital to include you in the top 3. Cho Chang changed his tone again and spoke to the soldiers standing in front of him in a menacing tone. I remind you that I am one of the top 3 strongest warriors in the capital, and I am ranked 23. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, the instructor spoke to everyone on the site. It looks like you all have your brains in place, so I'll start by announcing the rules for awarding points. After displaying the rules on the screen nearby, it read, First, raising the level. 2, accepting assignments. 3, number and level of monsters destroyed. 4, challenge a warrior of a higher rank. If you win, you get 1/10 of the opponent's points. If you lose 1/ of your own points. After covering these rules, the instructor added, During the battle, the opponents must stay in a specially designated area, and no fatal wounds are allowed. Otherwise, even if you win, you will not be awarded points. The instructor also added, Points are calculated once a day, and your official position in the ranking will be announced in a year. Any other information can be viewed using your times. After conducting an introductory briefing and explaining the rules for obtaining points, the instructor left the site with the warrior in the end. We do not limit you in any way, because we hope for your self-discipline and responsibility. Leaving the training ground, the instructor looked back, looked at all the soldiers for the last time, and spoke sternly to them. Everyone is free. I wish everyone to score as many points as possible. Leaving the training ground and heading to his room, Zhang sat down on his bed. Turning on his wristwatch, Zhang said, Who knew there were so many ways to earn points? After reviewing the rules for earning points in more detail, Zhou Zhen smiled and said happily, But I can't help but notice that this is very appropriate. While looking at the map of the training camp, Zhou Zhen saw one interesting place called Kyushu Island, recommended for soldiers of the 20th and higher ranks. Seeing it, Zheng said, Huh? Is there a location outside the continent? Seeing the restrictions and the recommendations for those who decided to visit him, Zhou Jing exclaimed in surprise, 20th rank and above. How dangerous is he? Surprised by this location, which was not only outside the continent and surrounded by the sea on all sides, but also probably inhabited by incredibly strong monsters. Looking at the list of cadets who, in addition to Zhou Zhen, had also decided to attend the training camp this year, the young man spoke heavily. Shen Zhongxing and Yang Xiangzong have also applied. The competition is really tough this time. After looking at all the participants who were also in this training camp, Zhou Zheng, who had not evaluated any of the competitors, leaned on his knees to stand up and said, This kind of enthusiasm, this is rare. Fired up by this challenge to become the best among the best, Zhou Jing spoke animatedly as he decided to go to training. This could be interesting. Arriving at the airfield, where his friend was just leaving, Zhou Jing spoke to Shan Zhongxing before he left. Brother Shen, be careful. Hearing such caring words from his comrade Zheng, Shan Zhongxing put his hand on his shoulder and said joyfully, Don't worry, and don't forget, we all expect you to do well. As soon as he said this, he immediately said goodbye to Zhou Zhen and climbed into the helicopter. Once everyone was in the city, the helicopter quickly took off, leaving Zheng below to watch the flight. After saying goodbye to his friend, Zhou Zheng approached Tang Shuyi and asked him for transportation to get to the training site. Hearing Zheng's request, he replied, Do you want to apply for a car to the central capital? Zhou replied confidently, Yes, that's right. Hearing him confidently confirm his order, Taixiong said in surprise, Cadet Zhou, are you sure about this? The nearest training location suitable for your level is about 100 kilometers away. Hearing such concern from his commander Tai Shun, Zhou Zheng replied in a calm tone, Not from my point of view. The central capital is of much greater interest. To which the commander replied, Very well, then I will send your request. After receiving the order and confirming the application, a car arrived at the camp and took Zhou Zheng to the central capital. As Captain Shu saw Zhou Zheng off, he said, It would be better if he just surrendered now. With his rank, it's just a waste of time. Of course, it's much more interesting to go on an entertaining trip to the capital. As he drove to the capital in the car that had been assigned to him for the trip, Zhou Zheng thought about his next steps. Judging by the points that can be earned from these monsters, if there is no one bigger, in any case, concentrating on leveling up now would be a safer option. After traveling a considerable distance, Zhou Zheng finally arrived in the capital. Upon entering the city, he saw a sign that read, Warriors Union. Curious, Zheng stopped by it. Parking near the building, Zheng headed inside and went to the computer room to find everything he needed in the capital's database. Sitting in front of the monitor, Zhou Zhen said in awe, "There are all possible materials and potions here. I wouldn't expect anything less from the capital." Flipping through the catalog of different products, he saw one familiar item. It read, Fury Potion, 58 jars. Price, 1 red crystal of poor quality. Seeing this offer, Zheng exclaimed in amazement, "Mohi's Fury Potion is here, but it's so expensive." With great reluctance to buy anything at such prices, Zhou Zhen, forcing himself to buy something so that he wouldn't go on the mission empty-handed, reached for the button and clicked Buy. After rummaging through the warrior catalog, leaving a request for a training mission, and purchasing everything he needed for the mission, Zhou Zhen was able to leave the building 10 minutes later. As he left, he said with relief, "Ah, freedom." After finishing all the preparations and heading to his first mission, Zhou Zhen stopped in the middle of the street and shouted joyfully, "Now, I can finally start training." Seeing that a 10th ranked warrior had applied for a mission not of his own difficulty level, one of the organizers spoke to his supervisor. "Director, Zhou Zhen has just applied for access to the Hegu Plain." Hearing this news from his subordinate, the director thoughtfully said, "But there are 16th ranked monsters living there, right?" Speaking of the monsters that inhabited this location, where the 10th ranked boy was supposed to go, the director added, "And this Zhou Zhen is not so simple. He throws out something new every time." After his application was approved, Zhou Zhen decided to waste no time and headed to the countryside so that he could release his dragon without anyone noticing. Saddled up with his dragon, the two of them set off for the island. After marking the island Zhou Zhen wanted to go to on the map, a notification came from his wristwatch that he was almost there. Seeing the island on the horizon, Zhou spoke to his dragon, "Baby, come down." As Zhou Zhen approached the island, when the dragon was almost on the ground, he flapped his wings just before landing so that it wouldn't be hard, and Zhou Zhen instantly jumped off his back. When he landed on the ground, Zhou Zhen found himself in the Hegu Plain, and in front of him was a huge herd of high-level mutant monsters that lived in this area. The neon mutant wolves that lived in this area, noticing that someone had arrived in their territory, became very nervous and alert, salivating at the fact that food had arrived. Seeing how many enemies were in front of him, Zhou Zhen prepared for battle, drew his blades, drank a fury potion before the battle began, and headed to meet the pack and shouted to them, "I will kill you!" He attacked the monsters and began to fight them. The next day, when Commander Tang Shu entered the principal's office, he said in surprise, "Principal, this is the point distribution chart for today." Looking at the leaderboard, the director spoke to his subject in awe, admiring the outstanding results of the soldiers. "This Zhu Fei has earned another 3,000 points, emphasizing the outstanding warrior who had earned a considerable amount of points in one day. The director looked up a little higher and said in astonishment, "But there is someone who has surpassed him in this regard." Zhou Zhen, surprised by the results of a 10th ranked warrior, he said in astonishment, "That's right, because he was heading to the Hegu Plain of the 16th rank, a 10th ranked warrior, and he's going after 16th ranked monsters." Hearing these words from his director, Tang Shu spoke in a calm voice, not surprised at all by the results. Of course, the Tomb Master wouldn't just send some weakling. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already dealt with the entire pack of 16th ranked neon wolves and was sitting on a mountain of their corpses, gazing into the distance. Opening Zhou Zhen's personnel file, the director saw, Zhou Zhen, rank 12th, place in the standings, 138th, points, 19,780. Meanwhile, the training camp was abuzz with excitement. Many of the soldiers were impressed by Zhou Zhen's rapid growth and development, and one of them said in alarm, "Is it him?" To which another replied, "He's managed to raise his level so much in the last few days, and he's now 138th in the standings." In the dining room, we could also hear people talking about Zhou Zhen. At the table where the instructors were sitting with the boy, one of them said, "Zhou Zhen, you really know how to surprise people." Qiu Qiang replied, "Don't talk nonsense, I haven't even fought any of them yet." Noticing Zhou Zhen sitting nearby, next to the instructors, eating food from both cheeks, one of the warriors stood up and shouted to the entire dining room, "Zhou Zhen, I want to fight you. Will you accept this challenge?" Hearing this challenge, Zhou Zhen slowed down a bit, but he did not pay much attention to the warrior. The instructor sitting next to him spoke to Zheng. Zhang Wei of Storm City, an 18th ranked peak warrior, 197th. Hearing this challenge from Zhang Wei to Zhou Zhen, some of the warriors were surprised. A warrior of the 18th rank is challenging a warrior of the 12th rank? His comrade replied, "Indeed. You decided to choose an easy target?" One of the warriors who heard this challenge to Zhou Zhen by the 18th ranked warrior stood up and spoke to Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, if you want to fight someone, go ahead. I don't mind playing with you." Hearing these words from a strong warrior who offered him a fair fight, Zhang Wei was at first confused, but then, pointing at Zhou Zhen with his hand, he said angrily, "I'm asking Zhou Zhen, stay out of our conversation." Hearing this argument in the dining room, Zhou Zhen finished his lunch and slammed his plate on the table, quieting the noise in the room and drawing everyone's attention to himself. With a sly glance at his opponent who had offered him a duel, Zhou Zhen boldly spoke to him. "Who wouldn't want to get some quick extra points?" Rising from the table, Zhou Zhen opened the notification window on his wristwatch, and a prompt window immediately appeared in front of him, reading, "Zhang Wei from Stormy City wants to fight you. Accept or decline." Seeing that Zhou Zhen was about to accept the invitation to fight, one of his comrades in arms came up to him and put his hand on Zhen's shoulder and said, "Zhou Zhen, you don't have to accept the challenge, it's just pointless." Hearing this from his friend, Zhou Zhen reached out his hand to the window and pressed the accept button and replied in a calm tone, "It's okay." Having accepted the challenge of his arrogant enemy, Zhou Zhen said to his friend with a sly smile, "The rules of behavior must still be observed." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, the instructor who had tried to dissuade Zhou Zhen from the fight turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Kid, I've done my best. I can only wish you good luck." Hearing Xiao Jianglin say this to an 18th ranked warrior at his peak, who was about to fight a 12th ranked warrior, Zhang Wei was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. After concluding the contract for the duel and finishing lunch, all the warriors went about their business, waiting for the day of the fight. After a long night, the next day finally began, and quite a few warriors gathered near the arena to watch the fight. As they waited for the battle to begin, one of the warriors standing at the table where the instructors were supposed to be observing shouted out, "Everyone, this is the first battle. Zhou Zhen of the Graveyard versus Zhang Weiyazi of Storm City. As the saying goes, those who take no risks drink no champagne." Hearing this speech, everyone rushed to place bets. The first to come to the betting table was a warrior who spoke confidently as he placed his crystals on the table. "I bet on Zhang Wei." After him, Yundong Wei immediately came to the betting table and placed 3 red crystals on the table and said, "I bet on Zhou Zhen." Seeing this crazy bet on Zhou Zhen, the 2 soldiers behind him said, "Is he crazy?" "Mad, but he's also stubborn." Seeing that Yundong Wei had already placed his bet, Captain Xiao hurried over to the table and shoved Wei aside and said, "If you're done, don't hold up the line. I'm not standing here for nothing either." Seeing Xiao Jianglin's impudent behavior, Yundong Wei asked him in surprise, letting him pass to the betting table. "How much do you want to bet, old man Xiao?" Holding out his hand to Yundong Wei, Captain Xiao gestured to the number 3 on his hand. "1, but so much pride." When placing his bet, Xiao Jianlin placed 3 black crystals on the table and handed them to the bookmaker and said confidently, "I bet 3 black crystals." Seeing such a crazy bet, the bookmaker approached his commander and said to him in alarm, "Captain, we will not make any profit at all." Hearing such an alarmed speech from his subordinate, the bookmaker's commander put his hand on his forehead and said joyfully, "What do you know? We will make more money if we bet on Zhang Wei." Hearing these words from his commander, the worried bookie asked him, "Do you mean that Zhou Zhen will win?" The commander replied, "Hey, I didn't say anything like that." Before the fight began, all the judges had already gathered at the jury. This commission included the president, Commander Tang Shu, and another inspector who was also to judge the fight. Already feeling victorious, Zhang Wei climbed the stairs to the arena where the fight was to take place, holding his sword and smiling slyly. Standing outside the arena, Yundong Wei spoke to Commander Xiao. "Ha, there's nothing to do here. Zhou Zhen can summon that beast, then it will be an instant victory." To which Commander Xiao replied, "There's no need for that. Have you forgotten what happened to Qi Zhiyong?" On his way to the arena, Zhou Zhen passed by the table where the judges were sitting. When the president noticed Zhou Zhen, who was already heading toward the stage where the fight was to take place, he called out to him, "Zhou Zhen?" Hearing that he was being addressed, Zheng smiled sincerely and said to one of the judges, "Director, greetings." The director looked at Zheng and thought, "This Zhou Zhen is only a 12th ranked warrior, yet he seems so mysterious." thinking about why this warrior was so confident, even though he was of such a low rank. The director followed the boy into the arena and said after him, "Good luck." Zhou Zhen was followed by Jiang Wei, who was passing by the jury table right behind him, but no one even paid attention to him. While the director was watching Zhou Zhen, the other judges went about their business. Passing by the table, Jiang Wei, surprised that no one even paid attention to him, thought resentfully, "Damn, why didn't they say hello to me?" Entering the arena and standing opposite each other, the director announced the rules, saying, "According to the rules, the winner will receive 10% of the loser's points. Zhou Zhen has 21,421 points. Jiang Wei has 18,940 points." After announcing all the criteria and the number of points each fighter had, the director headed out of the arena. Once outside the battlefield, he gave the command to start the fight, saying, "Here we go." As soon as the command to start the fight sounded, Jiang Wei began to throw around loud speeches, speaking to Zhou Zhen in a supercilious tone. "It's not that I have any personal scores with you, but you better not push too hard and be prepared for defeat." Hearing such rude provocations and insulting words from his opponent, Zhou Zhen, restraining his anger, said to Jiang Wei, "All right, I'll give you a chance to leave here without getting hurt." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, who was only 12th rank, Jiang Wei used his star power to attack the boy and shouted, "Hurt me? Are you not awake yet?" In the course of his lunge, Jiang Wei recklessly attacked Zhou Zhen and tried to strike him directly, which would have seriously injured him. But Zhou Zhen easily dodged it. Having dodged the enemy's attack, Zhou Zhen stepped back from his opponent to break the distance and draw his enemy to the right place. Continuing to mindlessly attack, Jiang Wei, after one unsuccessful attack, ran toward Zhou Zhen and angrily shouted at him, "Die! I will cut you into tiny pieces." Swinging his sword, Jiang Wei struck the enemy squarely, but there was no effect from that attack. Zhou Zhen easily blocked it with one hand using his dagger. Seeing that the enemy was not at all tense from their fight and easily blocked Jiang Wei's blow, he thought, "This is impossible. How did he block my attack?" Watching the battle plan, the director, who was sitting at the table with the rest of the jury, smiled slyly and thought, This Zhou Zhen, very interesting." After a few attacks from his enemy that Zhou Zhen had allowed him to make to demonstrate his abilities, Zheng spoke to Jiang Wei. "Well, shall I begin?" With that, Zhou Zhen used his super speed and began to throw a flurry of punches at his opponent. Jiang Wei, unable to keep up with Zhou Zhen's movements, said excitedly, "I can see it. And this is a 12th ranked warrior?" Receiving one blow after another, unable to deflect them, and only tanking each of his opponent's attacks, Jiang Wei said in astonishment, "I am a warrior with this kind of ability. How can I be a 12th ranked warrior?" While Jiang Wei was confusedly trying to deflect at least some of Zhou Zhen's attacks, the latter was preparing to end the fight and use his last attack. With a sharp lunge, Zhou Zhen broke through his barrage of phantom attacks, which were left over from his speed, and quickly moved toward his opponent, instantly closing the distance between them. After cutting his opponent's clothes into small pieces and entering his back, Zhou Zhen put his dagger to Jiang Wei's throat and asked him, "Any more?" Watching this fight, one of the spectators who was near the arena saw Zhou Zhen's impressive speed and agility and said, "He is strong." Seeing that Zhou Zhen had his enemy in a deadly hold, Tang Xu jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly to the entire arena, "The duel is over! Zhou Zhen has won!" Having finished the duel, Zhou Zhen let his opponent go after the results were announced, and smiling slyly, headed for his room, passing by the soldiers who were surprised by his talents. After completing this difficult battle, Zhou Zhen immediately went to rest. When he got into bed, he immediately fell asleep. When Zhou Zhen woke up in the morning, he stretched several times and yawned, saying in a tired voice, "Ah." After getting out of bed and putting on his uniform, Zhou Zhen went to the dining room to have breakfast and recuperate to further raise his level and advance in the leaderboard. Waking up quite late and entering the dining hall, he saw one of his friends to whom he spoke in a kind tone. At a time like this, everyone should be earning points. Sitting at a table in the mess hall, sipping a cup of coffee, the commander, who was the bookie who had taken bets on Zheng's fight, spoke to him. "Zhou Zhen, please sit down." Hearing this from his comrade, Zhou Zhen smiled happily at him and said to him in a sleepy voice, "Brother Zhao, good morning." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen at such a late hour, Brother Zhao, restraining his anger, spoke to him, "Good morning." But in his mind he was furiously thinking, "What a good boy, I have been waiting for you for an hour." When Zhou Zhen took the seat opposite Brother Zhao, he said to him joyfully, "Thanks to you, I made a lot of money yesterday." Zhou Zhen replied, "You have a great sense of foreboding." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, Brother Zhao said to Zhou Zhen what he had been waiting for him to say for so long. "Haha, Brother Zhou Zhen, after training, I invite you to go to the capital and have fun." Hearing such an interesting offer, Zhou Zhen rescued his cup of aromatic coffee and brought it to his friend's mug, and after banging them together, Zheng replied to his friend, "You have a deal." After Zhou Zhen had eaten breakfast, he and his brother Zhao went to the airstrip, where Zhao was waiting for a helicopter to pick him up and take him to the training location. After escorting his friend to the vehicle, Zhou Zhen called out to him on the machine before he left, "See you soon," and heard him reply, "See you." When Zhou Zhen saw that his friend had already left for training in his helicopter, he said to himself, "I have to go too. I also need to go now." Zhou Zhen looked around to see if there were any soldiers nearby and said, "This should be far enough away." Opening the system space, Zhou Zhen summoned his dragon from there to ride it to train, so that he could earn enough points today to keep up with the rankings. Climbing on his winged friend, Zhou Zhen took off, flying to the place where he was supposed to train, arguing with one excuse: "It will be much faster." While traveling on his dragon, Zhou Zhen pointed to a certain location and said to his pet, "Little one, today we are going to the desert lands." Hearing this from his master, the dragon roared with joy and headed in the direction Zhou Zhen pointed. Checking his wristwatch, one of the soldiers who had been following Zhou Zhen's movements reported to his captain, "Captain, Zhou Zhen did not apply for transportation to the capital today." The captain replied, "Are you sure about that?" After his question, the captain heard another report from his subordinate soldier. "The information I'm giving you from our staff is absolutely accurate." Hearing this, the captain said, "Contact those who are still there and get back to me as soon as you have any news." After saying this to his informant, the captain hung up the phone and spoke to Jiang Wei. "I don't believe he could have gone anywhere. In any case, it's like going to certain death." Hearing these words from his captain, Jiang Wei asked him in concern, "Captain, why should we get rid of this Zhou Zhen?" Turning to his comrade, the commander who had gone forward, looked at him with a stern look and immediately asked his subordinate, "Do you think he is strong?" Hearing these words from his captain, Jiang Wei lowered his head and broke out in a cold sweat, recalling their fight, and said excitedly, "He is very strong, his techniques are incredible, and his attacks are so powerful. I was consumed by such a feeling of hopelessness." After listening to his comrade speak in a frightened voice about his feelings during the fight with Zhou Zhen, the commander said, "Before a tree can become fully mature, it must complete its growth." Continuing his speech while Zhou Zhen was fighting new strong monsters in the desert lands and pumping his level up to new capabilities, the captain said, "And all we have to do before it grows is cut it down." After completing the clearing of the first location, Zhou Zhen, having collected all the trophies from the defeated enemies, opened the map on his wristwatch and said, "The territory of the 19th ranked dragon snakes is ahead, and their venom is an excellent ingredient." As Zhou Zhen walked toward the new location where the 19th ranked dragon snakes were supposed to live, he heard the sound of a fight coming from the foot of a cliff. As he got closer, he saw a helicopter from the Central Capital Trade Union and several soldiers fighting against a single dragon snake, and he said in surprise, "People from the trade union?" One of the warriors, defending himself from the poisonous breath of the monster they were fighting, jumped to save his fellow soldier from this deadly breath and shoved it aside, out of the attacking path, shouting, "Get out of the way!" As the commander retreated from the monster after this attack, he looked at his comrade and saw that he had been poisoned by the monster's breath and looked very bad. Behind them, another comrade was running and shouting, "Captain, Sanji!" Running up to his comrades and seeing that they looked very bad, the third member of their team said, "Things are bad, Captain, and Sanji is infected." To which Zhou Zhen added, "What can we do? We won't have time to return." Grabbing the shoulder of his poisoned comrade, the captain panicked and shouted excitedly, "Sanji, quickly use your star power to neutralize the poison. Otherwise, you will die." To which the poisoned comrade replied, breathing heavily, "Captain, I can't." Seeing that the situation was quite bad and the two soldiers were on the verge of death, Zheng immediately thought about his own benefit if he saved them, and spoke softly. "It is said that the trade union is one of the most influential forces in the central capital. I think it would be a good idea to make friends with them." Taking out a vial of healing potion from his pocket, Zhou Zhen continued his train of thought. What's more, When you save people, their sodium immediately improves. As Zhou Zhen approached the poisoned captain and Sanji, he heard the squad leader ask him in an excited voice, "Who are you?" Holding out his hand with a test tube containing a healing potion, Zhou Zhen smiled broadly and said happily, looking at the exhausted soldiers, "I have an antidote." Walking over to Sanji, Zhou Zhen opened a test tube and poured half of the contents of the medicine into his mouth. Seeing that Zhou Zhen had poured something into his comrade's mouth, one of the members of the squad shouted excitedly to Zhou Zhen, who was standing nearby, "Hey, what did you give him?" Walking over to the captain, Zhou Jing also held out the vial of antidote and handed it to him to hold tightly. Holding his sick comrade in his arms, to whom Zhou Zhen had recently given the antidote, the comrade saw that Sanji was getting better and his complexion was changing, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Look, Sanji is letting go a little." After drinking the antidote himself, the commander began to feel much better after a while, and later the effect of the poison completely disappeared. Then the squad leader approached Zhou Zhen and spoke to him gratefully. "Brother, thank you very much." To which Zheng replied, "It is not necessary." After retreating to a place where they could camp for the night, Zhou Zhen and his commander sat around a fire. After a while, a joyful Sanzi ran up to them and spoke animatedly. "Brother Zhou, you have saved my life. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Hearing this speech from the rescued Sanji, Zhou Zhen was embarrassed by the sincerity and generosity of the rescued warrior and replied to him, "Oh, I'm embarrassed. I just decided to hunt nearby, and I ran into you by accident, so I couldn't stay away." Looking at Zhou Zhen with a concerned look, the squad leader spoke to him. "Brother Zhou, but your rank is much lower than the rank of the animals that live here. Isn't it too risky?" Hearing these questions from the captain, Zhou Zhen told the soldiers that he was in a training camp. Hearing this, the squad leader exclaimed in surprise, "A training center?" And his comrade added, "You came to participate in the training camp." Sighing heavily and accepting the reality after hearing from Zhou Zhen that he was here at the training center, the captain said, "My mistake. It seems that if Brother Zhou decided to hunt here, he is more than confident in his abilities." Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, and then listening to his captain, Sanzi, holding a cup of drink in his hand, said happily, "Ha ha, I knew at once that Brother Zhou was not so simple." In the morning, when everyone had slept through the night and woken up refreshed, the commander asked Zheng again about his proposal, saying, "Brother Zhou, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Together we could make a lot of money from the dragon snake venom we collect." Hearing this offer, Zhou Jing refused it, saying, "No, our hunting methods are too different. I like to hunt alone." Hearing this, Sanji said, "Who would have thought he's only 12th rank, but he can already hunt all alone in this location?" As Zhou Zhen left, the commander of the squad that he had saved said to Sanji, "Some geniuses are not limited by the rank system." Walking away from the trade union team, Zhou Zhen headed toward the area where the dragon snakes lived. When he saw one on his way, Zhou Zhen stopped. Summoning his dragon from the pupil system space, Zhou Zhen commanded it to destroy this giant monster, saying, "Kid, go!" After a long week of hunting dragon snakes, Zhou Zhen and his dragon sat in the middle of the desert, taking a break from the work they had done. Overjoyed at how many different resources and materials he had managed to collect, Zhou Zhen looked at the vial of venom and said happily, "I've collected more than a dozen vials of poison. It's time to go back." Immediately standing up, Zhou Zhen informed his sleeping dragon, who was resting beside him after killing so many high-ranking monsters, "We are leaving!" After collecting a lot of dragon snake venom, Zhou Zhen headed to the central capital, the Warrior Union's trading square, to sell the materials he had collected. Upon arriving at the Warrior Union marketplace, Zhou Zhen noticed a man standing with a sign that read in large letters that he was buying dragon snake goods. Approaching him, Zhou Zhen smiled happily and spoke to the man in a low voice so that no one would hear them. "Shall we find a quieter place?" The merchant went into an empty alleyway which was completely deserted and said to Zhou Zhen, "Suppose you know a place where there are no people. Suppose you know about the market situation. I'm just as interested in it. Now the price for 1 gram is 2 semi-high level red crystals. I will give you 2 high-level crystals." After offering his price, the buyer of the materials said, "This is a fair price, and there is less hassle than if I sold it directly, but there is so much paperwork and formalities to follow." Hearing this price for the goods, Zhou Jing took a thoughtful pose and rubbed his forehead and said, "I am satisfied with the price, but I don't know if you can handle all this." The buyer was offended. "Tisk! I'll buy everything you have. Hearing these words, Zhou Zhen took out a single tube of dragon snake venom from his pouch, which was attached to his belt. Seeing the amount of venom Zhou Zhen was offering, the buyer exclaimed in dismay, "So much?" Having made a good deal, Zhou Zhen took his crystals and gave the goods to the buyer. Bidding him goodbye, Zhou Zhen went on with his business, and the buyer waved after him and exclaimed, "Good talk, come back next time." As he approached the next buyer of dragon snake venom, Zhou Zhen confidently spoke to him, "I have the goods, offer me a price." Hearing this, the buyer immediately asked, "How much will you sell?" Hearing this question about the quantity of goods Zheng had in stock, he took out a single tube of dragon snake venom and showed it to the buyer and said slyly, "Offer." Seeing that the market was collapsing and the price of the scarce commodity was slowly decreasing, one person sitting in his office slammed his fist on the table and said, "I'd like to know what's going on in the end." After slamming his fist on the table once, the burly man, clenching his other hand tightly into a fist, said menacingly, "The market is full of dragon snake venom." Determined to find out who was responsible for the whole business plan going wrong, this man shouted menacingly, "Atian, I need information about who is supplying the goods." To which the subordinate replied frightened, "Yes, sir." And finally, the leader of the trade union added in a menacing voice, "And also, buy poison," and then raised the price even higher. Meanwhile, all the customers who were buying dragon snake venom saw the very bad news on the screen and were frightened. This is the end. Seeing how quickly the price of dragon snake venom was falling, one of the merchants asked in concern, "Where are those people with the red crystals?" Seeing how much the price of the venom had fallen, one of the merchants said, "No one will make such a deal." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who was sitting in a building nearby looking through a catalog of goods, noticed that the price of his product had plummeted and decided to bring his goods back at a bargain price. Moving his mouse quickly in front of his monitor, Zhou Zhen began to quickly buy back all the poison that was available in the stores. After buying up all the poison that was available on the internet in the central capital, Zhou Zhen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, I'm sorry, it's not that I want to blackmail you. You should blame yourself for your stinginess, which has already dragged you into this quagmire." After saying this, Zhou Zhen immediately smiled when he saw the speed of the trade guild and said with a sly smile on his face, "But this trade union isn't bad either, it's fast." After getting outside after such a successful resale transaction, Zhou Zhen said happily, "We stirred everyone up, waited for the right time to come, and finished." After finishing his work, Zhou Zhen stretched out sweetly and said tiredly, "Anyway, I'm in a very good position." After such a successful bargain, Zhou Zhen went to a wealthy neighborhood in the central capital and asked the manager. Hearing Zheng's request, the manager exclaimed happily, "Mr. Zhou, you say?" Beaming with happiness that she would be able to sell one of the villas, which was worth a lot of money, the manager continued in a happy voice, "Do you want to buy this beachfront villa?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhen said confidently, "Yes, that's right." After buying the villa by the sea, Zhou Zhen sent a message to his friends and family to come to the central capital. Meanwhile, at the airport in the central capital, after receiving an invitation from Zhou Zhen, Xiang Shihan, Su Junwen, and Lan Shi arrived in the central capital by airplane and were getting off the plane. Seeing that his friends and family had arrived, Zhou Zhen, along with two beautiful ladies, were already meeting them on the runway. As Zhang Xiao got off the plane, he saw Zhou Zhen meeting them with the two beautiful ladies, and smiling broadly, he said to him, "Aha, brother Zhou, you've only been here a short time, and you're already doing so well?" Hearing these words from Zhang Xiao, Zhou Zhen, angry at such jokes, knocked him out with a single blow, saying, "Brother Zhang must be very tired on the road." Following right behind Zhang Xiao, Qin Han spoke to Zhou Zhen. "Brother Zhou, your invitation was too unexpected. Tell me what's going on." Arriving at the villas, which were located on the seashore, Zhou Zhen gave each of them one of the villas. Hearing this, one of them said in surprise, "Wait a minute, a villa in the central capital?" Seeing the surprise in the eyes of his comrades, Zhou Zhen interrupted their astonishment by adding that a little later, when they had recovered from the state of the effect, "Yes, this is just for starters." After leading his comrades to a huge building in the center of the city, Zhou Zhen said the main thing he had called them here for. When they heard Zhou Zhen's proposal, they were surprised again. Start a company? Hearing the astonished voices of his comrades, Zhou Zhen confidently spoke to them. "Yes, if we want to live in the central capital, we must have a personal base. By the way, I also bought this building." Hearing that Zhou Zhen had even bought this building, Everyone was completely shocked, wondering where Zhou Zhen had gotten so much money for all this, and where he had gotten so much money, given that he had only recently arrived here. When Xiao Jiaolin heard that Zhou Zhen had also bought this building, he was surprised, and he approached the guy and pointed to it, asking, "Old man, how much did it cost you to buy a building like this in the center of the city?" Hearing such a question about the price of this building in the heart of the central capital, Zhou Zhen looked back at it and said proudly, 5 black crystals of the highest quality, but I'm sure it's worth the money." After putting up a sign on this huge building in the city center, Zhou Zhen proudly exclaimed, "From now on it will be called Star Building." 5 days after Zhou Zhen decided to do a little trading and have some fun in the central capital, he saw that his ranking on the list had moved up a full 120 positions, and he was now 255th on the list. Looking at this frantic pace of the race, Zhou Zhen, sitting by the fire, said in amazement, "These people are just crazy. Just a few days in and I'm already falling behind." Seeing that Zhou Zhen was worried that he had fallen so far down the ranking list in a few days, Zheng Xiao spoke to him. "Brother Zhou, go to the bow, and don't worry about anything. We will take care of everything here." Seeing that Zhou Zhen was very confused by this situation, and hearing Zheng Xiao's words, the commander of the 9th Graveyard Squad spoke to him. "That's right. It must be very difficult for you right now." Hearing such words of support and reassurance that everything would be fine, Zhou Zhen immediately stood up and headed to his training center, leaving everyone behind and saying goodbye. "Very well then, I leave the starlight on you." When Lan Shi saw Zhou Zhen leave everyone and go to the training center on his dragon, he was impressed. "Young master is so wonderful. I want to be like him." Hearing these words, Zhang Xiao spoke to him. "Then go ahead and train to advance your rank." When Zhou Zhen returned to the training center, he didn't waste any time. Immediately at the next rank, he went to battle a high-level sea snake. After destroying one snake, 2 more appeared from the lake to be defeated, and there were many such enemies in the lake. Watching Zhou Zhen quickly begin to regain his position at the top of the rankings of the training center's most successful warriors, the director was amazed at his pace, how quickly it happened, even after such a long pause. Watching Zhou Zhen fight high-ranking sea serpents, the director said in a satisfied voice, "He is definitely one of the top 50 warriors." 2 weeks later, when Zhou Zhen returned to the training center, after a long pause while he was in the central capital, he went about his business. After fighting various strong monsters for a long time, Zhou Zhen finally managed to reach a new warrior rank, and joyfully exclaimed, "Finally the 13th warrior rank!" Having achieved the desired result after working for so long without interruption, Zhou Zhen said in a tired voice, "Now I can rest after working so hard." Taking a lounge chair and building a fire, Zhou Zhen made a kind of homemade resting place with a place to rest and hot food boiling in a pot on the fire. Resting at his homemade recreation center, Zheng said with satisfaction, "This system is a real godsend for traveling." But suddenly something interrupted his rest. Hearing strange noises near him, Zhou Zhen noticed that someone was near him, and he said in surprise, "Huh? People?" Arriving at a beautiful clearing, a team of several warriors began to set up a place for themselves to spend the night. While some set up a tent, others prepared everything for the fire. When they had finished setting up their place for the night and decided to take a break and eat, the captain of the squad heard a wonderful smell coming from nearby and said in amazement, "What an aroma!" Hearing these words from the astonished captain, one of his subordinates asked, "Captain, what should we do? How can this guy behave so freely in such a place?" The captain replied, "Let's follow this mouse." After conducting reconnaissance, one of the soldiers who was in the commander's unit reported the situation, saying, "Captain, there is only one person of the 13th rank nearby." When the captain heard this report from his subordinate, he became seriously angry and clutched the bun tightly in his hand and said angrily, "13th rank? What impudence! Eating from a pot and lounging on a deck chair is a vacation?" Deciding to teach this impudent 13th ranked warrior a lesson, who dared to allow himself so much in such a dangerous place, the commander said, "We are coming. We will show you what the law of the jungle is." At that time, Zhou Zhen already knew that there were people nearby, but he was still on guard while resting on the lounge chair, because he did not know what could happen at any given time. As he continued to rest, Zhou Zhen suddenly saw 3 soldiers moving toward him, laughing ominously. It was clear from their appearance that they had not come to drink tea, but were prepared for a fight. Still lying on the lounge chair, Zhou Zhen asked these people who had invaded his personal space and interfered with his rest, "What do you want?" Pulling his sword out of its sheath, one of the soldiers who had come to Zhou Zhen said ominously, "Haha, what do we want? We want you to realize how cruel this world is." After giving the order to his henchmen, this warrior sent his comrades to kill Zheng and destroyed his resting place, shouting, "Die!" As soon as one of the soldiers approached Zhou Zhen and swung his sword at him, he had already disappeared from the lounge chair, so the enemy only managed to destroy the lounge chair on which he was resting. The next moment, the warrior felt Zhou Zhen behind him, with the blade at his throat. Moving behind the enemy, Zheng said, "Oh, I've been running into brainless idiots everywhere. I'm tired of it." Seeing that this warrior was not as simple as he seemed at first glance, and that he had killed their comrade so easily, the other two panicked and thought that their situation was bad. When the commander and his two other soldiers came to their comrades who had been sent to deal with Zheng, they found only 3 corpses of their comrades and exclaimed in surprise, "How did this happen?" The commander grabbed his comrade by the collar and lifted him into the air. "Isn't this guy a 13th rank? And how could this happen?" Hearing the captain and his comrades arguing, Zhou Zhen came out of the forest, flexing his fists and saying, "What is it? Are 13th ranked warriors unable to kill anyone? A 13th ranked warrior came to this forest all alone. It's unbelievable, right?" Zhou Zhen pointed to the dragon circling above him. "You didn't think to reflect on the reasons for your behavior, yet you were bold enough to provoke me. Unbelievable stupidity, especially from a high-ranking person." As soon as Zhou Zhen finished his speech, the 3 warriors were immediately attacked by a dragon, using its fire breath against them. After using this skill, the dragon landed near Zhou Zhen, and he went to the remains of the enemies to see if they had anything of value. Finding some potions and a few crystals in their wallets, Zhou Zhen, expecting much more from the men, said disappointedly, "At least we managed to earn some money." Opening the leaderboard, Zhou Zhen noticed that the competition for prizes was incredible and said, "The other players are leveling up too fast. It seems I need to be more responsible." At the same time, a squad was in the Devil's Swamp, and as they were making their way through the thicket, one of the warriors in the front of the squad spoke boldly, "With the help of the captain, even horned boars of the 20th rank are no match for us." To which he heard a quick reply, "Hey, you shouldn't relax." Feeling someone's aura near them, the team that was wandering through the Devil's Swamps stopped immediately, and one of their squad immediately asked, "Another team?" Hearing these words, the captain of the team immediately rushed to the point where he felt someone's presence, and as he made his way through the thicket of the forest, he said joyfully, "We won't know until we check." While those soldiers were looking for who it was, Zhou Zhen was fighting a level 20 horned boar, which was common in this area. Noticing that someone was approaching him, Zhou Zhen became even more serious and concentrated during the fight, thinking in his head, "What? Are there people here?" As Zhou Zhen approached, Jiang Wei suddenly stopped in his tracks and spoke to his commander in concern. "Is it him? Zhou Zhen?" Taking out his weapon, Jiang Wei was already about to go to deal with Zhou Zhen to take revenge on him for the last time, saying, "Who would have thought that after all this time, we would meet him here? Should we?" Seeing how determined his comrade was, the commander decided to take his time, stopping his comrade from doing something stupid and saying, "Take your time, let's watch." When Zhou Zhen felt that the observers did not want to approach him and interfere with his hunting and the fight with the boar, he thought, "These people don't seem to be going to come over, do they?" Happy that his schedule was working out so well, Zhou Zhen decided what he needed to do first and said in his head, "Okay, great, let's get rid of this pork first." By skillfully dodging each of the enemy's attacks, Zhou Zhen was able to continue fighting without being injured and continue to deal damage to the monster. After again dodging the boar monster's attack, Zhou Zhen decided to go on the attack while it lowered its snout into the ground. When the commander saw how skillfully Zhou Zhen anticipated and avoided the enemy's attack, he was excited and thought, "He's so skillful at dodging. How did he manage to achieve such mastery?" First impressed by Zheng's skills, and then enraged by his arrogance, the commander gritted his teeth in anger and thought, "He's definitely incredible, but with his rank, to hope to defeat a 20th rank." As the commander watched Zhou Zhen fight the boar and speculated, Zhou Zhen was able to launch a successful attack and inflict damage on the enemy. When he saw that he was able to harm the enemy, he opened his mouth and wondered, "He pierced the armor? How is this possible? Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" After Zhou Zhen had pierced the monster's armor, he decided not to drag out the fight for a long time, but to finish the monster as soon as possible. While launching his counterattack, Zheng jumped up, and then, as if with a corkscrew, he rushed straight at the monster, piercing its skull, killing it with that blow. And then, the monster's body fell to the ground motionless. Seeing this, the commander was terrified after seeing what Zhou Zhen had done. No, its potential is incredible. We must deal with it before it turns into a real monster. Deciding that he had to act here and now, the squad leader suddenly stood up and pointed at Zheng with fear. Kill. We have to kill him. Only then, I will be able to gain a foothold in the top 5. Gathering all his rage into a fist and preparing for battle, the commander of the squad he had led decided that he needed to act immediately, while he had the chance, and finish off Zhou Zhen here and now. Feeling bloodlust, Zhou Zhen saw that the observer's lifeline had turned red, and then he decided to run away, thinking, things are bad. We need to do something about it. After finishing off the boar, Zhou Zhen took off running and ran away to throw the enemy pursuer off his tail, who was a life-threatening threat to him. Seeing Zhou Zhen fleeing the battlefield, the captain of the arriving soldiers quickly rushed to catch up with him and shouted loudly after him, "You want to run away from me? Will you succeed?" Hearing these shouts from his enemy, Zhou Zhen looked back to assess his chances of escape and saw that his enemy's fist was about to catch up with him. Noticing the danger, Zheng thought 6. Quick, I won't have time to dodge. Realizing that he could not avoid this attack, Zheng began to think about how he could block it. Remembering his new skill, he opened his system window and thought, that's right, there's this skill. When the enemy had caught up with Zhou Zhen, he struck him with a crushing blow that would normally have killed anyone it hit, but catching up with Zhou Zhen and striking him, the commander of the pursuing team shouted, "Die!" But Zheng put up a block at the last moment and was able to prevent serious injury. When the commander noticed that his attack, although it hit the target, did not cause any damage at all, he was surprised. Not a trace of blood? This blow must have done more than just shake him. Having blocked his enemy's punch, Zhou Zhen crossed his arms in front of him. Setting up a block and flying backwards after the shockwave, he spoke to his opponent. "Looks like you're not as strong as you think you are." At the same time, the boy, who had said this to his enemy to reduce his self-confidence, looked at his wristband and thought anxiously, 6. If that blow had really hit me. Zhou Zhen used a single skill to prevent the devastating damage from the blow. Damage transfer, 125th level skill. Transfer incoming damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown 2 hours. When the captain noticed that Zhenyi didn't have a single scratch, he said in concern, "How can that be? I'm sure I'm not." Zhen replied, "Thank you for helping me move." No sooner had Zhou Zhen said this than he abruptly took off running into the forest, shouting to his enemy who was only looking on in confusion, "Bye-bye." When the state of the impression effect wore off, the commander of the pursuing team shouted in Zhou Zhen's wake, getting up and running after him. "Bastard!" Unable to catch up with the fleeing boy, and having turned his trail, the pursuer, breathing heavily, leaned on a tree and exclaimed, "How can you move without leaving any traces behind? And so quickly?" Wandering through the forest, the commander tried to find the boy who had run away from him, shouting, "Zhou Zhen!" The latter, in turn, was sitting behind a tree nearby, under the effect of stealth, and watching the enemy until he disappeared. After some time of shouting in vain and searching for Zhou Zhen, the commander shouted in exasperation before turning to his comrades, "I'll let you escape this time, but you won't get off so easily next time." Hearing these words from his pursuer, Zhou Zhen looked out from behind his hiding place again and noticed the enemy with a sniffle heading back, saying in a disappointed voice, "Let's go." Seeing that the enemy had finally left and given up his hopes of finding Zheng, he breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, finally, he's making my ears wither." Breathing out a sigh of relief after being rid of his pursuers, Zhou Zhen took off his broken bracelet and spoke menacingly, "Zhang Ruchen." After taking off the destroyed device, which had suffered all the damage from Zhang Ruchen's blow, and examining it, Zheng continued, "You started this, so don't blame me later." No sooner had he said this than a call came in on his satellite communicator, telling him that Lan Shi and his comrades who had gone hunting were in trouble. And while Zhou Zhen was being told that their comrades had been caught by other warriors who demanded an apology and the surrender of all their equipment, they threw the poor guy to the ground. Noticing that his comrade had been thrown to the ground and was being beaten, Captain Xiao rushed to his aid, shouting out to his comrade in alarm, "Lan Shi!" Seeing his comrade running toward Lan Shi, one of the bandits intercepted him in motion, stopped him, and with his sword to his throat said, "Don't move!" Putting his foot on the back of Lan Shi, who had fallen to the ground, The commander of the bandit squad spoke to him arrogantly. Your rank is so low, yet you have the stomach for it. Noticing this arrogant attitude toward himself and his comrade, Commander Zheng Xiao, who was cut off from Lan Shi to help him, said menacingly, "We can always come to an agreement, even if we have occupied your territory." Hearing these words from Zheng Xiao's commander, the commander of the criminal squad only grunted at the hostage's offer. Taking Lan Shi by the head and lifting him off his knees to look into the soldier's frightened face, the commander said to him, No, it's not that I have anything against you. It is just that your armor is very good." Putting his sword to the throat of the frightened Lan Shi, the criminal commander said, "Have you ever heard of the third largest company in the central capital, the Shining Wing? If you have a brain, just hand over your weapons and armor, and I'll let you live." Hearing such a brazen offer of a deal in exchange for their lives, Commander Zhang Xiao spoke up. "We are all adults here. Stop talking nonsense like that. Even if someone from the gaping wing is behind you, you will regret it." Instantly enraged by such a radical response from the hostage, the commander of the criminals, clutching his sword tightly in his hands, said irritably, "I explained everything to you so nicely, and you decided to show me your character?" As soon as the criminal commander said this and was about to attack the hostages, smoke rose around him, blocking his view. Seeing that Zhou Zhen had come to their aid, confusing the enemies with his appearance, Zhang Xiao joyfully exclaimed, "Commander!" To which Lan Shi happily added, "Commander, you are finally here." When the dust from Zhou Zhen's appearance had settled and dissipated, the criminal commander who had examined the newly arrived soldier said in surprise, "See, Commander?" Seeing that a 13th ranked warrior, whom they called a commander, had arrived to help these weaklings, the leader of the criminal squad only laughed out loud at this strange help, and the bark arrived. As he approached Zhou Zhen and began to examine him more closely, the criminal commander spoke arrogantly to him. "A 13th ranked commander? Ha ha ha! Are you here to pay?" One of the thieves, holding a sword, charged at Zhou Zhen, shouting, "I hate arrogant types like you most of all." Noticing that he was still being attacked by the enemies sitting in the ambush, Zhou Zhen used his super speed to easily dodge and get behind his enemy, leaving his silhouette in two places. Seeing this miracle, the commander of the thieves exclaimed in dismay, not believing his eyes. "What, my eyesight?" Meanwhile, two enemies were already charging at Zheng, one of whom shouted, "Die!" and the other, "Outwit the enemy and kill him." Seeing such an obvious ambush, Zhou Zhen could only smile smugly at the recklessness of his enemies and said happily, "Idiots." After a while, when Zhou Zhen had dealt with all the enemies and taken them hostage, he sent a message with a photo of them to the president of the Shining Wing Company with a ransom offer. Seeing such a disappointing picture, the president of the Shining Wing Company, Chen Yunan, said in an irritated voice, "Who can tell me? What is going on here anyway?" Hearing these words from his president, who was clearly not in a good mood, his secretary spoke in fright. "President, this is all Pan Shenghua's fault, but I don't know how it happened, but those people have taken them hostage and are demanding 47 inferior black crystals as ransom." Also hearing his company president's formidable question, Zhao Chongguang, who was also present in the president's office, spoke up. "Are a group of a few people worthy of making such a fuss?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction and offering his solution, Zhao Chongguang, the head of the Shining Wing Company, spoke menacingly. "My men will simply destroy them." Hearing this statement from the head of the company's department, the secretary interrupted him in alarm and emphasized, "Chief Zhao, they have Commander Pan in their hands, and they said they will kill the hostage on the spot if we take any action." Hearing this statement from the secretary, who had informed him of the ransom terms and warnings if they were violated, Chief Zhao Chongguang said in irritation, "Tisk! So brave in words but not in deeds?" After listening to all the suggestions and warnings from all those present in his office, the president calmly said, "Have you already found information about those behind all this?" Hearing this question from the president of the company, the secretary reassured him by telling him that he had already ordered the search for information and said, "We have sent people. Everything will be out soon." After saying this to his president, the secretary heard his receiver ringing and anxiously grabbed his phone to answer the call. Picking up the phone, he said, "Hello?" After hearing the report from his informants about who had taken Zhang Ruchen and his team hostage, the alarmed employee shouted into the phone in surprise, "What?" After listening to what the informants had told him, the man who took the call looked at the president in alarm and spoke to him. "President, I'm afraid that this time, it won't be so easy." Hearing Zhou Zhen's demands for the ransom of the hostages, Zhang Xiao said in surprise. Captain, do you think they will agree? After all, they are the elite of the central capital. Can they swallow their pride and blindly follow our instructions? Hearing his friend sound so worried, Zhou Zhen confidently answered him, Don't worry, they will agree. Even if they send someone after our souls, I don't mind. Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, Zhang Ruchen, who was sitting tied up nearby along with his comrades, smiled ominously and exclaimed, You won't have much time to rejoice. You're asking for it. As soon as Zhang Ruchen shouted such a loud speech to Zhou Zhen, he was immediately struck in the face. Having silenced the hostage with a single kick, the warrior continued his conversation. After kicking the hostage to silence him, the soldier spoke to him menacingly. I have already realized that you are not capable of anything else but talking, so you better sit quietly. While waiting, Zhou Zhen heard a call come in. Picking up the phone, he heard from his informant. Brother Zhou, Zhao Chongguang has gone to see you alone. Hearing this information from his comrade, Zhou Zhen spoke to him. Sanji, thank you for the information. Give my regards to Brother Zhang. To which he heard the reply, Brother Zhou, don't thank me. I am ready to move mountains for you. When Zhou Zhen saw a car approaching them, he reported to his soldiers. At the end of the meeting, all the survivors will be automatically qualified as members of the Central Capital's Parliament. The Shining Wing is a huge company, but they are not so qualified to stand up to the members of Parliament. If they are educated, there shouldn't be any problems. As Zhao Chongguang approached the meeting place, he saw from his car who was waiting for him and said in surprise, Zhou Zhen? When the envoy arrived at the meeting place, he got out of his car and approached Zhou Zhen, who in turn saw who he was and said in surprise, Chief Zhao? While Zhou Zhen's friend was banging on Zhang Ruchen's back, who could not shut up, Zhou Zhen, smiling politely, said to the envoy, Who would have thought that Chief Zhao would personally come to see us? You have brought everything you need, right? Otherwise we will not let anyone go. Hearing Zhou Zhen say this, Chief Zhao Chongguang smiled with a confident smile and said to him arrogantly, Ha ha ha, you are brave. I alone am more than enough to deal with all of you. Hearing such loud words from the head of the company's department, who had come to the exchange for the ransom of prisoners, Zhou Zhen objected to him and said slyly, You are mistaken. Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, Zhao Chongguang's superior, smiling confidently, said to him arrogantly, Fool. Clutching the letter tightly in his hands, Chief Zhao Chongguang said irritably, Do you have so few talented warriors in the tomb that you sent a 13th ranked warrior to the central capital for a training camp, and with the possibility of entering the reserve of members of parliament? Hearing this statement from his rival, who had come to ransom the prisoners, Zhou Zhen shrugged and said to him, Whether I deserve it or not is not for you to decide. Reaching for the bag of crystals that Zhao Chongguang was holding, Zheng heard, Aha, not so fast. If you want the crystals, you'll have to deal with me first. Hearing this, Zhou Zhen said confidently, All right. Hearing such self-confidence in Zhou Zhen's voice, Zhao Chongguang, who was dictating the rules of the exchange and was not at all afraid of Zhao Chongguang, said in surprise, Are you really not afraid of death? Saying these words, barely able to contain his anger, Zhao Chongguang's superior added afterwards, smiling slyly, Don't blame me for the outcome of this battle. Throwing the bag of crystals onto the hood of his car, Zhao Chongguang headed straight for Zhou Zhen to engage him in battle and rescue his comrades. As he approached the low-ranking fellow, Zhao Chongguang's superior spoke to him. I won't even need armor or weapons to fight you. You may begin. Taking his daggers out of their sheaths, Zhou Zhen, ready for battle, twirled them around his fingers, playing with them, and said to his opponent, Chief Zhao, do not blame me for not warning you. Immediately grabbing his dagger and holding it tightly in his hands, Zhou Zhen continued, Because if I strike first, you may not have the opportunity to counterattack. Hearing Zhou Zhen's warning before the fight that was about to take place, Zhang Ruchen, who was sitting tied up next to him, shouted out to Zhao Chongguang in alarm, Chief, he's not bluffing. Don't let him make the first move, otherwise it will be over. Hearing the cues from his defeated comrade, who was tied up and held hostage, Chief Zhao Chongguang turned to him and shouted angrily, Tisk! Shut up and watch me deal with him. Hearing his superior's irritated voice, Zhang Ruchen immediately fell silent and never said another word. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongguang, having silenced his comrade, said to Zhou Zhen, Come on, don't hold back. Hearing this from his rival, Zhou Zhen was happy to be allowed to show his strength to the fullest, and he said with a sly smile, Excellent. The next moment, Zhou Zhen used his super speed to pounce on his opponent and quickly closed the distance between him and Zhao Chongguang, who was already looking into his astonished eyes. The next moment, Zhou Zhen had already launched his attack, which stunned the enemy. Zhao Chongguang, who had tried to block Zhou Zhen's lunge, could only be confused by what had just happened to him. Sitting on the ground, tied up together with his squad members, Zhang Ruchen heaved a heavy sigh, and seeing that the results of the battle were already obvious, he said in disappointment, "This trick again." Sometime later, when Zhou Zhen knocked out Zhao Chongguan's superior, he was slowly able to open his eyes after unexpectedly losing consciousness. Standing in front of him, Zhou Zhen said with a sly smile, "Awake?" Seeing Zhou Zhen in front of him, as soon as he regained consciousness, Chief Zhao Chongguang was very confused, not understanding what had happened to him recently. Noticing that the enemy was right in front of him, Chief Zhao Chongguang decided to continue fighting, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a weight on his body, pulling him back to the ground. The next moment, Chief Zhao Chongguang fainted again, slowly sliding down the tree his body was leaning on, near which Zhou Zhen had planted him after knocking him out. When Zhang Ruchen noticed that his Zhao Chongguang was sick and had lost consciousness again, he shouted out in alarm, "Chief!" At the same time, Zhou Zhen picked up his bag of crystals and threw them to his comrades, exclaiming, "Take it!" After solving all the problems of his comrades, Zhou Zhen went back to his place where he was practicing. As Zhou Zhen said goodbye, his comrades shouted after him, "Chief Zhao, have a good journey, come back again!" After completing his mission, Zhou Zhen returned to the central capital, and as he walked through the city, he heard passers-by talking about something. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Zheng heard, "The Shining Wing is being kept under the thumb of a small organization called Starlight. They say that even Zhao Chongguan had a hard time." As they continued their heated discussion, one of the passers-by spoke up. "It seems that this organization, it was founded by Zhou Zhen. He seems to be a member of the meeting." Contemplating all this, one can conclude that it is best to be quieter than water, a scourge of water, if one ever encounters Starlight. Sitting in the building in front of the monitor, Zhou Zhen spoke as he talked to someone. "Mr. Liu, it's not that I don't want to help you. There are only a couple of fanatics in the training center whose names are at the top of the rankings. They're the ones who are ready to hunt for the 22nd level materials." Speaking to Zhou Zhen on the communicator, the Julie director spoke to him. "I understand, but I'm sure that war god Zhou Zhen is also capable of handling this." With that, the Julie director added, "If you really help us obtain the 22nd level materials, you won't need to buy high-end equipment in the future." After saying this, the Julie director added another interesting thing to make Jing agree to the deal. At this time in the capital, the prices of the 22nd level materials up for auction start at one colored crystal. Hearing this, Zhou Zhen pushed himself away from the computer table and rolled around in his chair, saying happily, "You don't have to remind me, I know the value of such things. I'll do my best." Thinking about where he could get the materials from the 22nd level monsters, Zhou Zhen said thoughtfully, "Level 22. I could try my luck on the island of Kyushu, but there are too many enthusiasts there now." As Zhou Zhen began to think about where else he could go to search for materials, he suddenly jumped up and said, "That's right, it's not a problem to explore new territories with a baby." Leaving the building and then the city, Zhou Zhen called his pet, and climbing on top of it, he exclaimed happily, "Baby, let's fly as far away as possible. The fewer prying eyes, the better." After shouting this order to his dragon, they flew off in an unknown direction, somewhere very far from where Zhou Zhen had previously trained. As Zhou Zhen continued to fly, he saw mountains on the horizon. Flying to the mountains that cut off one part of the territory from the other, the dragon landed on top of one of them, arriving at a place where there would be no prying eyes and no one would see them. Zhou Zhen, putting on warm clothes, spoke sadly to his pet. "Ha! I said as far away as possible. And where are we now?" Looking around to see where they had arrived with the dragon, Zhou Zhen said in surprise, "There's only snow and ice all around, no sign of life." Seeing that the dragon was heading toward a glacier, Zheng followed it and saw that a monster was frozen in the ice block and said in amazement, "In that case, it's no wonder you brought me here. It turns out that you come here to hunt when you are alone." Having led his master to the hunting ground where he often goes, the dragon began to bite into the block of ice to get the monster out, and then Zheng spoke to him. "I don't know what level these monsters are, but they must have crystals, right?" When the dragon took the monster out of the ice prison, Zhou Zhen took out a crystal and said in surprise, "A colored crystal? Not bad. Looks like you picked the right place." When he saw that his dragon had begun to eat the monster he had taken out of the ice trap, Zhou Zhen ran over to it and said, "Don't eat it yet. Don't eat it yet. Quickly, take me to the place where you usually hunt." The dragon pointed its snout in the direction of the place to go and stood beside Zhou Zhen. And he, standing in the snowstorm, said to his dragon in surprise, "Are you sure this is the place? There is nothing but snow below." Hearing his master's question, who could not see anything because of the blizzard and the large pile of snow, and who did not know about the strange place, the dragon roared in the affirmative, pointing forward. Believing his pet, who would not calm down, Zhou Zhen climbed on his back and prepared to descend the snowy mountain, shouting in excitement. As soon as Zhou Zhen got into a comfortable position on the dragon, he went straight down the mountain, braving the blizzard and heading for the bottom. Sitting on his pet's back, Zhou Zhen held on to him very tightly, knowing that the slightest mistake could be fatal for him, and he could not let go. When they had almost reached the bottom, Zheng began to see a new location gradually appearing in front of him. Upon arriving at his destination, Zhou Zhen saw an incredible beauty that opened up from the foot of the mountain. There was a river and forests, and the sun was shining beautifully, reflecting off the water and creating an incredible picture. Walking a little further, Zhou Zhen saw new monsters he had never seen before. As he got closer, he could see what was written above them. Green-skinned monsters. Level. Noticing that their level did not appear in his analysis, Zheng looked at them in alarm and said, "I can't see their level. It means they are far superior to me." While Zhou Zhen was looking at the enemies, the dragon he was riding couldn't stay in one place and rushed forward. When he saw them move, Zheng exclaimed in concern, "What are you doing?" Seeing that he had run to the monster and grabbed it by the neck to finish it off, Zhou Zhen nervously called out to his pet, "I asked you to bring me here, but not to rush into battle." After that, the dragon released the enemy from its mouth and tried to harm him with its fiery breath, but seeing that the dragon wanted to exhale flames, the green-scaled monster was not so weak either, and in response began to gather a charge of plasma in front of it to repel the enemy's attack. Responding to the fiery breath of its enemy with a breath of plasma, their shots converged at the same point, but over time, the plasma jet began to overcome the dragon's breath a little bit. Seeing what a formidable opponent they were facing, Zhou Zhen watched his dragon fight and said, "It seems that in the face of danger it is very easy to unleash the potential I have. My rank has risen." Realizing that things were not going well, Zhou Zhen decided not to continue fighting this enemy and shouted to his dragon, "This cannot go on forever. We must retreat." Hearing the order from his master, the dragon retreated and left the battlefield, flying away from the enemy who remained on the ground. When Zhou Zhen arrived at a safe place where there were no monsters nearby and he could rest, he spoke to his dragon. "Today I have faced the strongest monsters in your world." Seeing that the dragon was acting strangely, Zhou Zhen asked him in concern, looking at the unhealthy appearance of his pet, "Little one, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" But the next moment, everything became clear. The dragon spat out one of the scales of the monster they had recently fought from its mouth, and then Zheng spoke. "Is this the scale of the green one you just fought?" Looking at this valuable material that he had managed to obtain, Zhou Zhen said in astonishment, "Huge, this should be enough for me alone, right?" Seeing that the enemy was still harmed, but the material was obtained, Zhou Zhen wanted more. He wanted more materials and decided to go back to hunting. Heading toward the enemy on the ground, the dragon saw the target and roared loudly to announce its approach. As soon as he approached the enemy, he immediately launched an attack and grabbed the enemy with his sharp teeth. Not to be outdone, the enemy also bit into the dragon with his teeth to inflict some damage on the enemy. But the next moment, the monster let go of the dragon and roared loudly. Zhou Zhen launched his attack at the enemy, knocking him out, and gave his pet an advantage so that he could deal with the enemy faster, exclaiming after the blow, "Kid, I'll leave the rest to you." A week after hunting monsters, Zhou Zhen and his dragon were on their way back, cutting through the deserts and fields around them, and enjoying the scenery. Looking at his bag, which was filled to the brim with various materials from high-level monsters, Zhou Zhen said happily, "We've managed to gather quite a few useful things. This should be enough to make several sets of armor and weapons." As Zhou Zhen was planning on the dragon, he got a bird's-eye view of a monster running in front of them and said in surprise, "More prey?" Looking a little closer, Zhou Zhen saw that it was a polar bear with sharp pins covering its entire body, and it was running at breakneck speed. Standing relatively close to the approaching monster, one of the 3 soldiers, who was the 24th rank, named Novik, and was planning to fight it, said to his comrades, "I've already scouted the situation, and the rank of the monsters waiting ahead is much higher than yours. so you'd better go back. Hearing these words from their strongest warrior, the other two, whom Novik left behind and stepped forward, said to each other, "We did not expect anything less from the god of war of our Dajing fighting unit." The other replied, "If he manages to reach the 25th rank this time, he will be the strongest warrior in our country." As he walked forward, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in his direction, and he felt a strange aura coming from in front of him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Pulling out his weapon and running forward to hide behind the highest rock, Novik looked out from his hiding place and saw something he would not have expected to see there. He saw the following picture. A dead polar bear was lying on the ground being devoured by a dragon. When he saw this, he thought in alarm, "Where did this monster come from? I have never seen it here before." Sensing someone's presence, the dragon immediately raised its head and looked toward the rocks. Seeing the warrior watching him, the dragon had to interrupt his meal, and the warrior, hiding behind the rocks, was about to draw his sword when he thought, "Things are bad." But for Novik, everything went more than fine. The dragon, seeing the enemy, immediately took to the sky and flew away. Seeing that the monster had fled, the 24th ranked warrior breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew!" Noticing that the carcass was more or less intact, the warrior went to the enemy killed by the dragon. Approaching the corpse and examining it, Novik said, "Great, we can still work with this one." As Novik walked past the rock without noticing anything, he suddenly heard Zhou Zhen's voice coming from behind him saying, "Brother, this is my prey." Hearing these words, the warrior was alarmed and thought, "An Asian? 14th rank?" Noticing another warrior near him, who had a relatively low rank, Novik, without hesitation, rushed at him to kill him, thinking, "I don't care, I'll finish him off." Seeing that he decided to attack him after all, Zhou Zhen put his hand on his face and said in disappointment, "I knew it. Little man, this way." Hearing his master's voice calling him, the dragon immediately began to turn back and was heading straight for the enemy who wanted to kill Zhou Zhen. Noticing that this strong monster had returned for some reason, even though it had aged before, when it saw Novik, it exclaimed in a frightened voice, trembling, What? Why is he coming back?" Realizing that he could not cope here, the 24th ranked warrior decided to run for his life, assessing his chances of survival. But Zheng, noticing that he was running away, shouted after him, "Do you want to run away?" Seeing his enemy running away, Zhou Zhen could not let him escape, as he had seen too much. After catching up with his opponent, Zhou Zhen jumped high to perform his punch combination in flight. Seeing his enemy coming at him from the air, Novik tried to block his attack by raising his sword above him and thinking, "Is he crazy? What does he want to achieve by attacking like this?" As Zheng approached the enemy, he immediately changed his attacking hand, and instead of using a bladed hand, he extended an empty hand toward his enemy, which he used to cast a chaos effect on Novik, making him freeze in place. Having placed a block in front of Zhou Zhen, Novik, seeing that the enemy had opened up, wanted to counterattack him, but everything turned out completely differently than he had planned. When he tried to attack, he couldn't move, and he was worried. "What is happening? My body is not moving." Zhou Zhen tried to strike the enemy in vain, but immediately jumped away from the enemy, shouting to his dragon partner, "I can't break his armor. Little one, I'll leave him to you." The moment Zheng said this, the dragon pounced on the immobilized warrior and killed him instantly. Coming to the body of the deceased, Zhou Zhen searched it and found a colored crystal and then said, "No wonder many people like to hunt. It's quick money." Looking at the dead body of the 24th ranked warrior, Zhou Zhen threw all the materials he had gathered during his recent hunting trips on his back and said, "It's a pity that I can't deal with such strong warriors on my own." Meanwhile, in the information bureau of the country where Novik was registered, his personal file was displayed in red on the board of all soldiers, which meant that the soldier was likely to die, as he had lost contact with them. Seeing that such a prominent soldier had died, one of the employees of the information bureau said in fright, "Oh my God!" Another, barely holding back tears at the loss, added, "It's Novik!" Meanwhile, in the conference room, where there were only two people, one of them, standing near the map, said, "This is where the leader of the alliance, the head of the parliament, the god of war Novik, stopped receiving the signal from the chip." Hearing this, Andre, the head of the information bureau, stood up and spoke to the audience. "But it happened in just a moment, so we dare to assume that he was killed instantly." Hearing these reports from his comrades, Volodya, the head of the Eurasian Economic Union, spoke to his subordinates in a calm tone. "So, what are the results?" Hearing the question from the head of the Eurasian Economic Union, Andre spoke to him. Judging by the wounds on Novik's body, it was done by some animal, but his weapons and crystals were gone, perhaps picked up by soldiers who came across his corpse. Hearing this speculation from his National Bureau chief, Volodya, the head of the Eurasian Economic Union, spoke to him. Send people to watch the market. Perhaps very soon we will find Novik's blade. We have to get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who was riding his dragon back to the central capital, looked at his characteristics and said in disappointment, there are still 45 levels missing. Looking at the ancient artifacts that could give him an incredible increase in strength and other characteristics, he said, when I reach the 180th level, all of the artifacts can be used. Speaking in a sad voice about the insufficient level for such a powerful breakthrough in his strength, Zhou Zhen spoke fervently as he looked at his artifacts. In the meantime, I need to try harder. Looking at his wristwatch and checking the leaderboard and his personal point balance to calculate how many points he needed to reach the top of the list, Zhou Zhen said, as for the points, it's time to have some fun. Continuing to travel on, Zhou Zhen returned to the graveyard to Julie, where he had an order for high-level monster materials. When he brought the materials, a surprised exclamation came from the company. Oh, really? Standing in front of the great research tube, which contained one of the monster items he had obtained, the scientist who was examining it said, this is the first time I have ever seen materials of this level. Sitting on a sofa in a specially designated room for special visitors, next to the company president, and looking at the big screen where the research was being conducted, Zhou Zhen said to the girl, well, did I disappoint you? Hearing these words from Zhou Zhen, the company president spoke to the boy in a businesslike tone. Thank you very much, these materials. Whatever you want for them, we will pay. Hearing this offer and the question about the price, Zhou Zhen, savoring the fragrant tea he was served, waved his hand and said, I will sell them to you, but I have a small request. Hearing this, the company president spoke to Zheng. Yes, sir. Hearing that the president was interested in his proposal, Zhou Zhen studied the tea he had been given and said to her, I want you to make me armor from 24th level materials. I will give you a 20% discount. After saying this, Zhou Zhen, seeing that the president was not very enthusiastic about this offer, suddenly called out to her to interest her in cooperation. Oh, right. Moving closer to the president of the equipment company, Zhou Zhen whispered in her ear in a gentle voice, I have something else. Would you like to see it? Hearing Zhou Zhen's proposal, the president blushed and said, I have something else. Something? Seeing that the president was interested and unlikely to refuse the offer, Zhou Zhen said, this is a very important thing, so the less people know about it, the better. Hearing Zhou Zhen say this, the company president, realizing that it was necessary to have only the two of them in the room, turned to the security guard standing at the exit in front of the door. You are free to go. He replied, yes, sir. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Zhou Zhen began to demonstrate what he had found that was so special that it could only be told under the label Top Secret. Reaching into the inside pocket of his cloak, Zhou Zhen pulled out a scale of a green-scaled monster and showed it to the president. The latter immediately thought about it. How did this thing fit in his pocket? No! Snatching it out of Zhou Zhen's hands, the girl began to look at it with fascination, happily pondering, it's not like that at all. The energy emitted by this scale, it is not lower than the 24th level. The president of the company jumped up and took the scales from Zhou Zhen's hands and immediately rushed to the laboratory. Throwing open the door, she shouted out to everyone present, everyone, stand back! Approaching the material scanning machine, she placed the scales inside and saw incredible results. The scanning machine showed the following results. Scan results, rank 30+. Seeing this result, the girl froze in place in amazement, saying with her mouth wide open, rank 30. Zhou Zhen, who was standing behind her, smiled happily and asked, impressive, isn't it? Immediately rushing to Zhou Zhen with a hug, the joyful president repeated the same words of gratitude to the boy over and over again, hugging him tightly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou Zhen. Realizing what she had just done, the girl who had been hugging Zhou Zhen in front of a large number of people was very embarrassed and said in a confused voice, huh? Immediately letting go of Zheng and turning away from him in shame, the concerned girl said, sorry, I was just thinking about how much this thing would benefit our company and I got really excited. Hearing this from the worried girl, Zhou Zhen spoke to her. It's okay, but first I'd like you to make a couple of daggers for me with this material. A week after Zhou Zhen brought the new materials to Julie, and had them tested, the company invited Zhou Zhen to come in for a visit because the suit and his custom-made daggers were ready. Picking up the new weapons, which were made of level 30+ monster materials, Zhou Zhen, feeling the incredible power in them, said in awe, "A weapon with 30+ armor penetration." Standing behind Zhou Zhen, who had arrived for his order, the company president spoke to him happily. "I haven't had time to name them yet." While Zhou Zhen was in the best equipment in the Tomb Company, testing his new weapon in the central capital, the morning training of the soldiers was taking place at the training center. Sitting next to the soldiers who were practicing their morning drills, President Chen Yunan spoke to Captain Tang Shuyi. "Oh, I'm afraid that things will be restless here from now on." The commander replied, "What? Has the leadership given you some kind of order?" Hearing the excitement in his comrade's voice, President Chen Yunan smiled gently and said to Tang Shu, "The errand platform has been tested and will be launched soon." Holding his head and scratching the back of his head, Commander Shu Tang said to President Chen Yunan in surprise, "But this is great, more opportunities to earn points." The president replied, "What do you think if they bump into each other during the mission?" Immediately turning away from his friend and folding his arms, President Chen Yunan took a pensive posture and said thoughtfully, "Will they work together?" Thinking of the various soldiers who were currently fighting different enemies far away from the training center, President Chen Yunan said to the commander, "In the end, our goal is to select the best." Continuing his thought, and recalling all the soldiers who had performed well during this time, President Chen Yongnan continued, "Only those who go all the way will prove their worth." As soon as the testing of the errand platform ended, all the soldiers who participated in the training center received a notification on their wristwatches with the following message: "The errand platform is officially launched." Sitting in the dining room, just having breakfast, Zhou Zhen, enjoying his delicious breakfast, also saw this message that had just been sent out to all the participants in this training center. Sitting at the round table and gathering his closest and most capable warriors, Shan Zhongxing asked them, "What do you think about the system of assignments?" Hearing this question from Chairman Shen, Xiao Jianglin replied, "These assignments will undoubtedly force soldiers to form small teams. If you decide to go alone, you will become a prey for other teams." Hearing Xiao Jianglin's conclusions, Zhou Zhen expressed his own assumptions, saying, "I wouldn't get involved in this, even if it's on a team with others. You never know which team will be stronger." Hearing Zhou Zhen's train of thought, Shen Zhongxing agreed with him, saying, "That's right. Even though the rewards are incredibly tempting, we put safety first. Tell the rest of the team not to take them on." Hearing Zhou Zhen's conclusions, Xiao Jianglin spoke to Zheng. "We can't, but that doesn't mean you can use your dragon, right? Haven't you thought about it?" To which Zhou Zhen replied, "That's depending on the circumstances. If there is something suitable, we can consider it." Meanwhile, the next day, when the screen with the assignments appeared, many soldiers stood by it and looked at the assignments that were offered, and the choice was as follows. The first assignment, Level S King of Poisonous Snakes, reward 30,000 points, Poisonous Snake of the 22nd level. Second errand, Level A, Rare Herbs, reward 15,000 points, collect 5 mutated flowers. The third mission, Level S, Top Secret Hard Drive, reward 35,000 points. The hard drive is on the 61st floor of the UNGC building, District 6, City Center S. Looking at the list of tasks, Zhou Zhen said happily, "The third task seems very suitable. The streets of this area should be teeming with zombies, but that's not something that would be a problem for me." Looking at his wristwatch, Zhou Zhen saw the following statistics for each of the missions. Mission 1, accepted 30 times. Second mission, accepted 127 times. Third mission, accepted 50 times. And at the very end of this long list of the number of times each mission was accepted, Zhou Zhen's wristwatch read, Mission 3 accepted. After flexing his muscles, Zhou Zhen happily spoke to himself before going on the mission. 50 applicants and only one hard disk. Walking away from the screen, where there were many people who were also choosing missions, and heading toward the exit of the building, Zhou Zhen added, "Of course, the difficulty of the mission is not only the zombies." After leaving the training center and walking to a place where no one would see him, Zhou Zhen summoned his dragon and flew it to the area specified in the mission. Arriving at the desired location, Zhou Zhen said, "We are here." Sitting on the back of his dragon and not far from the desired building, Zhou Zhen looked at his wristwatch and said in surprise, "This building has already received 113 people." Realizing that there were already enough different visitors in the building who had also undertaken this mission, Zhou Zhen jumped down from his dragon and said confidently, "In that case, speed will be our advantage." After opening his parachute, Zhou Zhen planned to go to the house where the hard disk was located in order to be the first to get it and not get stuck among the zombies that were swarming the city. When Jiang Wei's team also took on the third mission, he ran to his commander and shouted to him, "Captain, the plane is rented." Catching his breath after a long run between the rental building and the squadron captain's quarters, Jiang Wei added, "And 4 more fighters to guide us while we're over S City." Hearing the report of the successful rental of all air forces to reach the city and to protect them while moving through it, the commander replied, "All right, we don't have much time, let's go." As he stood up from his seat and walked toward the transport, the squad leader spoke to Jiang Wei and his other comrade. "Luo Ping and the others have already set off. We can't lag behind." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen was already on his way to the right building, descending little by little on his parachute from the building where he had landed. When Zhou Zhen was almost to the ground, so that his feet could touch the heads of the zombies, he unfastened his parachute pack and flew down into the crowd of zombies. When he fell in the middle of the street, Zhou Zhen noticed that there were many zombies around him, heading toward him to eat him and growling as they approached. Determined not to waste time on meaningless fights, especially since he could afford to avoid them with his super speed, Zhou Zhen ran at a frantic pace toward the building he wanted. As he approached the apartment building he was looking for, Zhou Zhen looked around and said happily, "Great, there are countless zombies all around." Running inside the building and starting to climb the stairs to the floor he wanted, Zhou Zhen said confidently as he reached the 67th floor, "This is it." Standing in front of the closed door which still had the notification system working, Zheng said in amazement, "Who would have thought, after such a long period of time, the alarm system still hasn't failed?" Pulling out his weapon and preparing to smash down the door, Zhou Zhen shouted frantically, "What will happen if I do this?" After smashing the front door to the office where the hard disk was supposed to be, Zhou Zhen jokingly said, "I hope the security staff won't come to punish me." As soon as Zhou Zhen kicked in the door to the room and entered to find and take the hard drive, the alarm system started beeping loudly and the lights started flashing. At the same time, the commander and his team, including Jiang Wei, heard the pilot address him. "Mr. Jiang, you can get ready." The announcement to prepare for the jump was followed by another phrase, after which everyone jumped out of the plane with parachutes. "Jump on the count of 3. Flying near the building where the hard disk was supposed to be, the commander said irritably, "Tisk, let's see who can beat me this time." As the commander flew closer to the building, he heard the sound of an alarm coming from inside, and waving his fist in front of him, he shouted in anger, "Alarm! Someone still managed to get here before us." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who had walked into the middle of the room that was supposed to contain the hard disk needed to complete the task, said in frustration, "Damn." Looking at the large pile of places where the disk could have been, Zhou Zhen said, "So many safes, and what do I need from them?" Deciding not to waste his time looking for what he needed, Zhou Zhen used his system space to say, "Very well then." Moving all the safes into his in-game backpack, Zhou Zhen added, "Let's just get all the extra stuff out of here." Gathering everything in the room, from the furniture to the safes to all the places that could have contained the hard drive, Zheng watched as it was all moved into his inventory. After gathering all the things from the room, Zheng made a beeline to get back quickly before the other soldiers arrived to run this errand. As he ran to the roof of the building and was about to summon his dragon to head back, Zhou Zhen saw 3 warriors flying toward him on parachutes. When the commander saw Zhou Zhen on the roof of the building, he called out to him in surprise, "Zhou Zhen, what is he doing here? The alarm system, is this his handiwork?" As the commander approached the boy standing on the roof, he began to think of something to keep him there and called out to him, "Zhou Zhen." Flying even closer to him, he added, "Stand still if you are a man." Zhou Zhen looked at the man approaching him more closely and said in surprise, "An old acquaintance?" After saying this, Zhou Zhen, finding a piece of iron rebar near him, called out to his old friend, "Great, now we will say goodbye to you." When he saw Zhou Zhen crouch down a bit and swing the rebar at the commander, the latter shouted in fright, "What are you going to do?" Aiming at the squad captain's parachute, Zhou Zhen spoke thoughtfully to him as he slowly approached the boy. "Don't you think, after releasing this piece of iron through the squad leader's chute," Zhou Zhen added as he threw it, "you're descending too slowly, aren't you?" When Zhou Zhen threw this piece of iron at his enemy's chute, the enemy lost control and then began to fall down sharply, and as he fell, he shouted, "Zhou Zhen!" As he watched his enemy fall down, right into the crowd of zombies, Zhou Zhen just stood there, smiling, happy that he could get rid of his competition so easily. After hitting his competitor's parachute, he immediately hurried to the ground by gravity, but landed badly, and kicked up a huge pile of dust around him after falling. The commander, who had suffered from a hard landing, began to cough up the dust, while Zhou Zhen stood on the roof of the building and watched this interesting sight. Seeing that he didn't land very softly, Zhou Zhen, as if a little worried about his enemy, said to him in a mocking voice, "Oh, you didn't die there by any chance?" Having taught the enemy a lesson and created a hard landing for him, Zhou Zhen, not wanting to waste time, took his jet wings out of his system storage and took off, saying to his opponent, "I don't have time for these games." Seeing that the leader of their squad had not landed very well, thanks to Zhou Zhen, who had ruined his parachute by puncturing it during the flight, Jiang Wei immediately rushed to him as soon as he landed, shouting, "Captain!" Arriving at his squad leader, who was slowly getting to his feet after falling from such a height, his comrades asked him in a frightened voice, "Captain, are you okay?" As the captain got to his feet and showed his wounded face after the hard landing the boy had given him, he spoke menacingly. "Zhou Zhen!" Feeling that he had little strength left, he lost consciousness and fell backwards, saying heavily, "Just catch me." Approaching his beaten commander, Jiang Wei told him the following information. "Captain, he didn't have anything with him. He probably didn't get the hard disk." Hearing this news from his comrade, the commander, trying to get back on his feet again, spoke heavily to his comrade. "Deal with the zombies here, and we'll go upstairs." With that, the captain and Jiang Wei headed for the building, leaving the third member of their team to defend the entrance. When they reached the desired floor and approached the room, the commander shouted out again, "Zhou Zhen!" What he saw in the room plunged him into shock. There was absolutely nothing inside but an empty room. Seeing this picture, the commander said affirmatively, "This is definitely his handiwork." At the same time, Zhou Zhen, flying away from the building in his aircraft, rummaging through the settings of his wristwatch, said, "I need to adjust the airframe, it's too slow." After adjusting his aircraft to a higher speed, Zhou Zhen, leaving the mission area, said with an ominous smile, "I hope you guys have fun out there today." Upon arriving back at the training center, Zhou Zhen headed to the front desk to turn in his completed assignment. As he approached the window, the receptionist said, "Dear student, good afternoon. If you would like to accept an assignment, you can use your watch." Hearing this from the manager, Zhou Zhen told her, "I have completed the task." Hearing this from Zhou Zhen, the anxious girl said to him, "Done? But it hasn't even been a day." Throwing all the hard drives he could find in the room's safes beside him, Zhou Zhen heard two soldiers behind him talking, one of whom whispered to the other, "Did he bring all this himself?" Seeing how many hard drives Zhou Zhen had brought, considering how dangerous the area was, and how many soldiers had taken on the task, the other soldier replied in alarm, "This is madness!" Meanwhile, in the S-ranked city where many soldiers had gone to fulfill the mission to find the hard drives, a fierce battle was taking place between the zombies and the soldiers they had surrounded. Seeing that they were surrounded by zombies, the commander, fighting his way through, shouted loudly to his allies, "Let's hurry up! They are surrounded by zombies, just like us, so now it's hard to say who will get the disc." Fighting against the furious zombie invasion, the commander suddenly heard a notification on his wristwatch. Looking at it, he saw that the mission to find the hard disk had already been completed. Realizing that all his efforts were in vain and he was fighting monsters for nothing, the commander exclaimed in frustration, "Damn! What did I forget in this case?" Hearing the news that Zhou Zhen had already completed the task of finding the disc, the director, looking at his communicator, said happily, "It took him less than a day to complete the most difficult S-rank task. This Zheng, how did he do it?" The director looked through his personnel file and noticed something interesting and said thoughtfully, "According to the information we have, he has a giant beast. Perhaps with its help. I wonder what surprises await us next." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, having summoned his dragon, was already flying to complete the remaining missions to earn as many points as possible and rise in the ranking. After completing the first mission, Zhou Zhen talked to someone, and that someone spoke to him. "Zhou Zhen, great job. Now the other warriors who accepted this task must be very angry." To which Zheng replied, "It was just my luck, I had a head start." Hearing Zhou Zhen say that he had a slight advantage over the other participants, the voice from the wristwatch said, "What are you going to do next?" Looking ahead at the direction he was flying on the dragon, Zhou Zhen, hearing the question from his interlocutor, replied, "Kyushu Island." After saying the name of the island, Zhou Zhen continued to tell his companion his plans. saying, "The Valley of Silver Snakes." After finishing the conversation, Zhou Zhen got to his feet and looked at the island of Kyushu and thought, "It's said that one of the leaders in the standings, Zhu Fei, has recently accepted this assignment." Glancing at his wristwatch, Zhou Zhen noticed that the rest of the assignments had not yet been completed and continued his thoughts. However, they don't have an antidote, so it won't be easy to complete this task. While Zhou Zhen was thinking about how to accomplish this task, and that he also had an advantage here, the other groups had already arrived at the Silver Snake Valley long ago and were trying to complete their assignments. On his way back from scouting, the warrior who had been keeping track of everyone who arrived on the island, Captain Zhu Fei's subordinate, hurried toward him, calling out, "Brother Fei!" When he got close enough to his commander, he began to stop and said in anxiety, "Ye Yihong and his men have just arrived from the east." Hearing this news from his comrade, Captain Zhu Fei said to his ward in a calm voice, "Chu Qinglin is also here. They are in the north." Catching his breath from running as he hurried to his commander, Zhu Fei's comrade said in a tired voice, "Should we ask Xuan and his men for help?" Hearing this question from his anxious ward, who was worried that so many rivals had arrived on the island, Commander Zhu Fei said to him, "There is no need." Rising to his feet and picking up his weapon, Commander Zhu Fei calmly informed his anxious comrade, "Even I alone will be too many." Hearing his commander's words, his subordinate breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "That's true. In any case, no one is going to go deep into the valley anyway. We need to stay away and wait for the Silver Snake King to appear." Looking at his strong commander standing in front of him with his shoulders proudly squared, the ward exclaimed happily, "Even if he comes out from the other side, only Brother Fei can defeat him." While the warriors were discussing their majesty and the plan of action, behind them, in the thickets of the valley, there were some movements, as if someone was waiting for the right moment to attack them. Hearing some strange noises behind him, Commander Zhu Fei suddenly reacted and looked back, interrupting the conversation with his comrade. When he turned his head back, Commander Zhu Fei saw a giant white snake behind him, which had come out of the forest and wanted to eat them while they were not paying attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, having moved his dragon to the inner system space, called a tiger from there to better move through the valley on the ground, and was heading for the valley. Du was the king of snakes. As he approached it, the boy exclaimed, "I can see the valley, let's go." Arriving at the entrance, Zhou Zhen got down from the tiger and hit it, and said in surprise, "It's so cold outside, and inside you can die of dehydration." After walking a few steps inside the valley, Zhou Zhen heard a strange noise coming from nearby. Curious to know what it was, he turned his head and began to look for the source of the sound. After a short time of darting around, he saw two soldiers fighting with a white snake, and one of the soldiers was so familiar that he said in surprise, "Zhu Fei!" Helping his commander in the fight against the enemy, his subordinate heard someone's voice near him and noticed Zhou Zhen watching them and said, "Brother Fei, this is Zhou Zhen." Hearing the news from his comrade, Commander Zhu Feng, who had been busy fighting the monster, quickly called out to his comrade, "Never mind, we need to deal with it first." Noticing that they were fighting small enemies and sitting on the edges of the valley, waiting for the Snake King to crawl out, Zhou Zhen thought, "They seem to be waiting for him, but I can't wait." Noticing that Zhou Zhen had already disappeared from sight, the commander's subordinate Zhu Fei spoke to him. "Brother Fei, why is he wandering around here?" After finishing off the monster, Commander Zhu Fei, holding his weapon in his hands and looking at the place where Zhou Zhen had been standing, said in concern, "This little fellow." As soon as he finished off the monster and said this, he immediately got up and followed Zhou Zhen. As he left his comrade behind, Captain Zhu Fei spoke to him in closing, "You collect the materials from the monster, while I take a look around." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already traveled to the very depths of this valley of poisonous snakes to defeat their king and complete the assignment that brought 30,000 points. After walking a relatively short distance, Zhou Zhen was surprised to notice the negative effect on himself. "What? I haven't even reached the heart of the valley yet, but I'm already poisoned." Seeing that he already had the negative effect of this valley on him, Zhou Zhen opened his inventory and took out a vial of medicine. After he took out the medicine, he quickly opened the vial of antidote and drank it all to the bottom to get rid of the negative effects of the poisons of this place on himself. Having set up a camp near the valley, one of Ye Yihong's subordinates, who had been following the Fei Ye warriors, spoke to him. "Captain, Zhu Fei has entered the valley." Hearing this news from his comrade, Captain Ye Yihong asked him in surprise, "Are you sure? Hearing such a strange question from his commander, the soldier who had seen it said, "That's right. However, before that, I think a man named Zhou Zhen entered." The rest of the soldiers who had been working around the tents heard this information and exclaimed in surprise one after another, "Zhou Zhen?" Another added, "With his rank, it's like going to certain death." Hearing that Zhou Zhen was also in the valley and had gone to find the Snake King, Ye Yihong said thoughtfully, "This guy just completed an S-rank mission, so why did he come here?" After thinking for a while about what could have brought the boy to this island, Ye Yihong stood up and said, "There is definitely something wrong here. I'm going to take a look, but you guys stay here." Hearing this order from the commander, his subordinates shouted together, "Yes!" As Zhou Zhen made his way through the thicket, he noticed that there were many monsters in his path that would not let him move forward easily, and he said thoughtfully, there are quite a few." As Zhou Zhen looked ahead, he heard a rustling behind him and a strange presence, and looking back, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Looking back, he saw a high-ranking warrior, Commander Zhu Fei, behind him speaking to him. "Zhou Zhen, do you want to die?" Hearing such words from his rival, Zhou Zhen immediately denied him, saying in response to his question, "Do you think that this poison will bring me to my grave? You are very much mistaken." After looking at his opponent more closely, Zhou Zhen asked him one question that plunged him into shock. "Zhu Fei, do you want to work with me?" Waving his hand to dismiss Zhou Zhen's offer, Captain Zhu Fei sharply replied to Zhou Zhen, "Cooperate? What are you talking about?" Hearing this response from Captain Zhu Fei, Zhou Zhen raised his hand up and pointed to the space behind Zhu and spoke again. "That's right." Pointing at Zhu Fei's display bushes, Zhou Zhen continued, "The four of you must work together to complete this task. If I'm not mistaken, Ye Yihong and Chu Qinglin are also here." Hearing this from Zhou Zhen, the captain looked back and said in surprise, "What?" Looking back at himself, he noticed Chu Qinglin and Ye Yihong coming out from behind the trees, and he said in surprise, "Even I didn't notice anything, but he was able to sense your presence?" When everyone realized that they had been spotted, they came out of their hiding places and gathered in one place to figure out what to do next. Noticing that the atmosphere was only getting worse, Zhou Jing took the initiative and immediately exclaimed, "Okay, gentlemen, the atmosphere here is certainly quite tense. To put it simply, we are all comrades." Continuing to inspire everyone to cooperate, Zhou Zhen continued, "We're all here for the sake of the Silver Snake King, but we all understand the true situation. Even if you wait for him to come out, no one can guarantee that others won't decide to take advantage of the situation." Hearing such convincing words from Zhou Zhen, Chu Qinglin spoke angrily to him, accepting this development. "So, what is your plan?" Hearing that the warriors were ready to cooperate, Zhou Zhen began to explain his plan. "The four of us become one small team. You wait for me at the entrance, and I go straight to his lair to lure him out. We divide all the materials we get in half." Hearing such confidence in Zhou Zhen's voice, Ye Yihong immediately added, "Why should we be sure that you will be able to lure him out?" Hearing the question from one of the captains beside him, Zhou Zhen spoke to him. "Could it be because I am standing here in front of you?" Raising his hand at chest height, Zhou Zhen added after announcing his plan of action, "Even if I fail, you will not lose anything at all. You will just continue to wait for the weather from the sea as you have been doing, right?" Hearing Zhou Zhen's suggestion and the arguments that backed it up, Chu Qinglin said, "I agree." And Zhu Fei followed him, adding, "Me too." And Ye Yihong, who heard these words from Zhou Zhen, immediately thought, "To be fair, even I could not lure the king out. If he is so confident, then this is really a good deal." As soon as everyone supported Zhou Zhen, he immediately went to the lair of the Silver Snake King, and the commanders began to discuss him. But Zhu Wei said, "Do you think Zhou Zhen can handle this mission?" Hearing Zhu Fei's question, Ye Yihong replied, "Who knows?" And Chu Qinglin added, "It is not as simple as it seems at first glance. I've carefully studied all the information about him that was available." Hearing this answer from Chu Qinglin, Ye Yihong said to his comrades, "In addition, we have formed a temporary team through the training center." Looking at his wristwatch and then at the direction Zhou Zhen was headed, Ye Yihong added, "All the team members will receive points for the task, so he won't be able to cheat us here." Zhou Zhen went ahead and almost reached the King of Silver Snakes. When he reached the center of the island, he said, "Here the vapor of poison is even more toxic." Walking slowly forward, Zhou Zhen carefully chose his path so as not to attract too much attention, and said to himself, "No wonder even Zhu Fei didn't dare to come here." As Zhou Zhen walked further forward, he saw a place where a huge silver snake was lying near the rocks, hissing in alarm. Determined not to waste time and not to be distracted by any nonsense, Zhou Zhen continued down the road to the very center of the island, where the king of silver snakes was supposed to be. After walking a little further, Zhou Zhen again froze in place, staring at a single point at the entrance to the center of the island, which led to the ravine where the king was supposed to be. There was another snake among the rocks, which again blocked the entrance to the cave, but he had to look for another place to get through. Having walked around almost the entire area and encountered a huge number of monsters, Zhou Zhen thought in frustration, "This many monsters. Is this a joke?" Finally, when he found the entrance to the Snake King's lair, Zhou Zhen saw a majestic snake with a horn on its head and wondered about its appearance. Golden scales. When he noticed that there were a few other high-level ordinary snakes beside the King of Snakes, Zheng thought, "This seems to be their leader. Are there 2 other silver snakes beside him?" Looking down at this picture and thinking about the task he would have to solve, Zhou Zhen pondered. The task may be to kill the king, but if you hurt one, it will inevitably attract the attention of all the other snakes in the valley. Holding the antidote in his hands to use it again, since the last one had almost expired, Zhou Zhen continued his train of thought. The antidote lasts for 30 minutes. If I need to spend 1 day here, I'll use up more than 40 tubes. Deciding to retreat from this lair for now, Zhou Zhen said, "Let's wait a while and see if there is no other choice. After that, we can only rely on extreme techniques." After taking a photo of the current situation inside the lair, Zhou Zhen sent it to one of his comrades on his wristwatch. The latter, seeing the whole picture, exclaimed in surprise, "Is it that dangerous inside?" After waiting for a while and observing the snake's behavior, Zhou Zhen saw no progress at all and thought, "They're not moving at all. We can't expect much more." Looking at Zhu Fei, Chu Qinglin spoke to him. "He's been there for quite some time. Nothing has happened to him, has it? Should we try to contact him?" Hearing these words from Chu Qinglin, who was beginning to worry about Zhou Zhen, who had been in the lair for quite some time, Zhu Fei replied, "He said not to call him. We are waiting." No sooner had Zhu Fei finished speaking than a call came through on his wristwatch. Picking up the phone, he heard Zheng's voice saying, "The snake is coming. Gather the men and prepare to attack. The 4 of us will get the points for the kill, but the materials can be divided among everyone." While running away from the Silver Snake King, Zhou Jing reported the situation to him and was met with a response. "What are you talking about? There is only one king. How can we divide the materials among all of us?" Hearing these words from Zhu Fei, Zhou Jing, running away from the 2 silver and 1 golden snakes that were chasing him, said, "He is not alone. There are 3 of them. Do you think the 3 of you can handle it?" When Zhou Zhen learned from Zhu Fei that there were 3 silver snake kings that he had decided to lure out on his own, and was desperately running to the place where he was expected, Zhu Fei exclaimed to him, "Damn it, stop him, we need to gather the men." Quickly switching their wristwatches to other calls, each of the commanders called their soldiers to help in the battle. When all the soldiers were in place, Zhu Fei shouted out to them, "Get ready, everyone!" After giving everyone the order to be ready, a short time later Chu Qinglin exclaimed when he saw 3 snakes on the horizon, led by Zhou Zhen, "Go! Snake in place! Kill!" After bringing the snakes to his comrades, Zhou Zhen could relax and take a break from the constant running. Leaning on a rock, he sighed heavily and said, Standing near the snake and seeing a warrior rush at the silver one, Zhou Zhen shouted loudly to warn the warrior of the danger. "He is going to release poison." Hearing Zhou Zhen's warning, the warrior immediately stopped in his tracks and, confused as to what to do, looked back to Zheng. The next moment, the silver snake released a huge amount of venom, knocking down the warrior who was rushing to meet it with a shockwave. Noticing that his comrade in arms was in danger, Zhou Zhen immediately jumped up and rushed to his aid, grabbing him and carrying him away from the attack in the last moments before it hit. Seeing that he was saved, the warrior spoke to Zhou Zhen. "Wow, thank you." Putting him on the ground, Zhou Zhen sat down nearby and called out to him, "Aim for the head, otherwise it won't work." Watching the progress of the battle, Zhou Zhen, sitting not far from his comrades fighting the monsters, gave out instructions, shouting to one of them, "Li Shubin, attack his left eye, that's his blind spot." Hearing this instruction from Zhou Zhen, and many other useful tips that helped the soldiers succeed in battle, Li Shubin wondered, does he really have such extensive combat experience? Meanwhile, Zhu Fei, who was fighting the monster and also watching the battle, thought as he watched his comrades' confrontation, If I'm not mistaken, Chu Qinglin should be injured, with his rank and not being able to deal with a single snake. Then he turned his gaze to Zhou Zhen, who was watching the battle and giving instructions to everyone, and thought about him. There are some geniuses that we cannot understand. Meanwhile, the commander of the squad that had clashed with Zhou Zhen in the S-rank city came back and shouted loudly, "Zhou Zhen!" Standing all wounded after having a hard time after that hard landing, as well as fighting an incredible amount of zombies to escape that city. He was in his room. When he heard the phone ring and pulled out his communicator, he realized who was calling him and exclaimed in confusion, "The mayor!" He picked up the phone and heard the following. "Zhu Chen, I've already found the information you need, but what about Zhou Zhen? I think you should think a little more about your relationship with him." Hearing his boss say that Zhu Chen should be friends with Zhou Zhen, he was worried. "Boss, you don't know, After listening to Zhu Chen's incomprehensible exclamations, the boss said to him, "No matter what disagreements you had with him, I hope you can settle everything, because he is more than capable of killing you. If you read the information, you will understand." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, flying on his dragon, was talking to Shan Zhengxing and asked him, "Brother Shen, are you not going?" He replied, "No, right now we should focus on gaining combat experience. Otherwise, we will never be able to match you." Hearing this answer, Zhou Zhen continued, "Very well then, as soon as you have the opportunity, be sure to find me." To which he received a reply, "You are the most talked about personality in the center right now, so be careful." After finishing his conversation with Shan Zhengxing, Zhou Zhen was almost at the meeting point. Upon reaching the desired location, the dragon descended to the ground, and upon landing, he raised a lot of dust around him, blinding everyone who was waiting for him. Seeing such a majestic beast in front of him, Chu Qinglin said in astonishment, "Zhou Zhen, where did you manage to hide such a giant? Fortunately, you are on our side." Seeing Chu's astonishment and the majestic dragon, Zhu Fei said, "Zhou Zhen is no ordinary guy, unfortunately. Those fools from Hurricane City don't have the brains to realize that." Sitting on the dragon, Zhou Zhen spoke to everyone in the clearing. "I have gathered you all here because I have a plan that will allow each of you to make a good living." Hearing this proposal from Zhou Zhen, all three commanders' eyes lit up with eagerness, and Ye Yihong asked him, "So what's the plan?" Getting down from his dragon and pointing to the location behind him, Zhou Zhen said, "Do you know what purification is?" After explaining his plan that he would lure out all the high-level snakes that were on this island in small groups so that he could defeat them and set off on his first mission, he was asked over the receiver, "How many are there?" While running away from the first group of snakes and directing them to his comrades so that they could finish off this bunch of mutant monsters, Zhou Zhen answered, 27. 7 days after Zhou Zhen and his three commanders had cleared the island, their names had risen quite a bit on the ranking list, and the top looked like this. First place, Zhu Fei. Second place, Ye Yihong. Third place, Chu Qinglin. Zhang Wei, who was standing by the screen with the results of the best warriors of the training center, saw that the commander looked very irritated and asked in fright, "Captain, it's okay. There's not much of a gap between 4th and 9th place. You will soon return to your previous position in the ranking." Zhang Wei flipped through the rankings and found Zhou Zhen at the 78th position and said to his commander, "Look at Zhou Zhen here." Sitting at the same table in the dining room with the three best warriors, Zheng listened to their conversations. Then Chu Qinglin spoke. "Brother Fei, there is now a gap of several thousand points between us. It will be quite difficult to catch up with you." Hearing these words from his friend, Zhu Fei said in disappointment, "These few thousand. If I close my eyes for a second and get distracted, I'll be lagging behind." After saying this, Zhu Wei pointed to Zhou Zhen and added, "And this kid, judging by his approach to missions, is just waiting for a similar opportunity. It will only take a few minutes for him to surpass us." Hearing Zhu Wei's words, Chu Qinglin said, "Okay, anyway, I've earned a lot of points. I'm not going to compete with this monster." To which Zhu Wei added, "That's right. The next time we see you accept a new mission, there's no way we're going to take it." Hearing his comrades say this, Zhou Zhen said in confusion, What can I do if all my friends refuse to partner with me? I can only work alone." As he said this, Zhou Zhen heard a new notification on his wristwatch. This notification announced that there were new assignments. Looking at them, Zhou Zhen said, "An S-rank mission to steal a phoenix egg? Very interesting." After accepting this mission, Zhou Zhen hired a guide to show him the place where the phoenix lives. After leading Zhou Zhen to a rocky area, the guide said, Based on the information I have, this is the place where the phoenix lives. Holding out the pouch with the payment to the guide, Zhou Zhen said, "Thank you for your work. Here is your reward." Seeing the amount of money Zhou Zhen handed him, the guide said to him, "Ha, the boss is incredibly generous." Taking the bag of crystals, the guide said, "Let me tell you something else. A phoenix is a level 23 creature and you are here to—" Interrupting the guide's story, Zhou Zhen replied, "To get the egg." Hearing Zhou Zhen tell him why he had come here, the guide who had brought him in opened his mouth wide and said in surprise, "An egg? To steal? A phoenix egg? Alone?" Hearing such astonishment in the voice of the guide, Zhou Zhen smiled and said to him in a calm voice, "Not necessarily. Perhaps other not-so-friendly comrades will come." Meanwhile, somewhere in the same direction, Zhu Chun and Zhang Wei were walking toward the phoenix nest, also to try to complete the mission of stealing the phoenix egg. Walking behind, Zhang Wei said, "Captain, why did you accept this mission?" Hearing this question from his comrade, Captain Zhu Qin shouted irritably at his subordinate, "Shut up if you don't understand. You can get many times more points for killing monsters than for completing tasks. My ranking has already dropped a lot. This is the fastest way to get back to the previous position." Having shouted at his ward and explained to him in a rude tone everything they were here for, the commander, clenching his hand into a fist, said happily, "If everything goes well, I will earn 40,000 points and be among the top 3. I need to get my good name back." While Captain Zhu Chen was smiling ominously and imagining how he could easily return to the top of the rankings, laughing ominously to himself, Zhang Wei spoke to him. "Captain." Picking up his binoculars and looking around, Zhang Wei saw 2 phoenixes circling their nest not far from him. Spotting the target they were looking for, Zhang Wei called out to his captain, "Captain, the phoenix nest is over there." Hearing the report of his comrade who had found the phoenix nest, the captain said, "Excellent." Knowing exactly where their target was, the commander, stepping back with his teammate, said, "We will prepare for now." Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, watching the nest through his binoculars, suddenly exclaimed, "Shit!" After his dumbfounded exclamation, Zhang Wei, anxiously pushing his binoculars toward Captain Zhu Chen, said in surprise, "Captain, look, it looks like there's a nest over there." Looking through his binoculars, Captain Zhu Chen also saw something he had not expected. On the cliff leading to the phoenix nest was Zhou Zhen, who was climbing up. When the captain noticed him, he exclaimed, "Damn, why does this bastard keep sticking his nose in everything?" Seeing the irritated captain who had spotted Zhou Zhen on the rock, Zhang Wei, standing behind him, exclaimed in alarm, "Captain, what should we do now? Pan said not to mess with him, didn't he?" Watching Zhou Zhen scramble further up the cliff through his binoculars, Captain Zhu Chen said, "That idiot. Looks like he's without his monster assistant today." Lowering the binoculars from his eyes, Captain Zhu Chen said to Zhang Wei, smiling ominously, "Then, if he accidentally snaps and dies, accidents do happen, don't they?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had climbed to the top of the cliff, straight to the nest while no one was there, and jumped to the top and said with relief, "Phew." When he saw the nest with several eggs in it, he said to himself, "Yes, quickly. Otherwise, if the phoenix comes back, it will be quite difficult to escape." Taking more than one egg with him, Zhou Zhen ran away from the nest, smiling ominously and saying smugly, "Don't say I'm stingy, I left 3 more." As Zhou Zhen was running away from the nest, he heard a strange sound coming from a distance. Turning in the direction of the sound, he saw Zhu Chen and Zhao Wei shooting at him. Noticing the trajectory of the bullet, Zhou Zhen was able to defend himself from the sniper rifle shot, deflecting it without harming himself. Noticing that his shot did not reach the desired target, Zhang Wei, standing on the rock with his rifle, said cheerfully, "You're alive, and that makes me want to finish you off even more." Meanwhile, one of the phoenixes had already returned to its nest, noticed that several eggs had disappeared from its nest, and cried out in anger, "Krrr!" Hearing the noise from the nest, the other phoenix returned to it, and together they flew into the air, noticed Zhou Zhen nearby, and rushed after him. Meanwhile, Commander Zhu Chen, looking for Zhou Zhen through his binoculars, could not find the boy, exclaiming in frustration, "What's going on? Where is he?" While everyone there was fussing and angry for their own reasons, Zhou Zhen used his stealth skill to get far enough away from the nest to watch the angry birds and said, "Fine, if you dare to attack me." Coming down the mountain and already at the bottom, right at the foot, Zhou Zhen added, "I will show you what cunning is." Seeing that Zhou Zhen was nowhere to be seen, and the birds were not calming down, Zhang Wei spoke to the commander in alarm. "Captain, the birds still haven't found him. If we stay here, sooner or later the Phoenix will spot us. Hearing this warning from his comrade, the commander decided that they could not stay here any longer, as it would put them in danger, and said, "Retreat." Walking away from his position to another location, Zhu Zhen slyly said to Zhou Zhen, "Do you think you have the strength to defeat us? You decided to come here. It's like you signed your own death warrant." Zhang Wei, walking behind, replied, "Captain, we are—" Hearing the incoherent exclamations of his subject, the commander turned and shouted at him, saying, "Idiot, shut up! Zhou Zhen and I are sworn enemies. This beast is not here, so no one can help him." Hearing these words from Captain Zhu Chen, Zhou Zhen, standing right next to him and summoning the dragon, said, "You're certainly right about something, but who says he's not here?" Seeing Zhou Zhen and the huge monster appearing out of nowhere, Zhu Chen exclaimed in fright, covering his hands, How is this possible?" Also in incredible shock at what he saw, Zhang Wei exclaimed in fright, "What kind of person is he?" Baring his teeth, Captain Zhu Chen said to his comrades, "He cannot pierce our armor. Forget about this beast, we must kill Zhou Zhen." He took out his new weapon, which was provided by Julie, and was made of a 30th plus rank material, and had a 30 plus armor penetration. Holding this dagger in his hands, Zhou Zhen said, "Are you sure?" Using his super speed, Zhou Zhen moved to the back of Commander Zhu Chen and stabbed him in the back. The latter screamed out in pain, "Impossible! This is not possible!" Having pierced through Commander Zhu Chen's chest with his dagger, blood began to flow from his chest under great pressure, and he cried out in pain, "My armor! It's impossible!" Returning back to his original position, Zhou Zhen looked at his weak opponent and said, "Whether I have this beast or not, none of this matters, because the result will be the same." After saying this, Zhou Zhen took a dagger in both hands and clasped them tightly, attacked Commander Zhu Chen and shouted to him menacingly, "Die!" Being somewhere near the rocks where Zhou Zhen and Zhang Juchen and their troops had gone, Zhu Wei heard sudden shouts from the mountains. Realizing what might have happened, he spoke to his comrades who were with him. "Are Zhang Juchen and his 6 other cadets dead?" Pulling out his wristwatch and checking the information about them, Ye Yihong said to Zhu Wei, "I thought so. If you hurry, you'll make people laugh. You're going to get yourself killed." But then they remembered that Zhou Zhen had also gone to that place to complete this task, and they all exclaimed in alarm, "That fellow! It seems that he also took on this task with the Phoenix egg." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen had already arrived at the receptionist's office, where the girl manager was, and said, "I completed the task and brought the Phoenix egg." She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Cadet Zhou Zhen, you're fast." After handing in the task, Zhou Zhen went back to the playground to continue his work, saying goodbye to the girl who was speechless with surprise. "Bye-bye." After leaving the building with the registration office and handing in the completed task, Zhou Zhen said, "Great. Now you can start actively improving your level." Standing by the leaderboard, the warriors who were looking at it were talking amongst themselves, and one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Zhen is in 10th place? Impressive." To which he was answered, "I told you that he was incredibly talented." Raising his warrior rank to 15th and holding the black crystal he had just taken out of the defeated monster, Zhou Zhen said, "After keeping snakes away for a month, it's time to change locations." After saying this, Zhou Zhen headed to another location, the one where he had previously arrived with his dragon, and decided to stay there, fighting monsters like polar bears. When he spotted his first prey, which was not far from him and was not moving very fast, Zhou Zhen said happily, "Let's start the hunt." 10 months passed, and the 3 warriors who were in the top 3 were talking among themselves, and Ye Yihong spoke. "Brother Fei, how far do you think he has progressed?" He replied, "I'm afraid to imagine." To which Chu Qinglin added, "Haha, you don't need to imagine, you can just look at the total." When they arrived at the screen showing the top warriors, they saw that Zhou Zhen was in first place, with a score of 1034670 points. Seeing this result, one of them said, "It's already equivalent to the sum of the scores of the top 9. Standing in front of the leaderboard, Zhu Wei heard one of the instructors say, "Cadet Zhou, are you back? It's been more than 10 months, your progress is really impressive." Standing at the entrance in front of all the soldiers, Zhou Zhen, who had returned from training and was already a 21st ranked soldier, spoke to them. "You have also done a good job." After Zhou Zhen returned, the president of the training center gathered all the cadets and solemnly said, "Now, on behalf of the entire center, let me announce the name of the cadet who won first place." After such a loud speech, the president said his name, Zhou Zhen. Standing in the crowd, Zhou Zhen did not even expect it to be otherwise, although many soldiers could not believe it and were shocked by his results. Hearing this, Shan Zhengxing, clenching his fists and rejoicing in his comrade's victory, exclaimed joyfully, "First, Brother Zhou, I knew you would do well." Continuing his solemn speech, President Chen Yongnan added, "The top 10 warriors will also become members of the Center's parliament, and Zhou Zhen will become their captain of the Asian group." Hearing these words from President Chen Yunnan, Zhou Zhen smiled happily, having waited for this moment to come, and said, "Finally." Walking up to the best warrior of the training center, President Chen Yunnan took his hand to shake it and said happily, "Zhou Zhen, I was not mistaken about you." After congratulating him on his new position, President Chen Yongnan added, "But I want to warn you. But I still want to warn you that being a good leader is not easy at all." Hearing these words from President Chen Yongnan, Zhou Zhen said to him joyfully, "Don't worry, I'll show the other teams what a real Asian team is." Meanwhile, in the Naban Forest, a completely different battle was taking place, and the training center was holding a selection for it. Stepping forward, George, a 26th ranked warrior and captain of the European team, spoke to his men. "Everyone keep your eyes peeled. The crystal fruit should be here somewhere." Drawing his sword and preparing for battle, George added, "This time not only we have received information about it, but also teams from Asia, America, and Eurasia. We have to be careful." Arriving at the hunting ground where the crystal fruit was, Zhou Zhen flew in on his dragon and landed it on the ground, causing a huge commotion. Holding his satellite communicator, Zhou Zhen said, "Attention, I am in the target area." He received a reply, "Captain, roger that. According to the information received, the European team should be somewhere nearby." Hearing this from his comrade, Zhou Zhen said happily, Then I can't let my little one not to greet them." When George heard the loud noise that echoed throughout the forest after the dragon landed, he was surprised to hear it and asked, "What is that sound? Are there other huge animals in this forest?" When George saw the giant dragon rushing toward them, he froze in his tracks and said, "It's a giant dragon." Assessing the enemy's strength, George shouted to his comrades, "I don't see his level. We cannot defeat him." But the report didn't say anything about something like that living in this forest. Frozen in place again by the majesty he saw and the power of this incredible belief, Commander George said, No, I was looking through my personal files. Is the captain of the Asian team?" Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, sitting on a tree branch watching the enemies from his hiding place, was thinking, "They look like towers. They must have more than enough strength." Not noticing any other teams in the forest besides the European team, Zhou Zhen thought, "I don't see any teams from Africa or Eurasia yet. Of course, we can let them snatch the fruit right out of the other team's hands, but we'll lose a lot of experience." Bringing his wristwatch to his side, looking for something in it, Zhou Zhen said ominously with a sly expression, "It's about time for Chow Tao." At that time, the African team had already arrived in the Naban Forest, along with their leader, the 26th ranked warrior Mambore. The leader of the Euro-Asian team, Le Fou, also a warrior of the 26th rank, who had also arrived with his group, was not far behind, and he exclaimed laughing, "Ha ha ha, the fruit should be here." Having prepared himself for battle, and being very arrogant and self-confident, he said arrogantly, "Let's see which of these cowards who only know how to hide dares to try to stop us." Moving forward through the forest, Zhou Zhen and his team had almost reached the place where the dealer's predictions and information indicated that the fruit would be, when someone spoke to Zhou Zhen. "Captain, according to the information we received, the crystal fruit should be behind these vines." Trying to moving through these sharp vines that prevented further movement, Chu Qinglin continued, "But the wall they have created, it is quite a strong structure, which is quite problematic." Hearing these words from Chu Qinglin, Zhu Fei said to him, "That's right. These vines are quite tough, and if we use all our strength to get rid of them, people from other teams might take advantage of the situation and attack us." Hearing this answer from his friend Zhu Fei, Chu Qinglin spoke to him, "But there is a positive side to this situation. Other teams will also be concerned about this wall." Hearing that the way needed to be cleared, Zhou Zhen spoke to his teammates as he walked over to them. "I have experience with plants like this. Watch my movements and rhythm. With good weapons we will quickly clear the way." After saying this to his comrades, Zhou Zhen walked forward to the vines to demonstrate how to destroy them. As he got closer, the vines began to attack Zhou Zhen one by one, but he in turn had already encountered such things and knew how to act in such situations. Cutting his way forward, Zhou Zhen did not leave behind any vines that could prevent him from continuing his journey. He cleared everything clean. swinging his blade in front of him and cutting the vine in the right places. It would no longer grow back, and he could move on to the next one. Having demonstrated his amazing knowledge and ability to destroy this vine, Zhou Zhen turned to his comrades and said, "Well, did you see?" Continuing to clear the road further, Zhou Zhen, having destroyed several vines again, said, "You just need to cut off the mother branch. It will save a lot of effort and time." Hearing Zhou Zhen's instructions and seeing how to proceed, Chu Qinglin joyfully exclaimed, "Not another word. Everyone do the same." Hearing this, Zhu Wei sighed heavily and said, "He's actually the captain." Meanwhile, the other teams also did not sit idly by, but tried to cut through the vines to reach the fruit that was inside the area that had been overgrown by them, exclaiming, "Ha! Phew! To the knights!" While the European team was trying to make their way to the fruit, the commander of the Eurasian team heard a strange noise and said, "TC!" By these sounds, it is immediately clear that these are the same cowards hiding behind the armor. When the captain heard that the European team was not far away, he wanted to go to them. But first of all, he had to get the fruit. Noticing the vines in front of him, one of his soldiers asked, "Captain LeFou, what should we do with these vines?" Noticing that one of the vines was heading straight for him to finish him off, the Eurasian team leader spoke up. "What do we do?" Grabbing the killer vine right in front of his nose, LeFou spoke menacingly to his subordinate. "Of course!" After tearing the vine to pieces and throwing its remains out of his hands, the commander of the Eurasian team, furious, shouted, "Destroy!" Seeing that they had already cut enough distance in the vines, the European team leader George spoke to his men. "We need to rest for a while and then move on again." Hearing from his captain that he could rest, one of the soldiers took off his helmet, exhaling heavily, and said with a noticeable lightness in his voice, "Ugh, it's so hot." But the next moment this soldier fell to the ground, holding his neck. Seeing that something was wrong with his comrade, the commander spoke to his friend in concern. "Matthew?" Approaching him and examining him, the European team leader found a poison dart around his neck and said in alarm, "This is the work of the African team." Noticing that they were moving at a good pace, Zhu Wei said, "We're making good progress even ahead of the other teams." Chu Qinglin replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Who knows what the other teams will do?" Hearing this conversation between his comrades, Zhou Zhen calmed them both down and said in a calm tone, "In any case, we'll figure it out." As he said this, Zhou Zhen immediately stopped his gaze on a spot not far from his comrades and said in surprise, "Huh?" Noticing the red lines of life near him, which meant that the enemy was approaching them, Zhou Zhen was a little alarmed at the sudden appearance of the guests. Staring at the same spot where the enemies were coming from, Zhou Zhen immediately wondered who they could be, thinking, "Enemies? Is their goal to attack us?" Deciding to go check it out, Zhou Zhen said to his comrades, "Stay on guard, I'm going to go and reconnoiter the situation." Chu Qinglin replied, "Yes." Walking toward the red lifelines that were floating nearby and hiding behind tree branches to observe, Zhou Zhen said thoughtfully, "The African team?" When he got close enough to the Asian team, the leader of the small African team, noticing a great opportunity to attack, called the rest of the soldiers to attack them. After receiving the command from their team leader, all the members of his squad who had been hiding in the thick foliage of the trees, seeing the sign that all was clear and they could come out of their huts, took out their tubes of poison darts and prepared to strike the Asian team. When Zhou Zhen saw that all the enemies were already assembled, he left his hiding place and stood behind one of the African warriors and said, "Do you also like to play with poisons? Do you want to exchange experiences?" After saying these words, Zhou Zhen instantly killed the enemy with a single blow, without making too much noise or attracting attention. After killing one of the enemies who wanted to attack his comrades by surprise, Zhou Zhen went to look for the remaining enemies who had fled and said, "There are only 5 left." Noticing the bushes stirring not far from him, one of the Asian team members who was standing guard and watching the direction the enemies might have come from, exclaimed in alarm, "Ah! Ugh!" As he drew his sword from its sheath and prepared to fight, the guard on duty shouted out, "Who? Is this an enemy?" Zhou Zhen went out to meet his comrade, who was guarding his team's base, and spoke to him in a calm tone. "Calm down, it's just me." When the soldier saw Zhou Zhen coming to meet him, he was relieved to see him. "Ah, Captain, we thought we were under attack." Zhou Zhen replied, "A little longer, and we would have been attacked." Hearing that they could have been attacked by enemies, the guard said, "Huh? Then we—" Zhou Zhen said with a smile, "A few warriors from the African team." Continuing his sentence, Zhou Zhen reassured his comrade, who was worried because he could not detect the enemies who were nearby, and said to him, They are already finished. Thinking back to all the enemies he had fought recently, Zhou Zhen named those who would no longer be able to attack them. Jia Daimu, rank 24. Yi Ha-yin, rank 23. Hearing these names, Zhou Zheng's comrade who was talking to him said in surprise, "These people were the strongest warriors of the African team, and the captain dealt with them alone. I knew that the captain was good, but who would have thought that he was so good?" After telling the guard about the situation, Zhou Zhen went to the rest of his comrades. Approaching one of his teammates, he said, "Everyone be on guard. What if someone else attacks?" Zhou Zhen turned his head to the side, thinking about the enemy attack on his team, and added, "Of course, we are not the only ones who were attacked tonight." After a hard night, the 4 commanders who were trying to win this hunt for the crystal fruit gathered in one place. Looking at each other, George was the first to speak, saying, "I am the captain of the European team, George. Now that we're all here, we could talk things over." Hearing this proposal from his rival, the African team captain Mambor said to him, "We have nothing to discuss. This is our territory. Outsiders must leave." Hearing such an aggressive response, George called out to him in irritation, "Mambor, you still owe me a favor from last night. Did you really have the guts to provoke us all? Are you not afraid that we will unite against you?" Hearing such an aggressive and hostile tone from George, Mambori became impatient and radiated a dangerous aura, saying, "Go ahead if you are so brave." Hearing the 2 enemy commanders disassembling, LeFou spoke to them. "Stop talking nonsense. Yesterday's misunderstanding cannot even be called an attack. We will follow the old rules. Whoever received the fruit will be its ultimate owner, and no one is allowed to try to intercept it." Hearing this proposal from the toughest-looking fighter among them, Mambori and George agreed to his proposal and said, "All right, I agree." Hearing that everyone present agreed with LeFou's proposal, Zhou Zhen also supported the rest of the commanders by saying, "We also agree." After discussing the rules with all the team leaders participating in the competition, Zhou Zhen returned to his base, and upon his return he heard, "Captain, it looks like we need to speed up." Looking thoughtfully at the vines that covered the area around the crystal fruit, Ye Yihong said in anxiety, "The other teams seem to have more experience in such events. We're at a disadvantage here." Glancing at the vines, Zhou Zhen merely hummed thoughtfully, then added, "However, we are not dealing with these vines to get to the fruit." Hearing this from his commander, Chu Qinglin exclaimed in surprise, "Then what are we doing?" Pointing to the vines in front of him, Zhou Zhen said with a sly smile, "I just think these vines are a great training option for you. As for the plan to capture the fetus, I have a different plan." After telling his comrades, Zhou Zhen clapped his hands together, encouraging his warriors to train, saying happily, "All right, no one slack off. This is a great training." Meanwhile, the European team was trying to break through the vines that covered the area with the crystal fruit with brute force. Trying to break through them, one of the warriors was thrown into a tree behind him by a vine. Seeing that his comrade had been injured in the battle, Commander George shouted out to his friend in fright, "Evan!" Rushing to him, the commander said, "Everyone, hold the line." After checking on his friend's health, the commander returned to the battlefield and shouted to his comrades, "These vines are incredibly strong. We can't handle them alone." Standing not far from these vines, which covered the center of the forest, one of the soldiers of the Eurasian unit asked his captain, "Captain, what are we waiting for?" The captain replied, "We are waiting for help, of course. With these vines, I am not as stupid as these fools in armor." As the fighter jets flew overhead heading for the vines, the commander said slyly, "It's not that I don't mind getting my hands dirty, but if there's a simpler alternative, why complicate things?" Seeing that the commander of the Eurasian team had decided to use air power to break through the vines, Commander George exclaimed in dismay, "Damn barbarians! They've decided to use the military." Seeing this behavior of his enemy, the European team commander shouted angrily, taking out his communicator, "We also have fighters." Sitting not far from the center of the forest, Mambor watched the different teams using different equipment to burn the forest and fight their way in, and said, "It was pointless to resort to this. We can't wait any longer." Seeing that the other commanders had already begun the full-scale action, Zhou Zhen exclaimed in joy as he watched, "Oh, you guessed it. Well, in that case, I won't be ceremonious." Seeing that everyone else had already taken extreme measures, Zhou Zhen summoned his dragon and decided to start breaking through the vines on his side as well. Hearing a strange noise nearby, George began to look around. Looking for the source of the noise, the European team leader saw a giant dragon in front of him and exclaimed in fright, "Oh my God, what is it?" Also watching all this action from the rocks nearby, Mambori looked closely at the monster and said in surprise, "Is that really Zhou Zhen?" Breaking free from its confinement in the internal system space, the huge dragon stood in the middle of the forest so that it could be seen from all points of the forest. Seeing that the dragon was flapping its wings, about to go somewhere, the European team leader said in surprise, "Will it just fly away?" Being wrong in his guesses, and seeing that the dragon was aiming towards the forest, George, looking at the monster in fright, said, "Damn, what is he going to do?" After giving the dragon a command to do what it wanted and break through the vine by any means necessary, the dragon immediately rushed at breakneck speed toward the center of the forest, so fast that the boy could barely keep his head on the dragon's shoulder, barely holding on to his dragon, which was furious at being set free. Zhou Zhen shouted to him, "I gave you freedom of action, but I did not ask you to give me a heart attack." Hearing this, the dragon immediately stopped near the vines that covered the crystal fruit and prepared to attack. After collecting quite a bit of fire in his mouth, he slowly accumulated it to burn the vine fence that was preventing his master from reaching his coveted reward. Having gathered enough flame, the dragon immediately exhaled on the vines, covering the entire area of plants that protected the fruit with a wall of fire. Noticing that the way was already clear and he could go to get his trophy, while all the other team leaders were confused, Zhou Zhen jumped off his dragon and happily hurried to the trophy. As he made his way through the fiery thicket that his pet had set on fire, and the burned plants that were left only ashes, Zhou Zhen noticed a fruit that stood out from the rest. As he got closer to pick it up, Zhou Zhen reached out and plucked it. Holding the trophy in his hands, he quickly said, "It's ready, let's go." Seeing Zhou Zhen returning from his mission, one of his comrades who had seen the boy from a distance exclaimed, "It's Captain Zhou Zhen." Coming out of the dragon's state of effect, the commander of the Eurasian team looked up to see the boy standing on the dragon's head and said, "The captain of the Asian team?" Hearing what Lei Fu had said, the European team captain looked toward Zhou Zhen and his dragon, which was flying in the forest, and said in surprise, "Has he already?" Standing on his dragon's head and holding the covenant crystal fruit in his hands, Zhou Zhen solemnly shouted to all the soldiers on the battlefield, "Gentlemen, I have the fruit, so this is the end of the battle." Standing at a bird's eye view, holding the blue crystal fruit in his hands, Zhou Zhen added in conclusion, "Just as I said." Realizing that the hunt for the crystal fruit was over and that it was forbidden to fight any further, Commander George said, "It seems that another very strong personality has appeared in the Asian region." When Le Fou saw Zhou Zhen riding the dragon, holding the victory trophy, he exclaimed, "Excellent! He seems to be quite a strong opponent." Meanwhile, while Zhou Zhen was returning home from his hunt for the crystal fruit, the eastern tower of the central capital was already waiting for him. Noticing that the mayor was nervously looking out the window, the president of the training center approached him and spoke soothingly. "Chairman, Zhou Zhen and the others will be back soon." Looking out the window at his winning team, the mayor proudly said, "From the very beginning, I could not even imagine how long this confrontation would last. However, only a few days later, the fruit was in our hands." After saying this to his comrade, the head of the central capital, ordering everyone to gather for an imminent conference, spoke to Chen Yunnan. "Tell Cao Cao he will be there." When Zhou Zhen and his team returned, bringing the fruit with them, they placed it in a special place. Putting the fruit in front of all the participants, the chairman began, "Ladies and gentlemen, this crystal fruit is the trophy of our Asian team." Standing in front of all the conference participants, the chairman continued, pointing to the fruit. "Previously, we could only hear the name but never see it with our own eyes. This time, thanks to the efforts of Zhou Zhen and his team, we have managed to get it." When the mayor finished his speech, Chen Yunnan, deciding to dispel all questions about this fruit, added, "I think not everyone knows its value." Looking at everyone in the room, President Chen Yongnan added, "An ordinary person only needs a piece to join the ranks of the warriors, and then immediately attain the 10th rank." Hearing this from Chen Yunnan, Zhou Zhen was a little upset, and he thought in frustration, "Damn, I should have thought of this earlier. Isn't this thing the fruit of experience in the game?" Hearing these words of addition from his friend, the mayor spoke. "Zhou Zhen, according to the rules, you as the team captain will receive 10% of what you earn. You can choose one of three options. The first is to get 10% of the fruit." Continuing to talk about all the possible options for Zheng's rewards, the chairman continued, "The second is to pick up 10 kilograms of composite material from the warehouses of the Central Production Company. The third is to receive payment in the form of crystals on the account. Hearing these options for receiving rewards, Zhou Zhen immediately exclaimed to the chairman in surprise, "Is the divided crystal fruit still effective?" To which he calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's a proven fact." Thinking about the rewards, Zhou Zhen began to ponder what he should do in this situation and thought, 10% of the fetus would be enough to keep my rank up, but the best choice at this point would be... After a short pause, Zhou Zhen stood up and said, "I choose the second option." After saying this, he decided, "With better equipment, I will be able to get more fruit." After collecting his reward, Zhou Zhen, having made new equipment for himself, decided to go in search of a new crystal fruit. Flying on his dragon, he said, "All these fruits belong to me." Opening the map and observing where there were still energy fluctuations, Zhou Zhen said, "I need to find one more fruit so that I can use the legendary thief costume, and then I can finish." Opening his inventory, Zhou Zhen looked at all his armor and weapons that he once had on his account in the game. Immediately noticing the strange energy fluctuations, Zhou Zhen exclaimed happily, "Huh? Within 100 kilometers there are still energy fluctuations coming from the fruit?" When he noticed the strange crystal fruit in front of him, Zhou Zhen said in astonishment, "This fruit, as far as I remember, it takes at least 6 months for it to fully ripen." After sitting more comfortably on his dragon, Zhou Zhen decided to get closer to this strange fruit, saying, "In any case, we must take a look and check it out." Meanwhile, the European team leader, who was preparing a revenge plan for Zhou Zhen, had almost finished all the preparations and pressed the button on his device to turn on his cloaking. When he turned on the device, all the traps that had been set around the bait began to become transparent and invisible to the human eye. Seeing that his plan was successful and everything was ready for revenge, the commander of the European team, George, enjoying his genius, said, "Excellent." Smiling ominously that he had prepared an incredible trap to kill Zhou Zhen, George said, "The mousetrap is ready, just wait for the mice." Moving away from his trap, the commander of the European team called his subject and said, "Louis, evacuate your men as soon as possible. If the trap goes off, everything within a 3-kilometer radius will be consumed by flames." As George prepared for the incredible fire show and waited for Zhou Zhen to take the bait and be trapped, he spoke ominously, "Zhou Zhen and his little animal will not be able to get out this time." As Zhou Zhen approached the trap that George, the European team leader, had prepared for them, he did not hesitate when he saw the fruit near him and said in surprise, "There are still ripe fruits?" Sensing the huge energy fluctuations, the dragon began to quickly approach the fruit near them and drew their attention to it. Flying over the forest from which this incredible energy was coming, Zhou Zhen and his pet had almost reached the place where the crystal fruit was located. As he began to approach this strange fruit, Zhou Zhen felt something strange, something that didn't seem right, something that didn't feel real, and he shouted out to the dragon in alarm, "No!" When Zhou Zhen noticed that everything around him began to change its structure, and the vines began to take on their true appearance, he realized that things were bad and exclaimed, "It's fake!" Realizing that they had fallen into someone's treacherous trap, the boy, trying to escape from this dangerous situation, called out to his pet, "Kid, let's run away!" Noticing that Zhou Zhen was trapped and was exactly where Commander George wanted him to be, he pressed the button to activate the mechanism and shouted ominously, "It's too late, Zhou Zhen!" As soon as Zheng and his dragon tried to escape from this trap, everything around them was immediately engulfed in flames, forming a flaming cage around them, which did not allow them to escape from this horror. Noticing that they seemed to have a chance of escape from above, Zhou Zhen decided to try and called out to his pet, "Little one, climb up, just a little bit more." As he said this to his pet, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the bottom of the traps. Realizing that things were bad, Zhou Zhen looked at his wristwatch to see how bad it was and how many enemy targets were near them. Looking at the radar, he saw that there were many shells coming towards them, about to hit them. Surprised, he managed to say only one word before they were hit. Seeing that all the ammunition had hit the target, the commander of the European team turned his back on the explosion and walked backwards, saying joyfully, "Farewell, Asian Star." Gloating that he was able to take revenge on his enemy and come up with such a brilliant plan to destroy him, George said, "You deserve to die like this." The shells hit the dragon and Zhou Zhen, knocking them down in flight, and they fell down together. While still conscious, Zhou Zhen, in the last moments of his life, gathered his last strength and thought, "No, I can't die like this. My end should not be like this." Falling down after such an enchanting and unexpected defeat which they suffered in the trap, Zhou Zhen gathered his last strength and said, "Little one, Raising his hand slightly upward to save at least his pet, Zhou Zhen, barely moving, was able to place it in the internal system space, speaking heavily. At least you, in the face of death, Zhou Zhen, who had only seconds to live, began to remember all his loved ones and relatives, and the first people he remembered were Xiang Shihan and Su Junwen, who spoke to him. Young master, Zhou Zhen. Then he remembered his first comrade, Lan Shi, with whom he had also gone through a lot, and who had spoken to him. Sir, I have become much stronger. He also remembered Zhang Xiao next to him, who said, Zhou Zheng, the Starlight Squad is still waiting for you to lead it. Falling down exhausted and remembering all that he had done, planned to do, all the people he had promised and so on, he only said in disappointment, I'm sorry. As soon as Zhou Jing had this accident, rumors of his death spread throughout the Asian continent. Citizens reading the newspapers said in confusion, what a pity, such a talented guy. It's all the work of envious people from other continents. What will we do without him? Gathering all of his equipment and uniform, Zhou Zhenyi organized an incredibly large-scale funeral and a day of mourning for the continent's greatest hero. Standing in front of his coffin wearing only his armor and uniform as his body was gone, more and more people approached him every second to say goodbye. Standing in front of Zhou Jing's altar, Su Junwen shed tears for her master incessantly, and Xiang Shihan tried to hold back and somehow calm her friend. Also standing at Zhou Zheng's altar, Lan Shi, who, in addition to incredible regret, thought that he would not let this go, shouted out menacingly, Sir, I will find out who did this and take revenge. While standing at the altar and speaking such loud words, Lan Shi noticed a strange man with a strange appearance who did not fit into the overall picture. Coming to the altar of Zhou Zheng, the commander of the European detachment, George said slyly, What a pity, Zhou Zheng. So young. Partly for this reason he died. Young, ambitious, but not knowing the measure. How could he? Hearing such unacceptable words about Zhou Zhen from this stranger, Lan Shi was about to pounce on George, but was stopped by Zhang Xiao. Tearing himself away from Xiao's grasp, Lan Shi shouted, You bastard, what did you say? And Xiao, holding him, said, Lan Shi, calm down. Holding Lan Shi to prevent him from doing anything stupid, Xiao said to him, This man is one of the strongest in Europe. If you bring him into the conflict, we have no chance of winning. Looking down on Lan Shi, European team leader George turned around and left the funeral and said, Looks like you're just like him. You don't know when to stop at all. Picking up his sword and scabbard and showing it to Lan Shi, George said to him, When we meet again. Leaving Zhou Zhen's funeral and completely ignoring the furious Lan Shi, the commander of the European team, George said to him one last time, I'll teach you some manners. By the time everyone had said goodbye to Zhou Jing, miraculous things began to happen at the place where he died. A bright silhouette appeared on one of the stones he had landed on. After the silhouette dissipated, Zhou Zhen appeared full of strength and energy again, but confused as to where he was and why he was here. Rising from his lying position to a sitting position, Zhou Zheng looked at his hands in surprise and said in astonishment, I'm not dead. Could it be because of the rebirth ring? Revival ring. Proficiency level, 90. Specialty, none. Strength, 100, 100. Special skills, revival. When the wearer dies, there is a 20% chance of reviving with full power and gaining invincible status for 5 seconds. After reading the characteristics of this ring, Zhou Zheng looked at his body and looked at the characteristics and said in astonishment, Revive? Not bad. Looking around, he noticed something strange and said, Obviously, I was resurrected in the same place where I was killed. According to the rules of the game, the point of rebirth should be set somewhere here. This means that I was not reborn from the ring. Continuing to think about how things work here and what consequences he might face, Zheng continued, And in the game, even if I die, I will be resurrected as a result, but my level will drop to the first one. Having finished his thoughts on what would happen to him after he died again, Zhou Zheng stood up, noticed that his level was 184 and said, In any case, they killed me, that's a fact. Furious that someone dared to attack him and do this to him, Zhou Zheng held back his emotions and spoke angrily. These bastards, they will pay for this tenfold. Deciding that he needed to raise his level to the maximum before going out to take revenge on his criminals, Zhou Zheng reached his maximum 2 months later. When he finally put on his thief's armor, he felt incredible at how different it was from everything else. Well prepared for his plan to take revenge on his criminals, Zhou Zheng, standing still, whistled loudly to call his pet. As soon as he whistled, his dragon instantly appeared in the sky. looking even more stern and powerful this time. Landing near Zhou Zhen, it waited for further orders from its master, but he just walked around looking at his handsome horse. When Zhou Zhen reached his maximum, he began to recall his entire journey, saying, "In this world, I finally managed to reach the highest level." Recalling the day when he was sitting at home playing computer games, he said, "It has been many years since I started my journey in this world." As he continued to recall his entire history and how he came to be a Jew, Zheng continued, "But I've been through a lot since then." Recalling how he was sucked into this one, and how he first opened his eyes to it when he landed at the gun rack. "I remember everything so clearly as if it was yesterday." Recalling everything that had happened to him over the years, and all the adventures that had allowed him to reach his current level, Zhou Zhen said confidently, "But now, I am not the same as I was before." Deciding that everything he wanted to do here had been done, and that he had reached his maximum, Zhou Zhen said to his dragon with a sly smile, "Baby, we're going home." 2. Arriving first on the European mainland to complete one thing he had been putting off for so long, Zhou Zhen met a man there, and sitting down with him at a bar, he said, "My treat." Realizing that this was the person the informant was supposed to meet when Zhou Zhen said the secret password, the informant replied, "Thank you." Handing Zhou Zhen a single loaf of bread, the informant added as he took it in his hands, "This bread is very good. I recommend you try it." When Zhou Zhen broke the loaf of bread, he saw that it was exactly what he had ordered and thought, "With this, the performance will be even more grandiose." Meanwhile, somewhere in the incredibly luxurious restaurant that Commander George had rented to celebrate Zhou Zhen's murder, he said, "Thank you all very much for gracing us with your presence." Standing in the middle of the room, Commander George spoke to the crowd, "I'm sure you can guess why I've called you all here today." Suddenly bursting into flames with his arrogance and self-confidence, George said with a sinister smile, "That's right. Exactly 2 months ago, Zhou Zhen, or the Star of Asia, died in my arms." Hearing George's words, the astonished crowd fell silent, and some of the guests were amazed. Of course he did it. This has slowed down the development of the Asian region. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen, who was also in the building and standing in the hall near the column, thought in amazement. He even had the courage to confess himself. As he headed for the exit, right behind Commander George, who had gone out with his friend, Zhou Zhen thought, "A lover of cheap PR?" Following right behind him to carry out his plan of revenge, Zhou Zhen, with everything he needed in hand, thought, "Then people will remember how you died." Meanwhile, Commander George, unsuspecting, joyfully walked with his comrade to the restroom, saying to him, "Austin, the best beauties are here today, just wait. It won't be long now." After leading his captain to the restroom, Austin came out of the restroom and closing the door behind him said, "Captain, I'll wait for you outside." When only Zhou Zhen and George were left in the restroom, the boy turned on the camera on his chest and thought, "Today the whole world will be honored to see you die." As soon as Zhou Zhen thought this and turned on the camera, the broadcast immediately spread to all continents and on all screens. All the residents of the capital could watch what was happening in front of Zhou Zhen's eyes and how he would take revenge on his thief. The same thing appeared on all the channels in the Asia region, and all the viewers saw first the interference, and then what the camera was filming on Zheng's chest. A few seconds after the interference appeared on all the TVs, it eventually disappeared, and everyone could see George doing his business in the toilet, laughing happily. When people saw this outrage on the main screens in all parts of the world, they were immediately surprised and began to express their dissatisfaction. What is going on? Looking closely at the character on camera, a passerby exclaimed, "That man looks just like Mr. George." After adjusting the camera to a good quality, Zhou Zhen, removing the effect of secrecy, spoke to the smug killer. "George, do you remember me?" As he went about his business, humming to himself, Commander George heard a voice behind him and exclaimed in fright, "That voice!" Immediately jumping up from the urinal, the commander reached for his sword, saying in fright, "This is impossible, it can't be." While George was surprised to see the man he had killed with his own hand, he was heard on all the TV screens exclaiming, "How can you be alive?" Frightened by what he saw in front of him, George fell to the floor, and crawling back up, he said in fright, "Zhou Zhen, you should have been a pile of ashes long ago." His wife replied, "Yes, but there are those who rise from the ashes." Seeing that Zhou Zhen was alive, people in different regions were divided in their opinions. "Zhou Zhen? He's alive." "Devil, that devil has returned again." When they saw that Zhou Zhen was alive, his girlfriend Xiang Shihan and Su Junwen exclaimed in surprise, barely able to stand up from the shock, "Ah, he's not dead." Also in the Starlight headquarters where the broadcast was also being watched, Lan Shi spoke happily. "Young master, it's his voice. There can be no mistake." To which Zhang Xiao joyfully exclaimed, "He has returned." Hearing Zhou Zheng's words about rising from the ashes, the furious Commander George attacked the boy with the weapon and exclaimed, "Rise from the ashes, then I will destroy you again." As soon as he rushed at Zhou Zheng, To stretched out his hand in front of the soy and immediately made him freeze in place. Picking up his dagger, Zhou Zheng put his weapon to the enemy's heart and said to the motionless body, "George, I will tell you something last." Picking up the dagger and examining it in his hands, Zhou Zheng said joyfully, "If you hadn't been so stupid, you wouldn't be in trouble now." After stabbing him once in the body, Zhou Zheng, slowly approaching his enemy, tossed his dagger in his hands and looked at the drone that was filming it all. Seeing his assassin flying back and him in a dominant position destroying his enemy, Zhou Zheng said, "The others are watching a great show." After delivering a few blows, Zhou Zheng walked over to finish off his enemy and spoke happily to the audience. "Please enjoy." After finishing off the commander of the European squad, Zhou Zheng walked toward the exit, killing everyone who tried to attack him and trying to avenge his captain, saying, "Instant death." Seeing on the cameras what was happening in one of the city's buildings, the chief general of the European troops said in fright, What kind of monster have we disturbed?" Seeing that he was easily destroying everyone who stood in his way, the troop commander's lieutenant shouted out to the commander in alarm, "We must send reinforcements there immediately." Hearing this suggestion, the commander replied in disappointment, "There is no need. He would have killed soldiers like George in a second. No matter how many we send in, they will all die." Looking at Zhou Zheng, who had easily defeated the strongest warriors on his continent, the commander said, "Perhaps the current world order." Looking at Zhou Zheng's equipment and weapons, and in combination with his incredible strength, he added, "Will be completely remade because of this man." After completing all his business on the European continent and returning home, where he was eagerly awaited, Zhou Zheng saw his family. As he approached his home on his dragon, where he had been waiting for so long, Zhou Zhen said, "Maybe I want to change this world, but not all at once." After landing and dismounting from his dragon, Zhou Zheng went to his family, who had recently experienced such a shock, and continued, "At least I will do my best to protect my family and my friends." After all these adventures, and such a long journey to become the strongest, Zhou Zheng decided to return to his homeland. As he built his father's grave and laid flowers beside it, he said, "Father, I have come back to visit you." Standing in front of the grave of his father, who had helped him to go through this difficult path, which he had to go through because of one small surprise. In this very place, it was here, among the endless expanses, where there was absolutely nothing at all, and they were surrounded only by the starry sky and the endless desert, that everything began. And it is here that we will build our future. The end.